The game was about to shut down, and the man clicked login at the last moment, but was unexpectedly struck by a thunder and thrown into the ancient battlefield of Furland. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Gray-Feathered Eaglebeak tribe. A frail mother eagle tightly guarded her cub, while from the sky came the roar of a royal messenger. Recruiting 50 eagle warriors. Reach the vast sea forest within 13 days and obey the command of the thunder god. What's worse is that the game system that accompanied the man through time and space was locked for 1,000,000 days. This is simply the beginning of hell. Alone and without any cheats, the man can only rely on instinct to survive in this wilderness. It wasn't until the man pierced a timber wolf's throat with a stone spear that a notification finally rang in his ears. You killed a timber wolf, experience +10. Fortunately, there was still the experience system to rely on. However, the eagle race is poorly endowed, and no matter how hard the men try, they are unable to awaken their extraordinary abilities. Without extraordinary abilities, they can only follow in the footsteps of their fathers and become cannon fodder in the vast sea and forest. The only way to change their fate is to bathe in the blood of titans and dragons. But if a mortal touches even a drop of divine blood, they will be instantly reduced to ashes. Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. I've done this old turtle's mission before. If I think about it carefully, maybe the bathing titan and the dragon and the transcendental ones could be the clue. As the sun set and night fell, the Milky Way shone brightly in the night sky. Jiang Yu and his 3 companions returned to Gaoman Mountain with the remaining 3 forest wolf carcasses. At this time, the bonfire on the cliff had been lit, and a fat, thick-skinned wild boar was being grilled, with fat dripping into the flames, making crackling sounds. The falconers sat in circles around the campfire, looking at the roasting thick-skinned wild boar with anticipation in their eyes. Some of the younger falconers were already drooling with greed, their eyes sparkling. Thick-skinned boars are extremely juicy prey in the whispering forest, and even Jiang Yu and his companions rarely encounter one these days. This time, they were lucky enough to stumble upon a thick-skinned boar when 3 forest wolves surrounded it. This kind of good luck was truly rare. When the roasting was completed, Jiang Yu got the fattest piece of wild boar meat. After all the Eaglemen had eaten and drunk their fill, an old Eagleman with gray wings and a hunched body stood up tremblingly and walked slowly to the campfire. The old Eagleman spoke loudly to all the tribesmen. Everyone, it has been exactly 3 years since Chief E led all the young and strong men of the tribe to the Hanhai Forest to participate in the war launched by the Thunder Titan. The old eagle continued. They haven't returned yet, so they must have been buried in the desert. You all know the answer, right? The old Eagleman's words seemed to tear open the wounds in the tribe's hearts, and the Eaglemen in the tribe all lowered their heads. Soon, Jiang Yu heard low sobs around the campfire. The eagle warriors were far too weak, possessing virtually no advantages beyond their instinct for flight. On such a vast battlefield, they were mere cannon fodder, vulnerable to being decimated by a powerful opponent. The old eagle said, "Fortunately, after 3 years, some of our children have grown up and are able to help their mother go out hunting. Especially Jiang Yu. He even has the ability to kill a forest wolf independently." The old eagle man continued, mentioning Jiang Yu's feat of single-handedly slaying a lone wolf 6 months prior. Just as a pack of wolves needs its leader, so too does a tribe need a leader. I propose that Jiang Yu inherit Yi's position as the chief of our Gale Mansion tribe. The old Eagle Man finally revealed his true purpose. The old Eagle Man was old, and the tribe was in a period of transition. Although Jiang Yu was still a young Eagle Man, he was no less capable than an adult tribe member. As soon as the old Eagle Man finished speaking, the first to respond were the young Eagle Man of Jiang Yu's age. These young men had grown up with Jiang Yu and were already convinced. The young men's approval meant that their mothers would naturally not object. Almost half of the Gale Mansion tribe agreed. Even those who remained silent didn't object. Thus, the situation was settled. The old Eagle Man smiled with relief, slowly walked up to Jiang Yu, and asked with a smile, "You, are you willing to take on the future of the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe?" As he spoke, the old eagle looked at Jiang Yu's calm and resolute expression and nodded silently in his heart. Jiang Yu did not hesitate and nodded solemnly. "Elder, I am willing to become the clan leader. In the ancient wilderness, dangers abound. Jiang Yu, without any extraordinary powers, can only rely on the power of his tribe to survive. Jiang Yu is no longer a player in the game. His life is on the line. Serving as the tribe's leader was Jiang Yu's true desire. After 3 years of living together, Jiang Yu had become a familiar figure. So how could he be so heartless? At the very least, I will change the future of this tribe of eagles, Jiang Yu vowed silently in his heart. Late at night, moonlight shone across the vast landscape. Jiang Yuyong lay on a large bluestone at the edge of a cliff, facing the starry wind, lost in thought. After much thought, Jiang Yu pondered, Old Turtle's mission certainly didn't mention how to avoid being burned by the Titan's blood. But since he was just an ordinary turtle back then, he must have been not far from the battlefield when he bathed in the Titan's blood. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly gleamed. At the beginning of the rise of the human empire, the old turtle was renowned for his power of thunder. It's very likely that he bathed in the blood of the Thunder Titan. And the Thunder Titan is the master of the entire Eagleman race. Jiang Yu said, turtles love water. The old turtle was able to survive under the Titan's blood. Its secret must be hidden in the water. As for that body of water, it must be in the vast sea forest. Jiang Yu continued, the only being who could cause the Thunder Titan to bleed is his mortal enemy, the Blue Dragon King Alalotos. Only a life-and-death battle between them would cause the Titan's blood to spill across the forest and land on the old turtle. Jiang Yu's thoughts gradually became clear. I only need to find a stream or river where the old turtle lives, and I may get the secret of his immortality by bathing in the blood of the Titan. Thus, I can awaken the extraordinary power. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's mind perked up, and he continued to deduce the feasibility of his plan. However, the vast sea forest is not a place that ordinary people can set foot on. That's the border between the Titan and Dragon territories, garrisoned by numerous powerful subordinate races. Transcendence from each race emerge endlessly. If I rashly go there, I'll surely die on the way. No one cares about the life or death of an Eagleman, not even the Titans. And there's only one way to reach the vast sea forest. Just like my father did 3 years ago, respond to the Eagleman King's call and go as an Eagleman soldier. As long as we set off immediately after the call-up, we can reach the vast sea forest ahead of time. Eaglemen are scout-type troops. If I arrive first, I will definitely be assigned to the reconnaissance team. Then we can find an opportunity to track the old turtle. As his thoughts cleared up, Jiang Yu formed a preliminary plan in his mind. The royal court recruits eagle soldiers almost every 10 years. Then I only have to wait another 7 years. I must seize that opportunity. The eagle people have lived in the mountains for generations, especially on cliffs. They use stone tools to carve caves around the mountaintops as their homes, continuing the way of life of their ancestors. Gaoman Mountain is just an ordinary hill in the ancient world of Furland, and it is unremarkable. However, the legendary Eagle King's court lives on the top of a mountain called Tian Shan. Tian Shan is a majestic mountain that towers into the clouds, home to tens of thousands of eagle people. This mountain is the ancestral home of the eagle people, and the eagle people of the Gaomantian tribe also originated there. After Jiang Yu became the chief of the Gaomantian tribe, he set out to improve the living conditions of the eagle people. Although the cave offered a certain degree of safety, after generations of eagle people had inhabited it, the odor inside had become unbearable and the sanitary conditions were no longer guaranteed. In the first year, Jiang Yu personally sharpened a stone axe and led the tribe in felling trees. After a full year of hard work, they built dozens of wooden houses and wooden beds as their new homes. The original cave was equipped with a wooden door, transforming it into an excellent storage area. These wooden houses all have 2 doors, one on the roof and the other leading to the edge of the cliff, making it easy for falconers to move around freely. After completing the construction of the wooden house, Jiang Yu gathered his fellow tribesmen and dug a pit in the center of the tribe to create a pool for drinking water in daily use. Jiang Yu arranged for his tribesmen to take turns fetching water every day to maintain the water supply. He then built a wooden wall around the wooden houses, and a small village began to take shape. Although the wooden house was slightly less secure than the stone cave, Jiang Yu looked at the newly renovated village and felt a hint of civilization for the first time in this desolate land. Thus, Jiang Yu felt at ease. The following winter, Jiang Yu led a group of young Eaglemen into the Whispering Forest, taking advantage of the heavy snow covering the ground. They successfully hunted several hibernating black bears. Jiang Yu's strength and skills were significantly improved in the process, and he also changed into warm bearskin clothing. In the 3rd year, Jiang Yu discovered his first magical beast in the eastern Whispering Forest. Fortunately, it was a deer-like creature. While powerful, it was gentle and never left its territory, which reassured Jiang Yu and his tribe. However, Jiang Yu's inner desire for supernatural power only grew stronger. In the 4th year, Jiang Yu led the hunting team to track bison and flew all the way to the west. After traveling 3,000 meters, they accidentally discovered an open-pit copper mine in the mountains and forests. This made Jiang Yu ecstatic. Copper! This was the key resource that could enable the tribe to move from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. If they could master copper, the overall combat power of the Gao-Mansion tribe would see a leap forward. Just as Jiang Yu was thinking about it, a patrolling eagle boy named Liang flew over from farther away and brought news. There was a snake tribe nearby. The snake people are also one of the subordinate races of the Titans. However, they have been fighting with the eagle people for generations, and their living areas are intertwined. They have been mortal enemies since ancient times. In ancient times, before quadrupedal eagles evolved into eaglemen, they often hunted two-legged snakes for food. When the serpent men and eaglemen almost simultaneously accepted the blessings and enlightenment of the Titans and became intelligent races, the eaglemen suppression of the serpent men ceased. Snake men have a far greater reproductive capacity than hawkmen and are skilled in the use of bows and arrows. While hawkmen possess the advantage of flight, their sharp talons are not well suited for archery. Otherwise, a soldier capable of shooting arrows from midair would, even without possessing extraordinary powers, have a significant advantage on the battlefield. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, his desire for copper overcoming his concerns about the snake tribe. Jiang Yu looked at the young man and asked, Liang, how many people are there in that snake tribe? Are there any extraordinary people? Liang scratched his head and replied somewhat embarrassedly, Chief, I didn't look carefully. Jiang Yu did not blame him, but nodded and said, It's okay, we can take another look. For the Eagle Man boy, discovering the enemy tribe was already a great achievement, so failing to inspect it closely was normal. Jiang Yu then took off with a small team of Eagle Man boys, flying for several miles. And indeed, they found a small snake tribe by a small river. Circling high in the sky, Jiang Yu observed the snake tribe's condition, finding it quite dilapidated, not much different from the Gao-Mansion tribe. Years of war had nearly exhausted their vitality, and the tribe consisted mostly of the elderly, the weak, women, and children. This wasn't surprising. After all, the serpent people's survivability on the battlefield was even worse than that of the eagle people, making them cannon fodder among cannon fodder. However, the total population of this serpent tribe was greater than that of Gaoman Mountain, with approximately 300 serpent people surviving here. Jiang Yu acted decisively and decided to wipe out the tribe at night. That night, Jiang Yu led all the capable eagle people in the tribe to launch a surprise attack, while the snake people were asleep, successfully destroying the small tribe. Afterwards, the eagle people began to mine copper and refine bronze. Jiang Yu, relying on some simple copper smelting methods he knew in his previous life, finally refined the first batch of bronze after many attempts. By the 5th year, the tribe had begun to accumulate strength, and almost all the eagle men capable of fighting in the tribe were equipped with bronze weapons. With these weapons, they were able to hunt more ferocious beasts and even occasionally test the strength of some weaker monsters. Most of the tribe used bronze spears, but Jiang Yu forged a bronze sword himself. In the 6th year, copper reserves increased further. Jiang Yu used the excess copper to cast a large bronze cauldron, allowing him to continue cooking. Over time, bowls, basins, pots, spoons, and other utensils were also forged. At this point, Jiang Yu officially announced, the Gao-Mansion tribe has left the Stone Age and entered the Bronze Age. They are more civilized and advanced than most races in the world of Furland. In the 7th year, Jiang Yu turned 16, which, according to Eagleman tradition, meant he had reached adulthood. His body had grown taller and stronger, and his wings had grown stronger and more powerful. This year, in preparation for the upcoming war, Jiang Yu began crafting bronze armor. Eaglemen, gifted with wings, found it difficult to cover their backs with armor, and the need to fly meant the armor couldn't be too heavy. Therefore, Jiang Yu forged armor for himself and his strongest tribesmen, covering only the chest, arms, and head to protect against fatal blows. Over 10 sets of this simple yet practical bronze armor were crafted, each worn by Jiang Yu and his companions, who had grown up with him. Their bond was deep, and they already trusted each other. As time passed, in the autumn of that year, golden leaves fluttered and fell. The envoy from the Eagle King's court finally arrived as expected. Chapter 4. A 10-year expedition. In the autumn at Gaoman Mountain, The sky is clear, and the wind blows coolly across the cliffs, as if the whole world is quieted down. At this moment, on the cliff, an Eagleman messenger with gray-black wings was hovering in the air, holding a 2-meter-long bone spear in his hand, looking down at the tribe below the mountain with cold eyes. The eagle emissary raised his lips slightly, surveying the frail eagle people with a look of disdain. Then, in a shrill voice, he shouted, "Gale Mansion tribe, listen. The royal court is gathering 50 eagle warriors. Within 13 days, rush to the vast sea forest and obey the orders of the Thunder God." This conscription order was nothing new to the people of Gao-Man Mountain. They hadn't seen a single change to it in decades. It was as if the royal court didn't take these marginalized tribes seriously at all, and this template-like summons was just a routine matter. But 50 people was still a heavy burden for Gao-Man Shan today. The entire tribe, including infants, only had about 200 people, and the number of adult male Eaglemen capable of fighting was less than 40, which was really not enough to cover the expenses. Jiang Yu stood before the crowd, listening to the messenger's orders. He felt a sense of oppression and helplessness welling up in his chest. It was the despair his father had once felt. Jiang Yu finally understood the bitterness and helplessness hidden behind the words. "My son must grow up healthy." The Eaglemen on the cliff lowered their heads in silence, as if they were suffocating under the weight of fate. But Jiang Yu stood straight, his eyes determined. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and stepped forward like his father had done. Jiang Yu said, "Sir Envoy, our tribe simply can't muster 50 men, but I'm willing to bring all the adult Eaglemen with me. Please allow me to limit the number of men." The Eaglemen envoy snorted coldly, his words as cold and ruthless as a knife. "How can we bargain with the king's order? The fact that these remote tribes of yours have survived until now is already a favor from the royal court. Don't be ungrateful." The Eagleman messenger's eyes fell on Jiang Yu's clenched claws, and then glanced at Jiang Yu's unflinching gaze, and murderous intent arose in his heart. In the eyes of the Eagleman messenger, this kind of Eagleman who dares to look directly at the messenger is a future disaster. It is best to eliminate him now to avoid trouble in the future. The wind rose, and the clouds moved, and the breeze between heaven and earth seemed to become sharp. It was a sign of the power of wind, the pressure of the extraordinary. Jiang Yu felt a chill on his back, and his spine stiffened. Jiang Yu immediately bowed his head and bowed, loudly declaring, "Gao-Man Shan is willing to obey your order and fight. I have no objection." The cliff suddenly became quiet, with only the whistling sound of the wind in his ears. Jiang Yu was tense all over, ready to fight to the death at any time. Fortunately, the messenger didn't take action after all. He just said coldly and flew away. "Within 13 days, all 50 people must be killed, otherwise my entire clan will be exterminated." Jiang Yu gritted his teeth after hearing this, cursing in his heart. "Sooner or later, I will overthrow your damned royal court." After the messenger left, peace finally returned to the cliff, but the hearts of the tribesmen became even heavier, and each of them showed a sad expression. "When will this war end? Will our lives ever get better?" One tribesman lamented softly. "We are too weak, too weak. Our fathers are gone, and I'm afraid we can't escape this fate either," someone else muttered. Jiang Yu looked at the lost eyes of his tribesmen, stepped forward, and said in a loud and firm voice, "Everyone listen to me. This time I will bring you back safely. If there's really no return, then I, Jiang Yu, will be the first to fall. I won't let you die in vain. Also, for the 50 people, the adult women of our generation will also go along. The younger ones will stay behind to take care of the tribe." "Yes, Chief." A dozen or so adult female Eaglemen stepped out from the crowd, their expressions determined. They were ready. Right now, the entire Gale Mansion tribe was left with only the elderly and children, a veritable empty nest. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the young Eagleman, Cha, the oldest male Eagleman in the tribe. Jiang Yu patted the young man's shoulder and said softly, "Cha, after we leave, you will be the strongest male Eagleman in the tribe. You must protect everyone." Cha's eyes were red, and he nodded firmly. "I will, brother Yu." Jiang Yu went to comfort his mother again, then turned and walked over to the eagle warriors who were about to set off. Jiang Yu said, "Everyone, listen carefully. Within a quarter of an hour, put on your bronze armor and prepare your weapons. We will set off for the vast sea forest immediately." Someone asked in confusion, "Chief, isn't there still 13 days left? Why are you in such a hurry to leave now?" A trace of contemplation flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Jiang Yu shook his head and gave the reason he had prepared long ago. None of the warriors from previous generations have returned. We must first explore and understand the situation of the Hanhai Forest and prepare for the war. Although what Jiang Yu said was an excuse, it did make sense. This time they could not blindly die like their ancestors. The Eaglemen nodded one after another. Understood. We will prepare now and gather in a quarter of an hour. These Eaglemen grew up with Jiang Yu and have absolute trust in Jiang Yu, and they do not doubt Jiang Yu's decision at all. A quarter of an hour later, 50 neatly armored eagle warriors gathered on the mountaintop, ready to depart. Holding bronze spears and curved blades, they lined up in formation, their expression solemn. Behind them, the farewell gazes of their tribesmen lingered. At Jiang Yu's command, the eagle warriors flapped their wings and soared high, tearing through the wind towards the vast sea forest. Chapter 5. Vast sea forest, traveling under the stars and moon, day and night. The sun rose and set 7 times. Crossing mountains and rivers, deep valleys and deep forests, Jiang Yu finally arrived at the vast sea forest with his tribal warriors. This is a vast forest, lush and green, stretching as far as the eye can see, as if it is as vast as the green sea. Through the forest runs a long and winding river, flowing slowly, and finally merges into the distant sea, sparkling with waves. This place was already on the edge of the territory ruled by the Thunder Titan, Atre. To the north lay the borders of the ancient Blue Dragon King, Alalotos. These two powerful beings have been battling for countless years, with the outcome still undecided, and the war had raged on for years. The Hanhai Forest has now become a huge military camp, with all races gathered together, as if the whole world is preparing for this war. Jiang Yu saw many races along the way. Centaurs patrolling the forest, eaglemen circling in the sky, trolls setting up camp. There were also dwarves riding goats in the valley, goblins frantically cutting down trees to make tools, mermen living at the edge of the water, and murlocs holding pitchforks as guards. Half-blooded giants were used as military supervisors. Goblins and dryads hid in the treetops, gazing into the distance, while boarmen simply lay in the mud and slept soundly. These were all vassal tribes of the Thunder Titan. Following his lead in battle, their subjects ruled for countless years. The power of the ancient dragons was equally formidable, no less formidable than the Titans themselves. Jiang Yu looked up to the north, deeper into the Hanhai Forest. Standing at the end of the forest was an enormous throne, 300 meters high. The throne seemed to have been carved directly out of a mountain, and sitting on it was a terrifying thunder giant. This person had purple hair and golden eyes, and was as powerful as mountains and seas. Purple thunder swirled around him, and every bolt of lightning was terrifying. Jiang Yu couldn't help but hold his breath. He knew that it was the Lord of Thunder, Titan Atre, a true legendary giant. According to legend, Titans are legendary from birth, and once they reach adulthood, they can even reach the power of a demigod. Furthermore, Atre is the king of the Titans. Although he hasn't officially achieved godhood, he already possesses power that rivals that of the gods. Atri is the ruler of half of this world, and the most powerful person who can truly dominate life and death and control war. Faced with such oppression, Jiang Yu dared not be careless any longer. His sense of superiority as a time traveler had been completely buried by Jiang Yu. In a world like this, where powerful people abounded and natural disasters were commonplace, Jiang Yu was still just a mortal, not even stepping into the threshold of transcendence. As they continued forward, the Eagle Patrol and the horned eagles in the sky did not block their flight, so Jiang Yu and his group landed safely at the Eagle camp. As soon as they landed, several Eagle soldiers from the royal court approached, one of whom was a middle-aged eagle wearing a wolfskin and had a fierce look in his eyes. Although the middle-aged eagle man didn't seem to possess any extraordinary aura, his demeanor and gaze revealed him to be a seasoned veteran. He stopped and asked in a cold tone, "Which tribe are you from? Who's the leader?" Jiang Yu stepped forward and responded calmly, "Senior Wang Ting, I am a leader, and we are from the Gaoman Mountain tribe." The middle-aged eagle man nodded indifferently upon hearing this, as if he had never heard of this small tribe and didn't bother to remember it. The middle-aged eagle man glanced at the bronze equipment on their bodies without even changing his expression. It was obvious that he didn't take it to heart at all. "It's just a small tribe. Come with me." The eagle tribe from the east is led by Lord Feng. The The middle-aged Eagleman led Jiang Yu and his party through the chaotic camp. All the trees here had been cut down, leaving only a large open space of mud and weeds. Jiang Yu took a quick look and roughly determined that there were about 10,000 Eaglemen stationed here, with their gray-black wings crisscrossing on the ground like a dense net. When they reached a corner, the middle-aged Eagleman pointed casually and said, "You guys stay there for the time being." After that, he turned around and prepared to leave. It was obvious that he had no interest in these cannon fodder-like small tribes. Jiang Yu quickly stopped the middle-aged Eagleman and politely asked, "Senior, may I know your name? Also, how do I get to Lord Feng Yi's camp? The camp is too messy and disorganized. Jiang Yu must figure out the command system. Otherwise, how can he follow orders during wartime?" Unexpectedly, the middle-aged Eagleman smiled, his eyes full of contempt. "Are you worthy enough to listen directly to the orders of Lord Feng Yi? Someone will come naturally when the time comes." The middle-aged Eagleman pointed to a place not far away and saw a royal court Eagleman warrior flying in the air and shouting at people. The eagle warrior of the royal court said, You, and the rest of you, bring your people and follow me." None of the small tribes that were called out dared to resist. They immediately summoned their people to follow, their eyes numb, as if they were used to it. Jiang Yu saw clearly that those small tribes that had just arrived brought 50 people each time, but in the end they all disappeared. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, then whispered, "I understand, Senior." "That's good to know," the middle-aged Eagleman sneered. "It's just a small tribe. As long as you behave yourself, maybe a few of you will survive when the war is over. As for my name, it's not important. You don't deserve to know it." The middle-aged eagle hunter pointed to the edge of the woods and said calmly, "Don't even think about running away. Look over there, that's the price." Jiang Yu turned and looked, his eyes suddenly darkening. There were rows of nailed-together eagle hunters, wooden sticks piercing their mouths and torsos. The blood had long since dried, but it was still terrifying. The middle-aged Eagleman sneered and patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. "Boy, don't try to be clever. You're a bunch of insignificant people. If the royal court lets you live, you live. If the royal court lets you die, you die." After saying this, the middle-aged Eagleman flapped his wings and flew to another place to meet the next tribe. Jiang Yu was left standing there, fists clenched, anger surging in his eyes, but his heart was extremely calm. Jiang Yu said, "With a royal court like this, do you still expect it to bring you a future? No wonder the eagle people have gradually declined to become one of the weakest races. One day, I will replace them." He turned around and looked at his tribesmen behind him. Those companions who had grown up together all had dissatisfaction in their eyes, but they were all suppressing it. Until the middle-aged Eagleman flew away. One of them approached Jiang Yu and whispered, "You, what should we do next?" Jiang Yu looked at the Eagle Scouts circling in the sky, raised his lips, and said in a relaxed tone, "It doesn't matter whether they shout or not. We will just do our own thing. Lie. Take out our self-made bone spears and prepare for patrol." An Eagleman handed Jiang Yu a bone spear wrapped in animal skin. Jiang Yu took it, unwrapped it, and waved his hand. "From now on, we will act like soldiers of the royal court. Take the initiative and patrol and explore with me." "All right," the Eaglemen responded excitedly. Jiang Yu knew that he had to find the old turtle's location. Even if no one ordered him to, Jiang Yu would definitely go. But Jiang Yu had the final say on the exploration route. Only in this way could he best protect his life. As for whether he would be discovered, Jiang Yu didn't bother to worry about that. It was a life-or-death game anyway, and if he wanted supernatural powers, he had to take this gamble. Chapter 6. Bathing in the blood of titans and dragons. Carrying some pickled dried meat, Jiang Yu visited several eagle tribes that had carried out missions and inquired about the areas and arrangements they had gone out to reconnaissance. Afterwards, Jiang Yu put on a thick bearskin coat, held a bone spear in his hand, pretended to be an eagle guard of the royal court, and took off from the camp with his people. The flight went smoothly. Scouts like them who went out in groups could be seen almost everywhere in the camp and did not attract attention. Every day, a royal court eagleman would set out with a team of 50, and a few would return wounded. Most of these people came from small tribes, and scouting missions were extremely dangerous, especially before a major war, where casualties were common. The aerial battle was incredibly fierce, with the Eagle Scouts finding it difficult to match even the dragon hybrids, wyverns, and even griffins. The wyverns were especially powerful. A single one could easily scatter an entire Eagle Scout squad. Just as Jiang Yu was about to leave the camp boundary, A stationed royal court eagle guard suddenly stopped Jiang Yu with a slightly puzzled look on his face. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The royal court eagle guard frowned slightly, his tone cold. I'm new here today. Jiang Yu's face was calm, his tone natural without any flaws. Jiang Yu's composure prevented the royal court eagle guard from noticing anything unusual. After a moment's hesitation, they nodded and let him go. But Jiang Yu didn't leave immediately. Jiang Yu quietly approached, stuffed a piece of gold into the other's hand, and asked in a low voice, "Brother, where is the most intense air battle?" Gold was also a common wealth in this era. This piece was the spoils seized by Jiang Yu when he destroyed the snake tribe. The guard's eyes lit up slightly, and he grinned after taking the gold. The fighting in the east has been the most intense recently, and several extraordinary eagle people have died. It will be much safer for you to fly west. Thank you for your advice, brother. Jiang Yu clasped his fists and smiled, then led his people to fly west, quickly away from the place of right and wrong. Next to the Eaglemen camp was the Goblin camp. These now decimated races were once a powerful tribe under the Titan's command. The goblins were numerous and widespread, even among the dragons, a veritable war machine. The Goblin camp was well organized, with giant catapults, wooden arrow towers, and neatly arranged low tents, far superior to the chaotic Eaglemen camp. Next to the goblins was the Troll camp, which was crude and similar to the Eaglemen's, also a mess. Jiang Yu speculated that these rugged trolls might be the ancestors of the noble elves of the future, which was a truly sad thing. Further back, there were other races like centaurs, dwarves, and orcs, each gathering in their own way to form the intellectual landscape of the ancient world. After leaving the camp, Jiang Yu and his people continued westward, searching for small water sources, small lakes, streams, and ponds, all carefully examined. Jiang Yu knew that the home the old turtle mentioned was not by the great river that ran through the vast forest, but somewhere more hidden. When night fell, Jiang Yu and his men quietly returned in batches to avoid being noticed that their team had barely lost any members. For several days in a row, Jiang Yu and his men went out early and returned late, gathering clues without revealing their whereabouts. But by the fifth day, Jiang Yu still hadn't found his target. Just as they were about to set off again, they were stopped by the gatekeeper. "You can't keep flying west," the gatekeeper said with a serious expression, clearly having caught their attention. Jiang Yu had no choice but to change direction and continue searching south with his tribe. Along the way, Jiang Yu and his tribe carefully avoided the flying creatures of the dragon camp, but unfortunately, they still encountered a two-legged dragon. During the fierce battle, several tribesmen died tragically. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity and threw a spear into the dragon's eye, causing it to roar in pain. However, the injury was not fatal, but instead angered the dragon, causing it to go berserk and pursue him with murderous intent. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu separated from the group and led the dragon away alone. Jiang Yu had to ensure the survival of the rest of the tribe. Jiang Yu and the dragon chased each other at high speed in the air, shuttling between mountains, forests, and clouds, startling many aerial species that were already fighting. But Jiang Yu's flying skills were outstanding, and the flying dragon had only one eye, so it was naturally difficult to catch up. Just as the eagle and the dragon were fighting fiercely, the sky suddenly darkened, as if dark clouds were pressing down, and Jiang Yu's heart sank. Jiang Yu looked up and gasped. A giant blue dragon with a wingspan of 500 meters was flying overhead. It was none other than the ancient blue dragon king, Elitos. Its body was like a mountain, shrouded in lightning, and covered in steel-like blue scales, its dominance unparalleled. The wyvern behind him seemed to roar wildly with excitement. It was the master of the wyverns, the source of their bloodline. Unfortunately, the wyvern's excitement didn't last for a few seconds before a monstrous roar suddenly rang out from the north, shaking the mountains, forests, and heaven. "Arialotos, I haven't even bothered you yet you dare come to me and die." Jiang Yu suddenly looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw a huge figure stepping out from the horizon, awe-inspiring. It was a 200-meter-tall, purple lightning giant, Titan King Atre. He wielded a thunder spear, his entire body surging with lightning. Atre wore a waist armor made of some unknown divine leather. Every step he took shook the earth, a terrifying sight. The Blue Dragon King refused to back down and roared back. "Atre, you stupid and arrogant Titan bastard, I will bury you here today." Clearly thousands of feet apart, they were instantly close in the next moment. Atre and the Blue Dragon King engaged in a close combat in midair. Rumble. The battle was like the explosion of heaven and earth. Thunder and storm roared. Mountains were flattened, forests were wiped out, and the entire earth was shaking. The wind blew up countless dust and broken branches, and it seemed that heaven and earth were wailing. As the battle between Atre and the Blue Dragon King began, the flames of war ignited between the earth and the sky, and countless races from both camps joined the melee. On the ground, Tauren wielded giant trees to sweep away the enemy. Goblins hurled stone projectiles from backpacks, and trolls chopped and killed with stone axes raised high. Stone men smashed their bodies directly into the ground. Go men lowered their heads to charge, and centaurs rushed like the wind, kicking up dust. The snake-bodied people drew their bows and released arrows. The dwarves raised their stone hammers, and the boar people used their tusks to bite the enemy, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The sky was also in chaos. Harpies fought in groups, two-headed flying dragons circled in the clouds, and flamingos streaked across the sky with flames. The griffin's fangs and claws swung like knives. The dragon eagle's wings flapped like blades, and every clash was accompanied by thunder and wailing. At this moment, it was as if a myth had come to life, and the battlefield was like an epic scene, with countless races fighting in a breathtaking battle. At this moment, Jiangyu was standing closest to the two demigods in the center of the storm, in an extremely dangerous situation. Jiangyu knew clearly that he was trying to fish in troubled waters. If he wasn't careful, he would be shattered to pieces. Without further hesitation, Jiangyu quickly made up his mind to make a change and seize this opportunity. Behind him, the wyvern, stimulated by the bloody battlefield, had already rushed towards him frantically, its eyes bloodshot. Jiangyu no longer ran away and took out the bronze dagger from his arms, rushing forward to meet the flying dragon's approach. Jiangyu suddenly stepped on the flying dragon's head, and without hesitation, the dagger pierced its forehead and then twisted it. You killed a wyvern. Experience plus 100 before the dragon's screams had even finished echoing. Its massive body plummeted downwards. Jiangyu crouched on its back and fell with it, pretending to die together. Before he fell into the water, he noticed the small half-moon-shaped lake below, and his heart was suddenly shocked. Jiangyu recalled the place of awakening mentioned by the old turtle, which was also in the shape of a half-moon lake. This lake was most likely the key. As the flying dragon fell into the water with a dull plop, Jiangyu was also covered by it and quietly dived to the bottom of the lake. Jiangyu swam vigorously in the lake, and soon he found a pink little turtle on a glowing blue stone at the bottom of the lake. The little turtle was lying lazily on the stone, looking cute and adorable, with a faint spiritual light all over its body. Jiangyu was overjoyed and swam over without hesitation. He gently touched the little turtle's head, then moved the little turtle to a corner of the blue stone. Jiangyu sat on it himself, and a burst of cool air instantly rushed through his body, refreshing him to the extreme, and the pain was swept away. At this moment, on the battlefield, the 200-meter-tall Thunder Titan, covered in scars but still imposing, had a cold gaze and sparkling golden pupils. Atri said, "Humph, the whole world belongs to us, the Titans. You dragons are nothing but thieves." The Blue Dragon King said, "Call yourself a god? Ridiculous. In the Star Realm, there are no such things as you who call yourself gods." Atri shouted angrily. Facing Atre's angry rebuke, the Blue Dragon sneered disdainfully and charged again. "Atre, you foolish Titan, today I will send you to annihilation." Amidst the flash of lightning, the Titan giant held up a 300-meter silver spear, infused it with the power of thunder, and confronted the dragon head-on. We Titans can turn the seas and rivers upside down, so why should we be afraid of being called gods? You are just a bunch of low-blooded beasts. While Atre and the Blue Dragon King were cursing, they were fighting in close combat again. The aftermath of the battle was like a huge wave between the thunder and the thunder. Every collision between Atre and the Blue Dragon King shook the heavens and the earth with constant roars. The earth shattered, the forest turned to ashes, and the sky split into several black cracks. The bloody battle intensified, and the golden blood of the Titans fell across the sky like golden rain. A stream of this golden blood arced and landed precisely in the half-moon lake where Jiangyu was standing. Almost immediately, the surface of the small lake shone with a dazzling golden light, and the entire lake was instantly stained with golden blood. Jiang Yu and the little turtle were both enveloped in this blood, and what happened next was unforgettable. A soul-tearing, burning sensation spread from the skin to the internal organs, like being roasted by a raging fire, like being burned in hell. You bathe in the blood of the Titans, and all attributes are improved. The pain was so severe that even Jiang Yu, with his iron will, was nearly fainting from the pain, his whole body convulsing. The little turtle beside him was no exception, its tender pink body scorched red as it rolled violently on the blue stone. The next moment, a cool breath was released from the blue stone, covering Jiang Yu and the little turtle, and it was only then that the pain was slightly relieved. But not long after, another stream of blood fell from the sky. That was the dragon blood essence from the ancient blue dragon King Alalotos, which also fell into the lake. Thus, the two demigod bloods merged, and the severe pain hit again, more crazy than before, as if the fire of heaven and earth tempered his body. You have bathed in the blood of titans and dragon kings, and all your attributes have been improved. Jiang Yu finally understood why the old turtle had never mentioned the awakening process in detail. It was not because the old turtle did not want to talk about it, but because it was too painful. This process was as brutal as torture, every moment a test of will and body. Time seemed to stand still. You bathed in the blood of titans and dragons, and all attributes were improved. You bathed in the blood of titans and dragons, and awakened the power of thunder. You bathe in the blood of titans and dragons, and your bloodline has changed. Your will has been enhanced by the blood of titans and dragons. You have awakened your talent, the will of a champion. The golden blood was finally completely absorbed by Jiang Yu and the little turtle. The burning sensation finally stopped, and everything returned to silence. Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling his entire body light and powerful, as strength surged from every part of his body. Jiang Yu looked down at the little turtle beside him and was surprised to find that it had also changed drastically. The little turtle's shell turned purple-blue, with thin lightning wrapped around the shell. Its pair of small eyes, as big as green beans, were full of spirituality and wisdom. Chapter 7. Fuse. The war outside was still going on, but the earth-shaking tremors had slowly dissipated from the earth and the air. Obviously, the battle between Thunder Titan and the ancient Blue Dragon King has moved away from this area, and the center of the battlefield has also shifted. Jiang Yu poked his head out of the crescent-shaped lake and surveyed his surroundings. It was still a mess, but because the Thunder Titan and the ancient Blue Dragon King had just fought fiercely there, no one dared approach. This gave Jiang Yu a brief moment of safety, and he gazed quietly into the lake. The image reflected in the water was no longer the eagle man he remembered, but a completely transformed self. Jiang Yu's beak had fallen off, replaced by a three-dimensional nose and lips like a human, giving him a more lively look. The gray-black hair on his face had fallen off somewhat, giving him a clearer, more defined facial contour and a more handsome demeanor. Jiang Yu's hair, originally a mixture of gray and white, was now silver and gray, shimmering slightly in the sunlight. Most noticeable was his eyes. The Eagleman's original vertical pupils were gone, replaced by a pair of purple pupils as bright as a starry sky. In addition, many of its feathers fell off, and its hands and feet gradually became fleshier, resembling human limbs. The wings on its back, originally gray-black, now had many white feathers, soft and pure, revealing the power of a new life. Jiang Yu knew that this was a change in his bloodline, an evolution, just like his ancient ancestors breaking out of the cocoon. Jiang Yu opened the panel, and the next moment, a new string of information appeared before his eyes. Name: Jiang Yu. Race: Eagle, bloodline mutation. Age: 16. Attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 13, Agility 11, Charm 5, Level. Unlocked, sealed, to be unlocked after the game is launched. Skills: Throwing, Mastery, Spearmanship, Mastery, Thunder Force, Exceptional. Skill points: Unlocked, sealed, to be unlocked after the game is launched. Talent: Champion's Will. You possess exceptional insight and reflexes, and your combat awareness is unmatched. Quest system: Unlocked, to be unlocked after the game launches. Countdown to game start: 3,646,486 days, 5 hours, and 35 minutes. Jiang Yu looked at the information on the panel and felt a significant increase in his attributes. The power surged in his body, as if it could split mountains and crack rocks. Although his level was still blocked by the system, Jiang Yu could clearly feel that he had officially stepped into the threshold of transcendence. The dual bloodlines from Titan and Dragon King gave Jiang Yu the opportunity to enter the transcendence, and Jiang Yu successfully seized it. Next, Jiang Yu's most important goal was to leave the battlefield safely and lead his people back. Jiang Yu grasped the bronze dagger. An extraordinary power surged out of his body. Lightning shimmered around the blade, as if lightning were pulsating within. Now, if Jiang Yu faced the wyvern again, he no longer needed to flee. He had the strength to fight. Jiang Yu stepped out of the lake, walked to the blue stone, and looked down at the little turtle. The little turtle had already begun to show wisdom. Its body was purple-blue, its shell was shining with electric light, and it was full of spirituality. Jiang Yu made a silent decision in his heart. After the war, he would take the little turtle and the blue stone away without leaving any trace. Just as he was about to spread his wings and take off, he heard a shrill roar that pierced the heavens and the earth. "Atri, you dared to kill me. Alalitos, today you are dead." This was the conversation between Thunder Titan and Blue Dragon King. The sound was like thunder exploding in the sky, shaking the heaven and earth. Jiang Yu looked up, his heart skipping a beat. In the distant forest, he saw the Thunder Titan clutching the Blue Dragon King's neck tightly, his hands flashing with terrifying thunder. Tear! The next moment, there was a horrifying tearing sound, and the entire head of the Blue Dragon King was torn off. Blood splattered like a waterfall as the giant, headless dragon crashed into the forest with a resounding roar, leaving a river of blood. The victorious Thunder Titan raised his dragon head high and roared like a god of war, shocking everyone in sight. This scene instantly caused countless dragon warriors to scatter and flee in all directions. Meanwhile, all the intelligent races of the Titans in the vast sea forest erupted in thunderous cheers. "The war is over. We won." Everyone was boiling. The heaven and earth were roaring, as if the whole world was celebrating this moment. But when everyone cheered, Jiang Yu stood by the lake, his eyes as heavy as a mountain. Jiang Yu knew that this was not the end, but the beginning. Jiang Yu Dao said, "This battle was actually the fuse that ignited the devastating war. The death of the Blue Dragon King Elitos has completely ignited the all-out war between the Titans and the dragons. The heavens and the earth will collapse, and all races will be hurt. This will be a catastrophe that will affect the entire world." Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his eyes sharp. "I need to find my people quickly. Only by surviving can we safeguard our future. After this battle, I must think about how to preserve my people from this catastrophe." Chapter 8. Career Path. But before that, Jiang Yu looked down at the bottom of the lake, staring at the shimmering blue stone and the quietly floating little turtle. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to take them away. Jiang Yu has no storage equipment now. Carrying such a treasure rashly is like a child carrying gold on the street. It is too conspicuous and dangerous. Moreover, in Jiang Yu's memory, storage equipment didn't appear until the end of the second chapter, that is, the late Goblin Empire era. Jiang Yu simply memorized the specific location of this place and would return to retrieve it when the conditions were right. Jiang Yu gathered his mind, flapped his gray and white wings, and soared into the air. Lightning flashed, and the wind and thunder rumbled faintly. At this high altitude, Jiang Yu's vision was far superior to what it had been before. With his extraordinary vision, he could take in the scenery for thousands of miles. Jiang Yu quickly spotted the subordinate races of the Blue Dragon King's faction on the battlefield, now either fleeing in panic or kneeling in surrender. The outcome was decided, the battle over. Jiang Yu looked towards a place not far away where the giant dragon and the Titan were fighting. He saw the Thunder Titan devouring the huge heart of the Blue Dragon King, even peeling off its skin and pulling out its tendons, taking out the bone marrow and other precious materials. Jiang Yu's eyes jumped. The ancient dragon was covered in treasures, and the Blue Dragon King was the son of the Dragon Emperor. This life-and-death battle was bound to set off a bloody storm. This war, seemingly over, was actually just beginning. A true world war was about to begin. So, this is the battle that will spark the history books in the future. Jiang Yu whispered, his eyes solemn. Jiang Yu said, "We can't stay in Gaoman Mountain any longer. It's too close to the Thunder Titan. Sooner or later, it will become the focal point of the Dragon Clan's counterattack. Existences of the level of the Thunder Titan are the ones that the ancient dragons want to kill the most. Jiang Yu felt a surge of nervousness, his mind racing with memories. If history is correct, there's still a full year until the all-out war between the Titans and the dragons breaks out. I need to get my people out there as soon as possible. I can't delay any longer. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate any longer and quickly flew eastward. When they encountered the wyvern, Jiang Yu had led it away, while the tribesmen had broken through to the east. Fortunately, the Eagleman is now on the side of the victor, and Jiang Yu can fly on the battlefield without any restrictions or danger. After flying all the way for a while, Jiang Yu finally found a large group of eagle people gathering in an airspace. Jiang Yu's heart was lifted, and he scanned carefully and soon recognized that there were his own people among them. However, after Jiang Yu took a closer look, his heart sank. The original army of 50 men was now reduced to just over 30, and every one of them was wounded. Jiang Yu frowned and flew over without hesitation. However, Jiang Yu's appearance had changed drastically. He had an extraordinary aura, was surrounded by lightning, and had the power of a transcendent being that made people afraid to approach him. Even though the tribesmen vaguely sensed a familiar aura, they couldn't believe that the Eagleman in front of them, who exuded the power of thunder, was the Jiang Yu they were familiar with. Sure enough, among the group of Eaglemen, a sturdy Eagleman with gray-black wings and a stone spear in hand flew forward and said respectfully, "Sir, may I ask why you are here?" Jiang Yu looked at the other party's humble attitude and compared it with his previous cold observation. He couldn't help but have a deeper understanding of the weight of the word extraordinary. Jiang Yu said calmly, "I'm here to find my people." The Wang Tinjing man was visibly taken aback, then asked, "Your people?" "That's them," Jiang Yu said, flying directly to the Geomantian tribe. He shouted, "My tribesmen, I'm Jiang Yu. I'm alive, and I'm back." "You? Is it really you?" A familiar male eagle man flew out and stared at Jiang Yu with surprise and suspicion on his face, with both joy and disbelief in his eyes. "He's saying it's me." Jiang Yu nodded and smiled. When Jiang Yu skillfully called out the tribesmen's names, the hesitant tribesmen finally became convinced. This strange yet familiar extraordinary eagle man before them was truly their Jiang Yu. However, this Jiang Yu before them had changed drastically, no longer the ordinary tribesman they remembered. Just as Jiang Yu was about to ask his tribesmen why there were only about 30 of them left, the Wangting Eagleman from before flew over again and asked excitedly, "Sir, are you the newly promoted extraordinary Eagleman?" Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. "That's right." Wangting Ingren was immediately delighted and said quickly, "In that case, please come with me to see the king. The king will surely be delighted to see you." Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, but was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he asked, "What are the benefits of meeting the king?" The Eagle King was taken aback for a moment, then replied with some pride, "Leaving the tribe, entering the royal court, and becoming a full-fledged Legion member, isn't that the greatest honor and opportunity?" Jiang Yu pressed the issue again. "What about my people?" Wang Tinjing listened with disdain. "The people of our tribe are nothing but lowly people, like the grass in the wilderness, growing and reproducing endlessly. My lord, you only need to take your loved ones with you." After saying this, the Eagle King pointed to the west and said with reverence, "The Eagle King's court is located on the top of Tianshan Mountain. It is rich in resources and close to the temple of His Majesty, the Thunder Titan. That is where the strong belong." Jiang Yu's disgust deepened after hearing this. The royal court is so indifferent and condescending to the tribe. It's no wonder they'll become monsters in the future. Jiang Yu suppressed his anger, knowing that his current strength was still weak and it was not appropriate for him to confront Wang Ting head-on, so he could only endure it temporarily. Jiang Yu said, "The tribe gave birth to me and raised me, and I have no intention of abandoning it just yet. But regarding the audience with the king, I would like to ask for your recommendation, big brother." The Eagle King of the royal court didn't take it seriously and laughed heartily. "You tribal-born transcendents always think this way at first, but once you meet the royal court, you'll change your mind sooner or later. Come on, I'll take you to see the king." After Jiang Yu pacified his people, he followed the royal court Eaglemen to the royal court's headquarters. After entering the camp, Jiang Yu discovered that a large number of extraordinary Eaglemen had gathered here, with a strong aura and strict discipline. When he came to the main tent, Jiang Yu saw a fat Eagle King wearing a feather crown sitting on the throne, talking with a middle-aged eagle. Jiang Yu immediately sensed that although this Eagle King was far less powerful than the Thunder Titan, he was still far superior to himself, who had just entered the realm of transcendence. The Eagle King glanced at Jiang Yu casually, his voice flat and without a trace of emotion. Now that you have stepped from the ranks of the lowly race into the transcendent, you should serve my royal court and protect the throne in the future. Go down. After the Eagle King finished speaking, he instructed his attendants, give him 2 doses of wind feather jade dew, and have the priest explain to him the career path after becoming a transcendent. The introducer, standing nearby, was immediately overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, your majesty. Jiang Yu glanced at Wang, Ting Ingren, and understood in his heart. It turns out that behind the audience was the merit of being rewarded. However, when Jiang Yu heard the words career path, he was still attracted and quickly responded with a thank you. Thank you, your majesty. Jiang Yu knew that in the 5th chapter, every extraordinary person would have to advance through a class. Warriors, mages, priests, warlocks, druids. There were many types, and each class had a complete growth path, even leading directly to legend. But in this era, the career system is clearly not mature yet. Doubts arose in Jiang Yu's mind. After receiving the wind feather jade, due from the attendant, Jiang Yu continued on his way to the priest. There, a female Eagleman in a gray-white robe stood before the altar, her eyes calm. The priestess looked at Jiang Yu and said, you have become a transcendent. Next, you must choose your career path. The key to advancement is determining your career path. If your career is strong, you will embark on the path of legend in the future. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help asking, then where should we, the Eagle people, find jobs? When the priestess heard this, her brows immediately frowned, as if she didn't quite understand. The priestess asked, what do you mean by taking a job? There are only 2 career paths, bloodline inheritance or self-invention. Jiang Yu was stunned and blurted out, if I can't take a job, how can I become a legend? The priestess couldn't help but laugh, her eyes filled with sarcasm. Ah, legend? How dare you dream? Currently, in the entire continent of Furland, there are only a few professions capable of becoming legends. Only the Sky Warriors of the royal family, who possess the complete path, can advance to legend. As for you, without a bloodline inheritance, you can only explore and forge your own career path step by step. The priestess looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of ridicule. You have no inheritance from your ancestors, so you can only rely on yourself and figure it out bit by bit. Jiang Yu was not angry, but was shocked in his heart. Jiang Yu finally understood that the future employment system was the result of the accumulation and construction of countless predecessors. And now, Jiang Yu himself was actually the one who planted the tree. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and asked solemnly, then, Master Priest, please tell me how to create a profession? The priestess said solemnly, take something extraordinary to stimulate spiritual vision. The wind feather jade is it. The priestess said, then enter meditation, touch the sea of spirituality, and build a career framework based on your physique, attributes, will, and spirit. The priestess said, remember, don't be too ambitious. If your profession doesn't match yours, you'll be doomed from the start. Creating a profession is like rowing against the current. Do you understand? Jiang Yu replied, well, I understand. Then go out. The priestess waved her hand, turned around, and ignored him. Chapter 9. The Majesty of the Titans. After coming out of the priest's tent, Jiang Yu did not stop, but left the royal court directly and flew towards the camp where his family members were. Although the war was won, it was not a good time to leave. Before leaving, the Eagle Man from the royal court specifically told Jiang Yu that if he couldn't let go of the tribe, he could go back first, and the king didn't stop him. When the Eagle King spoke these words, his tone was so confident that he seemed certain that Jiang Yu would return to serve the king sooner or later. This confidence was not shared by just the Eagle King, but by almost the entire Eagle King. Then Wang Tinjing added that a grand celebration would be held in 3 days, and all tribes must be present to cheer and pay tribute to the victory of Thunder Titan Atre. Jiang Yu didn't comment, just nodded, and then quickly rushed back to the camp where the tribesmen had gathered. This time, Jiang Yu truly saw the aftermath of the battle. The original number of people was almost gone. Only a few dozen Eaglemen remained of the entire tribe, scarred and desolate. Those who survived resembled the walking dead, their eyes bleak and lifeless. The war had practically drained them of their blood and soul. Meanwhile, the royal court remained aloof, uncaring about the fate of these untouchables. Jiang Yu finally spoke up and asked the tribesmen for details. Aseng, an elder in the tribe, explained in a deep voice that after Jiang Yu led the flying dragon away, they were temporarily recruited by a group of Wang Tinjing people and incorporated into the vanguard. The so-called vanguards were, in reality, cannon fodder, thrown to the front lines of the battlefield to confront the Blue Dragon King's Griffin army. Over a dozen of their tribesmen perished instantly, and if it weren't for the bronze armor Jiang Yu had left them, even fewer would have survived. The Eaglemen of the royal court always come last in every battle, responsible only for issuing orders, said Asen, his expression heavy. And us Eaglemen of the tribe are treated as expendable. In every battle, we suffer the most casualties. After hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes darkened completely, and anger surged in his chest. Jiang Yu secretly made up his mind. After returning to the tribe this time, he would never pay attention to any orders from the royal court again. As for the old base in Gaoman Mountain, we can no longer linger there. We must migrate as soon as we find a safer place. After all, a year from now, the world-shaking war between the Titans and the Dragons will erupt. By then, not only will the royal court, but even the entire Eagle civilization be able to survive is uncertain. 3 days passed in a flash, and the celebration day arrived as planned. Jiang Yu and his people remained in the camp, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Supreme Being, the Thunder Titan, as instructed. At noon, the sun was high in the sky, scorching hot. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and with the sound of thunderous footsteps, a colossal figure over 200 meters tall slowly approached. It was him, Thunder Titan Atre, a mythical being, today's protagonist. Every step Atre took seemed to crush the earth, and lightning streamed from his body like a waterfall. Atre fashioned a helmet from the Blue Dragon King's head and wore it on his own head. Blood still dripped, and the stench was pungent. That massive body was like a mountain spanning the heavens and earth, towering like a god, seemingly looking down upon the entire world. Atari looked down at the dense mass of creatures at his feet, his eyes filled with indifference and contempt. In Atari's eyes, all these intelligent creatures, even those with language and civilization, were nothing more than a group of slightly more successfully evolved ants. If the King of Titans had not reminded Atre that these low-level intelligent beings contained some secret to becoming a god, Atre would not have wanted to take a second look at them. Atre finally spoke, his voice like thunder, piercing the heavens and shaking them. My servants, cheer for your master. The great Titan will eventually rule over everything on the continent of Furland. The moment Atari's words fell, the sky and the earth roared, the air seemed to freeze, and all things bowed their heads. The thunderous pressure instantly enveloped the entire vast sea forest. Thousands of races fell to their knees, breathing hard, their consciousness blurred, unable to even lift their heads. This was the might of the Titan demigod. Even the aura he casually exuded was enough to make all the low-level creatures on the continent kneel down in submission. Jiang Yu also knelt on the ground with weak knees. His whole body felt like it was being pressed down by a huge mountain, and his breathing almost stopped. But at this moment, the Titan blood and dragon blood that had once bathed Jiang Yu's body suddenly became active, and a force that resisted pressure surged from the bottom of his heart. The next second, Jiang Yu suddenly raised his head and looked up at the giant standing on the top of the cloud. His eyes were fiery and unyielding. Thunder burned in Jiang Yu's pupils, and a sentence emerged in Jiang Yu's mind. If Atari can become a god, I, Jiang Yu, may not be unable to do so. He can replace him. Chapter 10, Career Path, Thunder Rider. After the Titan celebration, the various tribes of Furland continent left one after another. The Eagle King also returned to Tianshan with his subordinates, leaving behind only a cold order. All tribes should disband. Jiang Yu was the last to leave, and took the little turtle and the cyan stone away in the chaos. Jiang Yu knew that this land, once ravaged by blood, would surely see another battle in the future, and it was not a place to stay for long. On the way back, Jiang Yu led his people north, preparing to return to the Gao Mansion tribe. Although more than a dozen people died in this war, compared to the tragedy of their fathers being wiped out before, it was a blessing in disguise. A few days later, they finally returned to the Gao Mansion tribe. When the tribesmen saw their returning relatives, many of them wept with joy, while those eagle people who had lost their loved ones burst into tears. Jiang Yu's heart was also heavy. After all, Jiang Yu had promised to bring everyone back, but now more than a dozen of his people had died on the battlefield. This debt made Jiang Yu hard to let go. What shocked the tribesmen even more was Jiang Yu's current appearance and aura. The once ordinary boy now had wings brimming with lightning, a towering figure, and had already entered the realm of transcendence, far surpassing his former self. Several older eagle people even shed tears of excitement. They knew that people like Jiang Yu were the hope for the future of the entire tribe. That evening, the tribe held a simple yet heartwarming celebration. There was food, drink, and hope, and long-lost laughter echoed across Gaoman Mountain. The next morning, Jiang Yu hid the shimmering bluestone under his bed. He also made a nest for the little turtle and solemnly introduced it to the tribe. The little turtle already possessed wisdom, like a newborn child, full of curiosity about the world. Coupled with its small size, adorable appearance, and the power of thunder, it quickly became a favorite among the children of the tribe. Even the eagle mothers of the tribe loved it so much that they considered it a member of the family. In the following days, Jiang Yu took the young falconers out hunting. With his extraordinary strength, Jiang Yu was almost invincible, not only replenishing food, but also greatly boosting morale. The tribe finally settled down temporarily, and Jiang Yu could finally do what he really wanted to do: practice in seclusion and create his own career path. Jiang Yu told his tribe not to disturb him during this time, and then returned to his cabin to meditate. Jiang Yu took out the magical bluestone again and sat cross-legged on it. This piece of bluestone can help Jiang Yu complete his extraordinary awakening. Naturally, it is not an ordinary thing. Maybe it can even help Jiang Yu build his professional core. Then Jiang Yu took out the Fengyu Jade Dew, a precious spiritual object unique to Tianshan Mountain, which is said to have the miraculous effect of opening up spiritual vision. The drug melted in his mouth, and soon, Jiang Yu entered a deep meditative state. During meditation, his consciousness seemed to be brought into another world, where spiritual particles floated in the void, colorful and vibrant. The richest and most intimate color among them was purple. Jiang Yu suddenly realized, this is the element of thunder, the core of his extraordinary power. Jiang Yu concentrated his mind and gathered his energy, guiding the power of thunder into his consciousness, resonating with it. Soon, Jiang Yu seemed to have stepped into a vast ocean composed of spiritual particles, the sea of spirituality. In this spiritual sea, Jiang Yu began to conceive of his own career model. My power comes from thunder, my race grants me flight, and my will is as firm as a rock. Combined with the memories of a time traveler, I must forge a unique and extraordinary path. The thunder element gathered in Jiang Yu's consciousness, as if responding to Jiang Yu's will. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out one after another, breaking the tranquility of the spiritual sea. Ding! Player triggers the inauguration mission. Ding! Player attempts to open the extraordinary path selection. System error. Abnormal inauguration path. Incompatible template. System error. Task logic conflict. Insufficient conditions. System error. Inauguration failed. Restarting the repair process. System repair failed. Information poured in like a torrent, wave after wave, and Jiang Yu's consciousness seemed to be trapped in a black hole of program collapse. Jiang Yu felt that the sea of spirituality began to shake, the colors kept surging and distorting, and the power of thunder was almost drained from it. But amidst this chaos, a new path suddenly emerged. Ding! Player template changed. New template. NPC. Current level. Elite. Job successfully obtained. Class. Thunderbender. At this moment, Jiang Yu regained consciousness, his eyes opened, and lightning flashed in his pupils. Jiang Yu. Finally, he had successfully created his first career path. Chapter 11: The battle between titans and dragons breaks out. Inside the wooden house, he opened the panel. Name: Jiang Yu. Race: Eagleman, bloodline mutation. Template: ordinary player, not available yet. Template: NPC, elite. Occupation: Thunderide. Age: 16. Attributes: Strength 15, Constitution 10, Spirit 15, Agility 15, Charm 6. Level: Unlocked, sealed, to be unlocked after the game starts. Skills: Throwing, Mastery, Spear, Mastery, Thunder Force, Superb. Skill points: Unlocked, to be unlocked after the game starts. Talent: Champions will, you possess exceptional insight and reflexes, and your combat awareness is unmatched. Mission system. Unlocked, unsealed, to be unlocked after the game is launched. Game start countdown. 3,650,100 days, 7 hours and 12 minutes. Jiang Yu looked at the system panel and saw that all his attributes had increased, and he also unlocked the profession and NPC templates. He said with some amusement, "The player unlock should be in the 5th chapter, and this NPC template makes it look like I'm an elite monster now." Then he closed the system panel. At this stage, this thing was like a mirror for him to reflect his own strength. He stood up, opened the door, and walked out of the cabin. Guarding outside was an Eagleman warrior wearing bronze armor and holding a bronze spear. He was happy to see Jiang Yu appear. You're out." Jiang Yu patted his shoulder and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Liang." "Haha, guarding the door for you isn't hard at all." Liang laughed. "Okay, now that I'm out of seclusion, you don't have to stay here anymore. Go and get busy." Jiang Yu smiled. I'm free now. Can you let me see what level of strength you have reached now?" Liang Haoqi asked. Every eagle person envied to become an extraordinary person. If we talk about strength, the deer-type monster we encountered before should not be my opponent. After saying that, Jiang Yu raised a bronze spear, exerted a little force, and the tip of the spear was surrounded by purple thunder. He exerted all his strength and threw it out of the village. With a loud bang, a large pit with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the ground. "That's amazing." Liang and the eagle people who noticed the movement exclaimed in admiration. "With you here, our Gale Mansion tribe is finally becoming stronger." Jiang Yu looked at the cheering tribesmen and felt very happy. After taking office, he could see an extraordinary future and had the hope of becoming stronger step by step, especially the baptism of the blood of titans and dragons, which greatly enhanced his physical potential. Given enough time, he believed that he would have no problem at least advancing to the legendary level. After all, he had experience from his previous life, so he wouldn't be too far behind. In the following days, Jiang Yu arranged for his tribesmen to forge more bronze weapons and armor and to store food. He also often flew out of Gaoman Mountain to explore the surrounding environment to see if there were any places suitable for the eagle people to hide and live in seclusion. The ultimate battle between titans and dragons is about to begin. Even legends may not survive, let alone him, a transcendent professional who has just advanced. After some searching, we found quite a few habitats of Warcraft. After exploring the surroundings, Jiang Yu decided to fly a little further. He packed his equipment for the journey, which took 7 days and 7 nights. After traveling 10,000 miles to the east, they arrived directly at the edge of the Eastern Sea. According to ancient legends, the ocean is the territory of the sea people. Except for titans and dragons, no one dares to settle on the coast. Jiang Yu flew around the coast for a few days and discovered a tall mountain standing on the shore of the sea. The surrounding area was rich in resources, but there was no trace of intelligent creatures except for a few magical beasts. This is simply a paradise bestowed by God upon the Gale Mansion tribe. When the war breaks out, I will bring my people here. No matter how terrifying the sea tribe is, can they compare to the battle between the titans and the dragons that nearly shattered the heavens and the earth? 1 year later, Jiang Yu was practicing in Gaoman Mountain as usual. It seemed that due to the effect of titan and dragon's blood, his practice speed was extremely fast. In 1 year, he was promoted from level 1 to level 5 of the Thunder Controller, reaching the first level of the Extraordinary, the official pinnacle of the level. The next stage is the second level of Transcendence, the Master Stage. So, he once again entered the sea of spirituality and created the advanced profession of the Thunder Master, the Wings of Thunder. This day, just as he was about to start a breakthrough on the Bluestone, the desolate sound of a bronze horn rang out. A sound like the wind came from above the clouds. "Call out your clan leader." When Jiang Yu came to the top of the stone cliff, the Eagleman messenger seemed surprised that Jiang Yu was actually an extraordinary Eagleman, and his tone softened a little. He declared, holding up his stone spear, "The royal court has issued an order to recruit all the young and strong Eaglemen from the Gale Mansion tribe to go to the Eaglemen's ancestral home, Tianshan, and await deployment." When Jiang Yu heard this, something suddenly popped up in his mind. The war that will destroy heaven and earth has finally begun. Chapter 12, The Wind Messenger. On the cliff, Jiang Yu looked at the envoy of the Eagle King's court who was high above, feeling the familiar breath of the rolling wind and clouds. but without the original sense of oppression. It's nothing. Now he is also a second-level extraordinary professional. The extraordinary level of this messenger is only the master level. When he was in the Hanhai forest, he inquired about the strength and occupation of the royal court's messenger. The envoys of the Eagle King's court usually have the following occupation: messenger. They belong to the same eagle family and sent messengers out. Arrange a first-level extraordinary messenger to a nearby place. For places farther away like Gaoman Mountain, we send the advanced profession of messenger, the wind messenger. However, since the birth of the messenger profession, the strongest one is only at the third stage of the extraordinary level, the wind walker. But it is difficult to achieve. There is only one wind walker in the messenger family now, and he is usually dispatched by the Thunder Titan to transmit information between the Titans and various tribes. The biggest feature of the courier profession is its extremely fast speed. Jiang Yu's thoughts flashed through his mind, and he looked at the Eagleman messenger in the air and straightened his body for the first time. He laughed. "Messenger, do you know that if all the young and strong men in the tribe are withdrawn, how would the remaining people of my tribe survive?" The Eagle messenger frowned upon hearing this. Every Eagleman must serve the royal court unconditionally. This is an iron rule from ancient times to the present. The people of the tribe are as lowly as grass. If you can survive, then survive. If you can't, then forget it. You are a noble and extraordinary person. Why do you have to mix with a bunch of lowly people and degenerate yourself? After hearing this, Jiang Yu could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. If the royal court really treats us like its own people, then we will naturally die for it. But if the royal court treats us like ants, why should we risk our lives for it? The eagle messenger was furious when he heard this. How dare you, as an eagle man, lucky enough to reach the transcendental realm, yet you dare to slander the royal court, speak wildly, and disobey orders. Today, I will execute you. After he finished speaking, he raised the stone spear high, and the gray-black wings behind him surged with wind and clouds. A strong wind was added to his body, and he rushed towards Jiang Yu as fast as lightning. He was not worried about not being able to take down Jiang Yu. My family's extraordinary heritage has been improved from generation to generation. How can it be compared with a wild way? Below on the cliff, the eagle people of Gaoman Mountain felt the strong wind coming down from the sky and showed fear on their faces. However, there was no fear on Jiang Yu's face, but rather a high fighting spirit. He took a step forward, holding the bronze sword horizontally, and a violent purple lightning power filled the sword and roared loudly in the direction of the eagle messenger. 11 years ago, my father died in the royal court's conscription. A year ago, my people and I almost died in the vast sea forest. Messenger, I have long wanted to kill you. The eagle man's messenger took the initiative to attack him, which was exactly what he wanted. He was not sure catching up with the wind messenger, who was a messenger. The only way was to kill him when he took the initiative to attack. In an instant, the two collided. The power of the strong wind and thunder collided violently, like a sad song played between heaven and earth. Blood splattered everywhere, and the two gray-black wings were cut off in an instant. It turned out that at the moment of contact, the sword and the stone spear collided, and the power of wind and thunder intertwined. At this moment, the wings behind Jiang Yu exploded like a thundering python. The powerful thunder pulled several bronze swords behind him to slash at the wings of the eagle messenger, cutting it off in one fell swoop. The messenger who lost his wings had his strength cut in half, and he could no longer have the same extreme speed as before. The eagle messenger was both shocked and angry for a moment. However, Jiang Yu had an iron will and pursued him, soon beating him until he was covered in blood and wounds. Can't run away, can't fight. Seeing that he was going to die in this desolate place, the eagle man messenger made up his mind and knelt down in front of Jiang Yu. I lost. Please spare my life, sir. I have a lot of extraordinary spiritual objects in exchange for my life. However, Jiang Yu's expression was extremely cold. No need for that. My Gao Mansion's blood feud for generations will begin with you. After saying this, he chopped off the head of the eagle messenger who was kneeling on the ground without hesitation. Chapter 13 Heaven Mountain. Under the scorching sun, the clouds dispersed and the strong wind stopped. On the cliff, Jiang Yu held the head of an eagle man in his hand. He turned to look at his tribesmen who were trembling with fear at the scene and smiled. My tribesmen, do you still remember the great expeditions that the Eagle King's court carries out every 10 years? Every time we were called up, Our fathers and grandfathers rarely returned. The Gao-Mansion tribe has been in decline and has nearly been wiped out several times. This is not treating us as human beings. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the Eagle people in the tribe gradually changed from fear to hatred. Jiang Yu saw that their fighting spirit had been aroused and nodded in his heart. Then he continued, "Blood feuds can be avenged even after 9 generations. Today I will slay their messenger. In the future, when we are strong enough, we will set foot on Mount Tian Shan and personally ask the Eagle King on the throne, are the people of this tribe truly ants? Are we really ants? No, no, no." The loud roar shook Gaoman Mountain, and the anger of the tribesmen was completely ignited. Jiang Yu and other tribesmen stopped roaring and continued. "Then, starting today, we will pack our bags and migrate. On the eastern coast, there's a tall mountain. It's rich in resources, has a beautiful environment, and is undeveloped. It's the very place where my Gao-Mansion tribe rose to prominence. Migrate, migrate." In fact, at this time, if the envoy of the Eagle King's court was killed, all the Eagle people of Gaoman Mountain would share the same fate. No one objects. 3 days later, the Eaglemen of the Gao-Mansion tribe packed their luggage and followed Jiang Yu to fly eastward. In the sky, looking at the village with wooden houses below, Jiang Yu thought to himself, "One day I will come back." A month later, after a long journey, the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe, led by Jiang Yu, finally arrived at the mountains on the coast of the East China Sea. The Eagle people discovered that the scenery here was indeed beautiful, and the resources were rich as Jiang Yu had described. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy. In midair, Jiang Yu and his tribesmen flew slowly. Behind them, the eagle warrior Liang suddenly said happily, "This mountain will be our home from now on. Please give a name." Jiang Yu nodded happily after hearing this. He looked at the tall and majestic mountain, and the famous mountains and rivers of his previous life flowed through his heart. He laughed. "This mountain is majestic and magnificent, like a gift from heaven. I actually wanted to call it Tian Shan, but Tian Shan is the residence of the Eagle King clan, so I'll add a word and call it Heaven Mountain. Paradise Hill, what a great name." The Eagle people don't understand what Paradise Mountain means. Only Jiang Yu knows the infinite ambition hidden in his heart. It's still early. After observing for a while, Jiang Yu and the Eaglemen landed near the cliff. They began to cut down trees and build wooden houses with the bronze axes they had prepared long ago. In less than a month, a wooden house village similar to the former Gaoman Mountain tribe appeared on the high mountains. That's all. The Gao-Mansion tribe began to recuperate on the coast of the East China Sea, and in the entire continent of Furland. The Titans and the ancient dragons have been beaten to a pulp. Not only did many Titans and ancient dragons suffer casualties, but almost all races among the myriad races of Furland suffered heavy casualties. Demigods bled, legends fell, and the entire world was in darkness. 20 years later, the coast of the East China Sea, the Gao-Mansion tribe already has a population of more than 1,000. This day, Jiang Yu was practicing on the cliff. Sudden, from the distant western forest came a loud, angry shout. "Azuna, do you really want to die with me?" Chapter 14. Azuna, the Titan of Light. Jiang Yu, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were as bright as purple stars, and his aura had increased significantly compared to 20 years ago. At the second level of transcendence, the practice of professional thunder wings has reached the highest level. He looked towards the distant west and saw a sound of earth shaking coming quickly. Soon, an ancient dragon and a Titan giant over 100 meters tall appeared in his sight. The ancient black dragon is pure black all over, and its scales shine with metallic brilliance, but he is not in good condition at the moment, with bloodstains all over his body. The Titan is a female Titan who wears a wreath of vines on her head, has a beautiful face, fair skin, and a graceful figure. If her size were reduced 100 times, she would be the human beauty that Jiang Yu often saw on the internet in his previous life. Faced with the sudden arrival of the Titans and the ancient dragons, Jiang Yu was extremely confused, but this did not affect his decision. How could it be that the Titans and the ancient dragons would fight here? He called over several adult Eaglemen and gave them instructions. "Hurry, follow the rules set by the tribe, and take the tribe members to hide in the refuge cave." "Yes, Patriarch." Faced with Jiang Yu's order, several Eaglemen quickly agreed. For the past 20 years, all Eagle people have obeyed Jiang Yu's orders. Seeing several adult Eagle men quickly take action, Jiang Yu nodded. He looked to the west, hesitated for a moment, then flapped his wings and quietly flew west. In a western forest thousands of miles away, the Titan giantess raised the spear in her hand high, completely ignoring her serious injuries, and stabbed it hard in the reverse scale of the ancient black dragon. Golden blood immediately gushed out. Mephite, you killed my brother. Today, you will rest here with me. Seeing that it was unlikely for it to survive today, the ancient dragon sighed and sneered. Well, Asuna, I'm not at all disappointed to be buried with a Titan beauty like you. As he spoke, the dark aura around him surged, almost filling the sky. The sky and the earth were pitch black. A pure black dragon claw stretched out from the dark aura, and like a sharp sword, it fiercely pierced into the full chest of the Titan female giant. Asuna endured the severe pain and almost exhausted all her power of light. The light broke through the darkness, and the spear of light, carrying unparalleled light, was sent into the black dragon's head. The explosive collision of light and darkness destroyed all the trees within Jiang Yu's sight almost in an instant. There is chaos between heaven and earth. Even though Jiang Yu saw something was wrong and retreated quickly, he was distracted for a moment by the explosion and fell to the ground. When the dust settled, Jiang Yu got up from the ground and looked around. The forest within a radius of thousands of miles was completely destroyed. The aura of darkness and light intertwined on it, making it a truly barren land. In the center of this vast barren land, the bodies of a female Titan and an ancient black dragon lay quietly on the ground. It's amazing. Jiang Yu flew above the two ancient demigods, not afraid of the aura of the ancient overlord emanating from their corpses. He sighed softly with a smile on his lips. A dead Titan and a dead ancient dragon. God blesses my clan. I've already figured out how to use you. The corpse of a demigod is immortal enough to be passed down through the ages. If it is hidden secretly, it will become a treasure passed down through the family. After sighing for a while and looking at the golden blood flowing on the ground, Jiang Yu felt a little distressed. I have to go get the blue stone. This blood can't be wasted. Chapter 15, The Origin of the Winged People. Do what you say. Jiang Yu first returned to the base and announced the news that the danger was over. Then he asked the tribesmen to prepare bronze tools and find 2 places in the belly of Mount Heaven that were large enough to accommodate the corpses of the Titan and the dragon, and dig 2 large pits. He wanted to hide them and use them for a long time. Then, he picked up the blue stone and flew to the place where the Titan and the dragon died together. When he arrived at his destination again, the blood of the 2 demigod creatures no longer flowed, and the bodies of the demigods were extraordinary. But beneath their bodies, several pools of golden blood still gathered. At the same time, because the forces of light and darkness cannot coexist, there was a sizzling sound where the blood of the 2 sides intertwined, as if something was being constantly worn away and then decaying together. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu gave up the idea of bathing in the blood of Titan and dragon together. But you have to choose between light and darkness, Titans and dragons. At this time, he looked at his appearance and felt that he still tended to be a humanoid creature. So he came to the pool of blood formed by the blood of the Titans and jumped down holding the blue stone. In just a moment, a pain that penetrated deep into his bones swept through his body, and he felt that every inch of his skin and cells was burning. It was as if he was being reforged, his whole body was being hammered like parts, and there was also a sense of deadly violence. His blood was being drawn out and pressed in again. But soon, the blue stone began to emit a bright light, and a cool feeling spread throughout the body. The violent feeling was eliminated, and the blood mutation calmed down. Jiang Yu only had time to breathe a sigh of relief before the intense pain, as if he had fallen into the 18 levels of hell, came back again. It hurts so much. This time, there was no lake water to dilute it. He was purely soaked in the blood of the Titan. Outside of his mind, the system kept ringing, but he didn't have the energy to check. He went back and forth like this for 3 days and 3 nights. When he could no longer feel the pain and only relied on a strong will to support his unyielding consciousness, only 1/10 of the Titan's blood in the depression remained, and its brilliance was gone, just like ordinary things. Jiang Yu finally came to his senses. He first checked his body and found that the gray and black feathers in his wings had all fallen off and were replaced by white feathers. His hair also turned completely silver, and the feathers on his entire body, including his face, except for his wings, also faded away, revealing his handsome face and fair skin. Because he bathed in the blood of the Light Titan, his charm was greatly enhanced. What surprised him most was that his claws and paws had completely transformed into hands and feet, no different from the humans in his previous life. With human-like hands and feet, he can do so many things, and his combat effectiveness is greatly improved. Only then did he have time to look at the system panel. As soon as the panel is opened, a large amount of system information pops up. You bathe in the blood of the Titan, and your attributes changed. You bathe in the blood of the Titans, and your bloodline began to change. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan, all attributes are improved. You bathe in the blood of the Titans, your will is enhanced. You bathe in the blood of the Titans, and you awaken the power of light. You have bathed in the blood of the Titans. Your Eagleman bloodline has completely mutated. Please name your new bloodline. Panel. Name, Jiangyu. Race, Eagleman. Completely mutated. Please name it yourself. Template. Ordinary player. Not available yet. Template. NPC. Master level. Occupation. Thunderwing. Age. 36. Attributes. Strength 25. Constitution 20. Spirit 25. Agility 25. Charm 30. Level. Unlocked. Sealed. To be unlocked after the game starts. Skills. Throwing. Mastery. Spearmanship. Mastery. Swordsmanship. Master. Thunder Force. Exceptional. Light Force. Exceptional. Skill points. Unlocked. Unlocked. To be unlocked after the game starts. Talent. Champion's Will. You possess exceptional insight and reflexes, and your combat awareness is unmatched. Mission system. Unlocked. Unsealed. To be unlocked after the game is launched. Game start countdown. 3,643,100 days, 4 hours and 19 minutes. When Jiangyu saw the name of that race, curiosity flashed in his eyes. He wanted to name it an angel, but as soon as the thought came to his mind, he felt a great terror suddenly appear, and he quickly gave up. If one's virtue does not match his position, he will be punished by heaven. Since I can't become an angel, I might as well become a winged person first. System. The new race is named Winged People. Jiangyu said decisively. Congratulations to the player for successfully naming the race. Eagleman has been changed to Wingman. Chapter 16. Evolution of Pond Building. Back above Mount Paradise, Jiangyu saw that 2 large pits with a radius of 100 meters were almost completed in the belly of the mountain. In 3 days, it was not too easy for almost all the Eaglemen to dig 2 pits. Seeing that everyone was busy, Jiangyu landed and worked together to complete the final steps. When the Eagle people saw Jiangyu appear, although the breath was very familiar, they did not dare to recognize him for a moment. Before, Jiangyu looked a bit like an Eagleman, but now, he is very different from an Eagleman. If you must say, he looks like a Titan with wings, but shrunk 100 times. Among the Eaglemen, an old Eagleman spoke. You, is that you? Liang, it's me. Jiangyu nodded. The friends who grew up together are all old now. In ancient times, the lifespan of ordinary Eagle people was only about 50 years old. They failed to be promoted to extraordinary level and gradually grew old. Great, you become stronger again. We're one step closer to our goal of revenge. Liang laughed happily. The Eagle people also showed happy and proud expressions. Yeah, it won't be too far. Jiangyu took over the conversation and spoke loudly to the tribesmen. However, it would be difficult for me to crush the Tianshan royal court alone. Now, I found a good way to make my people stronger together with me. How can it succeed? Our tribe doesn't even have a single Eagleman with extraordinary qualifications. The tribesmen were all confused. Jiangyu explained loudly. I evolved and grew stronger because of the blood of the Titans, and now the blood of the Titans is right before my eyes. My tribesmen, I want you to dig 2 large pits. Not only will you bury the dead Titans and dragons, but you will also use their blood to transform the tribesmen. I will build a pond here so that all my people can bathe in the blood of the Titans. But legend has it that the blood of the Titans cannot be touched. Anyone who touches it will spontaneously combust and die. Some tribesmen were puzzled. I have my own way, Jiangyu said firmly. 1 day later, 2 large pits large enough to accommodate Titans and dragons formed in the belly of the mountain. Jiangyu brought all the young and strong men in the tribe and rushed to a place 10,000 miles away. They pulled back the two huge monsters one by one and buried them in a huge pit. After being buried in the giant pit, Jiangyu established a forbidden area outside the pit where the ancient black dragon was buried and built a pool with a radius of 100 meters above the buried Titan of Light. He broke the blue stone into pieces and sprinkled it evenly on the bottom of the pool, then cut a hole in the female Titan's body, allowing a trickle of golden blood to flow continuously into the pool. After doing all this, he then summoned all the tribesmen to bathe together in the small pond. After bathing in the Titan's blood for the first time, only a small number of Eaglemen changed. But Jiangyu required the Eagle people in the tribe to come here to bathe once every 7 days. That's all. As time goes by, their feathers began to fade away, their beaks slowly fell off, their gray-black feathers began to turn white, and their hands and feet moved towards humans. But no one has ever awakened the extraordinary. It's really too difficult to be extraordinary. Another 20 years passed. On the top of Paradise Mountain, Jiangyu stood high up, overlooking the entire Paradise Mountain tribe. He has white wings on his back, silver hair, purple eyes, and a handsome face, like a little titan. At this time, the population of the Paradise Mountain tribe has reached 5,000, and they have undergone tremendous changes from their former appearance as Eagle people. Jiangyu estimated that in another 100 years, before the Titan's blood was exhausted, all his people would become like him. At that time, he, a member of the winged people, would no longer be alone. Looking at the increasingly large village below, which could even be called a small town, Jiangyu couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Liang, Sang, and Lai all failed to become extraordinary. Time is really a tormentor. All my former companions have died of old age. Chapter 17, Giant Wood Clan. Boss, don't be sad. I'm still here with you. Don't worry with my lifespan. I'm sure I'll live longer than you. Just as Jiangyu was sighing, a lazy boy's voice came from beside him. Jiangyu's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to look. I saw a little turtle imitating his posture, standing with its paws behind its back, standing on a stone. The little turtle pretended to look down at the mountains, as if overlooking his kingdom. Seeing his lively expression, Jiangyu couldn't help but laugh and scold. Xiaoba, if you can't comfort people, then don't talk. You've lived longer than me. Having said this, he suddenly paused. Didn't this little turtle live until the 5th chapter? He is now at the 3rd level of transcendence, the heroic level. Over the past 20 years, his corresponding profession also advanced from the 2nd level Thunder Wings to the 3rd level Holy Wing Walker. After being baptized by the blood of the Titan of Light, the potential of his power of light exceeded that of his power of thunder. Within 20 years, he made perfect use of the extraordinary powers of both and built them into his professional system. The 3rd level of transcendence is the strongest level below legend. Those who reach this stage are often called heroes by the world. Therefore, it is also called the heroic level. Their lifespan is also extended, and they can live for 500 years. Of course, this is what is said to ordinary intelligent races like them. The lifespan of some extraordinary creatures with extraordinary talents cannot be calculated by common sense, such as the little turtle in front of Jiangyu. This old antique has lived to the 5th chapter, and it is possible that he has some extraordinary blood in his body. Perhaps it was because Jiangyu's eyes were too absorbed. The little turtle couldn't help but shiver. Boss, why are you staring at me like that? It's so creepy. Jiangyu suddenly came back to his senses, touched its head, and said with a smile. Actually, you're right, Xiaoba. It's all thanks to you. Only after a long time will he not feel lonely. The sun gradually rises and the sea breeze blows up the mountain. Just as Jiangyu and the little turtle were joking, a winged figure filled with the power of light fell from the sky and came in front of Jiangyu. Chief, a troll tribe is heading this way from 10,000 miles to the west. Troll tribe. Jiangyu was stunned when he heard this. Why would a troll tribe come here? This is a coastal area. Is it possible that there are no more legends about the sea people on the continent today? He thought about it and made arrangements. Luo Air, call the Channy team and go with me to take a look. The Channy team consists of about a dozen tribesmen who have awakened extraordinary powers in the past 20 years. Influenced by the blood of the Titans, they're almost all awakened to the power of light. However, due to their extraordinary achievements, their morphological evolution is far more amazing than that of their peers. Except for their hands and feet, which have not fully evolved, all the feathers on their faces have fallen off, making them the closest to Jiangyu. After speaking to Luo Air, Jiangyu spoke to the little turtle. Xiaoba, You stay in the clan to prevent any accidents. Don't be fooled by the cute little turtle. It is actually a powerful master. Boss, I want to go with you. The little turtle's eyes, the size of green beans, were eager to try. Haha, Xiaoba, I don't mind you coming with me, but you don't have wings. The little turtle was immediately discouraged. Without wings, there are no mages in this era. Only legends can fly. All right, Luo Air, go get some help. We'll be leaving soon. Yes. Half an hour later, Luo Air appeared in front of Jiang Yu with a dozen extraordinary Eaglemen. Set off. Jiang Yu gave an order, picked up the bronze sword, and led everyone to the west. A few hours later, the sun is about to set and dusk is covering the world. Jiang Yu finally arrived above the troll tribe. He looked down and saw that it was a large troll tribe with a total of 10,000 people. But they looked very embarrassed, as if they were being expelled. Just as he was observing, a strong and powerful voice was heard from the troll tribe below. Who are you? Friend of the Eagle King's court in the sky. We are from the Giant Tree Clan, under the command of the Nature Titan. Please come down and meet us. Chapter 18, Crossing the Sea East. Nature Titan, Giant Wood Clan. Jiang Yu vaguely felt that the clan name of this troll tribe was somewhat familiar. However, after observing just now, the troll that spoke is already the strongest in this troll tribe and is at the heroic level. Jiang Yu felt a little relieved of his worries. Seeing the troll tribe's invitation, Jiang Yu wanted to go down and find out what the troll tribe was doing at the coast of the East China Sea. If these trolls go another 10,000 miles, they will reach the East China Sea. Do they want to be their neighbors? He said to Roll and other Eaglemen beside him. Roll and I will go down, and the rest of you, observe from the spot. Yes, Patriarch. After giving the order, Jiang Yu brought Luo Air to the troll tribe. The first words he spoke were, Troll, we're not the eagle people, but the winged people who have lived on this seashore for generations. The trolls who saw the faces of Jiang Yu and others clearly were also amazed. The troll chief, who shouted, sighed. I was mistaken. You possess a titan-like beauty, which is truly incomparable to the eagle people. He introduced himself. Sir, I am the patriarch of the Giantwood clan, long sent Giantwood. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Jiang Yu also responded politely. Hello, Lang Sent. I am Jiang Yu, the leader of the Winged clan. Then he asked directly, I want to know why the Jumu clan appeared on the shores of the East China Sea. Will they settle here in the future? Lang Sente smiled bitterly, seeming to realize that Jiang Yu did not welcome his tribe to come here. We will not settle here. We came to this place to cross the sea and go to another continent. Cross the sea? Jiang Yu was surprised. Crossing the sea in this era is not an easy task. Yes, we will cross the ocean and go to another continent. Lang Sent affirmed. Why, this is not a wise decision. Jiang Yu asked. I think so too, but this is the will of His Highness Tai Yiliner, the Nature Titan. Last will, has His Highness Tai Yiliner passed away? Yes, Lord Jiang Yu. Although Her Highness died in battle, she summoned us in her final days, told us a prophecy, and guided us to cross the sea eastward so that we would no longer suffer from the pain of war. Ronson explained. In fact, more importantly, they also hide the secret of the resurrection of the natural Titan giant Tailaner. So there's a reason why they must cross the east. But there is no need to tell Jiang Yu about this. I told him so much just to dispel Jiang Yu's suspicion and allow them to cross the sea smoothly. Too many of them had died along the way, and Lang Sent didn't want any more problems to arise at this critical juncture. Really, after listening to the description of the troll chief, Jiang Yu was still surprised by the troll tribe's decision to cross the sea to the east, but he did not ask too many questions and nodded. Understand, Lord Lang Sent. The winged people will not stop you from crossing the sea to the east. Thank you. Jiang Yu asked Lang Sente about the battle between the Titans and the ancient dragons. It was learned that the war between the two tribes was very fierce and had not stopped, but was showing signs of getting more intense. Countless lives have been lost in this war. It is truly a devastating loss. Lang Sent still looked frightened. In his opinion, even if they did not cross the river to the east, their tribe would suffer heavy losses in this war. Jiang Yu nodded when he heard this. He knew that the final result would be a loss for both sides, but he didn't know when this epic battle would end. Judging from the descriptions of the trolls, it will probably take a few more years. Afterwards, Jiang Yu took his men back. In the days that followed, he kept an eye on this troll tribe, just as they themselves said. The Giant Tree Clan cut down trees and built ships on the shores of the East China Sea day and night. 1 year later, This troll tribe of 10,000 people, called the Giantwood Clan, all boarded wooden boats and sailed across the ocean. Chapter 19. A Century of Changes. East China Sea, seaside. The wind is like a swing, and the waves are like flying flowers. Jiang Yu stood on the beach, looking at the Jimu clan that had disappeared from afar. Before leaving, the Jimu clan wanted to borrow some clansmen from Jiang Yu to serve as scouts for sailing on the sea. But in fact, if these scouts crossed the sea without a large army, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to return. However, Jiang Yu still found some young people in the tribe who were born with a spirit of adventure and asked them about their willingness. In the end, 50 people were willing to cross the ocean with the Giantwood Clan. Before leaving, in order to let these young people not forget their roots, Jiang Yu gave them a surname and put the name of the winged people on them in advance. So these 50 people took Feng as their surname, crossed the ocean, and became a branch of the Winged People clan. In the years that followed, Jiang Yu led the tribe to continue developing in this coastal area. As time went by, under the influence of the Titan's blood, the appearance of the tribesmen slowly changed into what Jiang Yu had imagined, and their extraordinary talents also gradually improved. The third 20 years of taking refuge on the shores of the East China Sea. The population of the Paradise Mountain tribe reached 10,000 people. There are nearly 100 extraordinary people. At this time, the war outside was equally fierce. Occasionally, intelligent creatures of other races who fled here would tell Jiang Yu about the situation of the war. Not only did the Titans and ancient dragons suffer heavy casualties, but half of the people of Furlan disappeared. The fourth 20 years of taking refuge on the shores of the East China Sea. The population of the Paradise Mountain tribe has reached 30,000. The number of extraordinary people increased to hundreds, and under the guidance of Jiang Yu, some extraordinary professions exclusive to the winged people appeared. For example, Sky Knight, Swordsman of Light, Guardian of Light, Sky Assassin, etc. Almost all of them are extraordinary professions with light attributes. However, because they are all first-generation creations, the upper limits of these professions are not high, and they're basically the first level of professions. Only the Swordsman of Light, with the help of Jiang Yu, became a Swordsman of Light with the upper limit of the second stage. Jiang Yu also wanted to pass on his profession, but unfortunately there were no extraordinary awakeners of light and thunder in the clan, so he had to give up. Fortunately, in this generation of the Swordsman of Light profession, there is another young man with extraordinary talent. He has advanced to the second level in just 30 years. Perhaps he will be able to raise the upper limit of the Swordsman of Light profession in the future. The sixth 20 years of taking refuge on the shores of the East China Sea. Jiang Yu finally reached the final stage of the Holy Wing Walker and was only one step away from becoming a legend. But he just couldn't break through this step. At this time, the Paradise Mountain tribe already had 100,000 people. In addition to Heaven Mountain as the Winged People's residence, there are villages and towns built by the Winged People on the surrounding mountains, large and small. At this time, almost all the new members of the tribe look similar to Jiang Yu in size. After hundreds of years, they no longer looked like the Eaglemen they once were, and became more like smaller winged titans. It was also in this year, Jiang Yu summoned all the tribesmen to Heaven Mountain and officially announced that they had separated from the Eagle Clan and established themselves as the Winged Clan. At the same time, the latest news from the outside world also reached the East China Sea. The Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor led the last of their tribesmen in the final battle on the Sky Plains and almost perished together. After the war, the Titan King and the ancient Dragon King disappeared without a trace. And at this moment, the far north of the continent of Furland, a place with continuous mountains and covered with snow, a group of goblins wearing thick fur clothes and riding dwarf wolves came to a heavy metal gate. Chapter 20. The Human Race appears. The leader of the team is one of the three legends of the Goblin Clan, the Great Sage Azeba. Great Sage, the ruins our men discovered are here. Among the Goblin cavalry, an exceptionally tall, middle-aged goblin knight glanced at the metal gate and spoke respectfully to an old goblin behind him. This old goblin wore a bone crown of an unknown creature on his head and held a jade-like spiritual tree scepter in his hand. After hearing the words of the goblin knight, a blue and white light flashed in the old goblin's green eyes, as if a mystery was brewing. It took him a long time to recover from his unknown and mysterious state. Under the astonished gazes of the goblin knights, the old goblin actually jumped down from the dwarf wolves in one step, knelt in front of the metal gate, and shouted excitedly and fanatically, "God bless my people! God bless my people!" The prophecy shows that there is something within that will make our people powerful and glorious. Oh, it's more than just powerful and glorious. If we get what's inside, we goblins can replace the titans and the ancient dragons and become the masters of all Furland. After the frenzy, he stepped in front of the middle-aged goblin knight and gave orders calmly. "Azir, I order you to return to the Goblin King's court as quickly as possible and meet with the Goblin King Amigwal. Have him send the most elite legions and the most skilled craftsmen in his tribe. Also, tell him that this place is related to the rise of our goblin race. It is more important than any situation we have discussed before." "Yes, great sage, I promise to pass the message on to the king." The middle-aged goblin knight responded loudly with a serious expression, patting his chest. 1 month later, a goblin army of nearly 10,000 people was stationed here. 3 months later, I don't know what method the goblins used, but the metal door was finally opened. A few years later, the people of Furland suddenly discovered that some intelligent creatures that looked like titans suddenly appeared among the goblins. But they're only 2 meters tall, their physique is also very average, and there is no trace of extraordinary aura on their bodies, but they are watched closely by the goblins. They call themselves the human race. Afterwards, the goblins suddenly appeared with many things that were difficult for the Furland tribe to understand. Some of these strange creations were so powerful that they could even threaten the remaining titans and dragons. The coast of the East China Sea. Paradise Mountain. Inside, the largest building on the top of the mountain. This is a magnificent building made of marble. Since the establishment of the Winged People tribe, the handsome Winged People have gradually abandoned their former eagle-like habits. They become fond of beautiful things and demand perfection in everything. The building is also average. Inside the building, Jiang Yu sat at the top, with 2 young men and women from the Winged People standing beside him. The male winged man stepped forward and reported, "Master, we have confirmed that the Titan King and the Ancient Dragon King were both badly defeated. The vast majority of titans and dragons perished in the battle. In that case, do we still need to implement our strategy of seclusion? According to intelligence, there are fewer than 10 titans left in the world, and there are slightly more primordial dragons, but only about a dozen. Furthermore, they are all seriously injured, and the subordinate races that originally belonged to the 2 races are beginning to become disunited. There is more important news. The goblins seem to be quietly contacting all other races." The female winged man also spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded slightly and asked, "So, how's the Eagle King's court doing lately?" The Eagle King was severely injured in the final battle, but he remains loyal to the severely injured Thunder Titan. And recently, they repelled the Goblin Messengers. I think I understand. This goblin tribe has rebellious intentions. However, to us, the Titans and the Eagle King's court are both enemies. The Eaglemen royal court is a blood feud. And as for the Titans, Jiang Yu doesn't think that the Titans will be nice to the Winged People after knowing that he has been using the Titan corpses for 100 years. He pondered for a moment and then gave the order. The war between the goblins and the Titans is unlikely to break out anytime soon. So, Claire, pass on my order that the Winged People will end their seclusion from now on and let their men shine more brightly on the land and in the sky of Furland. We want everyone to know that the Furland continent not only has intelligent sky races like the Eagle People, but also our East Sea Winged People. I believe that the Goblin's messenger will come to my heaven mountain soon. Chapter 21 Contract. 10 years later, the ancient dragons seemed to know some secret and hid themselves without a trace. The remaining titans and goblins are about to fall out with each other. The most powerful titan today, Thunder Titan, once wanted to personally punish the rebellious goblins, but he felt a deadly threat thousands of miles away from the goblin court. Just give up. He returned to the Titans' ancestral land to help his people recover from their injuries. Now, nearly 10 million goblins on the continent have gathered around the Goblin King's court and pledged allegiance to the Goblin King Amager. The Goblin Court treats its scattered tribesmen differently from the Eagle Court of the past. They provide food for the tribe, help them choose where to live, and train their extraordinary professionals. As a result, the goblin tribes that were originally scattered across the continent and belonged to different titans came together and jointly worshipped Amigel as their king. The Eaglemen court, the Snakeman court, the half-giant tribe, the Centaur court, and other races that are still loyal to the Titan giants have stood up and denounced the goblins' disloyalty, but they cannot change the fact that the goblins have become stronger. The mysterious human race that appeared in the goblin court was even more curious. Smart people have guessed that the rapid growth of the goblins is closely related to these human beings. At the same time, the reputation of the winged people gradually spread across the mainland. Intelligent races that can fly into the sky are actually quite rare. In particular, the winged people almost all have light-related abilities, and their professional system also has healing powers, which makes them more popular among all races on the continent. And when they meet in the sky, the winged people are more powerful than the eagle people. Because they have hands like humans, they can use bows and arrows to inflict heavy damage to the eagle people from a distance. This characteristic also makes the winged archers one of the most powerful troops in Furland. Even extraordinary professionals would have a headache when facing an organized army of winged people. This also made the Goblin Royal Court notice the importance of the winged people. When the first snowflakes of winter fell on Mount Heaven, the goblin's messenger arrived as expected. Paradise Mountain. A group of people dressed very fashionably compared to the people in the continent of Furland reached the top of the mountain. In this team, in addition to the short, slender, green-skinned goblins, there is also a human who looks like a winged man without wings. When the winged soldiers led the goblin delegation towards Jiangyu's tent, the goblin envoys fully demonstrated their qualities as envoys and members of the Furland clan. Only the human woman showed enough curiosity towards the winged people who were very similar to herself. He looked around all the way with a very rich expression. Come to the white stone castle where Jiangyu lives. The goblin envoys first demonstrated the etiquette for treating the king of a foreign race by touching their chests with their hands. Respected king of the winged people, we are messengers sent by our king, Amigel. We pay you our sincerest respects. Jiangyu also stood up with his white wings folded behind him. His purple eyes first glanced at the goblins, then looked at the human girl who stood out among the goblins like a crane among chickens, and said with a smile, "Welcome, envoys from the Goblin King's court." He did welcome it, and also had some strange feelings. The goblins in front of him were neatly dressed and kept very clean. They were fundamentally different from the goblins he often saw in the 5th chapter who could only survive in the wilderness. Seeing Jiangyu's kind attitude, the goblin envoys felt relieved, and the leading goblin envoy went straight to the point. The Titans and the ancient dragons have ruled Furland for eons, enslaving all races and relying solely on their mighty military power. Their arrogance and conceit have ignited wars that have devastated the continent, killing countless Furlandians and igniting the sky and earth. To this day, all races on the continent are complaining. Their resentment and anger towards the Titans and dragons have reached their peak. In my goblin tribe, under the leadership of the great sage, the high priest and the goblin king, has united all the tribes on the continent and is preparing to rise up and overthrow the rule of the Titans. According to the wishes of all races, we envoys are willing to represent the goblins and the various races of Furland and form an alliance with the winged people to join us in this grand event. I wonder what the winged king thinks. The messenger finished speaking in one breath, then raised his head and looked at Jiangyu, waiting for his answer. Seeing that the goblin messenger was so direct, Jiangyu also spoke directly. The winged people are willing to form an alliance with the goblin tribes to overthrow the rule of the Titans and dragons. But I don't know what benefits the Goblin King's court has promised my winged people. Isn't overthrowing the Titans and ruling the world your own the greatest benefit? The goblin messenger smiled. Jiangyu shook his head upon hearing this and spoke seriously. The winged people have lived on the coast for generations and have never submitted to the Titans. Now, with your terms, what difference does it make whether we join or not? The goblin messenger was a little depressed, but from his intelligence, the winged people race had indeed only appeared in Furland in the past 100 years, and had indeed never surrendered to the Titans or dragons. The leader of the goblin envoys remembered the great sage's instructions. The winged people possess the best air force on the Furland continent. We must fight for it. He sighed and said, "Respected winged king, the great sage and the goblin king did make a promise. If the winged people join the anti-Titan alliance, they can choose any place as their territory after the war. In addition, We are also willing to share some of the amazing goblin technology products with the winged people. Besides, there is the goblin messenger Balabalat has said a lot. Jiangyu finally nodded in satisfaction. Good. Please have the messenger deliver the covenant. My tribe is willing to sign a treaty with the goblins and jointly defeat the unjust titan. After the negotiations are over, both parties were very satisfied. Jiangyu ordered his tribesmen to prepare a night banquet to entertain the goblin delegation. Night. The winged people and goblins ate meat, drank wine, and celebrated and danced in front of the grand bonfire. The fiery red flames reflected on the faces of every creature present, and the girls of the winged people stood in front of the huge bonfire, singing and dancing, just when everyone is drinking and having fun. The human girl who followed the goblin delegation to Heaven Mountain quietly walked to Jiang Yu's side and spoke softly. Respected king of winged people, I have a question for you. Excuse me, messenger. May I ask the king of the winged people, are the ancestors of the winged people also from the sanctuary? Chapter 22 Promise. What? Shelter? Even though Jiang Yu was knowledgeable and a time traveler, he was still a little confused by the question. He looked at the human girl in front of him hesitantly and said hesitantly, Why do you say that? The human girl looked at Jiang Yu's expression and answer and immediately showed disappointment. The shelter is a high-tech creation built by humans at the end of the pre-era in order to avoid disasters and preserve their bloodline. Although over the endless years, a large number of shelters collapsed and the humans remaining inside died quietly. But the girl thought that there was also some human blood in her, which was why she decided to follow the goblin messenger to the winged people when she heard about their appearance and characteristics. Unfortunately, although the winged king in front of him looks almost the same as humans, he is not of human origin after all. She shook her head and forced a smile. Nothing, respected winged king, I was wrong. She was about to turn and leave. In front of her, Jiang Yu looked at the human girl in front of him, frowned, and then quickly an idea flashed in his mind. In the previous Life's expansion pack, there were indeed sporadic introductions to the previous era of the Furland continent. As a hardcore player of Furland, there should be nothing wrong with him pretending to be a human from the previous era and getting some benefits. He is still very envious of the current great development of the goblins. So he coughed softly. Airship, train, sailing steam. As for the steampunk world, he had played around with it a lot in his previous life. The girl seemed to be frozen in place. Every time Jiang Yu said a word, the human girl's eyes brightened. When she turned around, she saw Jiang Yu looking at her gently and said in surprise, Do you know what our past was like? You are indeed one of my people, right? Jiang Yu shook his head. I am not. Or rather, I was once a human being. Also, I didn't walk out of the shelter. He deliberately blurred the relationship between the human race and humans, and everything he said was true. But the girl obviously didn't care. She stared at Jiang Yu, with hope in her beautiful eyes. Whether you have human blood or not, my eyes and soul tell me that your soul is 100% human. Dear clansmen, if in the future the descendants of the human race forget everything, please tell them of the glorious past of the human race. No matter how destitute and humble we are now, we must persevere and wait for the opportunity to rise again. Also, please protect them during special times. Hearing the girl's pessimistic words, a question mark appeared on Jiang Yu's forehead. Are you in such a difficult situation now? As I recall, you hold a very high status among the goblins. The beautiful girl with long golden hair shook her head bitterly. The powerful sequencers in our shelter have long since perished, and the remaining people are no match for the extraordinary beings of the goblins. When the goblins broke into our shelter, we had just woken up and didn't have time to use the weapons in the shelter against them. But your weapons can deal with powerful titans, but can't deal with goblins? Jiang Yu became even more confused. We can deal with titans because they have the blood of our race in them. They're likely evolved from our creations long ago, so it's very effective against them. But goblins are different. They are not weak to us. The human girl explained. So that's how it is. Jiang Yu finally understood. The human girl continued. Back to the question just now, it seems that everyone thinks we have a high status among the goblins, but this is actually an illusion. Goblins are an extremely selfish race. They admire our civilization, yearn for our past, learn our knowledge, and take over our weapons, but they fear our potential. They control us. A sneer appeared on the human girl's face. There are hundreds of people who have awakened in our shelter, and many children have been born over the years. The goblins learn our knowledge, but they won't allow us to teach our own children. The Goblin King Amigwal asked us to make a choice, to become an ordinary race of Furland and survive and reproduce on the continent, or to be bound to the Goblin clan forever. Binding means generations of slavery. How could we possibly agree to that? So I chose the former. Jiangyu nodded in understanding and sighed. It's conceivable that if this continues, in many years, the human race will become an ordinary, weak race on the Furland continent, and may even be in constant danger of extinction. That's true, but we humans would rather start over than become slaves. The girl smiled firmly. Then, she looked at Jiangyu and entrusted him solemnly. In the future, if the human race is in trouble, please lend a helping hand. Please. I will. Jiangyu nodded. Then, can you tell me your human name? Jiangyu. Hearing these two words, a relieved smile finally appeared on the human girl's face. So you're from the Oriental race. My name is Christina. The next morning, the goblin envoys said goodbye to Jiangyu and others and returned to the goblin royal court. Jiangyu stood on the top of the mountain and watched them go away. He looked at the human girl's back, shook his head, and sighed. In my previous life, when I was playing games, I often heard about prehistoric ruins. Historians from various tribes in Furland speculated that the last era of Furland was the era of steampunk. However, they don't know that at that time, the human race was the master of the continent. Come to think of it, if the system hadn't been blocked, would I have already triggered a legendary quest by now? Chapter 23, Go on an Expedition. 1 year later, a goblin messenger hurried to Heaven Mountain and walked into the White Stone Castle. King of the Winged, please lead your brave winged army to central Furland and meet at the Monin Plains before the autumn leaves fall. My king has decided that this year, when the autumn leaves begin to fall, he will mobilize his entire clan to rebel against the Titans' rule. The Titans are unjust, so all races must unite to conquer them. After the victory, the goblins are willing to share the continent with all the races. The top. Jiangyu sat upright and nodded slightly. Messenger, please tell the Goblin King that our winged people will abide by the covenant and rush to the Monin Plain within the agreed time. The goblin messenger was overjoyed when he heard this and said excitedly, patting his chest, May the friendship between the goblins and the winged people last forever. May the friendship between the two tribes last forever. Jiangyu nodded with a smile. 3 days later, Jiangyu gathered the 10,000 bravest adult winged people in the tribe. Hundreds of extraordinary professionals with strong combat capabilities gathered in the vast square outside the White Stone Castle. More than 10,000 winged people stood in the square, looking at their chief with respect. Although the outside world calls him the king of winged people, he has not actually been crowned king yet. The tribesmen tried to persuade him, but Jiangyu refused. How dare you claim the throne when your blood feud remains unrequited? One day, if I can flatten the Tian Shan Mountains and destroy the Eagle King's court, I will be crowned king on its ruins. Sama, Jiangyu is still single and has encountered tribesmen who are urging him to get married. If the Eagle Man is not destroyed, what is the point of having a home? This silenced the worrying mouths of the tribesmen. Standing on the roof of Whitestone Castle, Jiangyu looked at the more than 10,000 winged people lined up in the square, and a strong sense of pride surged in his heart. He held the bronze sword at his waist and shouted out luck. Many years ago, our ancestors were a subordinate tribe of the Eagle King's court, struggling to survive in the wilderness. Every 10 years, the Eagle King court would descend upon our ancestors' high barbarian mountains and forcibly conscript nearly every young and strong member of the tribe to throw them into a war that would last an unknown amount of time. Every call up means the shattering of a family, and almost no one can return. That vast sea forest is where the countless corpses of my ancestors from Gaoman Mountain are buried, and their blood and tears flow. My father, grandfather, and ancestors all died in that war with no future in sight. The war between the Titans and the ancient dragons drained the blood of our ancestors. Having said that, Jiangyu glanced at his tribesmen whose eyes were red and emotions were high, and continued. When I succeeded the clan leader, there were only about 200 people in the clan, all of them old, weak, sick, and disabled. When I came of age, I was drafted into the battlefield, which lasted for who knows how long. I saw the Titans flaunting their immense military might, treating us like no living creatures. I saw the Eagle Kings treating us like cannon fodder to be consumed at will, leaving countless eagle tribes buried on the battlefield. From then on, I realized the cannibalistic nature of the Titans and the Eagle King's court. So, when the Eagle King court summoned us for the second time, I killed the Eagle King court's envoy and led my people to the shores of the East China Sea. We thrive here and become stronger. We have gained the opportunity to evolve our bloodline and become a more powerful winged clan. And today, we finally have the power to resist the Titans and the Eagle King court. My sons, are you willing to follow me to defeat the Titans and flatten the Tian Shan Mountains? Willing. Willing. Defeat the Titans. Destroy Tian Shan. Defeat the Titans. Destroy Tian Shan. Then let's go. Promise. Chapter 24. The Origin of the Monk Plains Alliance and the Knights. The continent of Furland is vast and covers a vast area. It took the winged people more than a month to fly from the coast of the East China Sea to the central Mun Plain. Even at the high-speed flight they maintained every day, and they finally arrived at the Mun Plain with the other allied races. There is no way. In terms of distance, only the mermaids on the west coast can be compared with the winged people. Along the way, we did not encounter any obstructions from monsters or other races. Just kidding, a sky army composed of 10,000 winged people flying in the air is boundless, like an extremely huge dark cloud advancing forward. Extremely terrifying. Not to mention, this winged army is armed with bows, and at a command, thousands of arrows will be fired. Who can stop that terrifying scene? On the way, Jiang Yu led the Winged People Legion to wipe out many ignorant monsters. This also allowed him to witness the combat effectiveness of his own Winged Legion, and made him more confident about the upcoming war. Arriving above the Mun Plain, we saw that there were already nearly 1 million troops of various races on this vast plain. They camped on the plains in groups. Jiang Yu saw it. There were tall minotaurs wielding heavy stone axes, unleashing their seemingly endless brute force in the camp. There were short but strong-limbed dwarf strongmen, all of whom were holding bronze weapons, and some are even forging them in the camp. There are centaur cavalrymen who come and go like the wind. They are naked at the moment, with their hair braided, but they are excellent archers and are one of the most powerful cavalry units on the continent of Furland. There are also some troll clans that have also betrayed the Titans, and their number is equally large. In today's Furland, besides the goblins, the trolls are the largest population. There is a tribe of mermaids who are born with water magic. Their number is small, and they came all the way from the west coast to help in the battle. It is said that it is because of the great love between a goblin prince and a mermaid princess. However, Jiang Yu didn't think that the mermaid princess would fall in love with a goblin prince. There's the goblins' good brothers, the dwarves. This race is purely here to cheer, but the dwarves are not weak. They also have a large number of inherited magic professions. There are fairies who are ignorant but come to join in the fun. The fairies are divided into several categories according to their elements. The ones who come here are wind fairies, light fairies, and their guardian, a big forest fairy. Fairies have long lifespans, live in forests, and possess powerful magical powers. In ancient times, before the rise of many power systems, the goblins were very powerful. Even the goblins did not want to offend them. The Goblin King Amigwal simply acquiesced to their move to join in the fun. With a big goblin watching, these little guys should not do anything outrageous. Moreover, this great forest fairy is a legendary powerful being. There are also the tree people known as the ancient tanks. There are about a few hundred of them, but where they take root, it is like an indestructible wall. In addition, they have been friendly with some troll tribes for generations. In addition, there are the Dwarf Wolf clan of Warcraft tamed by the goblins, as well as the Gnolls and Boarmen who were once under the command of the ancient dragons. There are also a large number of intelligent races that Jiang Yu cannot name, and it is very likely that these intelligent races will not be able to pass on their bloodlines into the future. But more than that, there are goblin armies with endless tents stretching out as far as the eye could see. The goblin army of this era is an absolutely elite force. They were well armored, and in just over a decade, 1/10 of these goblins were wearing iron weapons and armor. This must have been the contribution of the pre-era humans who came out of the shelter. Some steam textile weapons were also placed outside their tents, looking very powerful. But these weapons are indeed not weak. Just by taking a few glances, Jiang Yu can feel that there are many places that pose a fatal threat to him. This made him both jealous and envious, and he could only think about it silently in his heart. The second chapter is coming soon. This is the era of goblins. My winged people are not strong enough yet. We'll have to wait for the future. As far as Jiangyu could see, the entire Mingyan plain accommodated hundreds of intelligent races. Their military strength is in the tens of thousands, such as the Trolls, who are also a large tribe of Furland, but a part of their camp has chosen the Titans. There were as few as a few hundred, such as the Fairies, who sang light songs in the camp, without any tension about the coming war, as if they were just here to join in the fun. Cartloads of food and supplies were sent by the goblins from all over the place. When the winged army, led by Jiangyu, arrived above the Mingyan plain, it was like a vast sea of clouds moving across the sky, blocking out the long day. Very conspicuous. On the Munin plain, almost all races saw this huge sky army holding longbows and with bronze swords hanging from their waists. The winged people have only been emerging on the mainland for a dozen years, and many mainland races are not familiar with them. At this moment, they saw a huge sky army flying in the sky from afar, and they were all a little confused. Didn't they say that the Eagle King court disdains to unite with us to rebel against their great master, the Thunder Titan? Why does the Sky Legion look so much like the Eagle Clan? Could it be that their Eagle King is a man who says one thing and means another? At this time, know-it-alls of different races began to laugh. Your information is too outdated. Those flying in the sky now are our allies, the winged people. Although they look very similar to the Eagle people, they are completely different. My clan leader once said that the Eagle Clan is nothing compared to the Wing Clan. I remember him saying something like, one wing is equal to 5 eagles. One wingman is equal to 5 eaglemen. Wow, it looks like this wingman tribe can compete with eaglemen, griffins, two-headed wyverns, horned eagles, and other sky races for supremacy in the sky. Anyway, with them, we don't have to worry too much about enemies from the sky. At this time, in the goblin camp, a team of professional goblin warriors flew into the sky and came in front of Jiangyu. They are clad in armor, carrying great swords or chain hammers on their backs, and the power of wind surges through their bodies, dragging them flying in the sky. Jiangyu sensed that this team of professional goblins had not yet reached the legendary realm, so they should be a kind of extraordinary profession that could fly. As far as Jiangyu knows, most of the goblin supernatural beings, including the Goblin King, are knights. This team of powerful goblins may be the advanced Sky Knights of the Wind Knights among the goblins. It may sound a little funny. In ancient times, the various knight professions developed by the goblins were indeed one of the sources of the knight profession in the future. The 4 types of knights that are popular in the world, the Wind Knight, the Earth Knight, the Water Knight, and the Fire Knight, were created by the goblins. Chapter 25, Once Glorious. Just as several goblin wind knights ascended into the sky to meet Jiangyu. On the land of Monin Plain, in the center of the goblin camp, a dozen humans sat beside a strange iron-forged creation. A middle-aged man with short golden hair looked at the huge army of winged people in the sky, a trace of nostalgia emerging in his eyes. Back in the day, the Empire possessed an air corps 1,000 times more powerful than this winged tribe. Also bearing wings and soaring through the sky, the Celestial Players, one of the 9 great aerial legions, are even more awe-inspiring than these winged beings. The beautiful blonde girl rolled her eyes and sighed. Unfortunately, all of this is now in the past. The Empire has long since perished. All we have to do now is to allow the human race to survive on this land again and prevent it from becoming extinct. If that's the case, it would be a shame to the sacrifices the Empire has made to protect this world. Indeed, the dark-haired human male clearly agreed, and he asked, Fiona, you've come into contact with the Winged King in the sky. How about that? Is it possible for him to be our helper? The blonde girl smiled wryly. That Winged King is not that simple. He knows some secrets, but not much. He seems to want me to believe that he is also from our time, reborn in the body of a winged man through a method called reincarnation. This is truly out of the ordinary. Even the most powerful wizard in the Empire back then couldn't have accomplished something like this. The blue-haired young man chuckled. That's true, but I choose to believe. It seems this winged king also wants to gain benefits from us. That's a good thing, Fiona. I was just worried he wouldn't have any desires. Next to them, the black-haired old man said. That's why he has the possibility to fight for it. The blonde girl laughed. Grandpa Yang, this winged king claims to be from the eastern race of that era. During this time, you should try to find a way to contact him. Girl, you really make people restless. Yang was speechless. Okay, I'll go contact him and see what he wants. Well, if I had known earlier, I should have set the awakening time earlier. Now I'm being controlled by the goblins. It's really hard to accept. The blonde girl sighed. That's not quite right. If the goblins hadn't happened to break the lock we set, we might never wake up again in 10,000 years. The glory of the Empire would have truly been lost in the long river of time. Look, we once had so many shelters, but which ones still exist? That's better than letting others manipulate you. The blue-haired man complained accurately. In the sky, among that team of goblin knights, the leading goblin knight saluted Jiang Yu respectfully. Respected Winged King, my king, Amigel, has already prepared a base and all necessary provisions for you. Jiang Yu looked in the direction pointed by the goblin knight, and sure enough, he saw a clean and tidy camp next to the goblin camp, with a lot of food and equipment placed on it. He nodded in his heart. It seems that the goblins value the winged people very much. Amigwal is a good person. As if seeing that Jiang Yu looked very satisfied, the goblin knight continued. Respected king of the winged people, today, when the sun sets, please lead your people to settle down, and then come to my central tent. My king wishes to discuss the details of defeating the Titans with the leaders of all tribes. Okay, I'll be there on time. Jiang Yu agreed. Chapter 26. Supreme King Amigwal. The sun is about to set. The entire Mongyan plain is covered in golden light. Jiang Yu abided by the agreement and rushed to the tent of the Goblin King Amager with a team of personal guards. Along the way, we passed by a series of neat and solemn Goblin Legion camps. Everything was in good order. In his eyes, every goblin soldier held his head high and chest out, and they were all elite. At the beginning of the founding of the country, the elite goblins had arrived here, and they were able to dominate the continent for an era. We went deeper and deeper, passed through one goblin checkpoint after another, and finally arrived outside a huge tent. It was a huge, circular tent standing in the center of the goblin camp. Its pure white color makes it look like a white cloud floating in the green sky. Outside, there stood 2 rows of goblin soldiers who were taller than ordinary goblins. They wore feather helmets, yellow cloaks, and held spears and swords. They're the most elite guards under the Goblin King Amager, the Yellow Robe Guards. Each one of them is an extraordinary professional. Every race that passes through them feels like walking through a steel jungle, so eerie and terrifying. When Jiang Yu walked into the big tent, leaders of many ethnic groups had already arrived. The Goblin King Amigel attaches great importance to the strength of the Winged Legion and gives Jiang Yu great respect. He arranged Jiang Yu's seat to be third from the bottom, only after the trolls and dwarfs, and his status was even higher than a centaur chieftain. Even the ancient kings knew that the Air Force was more powerful than the cavalry. Amigwal personally welcomed Jiang Yu to his seat, which allowed Jiang Yu to finally come into contact with the legendary emperor of the Goblin Clan. In Jiang Yu's impression, and in the 5th chapter from the vague historical records of the elves, this great and legendary leader of the goblins was born into the largest tribe of goblins in Furland at the end of the age of titans and dragons. He was extremely talented. In this era, when the system of extraordinary people was backward, he became a legend in just over 100 years. He led the goblins from being slaves of the Titans to becoming the world's overlord step by step. He was the supreme king who dominated the 2nd chapter of the time era of the Furlan continent. Legend has it that this legendary emperor was extremely powerful. The other 2 legends of the goblins at that time were both strong men who were able to subdue the goblin great sage and high priest and unify the goblin clan of the entire continent. It can be seen that his strength and means are extraordinary, and he is definitely not an ordinary person. However, what impressed Jiang Yu the most was the pure white spear in Amigwal's hand, which seemed to be glowing. This is the artifact Amigwal's spear, which was created by Amigel using rare materials from the continent, an unknown, mysterious forging method, and the strength of the entire clan. This is a god-killing spear. Amigwal used it to kill a titan with his own hands. This is also an ominous gun. In the future of the Goblin Empire, several goblin emperors, including Amiguru, were killed by this Amiguru's spear. But these are all things that may happen in the future. Now, Jiang Yu looked at the Goblin King, who was sitting high up in front of him like a throne. The legends of ordinary intelligent races have a lifespan of about 1,000 years. Amigwal is now estimated to be around 500 years old, in the prime of his life. so his stature looked shorter than that of the other races present, but his aura was extremely impressive. Even though Jiangyu boasted that he would become a legend in the future, he still felt admiration for this middle-aged goblin. The Titans and ancient dragons ruled Furland for countless years, but he was the only one who dared to resist and finally succeeded. A little while passed. After all the leaders of the tribes on the Munin Plain had arrived, Amigwal finally spoke. His voice is steady, powerful, and very charming. Chiefs and kings, thank you for your willingness to lead your people and join us in resisting the rule of those damned Titans. Thinking back to the past, the moment our ancestors became slaves of the Titans, we have been slaves of the Titans for generations. I believe that everyone here is just like me. We are all a race that yearns for freedom. No one wants to be a slave forever. That's why we rebel. Sitting in the seat below, Jiangyu listened quietly and attentively. I rolled my eyes several times in my heart at what the Goblin King, Amigwal, said. The reason for all this is that after the war between the Titans and the Dragons, both sides suffered heavy casualties, which led to the doom of the Titans and the Dragons, and this gave the Goblins an opportunity to take advantage. And he can take his place, and it's not just the Goblins who think so. If Jiangyu had the same strength as the Goblins, he would be the one to say such things. The top. Amigwal continued to speak generously. Today, I, Amigwal, gather with all the races on the plains of Monin and swear a blood oath. My goblin race and all of you present here will forever be brothers. As he spoke, he took a glass of wine from the servant, cut his palm with a dagger, and a drop of blood dripped out, and the wine was immediately stained red with blood. Then he looked at the day's clan leaders of various tribes present. At this time, a line of goblin servants brought a glass of wine to each of the ethnic leaders present. Jiangyu was no exception, so he had to follow his example, cutting his palm and letting blood drip out. At the same time, I was complaining madly in my heart. I don't know where Amigwal learned this operation, but it has set a precedent for blood oaths on the continent of Furland. Amigwal, who was at the top, couldn't help but feel proud when he saw that all the tribes had done the same. Everyone, please. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. The hundreds of ethnic leaders present also finished drinking. Then, Amigwal laughed. We swear a blood oath, a pact of brotherly races. After conquering the Titans, we will divide the continent together. Good, good. Amigwal. The customs of the people at that time were still very simple. Had the big guys in Furland ever seen such an operation? Anyway, everyone present was infected by his heroism and cheered loudly. That's it. The alliance was concluded, and Amigwal completed the first step in defeating the Titans. Step 2. It's time to discuss tactics. But the tactics of this era are simple. Air to air, ground to ground, just keep going. Jiangyu's mission was to deal with the sky forces of the Titan camp. Mainly those Eaglemen, griffins, horned eagles, etc. If there are extraordinary professionals who can fly in the sky, Amigwal promises to send the Goblin Wind Knights to support them. The missions are simple, but there are too many races. The meeting was arranged one race at a time and lasted until the afternoon of the next day. Waited until the third day. On the highest hill of the Munin Plain, the Goblin King Amigel once again made a passionate speech that the Titans were unjust and all races should unite to fight against them, which greatly boosted the morale of the millions of troops from all races. Especially the Minotaurs. Each of them had red eyes, waving stone axes and tree trunks and howling. So it was in this atmosphere. The army marches out, heading straight for the Titan royal court, Proadas. Chapter 27 Proadas. Proadas is the seat of the Titan's royal court. It is said that there is the Titan city, which was built by the Titan king Ashmius using millions of slaves and took nearly 1,000 years to build. It was a huge city built on a high mountain, and Mount Proadas was the name of the mountain. Excluding the bitterly cold places such as the far north and the far south, Mount Proadas is the tallest and most majestic mountain on the continent of Furland. The Heaven Mountain where Jiangyu and other winged people lived was nothing but a dwarf compared to this mountain. Among the millions of troops, the old chief of the Earth Bear tribe introduced Jiangyu to the Titan city he had seen before. The main gate of Proadas is 300 meters high, and its walls are 500 meters high. Such a tall city gate was built specifically for the Titans. But fortunately, there is a small opening 3 meters high on the side of the city gate, which is the passage for slaves like us. When we went to Proadas, we traveled around this huge city. It took us 3 days and 3 nights just to walk. The Titans' palaces are all enormous. I wonder how many people died building these huge cities. But the most shocking thing is the Titan King's mountain throne. It's the entire top of Mount Proadas, cut into a towering throne. The 500-meter-tall Titan King sits on it, as if he were sitting at the center of the world. That is a truly transcendent existence that can be compared to God's. If the Titan King Ashmiz were still alive, the tribes on the continent under the Titans would not have the heart to resist. Listening to the old Earth Bear's description, Jiang Yu began to yearn for the King of Titans. I admire his strength and his dominance over the world. Times have changed. The strength of the Titans is still terrifying. Even though there were only a few big and small cats left in the Titan clan, the Goblin King had to mobilize almost all of his clan's strength and form an alliance with half of the races in the Furlan continent before he dared to fight them. A million-strong army slowly advanced towards Proadas. Along the way, there were also many subordinate races under the command of the Titans blocking their way. But it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and not even a splash could be made. Jiang Yu was also on the way, leading the Winged People Legion to kill a large number of Eagle People squads that came to investigate military intelligence. Due to the suppression of the Winged People, the once most outstanding scout race on the continent is now struggling. But the Thunder Titan seemed to want to have a decisive battle directly with the army of the Goblin Alliance in Proadas, so there were not many enemies encountered along the way. 3 months later, when the million-strong army advanced all the way to the outside of Proadas, Jiang Yu finally got a glimpse of what this huge city, once the home of the Titans, looked like. Different from what Jiang Yu imagined. The great city of Proadas was in a rather miserable state at this time. Half of the city wall originally built around the mountain collapsed, and only a few Titan palaces in the city remained intact. The mountain throne of Ashmith, which was once the center of the world, has disappeared, replaced by a flat stone surface, as if something had directly flattened that part of the mountain. Jiang Yu glanced at the ruins here and stopped looking, because war is imminent. In front of the goblins and the coalition forces of various races on the continent, there is a vast army of Titans, which also has almost 1 million people. Trolls, Eaglemen, Snakemen, mud monsters, ogres, Naga, half-giants, cyclops, tree spirits, various magical beasts, and almost hundreds of other races have come here under the orders of the Titans to wait for the arrival of the Goblin Coalition. What's even more terrifying is, 8 towering Titans stood proudly among the army like ancient giant gods, each emitting a powerful and domineering aura. The leader was none other than Atri, the Thunder Titan, whom Jiang Yu had met once more than 100 years ago and even fought for. The opposing team's lineup was truly magnificent. If Jiang Yu hadn't known that the goblins and the coalition forces of various races would win this battle, he might have considered how to die in a more dignified way. In the Titan camp, faced with the attack from the goblins and the millions of troops from all races on the continent, the Thunder Titan stepped forward first and laughed openly. Amigwal, are you here to build a giant city for me? These 1 million slaves are really great, saving me the trouble of conscripting them. Ha 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 ha. In the coalition forces of various ethnic groups on the mainland, the Goblin King also rode the Dwarf Wolf King and emerged from the crowd to face the Thunder Titan. Compared with the Thunder Titan Atari, his body shape is like a mountain compared to an ant, which creates a strong contrast. But his back is as straight as a pine tree, giving people unswerving courage and determination. No wonder he was able to unite all the races on the continent, overthrow the Titans, and establish the Goblin Empire. He is indeed quite capable. As expected of a goblin hero from the ancient times, he's a completely different race from the goblins in Chapter 5. Jiang Yu thought to himself. In front of the army, Ami Gel paid no attention to the ridicule. Instead, he raised his head and spoke to the Thunder Titan Atari with a calm and firm expression. Atri, the Titans have fallen, and I will end your glory. After defeating you, I will build a royal city for the goblins in Proadas. Your era is over. Chapter 28 Battle of Puluo. When the Thunder Titan heard Amigwal's blunt declaration, he was immediately furious. The glory of the Titans, even if it sinks into the turbid world, cannot be destroyed by ants like you. Amigwal, you once humbly knelt at my toes, begging for my mercy. Now, I give you another chance. Kneel down, and you will live. Perhaps it was because the deadly threat in the goblin camp had never been eliminated, and the proud Thunder Titan decided to let these people go for the first time. Among the 8 titans present, there were only 3 adults. The rest were just minors. Even though they are nearly 100 meters tall, it cannot hide the fact that they are just legends. Atre gave in before the titans could reproduce. But Amigwal shook his head. He looked firmly at the giant in front of him, who was as big as a mountain, and shouted loudly, "Yatri, I hate the shame you brought upon me. From that day on, I will never kneel again." After saying that, he raised the spear of Amiguru in his hand, flew up suddenly, and attacked the Thunder Titan Atre. "Today, we must destroy the Titans. All troops, follow me in charge." To defeat a demigod with a legendary body, what courage and praise it is. When the tribes on the continent behind Amigel saw Amigel fighting in the air, millions of troops were inspired by him. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they rushed towards the Titan camp. The war started immediately. Swords from both sides clashed, flesh and blood tangled. The brutal fight reached its climax in just a moment. And where the battle is most intense is the battlefield between Amigwal and Thunder Titan. The expected scene of Amigwal being killed by the Thunder Titan or retreating did not appear. Amigwal's body suddenly lit up with a red blood energy as vast as a wolf, smoke piercing the sky. The aura that was so overwhelming was more than just a legend. He is clearly a powerful demigod. According to Jiang Yu's knowledge, this is an advanced demigod knight from the Blood Knight lineage. I didn't expect that Amigwal is actually a demigod. Next to the other 2 demigod titans, there were more than a dozen legends of the Goblin clan fighting with each of them. As for the remaining 5 titans, 3 of them were stopped by 3 legends of trolls and dwarves, and the other 2 were surrounded and killed by 2 elite-looking goblin armies. One of them was none other than Amigwal's yellow robe guards. Furlan's legends are not invincible. Although they have the strength of 10,000 enemies and powerful lethality, they can also be killed by mortals below the legend. In the future, a well-trained army of tens of thousands of people will be able to strangle a long-established legend. After seeing this scene, Jiang Yu finally understood why Amigwal dared to compete with Titan. The background of the goblins is truly unfathomable. More than 20 legends and 1 demigod. No wonder they were able to build a vast empire in the second chapter. But now that you have chosen a camp, you must fight to the end. Looking at the countless Eaglemen, griffins, horned eagles, flying monsters, and wolf bats flying behind the Titan Legion in front. In front of the winged people's team, Jiang Yu raised the bronze sword in his hand and shouted loudly, "Today is the battle that will make our winged clan famous. We must tell those pigs flying in the sky that the sky is the battlefield that belongs to the winged clan. Hold our bows. Hold our swords. Defeat them. Let those guys' heads become our ladder to becoming a powerful clan on the continent. Kill, kill, kill." Mount Proadas is a huge mountain that stands out on a plain, and it is surrounded by bare mountains. It is hard not to wonder whether this is a man-made or natural wonder. This place, also called Pro Plain, is no more than 1,000 miles long and wide. To the southwest are the Night Whisper Forest, to the east is an oval lake, and to the north is a narrow mountain range bordering the northern grassland. This place has high skies and vast clouds, making it a natural fit for the winged people's aerial combat. Facing the enemy's air force of nearly 100,000 people, Jiang Yu led 10,000 winged people and did not directly resort to physical combat. He commanded his winged men to fly higher, and from a distance, they would throw arrows at the enemy. When the enemy desperately approached, they would distance themselves from him. When they really can't keep distance, the winged people in the front row will spontaneously drop their bows and arrows, draw the long swords at their waists, and use their blood and flesh to block the Eaglemen, griffins, and horned eagles from approaching. Long-range suppression at high altitude is deadly. Even the magical creatures like the griffins, which were powerful individually and even possessed the extraordinary power of wind, were beaten and fled in panic under such legion power and rogue tactics. Anyone who has never seen 1,000 arrows shot at once will not understand how terrifying it is. Many years later, this battle became the eternal pain of the Eaglemen, because the Eaglemen, who had no hands but only claws, could never master the bow and arrow. In this way, nearly 100,000 Titan camp air forces were fooled by Jiang Yu and others. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu did not see the Eagle King in this huge eagle army. Perhaps, in this battle, although the Eagle people stood on the side of the Titans, they might not be willing to give their all. This is true not only for the various races on the continent of the Titan camp, but also for the various races on the continent of the Goblin camp. The Trolls and other tribes have tribes joining the battle on the Titan side. Everyone has his selfish thoughts, let alone those old-timers who have lived for a long time. There are very few people like Jiang Yu who truly lead the elite soldiers of the entire tribe to participate in this battle to determine the dominance of the Frelandi continent. This is also one of the reasons why the Goblin King treats the winged people with courtesy. The attitude displayed by Jiang Yu is indeed very high. A few hours later, the battle in the sky ended, and the winged people won the final victory after suffering 3,000 casualties. At this point, the Air Legion forces of the Titan camp in the sky of Proedas were cleared. Then, the wingmen returned to the rear camp to replenish their bows and arrows, ate some food, rested for a while, and then set out again. The war is not over yet. Jiang Yu allowed the winged people to form teams of 50 people to freely harass the tribal armies of the Titan camp, while he himself took hundreds of extraordinary winged people to participate in the siege of the Titan giants. When I returned to the sky again, I looked down at the earth. On the plains of Proedas, millions of soldiers were killed and blood flowed like a river. The Titans and legends of the Goblin races fought to the death. Only then did he notice why more than a dozen Goblin legends could fight against the most powerful demigod like the Titan giant. It turned out that each Goblin legend held a strange alchemical item in his hand. And in the center of the Goblin army, there was also a camp full of strange alchemical creations, firing at the Titans. In Jiang Yu's opinion, these things are extremely similar to the super cannons in his previous life. Chapter 29 Victory. When Jiang Yu's winged army joined the battlefield on the ground, facing the rain of arrows from the sky, the morale of the soldiers of all races in the Titan camp suddenly dropped. The Goblin commanders laughed at this. Foolish Titan slaves, the countdown to your defeat has begun. But the various tribes in the Titan camp did not collapse after all. They looked at the center of the battlefield, where the Thunder Titan Atre was suppressing the Goblin King Amigel, and they gritted their teeth and persisted under the rain of arrows from the sky. The leader of the more civilized troll clan shouted, shields raised, shields raised. Less civilized ooze monsters hold the corpses of their enemies above their heads. As for the boar men, ogres, and half-giants, after being hit by the arrows in the sky, they attacked even more violently. The other side of the sky, Jiang Yu's brought a few hundred extraordinary winged troops to a young-looking Titan giant. This is an underage Titan, but he also has legendary strength. Relying on his strong body and enormous magic power, he is waving a long whip of unknown material and fighting with a dwarf legend. So Jiang Yu led his army to them. Winged people, listen to my command, aim at the vital points, and fire your armor-piercing arrows. This is the winged people's development and utilization of the power of light. First round, eyes. Suddenly, hundreds of specially made bronze arrows, wrapped in scorching light, shot towards the vital parts of the underage Titan. After the launch, Jiang Yu didn't care whether it worked or not, and flew behind the Titan with the extraordinary winged people. Round 2, neck. Round 10, Valley Gate. After 10 rounds of extraordinary arrow rain, the underage Titan let out a weak wail. He was covered in bruises. The angry Titan giant released a torrent of dust towards Jiang Yu and the others, but it was dodged by the winged people who had been prepared for it. The dwarf legend took advantage of this opportunity, wielding the huge steel axe given by the goblins and beheading them with one blow. The head of the underage Sand Titan fell to the earth. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. This is the first Titan to die at the hands of a mortal race other than Titans and dragons. It turns out that mortals can really defeat the gods. Across the battlefield, soldiers of all races belonging to the Goblin camp burst into earth-shaking cheers. In the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Titan Atre watched as the underage Titan's head was tied up with ropes by a group of mortal slaves, and then hung in the air by the winged people to promote the power of the mortal race. He finally became extremely angry. His golden eyes erupted with thunder and blood. A vast power suddenly rose up, and the originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. How dare you blaspheme the gods? I will kill you all on this earth. Rumble. 18 lightning bolts reaching the sky are like 18 pillars hanging down from the sky. With just this one strike, tens of thousands of people died under the thunder. At the same time, the laws of thunder began to riot. A sense of world-destroying crisis emerged in everyone's mind. However, at this moment, the powerful Thunder Titan suddenly felt a palpitation. The white gun originally held in Amigwal's hand suddenly burst out with an incomparable silver light, and the sense of crisis, as if the blood was locked, could no longer be escaped. In the last moment of his life, all he could hear was the damned ant goblin king sighing with pity. "Holy spear, pierce him!" Then a strange mechanical sound sounded softly around Atri. The laws of the thunder sequence are in turmoil. Space is in chaos. Lock onto the human blood. Lock onto the source of the transcendence. Verdict, penetrate. Zheng. The dazzling light swept across the entire battlefield, and everyone's eyes turned white and they were temporarily blinded. Then, when they opened their eyes again, they felt a chill in their hearts. I saw that the once powerful and invincible Thunder Titan had fallen down, gasping for breath, and was about to die. The dying Titan looked at the equally surprised Goblin King Amigwal in front of him, and there was no longer any arrogance in his eyes at the last moment of his life. He forced himself to stand up and yelled at the two adult Titans not far away. "Vadex, Emex, take the children away." "Yatri." The eyes of the two adult Titans were red. "Hurry. Remember, you must find our king, Ashmiz. Avenge us and revive the Titan clan." "Walk." Soon, the bodies of several remaining Titans were lit up with starlight. In a flash, the remaining 6 Titans disappeared without a trace. At this time, the Goblin King Amigel seemed to have just reacted and shouted angrily, "Proud Titan, are you going to flee? Atri, I will chop off your head and use your skull as the gate to my future Goblin capital. I will make you serve my Goblin clan for eternity, guarding the capital." In the battlefield, standing in the center, the Thunder Titan Atari, who was originally only breathing his last breath, heard this. His heart was once again filled with immense resentment and anger. He quickly gave up his last breath and finally collapsed, dying completely. Seeing that the Thunder Titan was completely dead, and looking at the 6 Titans who were teleported away through the unknown star realm, Amigwal breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew that he was already at the end of his strength. Thanks to the full body of Titan restraining equipment he got in the human refuge, he was only beaten from beginning to end, but not killed. Half of the 20 or so Goblin legends he brought with him were killed or wounded in the battle. Although the spear of Amiguru was able to kill the Thunder Titan Atre with one strike, he was not sure he could defeat the remaining 2 Titan demigods, because the energy in the gun of Amiguru is only enough to be used once. He underestimated the strength of the Titans. Fortunately, the spear of Amiguru frightened the Titans, allowing them to escape. Amigwal stood in midair, looking at the mountains and rivers below his feet and the awe-inspiring gazes of all races, and he couldn't help but feel intoxicated. When there was total silence between heaven and earth, and the only sound that could be heard in the empty pro-plane was the whisper of the wind, he recalled the spear of Amigwal, raised it high, and shouted loudly, Victory! Chapter 30 Advice. As Amigwal finished speaking, a burst of warm cheers erupted between heaven and earth. Everyone was excited. They defeated the former god. The various races in the Goblin camp were overjoyed as they remembered the promise made by the Goblin King Amigwal. The races in the Titan camp looked dejected. They felt that they had bet on the wrong horse. In the sky, Jiangyu naturally would not spoil the fun. He also flapped his wings and held high his bronze sword, cheering for the arrival of a new era. He and the winged people are not strong enough, and now is not his time. The Goblin King Amigwal, who was enjoying the cheers of all races in midair, looked at the cheers of all races on the earth and the winged people soaring in the sky excitedly, and announced loudly and happily, "My people, my allies of the goblins, today, together we have defeated the Titans who have ruled Furland for countless years and become the masters of the earth. From now on, no one of our people will be drafted into those long-lasting wars. No one will become a slave to the Titans and dragons, and our people will live in peace." Thinking back to the past, the Goblin King might be really happy. He endured his fatigue and talked a lot in the sky. At the end of his words, he finally talked about some plans for the future. "I will keep my oath and build the Goblin King city in Prodas. After the city is completed, I will be crowned the Goblin Emperor. When the time comes, I will grant land to each tribe. Also, the goblins are willing to share the Titan's legacy with all races. As soon as these words were spoken, the cheers from all ethnic groups on the mainland became even louder. They joined the goblins in raising an army to rebel against the Titans. Wasn't it just because they wanted these things? Next, the Continental Coalition forces of the Goblin Camp will try to capture as many coalition forces of various races under the command of the Titans participating in this battle as possible. These captives will become the spoils of war for the victors and will be distributed as slaves to the various ethnic groups on the continent. Night, the Goblin King distributed large amounts of beef, mutton, fine wine, and delicious food in the military camp and held a grand victory banquet. The kings and chiefs of each tribe were invited to the camp outside Omegle to hold an even more sumptuous night banquet in front of the grand bonfire. When Jianyu arrived here with several personal guards, they saw an extremely huge palm roasting on a huge bonfire. A group of goblin chefs were busy sprinkling various spices on the palm. Jianyu could tell at a glance that this was the hand of Thunder Titan Atri. This Thunder Titan Atre was truly unlucky. Even after his death, he was roasted and eaten by the goblins. He quietly complained to the little turtle on his shoulder. The little turtle nodded, also feeling that something was wrong. Always leave some way out for yourself so that you can meet again in the future. Jianyu did not comment on the goblins' behavior. Perhaps this is also the reason why the Goblin Empire is in such a miserable state after its defeat. Before taking your seat, Jianyu first came to the throne of the Goblin King Amigel to pay his respects. Omegle is now full of pride and success, with 8 goblin maids following him to serve him, while the loyal yellow-robed guards stand far away. And the white spear that terrorizes the continent is inserted next to the throne, proclaiming the authority of the Goblin King. Jianyu was very envious of this white spear. On the throne, Omegle was very happy to see Jianyu coming to pay him a visit. The winged people are a rare race that came in full force to fully support his race. Uriel, Jianyu, is here. Please take a seat. The banquet is about to begin. My goodness, he was called the Winged King before, but now he is called Uriel. However, Jianyu didn't care and directly stated his purpose. Your Majesty, now that the Titans are destroyed, I wonder what arrangements your Majesty will make for those races that sided with the Titans. Of course, it's conquest and destruction. The establishment of an empire requires a large number of slaves. What if they surrender voluntarily? Jianyu continued to ask. If they're not diehard Titans, then their clan can be allowed to survive. I am not a cruel person. Omegle frowned and thought for a while before speaking. There are too many ethnic groups on the continent affiliated with Titan, and their settlements are too vast. It would take a lot of time and energy to wipe them out. It would be best if they could surrender. Moreover, his current role is the emperor of the continent, so naturally the more races he rules, the better. Although he defeated the Titans, he yearned for the fame and status of the Titan King, and considered issues more comprehensively. After hearing what Omegle said, Jianyu thought that people really do change, and goblins are the same. He said quickly, Your Majesty, the Winged Clan and the Eagle King have an irreconcilable blood feud. If the Eagle King submits a letter of surrender, Your Majesty, please do not accept it. The Eagle King court actually has a blood feud with the Winged people. Omegle was very surprised. However, compared to the Winged people who were close to him, he had no good feelings toward the Eagle people who were against him. Your Majesty, my ancestors and fathers all died because of the Eagle King court and the Titans. Jianyu said frankly, I understand. The Eaglemen royal court has no right to live on the same continent as us. However, if you want to destroy the Eaglemen royal court, you will need the help of our legend. I heard that the Eagleman King is also a legendary figure. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The old king is nothing to be afraid of. I can handle him. Good. Just after Jianyu left, a white-haired old goblin hurried over from behind. Your Majesty, what you just said is inappropriate. Omegle frowned. What's wrong? The white-haired old goblin seemed not to notice the dissatisfaction of the Goblin King Omegle and continued speaking. The Eagle people cannot be completely wiped out. If they're completely wiped out, the Winged people will become the only truly dominant sky race in Furland, and no one can control them. Griffins, horned eagles, and two-headed dragons are all magical beasts and can't amount to anything. Of course, This is also because at this stage, the Griffin Rider profession has not yet been developed. But I just promised him. Amigwal wavered. You only promised him to flatten Tian Shan Mountain and wipe out the Eagle King's court. If one or two Eagle Princes escape from the Eagle King's court, it would be perfectly normal. There are so many Eaglemen scattered across the continent. Rebuilding an Eaglemen royal court won't be difficult. But wouldn't that make you seem like you're going back on your word? How would you go back on your word? Your Majesty is now the supreme ruler of the entire continent, the King of Kings. Naturally, you have to consider things from his perspective. Hearing these words, Amigwal felt that they touched his heart, and he was convinced. That's what the great sage said. Let's do it. Chapter 31. Flattening Tian Shan Mountain. Late at night, the sea of stars is like a dream. The plain of Proedas was as bright as day under the illumination of flames. Around the huge bonfire in front of the king's tent were seats for the kings and leaders of various tribes on the continent. On the campfire, the Thunder Titan's palm was roasted to the point where only the skeleton remained. His flesh was distributed by the Goblin King to all the leaders of various tribes on the continent present. This not only reiterates their feat of defeating the Titans, but also declares that the goblins will replace the Titans as the rulers of the continent. As one of the goblins' important allies, Jiang Yu also got a piece of Titan meat. The Titan meat, which has been specially processed, has lost its original explosive properties and tastes extremely delicious. This is the flesh and blood of a demigod after all. After this banquet, the people of Furland seem to have broken free from their shackles and overcome their innate fear of Titans and dragons. In the future, bathing in dragon blood and eating dragon flesh will start from now on, and the Dragon Clan will continue to do so despite repeated bans. Therefore, in the bloodline inheritance of the dragon, the Titans are not only the old enemies, but also the scammers. Halfway through the banquet, just as Jiang Yu was watching with interest the Troll Clan leaders fighting drunken boxing bare-chested in front of the campfire, an old human found Jiang Yu privately. Your Excellency Jiang Yu, the king of the winged people, I am Yang Yin, one of the humans who escaped from the refuge. Are you also a human from the previous era? Jiang Yu asked curiously. The old man's appearance made him feel close to him. Yes. The human elder nodded and smiled. Fiona told me that Lord Jiang Yu was once from the Eastern human race. We share the same origin. No wonder I feel so close to Lord Jiang Yu. I think so too. Jiang Yu laughed out loud. Then why did Lord Yang Yin come see me? I heard from Fiona that Lord Jiang Yu likes to be straightforward, so I'll be frank. I wonder if Lord Jiang Yu knows about enchantment techniques. You actually have enchantment technology. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise. In later generations, the enchanter is one of the most popular professions in Furland. To be honest, enchantment technology is a kind of extraordinary technology that we have developed by combining human technology with the extraordinary power of this era. Currently, we have developed a total of 3 types of enchantment technology. They are flame, lightning, and wind. We are willing to hand over these 3 enchanting techniques to you, Excellency. Yang Yin said solemnly. So what do you want? Jiang Yu asked. A few hundred years from now, when the human race is exiled from the continent, Lord Jiang Yu, please shelter some of them and pass on the enchantment technique to them. The human elder said, Okay, I agree, but I can't believe you're so pessimistic about the future of the human race. Jiang Yu nodded seriously and asked. The old human sighed upon hearing this. I'm sure Fiona has told you that the goblins both use us and are wary of us. Although Amigwal provides us with shelter, he still believes that humanity possesses the potential to dominate the continent. For the sake of the goblins' hegemony, our human descendants are not allowed to learn our knowledge. Without the inheritance of knowledge, humanity will become just another ordinary intelligent race on the continent of Furland and will pose no threat to the goblins. Yang Yin said pessimistically, Can't you send some of your people away quietly? Jiang Yu made a suggestion. We have tried, but until all the humans in our generation of evolved are dead, it will be impossible for the humans to escape the sight of the goblins. Yang Yin shook his head. How cruel. They're going to keep these humans who came out of the shelter in captivity until they die. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt sympathy for the human race's plight and also gained a better understanding of the goblin race. When the birds are gone, the bough is put away. We can share hardships, but not wealth. Although Amager is now widely distributing fiefs to various tribes on the continent, Jiang Yu feels that the goblins will not be so generous. This night, Jiang Yu obtained the human race's enchantment technology and was in a good mood. But in fact, what he didn't know was, that night, the human race not only looked for the winged people, but also for dwarves, mermaids, gnomes, goblins, and other races. In the future rise of human beings, many races have helped human beings to varying degrees due to the efforts of their ancestors. The dwarves have since acquired advanced forging technology, the mermaids have acquired powerful sonic spells, the goblins have made more changes in their use of elements, and the dwarves, for the sake of human inheritance, the humans who came out of the shelters were extremely concerned and exerted their energies to the utmost. The second day, Jiang Yu bid farewell to the goblin King Amager, left the wounded to recuperate, and led the remaining winged army to Tianshan. 10 days later, Jiang Yu and others finally arrived above Tianshan Mountain. Nearly 8,000 winged warriors flapped their wings above the Tianshan Mountains. They carried longbows and hung long swords. They were extremely elite and ready to go. Below, in the Eagle King's court on Mount Tianshan, an eagle warrior stood on the mountain, looking at the winged legion arrayed in the sky with worry on his face. What they feared was not the winged people, but the victorious camp represented by the winged people. At this time, an Eagleman messenger took off into the air and flew towards Jiang Yu. He shouted loudly, "Respected Winged King, please stop." The Eagleman's messenger set out for Prodas a few days ago to submit a letter of surrender to the great king of kings, Amigwal, requesting allegiance. Please wait a few days. The Eagle clan will definitely obtain the forgiveness of His Majesty Amigwal. Hearing the words of the Eagleman messenger, Jiang Yu sneered and shouted without hesitation, "No need. The Eagle King's court has no right to survive in Furland. Amigwal will not accept your surrender. Today, I will crush the Tianshan Mountains and destroy your Eagle King court." After saying that, regardless of the pale expression on the Eagleman messenger's face, he raised the longbow in his hand and shouted loudly, "My men, today we must avenge 9 generations of blood feud. Kill!" With an order, the winged people raised their weapons and roared loudly. To avenge 9 generations of blood feud, kill. Destroy Tianshan Mountain and kill. Almost instantly, dense arrows were fired towards the Eagle people on Tianshan Mountain. The battle breaks out. The Eagle people standing on Tianshan Mountain were caught off guard and fell down in large numbers. Blood flowed everywhere, and the crimson color filled the entire mountain. At this moment, all the Eagle people knew that the negotiations had broken down, and a large number of Eagle people took off into the air and killed the Winged people. Although they were afraid of the power of the Goblin camp, they were being attacked in their hometown. If they didn't resist, they would be fools. As early as a few days ago, the Eagle People's scouts had discovered the movements of the Winged People's army, but they were just hoping for luck. Tens of thousands of Eaglemen from the royal court flew over to kill. The Winged People once again took advantage of their long-range bows and arrows and used their previous sky combat tactics to defeat the Eaglemen step by step. Even though the extraordinary and powerful Eagle People were faster, they were blocked by the equal number of winged professionals. Originally, the Eagle People had more extraordinary professionals than the Winged People, but unfortunately half of them died on the battlefield between the Titans and the Goblin Alliance. Seeing that the morale of the Eagle People was about to collapse, a loud and powerful shout rang out from the largest stone palace on Tianshan Mountain. "Damn those Winged People! They're going too far." Then, a powerful eagle-like warrior, emitting a strong aura of wind and like a passing typhoon, rushed towards Jiang Yu and the others. He wore a golden crown and was covered in dark black feathers. He was tall, half a head taller than an ordinary Eagleman. At first glance, he looked very majestic. This is the only legend of the Eagleman, the Eagle King Lexiles. He is the strongest class of the Eagleman tribe, a legendary advanced sky warrior. Legendary class, Storm King. Chapter 32, Killing the Eagle King. Facing the Eagle King's attack, Jiang Yu ordered the Winged People to stay away from this airspace and continue to kill the Eagle King's army. And he stayed where he was, ready to meet this old legend. Legend, in the continent of Furland, is basically the highest combat power of a tribe. An ordinary tribe may need dozens of generations of inheritance before it has the conditions for the birth of a legend. It often takes a tribe a lot of time and resources to advance from a transcendent to a professional, from a formal level to a heroic level, and it takes blood and fire. The birth of a legend is the symbol of a race becoming truly powerful. A legendary strongman has a lifespan of at least 1,000 years and can protect the race for 1,000 years. How lucky he is! As the only legend of the Eagle people, the Eagle King is already very old. Eaglemen are not immortal. In this era, the average lifespan of ordinary Eaglemen is only about 50 years old. Although he looks like a middle-aged Eagleman, the Eagle King has lived for 900 years and only has a few years left to live. His body functions have weakened and his strength is not as strong as before. Therefore, he tends to be cautious in doing things. This was the case in the war between the Titans and the Goblins. The Eaglemen tribe, which had been loyal to the Thunder Titan for generations, did not fight with all their strength for the sake of the future of the Eaglemen royal court. The Eagle King's biggest regret is that no new legend was born among his descendants. Currently, there is no one with extraordinary talent among his princes and grandchildren. Although there are many young Eaglemen with great talents in the clan, the Eagle King is unwilling to pass on the legendary advanced professions inherited by the royal family to these talented Eaglemen. The position of Eagle King can only be taken by his descendants. In fact, he sometimes regretted it. In his early years, when he was young and strong, there was a prince with extraordinary talent who became a heroic professional in just a few decades. However, for the sake of his own rule, he conspired to ruin his son's extraordinary path, causing him to commit suicide and banish his descendants from the royal court. It is said that this small tribe settled down on a hill in the east and spread out over the Tian Shan Mountains. The Eagle King, wrapped in the power of the storm, flapped his wings in the air, holding a bone spear, and rushed towards Jiangyu with murderous intent, feeling extremely angry. Originally, his plan was to surrender to the Goblin King and allow the Eagle King's court to continue to exist. He also chose the strongest of his descendants as the next Eagle King and was not worried about opposition from his clan, because those tribesmen with good talents were sent to the battlefield between Titans and Goblins. In this way, many years later, his descendants will become legends and the Eagle people will rise. But now, the Winged People Legion, led by Jiangyu, is going to wipe out his royal court. And from what Jiangyu said, the Eagle people have lost the opportunity to surrender, and his royal court is really in danger. This made him want to tear Jiangyu into pieces. How abominable! At this moment, when he rushed into the sky and killed the Winged People leader, he saw that the Winged People leader was not afraid. Instead, he drew his sword and waited calmly to fight with him, which made him laugh again. Ignorant winged man. How can a hero level like you be able to resist the power of legend? When he was within 50 meters of Jiangyu, the Eagle King raised his bone spear high, and the wild power of the storm surrounded his body. The legendary rhythm emanated from the surroundings, and a legendary field composed of storms enveloped Jiangyu. Storm field. Suddenly, within the domain, dozens of wind spears composed of storms roared towards Jiangyu, and the legendary aura pressed down on Jiangyu's body. At the same time, the Eagle King himself accelerated instantly and rushed forward with a spear. Facing the Eagle Man's violent attack, Jiangyu's purple eyes lit up brightly. Behind him, pure white light appeared on the white wings, and soon, 2 more wings made of light appeared. His speed suddenly increased by a lot. Like dancing on the tip of a knife, he narrowly avoided all of the Eagle King's attacks. Then, Jiangyu held the bronze sword horizontally in his hand, and purple violent thunder swept across the sword. When the Eagle King's bone spear poked into the air, he slashed the Eagle King's black wings with the sword. The blood flowing everywhere made the Eagle King even more angry. In an instant, Jiangyu felt as if he was on a small boat in a stormy ocean. However, the strong fighting consciousness brought by the champions made it difficult for the Eagle King to hurt Jiangyu even if he had the advantage of time and place. Instead, he was endlessly consumed by Jiangyu. Finally, amid exclamations, the Eagle King's hands were cut off, his wings were broken, and he fell to the ground. He is still old and can't fight for a long time. If he were young, Jiangyu might not be his opponent. Facing Jiangyu's pursuit, the Eagle King fell to the ground and smiled bitterly. I am willing to surrender and become your vassal. No need. The Eagle King's court will be destroyed today. Jiangyu refused indifferently. He also folded his wings and landed on the ground, walking step by step towards the fallen Eagle King. The Eagle King was desperate, and he finally couldn't help asking, "Why do you have to kill my people?" Eagle King, do you still remember the Eagle tribe of Gaoman Mountain? Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe? The Eagle King pondered deeply. You may not remember, but we do. My Wing clan's ancestors descended from the Eagle tribe of Gao-Man Mountain. When we were weak, it was your Eagle King court that repeatedly drained the blood of the Gao-Man Mountain tribe. My fathers and grandfathers were all used as cannon fodder on the battlefield where titans and dragons once clashed. Today, we are here to seek revenge. Who would have thought that the high and mighty Eagle King court would eventually be destroyed by the hands of small tribe that they once looked down upon? Jiang Yu laughed heartily, and without waiting for the Eagle King to say anything, he beheaded him with one sword. As the head flew in the sky, the Eagle King suddenly thought of something. Back then, wasn't Gao-Man Mountain where the descendants of that most outstanding son lived? If I hadn't done that, would the outcome have been different? With endless regret, the Eagle King's consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 33 Legend, Blazing Holy Thunder. You killed the legendary Eagle King. Experience plus 5,000. The timely reminder from the system did not affect Jiang Yu's thinking. Standing on Tianshan Mountain, in front of the Eagle King's corpse, Jiang Yue lowered his bloody sword. He looked up at the sky where the winged people and eagle people were fighting. Although the number of winged people was smaller, the eagle warriors of the royal court were no match for them due to the suppression of tactics and long-range arrows. So, when Jiang Yu killed the Eagle King, all the eagle people who were still fighting in the Tianshan Mountains were shocked. The king is dead. The king is dead. Some people couldn't believe it. How could this be? The Eagle King is a legend, yet he was killed by the heroic winged king. The fighting spirit of more Eaglemen instantly plummeted to the bottom. They were no match for the winged people to begin with, and now that their king was dead, they were even more frightened. In fear, a small number of eagle warriors began to flee, and then like a chain reaction, a large number of eagle warriors began to flee like an avalanche. Driven by 9 generations of blood feud, the winged warriors chased the enemy northward, leaving tens of thousands of corpses floating on the surface. On the other side of Tianshan Mountain, in the corner of the Eagle King's court, a short figure in a cloak smiled at a tall young eagle. Well, Prince Ford, I'm right? The Eagle King is no match for the Winged King. Now, can you come with me? The young eagle man had an ugly expression on his face, with fear in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said sadly, "As you said, the Eagle King's court has been destroyed. I'm willing to go with you. It's the right choice. In the future, we will help you rebuild the Eagle King's court." "Excuse me, Wen? Of course not now. What you need to do is gather most of Furlin's Eaglemen." Yes, looking at the Eaglemen fleeing in all directions, looking at the Eaglemen's royal court in flames and collapsing. Standing next to the Eagle King's corpse, Jiang Yu's obsession suddenly dissipated, and a feeling of spiritual clarity ran through his whole body. As if a blessing had come to his mind, his soul began to leap, and a flash of inspiration carried his mind into the sea of spirituality. In an instant, between the outside world and the heaven and earth, brilliant light and purple thunder suddenly appeared, controlling half of the sky of Tianshan Mountain. And in the sea of spirituality, for the first time, Jiang Yu condensed his own aura of here. It was a brilliant aura of purple and white. As the purple and white light rhythm rotated, it attracted a large number of thunder elements and light elements. A trace of the laws of thunder and light were touched, and the power of the laws was projected onto the halo. Just like that, under the power of the law. Almost at the same time, in the outside world, a realm constructed by the power of thunder and light was formed. You have awakened the legendary realm, Holy Thunder Realm. And in the field, Jiang Yu's body also changed. His body became more perfect, his face more handsome and extraordinary, not like that of an ordinary person. His long silver hair had a soft luster and emitted a faint glow. The wings behind him are pure white, but upon closer inspection, one can see the power of light and thunder flowing on them. Silver hair, purple eyes, white wings, blessed by the power of light, blooming with the power of thunder. A sacred aura arises spontaneously, and in his blood, the surging life force was like the springtime. The system prompt also sounded. Your bloodline has completely evolved, and you have awakened your bloodline talent. Immortality Seed. Your bloodline has failed to elevate the bloodline of your race. The talent of the immortal race is not suitable for the race you are bound to. You have advanced to the legendary profession, Holy Thunderblaze. You have awakened the legendary trait, Divine Power. You have awakened the legendary trait, Sacred Heart. Chapter 34, Crown King. Every legendary profession will awaken legendary characteristics when it is born. Different professions have different legendary characteristics. Generally speaking, a legendary profession will only awaken one characteristic. For example, the legendary characteristic of Eagle King's Awakening, Stormlord, is a characteristic that enhances the ability to control storms. But Jiang Yu's situation was somewhat special. With the help of Qing Shi, he absorbed the extraordinary blood of the two titans and awakened two extraordinary powers, thunder and light. Therefore, two legendary characteristics were awakened. One is passive and the other is active. Shenwei, the damage caused by the power of thunder, is multiplied. Sacred Heart, enter absolute combat state. With the blessing of the two legendary characteristics, he possessed strength that was not inferior to that of veteran legendary masters as soon as he advanced to the legendary level. However, what made him even more delighted was the complete sublimation of his bloodline. Bloodline, immortality. It means that he has a longer life, which allows him to go further, and in the future, there is a possibility that he will get a glimpse of the throne of God. However, when he saw the system prompt that the winged people race had not evolved into an immortal species, he fell into deep thought. In his conception, the winged people should be an immortal race that can rival the elves of the future. But now, although the lifespan of the winged people is slightly higher than that of the eagle people due to blood mutation, it is still the same as that of ordinary races. The various ethnic groups on the mainland today. Apart from dragons, only dwarves have a longer lifespan of 300 years because their ancestors have the blood of the titans. The rest are all under 200 years old. So how do the elves do it? Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, the entire sky and earth of Tianshan suddenly erupted with loud and enthusiastic cheers. He suddenly woke up, raised his head, and looked at the sky above his head. The winged warriors in the sky raised their white wings and held high the longbows and swords in their hands. They looked at him and cheered. The corpses of Eaglemen were spread all over the Tianshan Mountains, and the collapsed Eaglemen royal court was flowing with blood and flames. 9 generations of blood feud, avenged today. The peak hero who had been stuck below the legend had finally broken through. The winged people have their first legend and have officially stepped onto the stage of the powerful tribes on the continent. These are all reasons for the winged people to cheer enthusiastically. Facing the cheers of his tribesmen, Jiang Yu remembered the promise he made to them before going on the expedition. He put away the holy thunder field, spread his white wings, and ascended to the sky. His clear voice spread across the land and sky of Tianshan. My fellow tribesmen, I once said that the winged people have accumulated strength for 100 years. Once we rise up, we will avenge the blood feud of the 9 worlds, flatten the Tianshan Mountains, and destroy the royal court. Now we have achieved it. The Eaglemen of the royal court who once despised us are now lying on the ground. The Eaglemen king is left with only his foolish head. The Tianshan Mountains tremble beneath our feet, and countless Eaglemen of the tribes are no longer suffering from slavery. My people, I once said that a crown must be born in blood and fire. Today, amidst this sea of blood and corpses, and in the ruins of this collapsed royal palace, I am crowned king. Just at this moment, a big hole appeared in the clouds in the sky, and the sun was shining in the sky. A beam of brilliant golden light shone on Jiang Yu, making him look like a god. The mountains crown me. The sun forges my golden crown. From today on, I am the king of the winged people. Jiang Yu's declaration echoed through the mountains and valleys, and through the mountains, rivers, and streams. As soon as the declaration was made, it was like the echo raised by the waves of the sea, like the echo coming from the mountains. The winged people all over the sky cheered. King, king, my tribe has a king. Chapter 35, Sky Lord. Crown Queen in Tianshan. Jiang Yu led his people to fly around Tianshan Mountain and took away some precious items from the Eagle King's court. As for the bodies of the Eagle people, they were buried by them. They also simply cleaned up the ruins of the Eagle King's court. According to the agreement with the Goblin King Amigwal, this place will also be the territory of the winged people in the future. Jiang Yu decided to build a mountain city here and let some of the winged people be stationed and developed here in the future as the winged people's tentacles on the continent. In future development plans, the winged people will still need a long period of growth and evolution. It is difficult to improve the strength in a short period of time. Jiang Yu decided to subtly improve the bloodline of the winged people in the future, improve them generation after generation, and strive to make the winged people evolve into the immortal species he imagined. To this end, he decided to ask the Goblin King Omegle for some Titan bones after he was crowned emperor. I heard that many dead Titans are buried under Mount Proedas. It will take a while for the Goblin capital to be built before the Goblin King Omegle can be crowned emperor. He estimated that it would take another year to build this great goblin city. After sending a team of winged warriors to station in Proedas to gather intelligence, Jiang Yu led the winged army back to the coast of the East China Sea. He had just been promoted to legend and needed to consolidate his realm. By the way, he needed to determine his path after becoming a legend as soon as possible. In Jiang Yu's knowledge, above legend, there are 3 ways to advance. One is to continue on the legendary path, walking in the world, I am invincible, and finally achieve the supreme legend and become immortal. One is the path to becoming a god, establishing the kingdom of God on earth, and ultimately raising the throne of God to become a great god. There's also the rarest path of the Sky Lord, who forges a throne in the sky and eventually falls to the earth, turning the world into his territory. All 3 of these approaches are extremely difficult. The first kind of human legend is the path that many great wizards, legendary warriors, paladins, and great priests who have no hope of becoming gods will take in the future. This path does not conflict with the path to becoming a god and does not pose a threat to the gods. The second way to become a god is to become a deity. The path of this road is well known. It starts easy and then becomes difficult. Legends who take this path must first become demigods before they can ignite the divine fire and ascend the throne to become gods. But there's only one position for each god. If the god position you want to achieve already exists, there is no other way except to kill the god. As for something like killing a god, just think about how difficult it is. Moreover, the positions of gods vary in size, and their strengths vary greatly. A weak god is only slightly stronger than a legendary god, and they are born to be gods. However, few people know about the 3rd legendary path in the vast starry world. Because this 3rd path and the 2nd path are mortal enemies that cannot tolerate each other. After all, one is the coexistence of all gods, and the other is the only absolute one. Just think about it, and you will understand the difficulty between the 2. Jiang Yu was able to know this because of a unique task he received when playing games in his previous life. However, this method exists, and I think someone has succeeded. Heaven's Peak. Heavy rain falls. Jiang Yu sat cross-legged on the stone, hesitating about his future path. His first choice is naturally the path to becoming a god, but in the future, in the later part of the 5th chapter, there will be a period called Ragnarok. At that time, the heaven and earth changed drastically. The gods' kingdoms were crumbling, and most of the gods had to transform into saints to escape. At this time, a large number of gods were killed by mortals, who seized their positions and became new gods. Therefore, the gods are not immortal. The end of the human legend is to achieve immortality, which is more difficult than becoming a god. And before becoming immortal, his combat power and survivability were not as good as those of some gods with weaker powers. After thinking about it, he looked at his system panel, looked at the dazzling talent of the champion's will, and thought of his original world. For a moment, determination flashed in his eyes. Since we have come to this world, what's the point if we don't become the strongest? He is going to take the path of Skylord. If he can survive until the 5th chapter and wait for the system to unlock, he might be able to succeed. Get to the top. So, how do we walk the path to becoming the Skylord? Chapter 36. The road ahead is long. After reviewing the explanation of Skylord in the previous life game information, he thought of the path of the gods again. Chapter 5. The path to the gods is no longer a secret. The demigod condensed the heart of the law, established the kingdom of God on earth, and then connected the authority of heaven and earth, collected faith, and ignited the divine fire. After that, the Godhead was formed, the kingdom of God was held high in the sky, and the throne of God was cast high in the sky. He who holds the authority of heaven and earth with his divine nature, and holds the divine position and duties, is the true God. This is to shepherd the people on behalf of heaven and become a part of the order of heaven and earth. But the Sky Lord is different. Although he also holds power, he needs to rule over heaven and earth. Therefore, establishing the Sky Throne is a necessary step. Before truly becoming the Lord of the world, the throne is needed to suppress all the laws. In Jiang Yu's eyes, The law is the Tao. That is, to use one's own body to suppress the world, and to use one's own way to suppress all other ways. One move suppresses 10,000 moves. Therefore, the Sky Lord is the only absolute one, and it's okay to call him the only God. In Jiang Yu's view, this self-Tao is by no means the laws of the myriad worlds and the 3,000 great ways that exist in the known heaven and earth, but he wants to create a path of his own and suppress the 3,000 great ways. So what should we do? Jiang Yu looked at the long sword on his waist, and his thoughts emerged like a wild horse, and a lot of knowledge and gains from his previous life flowed in his mind. The knowledge of the two worlds turned into spiritual light and collided in the sea of heart, just like standing on the shoulders of a giant and overlooking the eternity. Working so sleeplessly all day and night drains your energy. Like an epiphany, such high-intensity perception is extremely mentally exhausting. Even though he was a legend, he gradually became haggard. Finally, 1 year later, various special features make it unique. It was another day of thunder and heavy rain. It was like a flash of light in the sky, and the spiritual light was shining brightly. An illusory path to advancement was illuminated by his spiritual light. That is an unprecedented way forward. Incredibly difficult, but also incredibly glorious. On the top of the mountain, the rain is getting heavier. Amidst the lightning and thunder, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his purple eyes as deep as the sea of stars. The wings behind him bloomed like clouds hanging from the sky. The rain flowed across his face and between his wings, like a trace of the world leaving a mark on his body. The spine is like a dragon. He stood up, grasped the long sword at his waist with his right hand, drew the sword out of the sheath, slashed at the sky, and laughed heartily. I once heard that a strong enough will can even bend the laws. Then I will replace the law with my own will and create a law. This Tao has no name, yet my will is like the judgment of heaven and earth. It is simple and clear, so I named it Judgment. With this, I will forge a throne of judgment high in the heavens and establish the way of judgment as the beginning of suppressing all other ways. This judgment law was used to forge 3,000 judgment swords, tempered with the nourishment of countless laws. Finally achieve immortality. After figuring out the way forward, he finally felt relieved. However, the first step is to truly master a law. This will serve as the first method of subjugation in my law of judgment. My future is finally clear. My heart and body are as clear as jade. What you think and imagine comes true. Just when he understood his own path, his will to be a champion surged like a sword raised to the sky. In his mind, the shadow of a sword formed by his tyrannical will piercing through his mind appeared, followed by tens of millions of illusory long swords representing the suppression of countless laws. These thousands of long swords intertwined and merged in his mind. Finally, an illusory throne composed of countless swords of judgment appeared deep in the soul. At the moment when the sky throne appeared, a violent thunder suddenly sounded from heaven and earth. The whole world was shocked. This big world seemed to sense the crisis. Dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, covering the entire horizon. Throughout the world, all living beings felt an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts, as if something precious was about to be taken away. In Prodas, the Goblin King, who was stroking his unformed throne, suddenly felt a sense of disgust in his heart, but he was unaware of the target of his disgust. Big enemy? Who is it? Above the vast ocean, on a hidden island of great wealth, several ancient dragons were awakened from their slumber. Who anger the world? All over the world. Regardless of race, every legendary strongman felt confused, and a feeling that was both a great opportunity and a great crisis suddenly arose. What's going on? I'm already a legend. How can I still feel this kind of palpitations? The top of Paradise Mountain, Jiang Yu, who was in the heavy rain, suddenly felt a great fear rising in his heart. It was as if the world's malice appeared from nowhere. This woke him up suddenly, and cold sweat broke out from head to toe. It was as if someone was whispering in his ear. So disrespectful. So disrespectful. He quickly dispelled the phantom of the judgment throne in his mind. Then the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth disappeared in an instant. But he was still frightened. It was just a rudimentary passage, and the world's malice descended upon it. No wonder no one has ever been able to achieve immortality as Sky Lord. No, it is extremely rare. This is a path to transcendence that is not recognized by the world. It's really difficult. However, in Jiang Yu's heart, he was not frightened by the malice of this world. Instead, it ignited a burning fighting spirit. Like a raging fire, he is ambitious. This road is exactly the dangerous path I want to traverse as a champion. This is the beginning of becoming the strongest. He chuckled softly. Then the first step is to perfect the power of the laws that we currently possess. I've only grasped the surface of the laws now, so I'd better not touch the sensitive areas of the world consciousness. Actually, upon closer inspection, the early stages of this difficult path are no different from the path to demigodhood. Then first concentrate the heart of the law, become a demigod, and wait for the right time to act. Thunder, light. I should start by mastering these two laws. Using the path to godhood as a symbol, I carry out the work of the Lord of heaven and earth. As for the throne, it's being cast later. He looked up at the bright moon and stars in the sky. There really should be more things above the sky. Chapter 37, the beginning of the second chapter, Goblin King City. In a few days, outside Heaven Mountain, a winged man hurriedly flew back from the west. With an anxious look on his face, he flew madly all the way to the white stone castle on Heaven Mountain and shouted loudly, "My king, the construction of the Goblin capital, Proedas City, has been completed. The Goblin King, Amigwal, has announced that the coronation ceremony will be held in 1 month." Inside the white stone castle, the little turtle was lying on the wooden table, snoring softly. Jiang Yu, who was dealing with the backlog of matters within the tribe, heard the shouts of the winged messenger outside and immediately stood up from the wooden chair. Amigwal is finally going to be crowned the Goblin Emperor. This is a classic scene at the beginning of the second chapter. The feeling in his heart of witnessing history is greater than experiencing the years. Wait for the winged messenger to enter the hall and announce loudly again. Jiang Yu asked his personal guards to take the messenger to rest, while he instructed his wingman assistant, "Xiao Yi, go select 800 elite winged men and accompany my personal guards to Proedas to celebrate for Amigwal." "Yes, my king." A winged girl who was working hard at a wooden table next to him nodded in response. He naturally could not manage such a large winged people tribe by himself. So after returning, he selected dozens of smart and reliable winged people as his administrative assistants. Inona was one of the best among them and was promoted by him as his assistant. After Inona walked out, Jiang Yu patted the little turtle's head on the table and laughed. "Xiaoba, don't sleep. Let's get ready and set off for Proedas." The sleeping little turtle suddenly woke up, and there was a clear stupidity in his confused eyes, which was far from being as smart as he would be in later generations. "Boss, we're going on a long journey again, so let's get going." He naturally stood up on his 2 turtle legs and climbed onto Jiang Yu's shoulders using his hands and feet. By the way, he rubbed his sleepy eyes. Jiang Yu smiled lightly. With Amigwal's coronation as emperor, the world has become different. No matter what happens, I, Big Brother, will remain unmoved. The little turtle raised its head proudly. "Who are you talking to about Mina?" "Boss, I was wrong." The next day, 1,000 elite winged men gathered above Mount Heaven, including 200 personal guards and 300 extraordinary professionals, enough to support Amigwal's Sky Force. Following Jiang Yu's order, everyone followed him to Proedas in the west. 1 month later, Jiang Yu led the winged people troops to Proedas. At this time, on the plain of Proedas, on the high mountain also named Proedas, a magnificent city had been built. Its city walls inherited the high walls of the Titans, which are 500 meters high, but the internal buildings have been restored to houses that are convenient for goblins and various ethnic groups on the continent to live in. The design is very orderly and looks very much like a large ancient city in the previous life. The goblins don't have such an architect, so Jiang Yu has every reason to believe that this is the masterpiece of the humans among the goblins who walked out of the shelter. And where the city gate used to be, there was indeed a huge skull embedded in the center of the city gate. Its open mouth was the entrance and exit of the city gate. Every intelligent race that passes through the city gate can still feel the majesty of the demigod and a slight palpitation. It seems that the Goblin King Amigwal never breaks his promise. He said he would cast the head of the Thunder Titan Atre into a city gate, and he would definitely do it. When all the races on the continent saw this, they not only marveled at the strength of the goblins, but also understood the powerful strength of the goblins. They lowered their proud heads and submitted to them. This is not shameful. When the Titans were powerful, the goblins also bowed down to them and were even more respectful. And at Proedas, part of the mountaintop was flattened, leaving a large piece of flat land. A magnificent palace with steam style and pre-era human style was built on it. It is so magnificent that it makes people sigh that it does not seem like a creation of this world. Even Jiang Yu felt that the design of his own white stone castle was a bit simple after seeing it. In front of the palace is a vast square, on which stands a stone sculpture of the Goblin King, a Migwal. That was the image of a Migwal standing with his hands behind his back, gazing at the mountains and rivers in the distance. When Jiang Yu saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a show-off!" Jiang Yu and other winged people landed outside the city gate. A goblin official quickly came to them and guided them into the city of Proedas. However, the goblin officials took them directly to a tall building that looked like a pair of outstretched wings. "Your Highness, the Winged King, this is the residence our clan has specially prepared for the nobles. From now on, this place belongs only to the Winged Clan." Chapter 38. Hitting the Human Race. Jiang Yu smiled when he heard this. That's right. Now, our winged people have a place to stay in the goblin capital. He looked at this tall and symbolic building. The shape of the pair of wings that looked like outstretched wings made him feel that the goblins had put a lot of thought into it. Isn't this the embassy? In fact, on this street, there are not only double-winged buildings designed for their winged people, but also dwarf buildings shaped like a hammer, troll buildings like Fong buildings, and fairy buildings shaped like a forest. In addition, there are centaurs, mermaids, dwarves, and so on. It seems that this street was built specifically for this race of heroes who followed the dragon. The goblin official asked before pushing open the door of the Winged People building. "Your Highness, this building has not yet been named. You can name it, and we will find a craftsman to hang the doorplate later. In that case, let's call it the Winged People Embassy," Jiang Yu said without hesitation. The goblin official was surprised when he heard this. "The name you mentioned is the same as the one mentioned by the humans in the shelter. It seems that the rumors are true. Your Highness is indeed close to the humans. In some respects, they and I do have a lot in common." Jiang Yu laughed out loud. He was not worried that the goblins would be wary of him because of his closeness to humans. In fact, almost all of the truly powerful human technologies and equipment are in the hands of the Goblin King, a Migwal. The lifespan of humans is not long. Even if they practice the path of sequence, due to the restrictions of the goblins, after a few hundred years, the descendants of humans will become an ordinary race in Furland. No threat at all. In order to build the eternal dynasty of the Goblin Empire in the future, Amigel will use every possible means, although he will not resort to extreme measures. However, there is one thing that Jiang Yu has always been very confused about. In the once glorious pre-era human civilization, with its transcendental sequence system developed to the extreme, was there really no super powerful person at the top of the sequence? In the game data, those who reached sequence 1 in each path were also called gods. In front of the Winged People Embassy, the goblin officials interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. "The human race is indeed a magical race." Then he said solemnly, "Your Highness, your exclusive doorplate will be delivered tomorrow. We will also take full responsibility for your food and drink during this period. Also, in a month, our king's coronation ceremony will be held. Please be sure to attend on time." Jiang Yu said seriously, "I will definitely remember it." The goblin official politely took his leave. At this time, the goblins were dressed neatly and cleanly, with a dignified and calm appearance, and they were proud of being the strongest race on the continent. So Furland is currently the strongest clan. I don't know how it will end up like that in the future. After the goblin officials walked away, Jiang Yu led his people into the double-winged high embassy building. The space inside the embassy is huge, enough to accommodate 1,000 winged people, and even have some space left over. Originally, these buildings were rebuilt in the palace where the Titans originally lived, and the place is indeed very large. A few hours later, the sun is about to set, and the evening light fills the sky and the earth. Jiang Yu, along with a few personal guards and the little turtle, strolled around this new goblin city. The houses are arranged in an orderly manner, and the streets are wide and open. It was like several rings were built to surround Mount Proedas in the middle. The entire city is large enough to accommodate 1 million people. Amigwal's ambition was fully demonstrated when the city was built. Finally, he walked up to the high city wall and overlooked the new city of glory. The newly built goblin capital looks magnificent. A vibrant civilization is emerging. In the following days, apart from occasionally going out for a stroll, Jiang Yu spends the rest of his time practicing. During this period, he was received by the Goblin King Amigwal in the newly built palace. When Amigwal saw Jiang Yu's legendary achievement, he was really surprised for a while and felt more intimate with him. But in this era, everything is determined by strength. In today's Furland, Jiang Yu's winged people are the strongest sky army, and Amigwal cannot help but pay attention to them. But when Jiang Yu walked out of the palace, the Goblin Great Sage walked up to Amigwal's throne and said with a frown, "Now that the winged clan leader has become a legend, he's no longer as easy to control as before. The 100,000-strong winged people are a flying army of 100,000 capable of fighting in the sky. Even legends and demigods would have a headache. They are not afraid, but they find it difficult to solve. Before becoming a god, divine power and supernatural power are two different things. Amigwal is a man with a strong desire for control. Although the trolls are powerful, Furland has a large number of troll clans of different species, so he never worries. But the winged people are united, and they have a legend as their leader. Even if they provoke internal strife, it will be suppressed immediately by the legend, which is a trouble. Your Majesty, perhaps we can form our own flying corps. Ourselves? Using those Eaglemen? Amigwal wondered. It's not them. I've seen those Eaglemen. They've lost all their spirit and are completely useless. What I want to say is we, the goblin race, have various knight professions. Why not choose a flying magical beast as the mount for the Sky Legion? The Great Sage laughed. Hey, that's a good idea. Then, Great Sage, do you have any ideas about which flying magical beasts can serve as mounts for our flying knights? Amigwal became interested and asked, Griffins, didn't we capture a large number of them during our previous battle against the Titans? The Great Sage smiled, leaning on his wooden staff. Good, 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 wonderful. Amigwal said 3 good words in a row, obviously very satisfied. My acquisition of the Great Sage is like a fish finding water or a saber-toothed tiger growing wings. I'll do as you say. He laughed out loud. However, right now, we still need to show enough respect for the winged people. We don't know where the ancient dragon is hiding, so the Sky Force is indispensable. Well, since the Winged King has achieved legendary status, let him serve as the guardian of the Empire's eastern border. The Great Sage suggested. Can. Amigwal nodded. The goblins haven't set foot in that place yet, so it's just an empty title. Just give it to them. When the goblins multiply and develop, we can find an excuse to take it back in the future. After discussing this matter with the Great Sage of the goblins, he prepared to go to the harem and favor his new, beautiful goblin girl. Just when he thought the goblin sage was about to leave, he saw him stop where he was and continue to speak. One more thing, Your Majesty. What's up? Amigwal showed no impatience. Right now, the humans in those shelters are making a lot of small moves and maintaining contact with various races. I think it's time to express our attitude. Hearing this, Amigwal frowned. In addition to the strength accumulated by the goblins over countless years, the most important reason for conquering the continent of Furland was the human race coming out of the shelter. Without humans, it will be difficult for them to defeat the Titans. We want to teach the human race a lesson and let all races on the continent see how we treat them. The Goblin Great Sage said, Ow, isn't there a woman named Fiona among those humans? It's said that in their time, this girl was a specially trained shelter manager for the humans and was considered the nominal leader of those humans. I think, Your Majesty, you can marry her as your consort. Let the world know your position. Marry the human woman as your concubine? Amigwal felt a little unhappy. In his eyes, the beauties among the goblins are the real beauties. Those human women, no matter how beautiful they look, are just big monkeys in his eyes. He likes the green skin of beautiful people. Your Majesty, you will be the future emperor of the Goblin Empire, so you need to make sacrifices. Besides, you are only marrying her to express your opinion. You don't need to touch her after marrying her. You could just keep her in the palace as an object. This not only warns those seemingly humble but actually proud humans, but also makes them actually become a loose sand. At the same time, it also serves as a warning to all races on the continent. Why not do such a good thing? Oh well, Amigwal said helplessly. Okay, I'll do it later. Well, there's no need to be so anxious. You're going to be crowned next month. When the time comes, the queen and all the concubines will have to make an appearance. It's so urgent. Then, half a month later, Jiang Yu, who was in the Yiran embassy, suddenly heard a shocking piece of news. What? That blonde human girl named Fiona married the Goblin Emperor as his concubine. All the winged people were surprised. Is this true? This, with such huge racial differences, can there be true love? The little turtle king, Xiao Ba, also exclaimed. Chapter 39, Concubine. But I heard that after a Migwell married the human girl, he never touched her, said the winged man who heard the news. A Migwell's taste is still normal, so the significance of this matter is not as simple as it seems. Jiang Yu is in deep thought. As the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, he has the ability to found a country, is a man of great talent and vision, and does things by no means simply. Jiang Yu thought for a while and finally understood. I see. He spoke to the winged officials who followed him. We shouldn't have any contact with humans recently. A Migwell took the human girl Fiona into his harem, but didn't favor her. He was trying to make a point for us. Boss, what's your attitude? The little turtle was confused. Is there a deeper meaning to this thing? The thoughts of intelligent species are too complicated. No, my dear, I have to learn something. I understand too. The winged girl Anona beside her also suddenly realized. A Migwell took the human race's leader into his harem. This is telling us that the human race is his property. Let's not have any ideas about taking advantage of them. I see. Xiao Yi, you're very smart. Jiang Yu praised with a smile. Ahem. The winged girl smiled sweetly. Another half a month later, the entire new city of Proadas became extremely lively. A large number of intelligent races from the goblin camp came to this city, bringing a huge flow of people to this new city. In addition, the goblins have been continuously migrating from all over the continent during this period. At this time, there are almost 1 million people living in Proadas. There are more than 900,000 goblins alone. So terrifying. This day, it is the beginning of spring, and everything is reviving and full of vitality. On this day, the entire Proadas looked solemn and majestic, because today is the day when a Migwell is crowned as the Emperor of the Goblin Empire. Every goblin looked very happy on this day, looking down from the sky. All the goblin citizens stood on the street at the foot of Mount Proadas, waiting quietly. A large number of goblin soldiers stood on the city walls and streets, facing the direction of the royal palace on Mount Proadas, with their heads slightly lowered and touching their chests. And in front of the palace of Proadas, in a huge square paved with white stone bricks, Jiang Yu, along with several winged guards and leaders of other races, stood on the right side of the palace square, totaling several thousand people. As for the armies of various ethnic groups they brought with them, they lined up outside the city. On the left side were the goblin nobles and officials, headed by the goblin great sage and the goblin high priest, numbering nearly 10,000 people. In the middle of the square, there is a wide red carpet avenue that can accommodate 4 horses. It runs from outside the palace square to the end of the square, and then along 900 steps, it reaches the front of the palace. This is Coronation Avenue. Elite goblin soldiers stood throughout the square, in every corner and on both sides of the Coronation Avenue. They were armed with spears and short swords, and their armor shone brightly in the sun, solemn and dignified. When the sun rises to its highest point in the sky, Jiang Yu, who was standing in the queue, suddenly heard a loud announcement. The savior of Furland, the destroyer of titans, the brave and fearless lord of the goblins, the leader of the continent's alliance of races, the great leader of Migwell. Here you are. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yu turned around and looked outside the square. I saw several goblin professionals walking in front on both sides, and the voice just now was obviously made by one of the extraordinary professionals. And a Migwell walked in the middle, strode like a dragon and a tiger, looking down on the world. Beside him, she is a female goblin dressed in elegant and luxurious clothes. Behind him is a group of nearly 300 goblin concubines from a Migwell. Among this group of concubines, Jiang Yu immediately saw the blonde human girl Fiona, whom he had met before. Her height was extremely conspicuous among the female goblins whose average height was less than 1.4 meters. Jiang Yu looked at her current expression, which was very haggard. Her energy and spirit had dropped a lot. Her beautiful face was also very dim, with a kind of sickly beauty. She is completely different from the beautiful and confident blonde girl she was back then. Chapter 40, Goblin Emperor. Just right. When Jianyu looked over, Fiona's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. The sun is high in the sky. Fiona felt like she was in the cold winter, but Amigwal's coronation ceremony would not change because of anyone's mood. As Amigru walked along the coronation avenue made of red fox fur, the goblin soldiers raised their spears high above the heads of the Amigru goblins on the red carpet avenue. This form of coronation ceremony made all the races on the continent open their eyes wide. They felt that what the goblins did was different from others. This was the breath of civilization. Unfortunately, the irony is that it was Fiona who made such a suggestion. When the bright red carpet came to the end, Amigwal turned to look at his wife beside him, nodded, and walked up the 900 steps alone. The goblin queen brought her 300 concubines along the steps to the small stand on the side. The sunlight shone on each step as Amigwal climbed up step by step until he stood on the highest step. He turned his back to his subjects and allies in the square, took a deep breath, and then turned around, just like facing all living beings. At this time, the goblin high priest, standing on the left, stepped out of the queue, holding a golden jewel crown in his hand, and read loudly. Countless years ago, the world was ruled by titans and dragons, enslaving all races on the continent. The two races fought constantly, causing the earth to crack, the sky to shatter, and mountains and rivers to flow backwards. Until our king, Amigel, emerged from nowhere, leading his troops into battle and conquering every battle. He possessed extraordinary talent, attaining the status of a demigod. Enduring humiliation and bearing great burdens, he ultimately defeated the Titans in a single battle, slaying the Thunder Titan and usurping the throne of the Titans and Dragons. Now the world is at peace, and all races live in harmony under the rule of Amigwal, the natural king, and his might is feared by Farrant. Today, on behalf of the Goblin Clan, the leaders and kings of all the tribes on the continent, I implore the Goblin Lord, Amigel, to establish the Goblin Empire. At the same time, please crown Amigwal as the great emperor of the empire under the witness of the mountains and the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars. After the Goblin High Priest finished speaking, all the Goblin officials and nobles in the Goblin queue on the left half-knelt on the ground and congratulated in unison. I beg Amigwal to be crowned Emperor of the Empire. Right side of the square. The team of thousands of people from various ethnic groups looked at each other in confusion as they heard the earth-shaking shouts of please. But soon, 1, 2, 3, everyone followed the example of the Goblin officials and nobles on the left, half-knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. We, the dwarves, beg Amigel to be crowned Emperor of the Empire. We, the Fairy Clan, implore Amigwal to be crowned Emperor of the Empire. We, the Troll Clans, implore Amigel to crown us Emperor of the Empire. The leaders of all ethnic groups on the continent are the most aware of the current affairs. Jianyu is naturally no exception. We, the Winged People, beg Amigel to be crowned Emperor of the Empire. However, when he raised his head and looked at the arrogant Amigwal, that sentence came to his mind again. He takes his place. Well, this is the second time he thought of this sentence. On the highest step, Amigwal looked at the goblins and the various tribes on the continent who surrendered at his feet, with a look of fascination on his face. So, this is how the Emperor feels? Back then, the Titan King must have felt the same way when he sat on the mountain throne of Prodas. Jianyu shouted helplessly for a long time before he heard Amigwal's voice, which was more majestic than usual. Since you have requested me, I, Amigwal, will be the Goblin Emperor from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, the Goblin High Priest walked up the 900 steps and came in front of Amigwal and said solemnly, Your Majesty, please bow your head for the last time. I will place the crown that symbolizes the imperial power on your head. From now on, no one can make Your Majesty bow his head. Good. Amigwal lowered his head slightly and allowed the Goblin High Priest to put the golden crown on his head. Then, there was the cheers of the crowd. Amigwal is officially crowned. In his first words after wearing the crown, I, the Goblin Emperor Amigwal. Everyone, stand up. Your Emperor grants you the right to raise your heads. Chapter 41, the first year of the Goblin Empire. Year 1 of the Goblin Empire. Amigwal was crowned the first Emperor of the Goblin Empire. He appointed the most powerful Troll Clan chieftain as the Guardian of the North. He appointed the Winged People as the Guardian of the East and the Sky. He appointed the Dwarves as the Guardian of the Mountains. He appointed the Mermaids as the Guardian of the Western Sea. Every alien guardian is equivalent to a duke in the Goblin Empire. At the same time, all races on the continent who participated in the Titan Crusade will receive certain levels of rewards and titles. Afterwards, Amigel appointed 2 goblin dukes, the eldest sons of the High Priest and the Great Sage, respectively, and had them establish goblin duchies in the western and southern territories, expanding territory for the goblins and increasing their population. He ordered the chiefs of the original goblin tribes to return to their homes, gather the goblin people, and build a city. The goblin population currently stands at tens of millions. Aside from the 1 million in the capital, there are another 9 million scattered across the continent. Amigo is ambitious and wants to see goblin tribes flourish in various locations, build cities, and ultimately have a goblin city at every point on the continent. In the future, Proedas, protected by countless cities, will be the true capital. Finally, he infected 300 young goblin nobles who had made outstanding military achievements and sent them to establish fiefdoms and expand territories outside the core population areas of the Goblin Empire and in the barren lands that had not yet been explored by other races on the continent. This is what Amigwal and his goblin officials have done in the past year. 1 year later, at the foot of Mount Proedas, late at night, the sky is dotted with stars. The silver moon hangs high in the sky. The beautiful girl with long golden hair closed her notebook and sat quietly on the tree branch, shaking her white and slender thighs with a leisurely sound. Fiona, princess, I know everything you said, but what is your reason for asking me to meet you late at night? Opposite her was a young and handsome winged man. No, Jiangyu, there's one thing you don't know. Amigel has already begun arranging personnel to train Griffin Knights. In the future, when the Griffin Knights of the Goblins are flying all over the sky, the unique status of the winged people will no longer exist. A smart person like you should know the consequences. Jiangyu frowned upon hearing this. Indeed, if the Griffin Knights become numerous among the goblins, the winged people will be in dire straits. Although the trolls are powerful, they are extremely scattered. The dwarves have Titan blood, but are restrained by the human weapons wielded by the goblins. Mermaids live in the sea and find it difficult to adapt to life on land. The nature of goblins makes them even more undisciplined than trolls. Although centaurs are natural cavalry, their threat is second only to that of the winged people. The other races on the continent all have various problems. Only the winged people. In this era without a powerful sky force, the winged people actually divided the goblin sky kingdom. This is unacceptable to the ambitious Amigwal. Looking at Jiangyu in deep thought, Fiona smiled slightly. We can help you with this. Do you have any ideas? Jiangyu said in surprise. Of course, but before that, I need you to agree to a request of mine. What do you want? Don't worry, it's not too much. I just want a child with your blood. What? Jiangyu was stunned. It's totally off the mark. What a weird request. In his previous life, he had only seen it in melodramatic novels. Fiona is very serious. A few years ago, our tribe actually awakened an old prophet of a very high sequence. When I was forced to marry Amigwal, he used his life to predict the most favorable future for the human race. That was to join your bloodline among the human race. In fact, according to the prophecy, among her and Jiangyu's descendants, there will be the first king of the human race in the new era, thus breaking free from the control of the goblins. But Fiona kept it secret. But even though I don't understand why, the prophecy says so, and I believe the prophecy of that elder. Jiangyu, please give me a child. Jiangyu is at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Let's not talk about whether I'm willing or not. You're the princess of Amigwal. If he finds out, we'll both be in big trouble. He won't find out. I guarantee you that. Please trust our clan's heritage. Hearing this, Jiangyu looked at her determined eyes and sighed. Okay, I agree. But before that, tell me, what are you going to do to prevent the winged people from being replaced by the goblin Griffin Knights? Fiona was relieved to see Jiangyu agreed and explained. We've come here to apply to raise griffins for Amigwal. What kind of speech was this from the Qin state? Jiangyu inexplicably thought of historical allusions from his previous life. Well, the night is beautiful tonight. Let's not waste time and act quickly. Okay. Chapter 42, Leaving. The night is as dark as ink, dotted with stars. A silver moon hangs high in the sky. The forest at the foot of Proedas was illuminated with a silvery white. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees' lush branches, creating a melodious sound that sang and wept. A thick darkness enveloped the depths of the forest, leaving nothing but hazy light. A beam of moonlight, carried by the wind, waded through the mountains and valleys, illuminating the rocky bottom of a deep pool. A dreamless night. The next morning, the sky was covered with dark clouds and rain was gradually falling. Fiona left in a hurry and quietly returned to the palace on the mountain in the gloomy, rainy day. As the imperial concubine, she naturally had a room in the palace. Even though the Goblin Emperor Omegle has no feelings for human beauties, he will not be so magnanimous as to allow his concubines to do whatever they want. Standing deep in the forest, Jianyu looked at the heavy rain falling on the green grass, sighed, and returned to the Winged People Embassy in Prodas City. As soon as they entered the embassy, a little turtle flashed over like purple lightning and jumped onto Jianyu's shoulder in a few steps. "Boss, why didn't you come home all night?" "Of course I have something important to discuss with those humans," Jianyu said calmly. "No, why do you have a jasmine-like fragrance?" The little turtle stood on Jianyu's shoulder and suddenly sniffed. Jianyu's mouth twitched, and he reached out to pick it up and took it away. "Wang Xiaoba, you're a turtle, not a dog. How can you smell everything?" "Oh." At this time, the winged lady Inona came over with several winged officials and asked, "Your Majesty, what did the human race say this time?" His Winged People Administrative Agency gradually took shape, and the female Winged People Inona was the official leader who actually helped him handle government affairs. So Jianyu told Fiona everything he had talked about, omitting the part about childbirth. Inona sighed after hearing this. This human race has such bad luck that they've ended up being the shepherds who helped the goblins raise griffins. You're mistaken. The human race's thinking is long-term and by no means simple. However, their actions are indeed very beneficial to us. Jianyu smiled. By the way, pack up and leave the people stationed at the embassy. I'll go into the palace again today. After bidding farewell to Emperor Omegle, we'll return to Heaven Mountain. Yes, Your Majesty. This time, Omegle called Jianyu over, actually to mobilize part of the winged troops to conquer a part of the die-hard Titan giant race. The opponent's camp has flying units, such as griffins and windbirds, so a winged legion is needed. He is a loyal ally of the current Goblin Emperor Omegle, a loyal subject in the eyes of the Emperor. After receiving the order, Jianyu immediately led an army of 3,000 winged people to Prodas and handed them over to the Goblin's expeditionary general. This time he will not go in person, but will let a master-level winged professional lead the legion to follow the goblins. After bringing the Winged People Legion here, he can leave. I just stayed one more day because of Fiona's invitation. When he arrived at Emperor Omegle's palace, Jianyu saw Fiona standing behind the Goblin Emperor Omegle like a female official, seemingly reporting something. See Jianyu coming. Omegle's face was filled with joy. "Oriel, thank you for your timely dispatch. Those Titan remnants will be completely wiped out, and the Winged People will always be the Goblins' best allies. Everyone in our wing tribe is happy to help His Majesty." "Very nice." After chatting for a while, Jianyu and Omegle said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he looked at Fiona deeply. A month later, Jianyu and others returned to Tiantang Mountain. Chapter 43, Reinhardt. 5 years later. 6 years in the Goblin Empire calendar. Whitestone Castle on Paradise Mountain. Jianyu is handling affairs for a month. He now basically practices for a month and then spends a day handling government affairs. The sun is at the middle of the pole. The female official from the Winged People pushed the door open and walked in with an ugly look on her face. "Your Majesty, our tribesmen who traveled in the north have sent back a letter saying that they saw a tribe of Eaglemen numbering as many as 10,000 people on a large mountain in the Northern Brothers Mountains. They seem to be the remnants of the Eagle King's court. Their leader is said to be the 9th prince of the Eagle King. I remember there was a new city built by goblins in the River Valley Plains in the middle of the Brothers Mountains. There were probably tens of thousands of goblins living there. Why do these remnants of the royal court Eaglemen dare to live next to the goblin city? There's a gathering of tens of thousands of eagle people. I don't believe the goblins can't discover it." Jianyu frowned. "Your Majesty, our people have done some research. In recent years, there have been Eaglemen heading to Brothers City every year." Inona replied, "It seems that the goblins still have a trick up their sleeve for us." Jianyu sneered. "Then what should we do? Allow these remnants of the royal court Eaglemen to grow stronger?" Inona asked. "Let's put it aside for now. These Eaglemen are not going to amount to anything. The goblins won't let us exterminate the Eaglemen. When the time is right, we will completely wipe out these royal court eagles. Inona, our current mission is to develop our winged people, Jiangyu said calmly. 10 years later, 16 years of the Goblin Empire. Jiangyu was practicing on the top of the mountain. His aura was deeper and more majestic than more than 10 years ago. This day, the still young and beautiful winged female official suddenly appeared in front of him. Your Majesty, a young human who claims to be your son has come to see you. On the blue stone on the top of the mountain, Jiang Yu's silver hair fluttered in the mountain breeze. He said calmly without even opening his eyes, "Where did I get my human son? Let him go back. Can anyone really be recognized as a father?" Ugh. Inona turned and walked away, just reaching the steps. Jiang Yu suddenly seemed to remember something, opened his purple eyes, and spoke loudly. "Wait a minute, Inona. Let him come to see me." He thought of that night 15 years ago. "Yes, Your Majesty." Not long. A handsome human boy with blonde hair and purple eyes walked up to the top of Heaven Mountain and came in front of Jiang Yu. The two stood facing each other quietly, silent for a while. A feeling of blood connection suddenly arose in Jiang Yu. Fiona actually gave birth to a son. Looking at the determined young human in front of him, Jiang Yu broke the silence and spoke first. "My child, come to me." The 15-year-old human boy has grown very tall as Jiang Yu's shoulders. The blonde-haired, purple-eyed boy stepped forward obediently. Mother said, "You are my father." "Good." Jiang Yu nodded gently. "What is your name, my son?" "My mother named me Reinhardt." The boy answered. "Reinhardt, what a nice name. It seems your mother wants you to be a man like a lion." Jiang Yu exclaimed in admiration, then asked, "How did you get here, kid?" "As I recall, the goblins kept a tight rein on you guys." "Father, I come riding on a griffin." The boy pointed outside Heaven Mountain and saw a griffin flying slowly in the sky. Next to it, there was a winged soldier following from a distance. Looking at the griffin in the distant sky, Jiang Yu shook his head. "It's too dangerous, Reinhardt. If the goblins discover you riding a griffin away without permission, it will be a serious crime." "It's okay, father. Mother will cover for me. Besides, His Majesty Amigwal's 19th son and I are on good terms, so nothing will happen." "Well, then, you took the risk of coming here. Do you have something to say to me?" Jiang Yu asked. "Mother said that you will definitely teach me to become an extraordinary professional." Reinhardt's face was filled with a bright smile, so sunny. Chapter 44, Legendary Bloodline Inheritance. On the top of the mountain, the wind is cool and refreshing. Several huge pine trees on the edge of the cliff are winding, like a door leading to heaven. Reinhardt felt the closeness flowing in his blood, and looking at his handsome father with purple eyes and white wings, he felt a sense of security he had never felt before. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to answer, he just recalled his memories. The closeness in blood made him willing to tell Jiang Yu the stories of these years without reservation. He was fostered in a human tribe since he was young, living with a group of human brothers and sisters, and was raised by human elders who came out of the shelter. Under the education of the elders in the tribe, they learned to raise griffins from a young age and grew up with the griffin cubs. Except for the griffins, in the human tribe, there are also a large number of goblin officials and soldiers. They're like the eyes of the goblin Emperor Amigel, monitoring the development of the human tribe and the progress of raising griffins. Of course, they also have the task of protecting the human tribe. Because of a certain agreement, the elders of the shelter were unable to teach them some precious advanced knowledge. He had seen many times the elders of the human race sighing in the middle of the night, which was the pain of the loss of civilization. Sometimes compromises have to be made for the continuation of the race. Until the age of 6. He doesn't even know that he actually has parents. That day, the human princess of the Goblin Emperor came to this human tribe, half of whom were children. The imperial concubine is the nominal leader of the human race. Although she is only a Sequence 8 reader, her expertise for the previous era allows her to lead the human race today. She brought a large amount of supplies and some resources for cultivation. There are also some human children with extraordinary potential in the tribe, but their talents are extremely low. It may be related to the change of eras and requires improvement from generation to generation. The human princess sought some career paths from the goblin tribe for them, as the beginning of the human race's newfound supernatural power. This profession is called knight. However, The knight career path handed down by the goblins to the human race can only reach the heroic level at most, and there is no legendary stage above that. The Goblin Emperor Amigwal bluntly stated that the legendary path of each profession was the result of countless generations of goblin practice, gained through time, blood, tears, and experience. It is impossible to hand it over to the human tribe. In previous life, Reinhardt showed great potential, but for some reason, the elders in the clan did not let him become a knight profession, saying that he would have a better future. And then that night, the human princess stayed in the tribe, and when Reinhardt was about to fall asleep, she came to his room, hugged him, and cried all night. That night, the 6-year-old Reinhardt learned that his mother was the concubine forced to marry by the Goblin Emperor Amigwal, and his father was not the Goblin Emperor, but a big man far away on the east coast of the Furlan continent. He is the guardian of the eastern border and sky of the Goblin Empire, the Grand Duke, the king of the winged people on the east coast, Jiang Yu. Being precocious, he remembered his mother Fiona's words and kept the secret in his heart. Reinhardt grew up like this. Although he could not learn extraordinary skills, he practiced swordsmanship day and night. He looked forward to the day when he would become strong enough to take his mother away from the palace. In this way, 9 years passed, and Reinhardt grew from a little child into a handsome blonde boy. A month ago, his mother Fiona told him that he could come to Paradise Mountain on the east coast to look for Jiang Yu and asked him to be prepared. Then the next day, a goblin official came to him and asked him to take several griffins he raised and follow the 19th Prince Asa Amigwal to his fiefdom. During this time, he needed to teach the 19th Prince and his trusted knights how to ride griffins. After teaching these goblin knights, the 19th Prince patted him on the shoulder and told him to do his own thing. Although he got along well with the prince at that time, he could not allow him to say such words. So he was very confused. "Why do you say that, Your Highness?" But the 19th Prince only spoke one sentence to him with a meaningful smile. "I have an agreement with Princess Fiona." As a result, Reinhardt was able to successfully reach East China Sea Paradise Mountain, Heaven's Peak. After Reinhardt finished telling his experience, it was getting dark. As the sun sets, the crimson clouds flow in the picturesque scenery accompanied by the sea breeze. There was a soft light in Jiang Yu's purple eyes, and he smiled gently. "Thank you for your hard work, my child. My blood flows in your veins. You can inherit my legendary path." "Oh, right. I remember that the human race has extraordinary beings called sequencers. Why don't your elders allow you to become a sequencer?" Mother said that the era of sequencers has long ended, and professionals are the mainstream of the era. In this era, there is absolutely no soil for the existence of transcendent sequencers. The various resources required for advancement no longer exist. Reinhardt explained honestly. "I see." Jiang Yu finally understood. It turns out that in this era, the birth of sequencers is no longer allowed. To advance, the sequencer needs more organs from long-extinct monsters, which are simply not available now. Such an extraordinary path would have to be developed from scratch every time a mass extinction of species occurred. "My son, Reinhardt, come to my side and let me see your extraordinary talent." Jiang Yu greeted. "Yes, father." Reinhardt approached. Jiang Yu put his hand on his head. The extraordinary power moved slightly, gathering the surrounding elements, and a breeze arose, blowing the golden hair. Suddenly, white and purple lights ignited on Reinhardt's body. It is also light and thunder. Jiang Yu was overjoyed upon seeing this and let go of his hand. "As expected of my son, Reinhardt, you possess the same extraordinary talent as me. I can pass on my professional path to you in its entirety. However, you don't have wings. Perhaps you need to make some subtle adjustments to your career path. But it's not a big problem." In Reinhardt's expectant gaze, Jiang Yu stretched out his right hand, surrounded by a hazy halo, and gently stroked Reinhardt's forehead. "Now, hold your breath and concentrate." Suddenly, images flashed through Reinhardt's mind. At the beginning, there was a winged boy holding a bronze sword. His sword flashed with thunder, and his purple eyes were like lightning. Then, there's a scene of the winged boy practicing and walking step by step on the road to legend. Create a profession, invent a way to advance, and finally defeat the legend at the heroic level, becoming a legend right where you are. Finally, the picture freezes on several pictures of a legendary path. Thunder Bearer, Wings of Thunder, Holy Wing Walker, Blaze of Holy Thunder. Chapter 45. East Coast build 7 cities. 1 year later, under Jiang Yu's guidance, Reinhardt successfully became a Thunder Rider and returned riding a griffin. On the cliff, looking at Reinhardt's receding figure, Jiang Yu's eyes were calm. This year, Jiang Yu not only passed on his own cultivation experience to him, but also told him many historical stories from previous lives. A large number of historical stories have educated Reinhardt's thoughts and given him more possibilities for the future. The other side, after returning to the human tribe, Reinhardt worked harder to raise the griffins and always remained respectful and loyal to the Goblin Emperor Amigru. And the more respectful his attitude became, the more contemptuous the Goblin officials became. When it comes to human tribes, bullying and injustice often occur, but Reinhardt endured it. During his year at Paradise Hill, he listened to 2 stories told to him by his father. One was Qin Fuzi, the founding king of the Qin state, and the other was Go Jian, the king of the Yu state. Whenever he was insulted, he would encourage himself with their deeds. Decades later, Reinhardt officially became the patriarch of the human tribe. The human tribe has reached a size of 10,000 people, and they raise nearly 1,000 obedient rideable griffins. As the humans who came out of the shelter gradually grew old, Reinhardt became the new leader of the human race. Amigwal's trust in Reinhardt far exceeded that of the humans who had left the shelter. At the same time, he gradually relaxed his surveillance of the humans. Most of the Goblin officials and soldiers originally stationed in the human tribe withdrew. The rest basically only focused on the elderly people who came out of the shelter. Reinhardt endured and continued to develop his strength. In the Goblin royal court, as the Emperor's sons grew up, undercurrents gradually began to surge in order to fight for the supreme throne of the Emperor, fueled by certain forces. Although Amigwal is a demigod, he was actually seriously injured after a battle with the Thunder Titan in his early years, which resulted in the loss of his lifespan. Although he recovered from his injuries later, it now seems that the consequences of the serious injury are gradually becoming apparent. A demigod lives for 3,000 years, and a legendary being lives for 1,000. Amigwal, who is already hundreds of years old, is beginning to grow old. East Coast, Paradise Mountain, Whitestone Castle. Jiang Yu looked at the briefing on the development of the Winged People in his hand. After decades of continued development, the population of the Winged People has reached 300,000. Under Jiang Yu's personal planning, he identified 7 places on the East Coast with advantageous geographical locations, comfortable natural conditions, and abundant resources of all kinds. In these 7 places, he had the Winged People build 7 cities. Each city has a population of at least tens of thousands and is surrounded by villages of the Winged People. At the foot of Mount Paradise is the newly built largest city of the Winged People, which serves as the tribe's royal city. The original Paradise Mountain was transformed into the Winged People's military camp and royal palace, and was no longer inhabited by Winged People civilians. In Jiang Yu's plan, these 7 cities are enough to cover the entire East Coast area, forming a situation of covering the whole area with points. According to the plan, these 7 cities as the center are enough to support millions of Winged People. This is Jiang Yu's development direction for the Winged People for the next 1,000 years. As for the Winged People, their number of extraordinary professionals is also growing rapidly. Years ago, the Winged Tribe Genius Sophia completes the path for the Bright Swordsman to advance to the heroic class. Therefore, the advancement path of the Swordsman of Light profession becomes Swordsman of Light, Wings of Light, Messenger of Light. Other professions were also developed by some extraordinary Winged People. In addition, we also borrowed from the career systems of other ethnic groups. The known initial professions of the Winged People today are Light Knight, Light Swordsman, Sky Warrior, Royal Guard, Wind Messenger, Spear Warrior, Earth Spear Thrower, Fire Burner, etc. Among them, there are the most professions in the Light department and very few professions in other departments. There are basically no dark professions. Today, the Winged People have a heavenly battle group of 1,000 people, all composed of extraordinary professionals. An elite winged army of 50,000 ordinary Winged People. It can be said that the strength has greatly increased. Over the years, it was Jiang Yu who led the Winged People Legion to wipe out the monsters on the entire East Coast, allowing ordinary Winged People's villages to spread across the entire East Coast little by little. And in recent days, Jiang Yu also sent winged officials to the border between the East Coast and the Furlan continent to look for places where passes could be built. He wanted to protect the entire living area of the winged people from invasions by foreign races and monsters. Because with the development of the Goblin Empire, not to mention the monsters, the goblins expanded territory, and the outermost winged village in the east are almost approaching the east coast. It has to be said that the goblins are a very fertile race. If the number of goblins was nearly 10 million before the founding of the country, it is estimated that there must be 50 million now. Chapter 46, 300 Years of the Goblin Empire. With the unleashing of Amigwal's ambitions and the expedition of the goblin armies on all sides, most of the known habitable areas on the continent of Furland have been pacified. Many races submitted to the goblin banner. As the goblins developed, the villages of the Goblin Empire also expanded into desolate areas. The Goblin Empire received some of the heritage of the human race from the previous era, and its level of mechanical technology, especially, gradually improved. A large number of steam technology creations were produced. Although the humans in the refuge did not give all their knowledge to the goblins without reservation, it was enough. The Goblin Emperor Amigwal attaches great importance to the development of this aspect. In his opinion, in the previous era, humans dominated the world with steam technology and sequence transcendence. The sequence is lost now, but technology can still develop. He established the Royal Academy of Engineering in the city of Proedas to train goblin engineers. These engineers are well paid and educated, the best a goblin without extraordinary qualifications can achieve. Comprehensive development of science and technology, art, supernatural, population, etc. The golden age of the Goblin Empire has arrived. The winged people also grew and developed in such a rare, peaceful environment. 100 Years of the Goblin Empire Calendar. The winged people built 9 passes on the land near the east coast, completely protecting the vast land along the East China Sea. To the outside world, it is declared to resist the invasion of monsters and alien races. After the 9 major passes were built, the territory of the winged people was like a country of its own. In order to facilitate governance, Jiangyu named the east coast and the nearby large tracts of territory Los Sendas. In the language of the winged people, it means the treasure land bestowed by God to winged people. As for Tianshan Mountain and its surrounding areas where the original Eagle People's royal court was located, the winged people also built a mountain city on Tianshan Mountain, which is now home to about 30,000 winged people. Because there is a spiritual object called Fengling Jade due on Tianshan Mountain, most of the descendants of the winged people living in Tianshan City are wind-related professionals. 150 Years of the Goblin Calendar. Reinhardt, the de facto leader of the human race, has broken through to the final stage of the extraordinary professional, the heroic stage. However, his career path has changed a bit compared to Jiangyu. Under Jiangyu's suggestion, Reinhardt spent several decades combining some of the Goblin Knight's career path, his own situation, and Jiangyu's guidance. On the basis of the career of Thunder Guardian, he derived his career path and finally successfully advanced to the Holy Lion Knight. This is a heroic class that he derived from the Holy Wing Walker and suited it to his own needs. And his legendary career has also been conceived, named Lionheart. From then on, there was a way for future generations of the Reinhardt family to carry on their legendary careers. Thunder Rider, Lightning of Thunder, Holy Lion Knight, Lionheart King. At the same time, most of the humans in the shelter have passed away, and only a few younger humans from the extraordinary sequence are still alive. Among them was Fiona, but she was no longer as young as she used to be, and time had left traces on her face. And on the side of the winged people, the population of the winged people reached 500,000. The 7 major cities gradually accommodated a large number of winged people, and the main city at the foot of Heaven Mountain had a population of 100,000. These years, Jiangyu successively sent envoys to various parts of the continent to establish diplomatic relations with various races. But the results were minimal. Most races at this time were far from having a mature system and were still in the tribal system. But the dwarves did establish the dwarf kingdom among the mountains, and the envoys of the winged people were able to establish diplomatic relations with them. The changes between heaven and earth are also obvious. The whole world seems to have entered a cold winter, getting colder every year. In the north, a large troll tribe calling themselves the Frost Clan was forced to move south to a large northern plain called Heras to escape the increasingly cold weather in the north and settle there. This troll tribe is very powerful, and its chief and high priest are both legendary. After some understanding of the situation, They actively absorbed the advanced goblin culture and took the initiative to join the army of the Goblin Empire to fight against rebellion. After decades of hard work, their chief was granted the title of Earl by Amigel. Earl of Frost was his name. Harros then became the territory of this troll clan, and many years later the city of Harros was established. 190 years of the Goblin Empire. The first Goblin Griffin Knights are established. When it was first established, the entire order consisted of 693 Griffin Knights. The establishment of the Griffin Knights made the old Emperor Amigwal very happy, and he named this new knightly order the Royal Griffin Knights. At the same time, in order to commend the human race for their contribution to raising griffins, Reinhardt was granted the title of Viscount of the Empire. In a river valley near the human settlement on the western edge of the Proedas Plain was designated as a fiefdom for the human race. Reinhardt built the first city of the human race here, Rhine City. This fiefdom is also known as the Rhineland, and the river next to it is the Rhine. At the same time, with Reinhardt's efforts, each member of the Griffin Knights will be equipped with a human breeder to raise and care for the griffins for the Goblin Knights. At this time, the Goblin Knights did not think it was a bad thing to have someone take care of the griffin for them. Instead, they thought that this group of humans were very sensible. After all, in their perception, magical creatures like griffins are very difficult to serve, far different from horses and mountain deer. Some people are willing to work like slaves and do these hard and tiring jobs, and they're naturally very willing to do so. They just need to enjoy the thrill of riding a griffin into battle. Thus, more than 600 humans joined the Griffin Knights in this way. This group of humans worked diligently and never slacked off. Many years later, it became a permanent rule for the humans to take care of the Knights' griffins. In fact, what they don't know is that as long as Reinhardt gives the order, the human race can change the ownership of this Griffin Knights in an instant. It was in this year. Reinhardt requested to bring back the human princess Fiona. At this time, the goblins had almost completely digested the knowledge and technology they had obtained from the humans in the sanctuary and intimidated Furland, so the role of the human princess was almost non-existent. The Goblin Emperor paid no attention to this woman who was like a mascot and a trophy, except for the years of founding the country when he made her a female official for a period of time due to the lack of talent. His harem was growing day by day, and he had no interest in favoring a monkey who he considered old. Coupled with Reinhardt's well-known loyalty and obedience, Amigwal agreed to his request. Thus, after sitting alone in the Deep Palace for 190 years, the human Princess Fiona was finally able to return to the human race. When Fiona returned to the human tribe and saw Reinhardt again, the mother and son looked at each other and cried. Looking at the bright blonde girl of that year, although her face is still young and beautiful, there are already many white hairs mixed in with her blonde hair. Reinhardt once again kept his ambition in mind. He would never let his mother's sacrifice go to waste. The Goblin Empire lasted for 300 years. The genius engineers of the Goblin Empire combined the power of the supernatural and machinery, combined with a large amount of experience of their predecessors in human science, and finally developed the great heritage unique to the goblins, alchemy. The birth of alchemy led to the emergence of a large number of alchemical tools. All races on the continent flocked to Proedas to learn alchemy. Even Jiang Yu sent a large number of winged students to study there. This year, it was the most prosperous era of the Goblin Empire. But it was at this time, in the Goblin Empire, a major event occurred that could determine the fate of the Goblin Empire. Chapter 47, Death of Amigwal. Los Sendas, East Coast. Paradise Hill, the Castle of Whitestone. Outside the White Castle is a large, well-maintained, and vibrant lawn. A group of white bright birds were playing on the lawn. A team of winged soldiers stood solemnly at the gate of Whitestone Castle. Several winged officials flew down from the foot of the mountain, landed on the lawn, washed their clothes lightly, and hurried into the fort. Peaceful and harmonious, like a holy place. However, it didn't last long. The peaceful atmosphere disappeared in an instant. It was as if a huge rock fell from the sky and landed on the water. What? Amigwal is dead. Inside the Whitestone Castle, the middle-aged male winged official sitting in the government affairs hall stood up from his seat with a look of shock on his face. Edward and Nona, sit down. In the main seat, Jiang Yu sat upright on a large chair covered with bear skin. On the wall behind him hung a map of Los Sendas and the East Coast. He looked at the extremely surprised ministers and frowned. The female official from the winged people who had helped him handle government affairs had passed away 100 years ago. Perhaps due to her busy government affairs, Inona never reached the heroic level until her death, and her lifespan was only 200 years, which is a standard for a master. The Edward Inona in front of her is her most outstanding grandson, and is also currently at the master level. However, perhaps because Inona's ability was too strong, Jianyu always felt that Edward's ability was slightly lacking. However, there were several wing officials, both men and women, sitting in the government affairs hall. Although they didn't stand up, there's also a look of shock in their eyes. Although Jianyu was also shocked by Miguel's death, his willpower was now as bright as the moon in the sky, unmoved by any wind. He asked the female winged person standing in the hall, "Elena, tell me in detail everything that has happened in Prodas recently." "Yes, your majesty." Seeing that Jianyu was calm and composed, and after calming down her inner tension, Elena began to narrate, or rather, recite. The information comes from the winged embassy in Prodas. 3 months ago, the conflict between the 17th and 13th Goblin Princes escalated, with the subordinates of both sides practically engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Queen Alessa was forced to intervene personally. Because Miguel lived too long, several older princes had already died. Except for the 7th prince who has already achieved legend and has no interest in the throne, the other princes are not legendary. Even if they achieve the heroic level, their lifespan is no more than 500 years. Among the princes, there are different levels of talent. The 13th Prince Milana Miguel and the 17th Prince Ashua Miguel are the two most talented and ambitious princes among all the living princes. 2 months ago, a fierce conflict broke out between the two princes again, but this time, even Queen Alessa couldn't mediate. What happened? 2 months ago, during the hunting competition held by Emperor Miguel, while the 17th prince was out hunting, his childhood sweetheart, his fiancée, who was said to be one of the most beautiful goblins, was abducted by the 13th prince's troops and presented to Emperor Miguel. Emperor Miguel is a womanizer, and this is something Ferlin knew. The moment he saw the 17th prince's childhood sweetheart, he was deeply captivated. Even though he knew the female goblin in front of him was his son's future wife, he never expected that the little goblin girl would grow up to be so beautiful. So he pretended not to know and directly took this beautiful woman into his harem. So, when the 17th prince returned with his prey, everyone was stunned. He didn't expect that he just wanted to show off in front of his father, but when he came back, his house was robbed. After learning the truth, the 17th prince was enraged. That very night, he led his personal knights to attack the 13th prince's camp. The 13th prince hadn't expected his younger brother to be so resilient. He was severely injured on the spot. After escaping with great difficulty, he ran to Miguel, who had already returned to the palace with the beauty, to complain. Seeing his own son nearly kill another, Miguel flew into a rage. He immediately ordered the 17th prince to be lashed 50 times and placed under house arrest. He would only release him when he realized his mistake. After this incident, the 17th prince knew his life was over. He would never again be recognized by Miguel. The throne was completely out of his reach. The 17th prince is a stubborn man. While under house arrest in the mansion, he even sent people to Miguel to ask for his fiancée, but Miguel refused to acknowledge her. This made the 17th goblin prince completely collapse. So, just a month ago, the 17th prince pretended to admit his mistake and entered the palace. That night, a fierce battle broke out in the palace. Most of the palace collapsed, and half of the palace was corrupted by evil forces. After that, the 17th prince never left the palace again. The next day, news came out that Amiguru had been shot in the heart by his own Amiguru's spear. He was seriously injured and nearly in a coma. Then, when the news came again, it was the news that Miguel had passed away, and the 13th prince, Milana Miguel, hurriedly ascended the throne before the emperor's coffin. Jianyu listened with a confused look on his face. He only felt that the 17th prince that Elena was talking about was similar to a person called Shou Wang in ancient times in his previous life. However, this goblin prince was much braver than that unlucky guy. Chapter 48, 300 Years of the Winged Family. What a loving father and filial son, and what a friendly and respectful brother. Inside the government affairs hall, a group of wing officials all stared with their eyes wide open. But Jianyu still found some doubts in it. Miguel may have been injured, but he was a demigod. How could he die so easily? The 17th prince who entered the palace did not have this ability. So, who killed Emperor Miguel? Jiang Yu was extremely confused. Inside the government hall, after being surprised, several wingmen officials showed joy on their faces. When the Goblin Emperor Amigel was in power, he suppressed the continent, and all the races on the continent dared not disobey. It's like a mountain pressing down on everyone. Now that he's dead, everyone is relieved. Then some ideas that had never been thought of before came up. Officials made suggestions one after another. Your Majesty, once Amigwal dies, will the Goblin Empire fall apart? As a demigod, Amigwal was the pillar of the Goblin Empire. Now that he's gone, the Goblin Empire will inevitably be in chaos. Your Majesty, why don't we take this opportunity to march west and expand our territory to accommodate a larger population in the future? Yes, Lucinda's may be big, but it's just a corner of Farrant. We need more resources and land. Your Majesty, the Goblin Empire is without a demigod. The races on the continent will not miss this opportunity. We can definitely get involved. Your Majesty, I believe that if we contact all the races on the continent, our number of legendaries and the quality of our army may not be inferior to those of the goblins. Your Majesty, Jiang Yu sat at the top, watching the E-People officials below express their opinions, a look of satisfaction emerging in his eyes. It is a very good phenomenon that the winged people can boldly consider the winged race and are not afraid of offending the goblins, the current overlord of the continent. But he knew in his heart that this was far from the time to compete for mainland resources. In the future, the 5th chapter of the Elf Kingdom's history records that the Goblin Empire has existed for 3,000 years. During these 3,000 years, the person who had the greatest influence on the Goblin Empire was not the first Goblin Emperor Miguel, but the great sage of the Goblin clan, Azeba. There are many missing historical records, but there is a description of the great sage Azeba. In the chapter of Titans and Dragons, the great goblin sage Azeba was born in a small mountain village in central Furland. Gifted with extraordinary talent since childhood, he was sent to the goblin court by his tribe and accepted as an apprentice by the goblin sage of the time, Arrigo. Azeba is kind, wise, good at planning, and has excellent vision. When the Goblin Emperor Miguel was still a teenager, he was favored and supported by Azeba. The subsequent records are not very detailed, but there is one fascinating detail. Before the establishment of the Goblin Empire, Azeba obtained a large amount of precious knowledge and treasures in a secret place in the north. Thus the Goblin Empire rose. This great sage, Azeba, lived until the end of the Goblin Empire. Whenever the Goblin Empire faced a crisis, it was the great sage who stepped in to suppress the situation and ensure the empire's stability. There's no doubt that after Amigel's death, the great goblin sage Azeba is the uncrowned king of the Goblin Empire. The fact that he lived for 3,000 years is enough to arouse people's imagination. Based on the lifespan of goblins, a legend wouldn't live for 3,000 years. Waking up from his contemplation, Jiang Yu looked at his officials below, met their expectant eyes, nodded, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Edward, Miranda, Charmin, Wayne, Lemire, what you said is very good. I'm very pleased that you thought of this. But the timing is wrong. The Goblin Empire is not as simple as it seems. It has a lot more to it than it seems. I suspect they may even have a demigod hiding behind the scenes. So at this stage, our tribe can just hold its ground." Seeing that the officials in the Government Affairs Hall were thoughtful, Jiang Yu nodded and gave an order to one of the male winged men. "Jamora, send someone to Proadas to gather information day and night and let us know." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao Mora received the order and left the government office to arrange his work. The remaining officers continued to work. Jiang Yu walked out of the white stone castle. Before leaving the room, he turned and asked the female wingman Lemire, "By the way, Lemuel, where's your sister Sophia now?" Sophia is the talented professional who pushed the swordsman of light profession to the heroic level of the messenger of light. "Your Majesty, a few months ago, Sophia went to the southern fairy forest to celebrate her 1,500th birthday with her friend, the Fairy of Light." "How many? 1,500 years?" Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. These fairies are really long-lived. "Okay, Lemire, Sophia is the most important legendary seed of our tribe. We must keep her safe." Jiang Yu waved his hand. He always favors the geniuses in his clan. The winged people evolved from the eagle people only a few hundred years ago. Even though their ancestors were soaked in some Titan blood, the Gauman Mountain Eagle people, who originally had no extraordinary talents, now have extraordinary potential. So far, the extraordinary potential of the winged people is roughly comparable to that of the goblins. Only dozens of legends have emerged from 50 million goblins, and 500,000 winged people still need to work hard. Sophia embodies Jiang Yu's hope. Having mentioned this, Jiang Yu looked at the young male winged official sitting in the middle seat. Wayne, has there been any extraordinary genius in the clan recently? Your Majesty, there is one. Oh, who is it? It's Lemuel and Sophia's sister, Evita. Wayne said with a smile. Evita has a strong talent and understanding for light. At only 13, she's already a professional. Jiang Yu couldn't help but turn his gaze inside again, looking at Lemuel with a proud look on her face, and exclaimed in admiration. 3 heroes from one family, Lemire. Very good. You all need to keep working hard. I hope that the first legend of our winged people, besides me, will be born in your family. Lemuel, your full name is Lemuel. Your Majesty has a good memory. So you're the descendants of Ali. It's been 300 years, and there are so many descendants of our former companions. Jiang Yu sighed. Chapter 49, Rebellion of the Kings. After March, new news came from the capital of Prodas. Several of Amajul's sons were dissatisfied with the 13th prince's sudden ascension to the throne, and they fled from the imperial capital to their fiefdoms, contacted their relatives, and rebelled. Among them, the 15th prince, the 18th prince, the 21st prince, and the 25th prince raised troops in their fiefdoms. They wanted to throne Milan Amiguel. The armies of the 4 princes and the 2nd Goblin Emperor fought fiercely within the empire. Of the 1,500 noble lords in the Goblin Empire, except for 2 Grand Dukes, 30 Marquises, and more than 500 earls, viscounts, and barons in the border areas, all the other noble lords were involved in the rebellion. As for the various ethnic groups on the mainland, they also began to stir. Some races even directly joined the camps of several princes just to gain the greatest benefits. As the alien race closest to the imperial capital, the tribal leader Reinhardt was reading a letter in his hand at this time. Reinhardt, my brother, our father died under strange circumstances. The kings fought each other, and countless citizens of the empire perished in this war. I had no intention of competing, but I knew I had to stop this rebellion. I have secretly obtained the support of the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, Milo Azeba. I know your human tribe also has the ability to ride griffins. I would like to invite your people to ride griffins and fight for me. Once this is accomplished, I will lift the many bans imposed by the goblins on the human race and grant them a piece of land in the north. If you choose to support me, please send an envoy to inform me within 3 months. I will raise an army in the coming days so that I can deploy my troops. In the tent late at night, Reinhardt frowned as he looked at the letter from the 19th prince in his hand, remaining silent. Beside him were several human elders and Fiona. They also circulated the letter written by the 19th prince to Reinhardt, and their opinions were divided. Some people thought that this move was too risky. The human race only had a few tens of thousands of people and was under the watchful eyes of the goblins day and night. Some people think that they can support the 19th prince. After all, the human race is kept in captivity near the goblin capital and may suffer disaster at any time due to the emperor's mood. Now there is an opportunity to leave the capital, so they can take a gamble. In any case, under the nose of the goblin emperor, it is difficult for the human race to develop. It took them 300 years to multiply tens of thousands of people. Everyone had different opinions, and Reinhardt was unable to make a decision. This is a decision that concerns the fate of the human race, and the pressure in his heart is too great. At this time, only his mother Fiona had not expressed her opinion. Reinhardt asked directly, "Mother, what do you think I should decide?" The tens of thousands of human beings today were developed by the old people in the shelter who gave up everything. He knew that Fiona loved the human race more than he did. Fiona smiled at him. "My son, you are now the leader of the human race and must bear the responsibility for their life and death. But you can ask your father about this matter. I believe you will not miss this opportunity to cause chaos in the Goblin Empire." Upon hearing this, Reinhardt looked up towards the distant east, which was the direction of the east coast. "Father? I understand, Mother. It only takes a little over a month to ride a griffin from the imperial capital to the east coast. Round trip. That's plenty of time, so I'll go there myself." 20 days later, Reinhardt came to the East Coast again. Chapter 50, Eaglebeak. The East Coast today is completely different from what it was 300 years ago. 9 passes were built on the mainland near the East Coast. Not only are there winged people stationed in the 9 passes, but there are also winged people patrolling day and night above the route connecting the 9 passes. Come here. Reinhardt was quickly discovered and intercepted by the winged people. He also had to show his identification before he was allowed to enter. That year, when he left, Jiangyu gave him a pair of flying winged jades as a token of trust. He had kept them, and they came in handy today. Flying over Los Cindas on a griffin, Reinhardt saw a large number of winged people living quietly and peacefully on the East Coast and the surrounding lands. Villages, farmlands, and 7 cities that act as regional centers. These seem to have changed drastically, much different than when he first came to Heaven Mountain. If this was a tribe when I came here last time, now it has become a kingdom. He was very envious and looked forward to the day when humans would be able to establish a kingdom of their own on the land of Furland. Thinking of this, he suddenly made up his mind that no matter whether Jiangyu participated in the chaos or whether he suggested him to join or wait, he would join in. Not for anything else, just to find a piece of land that truly belongs to my people. Flying all the way, Reinhardt riding a griffin was very rare in a country full of winged people. However, the human race is still a relatively close tribe to the winged people, and most of the winged people basically just glance at it and ignore it. A few hours later, Reinhardt arrived at Paradise Hills. This time, he also let the griffin play nearby by itself, and he also showed the token, and then walked all the way from the foot of the mountain to the white stone castle. The sun is shining brightly at this time, and the mountain views are stunning. Jiangyu was not inside the white stone castle, but was waiting for him on a large lawn outside the castle. After nearly 300 years, although they have been in contact with each other through letters, due to historical reasons during the reign of Eaglemen, Jiangyu and Reinhardt have met only a few times. The last time we met was 30 years ago. Looking at the sun in front of him, the blonde boy has now become a middle-aged tribal leader with some dignity. His golden hair, the same as Fiona's, grew thick on his head like a lion's hair. Jiangyu has no feelings for Fiona, but he still has feelings for his blood-related son. Reinhardt came all the way to the East Coast in person, so there must be something that needs his help. Really, the moment Reinhardt saw Jiangyu, he spoke directly. "Father, I need your help. It's probably because of the recent rebellion of the Goblin Kings." "Yes, father. The 19th Prince once sent me a letter requesting that I send troops to support them. The reward was very generous. But I couldn't make up my mind, so I came to ask for your advice. Reinhardt, you must remember that you are not only my son now, but also the leader of the human race. Getting involved in the struggle between the kings is too dangerous for the human race at this stage. If something goes wrong, there will be no recovery. Take me for example. Even with the winged people's development to this point, I'm still walking on thin ice. The reason is that we are too weak. Although Jiangyu did not say it explicitly, he actually advised Reinhardt not to take risks. A strong look of unwillingness appeared in Reinhardt's eyes, but he knew that Jiangyu's consideration was correct. The contrast between reality and ideal made him breathless. "Show me that letter." Jiangyu took the letter and looked at it carefully. When he saw the name of the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, Milo A's, his eyes fixed. "Reinhardt, what is the relationship between the 19th Prince and the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, Milo Eaglebeak? Is Milo's support reliable?" "Father, I only know that the 19th Prince grew up with Milo like brothers. Grand Duke Milo has an excellent reputation, so what he said must be true." "Okay, Reinhardt, I take back what I said. You can fully support the 19th Prince." "Father, do you agree?" Reinhardt said in surprise. "Yes. Also, when you encounter difficulties, you can seek help from the winged people. If they're too strong, I will also help." Jiangyu said with a smile. "My foolish son, you probably don't know the value of these 3 words, Eaglebeak. Eaglebeak has existed throughout the 3,000 years of the Goblin Empire." That day, Reinhardt rode a griffin back to the Rhine territory on the edge of the Proedas Plain and wrote back to the 19th Prince. September of the 300th year of the Goblin Empire calendar. Autumn is in full swing, and the autumn wind is blowing. Asa Eaglemen, the 19th Prince of the former Goblin Emperor, raised an army in the southern border, and the Grand Duke of the southern border, Milo Eaglebeak, led his troops to support him. Chapter 51. The Goblin Great Sage Choosing the Emperor. Asa Eaglemen was delighted by Reinhardt's support. And after hearing what Reinhardt said that the winged people could also be won over, he was even more ecstatic. Because of their powerful aerial combat capabilities, the winged people were used by the Goblin Emperor Amiguru, but were also greatly feared. Otherwise, they would not support the Eagle people. Asa Amigwal quickly wrote a letter and sent it to the East Coast. Among them, a large number of promises were made, and Jianyu was asked to send troops to help. Jianyu agreed. Start organizing the troops and prepare for the expedition. Prodas Palace. The sound of something being smashed and angry roars echoed throughout the palace. Inside the main hall, Emperor Milan Amigwal swung the sword in his hand and chopped the table and everything on it into pieces. It was already difficult to resist the attacks of the four princes, but time was on his side, and there was hope of victory if he persisted. But he did not expect that his always obedient brother Asa Amigwal would suddenly rebel. The southern border of the empire was opened up by Asa Amigel within 3 months, and a large number of goblin nobles surrendered. It was a civil war within the royal family, and these local lords and nobles had basically no desire to fight. In desperation, Emperor Milan Amigwal had to transfer elite troops from all 4 fronts to the south for defense. This elite force, led by the legendary General Thorn, led by General Asa Amigwal, was blocked at the Amber River and could not advance an inch. However, transferring troops to the south for defense put the other 4 princes at a disadvantage on the battlefield. The 301st year of the Goblin Empire calendar. May 1st, Thorn seized the opportunity to defeat Asa Amigwal's army at the Amber River, just as the army was about to collapse. Jianyu arrived with an army of 10,000 winged people. In this battle, Jianyu hid his strength and fought Thorn to a draw. The winged army descended from the sky and caught Thorn's army off guard, buying time for Asa to reorganize his army and ultimately avoid the fate of defeat. The two armies once again confronted each other at Amber River. June 3rd. The tide of war began to turn suddenly. The 15th Prince of Mon Plain defeated the Emperor's defenders and led his army straight to Prodas. June 7th. The western city of Fillet, which was loyal to the Emperor, was captured, and the Emperor's relatives, the Farah family, were all executed by the 18th Prince. Then the army marched straight into the imperial capital. June 8th. The Frost Clan, a troll tribe in the north, responded to the call of the 21st Prince and led the troll army to break through the city of Garso from behind and march south. June 13th. The Count of the West, the Roman family of Roman City, surrendered to the 25th Prince, opened the eastward checkpoints, and allowed the army to advance eastward. June 14th. The Southern Army was attacked from behind by the Human Griffin Knights. Being attacked from both sides, the entire army was defeated. The legendary General Thorn failed to persuade them to surrender and was surrounded and killed. From now on, there will be no more obstacles on the road to the north. Then Asa Amigwal lost no time and headed north, marching day and night, heading straight for Prodas. July 29th. The armies of the 5 princes arrived at the city of Prodas. In Asa Amigwal's camp, Jianyu saw the city gate made of the head of the Thunder Titan Atri and was filled with emotion for a moment. Once again, he played here as an attacker. July 30th. I don't know what agreement the 5 princes reached. They began to lead their troops to attack the city separately. August 19th. The city of Prodas is broken. The army stormed the palace, but Milan Amigwal was nowhere to be found. 5 princes began to fight for the throne. The 5 armies were able to control the killing at the beginning, and the intensity of the fighting between them in the city was not high. But on August 30th, because of a small thing, the first violent conflict broke out, and the army fought fiercely in the city. As the fighting intensified, it finally harmed the goblin residents in the city. A large number of civilians died in the battle. The streets were stained with blood, and the city of Prodas was flooded with blood and was almost destroyed. At this critical moment, the great goblin sage Aziba appeared. With his demigod status and powerful prestige, he subdued the rebellious nobles and forcefully suppressed the 5 armies' rebellion. The great sage became a demigod. The 5 princes began to panic. If Aziba had ambitions to become emperor, their fate would not be good. But fortunately, Aziba had no ambition to become emperor. September 1st. Aziba summoned the 5 princes to the palace. The empire is without a master. I will choose one of you 5 to become the emperor of the empire. So, each of you must answer me a question. I will make a decision based on your answers. So who goes first? Chapter 52, Why was the country founded? in front of the majestic imperial palace. The great goblin sage stood beside the throne, looking at the goblin princes at the steps, each with his own unique style and ambition. He looked at them one by one, lingered on the 19th prince, Asa Amigwal, for a while, and then asked, "You all know that your father, the emperor, rose from humble beginnings to unite the various goblin tribes, unite the various races on the continent, defeat the Titans, and establish the Goblin Empire. It's not easy. The Goblin Empire was hard-won. So, my question concerns your understanding of the Empire and its future. So, your highnesses, may I ask, why was our Goblin Empire founded? What is the foundation of the Empire?" All the princes fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Just as the princes were in deep thought, outside the palace, in the square, the nobles and leaders of the Five Kings Legion stood in the wide square, waiting for the answer from the palace. Reinhardt stood beside Jiang Yu, his face full of tension, staring into the palace hall. Jiang Yu looked at his disappointing appearance and couldn't help but scold him. "Reinhardt, calm down. You're over 300 years old. Stay calm." Reinhardt was speechless after hearing this. The human race is not the winged people, so if we fail this time, there won't be much loss. The human race is different. They are already feared by the goblins and are kept in captivity near the capital, right under their noses. If you make the wrong choice this time, it will be difficult to move forward in the future. However, since his father was scolding his son, he didn't dare to retort and could only respond sullenly. Seeing his expression, Jiang Yu thought about it and hinted, "Reinhardt, you must believe in your choice. The outcome is already determined. His Highness the 19th will succeed." As he said this, he gestured for Reinhardt to look at the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, Milo Azeba. Reinhardt raised his eyes quietly and saw Milo Azeba standing calmly not far from them, as if he already knew the result. Reinhardt couldn't help but calm down. Inside the palace, the 15th prince pondered for a while and then answered first. "Great sage, I believe it's force. We goblins possess demigods, the largest number of legendaries on the continent, the most powerful army, and the largest population. All of this combined creates an extremely powerful force. We defeated the Titans with force and gained control of the continent. Therefore, the foundation of a nation is force." Azeba nodded when he heard this, but did not comment and looked at the next person. The 18th prince lowered his head slightly and said with a smile on his face, "Great sage, I believe that the foundation of the empire lies in the powerful demigods. So before it was father, now it's you." After he said this, the brothers around him looked at him in surprise. Wow, what a lickspittle behavior. Unfortunately, the great sage Azeba didn't buy it and moved on to the next prince. The 21st prince spoke this time and was straightforward. "Great sage, our nation was founded on our achievements in defeating the Titans. We made all the races on the continent submit and accept the goblins as the masters of the continent." After hearing this, Azeba looked speechless but continued speaking. 25th prince, it's your turn." The 25th prince was silent for a while and finally spoke. "Great sage, I believe that the foundation of the goblin nation lies in the 50 million goblin people within the empire. The empire belongs to every goblin. It is the power of 50 million goblins that has built this great nation. I believe that every goblin person is the foundation of the empire." This time, after Azeba listened, the dark color softened a little. He looked deeply at the 25th prince for a long time and then sighed. "I didn't expect you to have such an understanding." Then, his expression returned to its original solemn look, and he looked at Asa Amigwal and said, "Your turn, Asa Amigwal." Asa Amigwal was shocked when he was named by the great goblin sage. In fact, what he thought of had been said by the previous brothers. He didn't know why the great sage called his name last, and for a moment, he felt a little nervous, just as he was thinking hard. Sudden, Asa Amigwal remembered what he had said 3 months ago when he was talking to the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, Milo Azeba. "Your Highness, my father believes that the empire was built on the goblins' unwavering pursuit of knowledge and progress. If you become emperor in the future, you must remember this sentence." He naturally agreed immediately. At this moment, this sentence inexplicably appeared in his mind, and his heart felt relieved. "Sorry, brothers and sisters, you have a closed book exam, but I have an open book exam." So he took a deep breath and spoke. "Great sage, it's knowledge. The empire was built thanks to the goblins' unyielding spirit of pursuing knowledge and progress. After Asa Amigwal finished speaking, Azeba finally smiled and said with relief, "Ah, very good, very good. Knowledge is the key to changing the fate of the goblins. Your Highness Asa, your answer is correct. It seems that you're the emperor of the empire. I am willing to make you the emperor of the empire." After saying this, he declared with the power of a demigod. The mighty sound spread throughout the entire Proedas plain like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, echoing in all directions. From now on, I, the great sage of the goblins, Azeba, will declare Asa Amigel the emperor of the empire. Chapter 53, Pollock Territory. The 302nd year of the Goblin Empire calendar. January 1st. Asa Amiguru is crowned the third emperor of the Goblin Empire at Mount Proedas. The four princes were made dukes and sent to the frontier to develop duchies, and were not allowed to return to Proedas in their lifetime. All the nobles who participated in the war were sent back to their fiefdoms, and those who committed serious crimes were executed. The Frost clan, a northern troll that followed the rebellion, was held accountable and had to return north, waiting for the next opportunity to go south. All the nobles and tribal leaders who followed Asa Amigwal were rewarded. Milo Azeba obtained a portion of the population and alchemical resources. The rest of the nobles received population and territory. The winged people obtained nominal ownership of a large piece of land south of the east coast and obtained some alchemical technology. Jiangyu named that place Lomanda, which means the mountainous land obtained by the winged people through hard work. He planned to build 5 cities in Lomanda and raise 1 million winged people. And Reinhard got what he wanted. Because he raided Thorn's army at the Amber River, laid the foundation for victory, and bought precious time, he did not arrive in Proedas later than other princes and missed the imperial election, and he had a good relationship with Asa Amigwal. In such an achievement, Reinhard was granted the title of Earl, and Asa Amigwal, in accordance with the agreement, granted Reinhard a large river plain in the west of the northern border. That place is on the edge of the northern Goblin Empire's sphere of influence, and was once the territory of a border earl. Now the earl was convicted as a criminal, his territory was confiscated, and the goblin civilians in the territory were divided up by the nobles, allowing Reinhard to obtain a developed land. He named this territory Pollock, which means regaining habits and rebirth. The following year, he found Asa Amigwal to testify and made a deal with a border viscount, exchanging the Rhine territory for a piece of territory of a northern noble, the Portman territory. The Borman territory and the Pollock territory were thus merged into the Pollock territory, which had forests, plains, and rivers, enough to support 500,000 human beings. So after the rebellion of the kings, the Goblin Empire began to recuperate. After Asa Amigwal was crowned, he adopted a conciliatory policy towards foreign races. But he was extremely wary of the domestic nobles. After all, the goblins were suppressing the continent, and it was difficult for him to realize the danger of alien races. Asa's attitude towards the great sage Azeba is extremely complicated. On the one hand, he was grateful to Azeba for helping him ascend the throne, but on the other hand, he felt that Azeba's power and prestige were too great, and sometimes he was more capable than him. He wanted to restore the emperor's authority during the reign of Amigwal, but he was also worried that Azeba would depose him. This resulted in him never becoming a legend in his lifetime. The Goblin Empire lasted for 350 years. Fiona died in Pollock County before her death. She asked Reinhardt to bury her under a laurel tree because she always remembered the laurel tree her mother planted when she was a child. She asked Reinhardt to carve a line of small words at the bottom of her tombstone. A sister full of guilt. When the catastrophe struck, she strictly followed the rules of the human kingdom where she lived in the previous era and closed the shelter on time, resulting in her sister Vivian not being able to enter with her. Although Vivian is extremely talented as a sequencer, she is still young and is likely to have died long ago. Before Fiona passed away, Jiangyu met her for the last time. Although he had no feelings for her, he still saw her off for the last time. The 567th year of the Goblin Empire calendar. The third emperor of the Goblin Empire died in the palace at the age of 493. Chapter 54, Throne Realm. As early as the 310th year of the Goblin calendar, Reinhard advanced to the legendary level in Pollock County and took the career path of the Lionheart King. From then on, the human race lived for 1,000 years and became a major tribe in the region. Having led his people to independence in the north and become a legend, Reinhard finally had the energy to raise his offspring. This is also what Mother Fiona requires. If the human race is to prosper, it cannot do without geniuses with extraordinary potential. Fiona married Reinhard to more than a dozen wives until Reinhard himself strongly insisted on not wanting them anymore. The legendary king Lionheart thus submitted to his mother's power and worked hard to have an heir. However, it is difficult for legendary bloodlines to give birth to offspring. Until Fiona's death, he only had 3 sons and 1 grandson. By the time the third emperor, Asa Amgru, died, the Reinhard family had grown to nearly 100 people. At this time, the human race already had a population of 500,000. At this time, the original territory was no longer enough, and Reinhard had to go north to expand the territory. The northern part of Polish territory is not a desolate place, and several intelligent races live there. Races such as kobolds, centaurs, and trolls all have several tribes in the north. After considering it for a few days, Reinhard decided to choose the dog-headed man as the target of the operation. The gnolls were once under the command of the dragons. With the changing times, the gnoll tribes are easier to bully than other races, such as the centaurs and trolls. When Reinhard fought the kobolds, East Coast, Jiangyu was also very satisfied with the development of the winged people. The Goblin Empire lasted for 360 years. After leaving the southern border, Sophia, the genius of the winged people, did not return to the East Coast, but continued to travel around the continent. It was not until the 490th year of the Goblin Empire that they returned. However, when she returned, she had already achieved legend and opened up a legendary career path, the Holy Maiden of Light. After more than 500 years, the winged people finally have their second legend. 30 years later, Sophia's sister, Arietta, also advanced to the legendary level, opening up another legendary path for the Swordsman of Light, the Sword Saint of Light. This legendary profession has higher combat power than her sister and is more suitable for the vast number of extraordinary winged professionals. The 2 sisters are 2 legends in their family and have become a popular story among the winged people. As for their eldest sister Lemire, she is still lingering at the heroic level, unable to make any progress. Perhaps due to the large amount of government affairs being delayed, it is unlikely that she will have a chance to make a breakthrough in this lifetime. To the time point when Asa Amigel died, the winged people during these 200 years, a lot of Romanda has been developed. 5 winged cities were built between the mountains, and about 500,000 winged people settled here. In Lucindas and the East Coast, the number of winged people has reached 1.5 million. This number has reached the limit of the winged people that the region can support. As for the winged people in Tian Shan, the growth is slow, and most of the people there are military households, with a size of about 100,000. The current population of the winged people is approximately 2.1 million. As for Jiangyu, after 500 years of practice, if he had taken the path to become a demigod, he would have achieved it long ago. Because he has already mastered the law of thunder. If he were a demigod, he would now integrate his own millennia of the law of thunder between heaven and earth, try to master the power of thunder and become a part of the order of heaven and earth. His approach was a little different. He needs to integrate his will into the laws of thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. And at the moment he holds the power of thunder, he needs to transform his will into a divine sword and forcibly suppress and repress the power bestowed by the laws of thunder. This is the first step on the path to becoming a Sky Lord. He called it the Throne Realm, a demigod on the road to godhood. But the prerequisite for all this is that he's going to start forging a sky throne and a top-grade sword to serve as a carrier of his will, or in other words, a divine sword. In his plan, his throne of judgment is actually a sword tomb of the laws of heaven and earth. A divine sword suppresses and buries a law of heaven and earth. Although the magic sword is hard to find, the alchemy of the Goblin Empire has made a breakthrough recently. He has been studying alchemy and researching sword-making methods over the years, and has achieved some results. But the difficult part is to cast thousands of thrones in the sky. First, the materials are hard to find. Secondly, the construction of the sky throne would make too much noise, and it would be cast in the sky. To complete the casting, he still needed an opportunity. He still needs to wait. Wait for a time when everyone's eyes are elsewhere. Just happened. The 694th year of the Goblin Empire. A plague broke out that affected the whole of Finlandia. Chapter 55 Plateau. This plague actually has a source. 1 year before this devastating plague occurred, north of the Goblin Empire, the Northern Ice Plateau, This place is actually outside the control of the Goblin Empire. Although the Goblin Empire claims to be the master of the continent, it does not actually completely occupy the entire Furland. To the north of the Goblin Empire, there's a river that flows almost into the entire north, dividing the north of the Furland continent into two zones. The south is the relatively warm and resource-rich northern border of the empire. Some border lords and a large number of races affiliated with the Goblin Empire live and reproduce here, including the human race. To the north is a vast desert grassland, where the main inhabitants are the Centaur clan and the Troll clan. Dog-headed men, pig-headed men, tiger-headed men, sheep-headed men, minotaur, etc. also live here. These are nomadic peoples who have lived in the north for generations, trying to survive in the vast northern desert. The Frost clan of the Trolls, who once moved south and surrendered to the Empire, is one of them, but is not the most powerful clan. Of course, they have been driven back to the desert long ago, and no one knows how they're doing now. Further north of the desert is a towering plateau. A towering mountain range stretching for thousands of miles separates the desert and the plateau. In the desert, some legendary creatures once traveled to the plateau, but left soon after. It's because the climate on the plateau is even colder, and it's simply not a place where normal people can survive. Of course, there are living creatures here. Many ice species reproduce on the plateau, and they are all very tall. It seems that the plateau is the cradle of giant creatures. Historians of various races in the 5th chapter also speculated that the ancestors of the Titans might have walked out of the plateau and came to Proedas in the center of the continent, and then grew and developed an extraordinary system to rule the world. There are many giant creatures on the plateau. The frost giants are one of these species. However, their size is in no way comparable to that of the Titans. An adult Titan can grow to about 7 or 8 meters, but it is still a huge monster. A tribe of frost giants consists of about dozens of people and is composed of several families. Almost all frost giant tribes raise mammoths and ride them in battle, making them the overlords of the ice plateau. Of course, they are not invincible. There's an intelligent race called Behemoth living on the plateau. This race is divided into two categories, Golden Behemoth and Behemoth. The Golden Behemoth is intelligent and small in size, about 3 meters long. The Behemoth is a giant beast nearly 10 meters tall, like a wild beast. Among them, only the Golden Behemoth can reproduce, and the offspring are either Golden Behemoths or Behemoth beasts. In many cases, the two are from the same mother, so the Golden Behemoth can dominate the ice plateau by riding the Behemoth. In fact, the frost giants' raising of mammoths was also influenced by them. But due to food constraints, they also lived in small tribes. In addition, there are the plateau giant bear, the ice and snow giant wolf, the plateau giant deer, the plateau ice bull, and the blue sea giant kuan that lives in the central ice sea on the plateau, which is as huge as the ocean. On this snowy plateau that is difficult for outsiders to enter, the large races in this ice and snow world struggle for survival day after day. In their world, there's probably nowhere else to go. The plateau is really big enough for them to survive. But it was the year 694 of the Goblin Empire, 1 year before the plague broke out. The tranquility on the plateau was broken. While a frost giant was hunting a large fish in the shallow sea of the central ice sea, he dug out an ice coffin from under the seabed. Inside the ice coffin, there was a beautiful woman sleeping with an extremely gorgeous appearance, and her whole body covered in bright red. The frost giant was very curious about the petite woman in the ice coffin, so he brought the heavy ice coffin back to the shore. Who knew that once they got ashore, the ice coffin would melt like water? The beautiful woman in a red robe, as bright as blood, woke up. She has a pair of blood-red eyes and lips of a bright color. But his face was extremely pale, as if he was seriously ill and had not recovered. Looking at the frost giant who rescued her, the red-robed woman smiled slightly, revealing her amazing beauty. "Did you wake me up, giant?" The frost giant actually felt the pressure coming from the red-robed woman. Faced with the red-robed woman's questioning, he did not dare to move and nodded honestly. Although the woman's language was not the same as his, he was able to understand it for some reason. "Although I woke up a little early and my injuries haven't healed yet, I feel the rebirth of the world. Is this already a new era?" She sighed slightly and looked around. Ice and snow cover the edge of the sea, but I am still on the northern plateau. She stood up. Her figure was slim and her curves were charming. Then he pointed at the vast sea of sky. Countless bright red silk threads plunged into the sea. In just a few seconds, she caught countless fish, all of which were big fish, including a giant fish that was 30 meters long. With the bang-bang sound of fish falling to the ground, the frost giant looked down and saw a large number of fish appearing under his feet. But these fish look a little shriveled, as if a lot of blood has been drained from them. "Big guy, you woke me up, so you can take these fish away." Then, without waiting for the frost giant to react, he turned into a red light and left. The frost giant stood there in a daze for more than 10 minutes, and only after confirming that the red-robed woman had really left did he breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the big fish under his feet. A look of joy appeared on his face, and then he dragged the biggest one away and walked towards the tribe. For him, today's harvest was not bad. Chapter 56: Blood Poison. After the red-robed woman left, she spent a few days circling the snowy plateau. There are no traces of humanity on the plateau. Is it because civilization has not yet set foot here after its restoration? She stood in midair and shook her head. "Forget it. Let's go to the mainland and take a look. I wonder if anyone has left those shelters and restored human civilization." So the red-robed woman headed south to the continent. She first passed through the vast northern desert and was puzzled when she saw the centaurs, trolls, and other races living there. It's been so long, yet so many new intelligent life forms have emerged on the continent. But the northern desert is desolate, so it's no big deal if it's occupied by these alien races. Then she crossed the northern desert and continued south, arriving in the territory of the Goblin Empire. When she came down from the plateau, she did not pass through the human territory of Polek in the northwest, but went south from the northeast. Along the way, she saw a large number of troll clans, goblin clans, dwarf clans, etc., but the largest number were the short, green-skinned goblins. And the further you go towards the central region, the more numerous these short, green-skinned goblins become, and their level of civilization becomes higher and higher. Seeing the goblin cities spread everywhere and the goblins holding their heads high and chests puffed out, the red-robed woman could easily see that this was a symbol of domination of the continent. But none of this matters. What matters is that she saw familiar traces of pre-era human civilization in the goblin civilization. Because the alchemy of the Goblin Empire has now developed to a very high level, there are heavy traces of human technology from the previous era in alchemy. The red-robed woman became more and more frightened as she looked at them, and she began to harbor murderous intent towards these green-skinned dwarfs. She was not afraid of the existence of alien races on the mainland, because as long as the human race in the shelter came out, they would develop sooner or later, relying on the science and technology of the previous era. Even though she discovered that the supernatural system of the previous era had collapsed, it was not impossible to create a new supernatural system. What she feared was that the human race's refuge would be discovered by these alien races, and that their technology and knowledge would be plundered before the human race developed, and the remaining humans would be killed. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated, but went to various parts of the continent to check the shelter locations she knew. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. Most of the shelters collapsed on their own before they could even last, and all the humans inside died. The shelter that held on until later was empty, and it was suspected that it had suffered huge damage. Finally, she headed north and came to the refuge she was most familiar with, because that was once the place her sister was in charge of. She hoped that the shelter would be intact, and she could see her unfaithful sister again. However, reality is always cruel. This shelter, named Number 490, is guarded by a large group of green-skinned dwarfs called goblins. This made her completely disappointed, and the anger in her heart was completely ignited. All those coming in and out of this shelter are goblins, with no humans. Moreover, it seems that the goblin settlements have been built for quite some time. She deduced, "My sister and her compatriots in the shelter are likely to be in great danger." So the red-robed woman took action. The bloody sky instantly enveloped the entire shelter Number 490, and all the goblins inside were killed almost at the same time. The goblin legend who stayed behind was caught off guard and was seriously injured. After fighting for a while, he was captured by the red-robed woman. The legendary goblin was surprised that the one who defeated him was a human. The human race, which has always been humble, actually has a strong person like you. Human race? Lowly. She sensed the meaning of the goblin's legendary words. Asked quickly, does the human race still exist in this world? The goblin legend must not have wanted to die. So under the red-robed woman's questioning, he told the human race everything that happened after the shelter was discovered. After hearing this, The red-robed woman remained indifferent for a long time, then twisted the legendary goblin's neck. It turns out that my sister and the others have been kept in captivity since they awakened, and used as tools for the goblins' learning. This group of weak goblins doesn't even allow human descendants to inherit the sanctuary. My sister was even forced to marry that damned goblin emperor. Her bright red eyes suddenly turned as red as blood due to the intense emotions. Despicable goblins, I will make you pay the price. She originally wanted to march straight to the goblin capital, kill their emperor, and then destroy the entire goblin empire. But her injuries had not healed yet, and there were several auras in the goblin capital that made her extremely wary, so she probably couldn't win. As a Sequence 3 blood progenitor, he is comparable to a demigod and possesses an infinite lifespan, but his combat power is actually average. But she has an ability that is very suitable for killing large areas. She can use her own real blood as a source to create a highly contagious blood poison. She's ready to take revenge on the goblins with blood poison. As for whether it would affect the human race currently living in the northern territory of Poluk, she didn't care. What does it have to do with her if there is no human heritage and no sister? In addition, she learned from the goblin legend that all the humans in the shelter had died long ago, so she had no scruples. However, even so, she still eliminated the lethal property of the blood poison to humans. Although people would still get sick if infected with the blood poison, at least it would not be fatal. The person is gone, but the love and affection still remain. So in the next few months, after some experiments, the red-robed woman confirmed that the damage to the goblins was fatal. So she chose a large goblin city in the north and released the blood poison. The blood poison was highly contagious. In less than 7 days, the entire city was infected and spread to the surrounding areas. Then this plague, called blood poison, spread more and more severely, completely affecting all races in the entire continent. Even the winged people on the East Coast have been infected with this plague. Chapter 57. Responses of the various ethnic groups on the mainland. Once infected with blood poison, the body will show signs of infection. The infected person will gradually develop red eyes, grow fangs in his mouth within 3 days, spit out the air of plague, and show a strong desire to attack. He will not let go of any living people or animals around him, and will die from all body festering within 7 to 10 days. This is the infection phenomenon summarized by the goblins. Under the legend, there is infection, but the stronger the extraordinary strength, the less likely it is to die. The blood poison spread throughout the northern border in 3 months and throughout the continent in 6 months. Its madness frightens all living beings. The goblin great sage could no longer sit still when the north was covered by blood poison, because he discovered that this plague was particularly targeted at goblins. Other races still have a chance of survival after being infected with this plague, but the goblins died instantly with no chance of survival. Of course, the exceptions are the extraordinary goblins, who are always physically stronger. After the plague spread, the great sage Azeba urgently ordered local lords and city lords to close the city gates and strictly prevent the plague. But this thing is hard to guard against. You defend one place, and that place pops up again. It's like someone is spreading plague everywhere. So it quickly spread throughout the mainland. The goblin great sage had no choice but to research ways to deal with the blood poison. But it takes more than 1 or 2 days to find a solution to this problem. A large number of goblins die every day, leaving the goblin sage exhausted. The 4th emperor of the Goblin Empire, frail, also looked extremely haggard. In just half a year, the goblin population, which originally grew to 200 million, is now reduced to 100 million, and the number is still decreasing. Even though the emperor and the great sage usually had some secret struggles with each other, now they took out all their resources for countless goblin alchemists to study day and night. The great sage himself was even involved. At this time, not only the goblins were worried, but all the races on the continent were worried about it. East Coast. When the plague reached Los Sendas, Jiangyu was practicing on the top of Mount Paradise. Generally speaking, his practice time is not fixed, but if there is an emergency, he can be woken up. But the plague spread too quickly. The messenger had just delivered the news in the morning, and by the time Lemire arranged for officials to check in the afternoon, the plague had already spread. The situation soon became difficult to control. Lemire and other winged officials had never encountered a plague before and lacked the means to do so, so they directly notified Jiangyu, who was still practicing. When Jiangyu heard the news, his heart skipped a beat. MD, I was so careless. He urgently ordered the closure of the 9 passes and sealed off Losendas and Lomanda, and isolate those infected with the plague. But this plague has been brewing among the winged people for some time and is difficult to prevent. By the time he managed to get it under control, half of the winged people had already been infected with the virus. It is slightly different from a goblin infection. Although the mortality rate of winged people infection is also very high, some people can still survive. After being infected, only about 1 in 10 winged people can survive. After being weak for a period of time, they will return to normal. At this time, no one noticed that the small number of tribesmen who survived seemed to have become much younger. 50% of the winged people died in agony. The remaining winged people became infected and neither alive nor dead, although they survived. But their eyes and wings turned red, their feathers and hair fell off, and fangs grew in their mouths, making them look extremely evil. To curb the plague and save the people, Jiangyu also summoned scholars from the tribe and winged alchemists who had returned from studying abroad to begin studying how to save the living infected winged people. However, among the human race in the Polek territory, those infected with the blood poison showed strange changes. Even the red-robed woman, who was the instigator, had not expected such a change. Half of the more than 500,000 human beings were infected, but most of them recovered to normal after experiencing a period of torture. However, there are thousands of human beings who, after being infected with the blood poison, have experienced changes in both their bodies and blood. Their eyes turned red. They were not interested in ordinary food. They longed to suck blood and were afraid of direct sunlight. A little bit of extraordinary power was also born in their bodies. That was the extraordinary power related to blood. Several descendants of the Reinhardt family were also infected, but their mutations were more superior. Their supernatural powers have increased dramatically, but they have a certain immunity to sunlight. This seems to be a strange reaction caused by the combination of their blood and blood poison. Moreover, these infected people from the Reinhardt family have a certain deterrent effect on ordinary infected people, a bit like the power of blood suppression. Reinhardt was also concerned about these mutated tribesmen, but after trying for a long time without success, he had to give up. In order to ensure the safety of normal humans, he still placed them together in a corner of the Polek territory. After being infected, the centaurs, trolls, dwarves, kobolds, pigmen, minotaurs, and other races are similar to the winged people. Chapter 58 Vivian. The 697th year of the Goblin Empire calendar. The plague lasted for 3 years and was basically controlled by all ethnic groups and no longer spread. The red-robed woman quietly carried out several more activities, but the goblins were very vigilant. Even though it infected some people at first, it was quickly contained. After many unsuccessful attempts, the red-robed woman gave up. After all, her true blood was not to be wasted. The goblins also seemed to sense that something was wrong with the plague, as if it was specifically targeting them. They also began to look for the source. It became even more difficult for the red-robed woman to move. She plans to find a place to recuperate and then attack the Goblin Empire after she recovers. Although the blood poison did not wipe out the goblins this time, it did cause them to lose a large number of ordinary people. Such a heavy blow was enough to severely damage the vitality of the Goblin Empire. As for a place to recuperate, she set her sights on the human land in the northern territory of Polek. Even though times have changed and the human race may no longer be what she imagined, she still subconsciously feels that the place where humans live is suitable for her to live. January 3rd of the Goblin Empire calendar. The red-robed woman finally arrived at Polek territory. This day, a beautiful woman with an extremely outstanding appearance came to the town of Peter in Polek's territory. The woman wore a red hood and had long, brilliant golden hair that shone brightly in the sunlight. In addition, she has a pair of captivating red eyes, a graceful figure, and is extremely charming when walking in the sunshine. However, the people in Peter's town looked at her with avoidance, as if she were the plague. Blood-red eyes are the symbol of the infected. No one wants to get along with the infected now, even if they were once human. But in people's eyes, it is now an alien. Just when the woman in red robe felt something strange, 2 human guards came over and said to her, "Infected, you need to leave Peter Town immediately and head to the eastern area where infected people gather, DeManklin. That's where Lord Reinhardt has designated your residence." Infected? Interesting. The woman in red robe found it very interesting to hear what the guard said. She naturally knew what the infected meant. Aren't they humans who were infected by her own blood poison? In theory, she has already removed the lethal part of the blood poison. Even if she is infected and sick, she will only feel pain, discomfort, and weakness for a period of time. Could it be that something else happened? She smiled as she looked at the two Terran guards. Where's the Demanklin district? I'll go there myself. Over there, ma'am. Perhaps it was the red-robed woman's astonishing aura that caused the two human guards to subconsciously show respect. Good. The red-robed woman smiled slightly, turned around, and walked towards the place they pointed. An hour later, the red-robed woman appeared in the Demanklin area. Before she even walked in, she could already sense a large amount of familiar aura in the Demanklin area. This feeling is a bit like a derivative of my bloodline. The red-robed woman slowly walked into the Demanklin area, and a sudden realization came to her. Seeing this, she slightly exuded a bit of the aura of the blood true ancestor. Suddenly, all the infected people in the entire Demanklin area stopped whatever they were doing. Their bright red eyes shone even brighter as they looked at the beautiful red-robed woman who walked into the Demanklin area. No matter who they were, everyone felt a desire to submit. They almost subconsciously understood that the woman who slowly walked into the Demanklin area was their tribal leader. A feeling of blood connection emerged, and, at the same time, they seemed to have a sense of belonging in their hearts. Their heads were lowered and their bodies were bent. On the other hand, the red-robed woman looked at the thousands of infected people in the Demanklin area who bowed their heads to her and suddenly smiled. So it was my blood poison that created you. In just a moment, an idea emerged in her mind. She wanted to take these people away. Among the infected people who lowered their heads, several humans walked out, with obvious strong blood power and bright red eyes. These people made her feel extremely close, as if the blood of her loved ones was flowing in their bodies. The woman in red robe felt very surprised. At this moment, she thought of her sister. Could it be that my sister left her bloodline in this new land? At this moment, she didn't want to delay any longer and asked directly, "Whose descendants are you?" "Sir, we're descended from the Reinhard family. Our great-grandfather, Reinhard, the current leader of the human race, is the source of our bloodline." "Reinhard, where is he?" "Pollock City. I understand. Everyone, wait for me here. The human race sees you as aliens. I will take you away." After saying that, the woman turned into a red light and flew towards Pollock City. Pollock City, Lord Castle. In the room. On this day, Reinhardt was worried about the group of infected people. They have difficulty eating normal food and need to eat blood. This made him feel very conflicted. On the one hand, these infected people are all his people, and he doesn't want to give up any of them, not to mention that some of them are his descendants. On the other hand, this group of infected people are already aliens compared to normal humans. It is impossible for the tribe to hunt prey for them every day and take their blood to feed them. Some elders and officials in the tribe have suggested abandoning the infected and exiling them. Just as he was thinking hard, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded beside him. "You must be Reinhardt. Do you know Fiona?" Reinhardt turned around in surprise. Then he saw an extremely beautiful woman in red sitting on the chair in front of his desk with an elegant posture, being able to come to his side silently. His strength must be far superior to his. Demigod, but he didn't feel any malice. Instead, he felt a sense of closeness. Then, he heard his mother Fiona's name. "Sir, Fiona is my mother." "Where is she?" the red-robed woman asked calmly. "My mother passed away hundreds of years ago." Reinhardt said sadly. "I don't know. Who are you?" "I'm her sister, Vivian." "Reinhardt, even though you have goblin blood, which I dislike, you're my sister's child, so you can still call me Aunt." Vivian said coldly. Annie, you don't know that my father is not the Goblin Emperor, but the Winged King who lives far away on the East Coast." Reinhardt told his true life story without hesitation. He could see that the ant in front of him had a deep dislike for goblins. Sure enough, after these words were spoken, Vivian's expression softened. "Good boy. Thank you for your hard work. So, where's my sister buried? I want to go and see." "Auntie, I'll take you there." Chapter 59, The Birth of the Blood Clan. There is a restricted area outside the Lord's Castle of Pollock County, and only members of the Reinhardt family are allowed to enter. Reinhardt's ancestors and deceased members are buried there. Although it is called a restricted area, it is actually a plain and hilly area with extremely beautiful scenery, with flowers and shrubs, and some trees scattered here and there. In the center of the restricted area is the most beautiful place here. There's a small hill full of flowers. On the hill, there is a huge osmanthus tree, standing tall and swaying in the wind. Under the osmanthus tree, there's a circle of cultivated gardens, and in the open space in the center of the garden, there is a tombstone. It says, "The first human leader, ancestor of the Reinhardt family, princess of the Goblin Empire, the last remaining human, Fiona." However, Vivian instinctively skipped over the above content, and, as if she had telepathy, she looked at the line of small words below the tombstone. "A sister full of guilt." The inscription is like a knife. Seeing this sentence, Vivian seemed to see a tearful woman looking at the horizon with a guilty look in her eyes every time late at night. The long-held resentment strangely disappeared, replaced by longing for his sister. "Fiona, I should have woken up earlier. If I had woken up earlier, I wouldn't have to bear such a heavy responsibility and burden, and the human race wouldn't be in its current state. But I will avenge you." In the cold wind of the north, a gorgeous woman in a red robe stood under the osmanthus tree for a whole day and night. Day 3. Vivian said goodbye to Reinhardt, and before leaving, she left a drop of real blood. Reinhardt and his descendants share her bloodline. In the future, this drop of true blood will become one of the family's most precious heritage. Also, she told Reinhardt that she wanted to take away all the human-infected people. Reinhardt was very confused. And those infected are no longer ordinary people. They drink blood every day to survive. In my opinion, they are no longer considered human. Vivian smiled slightly when she heard this. "In your eyes, they are indeed not considered human, but in my eyes, they are our people. Reinhardt, I'm the real source of their appearance. I was the one who spread this plague across the continent, all for the purpose of exterminating the goblins and avenging my grievances." After hearing this, Reinhardt's pupils shrank greatly. "Oh my God, this plague that swept across the entire continent was actually brought by my mother's sister. This is unbelievable and unbelievable. It is horrible that he brought disaster to the entire continent with his own strength. He knew that this plague would kill all goblins. Almost half of the other tribes died, and even the winged people, his father's tribe, were not immune. He didn't even dare to tell Jiangyu the news. Vivian, how powerful is she?" Without time to think about it, Reinhardt quickly nodded in agreement. "Aunt, please take them away. The debate within the clan about them and the idea of exiling them is growing louder and louder. Since Vivian needs these infected people, it just happens to resolve the dispute within the tribe regarding this group of infected people. In his heart, after so long, his confidence in taking in these infected people has become increasingly low. I can't afford it. Since Vivian is willing to accept it, he will let her go. All right, these infected people are almost inhuman. I plan to develop them for a while, then march towards the goblin capital." Attack the goblin capital? Reinhardt's eyes suddenly widened. Is it so fierce? At the same time, he was vaguely worried. Can one Vivian and thousands of infected people defeat the goblins, possessing demigods? Even though he had just recognized his mother's sister as his aunt, he didn't need her to die. Besides, what if the goblin great sage discovered the human identity of these infected people? Vivian seemed to see his worry and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't be so stupid as to die. If I can't win, I'm confident I can escape. Moreover, I won't bring trouble to the current human race. I plan to establish another race based on these human infected people." Establish a new clan? What clan? A few hours later, Vivian returned to the Demanclan area and gathered all the infected people. She stood in midair, looking down at the thousands of human infected people below her feet, and announced in a majestic female voice, "Since you became what you are now, everyone has said you are aliens. Since humans won't tolerate you, then you should establish a new race. Then from now on, you and I are all members of the vampire clan. I will lead you to find the land that belongs to us and survive tenaciously. I am Vivian, the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. Come with me." As Vivian announced little by little in the air, the infected people below became excited from being in a daze. Vivian's temperament made them feel friendly, and her aura made them subconsciously surrender. When she finished speaking, everyone shouted loudly, "True ancestor! True ancestor! The true ancestor of the Blood Clan! Vampire! Vampire! From now on, we are the Vampire Clan. After today, we all have a destination. Chapter 60: The Source of Goblins. The 697th year of the Goblin Empire calendar. January 6th. Vivian, the true ancestor of the vampire clan, led thousands of infected and mutated humans to establish themselves as the vampire clan, left the Polek territory, and headed northwest. They went around the desert, through forests and swamps, and arrived at the west coast north of Furland. This place is still very far away from the territory of the Goblin Empire, so Vivian brought them to settle here. She taught them how to use the power of blood, and then adopted the professional system of today's world to create two professions, the Vampire Knight and the Bloodridger, both of which can reach the heroic level. As for the legend, they still need to break through on their own. After establishing her two professions, Vivian went into seclusion to recover from her injuries. There are a large number of creatures on the west coast, and Vivian absorbs their blood power at all costs to restore her own strength. So much so that in the future, all living creatures on the entire west coast will be terrified at the smell of blood. And in the central part of the continent of Furland, in the city of Proedas, after several years of research, a goblin alchemist finally discovered a substance that could stop the plague. He actually discovered this by accident. At that time, the clueless alchemist, with the attitude of trying his luck, was ready to experiment with some unrelated things in a casual way. One of these times, he found a wolf-like creature in a dark cave, extracted a toxic substance from its body, and mixed it with an alchemical material called moongrass to create a potion. He then injected the potion into the infected and dying goblin. He didn't care about the results at first, but the experimental results surprised him greatly. Because a few days after the injection of the medicine, the deadly plague was actually contained. The infected goblin survived. This result shocked the entire Goblin Empire and made them ecstatic. The alchemist Demeka was also hailed as the savior of the plague and received the emperor's commendation, title, and territory. At the same time, the great sage Azeba ordered that the potion be copied and used by all infected goblins. For this, within 3 months, the plague in the Goblin Empire has been completely contained. 30 million goblins survived, and another 1 million infected recovered. When people of all ethnic groups on the mainland heard about it, they also purchased this medicine and took it back to give to the infected people. This is a national celebration. However, their joy did not last long, as another extremely bad situation occurred. The goblins who were cured by this potion underwent tremendous physical changes within 3 months. Their IQ dropped, their skin turned from green to dark green, and their appearance became extremely ugly. Their facial features changed with pointed ears, large oval eyes, flat noses, broad faces, and dark eyes ranging from red to yellow. In addition, it also has sharp fangs. Their stature became shorter, with an inverted triangle-shaped body and thick arms and legs. They are in estrus all year round and like to live and gather in dark caves. When their numbers gather together, they will attack any living creature they encounter without regard for their own lives, and use female creatures to endlessly reproduce offspring. In just these few days, a large number of female goblins have been killed and are dying when rescued. Compared to the civilized goblins, they're almost a different race. The great sage sent alchemists many times to study the cause and change methods, but found that it was difficult to change in a short period of time. Treating the plague has greatly depleted their resources. In desperation, the Goblin Emperor ordered that these infected goblins who had been cured be expelled from the goblin cities and villages, exiled to the wild, and named them goblins. Although the plague has been contained, its impact will never be eliminated. Chapter 61: Werewolf. Within the Goblin Empire. West. Deep Forest Valley. Here lives the largest troll clan in the Goblin Empire, the Darkwood Clan. The Dark Forest Clan was a troll clan that had followed Amiguru in his early campaigns against the Titans. Because of their contributions to the establishment of the Goblin Empire, they were granted the Dark Forest Valley. The patriarch of that generation was named Marquis of the Dark Forest in the Goblin Empire. To this day, although the patriarch has passed away, his successor is still a legendary professional. After several generations of development, the Yulin clan has become a large clan with a population of hundreds of thousands. Even a big city and several small towns were built in the center of the Deep Forest Valley. In the Goblin Empire, the Yulin clan also occupies an important position. The troll clans are independent of each other and live in different places. Although they are scattered, those with strong strength have more say. This is the case with the Yulin clan. The nearby troll tribes have always been dominated by the Eaglemen clan. The 696th year of the Goblin Empire, affected by the super plague blood poison that spread across the continent. The Eaglemen clan was also affected. Although they had received the news early, they still suffered heavy losses. Although not all trolls will die from the infection like the goblins, the infection cycle for trolls is longer and the mortality rate is not low, and there is still a large number of people who have recovered from the infection. These trolls also had their appearance and body shapes change drastically and were extremely weak. Their fangs grew longer, their bodies became thinner, and their eyes turned scarlet. Like all other clans on the continent, the Eaglemen clan is actively looking for solutions. But their cultural level was limited, and the alchemists in the clan were not very talented, so they had no idea what to do. Fortunately, the Eaglemen clan and the Goblin clan have been friendly for generations, and when Prodas successfully developed a potion to curb the plague, the Eaglemen clan asked the goblins for tens of thousands of Demeca potions. When the potion was injected into the bodies of the infected trolls, they recovered in a short period of time and no longer showed any symptoms of infection. This made the trolls of the Eaglemen clan extremely happy. They sent people to Prodas to thank the Goblin Emperor and held a grand recovery banquet among the tribe. But just like the aftereffects of the goblins, the trolls who recovered after being injected with the potion did not show any changes at first. But 3 months later, as time passed, these infected people began to show drastic changes. Their bodies grew lush wolf-like hair, their fangs were covered with poison, their eyes became as fierce as those of wild beasts, and their bodies shrank, but they were not thin. In the eyes of the tribesmen, he was like a wild wolf walking upright. The trolls can accept these changes. But what made them want to expel them were those who had recovered after being injected with the Demeca potion. Whenever the moon is full, its bestial nature will be aroused, and it will completely transform into a werewolf, killing all trolls around it without distinguishing between friend and foe. When it first appeared, the troll leader of the Eaglemen clan wanted to save it. After research, the troll alchemist discovered that the moon grass in the potion was the source of the moon-related illness of these infected people. But their abilities are limited. After trying various methods, these infected people would still show their bestiality every time the full moon came. So many of their tribesmen died. As for asking for help from the goblins at that time were also having a headache because of the appearance of the goblins, so how could they have the energy to care about them? So within a few months, resentment within the tribe increased greatly, and in the chaos of every full moon night, the last bit of kinship warmth disappeared, and they were no longer regarded as a tribe of trolls. In desperation, the troll leader of the Eaglemen clan could only follow the example of the Goblin Empire and drive these infected people out of Eaglemen Valley, exile them into the wild, and contemptuously call them werewolves. Chapter 62, Gargoyle. East Coast. When the Demeca potion from the Goblin Empire appeared, the winged people at the Winged People Embassy in Prodas also received the news. They immediately passed the news back to the winged people. Jiang Yu, who didn't know the truth at the time, went to Prodas City in person, found the Goblin Emperor, and exchanged 100,000 Demeca potions. Then bring it back and give it to the infected winged people. Like goblins and trolls, the infected winged people did curb the contagiousness of the plague at first and began to recover. But it was also 3 months later. A large number of infected people not only did not grow feathers, but their body shape changed dramatically. Their faces became hideous and ferocious, their bald heads became round, and their mouths were filled with fangs. Their hands and feet reverted to their ancestral state, growing sharp claws. Their bodies became tall and strong, and the wings behind them forever turned into flesh wings stripped of feathers. Under the dual influence of the potion and the plague, their spirits became listless during the day, their habits changed, and they liked to avoid sunlight and sleep like a stone statue. But at night, that's when they become active. They like to fly in the moonlit city sky, looking for prey. Sometimes they're like wild beasts, and sometimes they possess wisdom. But every winged person knows that these recovered infected people are no longer winged people. Fortunately, although they have changed dramatically, they do not harm the winged people. Because there is no harm, the winged people only have sympathy and pity for them. At this time, the news of goblins appearing in the Goblin Empire reached the winged people. Jianyu was extremely surprised by the goblins' origins. Sometimes he felt that Furlan's racial formation was indeed a bit hasty. Jiang Yu knew it was difficult for the Goblin Empire to exile the goblins into the wild. The infected winged people are relatively normal and are truly pitiful people. At the same time, Jiang Yu also knew the origins of the werewolves in the troll tribe, who were also driven into the wild. Only then did he discover that the side effects of this medicine were not isolated cases, but affected all races on the continent. This is different from the practices of the other two ethnic groups. Jiang Yu, after careful consideration, after being infected, these winged people, whose size and temperament changed drastically, were moved to an empty mountain city in Lomanda. He still regarded them as members of the winged people, but gave them a new name, gargoyles. That's all. Nearly 100,000 gargoyles sleep in the mountain city during the day and come out at night. Those gargoyles that lack food and power can even turn into stone statues and go without food or water for a long time. Gargoyles also possess extraordinary advanced abilities. In order to maintain a close relationship with the gargoyles, Jiang Yu placed two of the stronger ones in the white stone castle to guard the castle at night. At the same time, a late-night force composed entirely of gargoyles was established to protect the winged people's night. After the plague was resolved, Jiang Yu began to forge a sword that could be used as a carrier of the law of suppression. Once upon a time, the goblins defeated the Thunder Titan and established the Goblin Empire. Among the spoils allocated to him was a thigh bone from the Thunder Titan Atre. Over the years, this thigh bone has been kept in the treasure house. When he wanted to forge the divine sword, he took out the Titan's thigh bone and went to the dwarf kingdom in front of the mountains to exchange some rare metal materials with them and exchange some forging experience. 700th year of the Goblin Empire. October. Jiang Yu began to forge the Thunder Sword. Chapter 63, Thunder Sword. Speaking of which, the Thunder Titan is also miserable. Once you die, your body will become various materials and be used by others for various purposes. That huge Titan head is still fused with the city wall of Proedas, the capital of the Goblin Empire. As the most majestic city gate, it demonstrates the mighty military power of the goblins. As the bone of a Titan, the thigh bone of the Thunder Demigod is naturally filled with the power of the Law of Thunder. Jiang Yuxian came to the East China Sea and found an active volcano that was still spewing magma. He used his legendary strength to punch through the side of the volcano and transported large red rocks to build a furnace. Then he added purple gold, refined gold, mithril, lapis lazuli, magic crystal, gray heart, moon spirit stone, earth essence, sunset iron, molten copper and other materials into the furnace one after another and melted them into liquid. Finally, placed the Thunder Titan's thigh bone in the purple gold and stone liquid in the furnace and burn it day and night. After 39 days, the entire thigh bone of the Thunder Titan melted into the golden liquid, and the entire golden liquid turned into the color of purple basil, with flashes of lightning. Afterwards, Jiang Yu forged it every day using his own Thunder Law. After 10 days, he poured sea water into it, and then repeatedly added the spirit of Yintian to it, and hammered it into shape. A purple gold sword with electric light leaping all over it appeared in front of him, hovering and moving. Congratulations to the player for forging a legendary weapon. Forging experience plus 1,000. The system, which had not popped up for a long time, suddenly displayed a message, which Jiang Yu habitually ignored. Pick up the sword, swing it, and the power of thunder will come in an instant. Yes, a good sword. Jiang Yu nodded with satisfaction and put it away. It is night now, and the moonlight is shining. He looked at the silver moon in the sky and chuckled. To forge a throne, I need a celestial being. I don't know what the eternal silver moon hanging in the sky is made of. Since my future throne will hang in the same heavens as it, I'll go up and take a look. Do as you speak. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and flapped his pure white wings. The powerful lift immediately sent him straight into the sky. First, fly over the white clouds, leap up from the sea of clouds, and arrive at a place with strong winds. Here, it is already above 10,000 meters, and it is unbearable to be below the legendary level. The strong wind here carries the power of the law of wind. The higher you go, the more unbearable it is for ordinary legends. But Jiang Yu is not just an ordinary legend. His strength is almost that of a demigod, and he is only one step away from ascending the throne to the sky. He gathered a shield with the power of light and continued to climb upwards. 20,000 meters above sea level. The higher he went, the thinner the air became, and the power of the laws of the sky became stronger, preventing him from going deeper into the sky. The silver moon also began to become clearer, emitting a faint silver glow. Jiangyu continued to rise into the air, 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters, 100,000 meters, until we reached the border near the star realm. Like ink dots on the starry sky, he saw a huge silver star rotating around the entire world at the boundary between the star realm and the world. Going any further will not allow you to get close to the silver moon. A strong power of the moon's law surged above the silver moon, making it difficult for him to get close. At the same time, a force that made him feel strongly oppressive repelled him. This rich power of law, it almost made him think he was facing a god, like a deep sea. Every second you stay here consumes a little more energy. This place is truly amazing. No wonder no one wants to come here. He didn't stay on the earth and flew to the sky. No other legend, including demigods, would do this. Jiangyu still has wings, so they can only fly by relying on the power of legend. Chapter 64, Silver Moon. Unable to get close to the silver moon, he flew out of the range covered by the silver moon. Just left the range of silver moon, he discovered that the conditions here were even worse. To exist here, one needs the support of powerful laws and authority. No wonder in later generations, demigods also needed to ignite the divine fire, establish the kingdom of God on earth, lift up the throne, and take the kingdom of God into the sky, and only after becoming a god could they stay here. This is the edge of the world, and all kinds of strong laws and forces exist here, but some are strong and some are weak. The power of the laws of time and space is also erratic here, and its presence is extremely strong. A large number of laws intersect, as if legends or demigods are fighting here every moment. Here, the constant conflicts and collisions of laws made Jiangyu's eyelids twitch. Oh my god, this place is even worse than being under the silver moon. If we had flown up into the sky from somewhere else, we might not have gotten here. He had been flying towards the silver moon, and after reaching the sky, he was always within the range of the silver moon, so he did not feel the environment outside. Sigh. He hurried back to the area covered by the silver moon. Although he felt the overwhelming pressure at all times, his practice was entirely based on his will. His willpower was so strong that he could suppress a law, and he could completely withstand the pressure of silver moon. Apart from him, no demigod could endure the powerful majesty here. Here, it is the best solution for him at the moment. Since we are not strong enough at the moment, let's hold the sky thrown high near the silver moon. After making up my mind, he sighed again in his heart. The commotion of raising the throne is too big, and I don't know when I'll have the chance again. Without the throne, it is difficult to compete with the demigods. The strength of a demigod does not lie in his mastery of the laws, but in the power over heaven and earth that he gains through the laws after becoming a demigod. The law of thunder and the authority of thunder seem to be the same thing, but in fact they are not. There are many legends who master the laws of thunder, but there is probably only one demigod who holds the power of thunder. The same is true for gods. Even if the same authority is held by multiple people at the beginning, the unity of the authority will make them involuntarily start fighting each other until there is only one. Jiangyu is not afraid of any controller of the laws, but he will not be stupid enough to seek death as a demigod who possesses the authority of heaven and earth. What's more, under the malice of heaven and earth, these demigods will definitely cause trouble for him. So I need a chance. However, I remember the L's records. 1,000 years into the Goblin Empire's history, the Goblin Empire's capital was attacked by a strange demigod and his followers. A few days and nights later, the capital was destroyed and the Goblin Empire was severely damaged. It declined from then on. Furthermore, the great demigod sage Azeba, who could have lived for a long time, didn't even make it past 3,000 years. Perhaps this is an opportunity. I'll just wait for it. Jiangyu thought in his heart, flapped his wings, flew down, and returned to Paradise Mountain on the east coast. When he was gone for a long time, within the silver moon, deep in the darkness of the stars, a pair of extremely beautiful big eyes opened slightly and then closed again. But it was this moment. In this dark place within the stars, countless silver lights suddenly leaped up, illuminating the space. In a glimpse, I vaguely saw a beautiful goddess with silver hair lying quietly in the darkness. Countless silver moon laws submitted to her, like stars surrounding the moon. Chapter 65 Sophia Islands. Jiangyu returned to Mount Heaven and began to prepare to cast the throne. At this point, he was ready to move the mountaintop in heaven directly to the sky. The top of Tianing Mountain is pointed at the top and round at the bottom. After clearing the trees on it, it becomes a neat mountain top, which is very suitable. He built a throne on the top of the mountain using a mixture of rare metals and platinum and incorporated the mysterious bluestone powder into the throne. Then he cut off a part of his soul and injected it into the throne. In this way, he has absolute control over the sky throne regardless of whether he sits on it or not, just like a god controls his own kingdom. Moreover, the blue stone that helped him transform into an extraordinary being also possessed extremely strong, mysterious power after being refined into the throne by him. Except for physical forces, law-based forces are ineffective against it. This makes the throne more suitable for existing in a place high in the sky, where there is no order and the laws are chaotic. Year 731 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The little turtle finally advanced to legend. His path to advancement was also quite bumpy. From the very beginning, under the influence and persuasion of Jiangyu, he advanced from the extraordinary awakening to the self-created profession Thunder Turtle. In the following decades, after he reached the pinnacle of Thunder Turtle, he finally had his own ideas. Combining his own characteristics, he advanced to the master-level professional Thunder Turtle King. The little turtle also has a heart that wants to become the king among turtles. So after advancing to the master level, he found a large number of turtle species and raised them in a puddle at the foot of Paradise Mountain. However, no matter how hard these ordinary turtles try, it is difficult for them to possess wisdom. The little turtle's thoughts of becoming a king faded, and he focused on calculating his future path. Until Jiangyu advanced to legend, he finally figured out his next step. The king could be the king of the race or his own king. He thus advanced to the hero level, the electric turtle hero. However, under the influence of Jiangyu, his laws tend towards the laws of electricity. Hundreds of years later, the little turtle began his journey to legend. However, the legendary realm is too difficult for the little turtle. All his systems were created by himself, and he did not have the rich knowledge reserves and wild ideas of Jiangyu. There is no judgment or memory of the future. However, within this time, he met Sophia, a genius from the winged people. The little turtle also provided a lot of help on Sophia's path of practice. Early stage. Many of Sophia's resources came from the little turtle. Later, when Sophia traveled around the continent, the little turtle went with her. After, Sophia returns and achieves the legendary profession of the Holy Maiden of Light. The little turtle was greatly inspired and began to ponder the path to becoming a legend. Later, Sophia's sister, Areta, also achieved legendary status. With the help of the three legends, the little turtle finally achieved the legend at the advanced age of 700 years old, the Purple Lightning Turtle Saint. In other words, the little turtle has a long lifespan, otherwise it might not be able to persist until it becomes a legend. Therefore, by the 731st year of the Goblin Empire calendar, the Winged People tribe now had 4 legends and became very famous for a while. At this time, Jiangyu guards his hometown of Lucindas on the east coast. Saint Sophia of Light guards Romanda. The Sword Saint of Light, Areta, guards the Tian Shan Winged People branch. After one more legend appeared, there is a possibility for further development. And above the East China Sea, during hundreds of years of exploration, the Winged People discovered a circle of crescent-shaped islands in the ocean 10,000 kilometers away from the east coast. The total area of the entire archipelago is about hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, enough to support millions of winged people. Year 735 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Saint Sophia of Light led a large number of winged people to cross the islands to the east, migrate the winged people, and expand the winged people's territory. Later, this archipelago was also called the Sophia Islands. Chapter 66 Sea Giant. Sophia Islands. At the end of the crescent-shaped chain of islands. In the sky, a legion of 10,000 winged people lined up in mid-air, with bows drawn and arrows drawn, armor on, and swords hanging. After absorbing the forging experience of the goblins, the winged people also possess the technology to forge iron tools. Nowadays, alchemy is advanced and armor-making technology is very advanced. A few hundred years ago, Jiangyu mobilized the winged people to search for minerals in the territory. So hundreds of years passed. The winged people found several white iron mines, a refined gold mine, a magic crystal mine, and a blue-veined spirit mine in Los Sendas. Another large mithril mine was found in Lomanda. There are also many other common copper and iron ores. If you have mines, you can build soldiers and armor. So now the armor worn by the winged warriors is all shining silver, neatly arranged and extremely solemn and dignified. Below, above the land and sea, lies a tribe of sea giants who live on the archipelago. There are probably nearly 1,000. The leading sea giant was about 15 or 16 meters tall, with a strong and powerful body, holding a longbow and a big tree. They're all sea blue, and almost all sea giants are born with the power to control water. They're distant relatives of the Titans. Every sea giant possesses the power of a hero upon reaching adulthood and is extremely powerful. Since ancient times, they have been masters of the island and ruled this archipelago. Don't go out and don't pay attention to the mainland. They get their food from the sea and rest on the beaches near the coast. There are also nests or houses built by them on the island. There is a legend that their first ancestor was the blood of the sea titan, which dripped into the sea and gave birth to the sea giants. Unfortunately, in the beginning of ancient times, the sea titan fought with the Titan King for Titan supremacy, was defeated and died. His body sank into the ocean and disappeared. The system of the sea giants is still very primitive, mainly based on the tribal system. Actually, last time, Sophia had brought the winged people here. At that time, the sea giants had formed many settlements in the head of the half-moon islands, and the winged people were at the tail end. After developing for several years, these sea giants crossed the sea archipelago and went out to the sea to attack and kill the winged people who had already built the city. This group of sea giants is more than 1,000 strong. The 3 sea giant leaders are all legends. The sea giant standing in the front is an old legend that has existed since the Titans. Sea giants have a long lifespan and can easily live for thousands of years, and their legendary lifespan is even longer. The 3 legends rushed out with a bang, and the waves they stirred up were almost overwhelming. Sophia was caught off guard, and her tribesmen and legions suffered heavy losses, had to retreat to Los Sendas. The news reached Jiang Yu's ears. After comforting Sophia, he decided to lead the expedition himself. Hundreds of years after Jiang Yu killed the Eagle King in a battle, he has been sitting quietly on the top of Heaven Mountain for hundreds of years without taking any action. This time, the winged people have been developing, and it is time for him to go out for a walk. He is about to hold high the throne of the sky, so he is more than capable of dealing with the 3 legendary giants. That's all. Year 742 of the Goblin Empire calendar. A month after Sophia was expelled, Jiang Yu led 10,000 elite winged people across the sea to the Sophia Islands. At this moment, this group of sea giants have not yet disbanded and are feeding on the coast. Seeing that the winged people dared to go there, he was immediately furious. As the sea giants' mood suddenly changed, the sea began to surge. The leader of the sea giants raised the huge stone club in his hand angrily. "Shameless birdman, the archipelago is the territory of my sea giant clan. How dare you come here?" Behind him, nearly 1,000 shirtless sea giants, big and small, roared to the sky. "Roll! Get out of this sea!" In midair, Jiang Yu cut off a giant arrow that was shot at him and faced the angry sea giants below with a slight smile. "You live at the head of the archipelago, and we at the tail. We have no intention of being your enemy. When did the entire archipelago become your territory? The strongest of all things are considered strong. You have harmed my people, so today you will repay me with your lives." After saying that, he drew out the purple gold sword from his waist, and thunder exploded between heaven and earth, like Thor descending to the earth. Chapter 67, Thunder God of War, Conquering the Islands. The vast and boundless dark clouds suddenly covered the area within a radius of thousands of miles. The rumbling sound of thunder came down from the sky, like a thunder dragon swimming in the sea of clouds. The thunder was so powerful that countless trees on the island were illuminated palely by it. Birds fled and beasts crouched. The monsters crawled on the ground as if facing a great enemy. This is the mighty reputation created by Jiang Yu, spreading the legendary domain into the world, creating a home field. "Winged people, follow me to kill the enemy." Jiang Yu shouted loudly and jumped down from the sky first. His purple-gold sword attracted hundreds of surging thunders in the Sea of Thunder and blasted towards the three legendary sea giants. Heroic and decisive. Behind him, tens of thousands of winged people looked at the power of their lord and became excited about fighting. Kill! 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 Tens of thousands of people screamed in unison. Silver armor clanged, and long swords were like a forest, like thousands of lights tearing through the darkness and crashing down. The neat array was temporarily scattered. A group of winged people formed a circle around the sea giants in the sky, holding longbows and drawing arrows. Some of the winged people, holding long swords, followed Jiang Yu and jumped into the air, fighting with the sea giants in close combat. Between land and sea, the three sea giant legends suddenly changed color. If the legendary female winged person before was like the stars illuminating the sea, then Jiang Yu in front of him was like a big sun about to bathe the sea. Facing Jiang Yu's offensive, the leading sea giant did not dare to neglect and raised the stone club in his hand. A sea blue light appeared on the stone stick, and the white stone skin on the surface cracked layer by layer, revealing a scepter made of bones that looked like blue jade. The breath of the Lord of the surging ocean is as vast and mighty as the abyss emerging from a sea. In the surrounding sea, countless fish creatures subconsciously surrendered. The leader of the sea giants mobilized all his legendary power, waved his blue staff, and pointed at Jiang Yu, who was coming to kill him. The surging sea began to boil, and thousands of water columns shot up into the sky, hitting the dome of the sky and breaking the blockade of thunderclouds. The sunlight above the clouds suddenly shone down. A blue giant formed by sea water formed at the speed of light on the sea, and instantly raised his hand and attacked Jiang Yu. The pure gravity of tens of thousands of tons of sea water gathered together, like a mountain, was about to fall on Jiang Yu. At this moment, Jiang Yu saw this sea giant that suddenly appeared and was nearly 200 meters tall. His expression did not change, and he remained calm. The champion's will he possessed was an innate talent brought from his soul, which combined with the extraordinary in this life to achieve an invincible fighting consciousness. Almost a second before the 200-meter sea giant took shape, he predicted the subsequent attack. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepped on the void, and threw the purple-gold sword towards the leader of the sea giants. Then the white wings flapped suddenly, almost breaking. In a split second, he dodged the sea giant's punch. Then, the power of light erupted, and he fell straight into the sea like a glowing star, avoiding the second attack. And then nothing happened. As he fell into the sea, hundreds of thunders struck the sea surface, and purple lightning flashed for thousands of miles. Amidst the thunder, Jiang Yu arrived in front of the sea giant leader at the maximum speed, grabbed the purple-gold sword thrown at him, and with a light stroke, broke the sea giant leader's shield and skin. Blood gushed out, and the head fell to the ground. The blue-bone scepter suddenly lost its source of power and fell into the sea. The whole process took only a few breaths. Above the corpse of the sea giant leader, Jiang Yu gently shook off the blood on the tip of his sword, looked at the two sea giant legends with fear in their eyes, and chuckled. A mere sea monster, nothing more than that. Are you going to challenge me too? The two tall sea giants swallowed, looked at each other, lowered their heads, knelt on one knee, raised their weapons in both hands, and made a woohoo sound. Your Majesty, is like the boundless ocean raining down world-destroying thunder. We are willing to submit. As the two legendary sea giants knelt down, all the sea giants put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Sea giants are not a steadfast race. In later generations, after the Dragon Clan, descendants of the ancient dragons, were born, they once became servants of many powerful dragons. Gold dragons and silver dragons, in particular, greatly enjoy using cloud giants and sea giants as servants. Faced with the surrender of the sea giants, Jiang Yu glanced at them, looked at the blue-skinned giants kneeling between the sea and the land, nodded slightly, and said majestically, "Okay, from now on, the sea giants will live at the head of the archipelago, and the winged people will live at the tail end. Look out for each other and help each other share what we have. You guard the sea for my tribe, and the winged people guard the sky. I will also protect you." After Jiang Yu finished speaking, the two sea giants breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "The king's conditions are not harsh. We are willing to obey." Good. Just when the two sea giants thought the matter was over, Jiang Yu spoke again. "Besides, Last time, you attacked the new city our tribe had built on this island. Although you didn't cause any casualties among our people, the city was destroyed. You need to stay and build a new city for our tribe. You can't leave until the city is completed. The winged people did not die this time. Otherwise, Jiangyu would not have let them go so easily. Yes, the sea giants nodded obediently. Then, Jiangyu looked at the blue jade scepter that fell between the shallow sea and the beach and smiled with satisfaction. This is a scepter made from the bones of a demigod from the sea titan. Excellent material for forging my sword. Andik, you have to take people to collect this scepter for me and place it in the white stone castle. Yes, your majesty. In midair, a winged professional with silver armor and a long sword flew over and saluted Jiangyu respectfully. A few days later, Jiangyu was in charge of the tail of the archipelago, and he named the big island at the tail of the archipelago Wenji Island. The new city was named Wenji City, which means City of Victory. Chapter 68, Reinhard dies, Behemoth goes south. A few days later, Sophia lands on the island again. She will continue to serve as the governor of the archipelago, responsible for the migration of the winged people and the development of the archipelago's land. Jiangyu returned to Heaven Mountain to practice the Law of Light. Year 751 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Goblin Empire's high priest Moser died mysteriously when he was about to become a demigod. Then the Grand Duke of the West, Lar Moser, rebelled and was suppressed. The Moser family was massacred, and not a single Moser member was left alive. The High Priest family, who founded the country together with a Migwal, has disappeared in the long river of history. The then Emperor of the Empire, Fry Amigru, sent his seventh son, Indi Amigru, as the new Grand Duke of the West. After Indi arrived in the territory, he took over all the power of the former Moser family. He is actually the son of Princess Mosel and Frere Amigel. Year 878 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The fourth emperor of the Goblin Empire, Fry Amigru, died and also never became a legend. The fifth emperor was his fifth son, Gunnar Amigwal. Year 901 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The number of winged people in the Sophia Islands reached 300,000, and the total population of the winged people reached 4 million. Because so far, no one has ever broken through the path above demigod. Sophia and Arietta decided to take the path of becoming legends. Be firm in yourself, and you will become immortal. Year 955 of the Goblin Empire calendar. A serious accident occurred during the experiment of alchemist Emerson in the southern goblin city of Black Forest, and the entire city was almost reduced to a dead city. But at night, the corpses of goblins occasionally stand up. This was the first undead incident on the continent of Furland. Later, the professional army of the Goblin Empire blocked this place and finally set it on fire. Year 998 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The first king, Reinhard the Lionheart, died in the territory of Polik. After all, he never broke through the legend and became a demigod. His ninth-generation grandson, Vega Reinhardt, succeeded to the throne as leader of the human race and Count of Polik. Before Reinhardt's death, Jiangyu seemed to have sensed something and came to Polik to see him off for the last time. With the death of his only son, Jiangyu felt for the first time the loneliness of his long life. At last, at her request, Reinhard was buried next to Fiona. It says above, Reinhardt, the second-generation human leader, the king who laid the foundation of the human race. Jiangyu stood under the osmanthus tree for 3 days before leaving. Year 1003 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The extreme northwest of the empire. The most powerful enemy since the founding of the Goblin Empire has appeared, and the opportunity that Jiangyu had been waiting for finally appeared. Year 1003 of the Goblin Empire calendar. January. The behemoths, who have lived on the ice plateau for generations, are heading south under the leadership of their leader Amund. They claim to be responding to the call of the Blood Queen and attacking the south. The Behemoth clan conquered the northern desert one after another, and a large number of centaur clans, troll clans, dog-headed clans, pig-headed clans, tiger-headed clans, and minotaur clans surrendered to the Behemoth army. 6 months later, Amund swept through the northern desert, integrated the troops of various tribes in the northern desert, and marched south from the eastern part of the northern border of the Goblin Empire without declaring war. A large number of border nobles were killed, the big city of Mgarth in the eastern part of the north was captured, and the goblins in the north were in panic. Just then, the Imperial Emperor Gunnar Amigel dispatched the royal guards and the professional knights south, and at the same time summoned nobles from all over the country and foreign nobles to send troops. The news reached Whitestone Castle in Paradise Mountain on the east coast. Jiang Yu also sent a winged army to fight. October 3rd. The Behemoth army is stationed in the city of Eads in the southern part of the north. This is the last major city in the north connecting to the central part of the Goblin Empire. The coalition forces formed by the Goblin Empire are also stationed in this city. When the attention of the continent is focused on this 1,000-year imperial war, beyond everyone's expectations. In the capital of the Goblin Empire, Proedas faced the biggest crisis since its founding. Chapter 69, Almond Ice. More than 200 years ago, in order to complete her plan to destroy the Goblin Empire many years ago, Vivian seeks new help. She once again reached the Ice Plateau. On the plateau, there are many creatures. They are huge, powerful, and oppressive. After a little training, they will become extremely powerful. Originally, her eyes were on the frost giant who had saved her. She found the tribe of frost giants who had saved her. Teach them the path of extraordinary professions. However, this tribe of frost giants lacks extraordinary talent. To put it bluntly, it is a lack of wisdom. If she was patient and spent a few hundred years transforming them, she could enhance their wisdom, but Vivian didn't have that kind of patience. After staying in the frost giant tribe for a few years, she finally gave up. She turned her attention to other intelligent races on the plateau and finally chose the behemoths. There are two types of behemoths, golden behemoth and behemoth giant. Among them, the wisdom of the golden behemoth is not inferior to that of the major races on the continent of Furlan today. Behemoths are natural war machines. So, Vivian seized the opportunity of a behemoth tribal war and entered a defeated behemoth tribe as the Blood Queen. This behemoth tribe is called the Ice Tribe, and Almond Ice is the son of the patriarch. The Ice Tribe had just been defeated, with the chief dead, most of the young and strong men killed in battle, and most of the women and children abducted. Only a part of the tribe escaped with women and children. Almond lost his father and mother, and rode on his younger brother, fled the original tribal residence, and settled on the edge of a mountain. The resources here are insufficient and the environment is harsh, but it is safe enough. It was at this time that Vivian descended upon the Ice Tribe as a god. She brought food and shelter to the tribe, defeated the invading ice and snow beasts and ice and snow wolves, and after the tribe stabilized, she moved the people of the tribe to settle on the eastern shore of Tianhai in the center of the plateau. As a large number of little behemoths gradually grew up, the behemoths of the Ice Tribe gradually grew stronger. She taught the Ice Tribe extraordinary professional knowledge and created the profession of Behemoth Knight based on the characteristics of Behemoth. At this time, the behemoths had all made achievements, and Amon stood out as a very talented professional. So Vivian raised Amon herself. More than 10 years later, Armin Bingbing has reached adulthood, and his strength has reached the master level. His brother, Behemoth, also grew larger than an average adult behemoth under Vivian's special care. By this time, the Ice Tribe had become powerful. Vivian appointed Almond as the chief of the Ice Tribe to fight against the behemoth population on the plateau. In just a few years, Almond conquered dozens of behemoth tribes on the east coast of Tianhai, and the number of golden behemoths in the tribes reached thousands. At this time, Vivian felt relieved. After she made an agreement with Almond, she left the plateau and returned to the vampire's residence to continue recuperating. Almond continued his campaign on the plateau. In the 865th year of the Goblin Empire, Almond achieved the heroic rank and annexed hundreds of tribes on the plateau, with a population of tens of thousands. Year 997 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Almond advanced to the legendary level and created a legendary profession that can be inherited, the Golden Behemoth King. Greatly increased strength. The population of the tribe under his command has reached 100,000. The resources on the plateau are not enough to support so many behemoths living in the same place for a long time. Almond thought of what Vivian once said, that there were countless fertile lands in the south of the plateau, enough to feed countless golden behemoths and their brothers and sisters. Then, he made the decision to go south to the plateau, but he always remembered his agreement with Vivian and waited patiently. Finally, 5 years later, she waited for Vivian's messenger. This is a vampire with Reinhardt's bloodline. After hundreds of years of practice, some beneficial atavistic features appeared on his back. A pair of blood-red wings grew on his back, allowing this vampire with master-level strength to travel back and forth between the plateau and the extreme northwest of Furland at an extremely fast speed. Vivian hoped that Amanice would remember their previous agreement and go south to the plateau in 1 year to conquer the northern desert and attack the northern part of the Goblin Empire. She herself will lead the elite vampires, directly crossing the territory of the Goblin Empire and attacking Prodas. Once this is accomplished, the northern desert, the northern border of the Goblin Empire, and the Ice Plateau will be connected. Amund can then establish the Behemoth Empire and dominate Furland. Amund nodded in agreement and made the agreement. He prepared his troops and selected elite soldiers. And in the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, he officially led his troops south to attack Furland. This led to a situation where the coalition forces of the various Behemoth tribes and the coalition forces of the Goblin Empire confronted each other in the city of Eads. The night of October 2nd, Vivian led thousands of elite vampires and broke out from the Rhine Lord's castle in the territory of Proadas's former human race. The Goblin Lord died in the first battle. In order to keep the secret, the vampires killed all the intelligent creatures in the Rhine territory. Even in nearly 1,000 griffins raised, they were drained of blood and killed. October 3rd, Vivian arranged a team of elite vampires, disguised as humans and winged people, to quietly enter the city. Afterwards, thousands of elite vampires and extraordinary professionals suddenly launched an attack. In just a few hours, half of the goblins in Proadas were killed and rivers of blood flowed. Then, the goblins' extraordinary professionals organized a defense line, but they were surprised to find that if they used ordinary attacks and elemental power to fight, these vampires are simply unkillable. The power of the light system that can inflict massive casualties on the vampires is the lineage of the high priests, who were defined as rebellious and almost all killed over 200 years ago. Unfortunately, the high priest who followed the path of holy light and became a demigod has died. As a last resort, the great sage Azeba can only take action himself, but he was intercepted by Vivian, who had been waiting for him. Two demigod-level, extraordinary beings fought fiercely in the sky above Proadas. The entire Proadas was shrouded in blood-red and dark skies. The laws of blood and darkness collided in various airspaces in the sky. The immense force shook the towering Proadas. Space and time were torn apart, and Proadas was reduced to ruins in the aftermath. Countless goblins died in the battle, and the survivors were in agony, worse than death. Every once prosperous street and every goblin residence were affected to some extent. The goblin guards that defended the empire were unable to come to the rescue and had to face attacks from the professional vampires. In midair, the great sage Azeba was extremely angry. Looking at Vivian, who was fighting with him in midair, and Proadas, who was reduced to ruins below him, he was extremely furious. All his plans so far were almost completely destroyed in this battle. Unknown demigod, I don't know why you destroyed my goblin capital and killed my people. The hatred between us is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Today, I will kill you all. Vivian in midair sneered and mocked loudly. You green-skinned dwarfs were once nothing more than our cattle and horses and slaves. Do you think that by stealing the achievements of others, you can become the masters of the continent? You're overthinking it. There are countless powerful people in my clan, but they haven't been born yet. They haven't been born yet, so I can't control them. But now that I'm born, I must stand up and plunge this shameless race of thieves like you into the abyss. Upon hearing this, Azeba finally understood where Vivian was coming from and smiled coldly. So you are one of them. Unfortunately, times have changed. Today, I'm stronger than you and I will kill you. After I kill you, you remnants of the previous era are no longer worthy of living on the land of Furland. I will kill them all. Then come and kill me. Let's see who dies, you or I. When Vivian heard Azeba's words, her expression remained unchanged. She stretched out her hand, and a long blood-red river appeared in the sky, suppressing the entire sea of clouds and sky. Azeba fell to the ground, and the power of the law of darkness surged. In the city of Proadas, all the goblins suddenly roared to the sky, and bits of power gathered into a huge black wall, pressing towards Vivian. This force caused Vivian to feel a sudden surge of pressure, but after feeling it for a moment, she burst into laughter. So, this Proadas is the prototype of your kingdom of God on earth. I understand, ha 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 ha. D. Bitch. It's useless. I have the special ability of immortality. Let's fight slowly. At the moment when the two demigods were fighting in Prodas, Paradise Mountain. On top of the mountain, Jiangyu is dressed in white, sitting upright on the platinum throne, with a heroic and majestic figure. Chapter 70 Lift the Throne High. A legion of 100,000 elite winged people lined up in the air around Mount Heaven. They looked at their king with burning eyes, as if they were worshipping a god. Two winged people legends, one turtle legend, Sophia, Erida, and Wang Xiaoba, formed a triangle to surround Jiangyu, who was standing on the top of Paradise Mountain. Feeling the strong law of resistance fluctuations coming from the distant center, Jiangyu looked far away and smiled softly. My chance has come. Today, I will raise the throne high in the sky. After he finished speaking, his incomparably powerful legendary power surged, holding up the entire top of Heaven Mountain and rising towards the direction of the silver moon. As the top of Mount Heaven slowly rose into the air from the mountain, 100,000 tall winged legion soldiers, their armor shining with silver light, knelt on one knee in midair, and the shouts of 100,000 people converged into one. Holy King! On the platinum throne, strong thunder overflowed from Jiangyu's purple eyes, and his white wings waved with dazzling brilliance. A king's momentum that penetrated the heavens and the earth was mighty and grand. He nodded to his tribesmen, and then looked at the purple gold sword and the blue jade sword stuck in the ground in front of the platinum throne. Take a deep breath, and all the strength in your body will surge up. In the sky, the top of Mount Paradise was seen being lifted up by an invisible force, moving faster and faster. The 100,000 elite winged people who were originally lined up around the top of Heaven Mountain still wanted to provide escort, but they were quickly defeated by the wind laws of the Wanli strong wind. The three legends followed all the way, but were also defeated by the law of wind. And Jiangyu continued to rise with the platinum throne. Once again, arriving at the boundless sky of 100,000 meters, the throne came into the coverage of the silver moon. High in the sky, he stood up from the platinum throne and looked down at the billions of miles of mountains and rivers below the throne. Sigh, how magnificent! Then he drew out the purple gold sword in front of the platinum throne and hummed softly. Then let's get started. Like a drop of water falling onto rice paper, Jiangyu released all his control over the law of thunder, allowing his mind to extend into the law of thunder. In an instant, a sky full of thunder formed in the sky, like a purple curtain covering the sky. Like the advancement of a demigod, the thunder power between heaven and earth, stirred by the laws of thunder, followed his guidance, entered his mind, and was about to transform into a purple thunder flower. At the moment when this flower of power was formed, Jiangyu's extremely high will to be a champion suddenly turned into a pure white sword of judgment forged by will. The long sword slashed through the heavens and the earth, just like the darkness was broken by the light in an instant. The purple flower of thunder authority was instantly chopped into purple sand. With the step completed, endless malice suddenly rose between heaven and earth and enveloped Jiangyu. At the same time, central part of the Furlan continent, over the city of Prodas, Vivian and Azeba, who were fighting fiercely, stopped almost at the same time and looked up at the sky, in the direction of the silver moon. Heaven and earth are angry. Let me destroy the enemies of the world. The world's consciousness is guiding me, leading me to the silver moon. It was like two huge driving forces, causing their authority of laws to tremble slightly, guiding the two demigod-level powerhouses to go to the sky. But after such a bloody battle, how could the two demigods give up their enemy and fight together against him? They forcibly suppressed the impulse in their hearts and continued to fight. High above the sky, the power of thunder seemed to have its own will, gathering again in the mind, wanting to return to its original state. But Jiangyu didn't care about it at this moment. He raised his champion will, penetrating the heaven and earth like a sharp sword, piercing through the law of thunder and connecting them. Outside, almost at the same time, Jiangyu raised the purple gold sword and slashed at the thunder in the sky. Rumble. Like 100 rivers returning to their current, endless thunder sank into the purple gold sword. The domineering thunder jumped on the sword, almost breaking it. Jiangyu's expression remained unchanged. He exerted force with both hands and thrust the purple gold sword fiercely into the ground on the top of the mountain, loudly declaring to the world, "My will determines the world. Now, I engrave time and space with the will of the champion, forge the law of judgment, and suppress the myriad things in the world. As Jiangyu read out his words, the shattered flower of thunder power in his mind had just recovered its original shape when it was pierced through by a sword of judgment, and then merged into one, turning into purple, in the sea of mind. As the law of judgment suppressed the law of thunder, in the sea of mind, among the vast shadow of the platinum throne composed of countless long swords, the shadow of one of the long swords condensed and appeared purple. Outside world, Jiangyu released his hands that were holding the purple gold sword and faced the endless malice from heaven and earth without any fear. Instead, he laughed heartily. I have achieved the throne realm. Demigods who are not afraid of death, please come and add a few more swords of authority to my judgment throne. Just as Jiangyu said this, the platinum throne beneath him shone brightly. On the continent, countless creatures looked up in surprise and looked towards the side of the silver moon. Hey, when did a white gold moon appear in the sky? Chapter 71, Platinum Moon. Above the platinum moon, Jiangyu closed his eyes and sat on the platinum throne, waiting quietly. The system's prompts have been ringing one after another for a long time. Congratulations to the player for advancing to the demigod realm. Ding. System error. Realm information doesn't match. The system starts retesting. Congratulations to the player for anchoring the path of Sky Lord. Congratulations to the player for advancing to Legend. There is no fixed realm for the Sky Lord's advancement. Players are equivalent to the demigod realm. Please name this realm. Jiangyu was originally immersed in the control of power after the advancement and didn't want to pay attention to this useless system, but he didn't expect the system to keep giving endless reminders. In desperation, he had to say, Throne Realm. Game information has been added. Congratulations to the player for advancing to the Throne Realm. You created your own law, the law of judgment. Your combat power is the highest in the same realm. You have awakened the Throne Realm's exclusive characteristic, the power of suppression. You have awakened the Throne Realm's exclusive trait, Platinum Moon. You have awakened the unique characteristics of the Throne Realm. The throne is me. You are judged by the world's malice. Warning, you have been targeted by the world's malice. Warning, you have been targeted by the world's malice. Judgment concluded. You are permanently enslaved by the world's malice. It cannot be stripped away. It cannot be eliminated. A panel quietly emerged. Name, Jiangyu. Race, Wingman Immortal Species. Template, Ordinary Player, not available yet. Template, NPC Demigod. Occupation, Sky Lord Throne Realm. Age, 12 to 19. Attributes, Strength 879, Constitution 887, Spirit 779, Agility 990, Charm 881. 1,000 points is the foundation for the Godhood Realm. Level, Unlocked, sealed, to be unlocked after the game starts. Skills, Throwing, perfect. Spearmanship, perfect. Bow and arrow, perfect. Swordmanship, unparalleled. Gunmanship, perfect. Riding, perfect. Skill points, Unlocked, to be unlocked after the game starts. Talent, Champion's Will, you possess exceptional insight and reflexes, and your combat awareness is unmatched. This is the gift you bring from your soul. Incomparable and unique. Legendary Realm, Holy Thunder Realm. Throne Realm Sky Territory, Platinum Throne. Traits, Legendary Trait, Sacred Heart. Legendary Trait, Divine Might. Throne Trait, Suppressive Authority. Throne Trait, Platinum Moon. Throne Trait, The Throne is Me. Mission System, Unlocked, unsealed, to be unlocked after the game is launched. Game Start Countdown, 3,201,515 days, 9 hours, 7 minutes. Suddenly, heavy rain fell all over the world. This is the subconscious feedback of the world's will. Over Prodas, the moment the Platinum Moon appears, Vivian, the ancestor of the vampires, and Azeba, the great sage of the goblins, who were in battle, suddenly felt a strong impulse in their hearts. They looked up almost at the same time, looking towards a silver moon high in the sky, and their reactions were completely different. A newborn moon? Is there a great enemy of the world there? In this era, someone has also cast a moon in the sky. The guidance of the world's will is like a rough rope, pulling them up to the sky. However, they cut off the influence of the world's will in an instant. What a joke. We are facing a powerful enemy. We must defeat him, first no matter what. The will of this world is truly timeless. The eastern waters of the Furlan continent. Deep in the vast ocean, there's an extremely large island hidden in the fog. On the island, there are several ancient dragons that are more than 200 meters long lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. Just then, a powerful sense of crisis between heaven and earth surged into their hearts, like a loud bell at dusk, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crumble. Several ancient dragons were suddenly awakened from their slumber. Their confused eyes suddenly became serious, and they discussed with each other. It's happened again. The world is on alert. No, this time is different. The world is actually afraid too. Its great enemy has appeared. It is guiding us to destroy it. Are you going or not? I feel that this great enemy will also be a threat to us when we become gods. We can't tolerate this. The world will also reward us. A giant ancient dragon with a dark green color made the final decision. Because the call of the worlds is getting more and more urgent. The impulses bestowed by heaven and earth are scorching their hearts. The next moment, high in the sky, next to the silver moon that seemed to be eternal, an equally brilliant platinum moon suddenly jumped up. That platinum moon is the great enemy. The new moon appears, and the world changes dramatically. All the dragons looked at the platinum moon that suddenly appeared in the sky in surprise and doubt. They felt an extremely strong threat coming from the platinum moon. So, a scarlet ancient dragon spoke. Ludget, Mason Wright, Venus, I will go to the platinum moon to destroy this enemy. The blue ancient dragon also spoke. Tiamat, Bahamut, you are the most powerful among us. You must continue to carry out our dragonborn plan. This is the foundation of our future path as dragon god. Among the ancient dragons, a platinum dragon said worriedly, my prophetic powers are useless in this battle. He couldn't predict the outcome of this battle and was very worried. The female ancient dragon who was also left behind smiled nonchalantly. In today's world, the titans are dead, the goblins' amigurumi is dead, and you've all become demigods. What danger is there? Bahamut, your worries are completely unnecessary. Tiamat, how could there be no danger? Have you forgotten the existence of the supposed god we discovered in the depths of the ocean? Besides, it's not you who's going, so of course it doesn't matter to you. But, brothers and sisters, just in case, leave behind the marks of your bloodline and heritage. After Bahamut retorted, he spoke to several ancient dragons. Ah, good. Bahamut, we will leave our bloodline and heritage behind right now. Don't worry. Even if we 4 demigods can't defeat them, we can still run away. The blue ancient dragon laughed. Several ancient dragons also agreed. Then they all drew strokes on the reverse scales, and streams of blood from the heart containing the blood inheritance were forced out. Greedy blood. Dragons need greed. Without greed, how can they make progress? I, for example, strive to obtain more gold, silver, and treasures. The golden ancient dragon chuckled. Blood of majesty. Dragons are the overlords of the sky and the earth. Use my blood to forge the majesty that dragons naturally possess to suppress all living things. The dark blue ancient dragon pondered. Blood of resilience. Dragons are not as talented and powerful as us ancient dragons, so they need even more perseverance. Use my blood to forge their resilient hearts. The bronze ancient dragon laughed. Burning blood. The dragon's breath destroys everything. Ha ha, this is the first weapon I gave them. The scarlet ancient dragon laughed wildly. All right, we will definitely engrave these 4 bloodline inheritances into the bloodline of the newly born dragon. Miterlet, Radget, Masonlet Venus, you must return safely. The platinum dragon said sincerely. Don't worry, Bahamut. We'll be fine. Let's go. Several ancient dragons laughed loudly, stretched out their huge flesh wings that were hundreds of meters long, and flew towards the sky. Chapter 72, The Throne Blesses and Judges All Living Beings. In the extreme south of Furland, in a huge active volcano, a fire giant composed entirely of lava suddenly awakened from the magma. How long have I been asleep? It's the world that wakes me up. He looked up at the sky high up, where the world was guiding him. A bright white gold moon shines high in the sky. Hey, when did 2 more moons appear in the sky? Should I call them moons? The world has guided me to the platinum moon to destroy the world's great enemy. Ha! I just woke up and have nothing to do, so I'll go take a look. The continent of Furland. The Arctic ice plateau. Deep in the sky and sea. The moment the platinum moon appears. A 300-meter-long blue holy whale suddenly jumped out of the water and flew towards the sky. No hesitation, no delay. The continent of Finadun, separated from the continent of Furland by a vast ocean, was also the place where the giant troll tribe of the Giant-Wood clan migrated thousands of years ago. On the western prairie, a golden lion king with golden hair, shining brightly and 10 meters tall, stood in the depths of a secret ruin. He looked at the platinum moon that suddenly appeared in the sky, narrowed his golden eyes slightly, and finally laid down to sleep. All over the world and on all continents, almost all demigod creatures have received guidance from the world's will, but most of them just wake up for a moment and then continue to sleep or do their own things. Anyway, everyone has their own reasons. Only a handful of demigods accepted guidance, but they were not a small number. All the demigod creatures who received the guidance began to fly towards the platinum moon, some fast and some slow. The 4 dragons were among the slowest. When they flew over the area of strong winds, the laws of wind began to subside. When they entered the high sky, the chaotic conflicts of laws were greatly reduced. This made them feel very intuitively that the will of the world was helping them. Then they came to the newborn platinum moon. At this moment, they could see clearly that the platinum moon was actually an incomparably glorious platinum throne, standing high in the sky and embedded in the hanging mountains. It emitted an incomparably bright light, illuminating the heaven and earth, as if to take away their color. Fosht, Majesty. When they looked carefully, an even more horrifying scene appeared before them. Before the throne stood a handsome man with a majestic and tall figure. He had long silver hair, and when his purple eyes opened and closed, it seemed as if he could see a vast sea of stars. Behind him, a pair of flawless white wings shone with pure white light. Above his head, a pure white halo manifested his will. So sacred, noble and noble. In front of him, there lay a huge blue holy whale. Half of its body was missing. A blue sword that was about 17 or 18 meters long pierced through its head and nailed it deeply to the top of the suspended heaven mountain. Blood flowed from the body of the holy whale, along the curve of Mount Heaven, dripping into the sky and dissipating between heaven and earth. I can't die anymore. There's more. In the hand of the winged man was a purple gold thunder sword, which cut a lava giant in half, separating its 5 limbs. The lava giant is not dead yet and is wailing in pain. But the heroic silver-haired winged man stepped on his head and kicked his head onto the platinum throne, suppressing him. Then, he turned back slowly, looking at the 4 newly arrived ancient dragons with his sword. As he raised his eyes and smiled, there was a hint of bloody, killing style in his eyes. Are you here to kill me too? Outside the light of the platinum moon, the 4 ancient dragons looked at each other. For the first time, they felt a strong sense of oppression from a race other than the Titans. That's right. He is the source of all the evil in the world's greatest enemy. Should we go? He just killed 2 demigods. Go, of course I won't. I can sense that his power level hasn't reached that highest realm yet. Besides, if he kills a demigod, his power will inevitably be lost. And we 4 dragons are united. We must kill him. Okay, let's go together. The 4 ancient dragons were determined and simultaneously let out earth-shaking dragon roars. For dragon breaths, as strong as pillars of heaven and earth, suddenly burst out from their mouths and bombarded Jianyu. The blue light, the scarlet flames, the metal particles, the breath of the earth. The power of the 4 great laws exploded, and the power of heaven and earth came directly, covering the entire area of the platinum throne in an instant. Rumble, rumble. In the battle between demigods, there is no room for holding back. As soon as they came up, the 4 ancient dragons used all their power and dragon breath as a carrier, intending to crush the powerful enemy in one fell swoop. However, their idea failed. Inside the throne lies Jiangyu's will. Facing 4 terrifying dragon breaths that reached the sky and the earth and were forged by power, Jiangyu raised the purple gold sword high and spoke with great dignity, word by word. The law, the judgment. As soon as these words fell, a law that had never been seen before appeared between heaven and earth, like a winding and vast Milky Way, or like a bright and cold moon, emitting a solemn and majestic aura. The power of thunder submits before its Milky Way, and the power of heavy water prostrates itself before its bright moon. Bless the throne and judge all living beings. The purple gold sword appeared whiter than light. This is a color that is whiter than white, or it could be called holy. The long sword swung up horizontally, stirring up a surging sea of holiness, blocking the 4 vast dragon breaths of power. Then, without waiting for the 4 ancient dragons to react, he held the pillar of dragon's breath of destruction, held the sword upside down, and took a step forward. The space shattered, and Jiang Yu appeared directly in front of the strongest blue-green ancient dragon, which was also the edge of the area where the platinum throne was located. Within the range of the throne, it can directly penetrate the space and move instantly. To a certain extent, this is already in the realm of gods. Chapter 73, Calm as Iron. At this time, the development of magic had not yet seen the emergence of teleportation arrays, and the elves, the creators of the magician profession, were still in the process of evolving from trolls to elves. It is not an exaggeration to say that this moment involves the realm of gods. Between heaven and earth, torrential rain continued to fall worldwide, showing no signs of weakening, but instead becoming more and more severe. This is the rage of the world's will. Its unconscious fury knows no race and spreads to every corner of the world. The northern border of the Goblin Empire on the continent of Furland. The second leader of the human race, Count of Polak in the Goblin Empire, Vega Reinhardt, stood on the high tower of the castle, looking worriedly at the violently fluctuating extraordinary reaction above the silver moon, next to the platinum moon. I hope it's not what I imagined. If the world's malice cannot punish the source of malice, it will befall all living beings. He has had some prophetic abilities since he was a child, and this is also the key to his standing out among all the descendants of Reinhardt. Heaven and earth are pouring down torrential rain, flooding the land, and turning the world into a swamp. How horrible! Among the various races on Furland's continent, most creatures with the gift of prophecy sighed. They were also aware of the potential disasters that could occur in the future. But my words are not influential, and this is not the age of prophets. High above the sky, the platinum moon hangs high in the sky, overhanging the edge of the top of Mount Heaven. The battle is changing rapidly. When Jiang Yu stepped through the space with the purple gold sword in his hand, he appeared in front of the ancient blue dragon almost instantly with great momentum. The dark blue ancient dragon's eyes shrank rapidly. How was that possible? He quickly stopped the dragon's breath, and the authority corresponding to the law of growth suddenly acted on him. His 200-meter long dragon body suddenly expanded violently to 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters, until 1,000 meters. His dark green dragon scales also became thicker and harder under the power of growth, as if covered with a layer of armor. The 1,000-meter-long dragon body carried the gravity that could collapse space. The ancient blue dragon Rajat swung its long and heavy tail towards Jiang Yu, while vibrating its wings and turning slightly. A whirring gust of wind swept towards Jiang Yu, trying to force him back. Nearby, Jiang Yu raised his purple eyes slightly, as calm as water. He flipped his sword over, and the pure white wings behind him vibrated. In the 10,000th of a second, when the dragon's tail was about to strike, his body was just slightly avoided. Then, he gently moved the sword in the direction of the dragon's tail and tapped it lightly. The lightning flashed, and in a moment it fell on the blue dragon's tail. The power of thunder turned the purple gold sword into a super magnet, and Jiang Yu jumped up along with the huge suction force, like a pure white arrow, and landed on the body of the 1,000-meter-long dragon, then raised his sword and stabbed. The power of the authority of thunder exploded in the body of the ancient blue dragon Radgat, and the power of the law of judgment severely suppressed Rajat's growth authority. Under the double blow, the body of the ancient blue dragon began to shrink, and its breath suddenly became weak. Next to him, the other 3 ancient dragons were shocked at the same time when they heard his scream. Ludgard. Afterwards, they saw Jiang Yu's movements were extremely clever, as if he had predicted all of Mitlet's attacks in advance. He walked step by step to the neck of the ancient blue dragon and swung the purple gold sword brazenly. With the power of thunder and blue water, he suppressed his power with the law of judgment and was about to behead Radgat. Not far away, Maitriite didn't care about anything else. The scarlet ancient dragon's eyes were red, and a red firework light cut through the distance in space and hit Jiang Yu's back, trying to stop Jiang Yu from swinging his sword. However, Jiang Yu didn't care and let the red flames fall on his back. Almost in the next second, Jiang Yu's back was burnt. Half of the feathers on his white wings were burned, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. The red power of fire poured over his body, but was quickly suppressed by the law of judgment. And his movements did not stop. The length of the purple-gold sword suddenly increased to nearly 50 meters with the blessing of the two powers. Then he exerted force suddenly, and the thick dragon scales and huge dragon body were like tofu under Jiang Yu's sword, and he cut off Rajit's head in one fell swoop. Then he quickly grabbed the head of the ancient dragon and flew away, returning to the range covered by the throne, and threw the head of the ancient blue dragon named Raged in front of the throne. The azure dragon was not dead yet. He opened his eyes wide and looked at his brothers and sisters with a miserable and painful expression. He opened his mouth slightly and saw blood all over the ground. Even a demigod cannot escape death. On the battlefield in the sky, the scalps of the remaining 3 ancient dragons tingled. They looked at the dark green dragon skull that was casually thrown under the platinum throne. The head, which was not completely dead yet, opened and closed. The friendship of many years flashed in their minds, and the anger in their hearts eventually overwhelmed their fear. Our Ludget. Damn Birdman die. The 3 ancient dragons had red eyes and flapped their wings forward, pouncing towards Jiang Yu, who was standing on the edge of the suspended Paradise Mountain. The power of authority surrounded them, and they applied some simple laws. With the blessing of different demigod characteristics, they were able to attack Jiang Yu in terms of spirit, body, voice, will, etc. In the ignorant age, various complex and exquisite spells had not yet been developed, and the confrontations between the strong were always rough, emphasizing the fight of strength. Facing the furious attack of the 3-headed dragon, it has entered the range of the Platinum Throne. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. There are 2 kinds of combat power inside the Platinum Throne and outside the Platinum Throne. The throne is mine. Every creature killed by Jiang Yu inside the Platinum Throne will have a portion of its power absorbed by the throne and fed back to Jiang Yu. His injuries are slowly recovering. The next moment, Jiang Yu quickly retreated, avoiding the attacks from the 3 ancient dragons, and a loud rumbling sound was heard on the spot. The bright red fire, metallic copper, and the fierce breath of the earth bombarded one after another. He retreated calmly. He came to the head of the blue holy whale that had been dead for a long time and pulled out the blue jade sword. The long sword was pulled out and instantly shortened to its normal length. Then Jiang Yu held the sword in both hands and faced the attack of the 3 ancient dragons head-on. When they all entered the throne area, Jiang Yu grinned, holding a sword and facing them, his purple eyes fixed on the scarlet ancient dragon mitlet. Thunder resounded through the heaven and earth again, illuminating the entire Platinum Throne area with purple. The previously obscure authority of heavy water also became increasingly proficient through repeated use in battle. A stream of heavy water from the sky and sea transformed into a sky curtain wave, covering the heads of the 3 giant dragons. Unparalleled swordsmanship perfectly combines the power of authority. The 2 swords clashed, and with the collision, water and thunder blended together. Within the entire range of the Platinum Throne, heavy water curtains fell layer by layer, accompanied by the explosion of thunder, smashing the 3 ancient dragons into blood. At this moment, Jiang Yu rushed in front of the scarlet ancient dragon mitlet. Mitret became instantly alert, and his demigod characteristics were activated. Scarlet Purgatory, a world of scarlet flames forged by the power of red flames appeared. The huge flames carried the power of sucking blood, constantly burning Jiang Yu's body and will. His silver hair had begun to burn, there were ashes on his wings, and most of his robes were burned. However, Jiang Yu's will was as strong as iron, and such harm could not move him in the slightest. He thrust his blue jade sword into the ground, and the water turned into a swamp, flowing out a channel to Mitriite, slightly reducing the intensity of the Scarlet Purgatory. At this time, the other 2 ancient dragons saw Jiang Yu being enveloped by the Scarlet Purgatory and launched their strongest attacks from the left and right at the same time, with a blessing of demigod characteristics. Earth Control. The ground beneath Jiang Yu's feet suddenly became as hard as iron, with steel spikes growing from its sides, piercing into his flesh and blood, forming cages on the ground. Heaven and earth are all soldiers. 90% of the bronze ancient dragon's thick dragon scales suddenly disappeared, and then countless indestructible metal weapons instantly formed in the sky, rushing towards Jiangyu with an irresistible, murderous intent. Directly ahead, the scarlet dragon Mitlet seized the opportunity and pounced again. Its huge dragon mouth opened, and the scarlet flames turned into a pillar of heaven, rushing towards Jiangyu with the momentum of burning everything. Critical moment. Jiangyu looked up and faced Maitriite, calm as iron, and shouted loudly. Platinum Moon. Instead of retreating, they advanced forward and charged into the battle line. Chapter 74: The Birth of the Dragon Man. High in the sky, a bright moon suddenly appeared in front of Jiangyu, like a shining mirror, reflecting most of the scarlet dragon breath that attacked first to the other two ancient dragons, and melting the storm of metal weapons that attacked in the air. Platinum Throne, the power of suppression. At the same time, the Platinum Throne shone brilliantly, the vast majesty, carrying the will to judge all living things, momentarily stunned the three ancient dragons, and their control over authority was interrupted for a moment. Jiangyu took advantage of this opportunity, crushed the space again, and came directly to the slender neck of the scarlet dragon and slashed it with a sword. The huge scarlet dragon head suddenly fell to the ground, and Mitlet's eyes were still wide open with a look of disbelief. No, Maitriite. The two ancient dragons came to their senses and were terrified. The two most powerful ancient dragons among them were killed one after another in front of them, and the fighting spirit and courage in their hearts instantly disappeared like smoke. Even demigods are afraid of death. At this point in the battle, the two ancient dragons were no longer willing to fight. They looked at each other and saw the timidity and hesitation in each other's eyes. In an instant, the bronze dragon, the older brother, glanced at his sister, gritted his teeth, and shouted loudly. Vanast, you go first, I'll cover your retreat. We won't fight anymore. The golden ancient dragon glanced at his brother, then looked at the murderous silver-haired winged man bathed in dragon blood, and nodded in panic. Okay, Mason Wright, as soon as I leave, you leave immediately. After saying this, he hurriedly flapped his wings and flew up into the sky with all his might. As she fled the battlefield, the oppressive feeling of Silver Moon immediately hit her. Because the world no longer protected her, but she gritted her teeth and persisted, flying down. 100,000 meters, 90,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In a hurry all the way, until she passed the strong wind area, flew above the earth, and came into the heavy rain. Looking at the land, mountains, rivers, prairies, and a tribe of ogre men who had migrated here to make a living by grazing, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, a feeling of having survived a disaster welling up in her heart. The heavy rain came pouring down, the wind blew the grass low, and the cattle and sheep were visible. She came to the ground, and the dangers in the sky were temporarily away from her. On the prairie, at the moment when the golden dragon Venus descended, every Gnoleman living here, in the Gnoleman tribe with a population of several thousand, felt a strong dragon might descending from the sky. They couldn't help but look up at the sky. In the rain, a 200-meter-long golden ancient dragon was flying above their heads, very close to them. In the tribe, the dog-headed shaman holding the dragon bone scepter suddenly looked at the sky excitedly. Ancestors, this is the giant dragon worshipped by our ancestors in ancient legends. In the tribe, even the more experienced ogre professionals had tears in their eyes. Our faith, our master, has appeared in Philander again. After 1,000 years, have the former overlords, the ancient dragons, returned? Are we going to thrive again? The crowd is excited. The Gnoll shaman wasted no time and quickly raised his scepter and shouted loudly. Men, kneel down and meet our lord. Under the puzzled gaze of the golden dragon Venus, thousands of dog-headed men knelt on the ground in unison, ignoring the heavy rain from the sky and the mud on the ground, and worshipped her respectfully. This feeling made her a little addicted. I haven't felt this way in years. I never thought there would be a race on this continent that remembers our ancient dragon clan. However, before she could finish her sigh, a feeling like a thorn in the back suddenly came over me. Next second, behind her, a bright platinum moon descended from the sky. The beautiful and gorgeous platinum moonlight cut through the rain curtain and disperse the dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, only a platinum moon hangs in the long night, illuminating the grassland covered by the dark sky. In midair, Venus looked back in horror. The cold voice of judgment sounded, ruling. Before she could react, a flash of extremely brilliant purple sword light stunned the sky, crushed the 10 directions of time and space, and gently brushed across her neck like a breeze. Sizzle. Crash. On the prairie. In the bewildered eyes of all the dog-headed people, a huge amount of dragon blood poured down from the sky like a river, splashing all over the faces of these dog-headed people. Suddenly, something strange happened. Among this group of dog-headed men, those who were drenched felt a burning sensation. Their bodies grew taller, their heads became like mini dragon heads, and dense scales grew all over their bodies. A faint dragon-like majesty emerged. Fortunately, the authority and power of the laws in the dragon blood had been wiped out by Jiang Yu's judgment law, so they did not burn to death after the mutation. However, at this moment, they were not in the mood to care about the changes in their bodies. Following their frightened and panicked gaze, I looked towards the sky. They saw a majestic being with silver hair, purple eyes, white wings on his back, and a pure white halo on his head. He stood on the void, sheathed his sword, and looked at them with his majestic eyes lowered. In one hand he held the dragon's head, which was still open-eyed, and in the other he held the tail of the headless dragon's corpse. Behind him is a platinum moon shining brightly. The heaven and earth seem to be under his feet, and his majesty is as vast as the sea. Chapter 75, Silver Moon Goddess. The stars hang low over the vast plain, and under the dark clouds and heavy rain, the world is dark and gloomy. Jiang Yue paused in midair. Heavy raindrops fell from the sky and spread all over the world, but it couldn't wet him at all. The light of the platinum moon always enveloped him, and rain flowed down from the edge of the light. Below, the dog-headed men on the grassland were trembling with fear, but he just glanced at them casually and ignored them. But he didn't expect that this glance of his would make this mutated ogre tribe dare not forget it for many years. Holding the dragon head and the dragon corpse, Jiang Yu fluttered his white wings and returned to the sky. After killing the powerful enemy, he is going to digest the harvest. As for the torrential rain that kept falling all over the world and the continent of Furland was covered by heavy rain, there was nothing he could do. This is an outpouring of the world's malice, and he is the source of the world's malice. He did not return to the territory of the winged people. He has confidence in the winged people regarding this global rainstorm. They all have wings. How can they be drowned? The rain made the water muddy, and the sky was covered with dark clouds again. In the eyes of the mutated, dog-headed people kneeling on the ground, this man with silver hair, purple eyes, and wings came on the platinum moon, killed the ancient dragon, and then returned on the moon indifferently. It was as simple as just killing a dog in the underworld. That was once one of the rulers of the world, a great ancient dragon. Is he the true god of legend? They knelt on the ground for a long time, not daring to get up. Losendas, Lomanda, Tianshan, Sophia Islands. When the platinum moon in the sky successfully appeared next to the silver moon, shining together and illuminating the heaven and earth, all the wingmen cheered. Wang succeeded. His throne is raised high above the heavens, becoming an eternal bright moon hanging in the sky, just like the eternal silver moon. They are so proud, so proud. Even though heavy rain continued to fall from the sky and the waves on the east coast were as raging as a world-destroying torrent, it could not stop the excitement of the winged people. High above the sky, flying all the way over an altitude of 100,000 meters through the cover of the silver moon's glory, Jiang Yu returned to the heaven mountain land of the platinum throne and through the dragon head and dragon corpse under the throne. As the world's malice tilted towards it, the silver moon was also subconsciously affected and began to slowly repel the platinum throne from floating within its range. Jiang Yu's strength at this time is different from before. After reaching the throne realm, his strength changed dramatically. The moment he reached the throne realm, he sensed an extremely powerful dormant aura within the silver moon. He is the master of the silver moon, the source of its everlasting brilliance and endless majesty. But he didn't look closely at the time, and then the demigods, driven by the malice of the world, came to attack him. Now, he had killed all his enemies, and while taking a rest, he sat upright on the platinum throne and cast a glance towards the silver moon. This gaze carried his tyrannical will, like a sharp sword, which just pierced through the outer layer of the silver moon's silver light and wanted to penetrate into the body of the silver moon. However, it was this one look that seemed to have broken a balance that had existed for thousands of years. Mutation occurs. The entire silver moon vibrated rapidly, and its light exploded. Circles of silver light rippled in the sky, like ripples on the water, sweep across the entire realm above the sky. Jiang Yu's gaze was interrupted instantly. The moon's spiritual light, which had been stored for who knows how many years, brought with it the vast power left by the owner of the silver moon. Like a pair of invisible hands, it pushed the entire top of the hanging heaven mountain, including the platinum throne, out of the coverage of the silver moon's light. With this push, Jiang Yu seemed to be instantly immersed in a sea of silver moonlight. The mighty power of the silver moon acted directly on his mind and will, as if being reflected on a piece of glass, and then suddenly shattered. Could there be a god hidden in this silver moon? He frowned. This push had a greater impact on him than the previous fights with several ancient dragons. Beneath him, the platinum throne was pushed and rolled over. Then it was quickly expelled from the orbit of the silver moon. High in the sky, on the stellar orbit between the star realm and the world barrier, the platinum moon was moved back tens of thousands of meters. What appeared to the outside world was that the two moons, which were originally close to each other, suddenly separated. It becomes neither far nor near. Gold and silver appear in February. After this turmoil, Jiang Yu had to calm his mind and use all his strength to stabilize the platinum throne on its current track. At this moment, he suddenly remembered. The future chapter, one of the 9 rising gods. Among them, there's a main god called Silver Moon Goddess. Chapter 76, Killing the Emperor. For unknown reasons, this future main god seems to still be sleeping in the silver moon and has not awakened in this era. Jiang Yu no longer cared about it. He still had a long time to deal with the gods that would appear in the future. Leaving the range covered by the silver moon's light, the platinum throne was in an area where the laws were disordered and time and space were in chaos. Fortunately, the characteristics of platinum moon and the throne is me allow the platinum throne to run in stellar orbit as a star and follow behind the silver moon. Just as he calmed down and prepared to settle the corpses of several demigod dragons and the lava giant and suppress their power for use on the throne, his purple eyes suddenly focused and he looked outside the throne. Then, high above the sky, suddenly there was a dull sound of footsteps. Da-da-da. Within Jiang Yu's sight, a handsome man with red eyes, dressed in black and with a casual temperament, walked towards him. He walked up step by step into the chaotic sky and came to the platinum throne. He looked at Jiang Yu sitting on the throne and smiled slightly. Are you the source of the world's malice? Without waiting for Jiang Yu to speak, he looked around and seemed to have found something interesting. He laughed at Jiang Yu again, even bending over with laughter. Ha ha, I suddenly admire you. Not only have you made enemies all over the world, but you also dare to establish this throne near the Lord of Silver Moon. That old woman is not a gentle and kind person. Look, you've been kicked out. On the platinum throne, Jiang Yu was recovering from his injuries while looking at the uninvited guest in front of him. He asked in a deep voice, feeling the powerful aura of the man in black clothes and red eyes, which far surpassed those of the previous demigods. After saying so much, who are you? What? Are you asking me a question? The man seemed very easy to talk to, and in response to Jiang Yu's question, he explained very kindly. Okay, I'll tell you then. As for me, I was once the Slaughter Emperor of Sequence 1. Now, I've fallen through the cracks and only woken up early. As the era changes, the opportunity to become an immortal god arrives. When he said this, his eyes shone red, and a cold, cruel, bloody, and murderous aura suddenly erupted, sweeping across the sky. Like a heavy snowfall in June, the world is frozen. Today, I awaken, wield the power of killing, and meet the world's greatest enemy. That's great, it's truly great. I'm looking forward to seeing how much benefit I'll gain by beheading you for the sake of the world before I establish the kingdom of God on earth and become an immortal true god. On the platinum throne, Jiang Yu looked coldly at the seemingly crazy man in black, holding the purple gold sword at his waist. At this moment, the man in black suddenly looked at the platinum throne under Jiang Yu and grinned. If I'm not mistaken, this throne is the true source of the world's malice, right? At this point, just when Jiang Yu thought he was going to say something else, the red-eyed, black-clothed man's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely cold and indifferent as he spoke in a cold voice. "Forget it. No matter what your plan is, if I kill you, everything will be in vain." After saying that, he stretched out his hand into the void, and a black and red spear appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the sky and the earth turned red. Endless murderous aura was vented in the sky. The murderous intent was vast and pure. The rolling murderous intention is like a vast ocean, flowing freely among the star tracks in the sky. Kill, 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 everything in heaven and earth. Like the wind blowing. It seemed as if millions of lives were crying beside Jiang Yu's ears, and blood filled the endless dusk. At the same time, red threads suddenly appeared in the space where the Platinum Throne was located, as if to divide and kill the entire world. Small black and red dots appeared on Jiang Yu's eyebrows, hands, feet, wings, body, heart, and other parts. Not far away, the gunman, who seemed to be standing on a sea of blood and killing, snorted coldly, gripped the killing gun tightly, and stabbed fiercely in the direction of Jiang Yu. Kill! The vast and boundless killing force suddenly descended and rushed towards Jiang Yu. Facing such an attack, Jiang Yu no longer just sat there waiting. The moment the man in black and red eyes raised his gun, he suddenly stood up from the throne, silver hair flying, purple eyes rustling. Looking at the murderous man in black, he suddenly laughed. "The power to kill, I also yearn for it." The words fell. The pure white halo above his head, manifested by his will, suddenly enlarged. The pure white light expanded violently, and a champion's will that was magnificent and boundlessly powerful leaped out of the spiritual world, manifesting as a pure white holy sword in the outside world. Immediately, he ignored the killing law and power that was about to descend upon him, drew the purple gold sword from his waist, and poured out endless thunder without reservation. Then the pure white holy sword came down and merged with each other. Infinite sword intent suddenly rose to the sky, and the combat power increased tenfold in an instant. The platinum moon shines as bright as the sun. The sword is raised with great energy. The chaotic laws in the sky suddenly subsided at this moment. Jiang Yu had already used up all his strength, without holding back anymore, and took a step forward, arriving at the edge of the Platinum Throne, calm and composed. He was just facing a man in black who was filled with murderous intent and had a look of determination and madness on his face. Sword against gun, king against king. Both of them almost put all their efforts into attacking, abandoning defense, and fighting with their tremendous courage. The winner lives and the loser dies. Or all die. Almost instantly, a tragic collision exploded high in the sky. Ruling, kill. The will of judgment and the power of killing were like two sharp blades, both piercing into each other's bodies. Chapter 77, The Power of Growth, is given to our clan. The battle manifests in the outside world. Countless creatures on the continent saw it in amazement. A blood moon suddenly appeared next to the platinum moon and collided violently with it. The blood moon has appeared. The continent of Furland is in chaos. Some prophesied. High in the sky, behind Jiang Yu, the originally glorious platinum throne dimmed in an instant. Upon closer inspection, blood-colored cracks were densely packed on it. The land on top of the hanging Paradise Mountain is cracked and barely maintains a unified state. Jiang Yu's body was in even worse condition. His brows, hands, feet, wings, body, heart, and other marked parts were all targeted by the power of killing. A large amount of blood flowed out, staining his white clothes red. The heart was at its most ruthless point and was almost shattered by the murderous aura, and the entire chest cavity was pierced. The man with red eyes and black clothes was even more seriously injured. He never seemed to have imagined that one day there would be someone like him, not afraid of life or death, disregarding defense, attacking and killing each other, and never giving in. His black clothes were torn, one of his eyes was blinded, half of his chest was peeled open, and his waist was almost cut in half. At the moment of the fight, Jiang Yu's outstanding fighting awareness brought by his unparalleled championship gave him the upper hand in a 1 in a billion chance. He used every bit of his strength to inflict fatal damage to the enemy. The black-clad man's injuries were more serious and fatal. The battle paused, just when Jiang Yu was gathering all his strength and preparing to fight again. The expression of the man in black clothes and red eyes suddenly changed again. He was no longer indifferent and said with a smile, Haha, it turns out that in this era, there are still people who have the courage to fight with me. See you next time. After saying this, he turned into a ray of red light, flew down from the sky, and disappeared without a trace. The speed is extremely fast. This is a spell specifically used for escape. Seeing the man in black clothes and red eyes retreat, Jiangyu stood there holding the sword in silence for a long time, and finally returned to the platinum throne and sat down. Drops of blood flowed from his body, passed through the throne, and finally dripped onto the ground. He endured the terrible injuries and used local materials to make swords, such as dragon bones, dragon horns, and the spine of the lava giant, from the bodies of the 4 ancient dragons and the lava giant. Then forge it with lava and scarlet fire, with the law of judgment as the core. 3 days and 3 nights later, 5 swords emitting divine light appeared in front of him. He raised the 5 long swords, and the swords flew out automatically and suppressed the bodies of the 5 demigods. Then, the platinum throne regained its glory, including the blue jade sword that Jiangyu reinserted into the head of the blue holy whale. The 6 swords began to emit pure white light, and changes occurred. The blood and energy on the 6 demigod corpses instantly merged into the sword body. The power was suppressed, the flesh and blood melted away, and the huge demigod skeletons left behind merged into the land of paradise mountain beneath them. This made the land suspended in the sky become solid, and its area became larger. Wait until everything is done, sitting on the platinum throne. Only then did he have time to lower his eyes and look at the continent of Furland and the current situation of the winged people. This sight made him frown immediately. All the cities and villages on the east coast were flooded, and a large number of winged people had a crowd on the top of the mountain. Endless torrential rain continues to pour down on the continent, and the environment will only get worse. The extraordinary winged people are strong and physically powerful, so they will be fine. But for ordinary winged people, even if they can fly, they cannot withstand such a natural disaster. Has the world's malice not stopped yet? After pondering for a moment, he reached out to the dark green sword in the air and held it in his hand. Then, despite his severely injured body, he swung his sword fiercely behind him, and an illusory river of blood appeared. Then, he threw the dark green sword, and the sword body instantly turned into a dark green river, merging into the illusory river of blood. That's it. All the winged people in the world seem to have heard a clear and uplifting voice. Give all the power of growth to our clan. Chapter 78, Heavy Rain. Rumble. The rainstorm between heaven and earth became more and more violent. The thunder roars like a huge drum, and the mountains and rivers sound like a warning bell. When Jiangyu integrated the power of growth into the blood of the winged people, all the winged people in the whole world, including the continents of Furlan and Phynaton, feel that their bodies have become stronger, their faces have become younger, their physical fitness has improved, and their lifespan has increased. Besides, there are more invisible changes. Their injuries will heal faster, their energy will be stronger, their wings will become wider, and their flying ability will be enhanced. It's like a special evolution. This was the first time that power was integrated into the racial bloodline. From now on, as long as his platinum throne exists, no one can steal the power of authority in the winged people's bloodline. And the power of growth authority will flow within the body of every winged person. But he was also confused. His expectations for wingmen go far beyond this. After the integration of the power of growth, the winged people still did not become an immortal species. So, the ancestors of the elves. How was the transformation from troll to elf accomplished? He lowered his gaze to the east of the continent of Furland, a continent called Phynaton. What is so special about the continent of Phynaton? He still remembered that when the Giantwood clan crossed the sea, 50 winged people followed them across the ocean to the east and headed to the continent of Phynaton. I don't know what this group of wingmen has become now. It seems that I have to go and see it myself when I have time. As for the global torrential rain that is currently breaking out on the continent and the natural disaster flood that is about to occur, he believed that his people would be able to get through this safely. And he needs to heal the injuries in his body as soon as possible. In this strange world where the extraordinary roam, crises abound, and mystery remains unpredictable, powerful people suddenly appear from time to time. Only by always maintaining a strong fighting force can we protect our people. That's all. He closed his eyes and sat quietly on the throne, falling into a half-asleep and half-awake state of healing. The halo above his head shed strands of pure white light, making him look extremely sacred. As he sat down quietly, the platinum throne emits a long light, following the orbit of the stars, following the path of the silver moon, encircling the world. It will fulfill the duties of the platinum moon and become the new moon in the sky. Central part of the Furlan continent, the city of Proedas, affected by the battle between two demigods. The great goblin capital was largely destroyed and lay in near ruins. Countless goblin subjects died, and the people were displaced in the storm. In the center of the city, on Mount Proedas, the goblin palace, built on a mountain throne of the Titan King, has completely collapsed. In the sky above, the battle between the vampire ancestor Vivian and the goblin sage Azeba has been going on for several days and nights. Heavy rain and the platinum moon's ascent to the sky had little effect on them. Both were seriously injured and nearly died. But the balance of battle slowly tilted towards the goblin sage, Azeba. The blood-red sky gradually collapsed under the siege of the Dark Wall. The two of them actually had similar strength at the beginning, but later, Azeba mobilized other powers that did not belong to the authority of this world, which put Vivian at a disadvantage. Coincidentally, Vivian knows the source of this power. Fight to the end. Seeing that there was no hope of victory, Vivian finally used up the last of her strength to escape from the battlefield, turning into blood mist and countless bats, and escaped with dozens of remaining vampires. Before leaving, she left a sentence. Azeba, one day, you will fall into the abyss. Only the goblin great sage was left standing in midair with blood all over his body, seriously injured and his face extremely ugly. He naturally knew that those who gazed into the abyss would also be gazed by the abyss. But as long as he becomes a true god, he can cut off all of this. Unfortunately, now everything is in vain. At the same time, after this brutal attack by the vampire ancestor Vivian, the capital of the Goblin Empire was destroyed, countless goblins died in the disaster, a large number of professionals died, and even the great sage Azeba, who was the mainstay of the empire, was seriously injured. The power of the law of blood was entangled in his body and was difficult to dissipate. The empire was severely damaged. North, the city of Eads in the south. After several days of fighting between the million-strong army of the behemoths and the coalition forces of the Goblin Empire, as the rain grew heavier, it seemed as if it would never end. The behemoth leader Almond looked up at the silver moon and platinum moon in the sky, and at the dark clouds that seemed to never retreat, and finally gave the order to retreat. This time, they had plundered enough financial resources, populations, and craftsmen from various ethnic groups. The restraining effect on the Goblin Empire was also achieved, and several of the Goblin Empire's most elite legions came here, including the Griffin Knights and other elite troops. October 9th. Amon's million-strong army retreated to the northern desert. However, he did not return to the ice plateau, but instead established his royal court on the vast grasslands of the northern desert. After seeing the richness and beauty of the southern part of the continent, he no longer wanted to return to a bitter and cold place like the ice plateau. The oldest grassland royal court was established. Amon Jianbing ascended the throne as the first Khan of the northern desert steppe. In the city of Eads, the nearly 1 million coalition forces originally assembled by the Goblin Empire began to disband after Amon withdrew his troops. Although Eads City is a large city in the north, it cannot provide food and drink for nearly 1 million people for a long time. But several elite legions of the goblins began to march north to recover lost territory. Year 1003 of the Goblin Empire calendar. November 10th. Melanson, the goblin city that was recaptured in the north. A base on a hill outside the city. The Griffin Knights had recaptured this place a long time ago, but the seemingly endless rain forced them to stay here. The Goblin Knights had naturally moved to the city a long time ago, leaving behind human breeders to take care of and raise the griffins. That night, the human breeders of the Griffin Knights in a mountain base suddenly launched a collective rebellion. They took advantage of the night when everyone was asleep and killed the knights of the Griffin Knights who were left in the camp. He left Melanson on a griffin and returned to Pollock territory. After this incident happened, they were not discovered until the Imperial Order arrived 3 days later. November 13th. A team of Goblin Knights braved the heavy rain and came from the royal capital to Melanson City to read out the latest decree of the Great Sage. Deprive the human Lord Vega Reinhard of his earldom and dissolve the alliance between the two races. From this day forward, the human race is a traitor to the Empire. Anyone who sees this order within the Empire must follow the Goblin army and attack the human race. This decree was directly signed by the great sage Azeba before he recovered from his injuries, without going through the Emperor, and required to be disseminated throughout the Empire. Even the winged people who were far away on the east coast avoiding the flood received this decree. All ethnic groups on the mainland were confused about this order, but decided to carry it out. A large number of human beings outside were killed, leaving no one alive, young or old, male or female. But a month later, the news that the capital of the Goblin Empire was destroyed and the great sage Azeba was seriously injured and almost died quietly spread throughout the continent of Furland. Suddenly, the entire continent was in an uproar. The atmosphere changed, and the deterrent power of the Goblin Empire seemed to collapse at this moment. Just like a majestic tiger about to fall, the wolves began to look around. Over time, the decrees of the Goblin Empire began to lose their effectiveness in the eyes of various races, but Azeba's residual power still allowed them to maintain a certain degree of restraint. They all turned their eyes to Proedas, waiting for Azeba to fall down, and then they would rush forward. The Goblin Empire began to decline from this moment. The far west and north of the continent of Furland, the vampire ancestor Vivian successfully returned to the vampire territory with dozens of remaining vampires. In the vampire castle, after Vivian arranged her funeral, she walked into a specially crafted crystal coffin. This time she was injured more seriously than Azeba. Although the characteristics of the vampires made her immortal, she still needed a lot of time to recover. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be thousands of years before she returns to the world. Chapter 79, After the Flood. The northern territory of Pollock. Lord's Castle. After receiving the news sent by Vivian, Vega Reinhardt's expression was extremely ugly. He hadn't expected that Vivian would completely disregard the impact her attack on the Goblin Empire would have on the human race today. The peace that our ancestors sacrificed for was destroyed in one day. All the efforts of his ancestor Reinhardt to maintain the Goblin Empire for thousands of years came to nothing. He simply hated the relatives mentioned by his ancestor. At this moment, he no longer had any good feelings towards Vivian and her vampires. Fortunately, Vivian still has some strength. This time, she directly defeated the Goblin Empire and severely damaged its vitality, causing its prestige to plummet, which reduced the pressure on him. And he was informed in advance so that he could make arrangements. Coupled with the continuous heavy rain for months, it is unlikely that the Goblin Empire's attack will arrive in the near future. After careful consideration, he divided his people into 3 groups. Get ready to go after this worldwide reign is over. One group headed to the extreme north, preparing to develop in the area where the vampires were. One part goes west directly to the west coast, which is not the focus of the development of the Goblin Empire and can be used for the development of the human race. One part was led by him personally and went north to join the Behemoth Royal Court. Heavy rain poured down across the entire world, and everyone was waiting for the rain to stop. Under the heavy rain, people are in panic. Year 1004 of the Goblin Empire calendar. January. The heavy rain that has been covering the entire world has lasted for 3 months and shows no signs of stopping. The dark clouds in the sky continue to spread, and the darkness showed no sign of weakening, except for those plateaus and mountains. The whole world will become a swamp. The various ethnic groups on the mainland finally panicked. All tribes began to build ships and choose mountainous areas as refuges. East Coast. Large areas of the low-lying East Coast were flooded, and houses, cities, and farmland were all submerged in water. The winged people had to learn from their ancestors and live in caves. Fortunately, the power of growth made their bodies stronger and prevented them from getting sick. Then, the rain got heavier and heavier without stopping. The winged people also began to build large ships capable of carrying their people. Fortunately, the food stored over the years was enough for them to eat, so they did not starve to death. Sophia has now returned from the Sophia Islands and is in charge of the affairs of the winged people under Jiang Yu's orders. March. Under the heavy rain, a superflood broke out in the eastern, central, and southern parts of Farrand. A large number of people from all ethnic groups on the mainland died in this flood. Even many people from the winged people died here. June. It seemed that there were too many dead lives, enough to calm the world's anger, and the heavy rain that filled the entire world finally ended. This year is known in history as the Year of the Flood. Year 1005 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Half a year after the flood receded. While the Goblin Emperor was restoring production throughout the empire, he forcibly assembled a large army to go to the territory of Polak to suppress the rebellion. When they arrived at the place, they found that the humans had already fled. This year, the winged people rebuilt their homeland under the leadership of Sophia. The east coast was severely affected, especially the flooded land which remains a swamp to this day. Sophia was exhausted and prayed to Jiangyu in heaven for help. Jiangyu heard it and responded. Then a fiery red lava sword fell from the platinum moon and pierced the land on the east coast. The power of lava fire covered the earth a few months later. The land along the entire east coast returned to normal. The winged people were able to resume production and rebuild the city. But after this, the winged people believed that the earth was no longer safe, so they built their cities on the mountains. Some winged people even had the crazy idea of building a city standing in the sky. Year 1030 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Goblin Great Sage has not appeared in nearly 30 years. All ethnic groups on the mainland are ready to move. Year 1045 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Great Khan of the Northern Desert Grassland Royal Court, Amon Dice, led the Grassland Army south to plunder the northern border of the Goblin Empire. 3 marquises, 10 earls, and dozens of viscounts and barons were looted. A large number of goblins were captured and enslaved on the grassland, including many goblin alchemists. Among them, the human tribes that fled to the grasslands were the most aggressive. Far away in Proedas, the Goblin Emperor Gunnar Amigel was furious. The second year, Ghana Amigel personally led the Royal Guard Corps and the coalition of nobles from the central and northern regions north to the grassland to attack the Behemoth Royal Court. As a result, he was defeated by the Behemoth Khan, Amon Bingbing. The Goblin Empire's army was covered in blood, with millions of corpses floating on the surface. Even Gunnar Amigel was captured by Mondice. After this battle, a large number of tribes in the northern part of the Goblin Empire took refuge in the Prairie Behemoth Court. The evaluation of the Goblin Empire by various ethnic groups on the continent has declined again. The once powerful and majestic Millennium Empire is about to exist in name only. Year 1047 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The son of the 5th Goblin Emperor, Leon Armiger, is crowned the 6th Emperor. Same year, Armand Ice releases Gunnar Amigel to return. Gunnar Amigel was imprisoned until his death 100 years later. Year 1050 of the Goblin Empire calendar. East Coast, Paradise Hills. After being lifted high into the sky by Jiangyu on the top of the former Heaven Mountain, Sophia began to build a new city on it, named after the transliteration of Jiangyu's name, Uriel City. The city of Uriel was completely built this year. It was in the winter of that year. In the East China Sea, a group of sea knights riding sharks suddenly arrived at the East Coast. Chapter 80 Sea Princess. This group of sea knights have long sea blue hair, fish fin-like ears, and sturdy bodies. Each of them is 5 meters tall and surges with extraordinary power. Their faces are like those of humans, and they have limbs, but their palms and soles are webbed. This did not affect their ability to fight with spears in hand. When they arrived at the East Coast, they were extremely angry when they saw many villages where winged people lived on the coast and cities not far away. In ancient times, my clan made a pact with the king of the land. We helped him defeat the Sea Titan, the master of the sea and contender for the throne. In return, he gave the coastal lands of the continent of Furland to my clan and prohibited all creatures on the continent from settling there. This is something that even the Sky King of ancient times agreed to. Now, there are actually intelligent races openly occupying the seashore and building cities and houses. In fact, for a long time, the sea people did not know that the winged people had settled on the seashore. They live in the deep sea, walk on the seabed, and don't like to go to land. Neither the Titans nor the ancient dragons are easy to mess with, and they're the sea creatures who live in the deep sea, so naturally they will not take sides. Naturally, the 2 dominant races have no idea about the ocean. But in the last few hundred years, with the development of alchemy in the Goblin Empire, the entire continent has been swept by a craze for alchemy research, and even the winged people are no exception. Some black technologies are also produced from time to time. But alchemy also causes pollution. Because it is close to the sea, the winged people discharge waste directly into the sea. After years of accumulation, this has attracted the attention of the Deep Sea Clan. But they didn't know that the era of titans and ancient dragons had long passed. When they showed up on the East Coast, the winged people also discovered the traces of this group of sea creatures. It is indeed curious that this group of strange-looking people suddenly appeared from the sea. A winged official and professional who happened to be resting in the village went to negotiate with several winged militiamen and arrange people to notify the nearby winged people city. Not long, on the sea, the leader of the Sea Knights, riding on a giant shark, saw the winged people flying towards them. Seeing the winged people coming on their own initiative, his expression relaxed a little, and he immediately informed them. Outsider, according to an ancient oath, the Sea Clan has the right to own the Furland coast. By building a city and reproducing on the coast, you have violated the agreement. Please leave immediately. The winged officials who had just flown over the sea were stunned. But the next second, he looked at this group of tall sea creatures riding on giant sharks and refused without hesitation. Impossible. My tribe has lived on the East Coast for a long time. This is our home. We will never leave. Besides, we are not aware of the ancient oath you mentioned. You just arrived here, and you want us to leave the place where we have lived since ancient times. It's ridiculous. After hearing the words of the winged official, the leader of the Sea Clan was silent for a while and suddenly asked, "What is your position in your clan?" The winged official said proudly without thinking, "I am the captain of the 5th Squadron of the 9th Battalion of the Losenda's Guard Corps." The leader of the Sea Shark Knight sighed. "We're just small people. This kind of thing requires the intervention of big people. So, let your clan leader come and negotiate with us. In 3 days, our great princess will arrive at the East Coast. At that time, the great princess of the Sea Clan will discuss the ownership of the East Coast with your leader. We will tell the higher-ups about this news, but the East Coast is our tribe's land, and the Sea Clan cannot take it away. But when the time comes, my princess won't be as easy to talk to as I am." Snort. Soon, Sophia received the news in the castle of Uriel City. She pondered for a moment, but still did not report it to Jiangyu. She decided to handle the matter herself first. 3 days later, Sophia brought the legendary little turtle and a large group of elite professional winged people to the coast to keep the appointment. When she came here, just then, I saw waves rising on the sea and teams of sea soldiers in gorgeous armor riding sharks, whales, seahorses, and other marine monsters, surrounded by a bright and beautiful sea girl jumping out of the sea. This ocean girl is different from the surrounding sea creatures. If Jiangyu were here, he would definitely look familiar. Isn't this the mermaid in the future chapter? The ocean girl sat on a huge shell. Under the shell was a giant sea turtle-like monster, and there were several sea girls serving around her. When they appear, just then, I saw a team of winged men in shining silver armor and neatly arrayed, descending from the sky. Sophia, who is in the lead, has silver hair draped over her shoulders, a cold and elegant face, a slender body, and is also wearing silver armor, looking heroic. One of the 2 women stood in the sky, and the other stood on the sea, both giving off the feeling of aloof queens. The 2 looked at each other, and the ocean princess spoke first. "I am Themis, the eldest daughter of the Sea Mother and the lord of the underwater city of Shules. Wingman, tell me why you have occupied my land." Facing Themis's direct questioning, Sophia replied calmly, "The East Coast has always been our people's homeland. How can we talk about usurping it? In an ancient oath, the king of your continent allocated the coastal land to us. This is an oath witnessed by both the continent and the sea. Unfortunately, the king of the continent you mentioned has long since disappeared, and the oath we made is naturally invalid." "What's the meaning?" Themis frowned when she heard this. Sophia thought her words had worked and smiled slightly. "You're telling me that the Titans, once the kings of the continent, fought a decisive battle with the ancient dragons, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses. The Titan king, Ashmiz, even disappeared along with the ancient dragon king. The remaining Titans were overthrown by the goblins and the various races of the continent, and the ancient dragons retreated into hiding. The ruler of the continent has long since changed his master. Don't you know? Such a change actually happened on the mainland." Themis was stunned after hearing this. But then, her face lit up with excitement. The once powerful Titans and dragons have all faded from history. Now that Furland is in power, shouldn't they also be able to take a piece of the action? She looked at Sophia and the little turtle, both of whom had legendary strength, and the winged soldiers around them were about the same as her guards. so she felt confident. I don't care whether the rulers of the continent who signed the oath are still alive. Since you have defeated them, it is you who should inherit the ancient oath. You must retreat from this coast. Otherwise we, the Sea Clan, will send you out in our own way." Sophia laughed out loud. What a strange reason. Princess of the Ocean, war is no game. Go back to where you came from. The land is not your paradise. If you dare to come, the winged people are not afraid of a fight. Themis laughed at this. You are so stubborn that you will bring destruction to your people. As she spoke, she pointed behind her to the ocean of blue light. Oh, ignorant man, look at this vast ocean. This is the royal power of the ocean mother. Aren't you afraid that the mother of the sea will send down waves that will destroy the world? Sophia was not afraid at all, and even had a look of pride on her face. She also pointed to the sky, at the bright and clear platinum moon hanging in the sky. Look at the brilliant moon above us. Everything beneath its radiance is an extension of our king's authority. Aren't you afraid that the platinum moon in the sky will rain down thunder that will destroy the sea? Then we'll see you on the battlefield. Ridiculous. Chapter 81. Winged Independence, Lucinda's Kingdom. Themis returned to the deep sea. She first arranged some affairs in her own territory, Zayul City, and sent personnel to continue to gather intelligence from the mainland. The city of Zulus is just a small underwater city. Because there are too few intelligent races in the deep sea, the real big cities are only under the rule of the Sea Mother. Then she went to the depths of the sea, where the Sea Mother was, to pay homage to her. There's the largest city in the deep sea, Metalbon. Countless marine species can be seen here. There are intelligent races and also marine monsters. They all submit to the great lord of the ocean, the Sea Mother. The jellyfish that Themis mentioned is actually a supergiant monster that is 1,000 meters long and combines tentacles, jellyfish, whirlpools, scales, suction cups, whales, and other types. Countless big mouths open and close on her huge body, which is terrifying. If you only look at these, many people would think she is a monster, but this Sea Mother actually possesses outstanding wisdom. Her name is Charybdis, and she is the pinnacle of demigod. Her strength is much lower than that of the former Titan king Amithius, but she is also extremely powerful. The Sea Tribe and Deep Sea Kingdom she established are actually on the path to becoming the kingdom of God on earth. When Themis came to the huge palace of the Sea Mother, she reported the information about the East Coast and the winged people, as well as the current situation of the Titans and Dragons. The Sea Mother Charybdis was extremely surprised. She had not expected that the once extremely powerful Titans and ancient dragons would decline like this. She began to think seriously about the suggestion of her eldest daughter Themis to attack the continent. Although she herself has little interest in the mainland, in the future, she will ascend to the throne of God based on the Deep Sea Kingdom, because the entire Deep Sea Kingdom is her base. But although the Deep Sea territory is vast, the population and races are limited. Although the Sea Mother Charybdis looks like a monster, her asexually reproduced daughters all have the appearance of the Titans and are all extraordinarily beautiful. As a mother, she naturally has to consider her daughters. But after ascending to godhood in the future, if his several young daughters also want to become gods, the mainland is undoubtedly a good choice. And if she wants to establish an ocean god system in the future, her daughters will be her best helpers. She finally accepted the eldest daughter's proposal. They can first attack the East Coast, start a war, expel the winged people with reason and evidence, and then gain a foothold in the corner of the continent. And Themis was appointed by her as the head of this war. At the same time, she made a suggestion for Themis to complete. The spring of 1051 in the Goblin Empire calendar. The legendary Sea Tribe envoys from ancient times, led by the third princess of the Sea Tribe, Melur, came to the Goblin capital Proedas to visit the goblins. The goblins expressed great curiosity about the sea people who had always lived in legends and had never been seen before. After the sea people came to Proedas and saw the city gate made of the head of the Thunder Titan, they also learned more about the goblins who now dominate the continent. After, the Sea Tribe delegation met with the 6th Goblin Emperor, Leon Amigwal, and presented a large number of rare treasures that can only be found in the ocean. They want to establish diplomatic relations with the goblins, who now dominate the continent. Melayer kept talking about the overlord of the continent and the treasures of the continent, which made the Goblin Emperor Leon Amigwal very happy. At last, The Sea People proposed. It is hoped that the goblins, who will dominate the new continent, will be able to inherit the eternal oath once made by the Titans and the Sea Clan. Leon and Miguel agreed immediately. Then, the third princess of a sea tribe proposed that according to the oath, the coastal land of Furland belonged to the sea tribe, and asked the Goblin Emperor to issue an order to let the winged people give up the land on the east coast. This made Leon and Miguel feel troubled. The East Coast winged people are one of the most powerful allied tribes since the founding of the Goblin Empire. Although now, the prestige of the Goblin Empire has greatly declined, the various races on the continent have gradually begun to take the empire less seriously. This is also true for the winged people. But if he did so, it would be tantamount to pushing the winged people, who were not very submissive to the empire, to the opposite side. Just when he was in trouble, his favorite, the court marquis Michael, spoke up. Your Majesty, the winged people have long since lost their allegiance to the empire and have gradually grown in power. A few years ago, your father launched a northern expedition into the desert, but the winged people did not send a single soldier. He had no choice but to call on the Eagle tribe to gather over 10,000 Eagle warriors and march north. Even after the war, the winged people protested to the empire, expressing their dissatisfaction with the empire's support for the Eagle people. They are merely vassals of our clan, yet they dare to express dissatisfaction with their lord. This shows that they have long since turned against us. Why not follow the Sea Clan's wishes and issue a clear order to the Winged Clan, asking them to withdraw from the East Coast? The Winged people will definitely not obey, and the Sea Clan will definitely use this as an excuse to attack the Winged people. Let the two tribes fight among themselves and wear down their strength. We just need to wait for the outcome. What if the Sea Tribe wins? Call on all races on the mainland to expel them. The Sea Tribe also wants to come ashore. I'm afraid they have coveted the mainland. What if the Winged Man wins? Then you should issue a clear decree to apologize. The prestige of the empire is already at such a low point. Okay, then do as you wish. Summer of 1051 in the Goblin Empire calendar. Sophia of Uriel City almost bit her silver teeth off after receiving the order from the Goblin Emperor Leon Amigel. Damn that goblin dwarf. How could he say such shameless words? She reported the content of this decree to Jiang Yu on the Platinum Throne. Even Jiang Yu, who was always calm, fell silent when he saw the order of the Goblin Emperor. Do the goblins nowadays still think of themselves as the masters of the continent? After thinking about it, Jiang Yu made a decision. 3 days later, Los Sendas, East Coast, Uriel City. Sophia raised her lava sword and listed the unfair behavior of the goblins. Then, facing the moon in the sky, she declared the independence of the winged people, no longer subject to the Goblin Empire, and established the Winged Kingdom, also called the Kingdom of Los Sendas. Chapter 82, The Millennium War begins. The Kingdom of Los Sendas is established. Jiang Yu is naturally the king of Los Sendas. Sophia is the deputy monarch of the kingdom and presides over the kingdom's affairs when Jiang Yu is away. When the news of the winged people's independence reached Proedas, the emperor and ministers of the Goblin Empire looked at each other in surprise, as if they had not expected the winged people's reaction to be so intense. However, most of the empire's troops are in the north to resist the behemoth court and prevent it from moving south. They can no longer mobilize the various ethnic groups on the continent within the empire and can only accept it. Emperor Leon Amigwal hopes that the Sea People will give the winged people a good beating. July. Themis, the eldest princess of the Sea Tribe, personally led her Sea Tribe army to attack the east coast of the Winged People. The first shot was fired in the Millennium War between the Winged People and the Sea People. As the waves and tides surged from the sea, the Sea People led countless marine creatures to attack the land of the Winged People. The Sea Knights rushed onto the shore, riding on sharks, giant whales, crabs, seahorses, squids, and other marine creatures. The Sea Warriors drove the cannon fodder of intelligent races living in the ocean, such as fish people, jellyfish people, and sea mud people, to the shore. Suddenly, a large number of sea creatures poured into the kingdom of the Winged People. Fortunately, the winged villages along the coast were evacuated and the civilians were sent to the rear, so the attack did not cause any civilian casualties. To resist the Sea Tribe and protect their home, Sophia summoned all the winged legions in the kingdom of Los Sendas to go into battle, and the winged legions in Tian Shan, Lomanda, and Sophia Islands were on standby at any time. She herself also went to the front line with a lava sword to resist the enemy. Ever since she gave up the path to godhood, Sophia has gone a long way on the road of human legend. Coupled with the sword of power of lava, fire, given by Jiangyu, she can be regarded as a demigod for a while. Coupled with the home advantage, she was able to fight on equal terms with the demigod-level sea princess Themis. In terms of high-end combat power, the several legendary sea creatures that appeared this time were restrained by the elite winged professional army and the little turtle. The advantage of being able to fly is quite useful when dealing with high-level combat forces. Besides, the winged people established a defense line in front of several cities along the coast. They attacked from the sky and defended from the city walls. But there are too many sea creatures, and sometimes it is difficult to take care of them all. A few months later, Sophia discovered that such a city defense operation would result in too many casualties and was not conducive to the winged people's air advantage. After careful consideration, she gritted her teeth and gave up several winged cities built on the coast, gave up part of the land, expanded the strategic depth, moved the winged people in the city to the rear, and instead let the winged legion use the mountaintops as bases to kill the enemy to the greatest extent possible in the air. After this strategic adjustment, the winged people quickly gained the upper hand. A large number of sea creatures who came ashore were shot and killed by the winged people, and it was difficult for the sea creatures to attack the winged people in the sky. The sea people were unable to hold the land they occupied in the early days. Even though they relied on city walls and barriers for defense, their supply lines could be cut off at any time by the winged people in the sky. The sea creatures were in a dilemma. Soon, they were driven back into the sea. At this time, the winged people had no way to deal with the sea creatures in the sea. The sea people have the same advantage in the sea as the winged people do in the sky. After fighting for a long time, the territories of both sides returned to their original state. Seeing that the attack is in vain, Themis was anxious because the idea of attacking the continent was seen as pure idleness by most of the sea people. The sea people who have lived in the sea for generations do not have strong thoughts about land. They didn't care about Themis's future blueprint, but the countless years of the Sea Mother's rule and majesty made them accustomed to obedience. In desperation, Themis asked the Sea Mother for help. When fighting against the winged people who have the advantage in the sky, Themis couldn't think of any other way to break the deadlock. She hoped that the Sea Mother Charybdis would raise the waves of the sea to submerge the East Coast, turning part of the coastal areas of the East Coast into sea areas, creating a home advantage for the Sea Army to fight. The Sea Mother was somewhat concerned that doing so would cause resistance from the mainland races, which would be detrimental to her future rule over the mainland. After the sea water flooded, the land became salinized and could no longer be used for farming or harvesting. But Themis was right. If you can't even get to the shore, everything that follows will be useless. The Sea Mother Charybdis agreed. Chapter 83, used to stabilize the sea border. November 1051 in the Goblin Empire calendar. East Coast. After suppressing the sea creatures back into the sea, they were temporarily quiet for a while. Sophia moved the command tent to a hilltop by the sea. A large number of elite wing teams are dispatched to patrol the coast every day. Udisi is one of the ordinary winged legion soldiers. He goes out early and comes back late every day, and he and his teammates stand above the coast, keeping a vigilant eye on the vast sea. From time to time, a dozen teams of sea soldiers would show up to investigate, but they would be greeted by a hail of arrows from Udisi and his comrades. It has been 5 months since the Sea Tribe invaded. Udisi has been fighting against the Sea Tribe for more than 4 months under the leadership of the kingdom's vice lord, the Saint of Light Sophia. He had experienced the failure when the sea creatures came ashore and occupied the cities and coastal lands, and he had also experienced the victory when Sophia changed her strategy and dealt a heavy blow to these blue tall guys on the vast land. In the end, the winged people worked together and were able to suppress the invading Sea Tribe army back to the sea. Udisi was very proud of his identity as a winged person. In the eyes of him and his comrades, these damn big fools from the Sea Clan should go back to their own sea to feed their sharks instead of coming to the mainland to compete with the winged people for territory. They all believed that after being suppressed back into the sea people would probably not continue to fight, and they would be able to resume a peaceful and quiet life. It was a sunny day with clear blue skies. The sea was also calm. The gentle sea breeze blew on Udisi's face, making him feel very comfortable. Next to him, his teammate Iolaus was still complaining. "Oh, I've been eating seafood for a few months now, and I feel like my mouth is going to be as salty as a fish's. There are hundreds of thousands of winged people fighting on the East Coast. They cannot rely solely on previous food reserves. Sophia usually orders the army to clean up the battlefield after each battle and take back the seafood left by the sea people as military rations. Facing his companion's complaints, Yadashi smiled and comforted them. We're almost victorious. When we return home, I'll treat you to Uncle Ed's tavern and a meal of desert lamb brought back from the royal court of the northern grasslands. Yadashi, you can actually afford this. Those money-hungry goblin merchants don't charge cheaply. Haha, because my sister is Her Highness Sophia's attendant. My family is quite wealthy. Yadashi, my dear brother, how do you feel about me, your brother-in-law? Just as the two were chatting, on the distant horizon, huge shadows suddenly rose one after another. Yadashi happened to glance towards the horizon, and his eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Quick, quick, let's go back and inform Lady Sophia. A massive sea disaster has arrived. Not only them, but all the winged teams patrolling the sky also discovered the huge waves that were about to hit and turn around. However, they did not wait for their return to inform Sophia. A silver-haired and heroic female winged figure appeared in the sky, standing at the forefront of all the winged people. She held the lava sword in her hand and looked towards the sea where the huge waves were coming from, with a face full of anger. Themis, after estimating that even if she used all her strength to activate the power of lava fire, it would be difficult to resist such a huge wave. He simply knelt on one knee facing the platinum moon in the sky. King, please protect your people. The earth-shaking ocean waves were hundreds of meters high and came crashing down at an astonishing speed. When Sophia knelt on one knee in midair, the first huge wave hundreds of meters high came closer. The huge waves covered the sky, and the salty and humid sea breeze was carried by the huge waves. Sophia, who was standing at the front in the air, was as small as an ant and was about to be drowned by the huge waves. All the winged people were horrified and desperate. But at this moment, the platinum moon in the sky suddenly lit up with brilliant light. In just a moment, it was brighter than the sun in the sky. But in a moment, a blue sword wrapped in the endless water of the sky and sea crashed down from the endless sky and stabbed into the coastline. The invisible waves suddenly dissipated. It seemed as if there was a vast will that was unrivaled between heaven and earth, stirring up the vast oceans of the world and domineeringly pressing down all the surging waves. Then, a clear and majestic sound resounded through heaven and earth. Under the judgment, the authority of heavy water is used to control the sea border. Chapter 84 in a rage. High above the sky, Jiangyu sat upright on the platinum throne, his silver hair fluttering. His purple eyes suddenly opened, then lowered his eyes and cast his gaze towards the deep sea. And at the bottom of the deep sea, Charybdis, the sea goddess sitting on the throne of Poseidon, seemed to sense something and suddenly raised her huge head to look into the sky. It seemed as if they had crossed the distance of time and space as the two powerful beings had a silent conversation. A long time, at the bottom of the deep sea, Charybdis, the sea goddess, lowered her head on the throne of Poseidon. And above the sky, Jiangyu also closed his purple eyes at the same time. Sit solemnly, as still as a mountain. He looked relaxed, but in fact he had already tried his best. It is not easy to suppress the sea waves caused by a being like the sea mother Charybdis, and he is still injured and has not recovered. But the amazing thing is that, similar to the natural rules of his previous life, the platinum moon itself has a certain suppressive effect on the ocean tides, allowing him to exert a wider range of power. It seems that the moon can cause tides, and this exists in every world. After a long-distance confrontation with Jiangyu, the sea mother Charybdis decided to hand over the task of conquering the continent to Themis. She could call on all the resources of the sea people, but she would not take action again. After not being sure whether Jiangyu could be defeated by her, she could compromise in order to become a god. I've been living in the deep sea for so many years, so a little while won't hurt. The bottom of the East China Sea. Themis, sitting on the temporary underwater throne, was proud of the huge waves brought down by the sea mother. She looked at Sophia, who was like an ant in front of the huge waves, and giggled. Sophia, let's see what you can do to save your people now. Have you got your poker? But the next second, a powerful and majestic will, like the hand of heaven, swept away and smoothed the turbulent waves along the entire East China Sea coast. In just a moment, she felt that the sea water was exerted with another kind of water authority. An extremely majestic aura swept through the deep sea, pressing her on the throne, and she was shocked and unable to move. She had just achieved demigodhood, and her strength had not yet reached its peak, so this really shocked her. Looking at the dazzling platinum moon in the sky, she muttered to herself, "Is what the winged woman said true? That platinum moon really did bring down the power to suppress the ocean." East Coast. When the vastness of the destructive force was instantly flattened by Jiangyu, countless winged people and it looked up at the shining platinum moon in the sky. Their eyes became more fanatical, and their admiration became more crazy. "Holy, my king! Holy, Lord of the high heavens!" Sophia also gripped the lava sword tightly, her eyes filled with excitement. She knew that the king could do anything. The little turtle stood in front of the blue jade sword stuck on the shore, looking at the platinum moon in the sky. "Boss, when will you come down?" The first war between the Winged tribe and the Sea tribe ended here. Year 1052 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Winter. The behemoth royal court of the northern desert prairie once again marched south to plunder. This time, the behemoth Khan Amand Ice once again led the army in person and defeated the goblins' northern army once again. He then swept across the northern border, leaving no grass growing wherever he passed. After being defeated, the border legions of the goblins only dared to defend the city, which resulted in 9 out of 10 goblin houses in the north being deserted. It is worth mentioning that Amand was very interesting this time. He only launched a brutal killing against the goblins, but spared the tribes and populations of other races, only taking away some of their food and property. Thus, for the first time, the foreign races in the north had a larger population than the goblins, and began to take the opportunity to grow and develop in the north. Prodas. When the Goblin Emperor Leon Amigwal heard that the Northern Border Legion was defeated and the Legion commander could only defend the city, he became furious. He ordered the removal of Kardeh, the commander of the Border Legion, and escorted him back to the capital and sent another Goblin noble to lead the army in the north. He didn't dare go there in person. He had many sons now and was not very willing to go to the front line again. Year 1053 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Taking advantage of the Goblin Empire's disastrous defeat in the north. The Losenda's Winged Kingdom, under the pretext that the Empire had abandoned its allied winged people and instead supported the Sea people, sent troops west beyond the Nine Gates to occupy the Morga River area, a vast river valley plain near Losenda's, and expelled all the goblins in its territory. During this period, the goblin cities in the Morga region had no intention of resisting. Sophia sent troops to occupy this place, mainly to prepare for the next sea war. It was obvious that she no longer dared to let the winged people live in that land on the east coast. Therefore, we can only ask the goblins to get back this large piece of missing land. Of course, there is another reason. A little further west of the Morga River is the Whispering Forest and Gaoman Mountain. The ancestral home of the winged people is to the west of the Whispering Forest. This news reached Prodas. The Goblin Emperor Leon Amigwal was furious in the palace, shouting that this was too much. In a rage, Leon Amigwal calculated the power in his hands and finally got angry. Year 1055 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Dwarven Kingdom of Evert, nestled among the Western Mountains, declared independence. Chapter 85. The Sisters' War and the Rise of the Blood Axe Clan. The Western Mountains are rich in minerals and metals. Thousands of years ago, the dwarves traded precious forging technology from the humans of the previous era and carried it forward. The Dwarf Kingdom used this as its foundation and accumulated a great deal of wealth over the millennia. As a famous mountain kingdom, the dwarves provided the Goblin Empire with a large number of weapons and armor every year during the first 1,000 years of the empire. It was not until after the millennium change that the Goblin Empire began to decline, and the weapons and armor provided by the dwarves became less and less. Until a few years ago, the behemoth court on the grassland rose, and the winged people on the east coast became independent, seeing that the Goblin Empire was powerless to do anything about it. Today, the Dwarf King, Kiri Everett, has finally made up his mind to lead the dwarfs to independence and establish the Everett Mountain Kingdom. As a result, the Goblin Empire lost one of its main sources of weapons, and its national strength became increasingly weak. Influenced by this, the attitudes of the foreign races on the continent towards the goblins have changed more and more. Year 1056 of the Goblin Empire calendar. East Coast. After recuperating for a few years, the Sea Clan once again launched a war against the Winged Clan's East Coast. This time, Themis, the eldest princess of the Sea Tribe, brought the elite Sea Tribe troops from the deep-sea city of Metalbon. The third princess of the Sea Tribe, Melur, also came from the southern waters and joined the battle with her followers. Sophia once again held the lava sword and led Lucindas's winged army into battle. Themis learned her lesson this time and did not rush to launch a large-scale attack ashore. Instead, she quickly assembled an elite force of extraordinary professionals and went deep into the heart of Lucinda's along the river. After finding the winged city in the heart of the heart, she quickly sent elite troops along the river to attack the city and force the winged people to fight a decisive battle with her. This time, Sophia was caught off guard and suffered a hasty defeat. Fortunately, Arietta arrived in time with a blue jade sword and Romanda's elite winged army, and was able to resist the attack of the Sea Sisters. Because the Sea People occupied the rivers, although Sophia later ordered people to build iron fences and traps in the major rivers to prevent the Sea People from moving along the rivers. But this time it was obviously impossible to drive the sea creatures back to the sea quickly. The sea creatures opened up river channels and built underwater fortresses, which were difficult for the winged people to break through easily. With these nails hammered into the East Coast, the war went back and forth for decades. The fight ended only when both sides were exhausted. Because it was a war led by two pairs of sisters, this war is also called the Sisters' War. This time, the winged people suffered heavy casualties. In total, hundreds of thousands of people died in this war. But there was some gain. This long battle has honed the skills of more winged people, and their research on potions and professional paths has become faster. In addition, several heroic-level wingmen broke through to the legendary level during the battle, making up for the lack of high-end combat power of the wingmen. Year 1137 of the Goblin Empire calendar. A troll tribe called the Bloodaxe Clan rises on the southwestern border of the Goblin Empire. The Bloodaxe Clan was originally just a small tribe. Later, a troll named Alden Bloodaxe was born in the Bloodaxe tribe. He was gifted and traveled around the continent in his early years. He worked as a mercenary for the Goblin Empire, smuggled weapons and armor to the northern desert, worked as a blacksmith in the Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, and did business on the East Coast. With the wealth and strength he has earned over the years, it is enough for him to make a living in the big cities of the Goblin Empire and live a good life. Although the Goblin Empire is weak now, there is still a large number of foreigners living in the cities of the Goblin Empire and becoming citizens of the Empire. However, Alden Bloodaxe did not do so. He paid attention to the current affairs of the continent and saw the weakness of the Goblin Empire, as well as the strength of the dwarves, behemoths, winged people, and sea people. As a member of the Troll tribe, he is a rare, smart, and wise person. He saw that although the Troll tribe was very strong overall, they were very scattered and acted independently. After an adventure, he quietly advanced on the road to legend. Afterwards, he returned to his hometown of Domat on the southwestern border, took over the Bloodaxe clan where he was born, and became the tribal chief, and began to establish the god of killing as the belief of his own tribe. At the beginning, many trolls in the tribe were dissatisfied, thinking that this was a decision that went against their ancestors. Odin Bloodaxe defeated them one by one. You have to know that the troll tribes at this time had no faith. Most trolls are simple-minded, have strong limbs, and move roughly. Although they are strong in combat and some legends are born, they have never become a big deal. This is because most troll tribes are organized into clans and do not submit to each other. Today, you, the Bloodaxe clan, want my Stonehammer clan to bow down. Tomorrow, my Stonehammer clan must defend the dignity of the clan's name again. They worship their ancestors. There is no unified belief, and no one thinks in this direction. Odin Bloodaxe wanted to unify the various troll tribes with the belief in the god of slaughter. The god of blood and killing is indeed magical and can indeed bless the trolls during battle. Unify the various troll clans, erase the barriers between the spirits of different ancestors, and unite the trolls of the continent. This will be an extremely difficult and time-consuming task, but Odin Bloodaxe decided to do it. He has the motivation and strength, and is willing to put it into action. Then, the Bloodaxe clan began its silent expansion along the southwestern border of the empire. In the first 100 years, they annexed the nearby small troll tribes such as the Bloodhand clan, Stonehammer clan, Axe clan, Swamp clan, and Tree Clan, becoming a newly emerging troll tribe in the southwest of the Goblin Empire. Moreover, he spent more time unifying the faith and no longer dividing the trolls by clans than he spent on annexing them. So, at the beginning, their development was not fast. Unifying thoughts is often more difficult. The Goblin Empire only knew that a large troll tribe called Blood Axe had risen on the southwestern border. Odin Blood Axe even expressed his submission to the Goblin Empire, thus gaining its support. He therefore built a small city in the Domat region as the residence of the Blood Axe tribe. Chapter 86: The Birth of a New Generation of Dragons. Year 1157 of the Goblin Empire calendar. After a few decades of silence, the Sea Clan invaded the Winged People of the East Coast for the third time. At this time, the Winged People's population increased, and their strength grew due to the development of the Mortar region. This time, to make up for the lack of ground combat, Sophia recruited mercenaries consisting of trolls, dwarves, and centaurs to come to the East Coast to help the Winged People join the war. The addition of mercenaries gave the Winged People an advantage in this battle. It took only more than 20 years to push the Sea Clan back into the sea. Later, using mercenaries has become a common practice for the Winged People to fight against the Sea People. Because the mercenaries hired by the Winged People were too diverse, Erida suggested that this area be designated as a new department of the Winged Kingdom for unified management. After this matter was reported to Jiangyu, he pondered for a long time and then established a new kingdom department specifically for hiring foreign troops. And for the professionals among them, he set up a special bounty system. This department was handed over to the newly emerged Wingman Legend Field. Also, for the convenience of differentiated management, Field divided this department into two parts, one of which was to deal with ordinary but large number of foreign mercenaries, and named it Mercenary Division. A division that connects with fewer but stronger professionals is named Adventurer Division. The Winged People's mercenaries are just a supplement to the Legion's ground combat power. When it came to the Goblin Empire, as time went on, it gradually became the main force of the Goblin Empire's Northern Legion. But for a moment, it did indeed resist the repeated southward raids by the Behemoth Royal Court in the north. Year 1189 of the Goblin Empire calendar. When Alfamo, an outstanding alchemist of the Winged Kingdom, was studying how to strengthen the Winged People's overall light-related talents, he accidentally spilled the blood of several kinds of monsters into a bottle of light potion he had just made. The medicine is scrapped, and a large amount of precious materials are wasted. These are all materials under the control of the kingdom. In desperation, he had no choice but to quietly pour the bottle of potion directly into the trough, where it was eaten by a white horse. As a result, the white horse underwent a blood mutation the next day. After a month, this white horse has awakened the power of light and can use the power of light elements, and its wisdom has also been enhanced. The most noticeable feature is that it has a long horn on its head. The ancestor of the unicorn is born. Later, a Famo released it. It is 1209 in the Goblin Empire. The Sea Clan attacked the Wing Clan for the fourth time. This time they did not attack the East Coast, but instead attacked the Sophia Islands. The islands were difficult to defend, and half of the archipelago was captured by the Sea Tribe. The Winged People suffered heavy losses. Year 1236 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Migrating to the far north, the human tribe, which lived next to the vampires, gave birth to another legend. His name is Mond. This legendary human replaced the Reinhardt family and became the leader of the far west human tribe for better development. He spent time and energy to marry a mermaid princess from the West Sea. The Mond family also became a family with mermaid blood in later generations and passed it down. Year 1245 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Blood Axe clan in southwestern Furland expanded again, annexing all the troll clans on the southwestern border of the Goblin Empire, with a population of 100,000. And in the winter of that year, the Blood Axe clan, which had always been subservient to the Goblin Empire, changed its previous attitude. They suddenly sent troops and occupied the border city of Gank in the southwest of the Goblin Empire. Leon Amigwal, the emperor of the Prodas Empire, was furious. He ordered the then Grand Duke of the South, Peter Azeba, to lead the southern army to quell the rebellion. Odin Bloodaxe discovered that the Goblin Empire was still stronger than him and still had the strength to attack him. So he quickly returned to the city of Gank and expressed his submission again. Only then did the Grand Duke of the South, Peter Azeba, withdraw his troops. After that, Odin Bloodaxe began to focus on developing the tribe and aimed to become the Grand Duke of the South. Year 1289 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Sea People continued to attack the Winged People. Year 1311 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Lizardman leader Majira declared independence from the Goblin Empire and established the Lizardman Kingdom in the southern swamps of Furland. Same year, the Bloodaxe Troll clan allies with the Lizardmen Kingdom. Year 1356 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Sea People continued to attack the Winged People. The great alchemist Yura of the Winged People discovered and created the Jade of Light, which greatly increased the chances of the Winged People awakening to extraordinary powers. Year 1344 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The sixth Goblin Emperor, Leon Amigwal, died in frustration. Before he died, he gave his prince 3 arrows, expressing the 3 major hatreds in his life. Firstly, the empire was in decline and he was powerless to do anything. Second, he was powerless to stop the intrusion from the behemoth royal court. The third is the independence of the Winged Kingdom, the Dwarf Kingdom, the Lizardman Kingdom, etc., which is a betrayal to him. Crown Prince Mildan Amigel took the arrow with a heavy heart, and in front of the sickbed, he vowed to avenge the 3 arrows that hit his emperor father. Leon Amigwal closed his eyes in satisfaction. 3 days after Leon Amigwal's death, Crown Prince Mildan Amigwal was killed in a coup by his younger brother Misha Amigwal. 7 days later, the 7th Goblin Emperor, Misha Amigwal, was crowned emperor. He threw those 3 arrows away like trash. Year 1365 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Sea Tribe continues to attack the East Coast. The 2 tribes have become enemies for generations. Sophia vowed to wipe out the Sea People from the world. Year 1378 of the Goblin Empire calendar. This year, a major event occurred that affected Farrant. Deep in the ocean, on a huge island shrouded in fog, a dragon with the blood of many ancient dragons was born. The platinum ancient dragon Bahamut mainly breeds 5 kinds of metal dragons, namely gold dragons, silver dragons, bronze dragons, brass dragons, and copper dragons, and some other dragon types, such as gem dragon, crystal dragon, diamond dragon, obsidian dragon, rainbow dragon, etc. Tiamat, later known as the 5-color dragon mother, bred 5 kinds of color dragons. They are red dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, black dragon, and white dragon. The source of the Blue Dragon's bloodline is the ancient Blue Dragon King, who was killed on the spot by the Thunder Titan. The bloodlines of the other 3 types of dragons, Red Dragon, Green Dragon, and Black Dragon, are all from the powerful ancient Dragon King. The only source of the White Dragon's bloodline was Tiamat, who made a mistake and took an ordinary ancient white dragon as the source. As breeders of dragons, these new generations of dragons have added their own understanding. Bahamut values order, and so do the metallic dragons. Tiamat advocates doing whatever she wants, and this characteristic also appears in the personalities of the 5-color dragons. The strength of these new generation dragons is much lower than that of the ancient dragons. Powerful dragons can only reach the legendary realm after reaching adulthood, while ancient dragons of the same age can achieve demigod status. When these little dragons are born, the dragons from the Metal Dragon Camp and the dragons from the 5-color dragon camp disliked each other. Wait until they are a little older. Among the little dragons, the golden dragons and the red dragons were the first to start fighting. Then, the other dragons also joined in. Like a gang fight, the metal dragons and the colorful dragons fought every day on Dragon Island, and there was hardly a day of peace. Fortunately, the little dragons are still very young, and in the eyes of Bahamut and Tiamat, these are just minor fights. But the seeds of confrontation took root deep in the hearts of the 2 dragons. Many years later, such seeds will grow into towering trees. Year 1399 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Skaven, who had always lived in the underground world, appeared in the land in the center of the Goblin Empire. These rat men carried a large number of pathogens, and a large number of goblins in the central region died as a result. Fortunately, the goblin alchemists worked together to develop a plague potion and drove the Ratman tribe into the deep mountains and forests in the west of the central region. Chapter 87. Jiang Yu walks down from the sky. The appearance of the Ratmen also allowed the continent of Furland to discover the existence of the underground world for the first time. In the central region, a large number of goblin explorers went to explore the underground world. Some of these explorers returned, while others remained in the underground world forever. Year 1406 of the Goblin Empire calendar. 100 years ago. Because the current situation of the Goblin tribe worries most of the Goblin people with lofty ideals. Leonard, the pessimistic Goblin alchemist and Marquis of the royal court, wants to research similar effects on the goblins based on the two ecological phenomena that exist in the behemoths. This is to prevent the naturally short goblins from being completely powerless to resist when the Goblin clan declines in the future. The golden behemoth and the behemoth can complement each other, and the Goblin clan may be able to do the same. The Goblin nobles and citizens did not support this experiment. They always believed that the behemoths were a barbaric race from the ice plateau and had not yet lost their animal nature. Leonard had to study it secretly. This year, Leonard's research was successful. The birth of the bugbear, born from the same mother as the goblin. Not only are bugbears as tall as trolls, they also possess considerable intelligence. In fact, the research on bugbears did use troll genes. Year 1437 of the Goblin Empire calendar. In order to counter the winged people's air supremacy, the great alchemist of the goblins, Miberon, improved the airship to suit the current environment based on the information of the human race in the previous era. This airship uses magic crystals as its power. The airships carried Eaglemen and goblin archers. They played a huge role in the fight against the behemoth court, slightly reversing the grassland suppression of the north. Year 1467 of the Goblin Empire calendar. High above the sky, Jiangyu finally opened his eyes on the Platinum Throne. His injuries healed, and he gained control of several powers of oppression. Feeling the immense power within his body, the path to the throne made him unwavering. The corpses of demigods buried in the surrounding land are the symbol of the glory and power of the road to the throne. When he came down from the sky and returned to the city of Uriel, countless winged people cheered. Their king has returned from the Platinum Moon. Many young generations of wingmen have rarely seen Jiangyu since they were born. When Jiangyu returned to the Whitestone Castle, Sophia, Erita, Little Turtle, Field, and other winged people legends and officials of the kingdom were already waiting in the castle. Sit in the main seat. Jiangyu looked at Sophia, who had always been the vice lord of the kingdom. Her face was still young and beautiful, but her silver hair had turned a few strands gray. This made him feel pity and even suddenly wake up. The road to becoming a legend in the world is not easy. The winged people have not yet become immortal. Their lifespan is limited. Even though Sophia is a legend, she only has a lifespan of 1,000 years. She is old. Jiangyu looked at Arietta next to Sophia and found that she was the same. The two sisters worried about the winged people for him. When he was away, they worked diligently to plan for the tribe and were deeply loved by all the winged people. After looking at the two sisters, Jiangyu made a decision in his heart. But there is no rush. He asked about the business first. Now, how many people are there in the winged tribe? The winged official quickly responded. Your Majesty, although we lost half of the Sophia Islands and the eastern coast, and the sea people waged wars year after year, we have occupied the more fertile Morga River region and developed it. The current population of the winged people is approximately 7 million. Hearing this number, a smile appeared on Jiangyu's face. Very good, you all did a great job. So, what is the current situation on the mainland? This was answered by Sophia herself. Your Majesty, the Goblin Empire is in tatters. The Prairie Royal Court has been established, and the Winged Kingdom, Dwarf Kingdom, and Lizardman Kingdom have become independent. The Goblin Empire's strength has plummeted. So, after the battle, where's the great goblin sage, Aziba now? Your Majesty, Aziba has not appeared before the world for a long time. Many races speculate that Aziba has already died from his injuries. Jiangyu shook his head. Aziba is not that simple. Then he asked curiously again, what was the demigod who suddenly appeared in Proedas that year? Arieta replied, Your Majesty, news has come from our tribesmen who once resided in Proedas, saying there is a demigod who claims to be the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. This demigod is said to have a close relationship with the human race. However, he disappeared after that battle. I see. What about the Sea Clan? Have you heard anything about them recently? When I came down, I didn't see any Sea Clan in the kingdom. Jiangyu asked another question that concerned him. Your Majesty, the Sea Tribe hasn't waged war against us for decades. It's said that there's a rebellion among the Sea Tribe, and Themis needs to lead the troops to quell it. To be honest, I miss Themis' two sisters quite a bit. Sophia's eyes were frosty, and her tone was cold but murderous. Arida smiled without saying anything, and the other winged people didn't dare to say anything either. Their Sea Mother is a powerful demigod on the peak of her path to godhood. We made an agreement back then that I might not be able to intervene in the war between our two tribes, so I'll have to trouble you in the future. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. At this stage, Jiang Yu is not sure of defeating Haimu, especially in the deep sea. So, let the two tribes fight like this for now. Anyway, the winged people will not become weaker because of this, and may even become stronger. It's not hard. It's our honor to serve the king and the winged people. Sophia took the lead. Chapter 88 Authority is bestowed upon the throne messenger. After, Jiang Yu asked the kingdom's winged officials some more questions about the winged people, including diplomatic relations, food crops, extraordinary professionals, alchemy technology, enchantment technology, warcraft breeding, etc. The officials responded one by one. The wait was almost over, and it was already evening. Jiang Yu dismissed the officials of Baishur Castle and asked them to return home. However, before leaving, he called the two sisters back. By the way, Sophia, Arietta, wait a moment and come with me to the Platinum Moon. The two legendary winged women looked at each other with confusion in their eyes, but neither of them asked the reason and nodded in agreement. Both of them possessed aloof yet capable personalities, naturally gifted subordinates. Furthermore, they were extremely curious about Platinum Moon, but unfortunately, they were only legends, making it difficult for them to ascend. After a while, Jiang Yu came to them. Have you brought the lava sword and the sapphire sword? The two sisters patted the scabbards at their waists. Your Majesty, here I am. Then come with me. Jiang Yu nodded, then stretched out his hands, holding one of them each, and flew them high into the sky. Cross the legendary and difficult-to-cross land, and arrive at the land where the Platinum Throne lies high in the sky. Come here. The two sisters looked curiously at the majestic Platinum Throne, and then looked at the silver moon not far away that seemed to shine forever. Don't look at that silver moon. There's a powerful being sleeping inside. Even I am no match for it now. Jiang Yu reminded. Oh, the two sisters nodded obediently. After they calmed down, Jiang Yu spoke. Sophia, Arietta, you're not young anymore. Sophia is over 1,000 years old, and Arietta is almost the same. The legendary lifespan is 1,000 years. According to the original history, the Sophia sisters should have died hundreds of years ago. But hundreds of years ago, after Jiang Yu integrated the power of growth into the blood of the winged people, although he did not allow the entire winged people's bloodline to evolve into an immortal species, he did extend their original lifespan. However, today, the two are indeed getting closer. The Sophia sisters dedicated their lives to the winged people. They never married or had children. They served the Platinum Throne and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. As a descendant of a friend who lived 1,500 years ago, Jiang Yu would only feel more guilty if his eldest sister Lemuel's lineage was not still continuing. In response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, Sophia smiled calmly. To be honest, Your Majesty, I have been looking for a successor in recent years. I'm already very old, but the winged people must continue to develop. Arietta also smiled softly beside her. They don't care about life or death. They care about the king and their people. Sophia, Arietta, the winged people are in a critical period of rapid development. I have a way to keep you alive for a long time. Sophia and Arietta looked at each other and asked in surprise. Your Majesty, what is the solution? I will bind a kind of authority to you. But from now on, you must be completely bound to the Platinum Throne. As long as the throne survives, you survive. If the throne shatters, you will die together. We do, the two sisters said in unison. How could they not want to be able to live and witness the rise of the winged people and continue to serve Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu was relieved to see that the two women agreed. Okay, you guys go forward with the lava sword and the blue jade sword. Then he walked to the Platinum Throne and sat down, facing the two winged legends who came forward and knelt on one knee and made a solemn declaration. Today, in the name of the Platinum Throne, I grant Sophia and Arietta the authority of fire lava, the authority of water heavy water. From now on, you will be the messengers of authority from my throne, exercising the power of authority on my behalf. The words fell. The long swords in Sophia and Arietta's hands suddenly burst out with brilliant light of law, and then the two long swords gradually turned into nothingness in the light and entered the bodies of the two legendary winged men. The laws are consistent, and the authority is compatible. It's like a demigod breakthrough. At the same time, the platinum throne vibrated along with the entire main body of the throne, and then shone brightly in the outside world. At this moment, the platinum moon shone brightly above the sky, overshadowing the brilliance of the silver moon and the sun. After the light, Sophia and Arietta's faces became younger and more majestic. Their silver hair became smooth and soft, floating like a god. What's more important is that Sophia's eyes turned red and yellow like lava, while Arietta's eyes turned deep blue. From then on, they were throne messengers, comparable to demigods. Then, the three of them walked down from the sky. This time, Sophia and Arietta could go down by themselves. In the future, if Jiangyu needs to sit in the sky, the two of them can come up and look for him by themselves. 3 days later, Jiangyu dug out the body of the Titan of Light, Asuna, from the place where she was buried in Mount Heaven and brought her back to the sky. Although it has been more than 1,000 years, the demigod's body is not decayed and is lifelike. He took out the thigh bone of the Titan of Light and refined it into a long sword of light. Then, with his understanding of the law of light, he called upon the power of authority to descend, and then decisively suppressed it. The world's malice arrived as expected, but Jiang Yoguan didn't care. He inserted the sword of light that suppressed the power of light into the head of the Titan of Light. Some of the power of the authority of light was replenished and became even more powerful. As the sword struck the Titaness of light, her flesh and blood melted away, and her corpse was absorbed by the suspended earth where the platinum throne was located, and the area became a little larger. Year 1468 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Sea Tribe invaded the East Coast again. It seems that the eldest princess of the Sea Tribe has suppressed the rebellion and is finally leading her troops to attack. It took hundreds of years to conquer it, but it still couldn't be conquered. If it were someone else, they would have stopped fighting long ago or moved to another place. But whether it was because Themis was stubborn or for some other reason, she was determined to fight the winged people to the death. Of course, Sophia did not tolerate her and led her troops to resist again. This time, Sophia and Arietta became much stronger, and they suppressed Themis and Meleager from the beginning. Themis was forced to retreat back to the sea early to seek help from the powerful sea creatures. Unfortunately, except for the third princess Meleager, Themis's popularity is average, and she doesn't have any close friends among her sisters. This time it ended in such an anticlimactic way. In this battle, Jiangyu stood on the white stone castle and watched the entire battle process. He finally understood why Themis and other daughters of the Sea Mother, who were princesses of the Sea Clan and had the support of hundreds of people at that time, became lonely sea monsters in the future. They were really not smart enough. So he put his worries aside, said goodbye to Sophia and others, and left Los Sendas to travel around the mainland. He must first fulfill an ancient promise, and then travel to the continent of Phenaten to explore the mystery of the origin of the elves. Year 1469 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Jiangyu came out of Jiuguan and headed west along the Morga River, passing through the cities and villages built by the E-people over thousands of years. He brought the little turtle with him on this trip. Anyway, the winged people have no shortage of legends now, so they took him along. After walking through the Morga River area, he crossed the Whispering Forest and came to the former Gaoman Mountain. This place has long been developed and occupied by goblins, and they built a goblin town at the foot of the original Gaoman Mountain. The wooden house village that he and his people had built on Gaoman Mountain had collapsed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Jiangyu walked around the old village several times and then stood on the cliff. More than 1,000 years ago, it was here that he faced the Eagleman's messenger. As time passed, he fulfilled his promise and destroyed the Eagleman's royal court. However, there was also something that affected his mood. On Gaoman Mountain, the caves where the ancestors of the winged people once lived were actually occupied by a group of goblins. My dragon's land, is it something you green-skinned dwarfs can afford to live in? Jiangyu's face darkened as he picked up his sword and killed all the goblins. He then asked Xiaogui to throw their bodies into the Whispering Forest. After staying in Gaoman Mountain for a few days, he continued to head north towards the desert grassland. Chapter 89, The Prototype of the Church. According to the flight range of ordinary winged people, flying west from Gaoman Mountain for another 7 days will reach the Hanhai Forest. At Jiangyu's current speed, It wouldn't take 7 days to reach the Hanhai forest. But he didn't want to go too fast. There was no rush anyway, so he just retraced his old path. From Gaoman Mountain to the west, the wilderness is no longer as vast as before, and a path has been cleared by the goblins. There are many goblin tribes on both sides of the road, and behind them are the goblin caravans. These goblin caravans usually hire trolls as mercenaries to ensure their safety. There are several goblin towns along this long road. The goblins have been developing in the continent of Furland for so many years, and their construction capabilities are not bad at all. They can now be seen in many places that they had not set foot in before. When Jiangyu came to the Hanhai forest again, the original throne of Thunder Titan had been razed to the ground by the goblins and replaced by a goblin city built on the former camp of all races. This is Todcab, one of the largest cities in the eastern region of the goblins. Walking into this goblin city, in addition to the permanent goblin population, there are people from all races on the continent, with trolls being the most numerous. In the second chapter, the goblins are still the most civilized and have a unique flavor. In the east of Todcab City, there is a wide platform built high and level with the city wall. Runes surrounded the platform, lighting up with the light of magic crystals. There are several airships docked on it, all of which are equipped with the latest alchemical technology developed by the goblins. The goblin alchemy technology has developed to a point where it is at its peak if one ignores the external situation of the Goblin Empire. Jiangyu took the little turtle on an airship. The tourists were still very surprised that a winged person who could fly was on an airship. The winged people have appeared less frequently on the mainland recently. Since the independence of the Kingdom of Losendas, the goblins' impression of the winged people has also declined. Of course, this will not lead to the goblins turning against the winged people. With the tolerance of the Goblin Emperor, the two tribes are not yet so bad as to declare war on each other. However, the goblin captain of the airship that Jiangyu was going to take did not like the winged man very much, but Jiangyu had an extraordinary demeanor and a majestic air, so he did not dare to neglect him. The airship took off from Todcab, passed through the Hanhai Forest, the Thunder Swamp, the Bernard Mountains, and headed north, finally arriving at Yobud, the largest city in the north. The Goblin Northern Legion is stationed here, and has always been responsible for defending against the Behemoth King's Court in the Northern Prairie. Jiangyu headed north from Yobud and directly entered the grassland, looking for the human tribe that had headed north to the grassland that year. At this time, the human tribes have adapted to life on the grassland and are divided into large and small nomadic tribes, each of which is independent and survives alone on the grassland. Their ancestors were shepherds who raised griffins, so the transition to raising cattle and sheep was no stranger to them. But the largest of them was the Rhine tribe, who established a grassland city on the northeastern edge of the northern border, in a place with a three-forked river with abundant rainfall. That is, the main line of the human race that went north at that time, and the tribe that has always belonged to the rule of the Reinhardt family. The current Dio Reinhardt is the grandson of Vega Reinhardt and the most legitimate descendant of Reinhardt. When Jiangyu came to this tribe, Dio Reinhardt was very excited and recognized Jiangyu's identity at a glance. Because although the Reinhardt family has reproduced many generations, many Reinhardts have forgotten who their ancestors were. But the main branch of the Reinhardt family, Dio Reinhardt, has always collected Jiangyu's portrait and knows that the Winged King of the East Coast is one of the sources of the Reinhardt family bloodline. This has always been the Reinhardt family's deepest hidden secret, and also their family's biggest backup plan and trump card. In the Patriarch's mansion in the city, Dio Reinhardt respectfully performed the ritual of ancestor worship to Jiangyu, with tears in his eyes. Ancestor, the source of the Reinhardt bloodline, you have not forgotten us. Remember that there are still descendants of our bloodline among the human race. Jiangyu felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. To be honest, he had not cared much about the Reinhardt family since Reinhardt's death. This could not be said to be a lack of family affection. All I can say is that in his heart, the winged people have always been the most important. However, since the younger generation was kneeling respectfully on the ground, he would not hurt their feelings. After all, this lineage is indeed his bloodline. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Direct descendants of Reinhardt, descendants of my bloodline, have you always remembered the oath of your ancestors? Ancestors, we dare not forget the words of our ancestors. We must revive the human race and avenge the goblins." Dio Reinhardt answered without hesitation. He dared not forget for a moment the clan hatred and ancestral hatred, the aspirations of the human race. But the human race was too weak at that time, and he was unable to achieve it. Jiang Yu nodded. I came here to fulfill a promise made 1,500 years ago. Fiona once told me that in the future, she would return some of humanity's precious technologies to you. Here, I have the human race's enchantment technology. Jiang Yu took out a thick book which recorded the enchantment techniques that Fiona had given him, as well as some enchantment techniques developed by the winged people in recent years. Dio Reinhardt took it respectfully. Thank you, ancestors, for the gift. Jiang Yu nodded, sighed, looked at the extremely respectful Dio Reinhardt in front of him, and said, I have one more thing to say, but not to the human race, but only to the Reinhardt family. Ancestor, please speak. At this time, the night was getting darker and 2 bright moons were hanging high in the sky. Jiang Yu pointed to the bright platinum moon in the sky. See that bright platinum moon? That's my incarnation in the heavens. In the future, if your line of the Reinhardt family is in trouble, call out my name beneath the glorious light of the platinum moon, and I will protect you. Remember, don't call my name casually. I will only protect the Reinhardt family when you are in danger. This is limited protection. Even so, Dio Reinhardt was already grateful. Thank you for your kindness, ancestors. Then he was filled with adoration. So our ancestor is the mighty white moon in the sky. Nowadays, many people in the human race worship the white moon. Ancestor, our descendants have a request that we ask of you. Please fulfill it. Explain. The Reinhardt family wants to first establish faith in the platinum moon within the family to rally the hearts of the family, and then gradually expand it to the human race. Jiang Yu was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this the initial stage of the church? He laughed. He doesn't need faith, but he doesn't want others to have human faith. But since this process cannot be controlled, we should seize the initiative and occupy the space of future gods. Chapter 90, Phenaten Continent, Father of Oak. Spent some time in the Three Forks area. Jiang Yu plays around nearby, every day accompanied by Dio Reinhardt. The little turtle is very interested in training the professionals of the Reinhardt tribe. He really likes the feeling of being a teacher. A month later, Jiang Yu took the little turtle and left the Reinhardt tribe. The tribe leader Dio Reinhardt took all the Reinhardt family members in the tribe and went out of the city to see Jiang Yu off. Others didn't know the intention of the Reinhardt tribe leader, but Jiang Yu guessed a little. In addition to truly worshipping Jiang Yu, his blood ancestor, Dio also wanted to let the world know that the Reinhardt tribe of the human race had a close relationship with the winged people, and that they were relying on the power of the winged people. The Reinhardt family status among the human race is no longer as prominent as it once was. Next, Jiang Yu continued westward. He came to the small hill where the old Pollock was. There are huge changes here. The once lush and tall osmanthus tree has long disappeared. Because no one has taken care of it for a long time, weeds have grown here, and the tombstones of Fiona and Reinhardt are tilted and half buried in the soil. But within a few hundred years, this place became deserted. The former human city has become a ruin. Wild beasts roam, forests appear, and everything has changed. After the humans left, the goblins who went north rebuilt a goblin city south of Polek City, but it was small in scale due to the frequent intrusions from the northern desert grassland royal court. On the hill, after Jiang Yu re-erected the 2 people's tombstones, he brushed off the dust on them, stood there until sunset, and then left. After that, he never went west again and continued to travel in the continent of Furland, but turned east. He wants to fly directly from here to the continent of Phenaten. Flying and stopping along the way, taking in the scenery of the continent, he arrived at the east coast of the continent of Furland. This coast is north of the east coast of the winged people, and the climate is much colder than the east coast. Here he crossed the sea and flew to the continent of Phenaten. The continent of Furland and the continent of Phenaten are separated by an ocean, almost the distance from the east to the west of the continent of Furland. Jiang Yu flew slowly with the little turtle for half a month, crossing strong winds and heavy rains, and finally arrived at the continent of Phenaten. As soon as you step onto the coast of the Phenaten continent, you will have a feeling that is completely different from that of Furland. The temperature here is slightly higher than that of Furland, and there is a humid feeling. The most intuitive thing was that Jiang Yu felt several powerful auras in the forest ahead. Full of wildness and power, it is obviously an extraordinary monster at first glance. He flew across the forest from the sky, traveling a long distance in the sky. The trees here were quite tall, strong, and densely packed. In this forest, there are not only several powerful monsters that were sensed before, but also many monsters of all sizes. If Jiang Yu had not had sharp eyes and could occasionally find traces of activities of intelligent races in the corners of the forest, he might have thought that this was the Warcraft continent. Following the traces of activities of this intelligent race, Jiang Yu continued to fly forward. It was not until a large mountain range appeared ahead and a number of monsters gradually decreased that a sparsely populated tribe of intelligent race was discovered at the foot of the mountains. This tribe has about 200 people. They have jackal-like heads that stretch forward, long hair on the back of their necks, strong bodies, well-developed limbs, and look very barbaric. Jiang Yu descended from the sky and landed in the tribe. His powerful aura was like a strong wind exerted on the jackals. Then he asked directly without caring about their feelings, "Do you know about the troll clan that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago?" After hearing Jiang Yu's words, the jackals looked confused and spoke tremblingly. "Sir, we don't know what kind of troll it is." Jiang Yu frowned, scaring the group of jackals so much that they immediately fell to their knees. The little turtle stood on Jiang Yu's shoulder, covering his mouth and laughing. "Besides you, what other races and tribes are there nearby?" "Sir, the most powerful race nearby is the tree people in the Great Forest of Edith." "Okay." Jiang Yu's brows relaxed, and he flapped his wings again and flew away. The little turtle on his shoulder threw something at the werewolf tribe. Flying in the air, Jiang Yu asked him curiously, "What did you give them?" "Ha ha, boss. A piece of tortoise shell I once shed." The little turtle scratched his head and laughed. "What are you giving them this for?" "Boss, this is the first species we've seen since arriving in Finorton. It's a commemoration of fate. I'll give them the tortoise shells. Who knows, in the future, these guys might be able to develop their own civilization and professional paths." Back then, the Gale Mansion tribe was also a small tribe of only 200 people. At the foot of the mountains, an old knoll shaman joyfully picked up the tortoise shell that seemed to be flashing with purple lightning, raised his palm high, and cheered loudly. Extraordinary power. Later, this werewolf tribe really developed. Edith Great Forest. In the center of the forest, there's a grove of trees that are half as tall as ordinary trees. From a distance, it looked like a circle of mutant trees suddenly appeared in the forest as if there was a fault. All oak trees. The vast energy of life, like the ocean, permeates this land where oak trees grow. This was the feeling Jiang Yu had when he flew over the long mountain range and came here. In the center of the forest, a face and a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the trunk of a huge oak tree that was 1,000 meters tall and dozens of meters thicker than other trees. He looked at the sky where Jiang Yu was, frowning. The one the world hates. At the same time as the kilometer-long oak tree opened its eyes, Jiang Yu also sensed his breath. He is a powerful demigod, no weaker than Charybdis, the lord of the deep sea, and even stronger. No, it is definitely stronger. Jiang Yu remembered a powerful god he saw in the expansion pack of his previous life, the father of oak, who seemed very similar to the description of the 1,000-meter-high giant tree in front of him. He narrowed his eyes, and the platinum moon in the sky suddenly shone, and a vast and majestic aura rose up, as if pressing down this entire sea of forests. Countless oak trees suddenly revealed the faces of tree men and trembled under Jiang Yu's momentum. He glanced at the tree people surrounding his house like a forest, and then looked at Jiang Yu, who seemed to be a lonely man. The old face on the 1,000-meter-high tree twitched his mouth, then took a deep breath and smiled kindly. "Traveler, I am Siravans, the father of oaks. Welcome to the Great Forest of Edith. How can I help you?" Hihihi. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this, causing the old face of the oak father to suddenly turn dark. Fortunately, Jiang Yu quickly became serious and smiled. "I'm here to look for a tribe of trolls that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago." At the moment, he was not sure he could defeat the oak father in the forest. Chapter 91, Nadrassil Forest. A tribe of trolls that came to this continent thousands of years ago. Father Oak Siravans pondered for a while and finally remembered. About 1,000 or so years ago, there was indeed a large tribe of intelligent races passing through the forest outside this oak forest. Only, the intelligent tribe did not approach the oak forest at that time and did not come to disturb it, so the tree people, who were often in a dormant state, ignored them. But the oak father possesses the wisdom of a demigod and can instinctively record everything that happens around him. In his impression, the large tribe was traveling through the forest and heading towards the center of the continent. Although he didn't know why Jiang Yu was looking for this tribe, He didn't intend to stop him and told the truth. If you believe me, just keep going in this direction until you reach the center of the continent, and you will find them. Jiang Yu nodded when he heard this. He didn't think that the Oak Father would lie to him for this. There would be no benefit. Standing in midair, looking at the forest that was like a vast ocean and the tree people settlement with strong spiritual light, Jiang Yu suddenly asked a question before leaving. Siliphans, how many years have passed since you were born? It's been tens of thousands of years. What happened? The Oak Father was puzzled. Nothing. See you later. Jiang Yu smiled, turned around, and flew towards the center of the continent. According to time calculations, it was the ancient times tens of thousands of years ago. The Oak Father, like the Titans and the ancient dragons of the Furland continent, is a powerful creature that appeared in the world at the same time. The continent of Furland is able to give birth to many Titans and ancient dragons, these powerful demigods. Then, even if the creatures on the continent of Fanatin are not as powerful as the Titans and ancient dragons of Furland, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, there should be many powerful and ancient creatures. For example, the Father Oak in front of us. However, they are not like Titans and dragons who dominate the continent. Instead, they're scattered across the continent and are not under the jurisdiction of each other. Furthermore, there were no wars between the demigod races, and many of them survive to this day. Realizing that the continent of Fanatin was not simple, Jiang Yu became much more serious on the rest of the journey. Soon he passed through the vast forest where the oak trees lay and came to the top of a large swamp. A large tribe of lizardmen lives here, and a demigod-level swamp monitor is their totem and master. Jiang Yu had good eyesight, and at that time the lizardman tribe was holding a sacrifice. Originally, Jiang Yu had no idea about this swamp monitor lizard hiding deep in the swamp. But this guy saw Jiang Yu flying over the swamp carefree and stopping in midair to watch the lizard people sacrifice. He had unparalleled momentum and maliciousness in his eyes, which scared the lizard people so much that they stopped the sacrifice. The swamp monitor lizard seemed to be stimulated, roared loudly, and chased out. Can the world's malice be used in such a wonderful way? Jiang Yu was surprised and happy, so he led him out of the swamp. The platinum moon shone completely for the first time in the continent of Fanatin. In the final fierce battle, he granted the demigod giant lizard a peaceful death and brought its corpse back to the platinum throne. He then suppressed another authority, and the law of judgment became even more powerful. The noise of the demigod war was so loud that Jiang Yu's killing of the swamp giant lizard was quickly sensed by the strong men of the western continent of Fanatin. The nearest Oak Father was the first to know about his suicidal neighbor. After all, the circle of demigods is so small. He looked towards the east, feeling the vast, knife-like will coming from the swamp, and sighed. To possess the world's ill will and yet still walk around so brazenly, one must be incredibly powerful and overbearingly confident. This giant lizard is truly clueless and has lived all these years in vain. However, this giant lizard has been somewhat mentally unstable for many years and has become more beastly. I don't know if there's something wrong with its cultivation. He closed his eyes again. In the great swamp, the huge lizardman tribe was stunned. Their totem beliefs were destroyed in front of them by winged people who descended from the sky, and they were all terrified. A few days later, only then did a lizardman warrior walk out of the swamp and come to the battlefield. He didn't find Totem's body, but there was a large pool of blood that had not yet dried. Feeling sad, he lowered his head and drank. As a result, the demigod's blood purified by the law of judgment did not kill him, but instead produced miraculous changes. He is taller and has stronger extraordinary talents. After returning, the Lizardman warrior seized the position of tribal leader. Thus was born the Lizardman royal family of Fanatin. Behind the great swamp is a vast grassland as vast as the sea. Come over this grassland. Jiang Yu saw countless creatures and wild animals living on the grassland, including magical beasts and ordinary wild beasts. It was midsummer, and a long winding river flowed through the prairie. Countless animals were drinking water by the river. The monsters were standing upstream, and ordinary wild beasts stayed far away and only dared to come forward after the monsters had finished drinking water. After killing a few monsters to satisfy his hunger, Jiang Yu continued on his journey with the little turtle. Flying across this long river and heading deep into the grassland, Jiang Yu discovered. In the center of this prairie, there's a large tribe of golden lions. These lions, regardless of size, have extraordinary spiritual auras. The powerful ones among them even reach the legendary level and are very wise. Obviously, this is a powerful and extraordinary race. This is extraordinary per capita. What Jiang Yu was focusing on was an unknown relic that stood inexplicably in the depths of the grassland, emitting an ominous aura. Inside, there was also a powerful demigod aura leaking out, which was much more powerful than the previous swamp monitor lizard. When his gaze dropped over there, a domineering and powerful aura suddenly erupted from the ruins. It seems like a tyrannical king is expelling outsiders. Faintly, he saw a mighty and majestic golden lion standing between heaven and earth. The hair is thick and golden all over. Obviously, the golden lions outside are all his bloodline. Facing the domineering aura of the golden lion, Jiang Yu smiled. Just standing above this group of golden lions, he also released his mighty, kingly aura, as if it was descending from the sky, even more domineering and powerful. He stared at the figure of the golden lion demigod within the ruins. After a long time, the aura in the ruins finally weakened and eventually disappeared. Suddenly, the laughter echoed across the vast grassland. For a moment, the only sound on the entire grassland was the breeze. These demigods of Phenaten only know how to stay in their own nests and dare not leave their comfort zone. It was nothing like Jiang Yu's previous giant lizard friend, who was warm and hospitable. Below, on the prairie, all the golden lions fell to the ground under the pressure of Jiang Yu's momentum, not daring to breathe. The leader, the legendary Lion King, lowered his head, feeling extremely frightened. Over the years, I've seen some silver-haired, winged birdmen in the east, but none this terrifying. He paused for a long time. An idea suddenly popped into his mind. I don't know. Do those birdmen in the Nadrassil forest know those beautiful winged people like Lioness? He had never seen such a powerful being that dared to show off so much above his ancestor's head, and his ancestor even showed weakness. So until Jiang Yu left for a long time, the legendary Lion King kept his head down and did not dare to stick his head out. Jiang Yu left the depths of the grassland and continued heading east. Flying over the valley, over the mountains, and over the plains, we finally arrived at the edge of a vast forest. He stood under the clouds and saw villages appearing in the forest in the distance. The inhabitants of these villages still resembled the trolls they once were, but their faces had softened considerably. They are not as strong and sturdy as the trolls, and their height is also shorter. If I had to describe it, Jiang Yu felt that it was between a troll and an elf. Chapter 92. Traces of the Silver Moon. The great forest of Nadrassil was the destination of the giant tree clan back then. They crossed the sea to the east, traveled all the way, and finally found a place to live. Not to mention the dangers they encountered along the way, they finally arrived here safely. Nadrassil means the beautiful forest under the light of the silver moon. After arriving in Nadrassil, the original leader of the Giantwood clan announced that he would abandon the race of trolls and change his name to elves. And he was the first elf king. For more than 1,000 years, they have basically developed in peace with the world, and their footprints and traces of life are spread all over Nadrassil. The villages in front of Jiang Yu are like this. Jiang Yu had come into contact with this troll clan in the past and had a good impression of it. He thought of finding an elf to inquire about the current situation of the elves. So he took the little turtle down from the sky and came to the gate of the outermost village. It was early morning, and the sky was just beginning to break. Ranger Bruce had just finished preparing his bow and leather armor and walked out of the house, ready to start a day of patrolling the forest. He exudes an extraordinary aura, probably a professional at the formal level. In this small village of the ancestral elves near the edge of the forest, he is considered a big shot. It's just the right time. As soon as Bruce reached the entrance of the village, he saw a unique winged man walking towards him outside the village. He has silver hair and purple eyes, is as majestic as a saint king, stands tall and straight, and has an astonishing aura. There's also a small turtle standing upright on the shoulder. This kind of temperament reminded Bruce of the supreme Silver Moon King Altes whom he met when he was serving in the army in the royal capital. No, the aura of this winged king is even greater than that of Altais, like the difference between the sun and stars in the sky. He felt very strange. I've never heard of such a king among the winged people. There were about 50 winged people who followed the Giantwood clan to the continent of Phinadun at the beginning. When they finally arrived at Nadrassil, there were only about 30 left. but more than 1,000 years. This group of winged people has grown to a population of several thousand people. They are now vassals of the elf court of Nadrassil and have always maintained good relations with the elves. The winged people have always served in the elves' army and are a precious type of sky troops. As a ranger, Bruce had more interactions with them, but he also knew that their current leader had actually always been called Chief. So, who is this winged man in front of us who is obviously a powerful king? He was a little reserved. This winged man is obviously a big shot. Opposite of Bruce, Jianyu was also looking at this primitive elf who was obviously nervous. Although he was a little uncomfortable with the current appearance and form of the elf, he still took the initiative to speak. As you can see, I am a winged person. I came here in pursuit of the winged people who crossed the sea to the east. Please forgive my curiosity. As I see, what race are you? You look somewhat similar to the trolls of Furland. Jianyu asked knowingly. Sure enough, when the primitive elf on the opposite side heard Jianyu comparing him to the troll, he quickly shook his head. Dear lord of the winged people who have come from afar, I am Bruce, the ranger of this village. The winged people who fight bravely in the sky will always be the allies of the elves. I am willing to answer your questions. As you said, we were indeed trolls in the past, but look at us now. We are very different from the crude trolls. We are now elves. Elves, what a nice name. Jianyu smiled slightly. Yes, it is said that this is the name our great ancestor, the first elf king Odos, gave us after he heard the voice of the silver moon. Silver moon's voice? Jianyu caught one of the key words. That's right, the voice of the silver moon. Elf Bruce's face was full of admiration. It's actually the oracle of the silver moon goddess. Back then, it was thanks to her protection that we were able to make it all the way to Nadrassil. How come the silver moon goddess appeared among the elves? Isn't she still sleeping in the silver moon? Jianyu frowned slightly, his face looking a little gloomy. Only then did he realize that there was a small silver moon logo on the clothes of the elf ranger Bruce in front of him. It's really excellent. He had never expected that the silver moon goddess in the sky had already started planning for the elves before this. At this moment, he was eager to go to the elves' capital to find out what was going on. Feeling the change in Jianyu's expression, the ranger was a little confused, not knowing what was wrong with his answer. Fortunately, Jianyu's expression quickly returned to normal, and he asked with a smile, Okay, Bruce. Now, I want to go to your elven capital. Can you show me the way? Of course, my lord. Bruce temporarily put the equipment and dry food in his right hand on the ground, stretched out his hand, and pointed in the direction of northeast. Our clan's capital, Taelaner, is in this direction. Just follow that path. Also, along the way, you might very well run into fellow winged people. Their settlement is near the royal capital, and they usually patrol around it. Hearing this, Jianyu patted his shoulder and smiled. Thank you so much, Bruce. Then he turned around, flapped his wings, and flew away. Along the way, Jianyu passed through many elven villages and towns. The closer to the elven capital, the denser the population. But without exception, under his careful observation, every elven settlement was filled with traces of the silver moon goddess. This gave him a sense of urgency, and he was also very puzzled as to how the sleeping silver moon lord could do all this. Chapter 93. The Natural Tree Taelaner. The capital of the elves is called Tiranar, which is the location finally chosen by the first elven king after searching everywhere in the Nadrassil forest. This place is located in the central area of the Nadrassil forest, with fertile soil and flat terrain. It is also not far from various locations in Nadrassil. The influence of the capital of Taelaner can radiate to the entire forest. When Jianyu flew far into the vicinity of Taelaner, the first thing he saw was a giant green tree nearly 1,000 meters high standing in the center of the forest, lush and verdant like a canopy. It was like huge waves rising in a green ocean. Under the giant tree, the trees are like the grass growing under the tree with obvious contrast. The huge crown of the tree formed an umbrella that cast large areas of shadows, and a city with very elven characteristics was built under the shadow of this giant tree. Exquisite houses, streets that are neither wide nor narrow, silver moon signs that can be seen everywhere on the streets, and flowers everywhere. The summer sun shines through it, giving people a leisurely and peaceful atmosphere. A river runs through this elven city, bringing coolness and moisture to the city. Jianyu stood in the sky, at a place where he could overlook half of the city, looking at the 1,000-meter-high giant tree not far away, and sighed in his heart. The last time I saw such a giant tree was the father oak. However, in Jiang Yu's perception, this giant tree does not have any aura of intelligence, but it is extremely full of vitality, and a strange force field emanates from it from the inside out. That is an incomparable vitality. Just as Jiang Yu was standing in the air and looking down leisurely, a silver-haired winged man flapped his wings and flew into the air, approaching him. When he was far away, he shouted loudly, "My fellow kinsmen, have you forgotten what our leader warned us about? Although we are winged people and the elves' closest brothers, we cannot casually hover above the elven capital. This is disrespectful. Come down with me." However, Jiang Yu did not reply to him. Instead, he looked at the towering tree in the center of Tailhanger and asked, "Do you know where this 1,000-meter-tall tree in the center of Tailhanger came from?" "Dear fellow tribesmen, have you lost your memory?" The winged man flew in front of Jiang Yu and explained, "This giant tree is actually also called Tailhanger. It was a seed that a natural titan named Tailhanger, the ancestor of the elves, transformed himself into before the giant wood clan crossed east. After the elves' ancestors, the giant tree clan, crossed eastward, they arrived in the central area of the Nadrassil forest, which is now Tailhanger, and planted the seed of nature, the incarnation of the titan, in the forest. The natural seed breaks through the soil in the second year and grows bigger year by year. Even now, Tailhanger is still growing, as if there is no limit." After saying this, he walked closer to Jiang Yu and was suddenly shocked. Only then did he realize that Jiang Yu was not the winged man he knew. And when Jiang Yu turned his head and looked at him with his eyes, a sense of immense majesty, as if a king descended from the sky, struck his heart, and the respect that seemed to come from blood immediately overwhelmed him. Taking another look, isn't this the great winged king in the portrait collected by the chief's grandfather? You are. The winged man's voice trembled. He was sure, but not sure. Facing the winged man's respectful eyes, Jiang Yu spoke gently. "Child, I come from the east coast of Losendas on the continent of Furland. My name is Jiang Yu. The east coast of the Furland continent. That's our tribe's ancestral land before we crossed the sea to the east. You said your name is Uriel. You are King Uriel." The touch deep in his blood made Irin extremely excited, and the records and rumors in his tribe made him very sure. "Are you the ancestor king of all the winged people as recorded in the clan?" "Suvang, a unique title." "It's me." Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. "It turns out to be my king." The winged man shouted in surprise. "Please wait for a moment, my king. I will go to the tribe's land now and lead the tribesmen to meet you." Jiang Yu originally wanted to say that it was not necessary. But looking at the expectant and excited eyes of the winged people, and remembering those 50 winged people who traveled across the ocean, came to a strange continent, took root, and never went back, and even the first batch of people died in a foreign country, he couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. "Go ahead and bring them to me." He originally thought that these winged people would not remember him. More than 1,500 years have passed. As time goes by, the winged people here have been passed down for who knows how many generations. So, it is normal that they don't recognize him. He is ready for everything. But unexpectedly, in this world with extraordinary powers, the power of blood is so pure and powerful that it can allow descendants thousands of years later to maintain the same worship as their ancestors. Everything is possible. Not long. Thousands of winged people flew into the air. The leader was an old winged man who was holding an ancient sheepskin portrait in his hand. He flew in front of Jiang Yu and opened the portrait for comparison. I wouldn't say they were exactly alike, but I could say they were very similar, especially that confident and high-spirited demeanor. Plus, the blood-related closeness and sense of oppression that Jiang Yu brought to them. Let them confirm at the first moment that the winged man in front of them is their ancestral tribal king. The old wingman suddenly burst into tears. Under his leadership, thousands of winged people bowed down in midair, performing the highest etiquette of the winged clan. "King! King!" The movement in the sky had long attracted the attention of the entire Talon region. In the forest, the rangers put away their bows and arrows and looked up. On the street, the elf residents put down what they were doing, walked out of their tree houses, and looked up at the sky. Even the elf king Althais walked out of the night moon courtyard of the palace with a scepter and looked at the scene in the sky. Almost all the winged people in Tailhanger flew into the sky, bowed respectfully to a young winged man with silver hair and purple eyes, and shouted "King" loudly. The sound is so loud that it resounds throughout the heavens and earth. All the elves couldn't help but have questions in their minds. Who was that winged man? It sounds like he is the king of winged people. In midair, Jiang Yu looked at his people who had left his protection for 1,000 years, and saw that they still bowed down respectfully when he arrived, and smiled with satisfaction. Well, since you still worship me as your king, you will bathe in the glory of the platinum moon, just like the winged people on the other continent. However, this sentence made the winged people look embarrassed. The old winged man who was in the lead began to explain. King, for over 1,000 years, we have believed in the silver moon, just like the elves. I'm afraid it would be difficult for our people to accept the platinum moon that appeared 500 years ago. Jiang Yu smiled when he heard this. My fellow tribesmen, that platinum moon is my incarnation. After he finished speaking, his mind moved, and the platinum moon in the sky suddenly shone with platinum light and projected down. Above Jiang Yu's head, a pure white halo appeared, and then the shadow of a platinum moon appeared behind him, sacred and majestic. This surprised all the winged people. So my king is the newborn platinum moon. The king has become like a god, holding the bright moon high in the sky. Some of the winged people immediately expressed their desire to change their beliefs. Some were hesitant, and some had struggling looks in their eyes. Jiang Yu saw everything and smiled at them. That's fine. You have freedom of belief. Whether you believe in the silver moon or the platinum moon, you are all my people. Looking at the winged people, they all breathed a sigh of relief. He sighed in his heart and wrote down the reactions of these winged people. Over time, even the deepest blood ties will be corroded by faith. Still need some means. But that's all in the future, he said, looking at the winged people. Next, find a few people and take me to see the Elf King. Yes. Chapter 94. The Origin of the Elves. On the ground below, seeing the platinum moon suddenly glow, High King Altace's expression changed drastically. He was well informed and had long known the meaning of the platinum moon in the sky. Seeing Jiang Yu walking down from the sky under the guidance of the winged people and heading towards his night moon garden, Altace took a deep breath, gripped the silver moon scepter tightly in his hand, stood in front of the court, and waited quietly. Wait until Jiang Yu came over under the guidance of several winged people. Altace straightened his clothes and used standard elven etiquette. He is more like the elves in later chapters than other elves. At least his face has completely lost the ferocity of the troll, becoming gentle and elegant, with impeccable manners. Honorable Lord of the Platinum Moon, I am the elf Altace. Welcome to Tealaner. Do you know me? From his expression and words, Jiang Yu realized that the Elf King, known as the Supreme King, recognized his identity. Half a month ago, the platinum moon suddenly shone, its light enveloping the lost swamp. Then came the news that the Swamp King Mathai had been slain. The one who killed the Swamp King must be you. It's me. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Altace immediately exclaimed in praise. What a glorious victory! Even the heavens and the sea cannot contain your heart. Neither the grasslands nor the forests can fully describe your greatness. I pay tribute to you, the honorable Lord of the Platinum Moon. If I had not already believed in the Silver Moon, I would surely seek your protection. After hearing this, Jiang Yu burst into laughter. The Supreme King first praised his greatness and magnanimity, and then said that he had already believed in Silver Moon and could not change. Altace, you are very smart. Jiang Yu said meaningfully. Don't worry, it's your freedom to believe in whoever you want. I don't think anyone will interfere with people's beliefs. Altace breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He is just a legend, although he holds the Silver Moon scepter and can barely reach the level of demigod. But if Jiang Yu wants to use tough measures to interrupt the elves' faith in Silver Moon, he can only use the last resort to awaken the Lord of Silver Moon. Fortunately, he discovered that Jiang Yu seemed to have the same concerns. Jiang Yu certainly had concerns. He did want to destroy the faith of Silver Moon before, such as killing all the primitive elves in Yggdrasil. But as soon as this thought came to mind, my heart began to beat wildly, as if a major crisis was about to occur. This made him quickly let go of the idea. He guessed that this would cause the existence in the Silver Moon to wake up early. He doesn't know the strength of the Lord of Silver Moon yet, but there is no doubt that he is no worse than him and is very likely to be stronger. They are both bright moons in the sky. In a fit of rage, the Lord of the Silver Moon can pull his platinum moon down from the sky together. Put aside these distractions. Jiang Yu then asked about the issue that he was most concerned about during this trip. Altace, I am curious. How did your ancestors slowly transform you from trolls into elves? Upon hearing this, Altace's expression changed. This was one of the elves' biggest secrets, and he didn't want to reveal it. But looking at Jiang Yu's determined purple eyes and the momentum that was about to burst out, he gritted his teeth and decided to answer. Anyway, even if Jiang Yu knew this secret, he might not be able to replicate it. Respected Lord of the Platinum Moon, I cannot describe this in words, but I can show you. Please follow me. Okay, lead the way. Supreme King. Altace nodded, picked up the silver moon scepter that was as tall as a person, and led Jiang Yu to the back of the night moon courtyard. The winged people consciously stopped and waited, because the secrets of the Elf King were not something they could spy on. Only a king of the sky like Jiang Yu can make the always majestic and unpredictable Supreme King Altea surrender. It was Midsummer's Eve. Going deeper and deeper, you'll find a beautiful elf courtyard covered with flowers, which has a dreamy beauty. When Jiang Yu was a player, he had also entered the depths of the royal court of the Elf Kingdom on the continent of Furland, but that time he was led by an elven guard to complete a mission. This place is similar to the courtyard back then, except that there is no popular elven princess swinging on a swing, who is called a Midsummer Night's Dream by the players. Jiang Yu had taken on several tasks from her. The further you go in, the more vibrant the feeling becomes. Finally, Altace brought Jiang Yu to the giant tree Tai Yiliner. This is a mysterious, forbidden place shrouded in the light of the silver moon. Looking up, the light of the silver moon continuously poured from the silver moon in the sky into this forbidden area shrouded in silver light. No extra words of thanks. Under the guidance of Altace, Jiang Yu passed through a layer of silver light film like water and walked into this mysterious place. As soon as I entered, I was immediately attracted by the scene in front of me. It's like a visual feast. I saw something not far ahead. A large well shining with brilliant colors and filled with faint light appeared in front of Jiang Yu. The well is surrounded by vigorous tree roots, and inside the well, at first glance, it seems as if golden water is swirling. Looking at it again, I saw that the water inside was quiet and peaceful, and an ancient and eternal breath was flowing in it. The well water inside is like the golden blood of the Titans. No, this is the natural essence of the natural tree Talaner. In addition, a silver pillar of light that looked almost invisible descended from the sky and went straight into the golden well. And then a wonderful change suddenly occurred. The Well of Eternity. Even though the Elf King Altace hadn't said the name yet, the name instantly appeared in his mind. Silver Moon. It's Silver Moon again. The source of the elves' immortality turned out to be Silver Moon's method. Suddenly, a sense of urgency came over me. Silver Moon's layout is so profound that it is even the source of the elves' appearance. Chapter 95, Well of Eternity. Standing next to this great well, Jiang Yu understood the principle of the eternal well. The dreamy well water continued to rise up misty fog, and then spread out in all directions, like light, becoming a mysterious overflowing energy, merging into the sky and earth, and under the power of the silver moon, it finally spread to the entire Nadrassil forest. Under the light of the silver moon, every elf will be bathed in this overflowing energy and affected by it. In the long years, their appearance will become delicate and beautiful, their figure and temperament will become slender and noble, and their lifespan will become long. In this change, the natural essence of the nature tree, incarnate by the nature titan and the power of the silver moon, are the key. In Jiang Yu's impression, titans are not the kind of creatures that are willing to give up their lives for other races. This natural titan was the ancestor who guided the elves, the giant tree clan, in their journey eastward to reproduce their race. He also transformed himself into a tree species, becoming a key link in the elves' forging plan. Either they're direct beneficiaries or they're willing to contribute. Moreover, after the natural titan transformed into a tree species, the one who benefited was Jiang Yu's good neighbor Inu. This made him wonder, could this natural titan be the incarnation of the Lord Inu? Is he so powerful? Shaking off the speculations in his mind, Jiang Yu focused his gaze on the eternal well in front of him. To build such a well, according to the Lord of Silver Moon, requires the voluntary sacrifice of a titan and the blessing of great power like that of Silver Moon. In Jiang Yu's thoughts, the reason why the Lord of Silver Moon chose the titans as the objects of voluntary sacrifice, it is very likely because the titans are also immortal species. The reason why the dragon was not chosen was because the Silver Moon Lord needed humanoid creatures and liked good-looking humanoid creatures. Naturally, Titans transform into tree species, and when elves are transformed, they naturally resemble Titans. This can be seen from the transformation from trolls to elves. So, how to replicate the Silver Moon Overlord's approach? Not to mention the Silver Moon Lord's great power, Jiangyu didn't know where to find the first condition, a Titan who was willing to sacrifice himself. Let's not talk about whether it is voluntary or not. Nowadays, most of Furlan's Titans are dead or missing, and there is no one left. Even the body of the Titan of Light, Asuna, which he had hidden at the end, was carried up to the sky and fed to the Platinum Throne. He looked up at the nature tree that stood in the center of the forest. We can't just pack up this tree and take it back, right? Jiangyu shook his head. To make the winged people become immortal species like elves. The only solution now is to find an alternative. Find a creature with the blood of the immortal seed and engrave the blood of the immortal seed into their blood. But in this era, he searched the 2 continents and the knowledge in his mind, and found that the only person who was easy to find and could be used by him, the only one with the blood of the immortal species in human form, was himself. Compared with the Silver Moon Overlord, he actually has some advantages. He is connected to the winged people by blood, and their races are bound together, so there may be a simpler way. How to do it? Just as Jiangyu was thinking. Behind him, the respectful yet nervous voice of High King Altace came. Your Majesty, the Platinum Moon, this is the source of our elves' transformation, the Well of Eternity. It is indeed called the Well of Eternity. Jiangyu smiled when he heard this. It's a fitting name. Then he turned to look at the nervous elf king, understood his worry, and comforted him. Don't worry, Lord Silvermoon is my neighbor. I won't destroy this well. The elves' beliefs have been rooted. Even if they are not completely transformed into the form of later generations, in the future, it will only be the displeasure of the Silver Moon Lord, which will have little impact on his plans. What is the difference between the beliefs of ugly people and beautiful people? However, he had to speed up both the evolution of the winged people and his own growth. After returning this time, in addition to thinking about how to transform the winged people into the immortal species. More importantly, he also has to start building a second level of Heaven Mountain to reach the realm of gods. This is more important than the evolution of the winged people. You can tell by looking at the layout of Inu. The gods' early layout had already begun. Chapter 96, Sequence 0, Silver Moon Lord. The dreamy light of the Well of Eternity dances eternally, as if it had life. The glow of the silver moon fell on this mysterious area like a veil. They fell layer by layer, making the entire secret realm shrouded in a silver light. Jiangyu stood beside the Well of Eternity with his hands behind his back, pondering for a long time. Based on the tone of the words spoken by the psychopath who was once a Sequence 1 and the Killing Emperor, the Silver Moon Lord must be a higher-order powerhouse than he was before. Above Sequence 1, there is only Sequence 0. Sequence 0, Silver Moon Overlord. This must be a tough opponent. After all, this strong man, like himself, was able to think of creating a moon in the sky. And in the future, she's not the only one. There will be 9 main gods in the world, minus the Oak Father and the Silver Moon Lord. There are also 7 future main gods who are either hiding in the dark or sleeping in unknown corners. Although it is unknown why the Lord of Silvermoon would rather devote his efforts to the elves than to the human race as a place to spread his faith. But this did not affect the fact that the gods became his enemies. He made a decision to first possess the combat power of God, and then lead the entire winged people tribe to evolve. Behind Jiangyu, the Supreme King, who had been standing nervously, suddenly discovered that the winged king in front of him was like a sharp sword soaring into the sky, with an invincible spirit that could cut through everything. But it soon disappeared. Just when he was confused, he heard a voice that sounded like the sound of nature. Come on, Altais, let's go back. This great god is finally leaving. Altais quickly replied, Yes, your majesty. Return to the Night Moon Garden. Several winged people who came with them have not left yet. They waited nervously in the courtyard of the Elf King's court until Jiangyu and Altais walked out of the Night Moon Court one after another. Hurry up and meet him. Ancestor King, Supreme King, you are back. Jiangyu nodded and said to Altais, who was one step behind him, Altais, there's no need to see me off. Tonight, I'm returning to the land of the winged people. Your Majesty My night moon garden is beautiful. If you wish, I will arrange for someone to clean it now. Altais tried to hold him back. No need, Altais. I have already accomplished my goal of coming to the Phenaten continent. I won't stay in Phenaten for long. Jiangyu smiled, looked deeply at the depths of the night moon courtyard, and said, Altais, with your lifespan, you will surely live a long time. I hope you remember that the winged people and the elves have been allies for thousands of years, and even after so many years, we are still allies. Of course, your majesty. The elves will surely remember this. Altais said solemnly. Well, you may not know this. The Lord of Silver Moon is my good neighbor. She once helped me raise the moon to heaven. Indeed, under the light of the silver moon, he avoided the endless stranglehold of the chaotic world laws in the sky in front of the throne realm. When she wakes up, the relationship between our two tribes will surely become even closer. Jiangyu said seriously. Altais looked at the two bright moons shining in the night sky, feeling somewhat doubtful and unbelieving. The bright moons in the sky, are you really on good terms? So, were my cautious actions just now too ridiculous? He began to doubt himself. From the beginning until now, Jiangyu has indeed not done anything that is detrimental to the elves. At this time, Jiangyu patted his shoulder. Also, Arts, I will not take the winged people of Phenaten with me. They will continue to live in Yggdrasil, standing side by side with the elves. This is my sincerity. After saying this, Jiangyu took a few winged people who were waiting respectfully and flew to the residence of the winged people, leaving behind the confused elf king, Altais. What Jiangyu said is true. He did not plan to take back the winged people who already had faith in Silvermoon. He has other plans to stay here. Take off from the night moon courtyard, fly out of the city of Teolaner, and arrive at the residence of the winged people. This place is about 100 kilometers away from the city of Teolaner. It is the territory given to the winged people by the original elf king after they moved to the Nadasil forest hundreds of years ago, and the winged people's population gradually expanded. The winged people built a small town here as a residence for their people. The leader was the old winged man Hater Lai Foam, who followed Jiangyu. Among the elves, the owner of this fiefdom is not called a chief, but a lord. The elven lords from all over the country and the elven king's court together constitute the present-day Elven Society of Yggdrasil. Hater also made an exception and became a member of the elven lords. The winged people's town is called Yrul. It is the name of the first generation of winged Lord Yrul Lai Foam. It has been passed down to the generation of the old wingman Hater Lai Foam for more than 50 generations. Sorry, I'm too busy today. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 97 Platinum Elf Plan. When the old winged man introduced his family name, Foam was the surname that the 50 winged people collectively took before they crossed the sea to the east. Therefore, the winged people group in Phenaten can actually be further divided into wind-winged people, which can be regarded as a branch of the first winged people race. After living in the environment of the Eternal Well in the Yggdrasil forest for many years, although these leaked energies mainly acted on the elves under the influence of the silver moon, the winged people in it were more or less affected. Their figures are more slender, and their faces are more delicate. And the middle name of the old wingman Hater is Lai. It is to commemorate the ancestor who is the source of the family's origin, the Eagleman. Hearing this familiar yet distant name in a foreign continent made Jiangyu feel deeply lonely again. Lai, more than 1,000 years ago, was one of Jiangyu's closest friends when he was young. To this day, he can still remember what Lei looked like. The tall and thin Eagleman is as clear as day before him. This made him look at the old winged man with much more friendliness. The blood of friend. The winged people are very fast. Arriving above the winged people town of Yrul, Jiangyu took a quick look and found that the winged people of Yrul lived a pretty good life, though they were inevitably influenced by some of the elves' customs and aesthetics. But it's harmless. As long as life is bearable, it is inevitable to pick up some elf habits. The residents of the winged town were mostly the winged people who came during the day, and there were also some winged people who rushed back from other places. They were all outside to greet them. When Jiangyu arrived, thousands of winged people knelt on the ground again to express their respect for their ancestral king. Jiangyu stood in midair and encouraged them for a long time. Under the shining of the platinum moon, Jiangyu's sacred majesty was even more apparent. Someone among the winged people remembered this scene, and in the years that followed, he created a painting of it at home. Later, this famous painting named Lord of Platinum was passed down to future generations by his descendants. After, Jiang Yu came to the residence of the old winged man-hater. Several strong men among the Fengyi people came with Jiang Yu. These people are the winged people who changed their beliefs the fastest today. The old wingmen lit the candles, and Jiang Yu sat at the top, looking at them and smiling. For many years, you have been away from your tribe and developed in the continent of Finorton. It has been really hard for you. King, we are not tired. Several winged people immediately stood up in fear and trepidation. My eyes won't deceive me. Well, let's not talk about this for now. This time I came to the Finorton continent. Besides my own affairs, I also have a mission to assign to you. King, please give your orders. Several wingmen said respectfully. I don't mind freedom of belief, but if more creatures believe in me, that would also be good for me. This time, I will not take you back to the continent of Furland. You need to spread the faith of the Platinum Moon among the elves as much as possible. I allow my believers to believe in both the Silver Moon and the Platinum Moon. I think it would be easier to develop faith this way. After hearing this, several winged people looked at each other with serious eyes. Wang, we will do our best to do this. Well, don't put too much pressure on yourself. There's no need to rush things like this. If one generation can't finish it, then 2 or 3 generations can. In short, just do it while ensuring safety. Also, if you encounter a problem that is truly difficult to solve, just call out my name to the Platinum Moon. Jiang Yu instructed. Yes, King. Several wingmen nodded. Jiang Yu nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that this move could destroy Silver Moon's faith. The elves didn't have so many fools. But it's also good to cause some trouble to the Silver Moon Lord. In the future, the elves of Nadrassil Forest were divided into several tribes. Among them, the strongest and largest group is the Silver Moon Elves, Nadrassil Elves, which is now the Elves. There are several other elven groups, such as Forest Elves, Wadshil Elves, Sun Elves, Sinethir Elves, Dark Elves, Efther Elves, Sea Elves, Osinther Elves, Light Elves, Brither Elves, etc. But after today, when the elves split up in the future, there might be one more Platinum Elf. Afterwards, Jiang Yu stayed in the Nadrassil Forest for a while. He asked the Elf King Arts about the location of some demigods nearby. He also found an opportunity to kill a demigod known as the Mountain Python, one of the several demigods in the central part of the Finorton continent and closest to the elves. The news that the Mountain Python had been killed made the Elf King Altes extremely happy. The elves have always wanted to expand into the mountains to the west, but unfortunately, the Momir Mountains are blocked by the giant Mountain Python, making it difficult to advance. A large number of elves even died because of this. They were extremely happy that the Platinum Moon had killed the giant Mountain Python. The little turtle plays with the winged children in the town of Uru every day and also builds a hot spring in the middle of the town. A few days later, Jiang Yu brought the little turtle back to the continent of Furland. Chapter 98, Little Bitter Demon. A few months later, Jiang Yu brought the little turtle back to the city of Uriel on the east coast. In the past few years, the winged people have not changed much. But in recent years, a strange thing happened in Proedas, the capital of the Goblin Empire. 1 year ago, Proedas has been losing a large number of goblin children for several months. At first, the goblins didn't care. This kind of thing happened every year and was nothing new. But soon, goblin children disappeared in large numbers. In the end, it was almost uncontrollable, as if a huge black hand was moving in the imperial capital. Almost 1 in 10 goblin families lost their children. Among them were many children of nobles. This made the Goblin Empire take it seriously. The city hall of Proedas began to investigate the matter, but many children were missing every day. For a time, people were in panic. Bras, the highest city official of Proedas, could not sit still anymore as he saw that the situation was getting worse and worse. To make matters worse, the Goblin Emperor Misha Amigwal had to deal with the nobles crying all day long and was fed up with it. The emperor, on some pretext, flew into a rage and ordered him to investigate immediately and told the nobles to go directly to the city hall. The city hall investigated for several days but found no results. In desperation, the highest city official, Bras, asked the Dark Underground Gang. But they were told that it was not them, they would not do such a crazy thing, and they could not do such a thing. Moreover, even their leader's youngest son was missing, and they were searching for him. As the incident got bigger and bigger, just when all the city hall officials were at a loss, a disaster of some magnitude broke out in Proedas. One night, in a small wood near Mount Proedas, creatures slightly shorter than adult goblins, with black and red skin, 2 horns on their heads, hunched bodies, reeking of sulfur, and filled with an evil, dark aura walked out. There were thousands of these dark creatures. They came to the city of Proadas, killed any goblins they saw, and ate any living thing they saw. This incident once again alarmed the Goblin Emperor Misha Amigwal. He quickly mobilized the Imperial Guards to surround and kill them. Fortunately, these dark creatures were not powerful and were killed in one night. However, a strange thing happened. After these guys were killed, some goblins made a surprising discovery while cleaning the bodies. Although these dark and evil creatures have hideous faces and strange shapes, there's a vague shadow of the child he once lost in their eyes and eyebrows. Soon, more and more goblins discovered this coincidence, and a chilling feeling enveloped everyone. But they didn't have time to get angry. Immediately afterwards, the breath of the bottomless abyss suddenly enveloped half of Proadas. A demon covered in wounds walked out of the grove just now. He screamed at the top of his lungs and killed all the goblins in his sight with rage. This is a high-level inferior demon from the abyss, whose strength is stronger than that of an average legend and is close to the realm of demigod. It set the city on fire, killing a large number of guards and goblin civilians. Just as Emperor Misha Amigwal was about to mobilize the legendary siege of Proadas, the great goblin sage Azeba, who had been in seclusion for a long time, reappeared in Proadas and killed him with clean and neat means. Everyone cheers. The great sage Azeba reappeared in Proadas after hundreds of years, and all the goblins were excited. It once concealed the goblins' grief of losing their children. I heard that Azeba is still alive. Throughout the empire, many foreign races have become more restrained in their behavior. After this battle, Azeba once again retired from the affairs of the empire. The goblins in the imperial capital recalled the disaster and suffering brought to them by the sudden appearance of the demon. They called the transformed little goblins little bitter demons. In fact, judging from their appearance, the little demons transformed by the goblins are actually very similar to the little demons. Inside the white stone castle, Jiangyu frowned after listening to Sophia's report. Azeba is not normal, but he didn't think much about it, as his focus right now was not on Azeba. The population of the winged people is still too small, and they also have to guard against attacks from the sea people. For the time being, they have no intention of replacing the goblins. What's more, having a goblin empire to attract Furland to hide the firepower of the demigod is something he wants more than anything else. Sophia continued, King, there's also a survey on the beliefs of various ethnic groups. Basically, all ethnic groups on the mainland have developed some faith to varying degrees. However, these beliefs have not yet spread widely. It may take some time. Jiangyu nodded when he heard this. It seems they are all starting to exert their strength. Sophia, I'm going back to the sky to break through. The winged people will rely on you to lead them. Yes, your majesty. If you have any trouble, come find me on the Platinum Moon. Yes. Chapter 99, Second Heaven. Jiangyu returned to the sky and sat on the platinum throne again. Above the sky, there is deep quiet and beauty. The silver moon opposite still shines, illuminating the surrounding stars. The platinum light emanating from the throne shines in harmony with it. On the land surrounding the platinum throne, there are 7 swords of judgment shining with various colors, corresponding to the 7 suppressed world authorities, plus the 2 powers given to Sophia and Arietta, as well as the purple-gold sword hanging at his waist. A total of 10 world authorities were suppressed by his power of judgment. Because of the characteristic of the throne is me. These 10 powers are tempering his will every moment, making the law of judgment more and more powerful. The laws are forged with the will of the supreme champion to suppress the power of the world. The upper limit of the will is endless, but the capacity of the platinum throne is limited. The platinum throne limits the upper limit of the judgment law, so it needs to be explored and created. Even gods need to forge a divine nature as the beginning of divine power, cleanse their bodies into divine bodies, and sublimate the light of their souls. Jiangyu's platinum throne is equivalent to the divinity of a god, but is more vast and powerful, and has a greater impact on its own sublimation. So the next step is for Jiangyu to build the second level of Heaven Mountain. The previous Platinum Throne and the top of Heaven Mountain serve as the core and are the first level of Heaven Mountain. This is why this road is called Skylord. The expansion of Heaven Mountain is the expansion of the territory in the sky, isn't it? In Jiangyu's Sky Lord system, the structure of Mount Heaven is different from the Kingdom of the Gods. The Kingdom of the Gods is rooted in the main world. It is the land of the gods. It can sublimate authority, amplify divine power, and regularize the power of will. It is equivalent to a world. The will of the gods is supreme within the kingdom of God. Few gods can defeat the gods within the kingdom of God unless the gap is too great. But even so, the kingdom of God is only a part of the main world and an extension of the direct control of the world's will. But Jiangyu's path to becoming the Sky Lord was different. The Heaven Mountain system he constructed was based on the will of the abyss. This is a system that tends to expand outward. In the future, when the seventh heaven is established, his will be enough to rival the will of the abyss. On the throne, as Jiangyu closed his eyes, raised his will, transcended his soul, and forged the second level of Heaven Mountain, this time, there is no need to move the land on the earth. The authority of the mountain, derived from the giant python of the mountain, roams at the bottom of the first Heaven Mountain, gathering the purest stardust between heaven and earth, and turning it into the entity of the second Heaven Mountain. Thus, the platinum moon hung quietly high in the sky, slowly changing. To be honest, this realm setting is a bit of a stretch for me. After all, Sky Lord is a realm I made up on the spur of the moment, inspired by the will of the abyss. In my current conception, the seventh heaven will rival the abyss in the future. If you have any good settings, let me know and I'll add them. I'm a big believer in listening. Year 1504 of the Goblin Empire calendar. One summer night, the seventh emperor of the Goblin Empire, Misha Amigel, died unexpectedly. When he was discovered by the ministers, he had been dead in the palace for several days. The Goblin Emperor reigned for only 148 years, but he is the most talented among the descendants of Omegle. If nothing unexpected happens, he has the potential and talent to advance to the legendary realm. Unfortunately, he died in the palace shortly afterwards. After the death of Misha Omegle, the Goblin princes fought for the throne and killed each other. The entire Prodas plain was destroyed, and a large number of goblins died in this battle for the throne. Finally, Hag Amigel, the Lord and Marquis of Peleg in the Central Goblin Empire, led his troops eastward to the imperial capital, killed all the rebellious imperial princes and all the other descendants of Misha Amigel, and was crowned emperor with the support of the ministers. It is worth mentioning that Hag Amigwal's father is the former crown prince of the empire, Mildan Amigwal. The imperial throne eventually returned to the hands of the prince's family. However, because Hag Amigwal's methods were too bloody and cruel, he started the tragic tradition of the Goblin Empire where the throne would be replaced and the descendants would be cut off at any time. Year 1566 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Odin Bloodaxe, the patriarch of the Bloodaxe Troll clan, annexed the Firetree clan in the west. This was a large troll tribe located in the west of the Goblin Empire with a population of 100,000. They could plant fire trees and build a troll city. The Bloodaxe clan's population reached 300,000, making it the most powerful troll tribe in the southwest. This victorious annexation strengthened the determination of Bloodaxe clan leader Odin Bloodaxe to unify all the trolls on the continent of Furland. The faith in the god of slaughter also expanded. Year 1587 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Sea People invaded the Winged Kingdom again. This time, Themis, the eldest princess of the Sea Tribe, brought the strong reinforcement she had finally gathered, and the second princess of the Sea Tribe, Meitie, to participate in the war between the Winged People and the Sea Tribe. The three Sea Princesses and the Sophia sisters have similar combat power. The high-end combat power was at a stalemate, and the confrontation between the Winged People and the Sea Clan also began to stalemate. The war became a protracted war and became the longest war between the two races. Chapter 100 The Siren Song is born. Winter 1597 to spring 1598 in the Goblin Empire calendar. The northern desert grassland remained dry for a whole year, and a large number of grassland races died. Affected by this, the behemoth royal court no longer cared about the impact of Azeba's reappearance in Prodas, and once again led its troops south. This time, the army was huge, with nearly 1 million tribes from the grassland royal court marching south to the Goblin Empire. After 3 months, the Northern Legion stationed on the border was defeated. The entire north was looted, countless northern goblins died, and even many of the goblins' close relatives, the goblins, were killed indiscriminately. The main thing is that they are indeed disliked. The Goblin Emperor Hag Amigel is furious. He personally led the Imperial Guard, the Southern Nobles Coalition, and the Troll mercenaries north to attack the Grassland Army. Hag Amigel had military experience. After his troops arrived in the north, they fought 3 battles with the Grassland Army, losing 2 and winning 1. Compare the combat capabilities of both sides. Hag Amigel finally gave up the idea of fighting on the grassland. Another 3 months. The Goblin Emperor Hag Amigel holds fast to cities across the north. After eating and drinking their fill in the northern border of the empire, the Grassland Army led their troops back north. After this battle, Hag Amiguru saw the powerful destructive power of the Golden Behemoth and the Behemoth together. He summoned the great goblin alchemist Leonard back to the imperial court and secretly had him breed bugbears for the empire. Year 1648 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The first organized army of bear goblins appeared on the continent of Furland. This year, it was at the time when Pyrrhus Amund, the favorite son of Amund Jianbing, the great Khan of the Steppe Royal Court, led a large army of steppes to the south. Legions of heavily armored bear goblins marched to the north to defend against the enemy, and for the first time defeated the Behemoth Legion, the Grassland Army. The Bugbear Legion achieved great success in this battle, and its leader, Tormon, became famous and captured Pyrrhus Amund. In exchange for the 13th Prince of Behemoth, Pyrrhus Amund, the Prairie Royal Court promised not to move south within 50 years. After this battle, the Goblin Emperor felt very proud. Tormon, the leader of the Bugbear Legion, is highly valued by Hag Amiguru. Hag Amiguru granted him an earldom in the north, making him the first bugbear to become a noble. The bear goblins are inseparable from the goblins, are highly trusted, and because of their fighting ability, they have gradually entered the ruling class of the Goblin Empire. Year 1666 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The 5th princess of the Sea Clan, who had not yet become a demigod but was still at the legendary level, also participated in this war that had lasted for 79 years. During the Long War, the young sea princess was moved by the brutal confrontation between the 2 tribes and shed tears, and she created a legendary song that has been passed down to later generations. Siren Song. Whenever the siren song resounds on a battlefield on the East Coast, soldiers on both sides cannot help but stop fighting and listen to this beautiful song. After this song, the battle continued, but the winged people soldiers gradually learned about the Sea Princess. Year 1687 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Goblin alchemist Lamar built a large ship on the Rhine River. This ship combined various alchemies of the goblins and had the ability to sail on the sea for a long time. The Goblin Emperor Hag Amigel was a far-sighted goblin. He ordered Lamar to go to the coastal city of Xlan in the East Territory to build ships. The port of Slane is located south of Los Sendas and Lomanda, close to the southeast corner of the continent of Furland. It is the largest port city on the southeast coast of the Goblin Empire. Year 1724 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The great Khan of the northern desert prairie, the king of Behemoth, Amund Ice, died, ending his legendary life. Before Amund Ice died, he appointed his youngest son, Pyrrhus Amund, as his heir. But after he died, his 3 equally legendary sons, Miran Amund, Human Amund, and Edson Amund, rebelled on the grounds that Pyrrhus Amund had been defeated and captured by the goblins. The War of the 4 Kings broke out on the grassland. In less than a month, Pyrrhus Amund was defeated. He took the remaining troops south to the Goblin Empire and asked for submission. Hagamigwal was overjoyed. Not only did he accept Pyrrhus Amund, but he also gave him a fertile land in the north and made him the Marquis of Behemoth. The second year, Hag Amigel is preparing his troops and horses, ready to take advantage of the civil unrest in the grassland and head north to the grassland to avenge his previous defeat. Same year, a family of winged officials in the city of Uriel on the east coast. Ludwig, the first genius winged man with both light and dark powers, was born. Chapter 101 Son of the Morning, Bright Star. The winged people's extraordinary racial talents have been greatly improved over the years due to the continuous and conscious improvement of Jiang Yu and the winged people's top leaders. Even so, Ludwig's talent is extremely rare among the winged people. He was born with intelligence and was able to unleash extraordinary powers at the age of 6. He became a swordsman of light at the age of 10. As the child of a winged official family in Uriel City, Ludwig's existence was soon known to the White Stone Castle. His extraordinary talent and good family background made him catch Sophia's attention. After some investigation, year 1734 of the Goblin Empire calendar, the 10-year-old Ludwig was accepted as a disciple by Sophia and taught by example. But Sophia did not recommend Ludwig to follow the legendary path of the Swordsman of Light, but to create his own career starting from the master level and take the path of a dual-class professional. She knew that with his rare extraordinary talents of both darkness and light, Ludwig was destined to walk a different path. 10 years later, Ludwig lived up to expectations and created his own profession, the Light and Dark Knight, which is an extremely rare knight profession among the winged people. The winged people can fly by themselves, and few need mounts. The path of knighthood is not popular among the winged people. But when Ludwig was studying in Los Sendas, he found a pure white horse with a single horn in the mountains. The horse was full of light and made him feel extremely close to it. After adopting the horse, he spent every day with it. At this point, he had a flash of inspiration and the path of knighthood began. 20 years later, year 1754 of the Goblin Empire calendar, Ludwig advanced to his own profession, Great Knight of Light and Darkness. At this time, the Sea Clan and the Wing Clan were fighting fiercely on the East Coast. Ludwig asked Sophia for permission to go to the front and fight alongside the winged soldiers. Rejected by Sophia, Ludwig is currently recognized as a legendary seed by the winged people, and they don't want to let him go to the battlefield. But Ludwig stood in front of the Platinum Castle, under the Platinum Moon, and made an extremely passionate declaration. Master, fellow tribesmen, the king is the Platinum Moon in the sky, and I will be a star orbiting that golden moon. I will be the vanguard for the king and sacrifice for the king. If you dare not fight for the king and shed blood for the winged people, how can you become a star of the golden moon? As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the platinum throne, happened to lower his eyes to the earth. Seeing this spirited young man of the winged people, he felt happy. So he gathered the light of the platinum moon in front of the white stone castle, shining on all the winged people in front of the castle. And his voice came from on high. Ludwig, young wingman, I heard your words. Go, fight and prove that you are the bright star of the future. Sophia, let him go. Every young winged person is a child of the morning, but will eventually stand under the bright sun. Sophia had no choice but to agree. She told Ludwig to be careful. After, Ludwig was brave and fearless on the battlefield and made great achievements, especially since he was a winged man and a disciple of the kingdom's vice-lord. Yet he rode a white horse and charged forward like a knight, which greatly inspired the morale of the winged people soldiers. Ludwig's uniqueness attracted the attention of Anfeir, the fifth princess of the Sea Tribe. Whenever Ludwig appears, Amphitheater will sing the siren song to eliminate the high morale aroused by Ludwig. The effect of the siren song is seen by more people. Year 1756 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Among the Sea people, in accordance with the siren song system of the Sea Princess Anphile, a professional sea girl created a new siren song. The siren song began to have hallucinogenic effects. Since then, the siren song has begun to show explosive growth. A large number of siren songs were created, which have the functions of hallucination, confusion, hypnosis, stagnation, bewitchment, etc. A large number of siren songs appeared on the battlefield between the winged people and the Sea Clan, causing heavy casualties to the winged people. Themis, the eldest princess of the Sea Tribe, was very happy and set up a special corps of sea singers to assist the Sea Tribe army in battle. The emergence of the Sea Song Legion was a major shock to the winged people. The winged people's army began to suffer a disadvantage in combat, and part of the land on the east coast was once again controlled by the Sea people. In order to deal with the offensive of the Sea people, the kingdom's deputy monarch Sophia began to call on scholars from the entire winged people tribe to think of ways to crack the situation. Year 1768 of the Goblin Empire calendar. A troll genius from the Blood Axe clan in the southwest of the Goblin Empire created the Berserker class, a class that is extremely suitable for the trolls. The troll leader Odin Bloodaxe was overjoyed and promoted it widely among the Bloodaxe clan. After all, the troll clan has more muscles and brains, and there are very few geniuses among the trolls who can create their own professions, especially the Berserker, a profession that is extremely suitable for trolls. The appearance of the berserker gave Odin Bloodaxe a great boost of confidence and further strengthened his determination. His gaze turned towards the troll tribes across the continent. Chapter 102 Hymn System. As early as 1726 in the Goblin Empire calendar, the Goblin Emperor Hag Amigel took advantage of the civil strife in the Grassland royal court to launch a northern expedition. With Pyrrhus Amund as their guide, they went deep into the grassland. Hag Amigel was lucky, as his goblin army encountered 2 waves of grassland armies in succession. 2 wins in 2 games. Hag Amigel continued to go deeper and encountered Millen Amund and Human Amund in turn. Both times he won after a bloody battle, which made Hag Amigel very proud and ready to make further efforts to defeat the last son of Amund. However, at this moment, Edson Amund led his army to launch a surprise attack on the victorious goblin army, thus saving the situation on the grassland. The coalition forces were defeated, and Hag Amigel's northern expedition army suffered heavy casualties and retreated back to the north. Edson Amund did not pursue the victory, but instead convened a meeting of all the grassland tribes on the grassland and crowned him as the Great Khan of the behemoth royal court of the grassland in front of Amund's tomb. After becoming the Great Khan, Edson Amund invited Hag Amigel to a meeting at the border. The 2 tribes signed an alliance again. They extended the 50-year non-aggression treaty to 100 years. Year 1770 of the Goblin Empire calendar. East Coast. Uriel City. After more than 20 years, a female winged officer named Lilica, who had experienced the death of her comrades, serious injuries to her companions, the defeat of her kingdom, and after hearing a large number of siren songs on the battlefield, was seriously injured and retired from the Legion and returned to her home in Uriel City to recuperate. During the period of recuperation, she deeply felt the advantages of the sea people on the coastal battlefield due to the siren's song, as well as the heavy casualties suffered by the winged people as a result. So he devoted himself to research, and after 3 years, he finally created Wings of Light, a war song unique to the winged people. After, she returned to the battlefield and inspired the courage and bravery of the winged warriors with this battle song. This is an extraordinary song full of positive energy. But the positive effects of this song are not enough to offset the negative effects of the siren song. We are still at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Another 3 years passed. With her lofty faith in the Platinum Moon and the winged King Jiangyu, Lilica created the Platinum Holy Words, the first song of the winged people that can be called a holy song. This hymn is solemn, sacred, and serene. When facing the siren song, it has a powerful effect of dispelling illusions, clearing the mind, and inspiring people. After this hymn appeared, when a large-scale battle broke out again on the East Coast, the siren song Pearl of the Ocean sounded on the battlefield. The hymn Platinum Holy Word then sounded, and the solemn and sacred hymn resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Under the Platinum Moon, countless winged warriors shouted in unison. For the first time, under the influence of the siren song, the winged people defeated the sea people. Lilica becomes famous in one battle. The winged tribes hymn system is established. In the following years, a large number of winged singers appeared and created songs such as Song of Heaven Mountain, Holy Words of Light, March with the Light, Kingdom, Under the Golden Moon, etc. The winged people's holy song and the sea people's siren song are in conflict. Neither side is willing to give in. Year 1801 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Ludwig had made a great reputation on the battlefield, and Jiangyu had once personally looked down upon him to encourage him. So he was called the Bright Morning Star by the Wings. Year 1807 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Ludwig opened up a legendary profession, Paladin of Light and Darkness, becoming the youngest legend of the winged people. Year 1830 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Lilica uses the hymn system to open up the legendary path Hymn Shepherd and achieve legend. For this chapter, I would like to thank my fellow readers for providing inspiration for the hymn system. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 103, The Troll Kingdom, is established. Year 1860 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The war between the winged people and the sea people is still going on. Ludwig, who has become a legend, is appointed by the kingdom's Vicelord Sophia as the independent winged people commander, responsible for the battle in the Abdo area on the East Coast. The highest commander of the Sea Tribe army in this area is Anphile, the 5th princess of the Sea Tribe who created the siren song. The two of them fought almost every day, although Anfil took much longer to become a legend than Ludwig, so he should be stronger. But in fact, there is not much difference in strength between the two. Sophia was once amazed because Ludwig's fighting talent was indeed very strong. Among the entire winged people, Luther's combat talent ranks among the top 5. Ludwig had been stationed in Abdo for many years and had contact with Anfil every day. Over time, the two gradually developed a sense of mutual appreciation. If it weren't for the battle with the winged people, Anfil was actually a very kind mermaid. She rarely caused casualties to the winged people soldiers. All along, she basically only fought against the winged legends and rarely intervened in the battles below. Even her siren song caused both sides to stop fighting. She hates death. During the time in Abdo, whenever the siren song of Anfil was heard on the battlefield, everyone on the battlefield would stop attacking, and after listening, the commander would give the order to retreat back to the camp. This is a tacit understanding formed between the two sides over a long period of time. Therefore, the Abudo battlefield is also the area where the winged people suffered the least casualties. As the commander of the winged people, the more Ludwig understood his opponent, the more curious he became. So during the battle, Ludwig began to speak more, and Anfil gradually began to answer him. Year 1880 of the Goblin Empire calendar. High above the sky, Jiang Yu sat on the platinum throne. The bottom of the original top of Mount Paradise is no longer there, replaced by a huge mountain made up of stardust and earth. The power of the mountain created a suspended mountain for Jiang Yu. The first level of Heaven Mountain, where the throne and Heaven Mountain were once located, is only 1% of the size of the second level of Heaven Mountain, and is located high on the top of Heaven Mountain. Some of the chaotic and disordered laws around were expelled, and some were absorbed into law fragments and driven into the mountain. The platinum light shines at the bottom of the mountain. In the eyes of outsiders, the platinum moon in the sky seems to be a little bigger, but not obviously. On the throne, Jiang Yu is shrouded in platinum light, his body emitting golden light, and his vast will turned into the law of judgment, which kept climbing upwards. Behind him, the pure white wings gradually became hazy, as if they were about to turn into real light. The pure white halo above his head dropped strands of white light. He still needs time. Year 1900 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The population of the Troll Bloodaxe clan has exceeded 5 million. At this point in time, Odin Bloodaxe had already led the Troll Berserkers of the Bloodaxe tribe to defeat all the Troll clans, big and small, in the entire southern border. And just recently, the last large Troll tribe in the south voluntarily surrendered. The entire southern Troll region is ruled by Odin Bloodaxe. Several southern Grand Dukes of the Goblin Empire had actually long noticed the growing strength of the Bloodaxe Trolls. They have been using various means to suppress the Bloodaxe clan for hundreds of years, but they have not been successful. Instead, the Bloodaxe clan has become more powerful. The current Grand Duke of the South, Lind Azeba, saw the Bloodaxe Trolls growing stronger day by day, and repeatedly requested the Goblin Emperor Hag Amigel to send an army to wipe out the Bloodaxe tribe, but was rejected every time. Lind Azeba was instead scolded by the Emperor. Because the mercenaries composed of the Troll Berserkers of the Bloodaxe clan obeyed the Emperor's orders many times. In the War of the Northern Expedition to the Grasslands, the Troll Bloodaxe clan provided 10,000 berserkers to accompany the Emperor to the north to fight. A large number of berserkers died in the battle, but the Bloodaxe clan had no complaints. In the Emperor's heart, the Troll Bloodaxe clan might be more loyal than Grand Duke Azeba of the South. You, the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, have turned the entire southern border of the Goblin Empire into your own kingdom by relying on the fact that you are a descendant of the great goblin sage Azeba. As the Emperor, Hag Amigel hated it very much, but he was helpless. In his heart, every time he saw the information about the Bloodaxe Trolls handed over by the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, he felt happy, and then he wrote quickly and rejected it directly. How dare you, an outsider, question my loyalty? It's really the opposite of Tian Gang. This year, in his old age, Odin Bloodaxe miraculously broke through to the demigod realm, and his fame spread throughout the southern border. Not long after, from north to south, a large number of troll tribes knew that a demigod troll had appeared in the south. Odin Bloodaxe's reputation has been greatly improved. The year 1910 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Something happened that no one expected. Odin Bloodaxe, the leader of the Bloodaxe Trolls who has always regarded himself as a loyal subject of the Empire, announced that he would be crowned king in the south and establish the Troll Kingdom. When this news came out, the mainland was shocked. The trolls, who have always been undisciplined, now have their own kingdom. Same year, Odin Bloodaxe led the troll army to break through the goblin cities of Enea and Demayas and occupied the Enea River area and Demaya region in the south. The entire southern troll settlement was connected into one city. Chapter 104 Territory. The Eni River region and the Dumya region were occupied by trolls, especially the Eni River basin, with only the Ramels River Valley remaining from the city of Azeba, the residence of the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory. When the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, Jimia Azeba, heard the news of Odin Bloodaxe rebellion, he suddenly felt dizzy. 5 million trolls were united into a kingdom. The troll berserkers were also known as the continent-suppressing warriors. How could his southern border's limited military strength possibly defeat the Troll Kingdom? So, taking advantage of the fact that the Troll Kingdom was just beginning to be established and Odin Bloodaxe was too busy to look north, Jimia Azeba quickly sent a message to the Goblin Emperor and his own ancestors. The city of Prodas. Jimia Azeba's letter and the news from the officials in the southern border of the empire arrived in Prodas almost at the same time. Emperor Hag Amagir was stunned when he heard the news that the troll Odin Bloodaxe had become a demigod, established the Troll Kingdom, and rebelled against the empire. The Northern Prairie Royal Court had just calmed down, and the Southern Territory had already caused such a big mess. He still didn't want to believe that Odin Bloodaxe, who had always been loyal and paid tribute every year, would rebel. In his subconscious thoughts, he would rather believe that it was the Southern Territory Grand Duke Jimia Azeba who did the evil. Grand Duke Azeba's family has always had a very bad attitude towards the Bloodaxe clan, and they even write letters to the court to criticize them every year. Odin Bloodaxe was ultimately forced into rebellion, driven by desperation. During the court session the next day, the Goblin Emperor Hag Amigel cursed Jimia Azeba as a fool. He said a noble who had guarded the south for generations, who commanded the entire south, was about to be overthrown by the trolls he ruled. What an idiot and waste. The court decided to send someone to the Troll Kingdom to meet with Odin Bloodaxe to see if there was any misunderstanding. Then he mobilized the available Goblin Corps in the center and prepared to march south. Afterwards, the Emperor asked the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory to guard his city of Azeba and not let the troll army advance any further. Finally, he went to the Great Sage's secluded place in person and sought help from the Goblin Great Sage, Azeba. After all, Odin Bloodaxe is already a demigod. Most of the Empire's legends are in the north, and a small part is in the east. There are not many legends that can be transferred to the south, and they are not enough to stop Odin Bloodaxe. After the court meeting ended, 2 Emperor's messengers set out from Prodas, one heading to the southern city of Azeba, and the other heading to the Bloodaxe Troll's capital, Ekhar. When the Emperor's messenger arrived in Azeba city and handed the Emperor's handwritten letter to Jimia Azeba, the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory was immediately defeated after reading it. He cursed Hag Amigel as a fool, regardless of the fact that the envoy was still beside him. But he obeyed the court's decision and summoned the noble coalition and legendary strongmen from the southern border to station troops in Azeba city and prepare for defense. On the other side, another messenger from the Emperor also arrived at the capital of the Troll Kingdom, Ekel, after a long journey, and met the Emperor's beloved loyal minister, Odin Bloodaxe. When the Emperor asked if there was any grievance, and whether the rebellion was due to excessive oppression by the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, Odin Bloodaxe, and the ministers looked around and then laughed. He stood up, faced the Goblin Emperor's messenger directly, and laughed loudly. Go back and tell your Emperor to either cede the southern border to the Troll Kingdom, or face the wrath of the Troll Berserkers. The year 1913 of the Goblin Empire calendar. A great war broke out between the Troll Kingdom and the Goblin Empire in the south. Hundreds of thousands of troops from both sides fought in the Ramirez Valley, leaving corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Odin Bloodaxe, a demigod, was stopped by a team of legendary warriors in cloaks sent by Azeba. And in the boundless sky, Jianyu was also watching this battle. He suddenly sensed the aura of the murderous emperor from many years ago and immediately walked down from the Platinum Throne and came to the sky here. However, the breath of the killing emperor was fleeting, and the breath of a troll demigod below had the meaning of killing. He lowered his eyes and stared at Odin Bloodaxe for a while, but ultimately did not take action. The authority of Odin Bloodaxe is indeed a derivative of the authority of killing, but killing him will gain nothing, because he is not the master of the authority. Jiangyu returned to Gaotian and continued to sit on the throne, concentrating on transformation and breakthrough. On the Ramirez battlefield, Odin Bloodaxe's back was already wet. When Jiang Yu's eyes dropped, the threat of death followed him like a shadow. Fortunately, the platinum moon in the sky did not take him away in the end, and he no longer had the will to continue fighting. Thus, the war between the Troll Kingdom and the Goblin Empire ended. In subsequent negotiations, the Goblin Empire gritted its teeth and acknowledged the existence of the Troll Kingdom, and from then on it went east, south, west, and north. The Goblin Empire is surrounded by the Prairie Court, the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, the Troll Kingdom, and the Winged Kingdom. The Heroes Rise. Chapter 105: The Origin of Orcs and Barbarians. The year 1938 in the Goblin Empire calendar. Southeast coast of the Goblin Empire. Several huge Goblin alchemy ships said goodbye to the people at the port of Kesselin. The ship carried several thousand goblins and bugbears, as well as some Eaglemen. They will sail far away to the eastern continent of Phoeniton. This is an attempt made by the Goblin Empire to reach out to the outside world. The Empire has fallen, and the goblins are forced to seek a solution. One of them is sailing and searching for new continents. According to ancient records, Goblin scholars discovered that in the far east of the continent of Furland, there was an equally huge continent. This batch of alchemical ships is the advance team. The large ships set sail. The original direction of the Goblin fleet was correct, but unfortunately, they encountered a big storm during the voyage, which lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. By the time they recovered, the fleet had lost its original direction. In desperation, the leader of the fleet had to give the order to return. Unfortunately, they deviated too far from their course, and it took them half a year to discover the continent. However, when they were ecstatic and landed on the mainland again, but they found that this was not the continent of Furland, nor the continent of Phoenodon, but a new continent. This continent is inhabited by weak creatures with a soft, sticky, jelly-like, transparent appearance, various shapes and colors, some of which have simple attack capabilities and behavioral patterns. But the rulers here are not them, but a kind of humanoid intelligent creature with green skin and strong limbs. They lived in tribes and called themselves orcs. The goblin sailing group was captured by a large orc tribe living on the nearby coast. At first, when the orcs saw the goblins, they thought the bugbears and goblins were some strange orc tribe. After all, there are still many similarities between the two. The green skin is enough to explain everything. The orc tribes on this continent are not united, but are divided into different tribes and often fight with each other. The orcs originally wanted to kill these strange fellows, but the knowledgeable and wise orc shaman stopped them. Later, some of the goblin alchemical technology flowed into this orc tribe. The technology of forging iron armor and weapons alone greatly increased the strength of this orc tribe. They used this to defeat the mountain giant settlement in the east and the stone man tribe in the west, and dominated the entire coastal plain. During their communication with the goblins, the orcs also learned about the existence of the continent of Furland and were very curious about the various races in Furland and the great goblin empire mentioned by the goblins. However, this sailing team, consisting of goblins, bugbears, and eaglemen, never returned to Furland in their lifetime and took root in this continent. The year 1980 of the Goblin Empire calendar. North. In order to divide the grassland behemoth royal court and the grassland tribes, the Goblin Empire promised that all major tribes except the human race could submit to the Goblin Empire, and was willing to grant the first race that went south to submit to the empire a large amount of land and help them establish their own country. In the prairie, a large centaur tribe named House Clan was lured by the Goblin envoys and led their people south to submit to the Goblin Empire. The Goblin Empire fulfilled its promise and granted a large piece of land near the territory of Pyrrhus in the south of Behemoth to this centaur tribe, thus establishing the Centaur Kingdom. The Great Khan of the Prairie was furious. He cursed the Goblin Empire for being shameless and sent troops to attack the Centaur Kingdom. He could not tolerate the grassland tribes moving south to establish an independent country, as this would undermine the roots of the grassland royal court. He mobilized all the soldiers in the grassland and called on all the tribes in the grassland to send troops, especially the human tribes who contributed the most. The war lasted for 6 months and resulted in heavy losses for both the steppes and the empire, but in the end, the newly established Centaur kingdom was destroyed. But the goblins did not gain nothing from this war. Because of this war, some grassland tribes also had independent thoughts and did not contribute much. The behemoths fought most of this battle themselves. Although they ultimately won, their population and strength were greatly reduced, and their control over the grasslands also decreased. The year 1992 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The west coast of the Furlan continent. Nearly 1,000 years ago, a group of humans came to the land of the west coast. This place is ruled by the bear people, ogres, fish people, and the mermaids living in the West Sea. The west coast and the western border of the continent are separated by a mountain range that stretches for tens of thousands of miles, and the goblin sphere of influence is not yet extended here. However, dwarves often appear here. This human group was small in number, with only tens of thousands of people when they arrived. After 1,000 years of struggle for survival, they finally took root here. But the rituals and culture of our ancestors have already changed significantly. At the same time, in order to adapt to the environment, the resources on the west coast are extremely rich, and their bodies have become much stronger. While this became their cult, they began to call themselves savages. Chapter 106 Lucifer. Year 2000 of the Goblin Empire calendar. East Coast. There has not been a fierce battle between the Winged People Legion and the Sea People Legion stationed in the Abdo area for many years. There were even several months when the combined casualties of the two tribes were only in single digits. Ludwig's explanation to the outside world was that because the war between the Winged People and the Sea Clan had lasted for many years, both Abdo's Winged People and the Sea Clan Legion had become tired of it. Many people in the Legion have basically been fighting for generations. It is not uncommon for 3 generations of family to serve in the barracks together. But this year, a major event occurred that shocked both tribes. During a mission, some foreign mercenaries accidentally discovered that Ludwig, a legendary genius of the Winged People, and Anphile, the 5th princess of the Sea People, often cuddled together on a reef on a certain coast and behaved very intimately. Then, they discovered that many times Ludwig and Anphil appeared on the battlefield almost at the same time, with amazing tacit understanding. The legends of the two tribes seemed to have feelings for each other. This matter fermented like this. At first, Whitestone Castle does not approve of this. Sophia even thought this was nonsense. The Winged People and the Sea People have been at war for so many years, and their blood feud is deep. Ludwig, the youngest legend of the Winged People, the vice-king of the kingdom, and a disciple of Sophia, known as the Holy Flames Saint, a genius known to both Platinum Moon and the Winged King Jiangyu, the future Morning Star, was unexpectedly involved with the Sea Princess. This is impossible no matter how you look at it. Any winged man with blood in his veins would want to kill all the Sea People. If Ludwig really gets together with the Sea Princess Anphile, it will be unacceptable to all the Winged People. As the news of this matter became widely known, Sophia of the Whitestone Castle in Themis, the eldest princess of the Sea Tribe, had no choice but to send people to investigate almost at the same time. The result disappointed everyone. Not only had Ludwig fallen in love with the Sea Princess a long time ago, he even had a child with her. And when they were found by the Winged People and the Sea People at the same time, they were in a small wooden house on the coast near Abdo. Anphile's belly is still pregnant with a baby. This day, the weather was fine and the waves were calm. On the coast, Sophia, Arietta, and a group of winged legends and the elite winged army were flying in the air above the cabin. The Sea Princess Themis, Miller, Métier, as well as a group of legendary sea warriors and the elite shark knights of the Sea Tribe floated on the sea. Both sides looked at the 3 people in front of the wooden house at the same time. The haggard Ludwig, the pregnant Anphil, and the beautiful little girl with white wings, who was as delicate as a piece of jade. Seeing this scene appear in front of everyone, Sophia was furious. Ludwig, do you know what you're doing? You are the Morning Star of the Winged People. Why are you getting involved with the princess of the Sea Clan? She was really furious, and her tone showed her disappointment in him. The other side, also furious, was the Sea Princess Themis. She looked coldly at her sister who had created the siren song and almost brought her victory. She took a deep breath and roared loudly. Anphile, kill the winged man next to you, and kill the damned winged hybrid next to you, and I will forgive you and allow you to return to the Sea Clan. Themis' tone became even colder, and her naked, murderous intent towards Ludwig and the winged girl was as vast as the ocean. In front of the cabin, the delicate little girl was frightened. She held Ludwig and Anphil's hands tightly and trembled with tears. "Dad, I'm so scared." Ludwig quickly protected his daughter and wife behind him, while Anfil held his daughter in his arms and comforted her softly. "Lucifer, my beloved daughter, don't be afraid. Daddy and Mommy will protect you." Chapter 107 Charybdis appears, plot prelude. In Anfil's arms, the little girl buried her head deeply in her mother's arms, but her slightly trembling little body still showed her fear. As Themis became angry, a raging tide rose on the sea. The surging waves hit the rocks again and again, and the salty and humid sea breeze accompanied by the splashes blew the hair of the three people in front of the wooden house. After comforting the child, Anfil faced the sea, looked in the direction of Themis, and pleaded, "Sister, my crime is unforgivable, but please, for the sake of thousands of years of sisterhood, forgive my husband and children." The sea breeze blew her long dark blue hair, as soft as a piece of seaweed. However, Themis remained unmoved, her long dark blue hair flying behind her head as she spoke indifferently. "Impossible. Anfil, they must die. And you, who betrayed the will of the deep sea, must return with me now. Return to the deep sea, kneel before your mother, and spend the rest of your life atonement." "No, sister, I can't do this." Anfil is almost in despair. "Anfil, kill them for me. You are the princess of the deep sea. When you did this, you should have thought of the consequences." Themis said firmly, "Well, since you don't want to do it, I'll do it. Then, I'll take you back." She stood on the raging waves, raised the trident high in her hand, and with overwhelming force, she swept up the power of the ocean and rushed towards the three people in front of the wooden house. But her attack was ineffective. A wall of fire composed of lava and light blocked the reef. A beautiful female winged person in midair walked down from the sky, holding a long sword and shouting angrily, "Themis, who the hell are you? It's not your turn to teach my disciple a lesson." "Sophia, you damned, nasty birdman." Themis stomped her feet in anger. "Oomph. Themis, your fishy smell is still so unbearable." Sophia sneered. In front of the cabin, Ludwig faced his teacher, knelt down suddenly, and begged, "Teacher, I was wrong. I am willing to pay the price for my sins, but my daughter is innocent. Please forgive her. My wife has never killed a winged person and will never do so in the future. Please let them go." Sophia was extremely disappointed when she heard this. She had never expected that the disciple she had taught with so much effort would become so miserable because of a mermaid. Have the kingdom's justice, racial hatred, and platinum faith disappeared from his heart? But the kindness in her heart allowed her to control her emotions. "Ludwig, I can accept your daughter, but I cannot accept this siren. She must die. Unforgivable." Then she looked at Themis. "Themis, take your people and get out of here immediately. The East Coast is our territory. Today, you will not even think of setting foot on the shore." However, Themis ignored it and roared at Anfil. "Anfil, you traitor, you must make a choice today, otherwise, the deep sea will no longer accept you. You will no longer be a mermaid, walking barefoot on the sinful land, unable to be freed." "Sister, I love them more than I love myself. I can't do what you ask." Anfil cried. "Anfil, don't forget, it was the deep sea that gave birth to you. If you don't make a choice and don't stand firm once again, the Sea Clan will regard you as an enemy, and the winged people you give birth to will be hunted down by the Sea Clan forever. In that case, instead of living in fear day and night, it would be better to end her suffering as soon as possible." Themis finally persuaded her out of sisterly love. "No." Anfil refused without hesitation. Her daughter was more important than her life. "Well, if that's the case, let me make this decision for you. You and I are both our mother's daughters, princesses of the ocean. We shouldn't ruin our future here." Themis sighed. Upon hearing this, Anfil's face showed misery and despair. She looked at her relatives standing on the sea, then at her frightened daughter in her arms, and at her husband standing in front of her. She took a deep breath, stood up, and spoke. "Sister, I am willing to use my death to ask for mother's forgiveness in exchange for their lives." After saying this, she unhesitatingly summoned all the legendary power in her body to cut off all her life force. Seeing his wife die in front of him, Ludwig was heartbroken. He picked up his wife who was lying on the ground, took up Lucifer who was standing there in a daze, sighed, looked at Sophia, and begged, "I'm sorry, teacher. Please take care of my daughter. She is innocent." Then he looked at the platinum moon in the sky. "Noble platinum moon, please forgive my daughter. May the light of platinum shine upon her as well. I am willing to die as an apology for this." After saying this, he was like Anphil, shaking off all his vitality and dying in front of everyone. When Sophia noticed it, she rushed over, but when she reached him, it was too late. Only a timid, tearful little girl was left standing behind her dead parents. She smiled bitterly and sighed. "Child, come to me." And above the sea, watching her sister die in front of her eyes, a strong sense of sadness and anger broke down Themis's defenses. She waved her trident and roared loudly. "Oh, this bastard killed my sister. Everyone, follow me and kill her. Kill this damned winged bastard." "Umph. Themis, you don't even spare the children. All winged people, listen up. Stop them." Suddenly a melee broke out. Seeing that the winged people were blocking her way, Themis was unable to get close to Lucifer. Standing on the sea, Themis connected with the power of her bloodline and called out loudly, "Mother of the sea, your daughter begs you to kill this evil creature who has defiled the princess of the Sea Clan." In the distant deep sea, the sleeping sea mother Charybdis suddenly woke up. She heard her daughter calling her and quickly sent a trace of consciousness over. When her consciousness came to the coast, she saw her little daughter Anphil dead on the shore, and then looked at the winged people in the sky fighting with the sea creatures in the sea, and she became extremely angry. For countless years, the terrifying behemoth that has never left the deep sea has spread its terrifying tentacles in the world for the first time. Over the coast, when Themis called, Sophia's heart was beating fast, and a strong sense of crisis came over her. Immediately following, from the depths of the sea, countless huge tentacles suddenly stretched out from the sea surface. Each one was a kilometer long. They were like magnificent mountains, carrying with them the raging storms and boundless waters that roared across the sky and earth, rising thousands of meters into the air before pouring down towards all the winged people on the coast. The terrifying force pressed down on them like a sea. "I can't stop it. I can't stop it. I'll die." Sophia felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Facing the storm and sea water that was enough to drown the entire East Coast, her white wings vibrated in the sky, and she prayed to the platinum moon in the sky. "Noble platinum moon, my great king, please descend upon these shores and protect your people." Chapter 108, I Won't Allow It. High above the sky, Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the platinum throne, heard Sophia's call almost instantly. He lowered his gaze to the east coast and saw Charybdis, the mother of the deep sea, appear on the east coast, stirring up storms and waves that seemed to destroy the world. Jiang Yu's purple eyes suddenly seemed to be burning with pure white sacred flames, as if coloring the entire sky. "Charybdis, how courageous! What you say is what the law says." The platinum throne suddenly burst into brilliant light, and the dazzling light enveloped the entire second heaven mountain and then spread throughout the world. Under the gaze of the entire world, the platinum moon shines like the sun. The aura of the Lord of heaven and earth is so majestic, like a god king and emperor coming to the world. On the earth, countless creatures looked up in shock. Is platinum moon angry? Why is the second moon in the sky suddenly as bright as the sun? On the coast, the wooden houses had long been destroyed by the huge waves. In the back, a beautiful female winged person hugged the little girl Lucifer tightly and stayed as far away from the battlefield as possible. But the little girl's eyes were as bright as the morning stars, and she looked calmly at the doomsday-like scene before her, no longer as weak as she was when her parents were around. It was as if I grew up in an instant. On the battlefield, countless winged people looked at the sky that was suddenly darkened and covered by huge waves, and looked at the huge monster that suddenly stood up from the sea, and their hearts trembled. The extraordinary storm swept in with overwhelming force, and the heaven and earth suddenly fell into chaos. Even the platinum moon was obscured. Just when all the wingmen were feeling desperate, high in the sky, Jiang Yu held the purple gold sword at his waist, stood up suddenly from the platinum throne, took a step forward, and walked down from the sky. Following the brilliant platinum light, he came to the sky above the coast, like a bright beam of light piercing through the darkness, and came to the huge wave that seemed to have smashed down the sea, and drew his sword boldly. Clang! The mighty sound of swords rang out, like a bolt from the blue, under the depressed and desperate gazes of Sophia, Arietta, and all the winged people present. The terrifying pressure brought by the Lord of the Deep Sea suddenly dissipated. A brilliant and magnificent sword light was like the dawn, flattening the surging waves and the world-destroying storm. The entire sea surface suddenly became calm. Following closely, it was a calm and majestic voice that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Charybdis, you've crossed the line. The sun broke through the clouds and shone on the person who came. Everyone will see. A heroic figure stood in the sky, holding a sword and looking down, overlooking the sea and the earth. The white wings seemed to be made of light, hazy, and the pure white halo above the head exuded sacred majesty. Just standing there, you will feel like the master of heaven and earth, being worshipped by the world. Platinum Moon, are you going to stop me? The huge sea monster roared angrily. Do you think you are worthy enough to stop me? Jiangyu laughed loudly, his purple eyes cold. The ruler of the deep sea was furious, but she restrained her desire to take action, looked at Jiangyu in the sky, and tried to reason with him. Platinum Moon, my daughter is dead. That's my own blood, the child I spent countless times nurturing. So what? The Lord of the Deep Sea took a deep breath. As for today's matter, as long as that evil creature dies, we will retreat immediately. However, Jiangyu was dismissive. I won't allow it. He slowly walked from the sky towards the deep sea monster and came to her step by step. The sound of stepping on the sky shook the heaven and earth, as if stepping on everyone's heart. Whether it was the Sea Clan or the winged people, they all lowered their heads and dared not move. Only the little girl Lucifer's big golden eyes showed a gleam of spirit as she stared straight at Jiangyu's figure, as if he was the only one in the world. Final. Jiangyu walked close to the Lord of the Deep Sea until his eyes were level with hers. His majestic purple eyes stared into the huge eyes on top of her head, and he spoke word by word. If you dare to step ashore today, I will kill you. Chapter 109, The Name of the Morning Star. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere between heaven and earth suddenly became quiet. Even the wind and the sea dared not stir up any more waves. The sea creatures on the sea and the winged people in the sky swallowed their saliva at the same time. At this moment, they wished they were ostriches. The huge and ugly head of the deep sea master was glowing red, and she was red and warm. The storms between heaven and earth and the power of the sea began to stir. The violent storm seemed to rise to the sky and overturn the earth. The whole sea seemed to be shaking. The collision between the aura of the Mother of the Deep Sea and the aura of the Platinum Lord threw the space between the sky and the sea into chaos. Jiangyu stood proudly in the air, a smile on his lips, his sword intent slightly raised, looking straight at the huge sea monster in front of him that was nearly 1,000 meters above the sea surface, as if expecting Charybdis's reaction. A long time, the earth-shattering collapse that everyone imagined did not come. The Mother of the Deep Sea took a deep breath, and then took several more deep breaths before releasing the python's sky-high tentacles into the sea. Her voice was low and powerful. Lord Platinum, I will remember you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his tentacles, rolled up all the sea creatures on the sea surface, and slowly sank them into the ocean. Only countless winged people were left standing in the air in astonishment, watching the sea mother leave. Can you tolerate this? Jiangyu narrowed his eyes and felt regretful as he watched Charybdis slowly retreat into the deep sea. Just now, if Charybdis dared to take a step forward, he would be sure to keep her. This place is at the boundary between the deep and shallow seas. Although Charybdis is nearly 1,000 meters above the sea surface, most of her body is still on the seabed, and nearly half of her tentacles are firmly grasping the bottom of the deep sea. What a shame. No wonder she is one of the future Lord Gods. The sun sets. Jiangyu shook his head and saw that the sea people were no longer in sight. He turned around and flew down in front of the cabin. Sophia and other winged people also quickly flew behind him. Looking at Ludwig and Anphil, who died in each other's arms, Jiangyu sighed and said, Ludwig, you secretly fell in love with the siren. If he were still alive, I would definitely sentence him to death. Betraying your own people is a sin I cannot tolerate. But he's dead, and this mentally ill sea princess also deserves the death penalty. But she died too. Since the person is dead, then forget it. You can escape the sins of your body, but you can't escape the sins of your soul. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the two corpses in front of him fiercely. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, The two confused souls were rescued by Jiangyu. It was Ludwig and Anfil. Looking at them, Jiangyu pronounced the verdict softly. You two will sing hymns for me forever in my heaven. The two confused souls seemed to wake up for a moment after hearing Jiangyu's words. They looked towards the group of winged people and saw Lucifer, a little winged girl who was held in the arms of a female winged person. She looked at Jiangyu with pleading eyes. Jiangyu said helplessly, "Never mind." He waved to Lucifer. "Come over to me, kid." In the arms of the female winged man, the little girl Lucifer wiped away the tears that had welled up in her eyes when she saw the souls of her father and mother and walked obediently to Jiangyu's side. "Your name is Lucifer?" Lucifer nodded heavily, looking at the delicate and lovely little girl in front of me. For some reason, Jiangyu felt pity for her. He stretched out his hands, picked her up in front of all the winged people, stroked her little head, and smiled. "Lucifer, from now on, you will inherit your father's name of Morning Star. Chapter use ondu son of bohaibui." Lucifer Ludwig Morning Star became the little girl's name from then on. The moment Jiangyu picked her up, Sophia breathed a sigh of relief. Behind her, the hostility in the eyes of all the winged people disappeared at that moment. From that moment on, although Lucifer was Ludwig's daughter, she was also the girl the king had held and named. With this kind of relationship, Lucifer's future path will be much easier. In Jiangyu's eyes, Lucifer inherited the talents of his father and mother, possessing the talents of light and darkness and an affinity for hymns. He can really inherit his father Ludwig's position. However, Jiangyu still gave Sophia some instructions. "Sophia, you will teach this child yourself from now on. I don't want the story of Ludwig to happen again. Also, her parents made mistakes, but the child is innocent. The winged people cannot be treated differently. You must treat her as your own child." Sophia nodded heavily. "King, Lucifer will be raised by me from now on. I will make her the new morning star of the winged tribe." Jiangyu nodded and smiled. "I'll leave it to you." Just then, Jiangyu suddenly looked at Anfil's body with an inexplicable smile on his face. "Life is so amazing. Is this the power of a mother?" Sophia beside him was confused. Jiangyu pointed to the ground. "Just see." The stomach of Anfil, the sea princess lying on the reef, suddenly began to rumble. It seemed as if something was about to break through the stomach and come out. All the winged people looked here. As Anfield's belly grew bigger and bigger, there was finally a bang sound. Just like the amniotic fluid bursting, several strange-looking little lives crawled out of Anfield's belly. They have the same beautiful faces as their parents, and although they are young, they can also see the beauty of the future. Their upper bodies are the same as those of the winged people, but they have wings instead of hands, and their lower bodies are claws. It might be more appropriate to describe it as human head and bird body. In Jiangyu's arms, Lucifer looked at his newborn sisters with strange shapes in disbelief. Sophia and other winged people also showed expressions of disgust. In their eyes, these new lives were simply monsters. However, Jiangyu knew that it was not easy for these little lives to be born, and their development was not complete. It was only in the last moments of Anfield's life that their development was accelerated. However, there was also the influence of the sea monster bloodline, which caused the original winged people's bloodline to revert to their ancestral state. Looking at the disgusted expressions of the winged people, Jiangyu knew that he could ask them to accept Lucifer, but they were unwilling to accept monsters like this. Even for him, it was hard to like it. At this time, Sophia also stepped forward and asked, "Wang, these newborn babies, how should we deal with them?" Jiangyu turned around, looked at Sophia, and asked, "How do you think we should deal with this?" "King, these little guys are equally innocent, but I believe they are the children of the wingless sea and cannot be accepted into the winged people. Let's find a stretch of coastline and feed them daily to ensure they grow up safely. Once they grow up and have the ability to survive, we won't need to worry about them anymore." Jiangyu nodded after hearing this. "Okay, let's do it." Then, he looked at Lucifer and asked, "Lucifer, have your parents ever chosen names for your brothers or sisters?" "I took it. Mother said, if it's a brother, I'll call him Savi, and if it's a sister, I'll call her Siren." Lucifer answered crisply. Jiangyu nodded, then looked at the several Bai sons crawling on Anfil's body and pondered. "In that case, let's call them all Siren." Chapter 111, The Siren Clan. The 3 ignorant new lives without wings were named in this way. They will be protected by the winged people in their early years. With the arrival of the 2 races overlords, The war between the winged people and the sea people that had lasted for hundreds of years was temporarily ended. The armies of both sides went back and began a new round of rest and recuperation. Jiangyu returned to the platinum throne in the sky. His second heaven mountain is being built, and his will and true spirit are in the process of sublimation and cannot be stopped. In fact, it's a good thing that we didn't fight with the mother of the deep sea. He was a peak demigod who was very close to becoming a god. If Jiang Yue fought him with all his strength, it would inevitably affect the process of advancement, and a loss would outweigh the gain. The mother of the deep sea endured the humiliation and retreated, probably for the same reason. On the vast mountain of the second heaven, there is a completed part. It is a place shrouded in light. Two souls are in this bright place, wearing white holy clothes and chanting hymns of praise. Holy, holy, how can a sinner look upon it? How can a sinner gaze upon the majesty and glory of God? A wooden house appeared in this world that seemed to be made of light. This is the heavenly land that Jiangyu divided on the mountain of the second heaven. In the future, many winged people who died in battle for the winged people or who are devout in their faith will be able to come here. But now, without the power of a god, he is not strong enough, and only legendary souls can ascend to heaven. But it will be soon. This is actually a place similar to the kingdom of God. Although Jiangyu does not need the things that other gods have, he still has to arrange them for his believers. The first heaven mountain. Sitting high on the platinum throne, Jiangyu lowered his eyes for the last time to look at the east coast, then closed his purple eyes and continued on his path of advancement. He needs to hurry. The kingdom of Losendas. On an unknown rocky beach on the east coast, the three sirens grew up being fed by the winged people. Their growth cycle is very short, and they reach adulthood in about a few years. When these sirens grow up, they leave the beaches where they grew up and fly to other places. The winged people don't mind them continuing to live here, but they won't let them do many of the things they want to do. Sirens are free by nature. They like to live between the sea and the land, and they inherited their mother's beautiful singing voice. They often sing on the coast, confusing passing intelligent species, and either mate with them or kill them. No matter which race they mate with, the children born are sirens, female. This seems to be a powerful racial talent. Later, they would give rise to a race called the sirens. Their sister Lucifer's situation was completely different. Lucifer was brought back to Uriel City by Sophia, who taught him with great care and taught him the professional system. Lucifer was extremely talented, just like her father. She could use supernatural powers at the age of 6, became a swordsman of light at the age of 10, and could sing hymns skillfully at the age of 15. Sophia is also very concerned about Lucifer's education, so as to prevent tragedies like Ludwig from happening again. Sophia simply instilled in Lucifer the same philosophy of not getting married as herself, and to be forever loyal to his race and the king. She considered herself as Lucifer's mother. Arietta often came to play with Sophia, and every time she came, she taught Lucifer swordsmanship. This allowed Lucifer to improve across the board. Sometimes, Lucifer still thinks of her parents, and she also visits her unusual sisters in her free time. Every time she went, she would bring a lot of delicious food and fun things. But her siren sisters didn't seem to appreciate it. They accepted all the food and toys she brought, but they hated Lucifer more and more. It's because in their hearts, why are they both the children of winged people and sirens? Lucifer could be adopted by the vice-lord of the kingdom, but they could only be raised on the rocky beach and grow up like wild dogs begging for food. The blood of the sea monster made their minds twisted and unwilling. They envied Lucifer's life, which was beyond their reach. So when Lucifer was 10 years old, the siren sisters scolded Lucifer and chose to fly far away, leaving the place where the winged people fed them. They're already adults, which is due to their bloodline being more inclined towards sea monsters. Lucifer's bloodline is almost mostly biased towards the winged people. Inheriting the bloodline from their parents, the sirens also possess certain extraordinary powers, and even their singing has the power of the siren song. This gives them the power to protect themselves and allow them to grow stronger over time. The departure and scolding of the siren sisters was a major blow to Lucifer. She became calm, determined, and devoted to spiritual practice. Moreover, she decided not to follow her father's career path completely, but hoped to forge a new legendary avenue. She will be better than her father. Sophia thinks so. Year 2038 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The seventh Goblin Emperor, Hag-Amigel, died. This is the only Goblin Emperor who has broken through the legendary realm since Amiguru. But unfortunately, he did not become a demigod like his ancestor Amigwal. After Hag-Amiguru's death, the young Prince Wieland Amiguru succeeded to the throne. There was not much turmoil when Wieland Amiguru succeeded to the throne. Today, the Goblin Empire is plagued by external and internal troubles. The Emperor's throne, which seems to be high and mighty, is actually a mess. Chapter 112. The Troll Kingdom's Northern Expedition. The north of the Empire. There is the grassland royal court of the Behemoth clan, which is the Empire's biggest enemy at the moment. The east of the Empire. The winged people rose up and established the Losenda's kingdom. If the sea people had not distracted their attention, the entire eastern part of the empire would have been occupied by the winged people. The west of the empire, the Dwarven Mountain Kingdom and the Lizardmen Swamp Kingdom have become powerful, but fortunately they are relatively peaceful and the Goblin army is not large enough. The south of the empire, the rise of the Troll Kingdom has grown stronger over the centuries. The Goblin Empire has formed 3 new Goblin legions to resist the expansion of the Troll Kingdom. Whenever Wieland Amiguru thought of the Troll Kingdom in the south, he got a headache. When his father, Hag-Amigel, was still alive, he often cursed the Azeba family of the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory. The Troll Kingdom, which was originally a supporter of the Empire, was forced to become a rebel by a group of idiots. He really had always thought that Odin Bloodaxe was a loyal minister and had never doubted it. If Azeba hadn't been there, he would have wanted to cut Jimia Azeba into pieces. Fortunately, the legendary team sent by the great goblin sage Azeba has been stationed in the southern city of Azeba, making it difficult for the Troll Kingdom to develop northward. While expanding his territory to the south, Odin Bloodaxe contacted troll tribes across the continent and invited them to join the Troll Kingdom. After hundreds of years of efforts, the vast majority of the troll tribes in the west joined the Troll Kingdom. The Troll Kingdom's sphere of influence suddenly included 1/3 of the west, overlapping with the sphere of influence of the Goblin Empire. At the same time, Odin Bloodaxe also sent envoys north to the grasslands, and every few years he and the Grassland Royal Court would attack the Goblin Empire together, which made the Goblin Empire's strength increasingly weaker. Hundreds of years have passed. The territory and sphere of influence of the Goblin Empire gradually shrank. Other ethnic groups have grown and developed. Among them, the fastest-growing Troll Kingdom has a population of 10 million, becoming the most important threat to the southern part of the empire. Wieland Amigwal saw the danger posed by the trolls early on. When he came to power, he made active efforts. He issued a decree requiring officials throughout the Goblin Empire to weaken the power of all troll tribes within the Goblin Empire, either openly or covertly. A large number of elite troll mercenaries were sent to the northern border to resist the attack of the Grassland Royal Court. The troll tribes, whose numbers were gradually decreasing, had their food and resources withheld by local officials, making it increasingly difficult for the troll tribes in the country to survive. Trolls who made mistakes were also severely punished, with some facing exile and death penalty. Wieland Amigel's starting point was to gradually weaken the strength of the troll tribes in the country and eventually make them disappear from the land of the Goblin Empire. However, when the policy was implemented at the grassroots level, some of the imperial officials, who had long been corrupt, frantically persecuted the troll tribes for the sake of political achievements, causing a large number of troll tribes to rebel. Some officials were bribed, and many troll tribes fled the empire and defected to the Troll Kingdom. As a result, the strength of the Troll Kingdom was further enhanced. This decree of the Goblin Emperor Wieland Amiguru was later called the catalyst that accelerated the decline of the Goblin Empire. Year 2105 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The king of the Troll Kingdom, Odin Bloodaxe, raised an entire nation's army to attack the Goblin Empire in the name of the Goblin Empire, persecuting his fellow trolls on the mainland. Before setting out on the expedition, he issued a statement that he was determined to capture the city of Azeba. At the same time, the Northern Grassland Royal Court sent troops south to respond to the Troll Kingdom. The enemies of the Goblin Empire attacked from the south and the north, leaving the Goblin Empire unable to cope. This generation of the Southern Territory Grand Duke Ali Azeba once again assembled the entire Southern Territory's army, ready to defend the city of Azeba to the death. But unexpectedly, Odin Bloodaxe bypassed this fortified city and went straight to Black Forest City, a big city in the eastern part of the southern border. Year 2106 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Blackwood City fell, and the eastern part of the Southland was occupied by trolls. A large number of southern nobles had their homes stolen, and they were mentally broken. They all asked Ali Azeba to leave Azeba City and lead his army to fight a decisive battle with the army of the Troll Kingdom to regain the lost land. Among them, there are many legends of the southern border. Even Emperor Wieland Amigwal issued an order reprimanding him for his inaction. In desperation, Ali Azeba had to lead his army eastward and encounter the troll army at the Lumia River. The decisive battle is about to begin. The outcome of this battle will affect the ownership of the southern border of the Goblin Empire, because the army led by Ali Azeba is already all the troops in the southern border. Chapter 113. South of the Amber River, all is the troll territory. There is a large plain near the Suomi River. The Goblin army of Yali Azeba is on the west side of the river, and the troll army of Odin Bloodaxe is on the east side of the river. The two armies faced each other across the river. At this time, the goblins, who have higher alchemy technology, have the advantage. In the sky, a large number of airships blocked out the sun and poured magic fire towards the troll army, with a large group of Eaglemen guarding them. On the ground, alchemical cannons fired round after round, hitting the trolls on the opposite bank. Normally, such an outpouring of firepower would be enough to bring down an entire army. But the trolls are different. They have the most berserkers on the continent. One by one, the troll berserkers rushed to the front. They endured the artillery fire and long-range super attacks, and rushed to the other side, holding a piece of wood, completely ignoring the casualties. The berserkers were all extraordinary beings. Odin Bloodaxe arranged almost all the berserkers of the entire army at the front of the formation, making a desperate attempt to defeat the goblins. He himself took off into the air with the legendary warriors of the troll tribe and confronted the high-end combat forces of the goblins in the sky. Although he has been a demigod for many years, Odin Bloodaxe's strength has not improved much, but his skills have become more and more sophisticated, a bit like Sophia and Arietta of the Winged People. The fearless troll berserkers crossed the river and fought regardless of the death charge, and soon defeated the vanguard of the goblin army. When Ali Azeba wanted to gather his legions to encircle the troll berserkers, a large number of trolls had already crossed the river on the floating bridge built with the lives of the berserkers and ice professionals to support the troll berserkers. The two armies came into direct contact and engaged in fierce fighting. The morale of the goblin vanguard had been shattered by the berserkers, and the chaos spread to the rear. The armies, composed of nobles from all over the country, collapsed instantly. Only the central army, composed of the 3 legions of the Empire and the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory's own legion, continued to hold on. The troll army surrounded the goblin army, and after holding out for an hour, they were completely wiped out. Ali Azeba refused to break out and died in battle, because he knew that if they lost this battle, the entire principality of Azeba would be occupied by the trolls. He would rather die in battle than become a victim of a fallen country. The facts were as he expected. After the defeat of the goblin army in the south, the troll army marched straight in and quickly occupied the major southern cities such as Muvala, Ekalador, and Innerban in the western part of the south. Finally, the army arrived at the city of Azeba. Mando Azeba, son of Grand Duke Ali Azeba, refused to surrender. 7 days later, the trolls sent a large army to attack the city. The city was broken. Odin Bloodaxe announced a massacre in the city and would not stop his sword for 3 days. Use this as a blood sacrifice to the god of killing. In the entire city of Azeba, the largest city in the southern border of the Goblin Empire, nearly 1 million goblins were slaughtered within 3 days, shocking the continent. After hearing about the battle, the Goblin Emperor Wieland Amigel of the Proedas Palace was shocked and angry. He even called Grand Duke Azeba a waste and hurriedly sent the royal guard south to garrison the Amber River. The imperial guards gathered the defeated soldiers and stationed them north of the Amber River. This time, the goblin army learned their lesson and stayed put. Even if the troll army wanted to take a detour, they would only garrison important cities. After several attempts, the troll army did not dare to advance further. After leaving a part of the garrison south of the Amber River, they withdrew their army. As a result, the southern border, the entire land south of the Amber River, was occupied by the Troll Kingdom. The territory of the Goblin Empire shrank again. Year 2145 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Odin Bloodaxe moved the capital to Azeba and renamed the city Baru, the city of the Troll King. Goblin Empire year 2155. A troll tribe on the grassland tamed the giant grassland wolves as mounts, and the wolf cavalry profession was born. At the same time, the Reinhardt family of Sancha River tamed the grassland lion horse, and the golden lion knight profession was born. Year 2167 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The army of the grassland royal court marched south in full force, with the troll wolf cavalry and the human golden lion knights as the vanguard. They won all 9 battles, and their reputation spread throughout the world. The southern troll kingdom attacked Amber River to the north as agreed. May. The grassland army broke through the important northern city of Yobud, and the commander of the 1st Northern Legion, the goblin legend Rigo, was killed in the battle. The Northern Legion was defeated, and the Prairie Army marched straight in, conquering the major northern cities of Harras, Melanson, and Pollock. Finally, they stopped at the city of Mohand, north of the city of Garso. The goblins quickly dispatched the Western and Eastern legions to the north. This time, the grassland army is not going to just make a quick buck and leave. The weakness of the Goblin Empire and the success of the Southern Troll Kingdom made the behemoth Khan Edson Amun believe that the occupied northern parts of the Goblin Empire could now be controlled by the Prairie Royal Court. After the Goblin Empire support army arrived in Garso and Mohand, they ultimately failed to regain the lost territory and had to establish a new border defense line along the ALS River in the central north. The territories of the two countries are tentatively determined. Year 2168 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Because of the outstanding contributions of the Reinhardt Human Knights and the Troll Wolf Cavalry, Edson Amund granted the territory of Pollock to the Reinhardt family and the territory of Harras to the giant wolf clan of the Trolls. The Melanson territory is directly under the jurisdiction of the Behemoth Royal Court. Chapter 114 Return to the Ancestral Land. Year 2169 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Before dusk, the earth was illuminated with golden light. Nearly 1,000 armored human knights entered the territory of Polek, holding 3 flags high. On one side is a flag with a proud golden lion. One side is the flag of Roaring Behemoth. One flag is a platinum moon. They respectively symbolize the Reinhardt family, loyalty to the Prairie Royal Court, and faith in the platinum moon. The cloaks on their backs were also printed with the golden lion pattern of the Reinhardt family. They are the golden lion knights of the Reinhardt family, who are feared in the grasslands and the north, and are famous in the battles to the south. In the second year after the Behemoth Royal Court granted Pollock a territory, the current head of the Reinhardt family, Winder Reinhardt, led the family's elite, the Golden Lion Knights, westward to their fiefdom. They did not go to the Goblin Forge in the south of Pollock, but came to the north of Pollock, to the ruins of a long-abandoned castle. When a sound of horse hooves echoed across this desolate land, all the beasts were startled and all the birds flew away. Many years have passed. The human race finally set foot on this ancestral land again. All the human knights could not help but burst into tears, and they stopped in front of the castle ruins. Winder Reinhardt took his 2 sons and rode behind the castle ruins to a small hill. Here, they dismounted and walked up the hill, which was now overgrown with bushes and weeds. Winder Reinhardt and his 2 sons drew their swords from their waists, cut through the bushes blocking the way, and finally came to 2 ancient and desolate tombstones. The 2 tombstones were already half buried in the ground, and the stone bodies were covered with cracks. Winder Reinhardt carefully pulled the 2 tombstones out of the soil and wiped them clean with his clothes, revealing the words on them. Reinhardt, the 2nd-generation leader of the human race, the king who laid the foundation of the human race. The first human leader, the ancestor of the Reinhardt family, the imperial concubine of the Goblin Empire, the last remaining human, Fiona, a sister filled with guilt. After seeing the words on the 2 tombstones clearly, Winder Reinhardt felt guilty and excited. He stroked the 2 tombstones and sighed. Ancestors, did you see that? We are finally back. We fought back. Those goblins who drove us out have paid the price in blood. As he spoke, he called his 2 sons. Mand, Charlemagne, this is the burial place of our ancestors. Kneel down with me and pay homage to our great ancestors. Yes, father. The 2 sons knelt down and bowed down obediently. I looked at the records passed down by our ancestors. When Fiona died, Reinhardt planted a sweet-scented osmanthus tree in front of her grave to commemorate his mother who protected him. Unfortunately, over the years, the tree is gone, and weeds have grown everywhere. Winder Reinhardt sighed and turned to look at his 2 sons. From now on, Who among you is willing to plant a new osmanthus tree here and protect it? The two brothers looked at each other and guessed the meaning of their father's question. The Reinhardt family has lived on the grasslands for nearly 1,000 years and has long established the tradition of having the youngest son inherit the business. Under the light of the setting sun, looking at the encouraging eyes of his brother Charlemagne, Brother Mand looked up at his father and said seriously, "Father, I am willing to plant an osmanthus tree here and protect it for generations to come." "Okay, Mander, since you are willing to take on this responsibility, then the borough of Polek will be ruled by you. Are you willing to accept this important task?" "I do, father," Mander Reinhardt said firmly. Winder Reinhardt smiled with relief, then stood up and looked down at the plain from the hill. "From today on, this hill will be a forbidden area for our clan, managed by the Reinhardt family for generations. Mander, you must protect this hill and Pollock's territory. Now that we have recaptured it, we cannot lose it again." "Yes, father." Mander Reinhardt nodded heavily. The last rays of sunset fell on the earth before sinking into the horizon. In the sky, two dazzling bright moons appeared, and their golden and silver light spread all over the world. Winder Reinhardt looked up at the platinum moon in the sky and smiled at his two sons. "My sons, do you know the connection between the platinum moon in the sky and the Reinhardt family?" The two brothers looked at each other and answered, "Father, the platinum moon is the faith of my people in the Three Forks River, and it is also the faith of the Reinhardt family. He is indeed our faith, but there is one thing you do not know. However, since Mander is about to inherit the Polek territory, I'll tell you in advance that the matter concerning the platinum moon is the biggest secret of my Reinhardt family." Winder Reinhardt plunged his sword into the ground, stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the platinum moon in the sky, and spoke softly. "The platinum moon in the sky is also the ancestor of our family and the source of the bloodline of my Reinhardt family." "How is that possible?" The two brothers looked at each other and were extremely surprised. In their hearts, the platinum moon has always been a belief in a great king. They have never thought that they have the blood of the platinum moon in the sky. This is true. Children, over 2,000 years ago, our ancestor Fiona in Jiangyu, the ruler of the platinum moon, gave birth to a child. That child is our ancestor, the source of our family, the great Reinhardt. But wasn't Fiona's ancestor the goblin princess? Charlemagne wondered. "Look at yourself. Do you look like a goblin at all?" When Reinhardt was speechless, Fiona's ancestor became the goblin emperor's consort, but it was only in name. In reality, she and the goblin emperor, Amigwal, were not actually married. "I see," the two brothers suddenly realized. Also, the great king sitting atop the platinum moon is the Reinhardt family's greatest trump card. Only when the family is in the greatest danger can we pray for his help. Don't waste the affection of our ancestors so easily. Although we are his descendants, so many years have passed, and we no longer have the close relationship we had during the time of Reinhardt's ancestors. Keep reverence, faith, and love. This way, our clan will always have the chance to start over." Wind Reinhardt repeated the motto passed down in his family. The two brothers nodded hurriedly. In fact, they're still in shock over the news. "That's right." Winder Reinhardt looked at the 6 words Princess of the Goblin Empire on the tombstone, and the more she looked at them, the more glaring it was. He took a deep breath, pulled out the long sword stuck in the ground, and carefully scraped off the 6 words Empress of the Goblin Empire. Then he nodded with satisfaction and felt much more comfortable. "How can a mere green-skinned dwarf be worthy of my Reinhardt ancestor? Ancestors, I'm sorry." Behind him, his 2 sons were stunned. "This can also be shaved? My father is so brave." The words on the tombstone were carved by our ancestor Reinhardt. At that time, humans were still subordinate to the goblins, so it was natural to write these words. But think about it carefully. How could our ancestor Fiona be willing to have such words engraved on her own tombstone? Went Reinhardt explains. Then he looked towards the south again, and a light seemed to light up in his eyes. "These green-skinned dwarves will sooner or later be driven into the wilderness to keep company with their goblin brothers. Mand, Charlemagne, please write down this sentence of mine and make it your family motto." Okay, father." "And Mander, after I return, I will send the portrait of the ancestors on the platinum moon to Pollock to get a copy. I guess our ancestors will come back to this place again." Year 2170 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Reinhardt family moved 50,000 people and 3,000 elite soldiers from the Three Forks River to the Pollock territory to expand the territory. Mander Reinhardt becomes Lord of Pollock. Year 2173 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Mander Reinhardt rebuilt the city of New Pollock and demolished the Goblin city of Pollock in the south. Year 2259 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Mander Reinhardt died in battle on the banks of the ALS River, and his son Tumen Reinhardt inherited the throne of Pollock. Year 2279 of the Goblin Empire calendar. After giving birth to 7 daughters in succession, Tumen Reinhardt's first son, Arthur Reinhardt, was born. Chapter 1:15 Lucifer's Travels and the Appearance of the Red Dragon. The Kingdom of Losendas. Year 2150 of the Goblin Empire calendar. In search of a breakthrough legendary aura, Lucifer left the city of Uriel on the east coast and traveled across the continent. At the same time, spread the faith of Platinum Moon. The winged people are now a great power in the east of the continent, and many forces on the continent are unwilling to offend the winged people who travel far away. And because the winged people blocked the attacks of the sea people for 1,000 years and indirectly protected the continent, all the tribes on the continent were willing to give them convenience. This isn't all about building good relations with a powerful winged kingdom. As Sophia's adopted daughter and someone who had been held by Moon Platinum, Lucifer's actual status was similar to that of a princess of a kingdom. Lucifer started from the south and first headed to the mountain city of Romanda. There are more than 100,000 gargoyles sleeping there. To be honest, this group of gargoyles has a characteristic that the winged people envy. That is, as long as they fall asleep, they will become like stone, in a state of neither life nor death, almost immortal. When Lucifer walked into the sleeping city, he sighed as he looked at the gargoyles sleeping like stone all over the city. I will definitely find a way to rescue you. She then continued south, arriving at Curslane on the southeast coast. At this time, the port of Xlane was extremely prosperous. Because of the voyage incident that year, in which thousands of Goblin fleet members disappeared, the Goblin Emperor paid attention and increased his investment here. In fact, this is the retreat that the Goblin nobles have found for themselves. When Lucifer arrived here, he saw for the first time the large sailing ship created by alchemical technology. Later on, Lucifer traveled through the Troll Kingdom. Although she was welcomed by the Troll King, Alden Bloodaxe, she always felt a sense of malice in his palace. Then, she hurriedly left the Troll Kingdom and headed for the Swamp Kingdom and the Mountain Kingdom. What curious her was that these two kingdoms, like the Troll Kingdom, had their own beliefs. Continue west. She set foot on the west coast of the continent of Furland and saw the barbarian tribes, bear tribes, murloc tribes, and ogre tribes living there. At that time, a two-headed ogre was born in the ogre tribe and was attacking the barbarian territory. The barbarians were defeated and retreated step by step. Lucifer remembered what his teacher said, that the human race was actually related to some of the king's plans, so he gave the Berserker class system that he had stolen from the Troll Kingdom to the barbarian tribe. As a result, the barbarian tribes that worshipped wildness gradually gained a foothold. They were grateful for Lucifer's help and began to worship the platinum moon in the sky and called Lucifer a Valkyrie. Although in the end, the barbarians chose to go north to avoid the development of the ogres, the legend of the Valkyrie still spread. Lucifer continued to move north and arrived at the far north of the west. There's a place called Mound, which has dozens of human city-states of various sizes. The largest city-state is called Mound City, where the Mound family, who are of mermaid blood, is located. The Mound family could have become the king of the human race in the far northwest and established the first human kingdom. However, in order to consolidate power, they killed all members of the Reinhardt family among the human race in the far north of the west, causing the human race to become alienated. Various human tribes left Mound and established new city-states. Because of this incident, the vampires became cold towards the Mound family. The Mound family can only get close to the mermaid tribe. As for Lucifer's arrival, these human city-states showed indifferent reactions. They worship the true ancestor of the vampires and are on good terms with the vampires and mermaids. However, due to the lack of external enemies, these dozens of human city-states began to attack each other after they grew stronger. Lucifer recorded this area and continued north to the vampire castle. The vampires did not welcome her, and she did not force her way in, but headed east. This time, she stepped onto the ice plateau. The vast plateau and the giant creatures on it aroused her curiosity, and the sea of sky in the plateau also shocked her. Here she felt the long-lost feeling of breakthrough and inspiration, and so she stopped on the shore of Tianhai, practicing and breaking through the legend. Year 2200 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Sea People haven't attacked the East Coast for 200 years. The Winged People have achieved rare development. Sophia decided to expand her territory northwards and connect to the Tianshan enclave of the Winged People. They occupied the Anlin Valley and the Audro Mountains, and the goblins and trolls living there were forced to leave. This action made the relationship between the Goblin Empire and the Winged Kingdom even worse. It also allowed the Troll Kingdom to condemn the actions of the Winged Kingdom and, by the way, accepted the Troll tribe in the Audlo Mountains. Year 2222 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Lucifer successfully opened up a legendary career path on the shores of the Sky Sea. Glorious morning star. At that moment, she flew happily above the sea of sky, and even the platinum moon shone its light on this beautiful winged girl. After being promoted to legend, Lucifer continued to travel in the ice plateau, which was too vast. Here she saw the behemoths who dominated the grasslands and the frost giants who rode mammoths, as well as large creatures such as the giant ice bear and giant ice wolf. Here, even rabbits are as strong as cattle. She was curious about the reason for this huge change, but she couldn't find it after searching for several years. After, Lucifer went south to the grassland and came to the human land of Sancha River. He met the old patriarch of the Reinhardt family, when Reinhardt, and was warmly welcomed by them. After learning that Jiang Yu had stayed here for a period of time, Lucifer prepared to follow Jiang Yu's route to the Phoenician continent. Year 2229 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Lucifer landed on the continent of Phoenician. After a safe journey, they arrived at the Nadrassil forest of the elves and met with the elf king Arts and the current leader of the Wind Wings, Lassen Lefon. The elves at this time are closer to the future than they were hundreds of years ago. At least in Lucifer's eyes, she could no longer tell that they were once trolls. Lucifer stayed here for a long time. She met many demigods from the Phoenician continent. The power of the demigods gave her ideas. She doesn't want to follow the path of a human legend, but rather the path of a demigod and then ascend to become a god. The path to becoming a human legend is too difficult. It was the path that Sophia and Arietta once took, but they both failed. Although the path to becoming a demigod is also difficult, there are many demigods in the world. Lucifer felt that the path to becoming a demigod might be easier, but such a path would conflict with Platinum Moon, causing her great distress. After much hesitation, Lucifer finally made up his mind. She wants to continue her teacher's aspirations and walk the path of a legendary figure in the world. She wants to create hope for future generations of winged people. Afterwards, Lucifer returned to the mainland, landing on the north side of the East Coast. In a large forest near the coast, she discovered a legendary red dragon, driving a group of kobolds and goblins to build a dragon's nest for him. Lucifer had never seen a dragon, but she had heard the legend of the ancient dragon. The king on the Platinum Throne once slew 4 ancient dragons, and their corpses are still in the land of Mount Heaven. The aura of this red dragon made her very uncomfortable, but it had not reached the level of a demigod, but only a legendary realm, and its size was not as exaggerated as that of the ancient dragon. Lucifer immediately decided to go forward and ask. Then the proud red dragon was unwilling to answer her. Both of them were of proud nature, and a war broke out immediately. After the battle, the red dragon was seriously injured and left behind a sentence. Damn Birdman, Atlapans will be back. Then he fled to the west. Lucifer chased for a while and then stopped. She was also seriously injured. The red dragon fled all the way and finally came to a dense forest in the mountains near the territory of Polek, where he randomly found a huge cave to recuperate. Year 2268 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Lucifer returns to Losenda's Uriel. Chapter 116 Arthur Reinhardt. After Lucifer returned to Uriel City, the kingdom was in a stage of stable development because there was no invasion from the Sea Tribe. Sophia arranged a job for her to train winged soldiers. The winged army she trained was completely led by herself. This is a privilege of their lineage. Sophia has her Archipelago Legion. Aelita has her Holy Sword Legion. Ludwig once had his own Sky Knights, but unfortunately it was later disbanded. So Lucifer founded the Glorious Legion. Ludwig's former subordinates and veterans of the Sky Knights came to join him. Lucifer likes winged people who are passionate and aggressive. The winged warriors she chooses are the bravest, most daring, and most adaptable to all harsh environments. Year 2300 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Lucifer led the Glorious Legion to take the initiative to attack, defeated the Sea Tribe army stationed on the Sophia Islands, and once again brought the Sophia Islands back to the embrace of the kingdom. This battle once again aroused the anger of the Sea People and broke through their fear of the platinum moon in the sky. Themis, the eldest princess of the Sea People, could no longer bear it and sent troops to attack the east coast. The war between the Winged People and the Sea People started again. This time, Lucifer charged ahead, striving to be the first in every battle. The morale of the Glorious Legion was high, and the results were brilliant. Prodas. Upon hearing that the Sea People and the Winged People were at war again, the Goblin Emperor Wayland Amigel breathed a sigh of relief. He was nervous when the Winged People went west and occupied the Amlin River Valley and the Odlo Mountains. The Goblin Empire is now facing the attack from the Behemoth Court in the north and the offensive from the Troll Kingdom in the south, and is just barely holding on. If the Winged Kingdom in the east also began to attack the Empire, he would be the king of a fallen country. Year 2301 of the Goblin Empire calendar. A red dragon is active in the human territory of Pollux territory. This red dragon is extremely hateful and often kidnaps people from human villages. Lord Tumen Reinhardt was furious and led his army to attack the red dragon. But they didn't expect that this red dragon was of legendary strength and had a large number of gnolls and goblins serving as slaves in the army. The human army led by Pollock was defeated. Tumen fled in a panic. That year, Arthur Reinhardt, who had just turned 22, was also in the army. He had just advanced to the Light of Thunder, a career system passed down by his ancestors, and was a leader in the master class. However, he did not expect that he would suffer a great defeat just after he went to war with his father and fled with his father Tumen. However, when they returned to Lord Pollock's castle, they found even worse news waiting for them. Avril Reinhardt, Arthur's best sister, Lord Tumen's last unmarried daughter, and also his most beautiful daughter, was abducted by the legendary red dragon Atlafans. Tumen Reinhardt was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. Damn red dragon! Arthur Reinhardt immediately took up his sword and went to fight the red dragon, but was finally stopped by the guards. Joke. As a master-level human professional, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter the dragon's nest and will be killed. With tears in his eyes, Arthur Reinhardt made the first oath of his life. In this lifetime, I will slay the red dragon Atrapans and use his dragon's head to decorate my room. 3 days later, Tumen Reinhardt woke up and called Arthur Reinhardt to his bedside, asking him to go north to the grasslands to seek help from his grandfather, Wind Reinhardt, the chief of the Three Forks human territory. Arthur Reinhardt thus headed north to the prairie. After meeting Wind Reinhardt, Winder Reinhardt then dispatched his son-in-law, the legendary knight Tavito, one of the 3 legends of the human race, to lead the knights of the Golden Lion south to slay the dragon. However, the red dragon is cunning. After a battle, the red dragon Atrapans found that his slave army could not defeat the Golden Lion knights, and he was no match for Tavito. In the end, he would definitely lose. He immediately flapped his wings and flew away with his captured beauty, Avril Reinhardt. The legendary knight Tavito was unable to catch up and could only watch him escape. On the earth in the forest, Arthur Reinhardt used his great sword to chop off the ogre who was blocking his way, raised his head and looked at the receding red dragon's back, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn red dragon. Sister, are you okay? Year 2302 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Arthur Reinhardt joined the Order of the Golden Lion and went south with the Order to fight against the Goblin Empire. Year 2318 of the Goblin Empire calendar. 39-year-old Arthur Reinhardt broke through the master level and became the heroic level Holy Lion Knight. The young Holy Lion Knight has won the favor of Winder Reinhardt, who is looking forward to the emergence of another legend in his family. To this end, he specially sent someone to make a set of Lionheart armor for Arthur Reinhardt. Year 2345 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Arthur Reinhardt, who had served in the Order of the Golden Lion for 43 years, was called back to the territory of Polek by Tumen Reinhardt. Arthur Reinhardt thought something had happened to his family, so he hurried back to the territory of Polek with his fellow knights. When he returned to the family, He found a red-haired girl who looked to be in her teens sitting in the castle hall waiting for him. The girl looked like a human, but she had a pair of vertical eyes. She claimed to be the daughter of her sister Avril Reinhardt, and upon seeing him return, she stood up. "Uncle, I am Alavia, the daughter of the Red Dragon and Reinhardt." Looking at the beautiful red-haired girl, Arthur Reinhardt felt very conflicted. On the one hand, the girl in front of him is his sister Avril's daughter, and on the other hand, she is the daughter of the Red Dragon he must kill. There was a long silence. Arthur Reinhardt asked, "Nilivia, what are you doing in Pollock territory?" "Uncle, my mother died in agony. I only managed to escape with the help of my mother before she died. I'm willing to kill the Red Dragon with you." The girl's expression was extremely sincere, and the pain and anger hidden in her eyes made Arthur seem to see himself. "Just listen," she said firmly. "Although I have the blood of a red dragon, I am willing to slay a dragon." Into the second chapter soon. Chapter 1, 17 Dragon Slaying. With this, the homeless Nilivia followed Arthur Reinhardt, joined the Order of the Golden Lion, and fought in many battles. Because she has vertical eyes like a dragon, Nilivia usually wears a mask when she appears in public. She changed her name to Nia, appeared in the appearance of a man, and fought side by side with the human knights. Her red hair and fierce fighting style made her the best young knight in the Order of the Golden Lion, and she was known as the Lion of Flame. Year 2389 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The human Golden Lion Knights made another great achievement and captured the northern city of Mgaz. The sphere of influence of the Behemoth Court expanded again. Year 2400 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Lucifer led the glorious legion to break through the Sea Clan's Torrance position on the east coast and killed 2 Sea Clan legends. The reputation of glorious Morningstar spread throughout the Sea tribe, especially the blood of the mermaid in her body, which shocked the Sea tribe even more. Themis was very upset. She should have taken Lucifer in instead of giving him to the Winged People. But she was not inactive. She thought of the Siren sisters who were not valued by the Winged People and were born to the same mother as Lucifer. She felt that since they both had the blood of the Winged Man and the Sirens, their talents must be similar. To this end, she found the 3 Siren sisters who were breeding on a small island north of the East Coast, promised them a large amount of resources, recognized their status as daughters of the Sea Princess, and lured them to join the Sea Camp. The talents of the 3 Siren sisters are indeed amazing, especially in the Siren Song. Hundreds of Sirens quickly learned a large number of Siren songs. Year 2401 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The 3 Siren sisters brought their offspring and hundreds of Sirens to join the Sea tribe. When the Siren song rang out on the battlefield, Lucifer was furious. She personally led the glorious regiment to assault the Sirens' singing position, but he was blocked by the legend of the Sea tribe and failed. But from this moment on, all her affection for the Siren sisters disappeared. Year 2450 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Arthur Reinhardt, stationed outside Melanson City, breaks through the legendary realm and takes on the legendary profession, the Lionheart King. He became the second legend of the Reinhardt family after Wind Reinhardt. Winder Reinhardt, who was far away in Three Forks River, cried with joy when he heard that Arthur Reinhardt had advanced to a legend. Said loudly, "The family has successors. No surprise." After Wind Reinhardt passes away, Arthur Reinhardt will become the head of the Reinhardt family. After advancing to legend, the old commander of the Golden Lion Knights abdicated, and Arthur Reinhardt became the new commander of the Knights, commanding the Golden Lion Knights. At the same time, Arthur Reinhardt wrote a letter asking Pollock to send someone to search for the Red Dragon Atlaphans. Year 2453 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Red Dragon Atlaphans was found in the Putilas Mountains east of the Heros Plains in the north. At this time, the battle between the Behemoth Royal Court and the Goblin Empire was temporarily stopped. Arthur Reinhardt decided to take his personal guards, the elite soldiers of Lord Polek, a dozen heroic human knights from the Golden Lion Knights whom he had befriended over the years in Nilivia, to the Putilas Mountains to fight against the Red Dragon. After 3 months of preparation and trekking, Arthur Reinhardt's troops successfully arrived at the Red Dragon's lair. There are a large number of gnolls and goblins here. Red dragons seem to enjoy them as slaves. Facing the Dragon Nest army, Arthur Reinhardt handed the army over to Nilivia to lead and defeat the goblins, gnolls, and other slave troops. He swung his great sword, flew forward, and faced the Red Dragon Atlaphans with his sword. Lionheart's legendary trait, Lion King, gives him power that rivals that of a red dragon, allowing him to go head-to-head with it. Fight to the fullest. Behind him appeared the shadow of a winged golden lion with a platinum moon mark on its forehead, roaring towards the sky. The red dragon was suppressed little by little, and his body was covered with wounds. Just when Arthur Reinhardt was about to kill the red dragon Atlafans, an accident happened. Behind the mountains, another loud dragon roar was heard. The red dragon Atlafans was overjoyed. Isra, you are indeed my good sister. Come and help me kill this human legend together. In the sky, an adult legendary green dragon suddenly appeared behind the crowd, flying at low altitude, spitting corrosive acid from its mouth, burning Arthur's dragon-slaying army. Then she came near the red dragon Atlafans and shouted loudly, Atlafans, don't forget, you owe me 5 dragon eggs. Don't say 5, say 10. I'll give you 10. The red dragon Atlafans hurriedly promised. You said it. Upon hearing this, the green dragon Isra nodded with satisfaction, and then a green light appeared on her body, and a large number of negative states enveloped Reinhardt. At the same time, green mist appeared in the sky, enveloping Arthur Reinhardt. Just as Arthur Reinhardt was about to dodge, the red dragon that had been suppressed for a long time erupted, igniting flames around the sky and blocking his retreat. Seeing enemies everywhere, Arthur Reinhardt made up his mind to fight to the death. The phantom of the Lion King behind him roared to the sky and led him to raise his sword high and attack the green dragon Isra. However, the green dragon was very agile, and the red dragon also rushed to help. For a moment, Arthur Reinhardt was at a disadvantage. As time went by, he gradually became weaker, and the scars on his body stained his armor red. On the earth below, the dragon-slaying army he brought with him was also trapped in a sea of dog-headed men and goblins, and was struggling to hold on. If he dies in battle or escapes, they will be wiped out. But if he doesn't leave, as the only second legend of the Reinhardt family, when Reinhardt is already old, if he dies here, the Reinhardt family will surely decline. By this point in the battle, he was already filled with regrets. Years of hatred and the joy of becoming a legend had made him lose his caution. But on this continent, the human race who had never seen a giant dragon could not imagine that there was a giant dragon like the green dragon. Seeing Arthur Reinhardt in a dilemma, the red dragon Atrapans laughed loudly, sweeping away his previous embarrassment, and said proudly, Arthur Reinhardt, you have no idea how delicious your sister was back then. I couldn't stop wanting her. The red dragon looked at Nilivia below and said angrily, Oh, and that bastard who betrayed me is here too? Ha ha ha. I'm going to make you go through something even worse than your mother did. In the sky, Arthur Reinhardt, who was becoming increasingly exhausted, suddenly remembered that after he advanced to the legendary level, Winder Reinhardt met with him and told him a family secret. The platinum moon in the sky is not only our faith, but also our bloodline and ancestor. Arthur, if you feel that your family is in danger of extinction, you can pray for the platinum moon's help. Recall this sentence. Arthur Reinhardt no longer hesitated, resisting the attacks of the 2 giant dragons, and devoutly called out to the platinum moon in the sky, stimulating the power of his bloodline. Great platinum moon, please show your mercy and protect your loyal Reinhardt. Chapter 118, Molding Stone into Swords. High above the sky, Jiang Yu, sitting on the platinum throne, suddenly heard the call from his blood. Supreme Platinum Moon, Arthur Reinhardt, I pray to the great Yu. May your will walk in the world. May your love descend upon the earth. Sporadic prayers were heard. That was not brought by the huge and vast blood river of the winged people, but another small blood river. He opened his purple eyes, and his majestic gaze fell on the earth, coming to the source of the call. Time and space change, and vision shifts. Between the mountains, I saw a human legend with golden hair like a waterfall, strong and sturdy, with a faint kingly aura standing in the air, with the shadow of the Lion King behind him. Arthur was blocked by 2 legendary dragons, red and green, in front and back. The dragon's attacks and methods left him covered with wounds, but his will was as firm as iron. He still charged forward bravely and would never put down the sword at his hand. Below, an elite human force, fully armed and equipped, is resisting the surging army of gnolls and goblins. They are about to lose. Jiang Yu watched silently for a while, tilted his head, supported himself on the throne with his hands, let his silver hair fall, and muttered in his heart. The Lion King, Arthur, in the expansion pack, the first king of the human race in ancient times. But shouldn't he be called Arthur Pendragon? How come he's now a descendant of Reinhardt? Is it the correction of the world line, or is Pendragon actually the bloodline left by Fiona in the human race? It seems history is still different. However, since you are my descendant, I will grant you the power to defeat powerful enemies. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. It was impossible for him to do it himself with just 2 legends. Then, he looked at the ground in front of the throne, at the demigod skeleton buried deep therein, and stretched out his hand. He held a piece of snow-white, jade-like bone in his hand, and a faint dragon aura emerged from it. Then, he looked at the surroundings of the platinum throne, and the stone steps that were soaked in platinum light and his will. With a thought, a long platinum stone broke away from it and came to his right hand. Then, a huge and vast will first fuse the bones and stones into a big sword, and impress the sacred mark of the second heaven mountain into the sword body. A mark of the platinum moon is engraved on the sword, forming a pattern of a white moon. Finally, Jiang Yu engraved a trace of his own blood mark into it, and only those with Reinhardt's bloodline could draw the sword. That's all. A large stone sword shining with platinum light was suspended in front of Jiang Yu. The power of heaven, the blessing of blood, the legendary Arthur, is enough for you to defeat powerful enemies. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and pushed the white stone sword in front of him forward. A stone sword shining with platinum light fell from the platinum moon in the sky and hit the ground directly, deep into Putela's mountains. Arthur Reinhardt, who was under siege by 2 dragons, suddenly had an idea. He looked up at the sky and saw a platinum meteor falling from the platinum moon and heading straight towards him. On the battlefield, the red dragon Atropans continued to taunt. Arthur, Reinhardt's little brat, I heard you have 6 sisters. That's great. I like them very much. However, at this moment, Arthur Reinhardt ignored him. His heart was already filled with a strong sense of surprise. The source of his blood told him that the platinum light was a gift from his ancestors. Really? Soon, the platinum-colored light descended upon this deep mountain forest, like a shining little sun, illuminating the area within 1,000 miles. At this time, the 2 dragons almost simultaneously discovered the platinum meteor falling from the sky. Below, countless gnolls and goblins felt a mighty king's aura overwhelm the dense dragon power between heaven and earth, trampling on their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. The tremor in the soul sounded like an ancient divine drum. All the kobolds and goblins couldn't help but bend their bodies. And the group of human knights and soldiers were even more awed. They felt a brilliant will like the sun shining on the world, scorching brightly its platinum moon, the great platinum moon, the patron saint of humanity. They raised their swords high and struck each other, making the sound of metal clashing and echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Warm cheers echoed throughout the Putela's mountains. In midair, Arthur Reinhardt threw the enchanted greatsword in his hand to the ground, then opened his hands and grasped the platinum meteor that was coming down. Suddenly, a platinum glow enveloped him. Arthur Reinhardt felt his body lighten, and a powerful sense of strength filled his whole body. At the same time, a majestic and heavy voice rang in his ears. Arthur Reinhardt, my blood descendant, I am watching you from the heavens. Arthur Reinhardt suppressed the excitement in his heart and muttered to himself, Great ancestor, Arthur will definitely live up to your expectations. At the same time, the 2 giant dragons in the sky in front and behind him were shocked when they saw this scene and had no time to react. The light faded away, and Arthur Reinhardt, wearing armor and holding a stone sword, stepped out into the light. By the platinum moon above, I hold this holy sword of stone in my hand. I will slay all enemies of humanity. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant platinum light lit up on the sword, and the golden mane of the Lion King's shadow behind Arthur Reinhardt suddenly turned platinum, like a lion king howling at the moon. The booming thunder and the power of light triggered a trace of the judgment will of Heaven Mountain. Arthur Reinhardt roared loudly as if a flash of inspiration had come to him, and slashed at the red dragon with all his might. Judgment. The red dragon Atropanston felt that he was locked in by an invisible supreme will, and the laws in his body suddenly became silent. He was panicked and was about to flap his wings and fly away subconsciously. As a result, a powerful sword light came across the air and slashed his neck. Crash! The boiling red dragon's blood fell from the sky like rain. The red dragon Atlapans only felt that his body was getting farther and farther away from him. It turns out that I'm already dead. Finally, before hitting the ground, he completely lost consciousness. The huge dragon head corpse crashed onto the Putilus Mountains, and the whole world fell into silence. Seeing this, the green dragon ran away without hesitation. Only Arthur Reinhardt held the stone holy sword, stood proudly in the void, and paid a solemn salute to the platinum moon in the sky. Chapter 119, Reinhardt Kingdom and Staffley City. Pleiades Mountains. Arthur Reinhardt breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the green dragon fly away. Although his fighting power increased dramatically with the stone holy sword in hand, he had actually consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle and had used all his strength to kill the red dragon. At the moment, he was not sure that he could kill the green dragon. In the forest below, as the red dragon's body fell to the ground, the gnolls and goblins scattered like birds and beasts. Seeing that the battle was won, the human knights and warriors breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that they had survived a disaster. They mustered up their remaining strength to cheer for Arthur Reinhardt. Arthur Reinhardt wins. Praise the platinum moon. Nilivia stood in front of the red dragon's corpse, looking at the red dragon who was both her father and the murderer of her mother. Smiles and tears flowed out together. She drank its blood and vented her emotions. This dragon-slaying battle greatly increased Arthur Reinhardt's prestige. After, Arthur Reinhardt did not break his oath and used the red dragon's head to decorate his room. Year 2468 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Troll Kingdom contacted the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, and the Behemoth Court of the Northern Grasslands to jointly attack the Goblin Empire. Because the army of the Goblin Empire is mainly used to resist the Trolls in the south and the Behemoth Court in the north. I didn't guard against the dwarves and lizardmen who were always quiet and well-behaved. The defenders in the west were suddenly attacked and defeated. The city of Philae in the west was occupied by the dwarves, and the city of Roman was occupied by the lizardmen. Several large goblin cities in the southern part of the Westerlands were occupied by troll troops. A large number of goblins from the west fled to the Angamiros Mountains. By the time the Goblin Empire reacted, the entire westerly territory had been divided up by dwarves, lizardmen, and trolls. The coalition forces of dwarves and lizardmen had even advanced to the edge of the central Mon Plain, but were blocked by the city of Mon. Year 2512 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Behemoth Court headed south again. Edson Amund led the Grassland Tribe coalition to attack Mohan City and send the Centaur Tribe to attack Ngath. After 3 months of siege warfare at all costs, the city of Mohan was finally captured. The Centaur Tribe also broke through Ngath almost at the same time, and half of the Northern Legion of the Goblin Empire was wiped out. In the city of Mohan, the remaining Northern Goblin army broke out and prepared to retreat to the southern city of Garso to continue defending. Edson Amund was overjoyed to see that victory was in sight and the entire north was about to be taken over by him. He personally led the Behemoth Guards to pursue the victory, but because he pursued too fiercely, he was ambushed by the Goblin Northern Legion outside the city of Garso and died in battle. As soon as the Great Khan of the Prairie, Edson Amund, died, the entire coalition forces of the Prairie Royal Court immediately fell apart. It was like a scene that happened hundreds of years ago. Several sons of Edson Amund began to compete for the position of Khan of the Steppes. Civil strife in the Grassland Royal Court began. Among them, the third prince, Aemon Amund, controls the land in the central and northern parts of the former Northern Goblin territory, including Yobud, Melanson, and Mohand. The seventh prince, Taida Amund, controls the vast land west of the Grassland Royal Court. The 11th prince, Rand Amund, controls the vast land east of the Grassland Royal Court. The 3 princes called on all the tribes under the Grassland Royal Court to fight for them and decide the position of Khan of the Grassland. But at this moment, the major races under the Grassland Royal Court are no longer the same as before. They are gradually growing stronger as they follow Behemoth to the south to plunder. They no longer obeyed the orders of the Royal Court, but chose to sit back and watch the Behemoth princes engage in internal strife. Year 2515 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Seeing that the civil strife in the Grassland Royal Court was not over yet, the Goblin Empire sent troops north to Mohan City in an attempt to regain lost territory. However, They were stopped by Amon at the gate of Mohand and could not advance an inch. When the news came that the local elf army was heading north, the three behemoth princes suspended their civil war. In addition, the surrounding troll and giant wolf clans, the Polek people, and the centaur tribes also came to help, and the goblin army was defeated again. They had to retreat back to Garso and build the last northern defense line along the city of Garso and Eads. Year 2532 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The melee between the behemoth princes is not over yet. The trolls of Heros, the giant wolf clan, declared independence and established the giant wolf kingdom on the Heros plains. It's as if they had colluded. Year 2533 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The Centaur tribes in Garth established the United Kingdom of House Centaurs. Year 2535 of the Goblin Empire calendar. South of the Three Forks River, on the prairies and plains north of Heros. The tiger-headed people united with the boar people, fox people, minotaur, and other tribes to establish the United Kingdom of Orcs. Year 2537 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Arthur Reinhardt declared human independence in the territory of Polek and established the Kingdom of Reinhardt. The kingdom is divided into the Polek territory and the Sanche territory. Arthur Reinhardt ordered the kingdom to expand westward to the Lake Ulana region. Same year, a group of fairies living at the border between the north and the west established the Fairy Secret Realm. Year 2538 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The three behemoth princes saw that the situation on the grassland was in chaos and that the behemoth clan could no longer achieve its former power. None of the three brothers could do anything to the other, so they had to give up their ambition to unify the grassland royal court. Year 2540 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Amon announced the establishment of the Kingdom of Amon and withdrew from the battle for the grassland royal court. As a result, there are many countries in the north, but the pressure on the goblins is much smaller. The Goblin Empire finally breathed a sigh of relief and focused all its attention on the western and southern territories. The allied forces of dwarves and lizardmen in the west saw that the behemoth court in the north had destroyed them. They had to stop the offensive and use the edge of the Mon Plain as a defense line and no longer attack. Year 2550 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The war between the Winged People and the Sea Clan ended again, and the Sea Clan was driven back into the ocean. Among the Sea People, dissatisfaction with the eldest princess Themis has accumulated to a deep level. The city of Uriel in Losendas. Seeing the chaotic situation on the continent, Sophia thought for a long time and decided to send her army westward. Several armies of the Winged People set out at the same time. The Tian Shan Winged People sent troops to Benlay City, next to Benlay Swamp, and captured it. The main force of Losendas' Winged Legion marched westward into the vast sea forest and captured the eastern city of Todcap. The eastern border legion of the Goblin Empire was defeated by the Winged People and had to retreat to the city of Gitos in the central and eastern regions. After this battle, the Winged Kingdom almost occupied the entire eastern territory. Year 2555 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Sophia personally came to Gauman Mountain, the ancestral land of the Winged People. After 3 days of commemoration here, he ordered the construction of a new city for the Winged People at the foot of Gauman Mountain, surrounding the entire Gauman Mountain. The new city was named Starfly City, which means the first flying city. Chapter 120, the first outburst of faith. Year 2560 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Southern border. Seeing that the Winged Kingdom was free to capture the entire eastern border of the Goblin Empire, the Troll King Odin Bloodaxe became anxious. In his eyes at this moment, the Goblin Empire was already a lamb to be slaughtered. The northern grassland royal court was no longer a force to be reckoned with, and only the Winged Kingdom was the future enemy of the Troll Kingdom. After discussion among the ministers of the kingdom, Odin Bloodaxe sent an envoy north to Heros to contact the Great Wolf Kingdom in the north. They claimed that both countries were composed of troll tribes and were willing to marry each other to form a north-south alliance. The Giant Wolf Kingdom agreed to the marriage. Year 2561 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The son of the king of the Giant Wolf Kingdom married the daughter of Odin Bloodaxe, and the two countries officially entered into a marriage alliance. Year 2563 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The two troll kingdoms in the north and south agreed to attack the Goblin Empire. The dwarves and lizardmen also attacked the city of Mun at the same time, under the deal of Odin Bloodaxe. In the south, Odin Bloodaxe personally led the National Troll Army to march north to Amber River again. In preparation for this battle, Odin Bloodaxe rested and recuperated for many years. The two armies fought fiercely at Amber River. Perhaps it was because the Goblin Empire realized that once the Amber River was lost, the entire southern border of the Goblin Empire would be occupied. At that time, the Goblin Empire would be blocked in the middle of the continent by various ethnic groups and kingdoms from all directions. By then, all their retreat routes will be cut off, and even if they own the most prosperous central part of the continent, they will be destroyed sooner or later. The Goblin Emperor ordered the conscription of young and strong men and professionals across the country to guard the southern border. So the war became a stalemate. Year 2564 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The army of dwarves and lizardmen broke through the city of Munnan. In desperation, the Goblin Emperor Wayland Amigel ordered the southern army to be withdrawn to resist the attack from the west. The central region cannot be lost, otherwise the country will be destroyed. At the same time, he ordered the people in the southern border to move north. Year 2567 of the Goblin Empire calendar. Odin Bloodaxe broke through the Amber River and the Goblin Southern Army retreated. Odin Bloodaxe personally led his troops to pursue the retreating main force of the Goblin Empire and send troops to occupy the remaining southern cities. Year 2568 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The retreating southern border legion of the Goblin Empire established the last southern defense line along the Veril River in the central and southern borders. At this point, the territory of the Goblin Empire only included the central region of Furland and part of the northern region. The Troll Kingdom occupied the entire southern border and part of the western border. Its territory was so large that it surpassed the Goblin Empire for the first time. Until now, the situation on the entire Furland continent was temporarily settled. The southeastern port of Xlane in the Goblin Empire suddenly became an enclave. Emperor Wayland Amigel secretly sent his favorite goblin prince south to the port of Xlane to supervise the construction of a large ship. Goblin Empire calendar 2570-2970. A full 400 years. Except for the Winged Kingdom occasionally attacking the Goblin Empire and resisting the attacks of the Sea People. All ethnic groups and countries on the continent fell silent, as if they had agreed to do so. Within it, a large number of beliefs emerged, and a large number of peak demigods suddenly came out to lay out plans for various races and countries. Among them, the strong ones laid out their plans in the major kingdoms. The god of slaughter worshipped by the Troll Kingdom in the south. The god of mountains and forging worshipped by the Mountain Kingdom. The Centaur Kingdom worships the god of the North Wind. The Giant Wolf Kingdom in the north worships the Wolf God. The Orc Kingdom believes in the god of war. The Lizardmen Kingdom worships the god of mud and chaos. The belief in a god of barbarism and violence emerged in the Kingdom of Amon. The eastern and western royal courts on the grassland began to believe in the god of strength and the god of running. The mermaids of the west sea worshipped the goddess of the sea. Even in the Kingdom of Reinhard, the god of wisdom and healing appeared and competed with the Platinum Moon for faith. However, although King Reinhard eliminated the influence of the god of wisdom and healing in Polek, the belief in the god of wisdom and healing is still quietly spreading in the enclave-like Three Forks River area and among the large number of human tribes on the grassland. Back then, after Reinhard founded the country, the Reinhard family of Three Forks moved to the city of Polek, and the Golden Lion Knights also followed. As a result, Reinhardt's influence in the Three Forks region declined. In addition to these powerful kingdoms, beliefs also emerged among the various ethnic groups on the continent. The Eagle people, barbarians, fish people, ogres, snake people, giants, bear people, goblins, and other major tribes all began to believe. As for the Goblin Empire in the center, it seems like an isolated island forgotten by the world, with no faith entering. Year 2970 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The city of Prodas. Late at night, two bright moons hang high in the sky, casting shadows over the ancient city. The great goblin sage, wearing a black cloak, stood on the ancient and majestic wall of Prodas, overlooking the vast plain. His vision was vast and distant, as if he was looking at the entire empire. Beside him stood a figure of the same height as him, covered in black hair, laughing in a hoarse voice. The time has come. A large number of demigods have emerged on the continent of Furland. It's time to make a decision, Azeba. Do we have to wait until they become gods? Azeba was silent after hearing this. You know, since you've chosen the abyss, there's no turning back. When we begin to gaze into the abyss will also gaze upon us. Furthermore, we are not without advantages. When we carry millions of living souls to the abyss, the will of the abyss will surely be delighted. By then, with the help of the abyss, we will be able to break through and become abyss lords who are equal to true gods. This way, you could be considered a god. It's the realization of your lifelong dream. Isn't that good? Azeba remained silent. The black shadow laughed and continued. Are you worried about your own race? Ha ha. Stop kidding. They're just stepping stones for you to become a god. Their vitality is so strong. Their bloodline will never be cut off. Besides, even if they all die, what does it have to do with us? Azeba finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared loudly. Stop talking. Hee, Azeba, what are you pretending for? Don't you know that I am you? Ha 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 ha. A creepy laugh appeared in the night sky, which was terrifying and inexplicable. Countless goblins of Proedas woke up in the middle of the night, not knowing what had happened. And on the city wall, finally, Azeba's heavy and hoarse voice was heard. We'll be back, right? Don't worry. The abyss behind us is extremely powerful. It carries the malice of countless worlds, devours countless worlds, and simultaneously goes to war with a large number of large worlds with gods. The continent of Furland is no exception. We will be back. I see. Let's carry out our plan, drag all of Proedas into the abyss, and become a demon lord, starting tonight. Haha, you finally figured it out. As soon as the two finished their conversation, the black shadow with billowing black air and a lot of negative will walk towards Azeba's body, and they merged into one. Chapter 121, The Imperial Capital Falls. On the tall city wall, two moons hang high in the sky, one golden and one silver, illuminating the brick walls at night. A cool breeze blows. The black robe on Azeba was blown up, revealing his already demonic face. Darkness covers the face, keratin proliferates, an evil aura permeates the air, and death and fear follow like shadows. Beneath the city walls stood thousands of goblin servants who had been demonized by him. Among them, the highest level is legendary, and the lowest level is master. These are the powers that Azeba has accumulated bit by bit over the years. On the city wall, Azeba looked at the thousands of servants shrouded in black robes, took a deep breath, raised his right hand, which already looked like a demon, and spoke loudly. Let's begin. From today on, the entire Proedas will fall into the abyss. Yes. Thousands of figures bowed their heads respectfully and then dispersed like black shadows. Not long. The entire city of Proedas was suddenly filled with black smoke. As the smoke grew thicker and thicker, the dark and evil aura grew stronger little by little. In the city of Proedas, countless goblins were awakened in the darkness. They looked at the endless black fog surrounding them and subconsciously felt boundless fear. But they had no choice and were forced to inhale the black mist into their bodies. Suddenly, a feeling of soul being pulled out appeared deep in their souls. As the goblins inhaled large amounts of black mist, the spiritual light in their souls was squeezed out by the black mist, separated from their bodies, and rose up, looking down from above the city of Proedas. All over the city, from east to west, from north to south, from center to center, little bits of spiritual light floated up and headed towards the center above the city, converging into a sea of spiritual light that appeared above Proedas. On the city wall, Azeba, dressed in a black robe, suddenly floated up. He raised the scepter in his hand high, and an extremely huge dark light curtain fell from the sky, instantly blocking the brilliance of the silver moon and the golden moon. He already knew that the two moons in the sky were held high by powerful people, and even the platinum moon was someone he once knew. But things are different now, and the path to godhood no longer has room for him. Azeba sighed finally, and all his powerful strength seemed to surge out. Suddenly, the dark sky enveloped the entire Proedas, as if a huge black hole had formed on the continent of Furland. The vitality of the entire city was suddenly blocked, and a huge void altar emerged in the sky, began to conduct the void, and connected to the endless abyss. When the altar appeared, thin lines began to fall. In the imperial capital, starting from the weakest ordinary goblins, bloodlines appeared on their bodies, draining away the last bit of their living blood. Their souls have been stripped away, their blood has been extracted, their fate is already determined, and they only wait for the will of the abyss to come and degenerate them into the lowest level of demons. Throughout the city, those professionals with slightly stronger strength were all trapped in the black fog and received special attention. Some stronger goblin professionals wanted to rush out of the imperial capital, but they were stopped at every city gate by the black-robed demonic servants, making it difficult to break through. Their fate will be the same as those of ordinary goblins, and they will eventually become low-level demons in the Azeba demon territory. On Mount Proadas, inside the imperial palace, just as the dark sky fell over the entire imperial capital, the goblin emperor Wayland Amigel suddenly woke up and saw that the entire Proadas was shrouded in darkness, and the extremely evil and chaotic atmosphere filled the entire world. It was an atmosphere of decadence, sinking, death, and killing. What's going on? He picked up the spear of a Migwell from the palace, walked out of the palace, stepped into the air, stood above Mount Proadas, and overlooked the entire imperial capital. As a goblin emperor with high talent and always wanting to achieve something, Wayland Migwell has never given up on his practice and has long become a legend. See the emperor coming out with a gun. Teams of professional palace guards rushed out of the palace and arrived on the ground beneath Wayland. In midair on Mount Proadas, Wayland Amigel felt a pain in his heart as he watched the entire imperial capital shrouded in the evil black fog. He saw the light of the souls of millions of his people being swept into the sky of Proadas, like a delicious dish for everyone to enjoy, and his eyes turned red. He looked at the source of all this. The great sage Azeba, who had protected the Goblin Empire since its establishment, was now standing above the entire Proadas. Endless darkness emerged from his body, and an extremely powerful demonic aura filled the world. It was him who sealed off the entire Proadas. The light from the two bright moons in the sky could hardly reach down, blocked outside this closed world. Wayland Migwell let out the angriest roar of his life. He raised the spear of Amiguru high, and an extremely brilliant light emerged from the spear. The Earth Spirit's spear, which was drenched in the blood of Titans, burst out with a spear intent that could penetrate everything. Citizens of the Empire who are still able to move, follow me and charge to kill Azeba. On the Earth, the palace guards were the first to respond to the Emperor's order, drawing their weapons and charging into the darkness. In the city of Proadas, countless professionals who were covered by the black fog and struggling hard heard the Emperor's roar, and courage surged in their hearts. They also broke free from the black fog and rushed out of the darkness. However, their resistance seemed so weak in this capital city that had been planned by Azeba for thousands of years. In the sky, looking at the Goblin Emperor's spear that he was trying his best to stab at, he shook his scepter lightly and knocked the spear away. Emperor Wayland Amager flew through the sky, covered in blood, and crashed to the earth. Looking at Wayland Migwell, whose eyes were red and who was about to pick up the spear to stab him again, Azeba sighed, stretched out his hand and pointed, and the rolling black fog enveloped Wayland Migwell like a prison. I gave you a chance. My mist of corruption finally covered the palace. Emperor, why didn't you flee? Why don't you run away? Escape. Ha! The sadness in Wayland Migwell's heart ignited along with his anger. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, and he laughed loudly at Azeba in the sky. I'm the Emperor of the Goblins. My people have transformed into demons right before my eyes. How could I abandon them and flee alone? 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his eyes as he resisted the invasion of the will of the abyss. He used all his strength to stand up and was about to pick up the gun of a Migwell stuck in the ground. Today, I will die on Mount Proadas, sacrificing my empire and my people. Azeba, you have betrayed your tribe, and you are doomed to fail. However, before he could get the imperial spear. However, he was pierced through the body by the spear and died on the spot. Behind Wayland Migwell, the palace guards who had just arrived here saw the emperor die on the spot, and their eyes all turned red. A group of black-robed figures emerged from the black fog, laughing. Your emperor is dead. Why not become one of us? The more demons a professional transforms, the more stable Azeba's position will be. However, the guards flatly refused. The emperor died in battle, so how can we survive alone? They raised their weapons high, cursed Azeba loudly, and rushed towards the black-robed demon in the darkness. The tragic and heroic feeling filled the sky. Soon, they were all killed by the black-robed men, and their weapons and armor were scattered all over the ground. In the sky, Azeba waved his hand, and the spear of Amigwal turned completely black and returned to his hand. He scoffed under his breath. It's really like that, Wyland. Your ancestors were like this too. Chapter 122. Abyssal Demon Lord, Lesser Demon King, Azeba. Eliminating the insignificant opposition and without a second glance at Wieland Amigwal's body, Azeba stood with his hands behind his back, the dark scepter and divine spear suspended behind him. He walked in the sky, looking at the only bright spot in the darkness, which was the ocean of soul light, and talked to himself. Amigwal, you once said that you were a loner. Looking back now, I am the same. In the city of Proedas, after the Emperor's death, the many rebellions gradually subsided. All the inhabitants of the earth were filled with despair, but they no longer had the ability to resist the erosion of the abyss. As time goes by little, when the ocean of spiritual light above Proedas reached its peak, in the void, the abyss altar suddenly lit up with a crimson light. The light was so bright that it dyed the entire Proedas, which was shrouded in black fog, blood red. Finally, the void altar disappeared. The space between heaven and earth suddenly cracked. The breath of fear and decadence emerges. A huge scarlet mouth that could tear apart the sky and earth appeared above the altar and swallowed the sea of spiritual light above Proedas in one gulp. All the creatures in Proedas seemed to hear the crunching sound of chewing. This was a huge mouth formed by the will of the abyss, which directly swallowed up the light of their souls. Then, a scarlet and extremely evil eyeshadow appeared in the sky. For the first time, the endless red light dispelled the boundless darkness and black fog, turning this land into the abyss. Soon, a cold voice rang out in the minds of all the locals. Abyss Judgment, Lesser Demon. This was the deal Azeba made with the will of the abyss before he fell. The demon race he chose was the lemur. Although the inferior demons look very low level, they are a species of demon with infinite evolutionary potential. They possess the trait of devouring evolution. Even in the endless abyss, Azeba never lacks ambition and determination to move forward. After racial determination, the huge eyes transformed from the will of the abyss began to exert power, and the abyss energy, almost as big as the ocean, invaded the bodies of the goblins with the vast and boundless will of the abyss. Ah, it hurts. What the hell is this? As the goblins screamed in pain, their bodies began to undergo tremendous changes. Their originally green skin turned extremely red. Fangs grew in their mouths. Their appearance became ferocious and ugly. Short horns grew on their heads. Long tails grew on their buttocks, and their legs became like horse legs. Under the influence of the will of the abyss, demonization forcibly transforms their bodies. Almost half of the goblins could not endure such great pain and died in agony. Their souls were directly swallowed by the abyss, and the remaining half, after experiencing more pain, all turned into inferior demons. However, the inferior demons transformed from the professional goblins are taller, stronger, and more demonic. As the will of the abyss continued to exert its influence, the world will of the Furland world finally reacted under the shield. Endless malice from the world suddenly descended. The sky and the earth changed color, and the sea of stars turned upside down. The whole world, almost all the awakened demigods raised their heads and looked towards the center of the continent of Furland. What is that? Abyss. How could the will of the abyss appear in Furland? Who is it that has fallen like this? An alternative method of becoming a god. This is a good time to choose. The will of the world is guiding the demigods to go to the center of the continent of Furland to expel the breath of the abyss. Most of the demigods are in a critical stage, and only a few are ready to set off. The outside world, the whole world. Endless torrential rain fell in an instant. The will of the world is angry, and it begins to expel the will of the abyss. In other words, it is the projection of the will of the abyss. And punish the source of corruption. Azeba in the sky suddenly let out a muffled hum. The dark power that originally belonged to the world was immediately taken away, and his aura suddenly dropped. Despite this severe blow, there was no trace of pain on Azeba's face. Instead, he smiled. He swept his scepter across the entire city of Proedas, and a thin line emerged from the souls of the goblin demons in the entire city and converged on him, just like a king establishing his royal authority. At the same time, the power of the demon lord from the endless abyss was poured into Azeba's soul from the big crimson eyeball. Rumble. His aura suddenly surged. Demigod, the pinnacle of demigod, true god. Then, another judgment from the will of the abyss resounded in the hearts of all living beings in Proedas. Abyss judgment, conferring the title of demon lord, lesser demon king. Azeba. Boom, boom, boom. A roar like the morning bell suddenly exploded throughout the world. Defying the will of Furlan's world, he drove away. The projection of the will of the abyss must complete the final step in this world. He will drag the entire Proedas into the abyss and become a part of it. Then the big crimson eyeball in the sky exerted force again. An unparalleled power was projected. Time and space are broken. A huge space crack, several thousand meters high and tens of thousands of meters long, appeared in the center of the Furlan continent. On Philander Road, countless people looked at the huge space crack in the sky in horror. They could even see a small part of the abyss from it. But even if it's only a small part, it was also a vast expanse of crimson land, comparable to the entire world. Countless demons looked up at the huge crack in the sky and let out crazy and bloodthirsty roars. Countless powerful demonic auras are heading towards the other side of the rift. And in the nearest place, a silver eye that was floating above the crimson earth like a star suddenly opened and looked towards this vast world. A despairingly powerful aura swept over. It was as if this was the master of an entire abyss. The world trembles. High above the sky, Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the platinum throne, suddenly woke up. His purple eyes looked through the crack in the sky into the depths of the abyss, and looked at the big silver eyeball, his brows tightly furrowed. Abyss! Such a powerful aura. Is this a high-ranking demon god from the abyss, or the master of this layer of the abyss? Above the world, all the awakened demigods were secretly on guard, and those demigods who flew to the center of the Furlan continent stayed there in vain. Above Proedas, Azeba bowed respectfully towards the big silver eyeball. Before his strength improves, this will be his future boss. The powerful aura that the silver eye looked towards the world of Furlan then dissipated. Then, the huge abyssal space rift was like a big mouth, swallowing the entire Proedas and the surrounding land. Mount Proedas, the city of Proedas, and the surrounding 10,000 meters of land were all swallowed up by the abyss. Chapter 123: The Age of the Troll Empire. After swallowing Proedas, the enormous mouth of the abyss instantly returned to the abyss with millions of goblins transformed into demons and the new demon Lord Azeba, and disappeared completely. All that remained on the spot was a huge pit with a radius of 1,000 miles and a depth of several hundred meters. The once glorious goblin empire had disappeared without a trace. But the breath left by the abyss still lingers in this big pit, telling us that he had been here. The abyss swallowed up the earth of Furlan's world, just like peeling off a layer of flesh from the world. The world was furious, but when it wanted to look for the abyss and the source of all this again, it found nothing. Just like last time, if the world cannot punish the source of evil, it will descend upon all living beings. The torrential rain between heaven and earth fell like a waterfall. Fortunately, this time the extremely heavy rain only fell on the plains of Proedas. It seemed that the remaining breath of the abyss prevented it from losing the direction of punishment. The heavy rain continued like this for 6 months. The entire Proedas plain became a swamp, and the huge pit where the city of Proedas originally was filled with rainwater, becoming a lake thousands of miles wide. Year 2971 of the Goblin Empire calendar. The great changes that took place in Proedas became known to the whole world. All intelligent races were surprised by the disappearance of the Goblin Empire. In the south, Odin Bloodaxe saw the opportunity, and after the plain of Proedas had recovered slightly, he mobilized all his troops to march north. After the capital disappeared, the goblin cities in central Furlan lost all will to fight, and the goblin legions collapsed at the first blow. A large number of goblins were captured by the trolls, and a large number of central cities were occupied. The Winged Kingdom in the east was just one step slower. When Sophia personally led her troops into central Furlan, she only occupied a few large cities in the east. The coalition forces of the northern countries were even slower, but they finally worked together to break through the goblins' Garsoids' defense line and occupied the entire north. As for the Dwarf Kingdom and Lizardman Kingdom in the west, they also sent troops to occupy the city of Munnin and the Munnin Plain. In less than 3 months, the entire central part of Furland was divided up by the countries on the continent. The central Proadas Plain and the vast central area are occupied by the Troll Kingdom. The Goblin Empire is destroyed. In fact, when the imperial capital disappeared, the Goblin Empire had already been declared extinct. But there is still a large number of goblins in the central region, and it is only today that they are completely destroyed. This time, the countries on the mainland are officially connected to each other. Because the Goblin Empire had just perished, the countries on the continent were busy digesting the Goblin legacy, so no disputes occurred. The year 2972 of the Old Goblin Empire was also the first year after its demise. The giant Wolf Kingdom in the north announced its integration into the Troll Kingdom. Same year, the Troll Kingdom attacks the Centaur Kingdom of House in Gath. The Centaur Kingdom was defeated, and they lost Ngarth and all surrounding areas. One of them fled north to the grassland, and the other fled to the Putulas Mountains in the east. Eventually, they crossed the Putulas Mountains and came to the peninsula plain near the East China Sea and rebuilt their country. After this battle, the territory of the Troll Kingdom became the largest country in the entire continent of Furland. Their territory stretches from north to south, forming one continuous piece. Odin Bloodaxe renamed the big city of Harbis in the south of central Furland to Mask City, which means the city under the protection of Killing. The second year, Odin Bloodaxe announced the establishment of the Troll Empire in the city of Mask and ascended the throne as the Troll Emperor. This year is known as the first year of the Troll Empire. Year 2 of Troll Empire. I don't know what methods Odin Bloodaxe used. The Dwarf Kingdom and the Lizardman Kingdom declared their allegiance to the Troll Empire. Year 3 of the Troll Empire. The Troll Empire sent troops to attack the Kingdom of Amon in the north. The Reinhard Kingdom and the United Orc Kingdom led their troops to provide assistance. Stopped the Troll Empire's offensive in Mohand. The Troll army attacked for 3 months but failed to take the city. Upon hearing this, Odin Bloodaxe was furious and led his elite troll army to fight in person. The Emperor's arrival boosted the morale of the Troll soldiers on the front line. It took only 7 days to capture the city of Mohand. The humans, behemoths, and orcs suffered heavy casualties and retreated to Melanson. In crisis, Arthur Reinhardt personally rushed to Los Sendas, revealed his Platinum Overlord bloodline, and asked Sophia to send the Winged Army for support. Sophia thought about it for a moment and then agreed. 7 days later, when the Troll army arrived at the city of Melanson, the army was full of momentum and unstoppable. The Troll berserkers attacked Melanson's tall walls desperately. The coalition forces of various tribes in the north fought desperately, but were still unable to resist. 3 days later, Melanson City is about to be broken. Arthur Reinhardt descended from the sky with countless winged people reinforcements, landed in Melanson, and started a fierce battle with the Troll army. The two most powerful races on the continent of Furland are fighting for the first time. The winged people have the advantage of the sky, and the Trolls also have berserkers and giant archers who are fearless of death. Even Sophia and Erda were blocked by Odin Bloodaxe and a new troll demigod. The various tribes in the north, the coalition forces of the winged people, and the army of the Troll Empire were deadlocked in Melanson. Countless soldiers died in battle on both sides every day, but neither side could do anything to the other. 3 months later, the Troll army that was fighting fiercely with the winged people and the 3 northern kingdoms suddenly withdrew. Sophia, Arthur, Aemon, and others didn't know why. They were worried about fraud. So Sophia then sent elite winged scouts to track down the Troll army. However, they discovered that after their emperor led his army to retreat to Mohand, he hurried south with his personal guards and giant wolf cavalry and returned to Max, the capital of the Troll Empire. See the situation. All tribes sent people to Max City to inquire. A few days later, the coalition forces marched south and effortlessly recaptured Mohand. The Troll army seemed to know that they were no match for the enemy and retreated to Garso in an orderly manner. At this time, the Troll Emperor Alden Bloodaxe traveled south through central Furland, the Amber River, and finally to the former Troll King city of Baru. At this moment, outside the city of Baru, there is a large and densely packed goblin prisoner camp. He had just walked through the dirty and chaotic prisoner camp and had just entered the city gate. The high priest of the Temple of Slaughter, Andre Bloodaxe, came to report. Your Majesty, the 1,000,000 young and strong goblin captives our god needs have been placed outside the city. We have prepared the killing altar and blood sacrifice ceremony. Okay, Andre, and are all the people in Baru City fanatical believers of my god? Odin Bloodaxe asked. Your Majesty, 100,000 troll fanatics have already taken their positions in the city. They are willing to offer their most fanatical faith to our god at any time. You've done well, Andre. Baru City has been managed by my god for many years, and all preparations for establishing the kingdom of God have been completed. Now the time is ripe. Let's help our God establish his kingdom on earth. Also, after the kingdom of God is established on earth, we will immediately hold a killing ceremony to help our God ascend to the throne. Yes, your Majesty. Odin Bloodaxe nodded, patted his chest, and smiled. Killing is supreme, blood sacrifice to the true God. Andre also patted his chest. Killing is supreme, blood sacrifice to the true God. Chapter 124, Killing and Ascension to God. Go ahead, Andre. It's your turn to awaken my God. Good. With the Emperor's order, the entire Baru city began to operate like an orderly factory. A large number of troll armies evacuated the city of Baru, and 100,000 troll fanatics sat on the rune circles that had been drawn in the city. The high priest of slaughter stood in the Temple of Slaughter in the center of Baru city, raised the bright red scepter in his hand, knelt down and kowtowed, calling out loudly, Please, God, wake me up. Suddenly, above the temple, the statue of the god of slaughter slowly changed, and eventually turned into a tall and strong figure wearing a red robe, with bloodshot eyes and a red body. He woke up. Because of the long-term belief of the trolls, under the influence of the power of faith, the appearance and form of the killing emperor have changed towards that of a troll. But he didn't care. At this point, race is no longer important to him. Eternal life and immortality are the only concerns. He invested in trolls in his early years because he valued the potential of this race. Although no one took the trolls seriously at the time, it was not clear how powerful they were. But he discovered that in the entire continent of Furland, apart from the main Goblin Empire, the only intelligent race that could spread across the entire continent was the trolls. This is also the reason why he woke up early and even fell in level. Now, he has already reached the peak of demigod after years of sleep and practice. Today, he will ignite the divine fire, establish the kingdom of God on earth, hold a killing ceremony to ascend to godhood, construct the godhood, exalt the kingdom of God in the sky, and become an immortal true God. The killing Emperor Malachus looked at the entire Baru city and the millions of goblin materials outside the city, and felt the faith brought by tens of millions of trolls. Even though he had known that this day would come, he couldn't help but feel happy. Countless years of sleep and waiting, 2,000 years of planning. Finally, I have waited for this day. Malachus looked at Andre Bloodaxe, who was standing in front of him, and exclaimed in admiration. You've done well, Andre. In the future, you will ascend to my kingdom of God, and I will reserve a place for you in my Holy Spirit position. Thank God. Andre was overjoyed. Becoming a Holy Spirit meant gaining eternal immortality together with the gods. If the gods are immortal, then the Holy Spirit will also be immortal. Let's get started. Yes, my God. As he spoke, Malachus walked out of the temple, stepped into the air step by step, and finally stood above the city of Baru. He looked at the 100,000 fanatics who had already taken their positions in the city and laughed heartily. Then, he suddenly released all his aura, and endless murderous aura filled the area within 1,000 miles of Baru city. Majestic and vast. Whether it was the 100,000 fanatics in Baru city, the troll soldiers retreating from the city, or the emperor and his personal guards, they all knelt on the ground and shouted devoutly. Killing is supreme, blood sacrifice to the true God. The 1,000,000 goblin captives also knelt down in fear. Only the giant wolf troll cavalry from Heros was far away from the range of Baru city. They are followers of the wolf god. Although the giant wolf kingdom and the troll kingdom have merged into one, the trolls of the original Heros still believe in the wolf god. In order to achieve the great cause of unifying the trolls, Odin Bloodaxe promised to help their wolf god ascend to the throne. And the future god of slaughter and wolf god will become the true gods of the troll empire. And for now, They're all considered the racial gods of the trolls. It's just that the rankings are in order. After Malicus met the wolf god in person, the wolf god no longer cared about the ranking, with a huge wave of faith suddenly pouring in. After the killing, Emperor Malicus began to connect the killing power between heaven and earth and gained the recognition of the world's will. The power to kill between heaven and earth is no longer just the right to use, but the right to control. The power of world laws changes, and a powerful god is formed. Authority is the foundation. Faith is the firewood, and it turns into a golden star. Malicus thrust his soul against the golden star, and like lighting firewood, the entire golden star was ignited with golden flames. Suddenly, the divine fire is ignited. The first step to becoming a god is completed. The will of the world was shaken, and it showed great tolerance towards the first true god who was about to appear in the world and wait for me. After all, the role of gods is to maintain the order of heaven and earth and to be allies of the world's will. Even though the world will become weaker as there are more gods, they're all beings that live and die together with the world. The moment Malicus's divine fire was ignited, his soul transformed into a divine soul, and the majesty of a god immediately emanated from the heaven and earth. Like the power of heaven and earth, he could feel the power that controlled heaven and earth with every move he made. At this point, he was already capable of becoming a god, but his ascension to godhood was not over yet. Malicus stood in the sky and declared to the city of Baru below, "Where I am is my kingdom of God on earth." His voice now had a solemn and majestic tone. On the earth, 100,000 fanatics, led by the high priest Andri, shouted in unison, "Wherever my lord is, there is the kingdom of slaughter." After saying that, they cut their wrists with knives, letting the blood flow onto the runes on the ground. Then they used up all their mental strength and slammed their bodies against the ground. 100,000 fanatics suddenly fell unconscious, and tens of thousands of them even died on the spot due to excessive force. Maraka's heart twitched when he saw this. A large number of pure souls, carrying fanatical beliefs, merged into the golden burning star. The pure souls of those fanatics returned to the earth. Countless powers of faith were transformed into killing power. With a huge killing power, Malicus opened his arms and embraced the Baru city on the ground. Divine power can change everything. Then, the entire Baru city and its land began to change, emitting an unparalleled golden divine light. A great kingdom of gods was formed in this way. In the center of the kingdom of gods, a tall throne stood high, as if standing on a mountain. With the birth of the kingdom of God, a divine nature shining with immortal light formed in his soul, enveloping the divine fire and the golden stars in the divine fire. A large number of threads of faith were materialized and connected to the Godhead. From now on, he knows everyone who believes in him. Malicus then sat on the throne. Looking at his kingdom of God that was gradually taking shape, he then declared majestically, "From today on, I will exalt the kingdom of God in heaven." Start the killing ritual. Chapter 125, Judgment Throne. As the killing god on the throne uttered a solemn word. Outside Baru City, the troll emperor Odin Bloodaxe led the troll soldiers to kneel on one knee. The sound of armor and weapons clashing was like thunder. The emperor responded loudly, "Yes, my god." Behind him, all the troll soldiers patted their breastplates and responded silently. "Bang, bang, bang." The armor is shining, neat, and uniform. Then he stood up and shouted orders to the troll soldiers who were kneeling on the ground outside the city of Baru. "Follow the will of my god and begin the killing ritual. All troops, take your positions." "Yes, follow the will of my god." Nearly 100,000 troll soldiers dispersed in formation. They surrounded the goblin prisoner camp of nearly 1 million people, then moved through it and separated the 1 million goblins. Inside the prisoner camp, the goblins all looked panicked and terrified. They had been brought here one by one and imprisoned a month ago. Among them, there are many nobles who once belonged to the Goblin Empire. There are even descendants of goblin royal families and nobles such as the Amigel family, the Azeba family, the Leonard family, the Baron family, and the Lamar family. But without exception, they were all tied up here, facing the fate of death. Compared to them, those goblins in the imperial capital who were transformed into demons were considered lucky. The goblins felt their hands and feet go cold, and they trembled all over as they looked at the troll soldiers who were holding swords, spears, and wearing strong armor and helmets, and walking towards them with ferocious looks. Some goblins stood there in a daze. Are we going to die? Some goblins were dressed like scholars and were extremely scary. What are they going to do? There was a tall goblin who looked like a warrior, muttering bitterly to himself. Is the final judgment coming? There were also goblins kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly. The troll soldiers ignored the goblins' pain and panic. This is the fate of those who destroy a country. Even if you surrender, how can the enemy let you live when it is time for you to die? No matter you are a noble, a professional, a scholar, or a commoner, as long as the blood of goblins flows in your veins, all beings are equal under the butcher's knife. If a country is destroyed, its people will be like grass and worthless. Looking at the 100,000 troll soldiers taking their positions, Odin Bloodaxe had an expressionless face. He swung his sword, using the power of a demigod, and his voice spread thousands of miles away. Kill them and offer a blood sacrifice to my god. By slaughtering these millions of goblins, my god will exalt his kingdom to heaven. Killing ritual. As his sword chopped down, all the troll soldiers raised their butcher knives and swung them at the goblins who had no power to resist. Puff puff. Green heads fell to the ground, and bright red blood gushed out from their necks, spilling onto the ground. 1,000,000 goblins may seem like a lot, but in reality, it's just like chopping off 10 heads of a troll. The earth was dyed into a real sea of blood by the blood of millions of goblins. The blood flowed among the runes on the earth, and soon a red light lit up. On the throne of God, the god who was originally sitting upright stood up, embraced his hands, and moved towards the killing ceremony site outside the city of Baru. Blood rose from the corpses of millions of goblins, and wisps of murderous aura gathered into a sea, shattering souls one after another. Then it transformed into a blood-red river and poured into the newly formed kingdom of Malekith, the god of slaughter. A powerful lifting force suddenly appeared. The god of slaughter laughed heartily. After countless years of waiting, today I finally become a true god. His entire body, including his eyes, was emitting scarlet light of killing. The large amount of killing power he had just converted was transformed into a giant hand that held up the sky, seized his kingdom of slaughter, and lifted up to the heavens. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. As the altitude increased, Malekith's divine power disappeared like flowing water. The higher the altitude, the faster it disappeared. It was as if it was not lifting a city or a kingdom of God, but lifting the will of another world and lifting it into the will of the main world. Just when he was lifting the kingdom of God high into the heavens and was about to ascend to God, the world will manifest an invisible object enveloping his kingdom of God and is about to recognize his legitimacy. Above the heavens, outside the kingdom of God, a ray of brilliant light, wings on the back, a pure white circle on the head, a majestic and sacred figure suddenly appeared. He has purple eyes, silver hair, a handsome face, and an aura of great power. So heroic. It was the long-awaited Jiangyu. Behind him, a platinum moon as huge as the kingdom of God hung high in the sky, emitting brilliant light, sparkling and clanging, killing within the kingdom of God. Bai Jinminju and Jiangyu were seen appearing at the place where the kingdom of God ascended. The god of slaughter, Malekith, suddenly raised his eyes, and an astonishing red light flashed in his blood-red eyes. Platinum Moon, how dare you appear before me at this time? Why not? Jiangyu sneered, holding a sword and walking in the sky. The pure white light around him forced aside the chaotic laws around him, and his steps were leisurely and calm. What are you up to? The god of killing is at the critical moment. The last step, he dare not give up easily, glaring at Jiangyu. But Jiangyu ignored him and looked at the invisible will of the world. The next moment, like a sudden thunderclap, he raised the purple gold sword, as if he was lifting the entire double heaven mountain. The unparalleled power and the will that was unrivaled in the universe were integrated into the sword, and he slashed down at the invisible object formed by the will of the world. Click, click, swish. It's like space is broken and time is interrupted. The whole world suddenly dimmed for a moment. An inexplicable fear swept across the world. A feeling of emptiness arose in the hearts of countless creatures, as if their original nature had been taken away. You actually killed the will of the world. In the shocked and angry eyes of the god of killing, a large piece of the world's will fell from its invisible body and was picked up by Jiang Yu with his will of judgment. It was instantly integrated into the platinum throne behind him. In an instant, the platinum throne lit up with an incomparably bright golden light, and an immortal light like divinity appeared above the throne. Beneath the platinum throne, the entire heaven shook, and the several suppressed powers instantly completed the process of igniting the divine fire and achieving godhood. But because they lacked the support of the power of faith, these divine powers quickly melted into the mountain of heaven, holding the law of judgment high. Rumble. The vast third heaven mountain appeared in an instant. At the same time, Jiang Yu turned around and stepped into the platinum moon, sitting upright on the throne. After the will of judgment was integrated with the fragments of the world's will, a conceptual rule related to divine power was born in this world. He declared solemnly with a smile on his face, "Under the radiance of my will, no matter what kind of creature it is, as long as it carries out the judgment, the divine power of judgment will be born. My throne, from today on, shall be the throne of judgment." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of pure white wings, made of pure holy light, suddenly appeared behind him. He has advanced to the divine throne realm. Chapter 126. Step on the Kingdom of God. As early as a month before the god of slaughter began his ascension ceremony, the platinum moon in the sky suddenly lit up with an incomparably bright light. At that time, the coalition forces of the northern countries, including the winged people, humans, orcs, behemoths, and others, were fighting fiercely with the trolls. After that, whether it is day or night, it seems as if there is a platinum sun in the sky. The platinum light shines brightly, illuminating the sky and earth, and the whole world can see it. This is also the reason why Odin Bloodaxe, who was fighting on the front line at the time, abandoned the results of the northern expedition and hurried back. The god of killing dares not wait any longer. He was awakened at that time, and after thinking it over again and again, he summoned the high priest of the Temple of Slaughter, Andrei Bloodaxe, to get ready and start the plan of becoming a god. At the same time, he asked someone to ask Odin Bloodaxe to go south and take charge to ensure that the ascension to the godhood would be foolproof. Then he continued to sleep and prepare to ensure he was in perfect condition. Before that time, Jiang Yu had already built the second level of Heaven Mountain, and his strength was greatly enhanced. And at that time, he was gradually taking advantage of the world's malice to attract the attention of the world's will, and then gradually fleecing the world's will and integrating it into the throne, thus achieving the effect of advancing to the platinum throne. This was actually the inspiration brought to him by the arrival of the abyss. Although he did not personally experience the fall of Proedas, the power of the abysses will gave him great inspiration. That is, the will of the world can also possess great power. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Just at this moment, in an Adishil forest of Phenaten, the chief of the Windwings people told him a message through the method left by Jiang Yu. That is, the elves have completely completed their evolution and transformed into what their god wanted, which is the appearance of the elves in later generations. The Silver Moon Goddess, who had been sleeping for a long time, suddenly gave an oracle to the elves, and she was about to prepare for the ascension ceremony. Jiang Yu couldn't imagine that if the already powerful Silver Moon Lord ascended to godhood, would he become even more powerful in one step. Then, he stood up from the platinum throne and looked at the silver moon that was already very far away. As expected, he felt subtle changes. The light of the silver moon became more vibrant, and above the silver moon, there seemed to be a cold and slender figure standing hazily. She really woke up. Jiang Yu's heart was shocked. At this moment, his strength is incomparable to when he just lifted the throne. The blessing of the 2 heaven mountains makes him full of power, but he never thinks that the awakened Silver Moon is weaker than him. Silver Moon is the future main god, and is much more powerful than main gods like Oak Father and Deep Sea Mother. If she succeeds in becoming a god, she will definitely be his future enemy. He also thought about killing Inu directly to eliminate future troubles. But the Lord of Silver Moon was in the Silver Moon, just as he was in the Platinum Moon, and it was impossible for him to kill him. The only way now is to advance one step ahead and use absolute strength to break open the gate of Silver Moon. However, the world he needed for advancement rarely existed between heaven and earth. If he wanted to advance step by step, It would take too long. Jiang Yu pondered for a long time, with countless information from his past lives surging through his mind, and finally he came up with an extremely risky idea. He recalled a post he had seen from a certain player. In the 5th chapter, there was a record about a mysterious organization called esotericism. When the demigods lifted up their kingdom and ascended to godhood, that was when they were closest to the will of the world. At this time, can I take the opportunity to cut off the fragments of the world's will that I need? Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and then made up his mind. If he does not reach the throne level comparable to that of a true god, not only will Yin ascend to godhood, but there will be more demigods who will raise the kingdom of God and become true gods. By then, Jiang Yu would be finished. As for the malice of the world's will, he has become accustomed to it. There was nothing much to think about, so he decided to create the illusion that he was about to become a god and let the whole world know. There will always be people who can't help it, especially his enemies. The killing emperor who has been hiding for a long time and whom he has searched for several times but couldn't find, or the mother of the deep sea who dives deep into the sea. That's it. The platinum light shines brilliantly in the city of Uriel of the winged people. A large number of winged people who believe in the platinum moon sing devout songs of praise in the sky every day. This sign was even deliberately spread to neighboring countries. The news that Platinum Moon was about to ascend to godhood quickly spread. They did not doubt the truth of this statement. Because Platinum Moon possesses a huge advantage that they don't have, his own winged people are the natural source of faith. With one command, every place becomes God's kingdom. So the demigods of many countries and races could no longer sit still. They all began to prepare for the path to godhood, without considering whether their accumulated foundation was perfect. The god of slaughter believed in by the Troll Empire was the first to react and the fastest. Next, the deep-sea Mother of the Sea clan could no longer hold back and began to prepare to ascend to godhood. Finally, it was the god of mountains and forging worshipped by the Mountain Kingdom, the god of the North Wind worshipped by the Centaur Kingdom, the god of battle worshipped by the Orc Kingdom, the god of mud and chaos worshipped by the Lizardmen, the god of savagery and violence worshipped by the Kingdom of Amon, the god of strength and running on the grassland, and the goddess of the sea worshipped by the mermaids, all began to prepare for the ascension ceremony. These are the first group of gods who ascended to the gods in the 3rd chapter. Seeing that all the gods were scrambling to ascend to the sky, Jiang Yu, unwilling to fall behind, sat leisurely in the sky, waiting for the first kingdom of the gods to ascend to the sky. Sure enough, in less than a month, gods lifted up their kingdom and ascended to the sky. It was Jiang Yu's acquaintance, the god of killing, Malachus, high above the sky. When Jiang Yu reached the godly throne realm, he ignored the useless system's dinging prompts. He took a decisive step and immediately walked out of the triple heaven mountain and came to the kingdom of the god of slaughter. He raised the purple gold sword blessed with the mighty power of judgment and chopped it down fiercely. But at this moment, the god of slaughter finally succeeded in establishing his kingdom, and the kingdom of slaughter was embedded in the edge of the world. The killing of the true god is accomplished, and once he became a god, he skipped the weak divine power and reached the weak divine power. From then on, as long as the Troll Empire was not destroyed and the faith still existed, he would be able to continue to grow stronger. But the god of killing always felt that something was missing. But he didn't have time to think about it, because a brilliant sword light that tore through the sky and split the earth came from outside the kingdom of God, sweeping through all the time and space, and fiercely struck the kingdom of God. Rumble. The god of slaughter, Malachus, who was sitting on the throne of slaughter, suddenly felt that the kingdom of God was shaking, and his eyelids were twitching violently. But he did not dare to leave the kingdom of God. Instead, he looked at the supreme king who was standing outside the void of the kingdom of God, wielding the magic sword, wielding the sword light, standing tall and heroic and shining in the world. His brows and eyes were as gloomy as water. That's too much bullying. Chapter 127 Throne Characteristics, Radiant Projection. High above the sky, killing outside the kingdom of God, Jiang Yu stood in the void, with silver hair and purple eyes. The 3 pairs of glowing wings behind him vibrated slightly, and strands of light feathers hung down. Sacred and majestic, after he swung out a sword of judgment and slashed it on the barrier of the kingdom of slaughter. Seeing the barrier of his kingdom of God shaking violently, he smiled slightly. This kingdom of God really seems indestructible. If one sword strike doesn't work, then use more sword strikes. As he spoke, he moved with his sword, and a vast momentum like the sea rose up. The magnificent divine power of judgment surged, and the sword intent was like a falling star. Several more pure white sword lights that tore through the sky and split the earth, split the sky and time and space, and struck fiercely at a certain point in the kingdom of slaughter. God's country. The god of slaughter on the throne clenched his hands tightly, almost crushing the handle of the throne. But the next moment his expression suddenly changed, as if he sensed something from gloomy to sunny. He looked at Jiangyu, who was wielding a sword outside the divine kingdom, and laughed out loud. Okay, since you want to kill me so badly, I'll let you in. However, Jiangyu from outside the kingdom of God held up his sword and shook his head. No need, I can come in by myself. As he spoke, he used his sword as a spear, and his body and sword moved, transforming into a dazzling platinum stream of light, smashing hard into the golden barrier of the kingdom of God. Rumble, like a bolt from the blue. The kingdom of God shook, and the barrier of the kingdom of God was broken by a sword. Immediately afterwards, Jiangyu stepped into the kingdom of God, stood in the sky, held a sword and looked at the god of killing, Malachus, who was sitting on the throne below, and asked gently, "Are you ready to die?" Seeing that his own kingdom of God was broken, instead of being opened actively as he had imagined to lure the enemy deeper, and the enemy even broke into the kingdom of God and mocked him, the face of the god of killing twitched violently. He stood up from the throne, picked up a bright red scimitar. Divine power surged throughout his body, and his murderous aura was fully unleashed. Platinum Moon, you are so bold. How dare you speak so shamelessly in my kingdom of God? Today, I will let you know the price you will pay for carelessly intruding into someone else's kingdom of God. If I don't let you leave something behind, I won't dare to ascend the throne. After saying this, he had an idea. The hole in the barrier of the kingdom of God that had been broken was suddenly restored. Then the aura of the entire kingdom of God suddenly changed. Endless malice emerged. Infinite sense of rejection appeared, and all the oppression of the small world of the kingdom of God was concentrated on him. The power of killing locked onto all the fatal points on his body, and the entire kingdom of God was filled with dense red lines of killing, completely wrapping Jiangyu. Then the god of killing disappeared from the throne in an instant, teleported behind Jiangyu, and slashed through the air with a sword, which turned into countless killing swords and slashed towards the fatal points on Jiangyu. The power of the god of slaughter. Every strike will hit the target. Divine kingdom, tenfold blessing. Suddenly, the killing divine swords turned into 100,000-meter-long spears that pierced through the kingdom of God and directly penetrated the fatal points on Jiangyu's body. Phew! A lot of popping sounds were heard, and Jiangyu's whole body was pierced, and golden blood splashed into the sky. However, he was not in a hurry, and said nothing, just smiled and hummed softly. The throne is me. Characteristics of the throne. Suddenly, all the fatal injuries on Jiangyu disappeared, and on the platinum throne outside, countless cracks suddenly appeared. Follow closely behind. Jiangyu continued to recite in his heart. Radiant projection. Throne's characteristic. In an instant, a dazzling platinum light shone on Jiangyu's body. Then, several shadows that were identical to his in appearance and stature, shining with platinum light, suddenly stepped out from his body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chapter 128. Breaking his divinity. In the kingdom of killing God. 10 figures shining with platinum light, lined up in a row, all with silver hair and purple eyes, 6 wings on their backs, and holding purple gold swords. They have the same aura and equal strength, just like 10 Jiangyus fighting. In front of the throne in the center of the kingdom of God below, the god of killing, Malachus, looked at the 10 Jiangyu appearing in the sky of the kingdom of God and could no longer hold back his curses. It's only your first day as a god. Why are you so perverted? At the same time, the little confidence in his heart was instantly thrown away, and he just hoped that the voice that just sounded in his mind would not deceive him. At this moment, he deeply regretted accepting the guidance of the world's will and provoking such an unreasonable and powerful enemy. Back then, he could still fight Jiangyu for a few moves and even escape unscathed. But now it was difficult. They have already entered the kingdom of God. He has nowhere to retreat. He has no choice but to fight. At least, he has to hold out until support arrives. Malachus cheered up and concentrated all his energy. The remaining killing power poured out freely, and the killing godhead shone with a bright red light. A feast of slaughter. He gave it his all. After becoming a god, laws transform into rules, and one gains the authority of rules and becomes even more powerful. Throughout the kingdom of God, countless scenes of killing recorded by Malachus materialized, and the killing weapons jumped out of them. With the blessing of the killing power, they turned into huge red arrows and shot towards Jiangyu. Because he was in someone else's kingdom, Jiangyu temporarily lost his divine ability to teleport unless the lord of the kingdom granted him permission. But this couldn't stump Jiangyu, and couldn't even stop him. In the sky, 10 Jiangyus wielded purple gold swords, and the divine power of judgment was mixed in the sword body. The champions will made his skills superb and his combat awareness unparalleled. With just the minimum amount of force, he suppressed the incoming attacks of the killing rules one by one, and then stepped down from the sky. The 10 Jiangyus in front of him were approaching him step by step. The god of killing, Malachus, tightly grasped the killing divine sword in his hand, but he was extremely anxious in his heart. As if his voice was heard, 9 solemn and sacred declarations suddenly rang out from the outside world. Today I, Charybdis, raise the kingdom of God to the heavens and ascend to the throne of the ocean and storms. Today I, Mortitas, raise the kingdom of God to the heavens, ascending to the throne of the god of dwarves, the god of mountains and forges. Today I, Loswind, raise the kingdom of God to the heavens and ascend to the throne of the centaurs and the north wind. Today I, Farwick, raise the kingdom of God high in the heavens and ascend to the throne of the god of orcs and battle. Today I, Mighties, raise the kingdom of God high in the sky and ascend to the throne of the lizardmen god, the god of mud and chaos. Today I, Brido, raise the kingdom of God high in the heavens and ascend to the throne of barbarism and violence. Today I, Svix, hold the kingdom of God high in the sky and ascend to the grassland and the god of strength. Today I, Ontus, raise the kingdom of God to the heavens and ascend to the throne of the running god. Today I, Sylvia, hold the kingdom of God high in the heavens and ascend to the throne of the mermaid and the goddess of the sea. The 9 gods' declarations of ascension to deity resounded throughout the world, and even in the kingdom of slaughter, bursts of divine sounds echoed. The expression of Malachus, the god of killing, suddenly became excited. He looked at Jiangyu, who was approaching him, and laughed. Platinum Moon, 9 more gods have ascended to godhood. You are severing the will of the world and weakening the power of the gods. You will eventually be retaliated by the gods. Guess some of these 9 gods will appear here later and attack you together with me. However, Jiangyu remained unmoved and ignored the gods from the outside world. There was a platinum light shining in his purple eyes, and he continued to move forward with firm steps. The platinum light on the purple gold swords in the hands of the 10 Jiangyus became brighter and brighter, almost burning. Soon, he came before the god of slaughter. 10 Jiangyus swung out the first sword at the same time. 10 magnificent sword lights of judgment merged into one at the moment of being slashed out, bypassing the killing divine sword that was blocking the way of the god of killing, breaking through the bright red throne barrier, and chopping the throne of the god of killing into pieces. The golden crystals shattered to the ground and scattered all over the kingdom of God. The god of slaughter, Malachus, turned pale, and a trickle of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The killing godhead, which was originally in an illusory state, suddenly fell into the supernatural realm, and fell back to the place where the divine fire was ignited before ascending to godhood, deep in the soul. But before he could cry out in pain, the second sword light of judgment came and slashed toward his head, and penetrated through his essence, and slashed into the depths of his soul. That is where his killing godhood lies. Too fast. Can't dodge. Moreover, this sword light was more vast and powerful than the previous one. In desperation, Malachus did not think about anything else and exerted all his strength. The killing divine sword transformed into a sword light that killed all living beings and collided with this sword light. Zilala. The rules of judgment and the rules of killing were in conflict. Taking advantage of this little time, Malachus prepared to leave this place immediately and keep a distance. Anyway, he has succeeded in delaying time, and the 8 gods will soon become true gods. Among them, there must be a few who can come to support. However, before he could teleport away, a deafening crash, as if the world were collapsing, interrupted his action. Outside the kingdom of slaughter, A magnificent mountain of heaven crashed heavily into the point where Jiangyu had just broken the barrier of the kingdom of God and crashed into the kingdom of God. Suddenly, the platinum throne exerted its strength and began to invade the kingdom of slaughter. While the god of killing was in a trance, Jiangyu swept over with another sword of judgment. This sword light was fierce and accurate, precisely striking the godhead of slaughter and cutting it in half. Chapter 129: The Light of Dawn. This time, the god of slaughter could no longer hold back. Half of his soul was shattered by the sword light, and a heart-wrenching pain made him howl in pain. No. However, Jiangyu turned a deaf ear to it. Ten him raised their swords again, and the pure white light of judgment lit up, wanting to kill him with one sword. But the next moment, 5 mighty and majestic figures, shining with endless divine light, appeared in the kingdom of the god of slaughter. Exactly. Mortitas, god of the dwarves, gods of mountains and forges. Mathis, the lizard man god, god of mud and chaos. Svix, the god of grassland and strength. Ontus, the god of running. Mermaid and sea goddess Sylvia. As soon as they appeared, they joined forces to use their divine power to forcibly distort the space of the kingdom of God. At the same time, 5 divine powers with different rules and authorities attacked Jiangyu, tearing apart the time and space of the kingdom of God. With the blessing of the running rules, they were extremely fast and arrived in an instant, facing the attacks of 5 powerful rules and divine powers. Jiangyu did not choose to strike again with the sword to finish off the god of killing. Instead, he quickly picked it up and grabbed half of the godhead of killing. He turned around and took a few steps back to the platinum throne that had been invaded more than half, and suppressed half of the godhead of killing under the throne. When the 5 gods saw that Jiangyu had been forced away, the god of running quickly pulled the miserable Marakus, whose soul was shattered and godhead was divided behind them. They seemed to know the god of slaughter. Malachus, I'll have to ask you to be patient for a moment longer and stabilize the kingdom of God. We will deal with Platinum Moon. The god of slaughter endured the extremely severe tearing pain, looked at Jiangyu, who was standing in front of the platinum throne in the kingdom of God, and shook his head. Platinum Moon is very powerful. I just felt that he could have killed me, but he let me go. It's very likely that he was waiting for you to come. I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with him. His strength is increasing too fast, so fast that it scares me. Only the master can deal with him. The Lord is about to ascend to godhood, only one step away. But a creature from a new era? How could it be so powerful? The mermaid and sea goddess Sylvia frowned. I don't know either, but this is the truth. Be careful. Malachus, the god of slaughter, reminded. Although somewhat unconvinced, the 5 gods nodded. Good. At this moment, Jiangyu, who was standing on the platinum throne, suddenly raised his foot and stomped lightly on the heaven mountain under his feet. Suddenly, the entire triple heaven mountain was emitting an incomparably dazzling platinum light, which instantly suppressed the entire kingdom of slaughter. Then, half of the kingdom of slaughter began to collapse and merged into the heaven mountain. The territory of the heaven mountain instantly covered the entire kingdom of slaughter. The 6 gods were caught off guard and were pulled into the coverage of Heaven Mountain. Oops. A sense of oppression suddenly arose in their souls. They subconsciously felt a jolt in their hearts. At the same time, a light laugh echoed throughout the kingdom of slaughter. Each of you hid so deeply, revealing your true selves only after ascending to godhood. But I finally waited for you. Just at this moment, the sun in Furlan's world is about to set, and the dim light covers the world for the last time. Gods fall in this dusk. How dare a group of weak divine powers leave your kingdom of God? If you leave the kingdom of God, you'll be easier to kill than the god of slaughter. Forbidden Lord, 10 times the combat power. Throne characteristics. Heaven Mountain Blessing, 10 times combat power. Everything is ready in an instant. Jiangyu chuckled and stood in front of the throne, raising the purple gold sword. The brilliant, pure, white light of judgment suddenly lit up, penetrating the sky and the earth. The whole world could see the pure, white, and vast column of light. Ruling, the vast, pure, white sword light crossed time and space, instantly tearing apart the divine light on their bodies and falling on the 6 gods. 6 screams suddenly resounded through the heaven and earth. The figures of the 4 gods evaporated in an instant, leaving only the god of running and the god of killing to deviate from the sword attack and survive. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's eyes calmed down, and he casually placed the 4 divine powers into the platinum throne. Then he raised his sword again, ready to kill the 2 fish that had escaped the net. Just then the sun set and the whole world became dark. When the pure, white, brilliant sword light rose again, illuminating the sky and the earth, it also illuminated their pale faces. The god of killing and the god of running are completely desperate. Just then, in the dark world, a ray of morning light suddenly broke through the darkness. Then, a brilliant sun rose to the sky against the will of heaven. Chapter 130 Champion. The sky and the earth suddenly turned white. Endless light and infinite brilliance illuminate the entire world. All living things on earth were illuminated by this light, and those that were originally sleeping were instantly awakened. The vast light is so dazzling. Has another god appeared? There was a hidden demigod sigh. It's the Lord of Sun, Sequence 0. He has finally stepped onto the world stage. We must seize the opportunity. After the sun rose high in the sky and emitted dazzling light, it soon returned to its normal state of brightness. But the originally dark world turned into daylight again, and the sun seemed to stay in the sky, ready to completely rewalk the path of the daylight night and reverse the movement of the celestial bodies in the world of Furland. Just as everyone was amazed, the next second, a small sun jumped out from the brilliant sun, and the sun of the world set back to the west again. The sky and the earth darkened, and the starry sky and 2 moons appeared. The order of the world returns to normal, but a powerful god has been born. At the same time, killing within the kingdom of God. Just as Jiang Yu's will of judgment once again locked onto the god of running and the god of killing, the magnificent sword light was about to descend. A sun shining with brilliant light crashed into the kingdom of killing, directly enveloping the god of running and the god of killing in its golden light. The golden light wavered like the sea, and a golden divine spear that pierced through the darkness appeared in front of the 2 gods, blocking the sword light of Jiang Yu's judgment. The collision of spears and swords produced a sharp roar. Then a grand and clear declaration sounded between heaven and earth. The world should know that from today on, I am the Lord of the morning, the sun god of the dawn. Arotas, when his declaration sounded, songs of praise suddenly rang out in various places on the continent of Furland. In the kingdom of mountains, the kingdom of swamps, the troll empire, the mermaid kingdom, the royal courts of the east and west grasslands, and even the 3 Forks River region of the kingdom of Reinhard and the edge of Nadrassil, intelligent creatures walked out of the houses, out of the darkness, out of the woods, knelt on the ground, and sang hymns of the dawn. What a vast faith! What a far-reaching layout! High in the sky, when the hymns on the mainland sounded, the glorious sun that crashed into the kingdom of slaughter finally dispersed its dazzling light, revealing a vast spherical kingdom of God with boundless light. A muscular man with golden eyes, golden skin, and wearing golden plate armor stood in front of the golden throne, his every move exuding the majesty of a god. He held a golden spear and carried a golden bow and arrows. Looking at the 2 new gods in such a state of disgrace, he sighed. The sun will rise as usual, and the dawn will come eventually. Malachus ontus, but I'm still late. Dominate, please avenge us. When the god of slaughter and the god of running saw the powerful gods coming to help, they thought of their companions who had been reduced to ashes and spoke in anger and gritted their teeth. I will. The sun never forgives cruel enemies. The Lord of Dawn nodded solemnly, then turned to look at Jiang Yu, who was also standing in front of the platinum throne. Sensing his majestic and holy aura, he frowned deeply. Thunder, light, earth, mountains, fire, sea, water. With so much authority, are you, like me, going to follow the path of a divine king? No. You suppressed theocracy and smelt the will of the world. Do you want to be alone? I can't even see your way. I never saw you in the last era. I'm very curious about who you are. He couldn't believe that a creature in this era was so powerful that it could ascend to the sky and slaughter the gods in just a few thousand years. Is this the Sequence 0 or 1 from the last era? Did it appear after he fell asleep? In front of the platinum throne. Across half the distance of the kingdom of slaughter, Jiang Yu saw the 2 gods being rescued by the Lord of Dawn, Arotas, but his expression remained unchanged. He lowered his sword and smiled calmly. Lord of the Dawn, it turns out that you are their main god. I've long heard of your name. In the future 5th chapter, the Lord of Dawn is one of the most powerful gods in the pantheon. And, He has many divine duties, all of which Jiangyu needs. So Jiangyu responded to him patiently and adjusted his own state to the best. As for who I am, according to your saying, you can call me the Lord of Judgment. Judgment, an unfamiliar path. The Lord of Dawn shook his head. He had never seen this method before. Perhaps with a new sequence that was developed after I fell asleep, but it doesn't matter anymore. That's it. My curiosity is over. Next, use your divine soul and divine blood to offer sacrifice to my subordinates. The golden-skinned god with golden hair and eyes took off the golden bow and golden arrow behind him and said calmly. He seemed to believe that he could control his opponent. Every move and every word he made was filled with deep confidence. But such self-confidence does not disgust people. Instead, it makes people feel deeply convinced that he should be such a god who can do such a thing. This is an invincible spirit that has dominated the world without ever being defeated. He is the invincible man of his time, facing the oppression of that invincible momentum. Then let's give it a try. Jiangyu felt the confidence of the Lord of Dawn, but was not affected at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. His eyes were like lightning, his posture was upright, his silver hair fluttered behind him, and his 3 pairs of wings were like iron armor. A powerful fighting spirit rose up in him. Times have changed, the embers of the old times. No matter when, where, or what his identity is, he is fearless and becomes stronger with each battle. I'm a champion too. Chapter 131. The sun and the moon compete for glory. High above the sky, the golden light of morning glory and the pure white light of judgment collided with a loud bang. Endless streams of light shattered like glass, scattering across the starry sky. The platinum moon and the kingdom of dawn blatantly divided the sky into 2 colors. Center of the battlefield. The original kingdom of slaughter had long been shattered into pieces. The god of slaughter in the kingdom of dawn collected the fragments of the kingdom with tears in his eyes. After this, he might have to spend countless years repairing it. Closer. The triple heaven mountain has collided violently with the kingdom of dawn, pressing against each other's territory. The space where the 2 sides collided has been shattered, and the defensive barriers of Mount Heaven or the kingdom of God have long been shattered into powder. In fact, the space between the 2 is full of chaos and fragmentation. On the throne of the sun god in the kingdom of dawn, Alotas inserted the golden spear aside, bent the golden bow, and shot golden arrows. The arrows broke through the sky and turned into suns, not only shooting at Jiangyu himself, but also shooting at various places in Heaven Mountain. Rumble. Jiangyu had already stepped forward step by step, standing on the edge of the triple heaven mountain. Pure white sword lights of judgment continuously shattered the oncoming arrows of the sun god, and also cut the power of judgment into the interior of the kingdom of God, cutting towards the Lord of Dawn and various places in the kingdom of God. Their kingdom of God and Mount Heaven are in ruins, seeing that neither of them could do anything to the other. The Lord of Dawn's eyes darkened slightly as he looked at Jiangyu, who was already standing on the edge of Mount Heaven but refused to take a step forward. Smiled. Instead of wasting your energy, it is better to fight with all your strength. He threw away the golden bow and arrow in his hand, pulled out the golden spear in front of the throne, and disappeared from in front of the throne in an instant. He also stood on the edge of the broken mouth of the kingdom of God, face to face with Jiangyu. You finally dare to come here? Jiangyu raised his eyes and laughed. Why waste your words? You dare not step out of your kingdom of God. What's the difference between the center and the edge of the kingdom of God? Come and fight. The Lord of Dawn answered proudly, and the next moment, he rushed forward with a golden spear. The kingdom of dawn behind him dimmed for a moment, and a miniature sun appeared at the tip of his spear, distorting time and space. He moved forward in one move, performing a sun-piercing move. Haha, good job. Seeing this, Jiangyu stepped out of Heaven Mountain without hesitation and faced the Lord of Dawn directly. The divine power of judgment from the purple gold sword burst out with a pure white light as solid as a substance, and smashed down with the sword intent of judging the entire world. Rumble. Clang, clang. It was like the explosion of the Big Bang lighting up the sky. A black hole instantly appeared within the range of the 2 people's battle, and the many laws and stardust of the surrounding world could not erase it. 2 imposing figures, one gold and one white, instantly fell into their respective kingdoms of God. Half of Jiang Yu's wings were broken and his right arm hung limply, but he remained calm, holding the sword in his left hand, and attacked again after standing up. The Lord of Dawn had a hole in his chest, and one of his legs was bent, but he didn't care. He stood up with his gun, vowing to defeat his opponent. At the edge of the world and the barrier of the star realm, in the four kingdoms of light embedded in it, the mother of the deep sea, the god of the north wind, the god of battle, and the god of savagery and violence sat on their thrones, looking through the kingdoms at the battle breaking out in the sky, their faces twitching. The momentum and strength of both sides showed that this was already the peak of medium divine power, and even reached the standard of powerful divine power. On the battlefield, when Jiang Yu and Erotas stepped out of their respective kingdoms of God again and were about to collide, countless rays of silver moonlight, as cold as knives, cut through the distance of time and space, and suddenly appeared on the battlefield, with endless sharpness, almost cutting the two gods in half. Chapter 132, Silver Moon Goddess Acalia. The two fighting gods were suddenly severely damaged. The golden divine blood spilled across the sky and fell to the ground. On the battlefield, Jiang Yu and Erotas, who were holding guns and swords, looked miserable. They ignored their worsening injuries and dodged the ubiquitous silver moon blade, retreating back to their own kingdoms almost at the same time. Then, the two looked at each other across Mount Heaven and the Kingdom of Dawn and nodded slightly. The triple Heaven Mountain and the Kingdom of Dawn suddenly separated. The power of judgment and the power of the Sun God rose up and quickly repaired Heaven Mountain and the Kingdom of Dawn. In this way, they can resist the attacks of countless silver moon blades descending from the sky. Then they looked up at the sky above their heads. Sure enough, a bright silver moon shining with cold moonlight hung in the sky, hanging above the two of them, and a clear, cold, and extremely beautiful goddess stood under the silver moonlight, hazy and majestic. This was the first time Jiang Yu saw the face of the silver moon goddess clearly. It was a kind of unparalleled beauty that was hard to describe in the world. But there was not a single wisp of lustful thought in his mind. Instead, he felt extremely solemn. She wants to kill me and Erotas together. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, stood in front of the platinum throne, and held his sword. The divine power of judgment healed the surface injuries on his body and restored his arms and abdomen. Next to him, the Lord of Dawn was in a similar state as him. He was also recovering quickly while tightly gripping the golden spear and staring at the silver moon above his head, not daring to relax. In comparison, Erotas knows the silver moon goddess better than Jiang Yu. There weren't many Sequence Zero overlords from the previous era that Erotas feared, but the silver moon goddess Acalia, before him, was definitely one of them. You know, in the previous era, the silver moon lord Acalia was also a sequencer who practiced the sun sequence. However, Erotas was born much earlier than Acalia, and when Acalia later entered the sun sequence and achieved sequence 9, he was already far ahead in the sun sequence. But Acalia is an absolute genius, and her talent in practicing as a sequencer is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. When Erotas arrived at the sun sequence 1, Acalia had already caught up and arrived at the sun sequence 2. At that time, such a powerful enemy made Erotas feel a sense of crisis, but his pride prevented him from taking action to stop Acalia in advance. Instead, he accelerated his breakthrough to sequence 0. But while he was working hard at cultivation, his subordinates acted on their own and joined forces with other forces to surround and kill Acalia. Acalia killed several people in return and escaped with serious injuries. This was the first time he and Acalia had an enemy. Of course, it was Erotas who took the responsibility for the ugly task of arranging his men to surround and kill the enemy. Later, Aldos, who had gained time, was the first to reach the sun sequence 0 and became the Lord of the Sun, completely cutting off Acalia's path to cultivation. At this time, Acalia was almost at the end of sun sequence 1. But sequence 0 is unique. Once someone becomes sequence 0, no one else in this sequence can go any further. According to common sense, the future of the genius Acalia is cut off here. Erotas originally thought that Acalia would no longer be a threat to him. Hundreds of years later, a major event occurred that shocked the entire pre-era. Acalia lifted a piece of land into the sky, and above the sky, she forcibly extended another sequence 0 path based on the sun sequence 1. Achievement of sun sequence 0, Silver Moon Master. She is the only super genius in the previous era who broke the sequence rules. created the legend of achieving 2 overlords with Sun Sequence 0. Countless people were shocked. Ecalia is the only one who can forge a path forward and advance to Sequence 0, even though Sequence 0 already has a master. At that time, the actions of Silver Moon Overlord Ecalia inspired many sequencers whose future was cut off. They all wanted to blaze a new path to Sequence 0 like Ecalia and achieve dominance, but they all failed without exception. No one else will ever be able to accomplish Ecalia's great deeds. No one knows how much preparation Ecalia made during those hundreds of years. When Ecalia just became the Lord of Silver Moon, she also had a battle with the Lord of the Sun, Erotus. At that time, Erotus had been the ruler of the Sun for many years, and after a hard battle, he finally defeated Ecalia. But it didn't kill her. When he wanted to chase her, Ecalia disappeared with her own Silver Moon. Therefore, Elotas and Ecalia actually have a deep hatred. Chapter 132, Three-Legged Triad. High above the sky, the Silver Moon, or the Silver Moon Divine Kingdom, stands in the highest sky. Below, Jiangyu's Platinum Moon Triple Heaven Mountain hangs in the east, and the Kingdom of Dawn of Erotas, the Lord of Dawn, hangs in the west of the sky. In a triangular state, silver light, pure white light, and golden light shine together in the sky. Each kind of light is extremely strong and holy, like a three-legged tripod. Only, at this moment, 2 of the 3 powerful beings had suffered injuries to varying degrees. Only the full silver moon is shining brightly, and the Silver Moon Goddess is in the best condition. Above the Silver Moon Goddess held the moon scepter in both hands and stood barefoot in the void. After her beautiful eyes moved slightly, she activated the Silver Moon's divine power, transforming it into a huge silver crescent blade, slashing towards the Kingdom of Dawn below. Below, Jiangyu's expression relaxed for a moment, then turned strange. He didn't know the twists and turns and right and wrong of these gods, but he thought it was interesting that these main gods knew each other and attacked each other. And within the Kingdom of Dawn, the Lord of Dawn's face turned dark. He quickly used his divine power to stabilize the barrier of the Kingdom of God and spoke loudly at the same time. Ecalia, I admit that what I did back then was unkind, but we can talk about our grudge later. The Platinum Moon before us is the enemy of the world. We can join forces to destroy him first. He pointed at Jiangyu, who was surrounded by pure malice in the world. It was an extreme contrast. The purest white light in the world emits the strongest evil in the world. This is actually the consequence of Jiangyu just shattering the will of the world. Such malice may last for a long time until the will of the world is helpless. However, the Silver Moon Goddess Ecalia remained unmoved. We were once world enemies, Erotas. You've forgotten that hatred for those who block the path and the hatred for those who are homeless cannot coexist. Moreover, the divine authority between you and me is incompatible like fire and water. He currently holds the divine authority over the silver moon, night, and nature, which indeed conflicts with Elotas, the sun god. However, the sun and the moon can be one. I will kill you first, unify the power of the sun and the night, and then kill him. It will be the same. Erotas, you must have faith in me. The beautiful elf-like goddess smiled, but her golden eyes were full of indifference, and her hands never stopped moving. Seeing that a large number of silver moon blades could not break through the barriers of the Kingdom of Dawn, she pondered for a moment and began to sing softly. The ethereal and leisurely song of the moon goddess began to resound through the sky. A little bit of silver light filled the sky and attracted the surrounding stardust. Soon, countless small silver moons appeared around the Kingdom of Dawn. They shone with silver light, covering all the space outside the Kingdom of Dawn, as if a sea of stars had been dropped. These silver moon seas even affected Jiangyu's Triple Heaven Mountain, forcing him to retreat. Moon Sea. This is the unique skill created by the Silver Moon Goddess, the chanting method. Seeing that this battle was inevitable, the Lord of Dawn's golden eyes, which also belonged to a god, became serious and focused on fighting the enemy. Back then, he was able to defeat Ecalia, and this time is no exception. The Kingdom of Dawn released a strong light, and a golden sun shadow appeared in the sky. Facing the falling silver moon sea, it exploded with a loud bang. Endless fire and light suddenly appeared, and the extreme temperature melted the entire space. At the same time, it also merged with most of the silver moon sea. A few small silver moons hit the barrier of the Kingdom of God, splashing golden waves of light. The glory fades. Jiang Yu saw it. The aura of the Lord of Dawn in the kingdom of God dropped again. The golden ocean outside the kingdom of God has become somewhat dim. The face of the Lord of Dawn in the kingdom of Dawn changed again and again. He didn't expect that after waking up from her sleep, the Silver Moon Goddess would be so powerful, even slightly stronger than him. But he is confident that he will catch up in the future. Taking a deep breath, he spoke again. This time he was not speaking to the Silver Moon Goddess, but to Jiang Yu. Lord of Judgment, given our current state, if I fall, you will surely perish at the hands of Silver Moon. How about we join forces to repel Silver Moon first? Jiang Yu certainly knew the principle of lips and teeth are cold. He also didn't expect that these two future main gods would become so powerful once they ascended to godhood, especially the Silver Moon Goddess, who is a little stronger than the Sun God in front of him. He lowered his eyes and thought. Right at this moment, the Silver Moon Goddess Acalia spoke, her voice as sweet as a bell. Platinum Moon, king of the winged people, Uriel. The elves and the winged people have been allies for thousands of years, and we belong to the same bright moon. We are natural allies. Form an alliance with me. Kill the sun god Erotas, and we will share the world's faith. When Jiang Yu heard the words of the Silver Moon Goddess, he no longer hesitated. Erotas, let's form a temporary alliance and force the Silver Moon Goddess to retreat. Good. In the kingdom of Dawn God. A smile appeared on Erotas' face. With the Lord of Judgment joining forces, the Silver Moon Goddess would have difficulty doing anything to them. As for the enemies of the world, even the Silver Moon Goddess doesn't care. So why should he care? Although they have a natural hostility towards Jiang Yu. But until now, they didn't know that Jiang Yu was walking the path of the Sky Lord, but thought he was walking a special path of the gods. That's it. The three most powerful gods of the current era fought fiercely in the sky. Silver, golden, and white light surge in the sky, day and night. This kind of movement continued for several months before it stopped temporarily. In the eyes of all living things on Earth, the kingdoms of the three gods are located in three corners of the sky, forming a three-legged tripod. The war in the sky ended, and the gods' attention shifted to mortals. Since it is difficult to do anything to the enemy in heaven, let's fight for faith and weaken the enemy. In addition to participating in the war for faith, Jiang Yu also began to prepare for the second evolution of the winged people. Chapter 133, Bloodline Evolution. High in the sky. Today, there are 7 divine kingdoms standing. They correspond to the Silver Moon Kingdom, the Silver Moon Goddess Acalia, Kingdom of the Dawn, Erotas, Lord of the Dawn, the Kingdom of Storm God, Charybdis, the Mother of the Deep Sea, the Kingdom of the North Wind, Centaurs and Lothwind, the God of the North Wind, the Kingdom of the God of Battle, Orcs and the God of Battle, Farwick, the Kingdom of the Savage Gods, Brito, the God of Savagery and Violence, and the Platinum Moon who is mixed in the Kingdom of God, Lord of Judgment Jiang Yu, Uriel. As for the kingdoms of the God of Slaughter and the God of Running, they were integrated into the kingdom of the Lord of Dawn. Although they have been integrated at this moment, their kingdom of God has a high degree of autonomy, which can be regarded as a powerful protection. Especially the God of Killing, Malachus, who wished to give up even his autonomy and directly integrate into the kingdom of the main God. After all, his kingdom of God had been shattered into pieces, and only half of his godhead remained. It would take too long to rebuild the kingdom of Slaughter. In the future, perhaps he will rebuild the kingdom of God through another kind of priestly authority. Because the two gods are determined and bound to the kingdom of God. Erotas, the Lord of the Dawn, first established the Dawn Pantheon. As for the 4 unlucky guys who were killed by Jiang Yu's sword, their kingdoms of God collapsed and fell from the sky to the earth after their deaths. In the future, magical creatures such as the meteoric grass will grow in the places where the kingdom of God has fallen. Soon after the 3 powerful gods ended their battle, the gods in the sky have changed again. The Centaurs and Lothwind, the God of the North Wind, chose to join the camp of the Silver Moon Goddess. The kingdom of the North Wind merged into the Silver Moon and became a star around the Silver Moon. The Silver Moon Goddess first established the Silver Moon God system. The entire high sky. It is roughly divided into 4 camps. The Platinum Moon, the Lord of Dawn and his subordinates, the Silver Moon Goddess and her subordinates, and other neutral god camps. At this stage, the kingdoms of Platinum Moon and Lord of Dawn are closer. The injuries of the two have not yet healed, so they can help each other for a short period of time. But every time the Lord of Dawn looked in the direction of the Platinum Moon, he gritted his teeth no less than the Silver Moon. Jiang Yu killed his 4 loyal subordinates. Jiang Yu sighed. A few months ago, he had just finished the battle and left the center of the battlefield, the land that once belonged to the Kingdom of Slaughter. Although he was seriously injured in this battle, he gained a lot. He killed 4 gods and seized half of the godhead of killing, but they were all suppressed under the Throne of Judgment. Heaven Mountain also incorporates half of the Kingdom of Slaughter, and the 3rd level of Heaven Mountain is even larger. Only when he sat on the throne did he feel like opening the game system panel. A moment. The system keeps beeping. You killed Mortitas, the god of mountains, and Forging, the god of the dwarves. Experience plus 1 million. You have obtained the godhood of mountains and Forging, as well as a small amount of corresponding divinity. You killed Mighties, the lizardman god, the god of mud and chaos. Experience plus 1 million. You have obtained the godhood of mud and chaos and a small amount of corresponding divinity. You killed Svix, the god of grassland and strength. Experience plus 1 million. You have obtained the grassland and strong godhood and a small amount of corresponding divinity. You killed the mermaid and the sea goddess Sylvia. Experience plus 1 million. You have obtained the ocean godhead and a small amount of corresponding divinity. Then, there is the system panel. Name, Jiang Yu. Title, Lord of Judgment. Race, Winged Man, Immortal Species, 6 Wings of Light. Template, Ordinary Player, not available yet. Template, NPC, Medium Divine Power Peak. Occupation, Sky Lord, Throne Realm. Age, 3,297. Attributes, Strength 1,000 plus, Constitution 1,000 plus, Spirit 1,000 plus, Agility 1,000 plus, Charm 1,000 plus. All attributes have reached their peak and cannot be calculated. Level, Unlocked, Sealed, to be unlocked after the game starts. Skills, Weapon Mastery, Perfect, All Arts, Perfect, Super Learning, Super Self-Healing, Super Defense, Divine Body, Swordsmanship, Unparalleled. Skill Points, Unlocked, to be unlocked after the game starts. Talent, Champion's Will, you possess exceptional insight and reflexes, and your combat awareness is unmatched. This is the gift you bring from your soul, incomparable and unique. Saint Realm, Judgment, God's Throne Sky Territory, Platinum God's Throne, Triple Heaven Mountain. Characteristic, Legendary Trait, Sacred Heart. Legendary Trait, Divine Power. Obtained in Legendary Realm. Characteristics of the Divine Throne Realm, the Power of Suppression. Characteristics of the God's Throne Realm, Platinum Moon. Characteristics of the Divine Throne Realm, the Throne is me. Obtained in Throne Realm. Characteristics of the Divine Throne Realm, Radiant Projection. Characteristics of the Divine Throne Realm, Forbidden Lord. Characteristics of the Divine Throne Realm, Heavenly Space, similar to the Kingdom of God. Obtained in the God Throne Realm. Mission System, Unlocked, Unsealed, to be unlocked after the game is launched. Game Start Countdown, 2,518,501 days, 7 hours and 38 minutes. Sitting on the Platinum Throne, Jiang Yu looked at his panel attributes and pondered slightly. After reaching the Divine Throne Realm, he gained another title, the Lord of Judgment. 3 more throne features have been added. They are Glorious Projection, Forbidden Lord, and Heavenly Space. The first 2 are combat type, but the Light Projection actually has more functions, which means that he can now sit on the throne and project his light onto the area covered by the Platinum Light. The Forbidden Lord's combat power is increased, currently 10 times, but it will increase as the strength increases. The Heaven Space is similar to the Kingdom of God, which can bring bonuses to Jiang Yu's Kingdom of God. There are also some differences. Each level of Heaven Mountain is equivalent to a Kingdom of God. The space inside is much larger than it appears from the outside. As the strength increases, it will become even larger with no upper limit. Rather than calling it a Kingdom of God, it is more like an abyss. His 7 heavens are ultimately compared to the endless abyss. Today, the Triple Heaven Mountain is merely shrouded in a hazy, holy white light. In the future, the light of the 7 heavens will illuminate all the worlds. How glorious it will be! After closing the system panel, Jiang Yu had a better understanding of his situation. This panel, despite being useless, has a hint of usefulness, but it is very little. Next, Jianyu began to prepare for the second evolution of the winged people. Now that he had reached a certain level of strength, he had more alternatives to the Silver Moon Goddess's previous operations. Anyway, the principles were similar. In order to allow the winged people to evolve into immortal species, he also planned to build a Well of Eternity. However, his Well of Eternity does not use the sap of the Tree of Nature, but instead plans to use his own divine blood. Using his divine blood as the foundation, he built a holy pool, which continuously overflowed with energy that could only allow the winged people to evolve. This energy was then dispersed with platinum light, spreading among the winged people. However, the evolutionary transformation based on divine blood is drastic, far less gentle than the one that the Silver Moon Goddess Acalia used with the natural fluid of the Tree of Nature. Thus, he once again manifested the long river of blood belonging to the winged people, placed the strong divine nature on the long river of blood, and integrated the strong divinity into it. In this way, the winged people can withstand the explosive evolution of the divine blood. At the same time, there are advantages to doing so. This time, the evolution will not take as long as 3,000 years like the elves. Under the effect of the divine blood, it will only take a few hundred years. There's another question. Now, there are nearly 10 million winged people distributed in every corner of the continent. Jianyu can currently only take care of the core area of the winged people, the eastern part of Furland. The eastern part of the Furland continent is actually a more vast area than the former Nadassel forest. However, the coverage of the holy pool cannot be complete. To this end, Jianyu used the power of judgment to build the holy pool in the sky where the winged people lived under the sea of clouds. It rotated through different regions over hundreds of years. It's called the Sky Rotating Holy Pond, also called the Rotating Holy Pond. Chapter 135, Senethil, Sun Elf. More than 100 years after the War of Gods. Year 136 of the Troll Empire calendar. High above the sky, the third heaven mountain, Jianyu stood in front of a sacred pool of water. Behind him stood a cool and beautiful female winged person respectfully. After more than 100 years of research and experiments, Jianyu successfully created the evolution holy pool that could float and move in the sky. The entire sky holy pool was a holy pure white, with pure white garden wells, holy white pool water, and strands of radiance that transform into specks of light floating in all directions. The elves have the Well of Eternity, and my winged people finally have a holy pool. Sophia, I will place this pool above the winged people's territory. You will arrange for people to guard it day and night. Yes, my king. The next day, this holy pool in the sky quietly floats above the gathering places of the winged people in the eastern part of the continent of Furland. It seemed as if endless energy for the winged people's evolution was overflowing around each winged person. The second evolution of the winged people quietly began. Under Sophia's arrangement, Lucifer and her Radiant Legion are responsible for guarding the holy sky pool. At this time, Lucifer has successfully stepped into the legendary realm of the human world that no one has ever reached. Speaking of her experience, it is indeed a legend. As early as hundreds of years ago, Lucifer felt that the legend had reached its peak, and with a feeling in his heart, he traveled around the continent again. She punishes evil and promotes good, upholds justice, and is not afraid of danger. She has left many legends of light and justice on the continent. She is the Valkyrie of the barbarians. She is the platinum moonlight of the human city-states in the north. She is the daughter of judgment in the eyes of the trolls. She is a goddess of war, a sword master, and a winged legend in the eyes of dwarves, lizardmen, centaurs, orcs, giants, and other races. She was a guest in the dragon tribe, and she led the moonlight to illuminate the werewolf tribe. During this trip, she deliberately publicized her own legends and deeds in preparation for breaking through the last hurdle. Finally, after coming back, Lucifer uses the legendary power of the entire Furlan continent to break the shackles of legend and advance to become a legend in the world. After advancing to the level of human legend, Lucifer's strength is comparable to that of a demigod. It is worth mentioning, Lucifer was able to travel because the sea people did not provoke a new war. After the Mother of the Deep Sea ascended to godhood, the sea people never launched a war against the East Coast again. And within the sea tribe, it seemed that another round of resistance against the sea princesses had been launched. This time the resistance is stronger than ever before, and thousands of sea creatures want to drive several sea princesses out of the deep sea. For the sake of the sea people's faith and fear of the Platinum Moon, the mother of the deep sea in the sky chose to stand by and watch this time. But he made a bottom line clear in the oracle. The sea princess cannot be killed. Central part of the Furlan continent. Max City, the capital of the Troll Empire. Near the original site of the Temple of Slaughter, a more magnificent temple was built on a larger piece of land. The main Temple of Dawn. The temple enshrines the Lord of Dawn, the main god of the Dawn pantheon. He held a gun in one hand and a bow in the other, looking proudly ahead. Some Troll Dawn priests were walking in and out of the temple. These Dawn priests were priests trained by the god of slaughter a long time ago. In recent years, with the Lord of Dawn ascending to godhood, more and more trolls believe in the Lord of Dawn. Moreover, belief in the god of slaughter and belief in the Lord of Dawn do not conflict, as they belong to the same pantheon. The Temple of Dawn in the city of Mask is the main temple of all the temples of Dawn. Here is the supreme patriarch of the Lord of Dawn, a high priest of the legendary realm. He possesses the divine object bestowed by the Lord of Dawn, which allows him to fight against demigods, and is called the Lord of Dawn. Besides, in the city of Everett, the capital of the Mountain Kingdom, next to the original temple of the god of mountains and forges, a square Temple of Dawn was also built. The statue of the Lord of Dawn here is a little different. He holds an iron hammer in both hands and has a firm gaze. The original temple of the god of mountains and forge still retains some of the fallen priests of the god of mountains and forge. Although most priests turned to the Lord of Dawn, Orotas did not forget his little brother, hoping that one day he would ascend to the highest position and call back the soul of the dwarf god. Of course, he also left a divine seat in the kingdom of God for future dwarves. It's an encouragement to the dwarves. But in fact, in his heart, this is a compensation for the dwarves' belief in the Lord of Dawn. The same is true for the trolls, who will have a position as a god in the kingdom of Dawn in the future. The royal city of the Swamp Kingdom is similar to the dwarf royal city, and the Temple of Dawn stands in their swamp royal city, Abik, also next to the temple of the fallen god of mud and chaos. The Mermaid Kingdom in the West Sea has the same arrangement as above. In this way, in a short period of time, the Lord of Dawn took over the faith of most of the creatures on the continent of Furland. Not only that, he also sent the Dawn priests north to spread the faith. In the Three Forks River Basin, some humans who believed in the Lord of Dawn were taken back to the Troll Empire by him, settled in the southern part of the continent, separated from a human race in the north. He is one of the few gods who values the human race. But he and the god of killing awakened too late, and almost all human beings were believers of the Platinum Moon. Only in the Sanshao River area can you find a bargain, and even here, there are gods of wisdom and healing competing for faith. Fortunately, this mysterious human god has not yet ascended to godhood. The eastern part of Philandi is now ruled by the winged people. Orotas also sent priests to the east to preach, but Sophia issued a strict order that any pagans who dared to enter the east would be killed without mercy. Influenced by this, in order to ensure that the northern kingdom of Reinhard would not be fought over by the gods for faith, Jianyu arranged for an elite winged tribe to be stationed in the Reinhard capital of New Polek for a long time, and build a platinum temple in the city, because this regiment is elite enough and powerful enough. At this time, the legend that the winged people were messengers of the gods began to spread among the human race. Among the various tribes in Furland, Silver Moon has also chosen many creatures on the continent to spread their faith, but with little success. Her means of spreading faith are still not as good as the Lord of Dawn. While she was making moves all over the continent of Furland and fighting for faith, she didn't realize that her hometown had also been robbed. 157 years of the Troll Empire. The continent of Fanatin. Because the population of elves in the great forest of Nadrassil has exceeded its capacity limit. Some elves walked out of the Nadrassil forest and went to the surrounding areas to seek land for reproduction and survival. One of the Silver Moon elf nobles who had made a mistake left the Nadrassil forest with his family and headed west. The elves came to a place called Ceneplain. There is abundant water and resources here. They also discover a type of grain that thrives in sunlight. As long as it gets enough sunlight every day, it will grow well. As a result, they had enough food and clothing, and slowly, they began to worship the sun. This was actually the result of the Lord of Dawn's personal planning and quiet actions. Year 247 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Southeastern Development Force of the Troll Empire and the Southern Development Legion of the Winged Kingdom went to war for a place to build a city on a plain. But in fact, the goal of both sides is the Lane Peninsula, where the former Goblin Port Slain is located. After the fighting started, the soldiers on both sides no longer cared about the alliance relationship between their respective gods. But the leaders of both sides managed to keep the intensity of the war within a small range. Year 311 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Southeast War ended. The Winged people occupy the northern part of the Lane Peninsula, and the Troll Empire occupies the southern part of the peninsula. As the injuries of the Lord of Dawn in the sky and Jiangyu gradually recovered, conflicts between the two countries began to slowly erupt. Year 365 of the Troll Empire calendar. The continent of Phenaten. The elves on the Senna plains now all believe in the Lord of Dawn. Their hair gradually turns golden, and they quietly build the Temple of Dawn. They call themselves Sinethir elves, that is, Sun elves. Chapter 136. The Silver Moon elves crossed the sea to the west. Year 387 of the Troll Empire calendar. Jiangyu recovered from his injuries and began to build the fourth level of Heaven Mountain, the north of the Furlan continent. The northern countries joined forces with the Winged people to attack the Garso area in the north of the Troll Empire. The Troll Emperor Alden Bloodaxe sent a coalition of trolls, dwarves, lizardmen, and mermaids to resist. The war ended after a year. Year 389 of the Troll Empire calendar. The west coast of the Furlan continent. The Bear people moved south, broke away from the tribal system, established the Bear Kingdom, and built the royal city of Karen. The second year. Kamex, the god of bears, the god of roar and savagery, ascended to godhood under the protection of the Lord of Dawn. After, Kamex joins the Dawn Pantheon, the alliance of the Ursine Kingdom and the Troll Empire. The trolls began to colonize the west coast. Year 390 of the Troll Empire calendar. The wolf god believed by the Harosh trolls upholds the kingdom of God, becomes a true god, and joins the Dawn god system. 400 years of the Troll Empire. Southwest of the Furlan continent, across the ocean, lies the Gray continent. The Tiaman tribe, a large coastal orc tribe that captured a group of lost goblin alchemists, rose over the long years. They have been fighting for generations and have now conquered the entire western part of the Gray continent, occupying 1/3 of the continent's land. They established the first orc empire on the continent of Gria, the Tiaman Orc Empire. The surviving goblins became part of this empire. They were no longer proficient in alchemy, but instead became good at business, art, etc. The Orc Empire worships the god of strength, also known as Hercules. Year 401 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Orcs' main god, the god of strength, Ophitus, lifted up the kingdom of God and ascended to the throne of God. Orotas, the Lord of the Dawn, wanted to stop the Orcs and the god of strength from ascending to godhood, but was stopped by the Silver Moon goddess. Jiangyu also went to stop the god of strength Ophitus from ascending to the throne, but was also stopped by the Silver Moon goddess. But fortunately, he used the Sword of Judgment to cut down 1/3 of the Kingdom of Power. The Orcs and gods of strength, who were originally able to become as powerful as the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon goddess after ascending to gods, have only reached the middle level of divine power, and their strength has dropped greatly. This made him extremely hate the two main gods of Furland. In the version without Jiangyu, he is also one of the main gods. The west of the Gria continent. It is a land composed of desert and oasis, where live the desert race of dune people and the oasis race of cave dwellers. These two races look like hunched, short humans with gloomy personalities. The belief in the desert god spread here. The second year after the Orc Empire's god of power ascended to godhood. Anramar, the god of deserts, holds high his kingdom and ascends to the throne. There are two gods coexisting on the continent of Greya. Fortunately, the god of the desert did not seem to have any ambitions, and after becoming a god, he did not spread his beliefs. The Orc Empire also has no interest in the barren desert. So Ophitus formed an alliance with Anramar, and, at the same time, they temporarily joined the camp of the Silver Moon goddess. Year 405 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Three Forks River people, who were relocated to the south of Furland by the Lord of Dawn hundreds of years ago, continued to move south, occupying the vast south coast and surrounding areas. After hundreds of years of development, under the care of the Lord of Morning, These tens of thousands of humans who believed in the Lord of Dawn multiplied to millions, and they established the Kingdom of Dawn named after Dawn on the south coast, with a royal city located in Danbrek on the south coast. Rumor has it that the Arona family, the royal family of the Kingdom of Dawn, possesses the blood of the Lord of Dawn. In fact, hundreds of years ago, Aladas did come down to Earth and gave birth to a son, Alona, with a human woman, the 423rd year of the Troll Empire calendar. Mislet, a silver moon elf genius from the Natasil forest, traveled around the continent. When passing by the Cineplains, he discovered that the elves in the Cineplains were all blonde and had a different temperament from the Silver Moon elves. Driven by curiosity, he conducted an in-depth investigation and discovered the Temple of the Lord of Dawn, where the Lord was secretly worshipped. After discovering this secret, Mislet hurried back to the Nadrassil forest and told the Elf King the news. Silver Moon Elf King Altes was extremely embarrassed and angry when he heard this, but he still reported the matter to the Silver Moon Goddess Acalia. When the Silver Moon Goddess heard this, she became furious. She was about to descend upon Finadun and physically destroy the entire Senethil Sun Elves clan. Arodas, the Lord of the Dawn, stopped her, and the two sides fought fiercely in the sky. That day, the whole world can see the sun and the silver moon in the sky competing with each other. However, the two main gods restrained the intensity of the battle and finally stopped, making Jiang Yu exclaim in boredom. But he didn't take it to heart. The current three-way balance of power in the world is actually the most stable state. In fact, as time goes by, his strength will inevitably surpass that of the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon Goddess. After all, he does not rely on the power of faith to become stronger, but the two main gods need to compete for faith. Given the nature of his divine power of judgment, it would actually be more beneficial to have more gods from the Order camp like the Lord of Dawn. Judgments need to be made in a fair and just environment. Year 424 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Silver Moon Elves in the Nadrassil forest sent an elite army west out of the Nadrassil forest to suppress the rebellion. Upon hearing the news, the Sun Elves of Senethil knew they were no match for their opponent, so they fled to the west coast of the continent of Feanorton. But before setting out on the expedition, the Silver Moon Elves had sworn to Silver Moon that no matter where the Sun Elves fled to, they would wipe out these traitors who betrayed the goddess. In desperation, the Senethir Elves prayed to the Lord of Dawn for help on the west coast. Not long after, before the Silver Moon Elves arrived, the Lord of the Morning visited the Mother of the Deep. And then, west coast front of Feanorton, giant deep-sea whales carried the Sun Elves across the ocean to the continent of Furland and landed on the coastline east of the Haros Plain. The Haros Wolf Riders escorted these Sun Elves who had traveled across the ocean southward and settled them in the River Valley Plains in the south of Eads. The Sun Elf was taken to the continent of Furland intact by Arodas. The Silver Moon Goddess was furious. Under her oracle, under the Tree of Nature, facing the bright moon in the sky, the Silver Moon Elves of Nadrassil swore to cross the sea and march west. At the same time, as an ally of Silver Moon, the god of strength Ophidius responded to the covenant of the Silver Moon Goddess and sent the major legions of the Orc Empire to cross the sea to the west, also to avenge himself. Chapter 137 Silent Transaction. Year 425 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Silver Moon Elves are building ships on the west coast of the Fenatin continent, preparing to cross the sea. The large ship they built was made entirely of trees from the Nadrassil forest, close to the natural tree. It had some natural characteristics and was called the Natural Ship. The movement of the nature boat is also very strange, like a green umbrella upside down on the water. The Silver Moon Elves build a total of 500 nature ships, each capable of carrying 1,000 people. This time, the Silver Moon Elves plan to send out an army of 500,000. The process of building the ship lasted 5 years. The Silver Moon Goddess also came to visit the Deep Sea Mother's kingdom. The Deep Sea Mother, who only wanted to grow up alone, had a promise not to cause any trouble for the elf expeditionary force on the sea. The continent of Gria, south of Fenatin. The Orc Empire also builds ships on the west coast, and the Orc population is larger. With the goblin alchemy technology of that time, the Orc Empire also planned to build 500 ships in 5 years and send 1,000,000 Orc legions to the battlefield of Furland in batches. High in the sky, Jiang Yu sat upright on the platinum throne, lowered his eyes, and looked at the movements of the elves and orcs on the continents of Finaton and Greya. Then he looked to another place high in the sky. It happened that in the kingdom of Dawn, the Lord of Dawn looked at him. The two looked at each other and stopped talking. Flanders, East Coast. Uriel City, Castle of White Stone. Sophia sat in the kingdom's vicelord's independent government office to handle the kingdom's affairs. Just then, a platinum light was projected in front of her. He is awe-inspiring and heroic. Sophia looked up and was startled. He quickly stood up, walked to Jiang Yu's projection, and knelt on one knee. King, Sophia, send people to the southern lands of the Lane Peninsula in a year. King, isn't the south of Lane the land of trolls? Sophia was surprised. Now it's ours. Jiang Yu said calmly. Yes, my king. Sophia nodded quickly in response. You get up first. I'll explain it. You're good to deploy. Sophia stood up respectfully and listened with her head down. To the east of the continent of Furland, the Silver Moon elves of the continent of Fëanor are about to cross the sea to attack the Troll Empire. I'm sure you're familiar with the Silver Moon elves. They've lived in peace and prosperity on the continent of Fëanor for thousands of years, and they're incredibly powerful. The Troll Empire has no confidence in defeating the elves who are coming on an expedition. At the same time, the trolls have another enemy who is equally powerful and is about to attack them both. Is it us? Sophia asked. It's not us, but a country on another continent. Jiang Yu preached patiently. To the southeast of the Furland continent, there is another vast continent called the Gray continent. On the continent of Gray, the orcs unified its most fertile lands and mountains, establishing a vast orc empire. After years of development, the orcs have become extremely populous and powerful. The Orcish gods have formed an alliance with the Silver Moon goddess. They will attack the continent of Furland together. If nothing unexpected happens, their landing point will be the southern part of the Lane Peninsula, the troll-controlled area. The Troll Empire doesn't have the confidence to deal with two enemies at the same time. Sophia understood. So, the Troll Empire gave up the Lane Peninsula so that we could stop these orcs. King, since we're the enemies of these trolls, I know how to fight. Sophia only planned to prevent the orcs from moving south. As for whether any of them would slip through the net, it depended on the trolls' luck. Then Jiang Yu shook his head. No, Sophia, we have to beat these orcs hard. This empire has a grudge against us. Huh, what? Sophia was surprised. They had never met before, so what grudge did they have? Seeing Sophia's confusion, Jiang Yu laughed. The orc god. When he ascended to godhood, I almost killed him. Sophia. Chapter 138, Before the War. Inside the Whitestone Castle. Seeing Sophia stunned, Jiang Yu smiled and continued. Sophia, this is actually a good opportunity. The Silver Moon elves have invaded the Furland continent. In the end, the Lord of Dawn will inevitably clash with the Silver Moon goddess. I couldn't sit idle at that time, otherwise they wouldn't be able to fight with real fire. By then, I will attack the kingdom of the orc god. So, not only must you fiercely repel the orc invasion, but you must also be prepared to fight across the sea. How can the vast and beautiful land of Gray be defiled by those green-skinned orcs? This vast land, Sophia, I need you to get it for me. After hearing this, Sophia felt a surge of pride in her heart. Yes, my king, the winged people will take the fertile land of the Gray continent and present it to your majesty. The king attacked the orcs' gods in heaven, and his people attacked the orcs' kingdom on earth. We can be considered to be fighting side by side. It is a great honor to be able to fight alongside the Supreme King. However, my king, we have a deep blood feud with the Sea Tribe. What if the Sea Tribe attacks us while we are crossing the sea? Jiang Yu smiled calmly after hearing this. They won't. Then, I will stand at the gate of the Storm God Kingdom and have a good talk with the Deep Sea Mother with my sword. Given her personality, she will probably agree. Then there's no problem. Sophia laughed. After today, Sophia began to arrange for the Winged Kingdom to build ships capable of long-distance travel, and arranged several winged legions to be stationed in the port of Slane, waiting for the arrival of the orcs. The winged people are full of confidence. When it comes to naval warfare, they have sufficient experience. The 426th year of the Troll Empire calendar. The Troll Empire sent a group of troll wolf cavalry from the Harros Plains across the Putulas Mountains to attack the rebuilt Centaur Kingdom of House. The wolf cavalry traveled thousands of miles across mountains and forests, looking in a very miserable state, and were easily defeated by the Centaur Cavalry Corps. The 428th year of the Troll Empire calendar. The Troll Empire once again dispatched the Troll Berserker Regiment and the Troll Northeastern Frontier Corps stationed in the northern frontier city of Eads to expedition to the Centaur Kingdom on the Heracles Peninsula. On the vast plains of Heracles, facing the charge of 100,000 Centaur cavalry, the 80s Troll Expeditionary Force was defeated again. Even if this group of troll berserkers went crazy and killed more than one-third of the centaurs, they would fight to the death. The trolls had never seen such desperate centaur cavalry. Max City, the capital of the Troll Empire. After hearing that his clan had been defeated twice, the Troll Emperor Alden Bloodaxe remained silent for a long time. He finally stopped arranging the Troll army to capture the Centaur Kingdom and stopped trying to prevent the elves from landing. Instead, they gathered heavy troops in Eads and Gas, waiting for the arrival of the elves. Year 430 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Silver Moon Elves' 500 natural ships have been built. The first group of elven warriors bound for the continent of Furland have boarded the ship, and a large amount of baggage and food have been loaded onto the ship. They were prepared for a long battle. Otherwise, 500 natural ships would be enough to carry 500,000 people. The Elf King Arts appointed the newly promoted Silver Moon Elf demigod Valia as the commander of the elven army, leading the first batch of 200,000 elves to cross the sea to fight. In this first batch of troops, there was also a 5,000-strong Windwing Legion. These Windwing people were completely separated from the Windwing people after thousands of years of enticement and division by the elves. 200 years after the Silver Moon Goddess ascended to the gods, they believed in the Silver Moon and joined the elves. After 200 years of deliberate transformation by the Silver Moon Goddess, the ears of this group of wind-winged people became pointed and their hair turned green. Apart from having wings, they were no different from elves. So now, they also have a more acceptable name, Wind Elves. As for the Wind Wings who were unwilling to get close to the elves and still believe in the Platinum Moon, they've been expelled by the elves to survive in the Vanilla Mountains outside the Nadassel Forest. Jiang Yu knew exactly how the Silver Moon Goddess was trying to win over the Windwing people, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the most difficult thing to control in this world is the human heart. Therefore, he was secretly learning from Erotas and developing a Platinum Elf. At present, this future Platinum Elves are also the ones who walked out of the Nadassel Forest that year, comparable to the Sun Elves of Nadassel. This elven tribe went even further, all the way to the southernmost part of the continent of Finadun, and settled on a coast. A group of Windwing people also followed them south and settled here. They quietly worshipped the statue of Platinum Moon, waiting for the right time to change their names. In addition, there are many elf tribes that have left, all of which have more or less abnormalities. For example, a group of Silver Moon elves who fled to live around the Oak Father gradually became contaminated by the breath of the forest. There is also a tribe of elves that fled to the dark jungles north of Finadun, and their skin color gradually began to change, etc. After all, elves are immortal species and eternal generators of faith. But in fact, the Sun Elves who defected at this moment have not yet discovered that their lifespan is no longer the 10,000 years of the Silver Moon Elves, but has become 3,000 years. This is the punishment of the Silver Moon Goddess on the betrayer. However, this sequelae has not yet appeared, and will only appear thousands of years later. There are very few tribes that betray and split the Silver Moon Elves. Year 431 of the Troll Empire calendar. January. 500 natural ships crossed the sea, and 200,000 elves set out on an expedition to the continent of Furland. After March, 200,000 Silver Moon elves landed on the coast of the Horus Peninsula in the territory of the Centaur Kingdom. Chapter 139, The Orcs' Defeat. Several years ago, the Centaurs built a town near the coast of the Horus Peninsula where the elves landed, where the elven army could rest and replenish supplies. It's called Resol Town. When 500 large elven ships arrived at the coast of Resol Town, tens of thousands of Centaur cavalry had been waiting there for a long time. They will be responsible for welcoming the landing of the 200,000-strong elf army. When the commander of this Centaur cavalry saw that there were winged wind elves among the elves, he was shocked. The elves are truly powerful. They can even subdue the winged people in the sky. But these words caused dissatisfaction among the wind elf commander. Bathe in the glory of the great silver moon. We are already wind elves. Please stop calling us winged people. As a winged outlier among elves, wind elves need more recognition from others. The elven commander Valia appeased them and accepted this legion of centaurs as her regular army. The elven army rested for a few days in the town of Rissal and then set out again, heading west. Their first target was the city of Mgath and its surroundings. This is the territory we promised to help the centaurs conquer. The Centaur Kingdom has always wanted to recover the territory. In fact, the centaurs believe that the Great Plains of Heros is also the centaurs' ancestral land. A week later, the coalition forces of Silvermoon elves and centaurs walked out of the Putillas Mountains and encountered the first garrison of trolls. A war broke out between the two sides. Although the trolls were well rested, there were too many elven longbowmen who cooperated with the centaur cavalry to charge the battle, and there was even an elite group of wind elves in the sky, throwing armor-piercing arrows. The troll army was defeated. Then, the coalition forces of elves and centaurs broke through the three lines of defense of the trolls in succession and arrived at the city of Mgath. 7 days later, the coalition forces captured Mgath. The Centaur Kingdom once again sent a legion to Mgath to take control of the surrounding areas. After, the elven commander divided his army of 50,000 elven soldiers and 100,000 centaur cavalry and marched north to the Great Plains of Heros. This place belongs to the fiefdom of the Giant Wolf Grand Duke of the Troll Empire and is ruled by the descendants of the leader of the Giant Wolf Clan, the royal family of the previous Giant Wolf Kingdom. The Grand Duke of Giant Wolf assembled 100,000 Giant Wolf cavalry to fight against the elven coalition forces. The result was still a crushing defeat. The city of Heros fell, and the remaining wolf cavalry protected the Grand Duke of Giant Wolf as he moved south, passing through the city of Garso and reaching the center of the Troll Empire. At this point, the Centaur Kingdom and the Kingdom of Ammon were separated only by a central mountain range. Above is the Three Forks River area, an enclave of the human Reinhard Kingdom. The other elven army was led by Valia, who also led 100,000 centaur cavalry south to the city of Eads. Here the elven army lay at the gates of the city. The city of Eads has high and thick walls and is a large northern city that was renovated by the trolls long ago. There are nearly 300,000 elite troll troops stationed here. Here, the elves' offensive was contained. The elven commander Valia attacked for 3 months but failed to capture the city, and instead lost tens of thousands of Silver Moon elves. Fortunately, the troll commander in the city of Eads saw that the elven army had failed to capture the city in 3 months and had suffered heavy losses, so he thought of an opportunity and went out of the city to fight in the field, but was defeated and killed. The elven army finally recovered some of its losses. Seeing that the group of rebellious Sun Elves were just south of Eid City, the elves could not get close to Eads. On the one hand, Valia was waiting for Nadassal support, and, on the other hand, she had to prepare for a protracted war. In addition, she sent people to contact the northern countries, hoping that they would go south together to attack the Troll Empire. Year 432 of the Troll Empire calendar. An army of 300,000 orcs began to board ships and cross the sea to expedition to the continent of Furland. After March, they came to the coastal area in the southeast corner of the Furland continent. But before they could land, they were attacked from the sky by the winged people on the sea. A large number of arrows suddenly fell from the sky, and many orcs died before they could reach the shore. Some orcs were frightened and jumped off the boat, while others hurriedly hid in the cabin. The orcs who jumped off the boat were unable to escape to the shore and were killed by the thunder that suddenly rose from the sea. Looking closely, I saw the shadow of a turtle swimming in the depths of the shallow sea. The orcs had never suffered a blow from such an organized air force. The Eaglemen who had crossed the sea with the goblins that year were also unable to shoot arrows. For a moment, the orcs were a little confused. Fortunately, the commander of the orc army, Pankard, was decisive enough and ordered the entire army to land on the shore under the rain of arrows from the sky. After landing, he sent the most loyal royal warrior legion to supervise and ordered the orc ship to return immediately. The orcs had no way to retreat and had no choice but to move forward. They set up camp in a small forest near the port of Curslane. The orc commander Pankade ordered the orc army to rest in the camp during the day and go out to fight at night to attack the port of Curslane. Although this greatly weakened the winged people's advantage in the sky, it was still difficult to defeat the winged people, because they found that even on land, the winged people's strength and speed surpassed that of the orcs. The winged people at this time are not the original winged people. Under the influence of growth authority and strong divinity, as well as the silent transformation of the holy pool of the sky, their physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. The same number of winged people suppressed the orc army of about 100,000 soldiers. A few months later, the orc army, trapped in the small forest, was out of food. The orc commander could no longer control the orcs, and they fled in all directions. Most of the fleeing orcs were killed by the winged people, and the rest fled north into the mountains and forests, but were powerless. Half of the legendary orcs died in battle and fled back to the continent of Graia with their commander, the demigod Pankard. They don't need to take a boat. That's it. The Orc Legion's first sea-crossing expedition failed. The 433rd year of the Troll Empire calendar. The northern kingdoms of Furland accepted the elves' conditions and marched south again to attack the Troll Empire of Garso. This time the coalition forces fought fiercely and the front lines were unable to hold out. The Troll Empire urgently dispatched its troops north. The second batch of 300,000 Silvermoon elf expeditionary forces also crossed the sea and landed on the coast near Rissal. Joined the war against the Troll Empire. Orc Empire. The Orc Emperor did not blame Pankard for the failure of his first expedition and still sent him across the sea to the continent of Furland. The last time the Orc army was lost, most of them were the troops of the Orc chiefs, so he really didn't feel sorry. But this time, he decided to send the elite of the royal family and from all over the empire. Among these 300,000 orcs, nearly half are professionals. After all, it is an oracle, and it would be ugly if it loses again. He solemnly instructed Pankard to be careful. Pankard nodded heavily. He learned from the failure of the first sea-crossing operation and selected the orcs of the empire who were good at shooting to form a new sea-crossing legion to expedition to the continent of Fanatin again. This time they did not land at Kesslane, but chose to land on the coast a little further north. However, from Los Sendas to Kesslin, every stretch of coastline is patrolled by winged people. The orcs were still discovered after landing. However, because this place is far away from the winged people's town, the winged people are short of supplies, and most of the 300,000 orcs who came this time are good at shooting, so the orcs crossing the sea and landing this time was relatively smooth. 300,000 orcs landed on the coast and did not go south, but went directly towards the Troll Empire. They still remembered the main mission of this sea-crossing expedition, which was to defeat the Troll Empire first. Arietta, who was stationed in Skrain, mobilized the Winged Legion in the south to move north. This legion was actually the Holy Sword Legion that had always been commanded by Arietta. They intercepted the Orc army in a hilly area with low jungle. A war broke out between the two sides. This time, more than 100,000 winged people fought against 300,000 orcs, which was considered an evenly matched situation. The blood of the winged people and the orcs flows in these unknown hills. This was the heaviest casualties suffered by the winged people in hundreds of years. Later, this hill is called the Beast Hill. The winged Holy Sword Legion and the Orc Expeditionary Force were deadlocked in this hilly area. Arietta and Pankard contacted the kingdom/empire for reinforcements almost at the same time, just when the three continents were fighting fiercely. The leader of the Wind-Wing people in the One Ella Mountains once again contacted Jiangyu on the Platinum Throne. Said the Oak Father wanted to see him. Chapter 140. The Origin of the Astrologer and the God of Forests, Wilderness, and Resurrection. High in the sky, the platinum moon shines with dazzling brilliance. It is night now, and the sun is setting. There were only the silver moon and the platinum moon left in the sky. At this time, the two bright moons were quite far apart. So during this era, there were some creatures on every continent of the world who liked to observe celestial phenomena and recorded them. In ancient times, the silver moon and the golden moon were close to each other, but later, due to some reasons, they gradually drifted apart, especially among the southern human race, after they established the southern human kingdom. Because their lives had become stable and they had the protection of the gods and did not have to face foreign enemies, the human race multiplied rapidly, and the professionals among them also developed. Even under the guidance of the Lord of Dawn, there was a flourishing scene. Among them, those creatures who like to observe celestial phenomena have developed professions such as astrologers. They built tall astrological towers to predict the stars in the sky and speculate on the future course of the world. Many of the brightest stars in the sky are the kingdoms of gods. It is not wrong to infer the progress of the world from the actions of gods. However, if they spy on the kingdom of gods for a long time, The punishment that will be spontaneously bestowed upon these astrologers will be uncontrollably affected, thus shortening their lifespan and declining their physical functions. This is also one of the original reasons why mortals cannot look directly at God. But sometimes they really predicted the future course of the world based on the actions of the gods, and thus the tradition of astrologers began to spread throughout the world. The astrology tower that spreads throughout the world will be the source of the future Mage Tower. At this stage, the profession of astrologer has just appeared in the southern human kingdom. First of all, it is caused by the changes in the sun and 2 moons in the sky. Especially in Platinum Moon, the changes are the most obvious. Sometimes it is not as bright as the silver moon, and sometimes it is brighter than the sun. Thus, the Platinum Moon was written into the tradition of astrologers and is one of the most important astrological objects. Regarding astrologers, various speculations about the 2 bright moons in the sky. In the dawn god system, Malachus, the god of slaughter who hates Jeonyu, the lord of judgment the most, often comes to the mortal world. Although his main purpose is to preserve the bloodline of the son of slaughter, he also secretly guides astrologers to arrange the relationship between the 2 bright moons, the silver moon goddess and the lord of judgment. There are all kinds of stories about why the golden and silver Februaries drifted apart, and they can all be found in the human kingdoms to the south. But it is worth mentioning that the southern human race of Furland is gradually growing stronger, with no external enemies, abundant resources, and the protection of gods. They may become the most populous part of the Furland people. At this time, the human race had been divided into 4 major parts. The city-states in the far north, the Reinhardt Kingdom, one of the northern countries, the barbarian tribes north of the west coast, and the southern humans. Back to the Platinum Moon. Jeonyu sat upright on the throne, his 3 pairs of wings made of light, emitting little glows. His purple eyes looked at the 4th heaven mountain, which already had a vast outline, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Every improvement in strength makes him happy. When the 4th level of Heaven Mountain is built, his Heaven Mountain will be more vast than the kingdom of all gods. Moreover, as layers of Heaven Mountain are built, the radiation influence range of Heaven Mountain will also cover the area under the sky and above the sea of clouds. At the same time, he will also have greater power to suppress the will of the world and judge whether the divine power can reach the standard of powerful divine power. At that time, he will be able to divide some power and give it to the winged people, which can be regarded as another kind of godhood. The evolution of the winged people will probably be completed within 500 years. When the Troll Empire has been around for more than 700 years, the winged people will evolve into immortals under the energy of the Holy Pool and the Platinum Light. Because the winged kingdom is vast, the Holy Pool cannot cover the entire territory of the winged kingdom. The lifespan of the winged people cannot reach the 10,000 years of the Silver Moon Elves, but it is still 3,000 years. A lifespan of 1,000 years is enough to be called an immortal species, and the winged people have met this requirement. But with this, the flaws of the immortal species will also emerge. At that time, the winged people's desire to reproduce will decrease, while their spiritual pursuits will be greatly enhanced. So 200 years ago, Jeonyu had ordered the White Stone Castle to promote fertility among the winged people of the kingdom. Today, the winged people have a population of approximately 15 million, distributed in the eastern and southeastern parts of Furland and the eastern part of the central Furland continent. It has a vast territory and rich resources, but it has fewer people. At this time, the Troll Empire already had a population of 50 million. Jeonyu continued to think about the way forward. The Sky Lord had no teachers or predecessors on his path. Every path was paved by him alone. By the time he reaches the 5th level of Heaven Mountain should extend far into the sky below the heavens, and he should be able to allow some powerful winged people to live in his Heaven Mountain. But these are all speculations, and the specific strength may vary. Sitting upright in the vast sky, Jeonyu could only hear the hymns of 2 souls on the mountain of the 2nd heaven. He would also lower his eyes and look at the war between the winged people and the orcs in the Lane Peninsula and southeast of Furland. Occasionally, he would glance at the Kingdom of Power approaching the silver moon and hold his sword still. His sight was like substance. Every time the orc god felt it, he would curse loudly in the kingdom of God. This day, the news that the Oak Father wanted to see him made him smile slightly. It seems that this guy Sylvans is also going to become a god. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards the Edith Forest on the continent of Fanatin and towards the 1,000-meter-tall oak tree in the middle. Edith Forest, Forest of Oaks. Sullivans looked at the forest elves in Edith Forest and sighed softly. Back then, I was really greedy. But this group of elves is so devout that he can't give them up. However, he looked at the platinum moon high in the sky, feeling uneasy. He thought of the heroic and upright figure thousands of years ago, and felt that he had made the right choice. Just when he was struggling, on the platinum moon, a ray of light was projected 1,000 meters above the oak forest. The light faded, revealing Jiang Yu's sacred and majestic figure. Silifans, what do you want from me? Great Lord of Judgment, Master of the Platinum Moon, Sovereign of the Winged Tribe, most powerful god of war among the gods, Silivans comes to you and asks you to become my future Lord God. Jiang Yu smiled when he heard this. What position will you take to become a god? Forests, wilderness, and recovery. Srivans replied, you have the qualifications to be a main god in these priesthoods. Why do you want to find a main god for yourself? Jiang Yu asked the last question. Srivans gave a wry smile. I did something wrong. He extended a branch and pointed to the Wadshil forest elves at the edge of Edith Forest. I see. Jiang Yu smiled even more happily. Okay, if you ascend to godhood and establish the kingdom of God, then just move directly to Heaven Mountain. With me here, everything will go smoothly for you. Yes, Lord God. Chapter 141, The Souls of Believers Shall Return to the Kingdom of God. Same year. Philander North. The war between trolls and elves is in full swing. In addition to the 300,000 Nadrassil elf troops prepared earlier, the Silver Moon Elf Court sent another 500,000 elven troops across the sea to the west. At this time, a total of 1 million elven troops were in the north of Furland, attacking the Troll Empire. The Troll Empire mobilized the elite troops from across the country, and races such as dwarves, lizardmen, and mermaids also sent troops to support. The 3 million troll coalition fought back and forth on the front lines against the elves, centaurs, and the northern kingdoms. Because the fighting was too fierce, a large number of elves and trolls died on the battlefield. Among them are many people who are fanatical about their belief in gods. Because too many of her own elves died, the Silver Moon Goddess couldn't help but use her divine power to create an incarnation and come to the battlefield. The Lord of Dawn, who was afraid that the Silver Moon Goddess would interfere in the mortal war, also quickly transformed himself and took the field. Neither of the two main gods took action, but they were very distressed to see their subjects die in battle. Just then, the Silver Moon Goddess discovered a phenomenon that she had not noticed or ignored before. On the battlefield, after every elf who believes in Silver Moon dies in battle, an elven soul will emerge from the corpse. Although they did not stay between heaven and earth for long, they soon disappeared like smoke. But an idea suddenly came to the Silver Moon Goddess's mind. She was a genius with extremely high comprehension. Before she reached Sequence 0, she was already the most talented genius in the world. Looking at the elven souls scattered across the battlefield, the soul of every believer is the wealth of God. Moreover, if believers knew that they could return to the kingdom of God after death, then who would still be afraid of death? So the Silver Moon Goddess couldn't wait a moment longer. While the Lord of Dawn was bewildered, she stepped into the sky above the battlefield and manifested her true form as a god above the elven army. When the noble, majestic, and beautiful goddess stood in the sky, a cool and bright silver moon appeared above the sky, emitting bursts of the power of the Silver Moon God. Below, countless elves saw their boss appear, and their morale was boosted and they cheered continuously. The Lord of Dawn was confused at this time, but when he saw the morale of the Troll Alliance was low due to the appearance of the God of Elves, he also manifested his true body above the Troll Alliance. The same morning sun appears in the sky, bringing warmth and glory unique to the morning day. As a result, the trolls, dwarves, mermaids, and lizardmen also cheered when they saw that their own god had also arrived. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Lord of Dawn immediately asked the Silver Moon Goddess in the opposite sky, Akalia, are you going to break the rules? He thought the Silver Moon Goddess was about to take action, and immediately prepared to do so. However, the Silver Moon Goddess ignored him. Instead, she stretched out her white palm and grabbed the silver moon in the sky. A bright ray of silver moonlight was grabbed by her, forming a silver circular door. Inside the circular gate is the Silver Moon Divine Kingdom. On the throne of the Silver Moon Divine Kingdom, the Silver Moon Goddess's true form had already used her divine power to carve out a beautiful forest shrouded in moonlight in an area of the Divine Kingdom. Then the elves looked through the round silver moon gate and saw a beautiful moonlight forest. And at this time, the silver moon goddess used her divine power to follow the thread of faith, wrapped up the souls of the elves who died on the battlefield, and pulled them into the circular light gate. Under the influence of divine power, even the elves who had not awakened to the extraordinary level or were below the extraordinary professional level could be seen singing hymns praising the silver moon god and happily walking along the moonlight road and into the gate of the kingdom of God. The elves still alive on the battlefield were stunned. What did I see? Alito, Duoyao, didn't they just die in battle? That's my brother. Oh my God, is that the gate to the kingdom of God? Countless elves looked at the sky, feeling extremely excited, and a possibility echoed in their hearts. Just then, only the silver moon goddess announced in her melodious voice, "My dear people, the noble and elegant sons of the silver moon, from today on, every child who sincerely believes in me will enter my kingdom of God and share in my immortal life. Children, from now on, death is not the end, but the beginning of another journey. So, fight, and you'll be the luckiest kids in the world." The voice of the silver moon goddess spread throughout the entire region of Aides, and all intelligent creatures heard her declaration. Suddenly, on the battlefield, a great courage surged in the hearts of all the elves. It was a sense of honor that was not afraid of life or death, and was willing to die for the Lord God. The situation on the battlefield suddenly became one-sided. In the sky, the Lord of Dawn came back to his senses. Great! Even though they were enemies, he still admired the silver moon goddess. The gods in the world of Furland are all in the initial stage and have not gone as far as the gods in other worlds. The silver moon goddess can be said to be the pioneer of many practices. The same is true for the evolution of trolls into elves. Seeing the trolls showing signs of decline, the Lord of Dawn quickly followed suit and opened the gate to the kingdom of God in midair, throwing the souls of the devout trolls into the kingdom of God, and repeated what the silver moon goddess had said. The morale of the trolls has been restored. The Lord of Dawn had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the contemptuous look of the silver moon goddess and smiled awkwardly. In the following months, all the gods of Philandi do the same. On the platinum throne in the sky, Jianyu also opened up a spiritual home for believers in the second level of Heaven Mountain. Because he has no godhead, he cannot accurately draw souls closer to heaven through the thread of faith. But there's an alternative method, which can barely be done through the long river of blood. He called it the Kingdom of Heaven. So from then on, the intensity of wars throughout the world increased by more than a little. The 434th year of the Troll Empire calendar, Sophia leads the island's legion to join the Beast Hill battlefield. The 300,000-strong orc army led by Pancard was defeated again. This time Pancard had no face to escape again and fought desperately with the two sisters. After seriously injuring Arietta, he was beheaded on the Beast Hill, and at this time, the Orc Empire's reinforcements are still at sea. Arietta was seriously injured and Sophia was furious. She ordered Erida and her Holy Sword Legion to return to Los Sendas to guard the Holy Sky Pool. Lucifer and his glorious legion were transferred to the front line to supervise the construction of large ships for crossing the sea and to be ready to cross the sea to the east at any time. Lucifer is more offensive than Arietta. She is a brave and radical general who dares to take risks, likes to attack proactively, and is good at seizing opportunities. When the orcs were halfway across the sea, Lucifer led the glorious legion, riding on the unfinished winged fleet, and crossed the sea to fight, destroying the orc support legion that came from across the ocean on the sea. Seeing that Lucifer was brave in battle, he would be the commander-in-chief of the future expedition to the Gray continent. Jianyu personally walked down from the Platinum Throne, picked up the corpse of the ancient Dark Dragon, and walked up to the sky. He first suppressed the Black Dragon's dark power, took its dragon bones, then took out a leg bone of the Light Titan, made a holy sword, forged the power of light and darkness into it, and impressed a mark of the second level of Heaven Mountain into the holy sword of light and darkness, and gave it to Lucifer. Chapter 142, The Birth of the First Magic. Year 435 of the Troll Empire calendar. At this time in the north, the elves and the trolls were still fighting fiercely and were deadlocked in the city of Eads. Nowadays, the supply and resource expenses of nearly 1 million troops are huge amounts every day. A group of silver moon elves have transformed the forests on the Putilus Mountains into a self-sufficient area. And the Nadrassil Elf King Court, far away in the continent of Finadun, was also trying to figure out how to defeat the troll army. At this time, Monarel, the only daughter of the Elven High King Arts, drew inspiration from rune technology, enchantment technology, alchemy technology, and some divine arts bestowed by the Silver Moon Goddess, and initially proposed a method of attack with a wide coverage and strong power. She named it magic. Later, she discovered that in addition to attacking, many methods could be achieved through magic. So she and her elf girl playmates began to study magic. Year 439 of the Troll Empire calendar. Within a few years, after Lucifer defeated several waves of orc legions that crossed the sea at sea, he saw that his own fairy ship was almost built, so he requested to cross the sea to expedition to the continent of Greya. Sophia asked Jiangyu on the Platinum Moon for permission, and after getting it, she agreed to Lucifer's expedition. A few months later, Lucifer assembled his own glorious legion, his teacher Sophia's Island's Legion, and the Losenda's Kingdom's Near-Sea Legion. In front of Sklen Port, he swore an oath to go to war, holding the holy sword of light and darkness given by Jiangyu. Hundreds of thousands of elite winged warriors were armed with sharp weapons. Their bows and arrows were fully loaded, and they were full of vigor and vitality. They stood in the sky and watched Lucifer's holy sword of light and darkness swear an oath almost at the same time, the sound shaking the heavens and the earth. Even the waves of the sea were calmed by their passionate voices. High above the sky, the platinum moon beneath Jiangyu shone brightly and dazzlingly, and the platinum light descended and shone on Lucifer's body. His voice also resonates between the earth and the sea. Lucifer, my morning star, go ahead and use your courage and wisdom to create a glorious victory. My people, the kingdom of heaven on Mount Paradise is always open to you. Upon hearing this, all the winged people present knelt down on one knee in midair excitedly and shouted loudly, "Victory, great king! Your will surely travel across the continent of Jeria, unimpeded." This day, Lucifer led the 3 legions of the winged people, hundreds of thousands of elite winged people, to cross the sea to expedition to the Orc Empire. Jiangyu also silently drew out the purple gold sword and placed it across his knees. He lowered his head slightly, and in his purple eyes there were bright stars shining. The depths of the endless sea, in the Dragon Island shrouded in fog all year round. The Platinum Dragon and the 5-color Dragon Mother stood at the highest point of Dragon Island, observing the kingdom of gods in the sky, and looking far away to the north of the continent of Furland. "Bahamut, perhaps our chance is coming. Which one did you choose?" The 5-color Dragon Mother asked. "Lord of the Dawn." "And you?" "Then I choose the Silver Moon Goddess." "It seems we have to separate for a while, but that's fine, Dragon. We can't lose our inheritance. One day, the world will remember the dragon again." The continent of Finadun. In the north, deep in the dark jungle, a group of Silver Moon elves who once fled here have now turned gray-black in skin color, and their hair has turned silver. 1,000 meters underground in the deepest part of this jungle, a pair of extremely dark eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 143, Arrival at the Continent of Greya. The Continent of Greya. Sarita, the capital of the Orc Empire. Inside the city, the Orc King kneels in the temple of the god of orcs and strength. Great Father God, Master of Power, the Empire has repeatedly crossed the sea to attack the Furlan continent, but all have failed, with large numbers of orc professionals and elite soldiers killed. My God, please give your people some inspiration on how to defeat those winged people flying in the sky. The power of heaven is within the kingdom of God. When the god of strength, Ophidius, heard the Orc Emperor's prayer, he was also confused. In fact, the goblin's airship technology could once compete with that of the winged people. But the advantage of the sky troops was too great. They were simply invincible in field battles, and he couldn't find a good solution for a while. Moreover, he had already seen the winged army coming across the sea under the leadership of Lucifer. The only option now is to fight defensively. With the protection of the strong city walls, the winged people could not play to their strengths. Think of this. Ophites projected a ray of his will onto the statue. Then the eyes of the statue in the temple lit up and spoke. "My child, do not be discouraged. The sky is not our territory. You need to regroup because the winged army is coming across the sea. Ah! The Orc Emperor kneeling in the temple was startled when he heard the news. Ophidius felt disappointed when he saw the performance of the Orc Emperor. The current emperor is no longer as good as his ancestors, but there is nothing he can do about it, because they are all his own blood. Ophites once personally took action and used secret methods to give birth to a child with the Orcs, which is the royal family of the Orc Empire in front of us. Speaking of which, Ophidius was still quite ruthless. At least the Lord of Dawn, Orodas, also had the idea of having a child with the troll, but in the end he couldn't get over it in his heart, and he still chose a human woman. Let's get back to the topic. Inside the main hall, Ophidius looked at the Orc Emperor and gave instructions. My child, don't be afraid. In Gria, the winged people cannot defeat the Orcs. Our population far exceeds theirs, and we are protected by strong cities and high walls. Their attacks from the sky will have difficulty reaching us. If they fly over the city walls or into the streets and alleys, we'll be even less afraid. Winged people's wings can hardly move around in such places. Of course, prepare fire extinguishers to prevent them from attacking with fire. In this way, each city will be a tough nut to crack. They have come from afar. If they fail to achieve any results within a short period of time and are unable to continue, they will return. So in this battle, the advantage is on our side. After hearing this, the Orc Emperor felt relieved. Great Father God, we will definitely remember your teachings and defend every Orc city. Well, in addition, I will grant the priests of each city new magic to increase your power. Your arrows can be shot higher, and your spears can be thrown farther. Although this would consume a lot of divine power, he couldn't care less. The people have come to your door. Your hometown is about to be lost. Why do you still care about these things? As for whether Jiang Yu would take action himself after his divine power was greatly reduced, he was not very worried. At this stage, in the high sky, the three main gods are wary of each other. The Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon Goddess, whose believers are engaged in a great war on Earth, are being patient and will not fight easily. Besides, he is not a weak divine power like the God of Slaughter, but is just at the level of medium divine power. Could it be possible that he, the Lord of Judgment, could break into his kingdom of God and kill him? The Orc Empire has a huge population. If he is given enough time, he will be able to recover and become one of the main gods. The next day, the Orc Emperor then dispatched messengers to various parts of the empire to bring specific defense arrangements to each place. The high priest of the Temple of Strength also notified the chief priests of the major temples, asking them to arrange manpower and pray for the blessing of the Father. After a short summer at sea, the winged expeditionary force led by Lucifer finally flew into the sky of the Greya continent. On the west coast of the continent of Greya, there was no trace of the orcs she had imagined, not even a single hair of beasts. She sent out winged scouts to investigate the surrounding area, but found no trace of orcs. That shouldn't be the case. Lucifer was puzzled. Logically speaking, the news of their journey from afar could not be hidden from the orcs. She didn't want to hide it. She was ready to defeat the orc army again on the coast, and then march straight in. In desperation, Lucifer began to send more scouts and finally discovered the nearest orc town. Lucifer immediately gave the order and sent his glorious regiment to attack the town. She wanted to know what the orcs were planning. High in the sky, Jiang Yu's eyes have also been focused here, and he is looking forward to Lucifer's performance. When the overwhelming army of winged people flew over the orc town on the coast, the more than 1,000 orc defenders in the entire town swallowed their saliva. We're just a small orc town. Is it necessary for so many winged people to attack us? But the orc general defending the city roared loudly and ordered the soldiers to hide. Several town priests watched the opportunity and cast divine spells on the soldiers. Not long, among the overwhelming army of winged people in the sky, more than 1,000 winged soldiers flew out from the army and arrived above the town. Because the orc soldiers were hiding in the bunkers, they unleashed a hail of arrows, but it didn't work. The 1,000-man wing team turned around and found that the orcs on each city wall were arranged in the same way. Several waves of arrow rain had no effect and only killed a few unlucky orcs. Instead, several winged people flying lower were shot and injured by the orcs' arrows. For a moment, the young players of this 1,000-man wingman team are at a loss as to where to start. In the sky, Lucifer looked at the battle below, stroking his chin in thought. Turtle Tactics? Chapter 144. Elf Princess, Grand Mage Monarch. The winged army crossed the sea to expedition to the Orc Empire, and the gods in the sky watched and were delighted. The Orc Empire has an excellent location and a large population, so the god of strength, Ophidius, has great potential. If the winged people fight with them, it will be best if both sides suffer losses. Over the small town on the west coast of the Gray continent, the Orc army hid in the city and refused to face the enemy head-on. The young general of the winged 1,000-man squad in charge of the attack thought hard for a while, and then asked the winged men to take out rockets and shoot them into the town. As for whether Orc civilians were accidentally injured, it was not within their consideration. Suddenly, rockets were fired and fire began to spread through the town. However, Orcs soon came with basins of water and sand to put out the fire in the town. In the sky, Lucifer frowned a little. They're quite well prepared. Faced with the Orcs' turtle tactics, Lucifer decided to listen to the opinions of his generals. Just like that, more than a dozen legendary winged generals gathered in the sky where Lucifer was. This is the characteristic of the winged people, the Sky Combat Conference. In fact, their floating city has not been developed yet. Otherwise, this meeting would have been held in the floating city. It cannot be said that the alchemists and scholars of the winged people were not careful. But when there was no magic, the effect and consumption of levitation were extremely great, and the gain did not outweigh the loss. In the sky, Lucifer spoke first. Everyone, the Orcs are relying on strong walls and turtle tactics, hiding in the city. I suspect that all the Orc cities we encounter will be like this. So, who can break through their defenses? Fire attacks have proven ineffective. They are prepared. A legendary wingman said, "Commander, they rely on a strong city. If we attack, we will suffer heavy casualties. If we send troops to surround them without attacking, won't they die from starvation?" Lucifer shook his head. "This way we can win without fighting. But we've come a long way, and it'll take a long time. We may not have as much supplies as they do. Besides, the Orc Empire is vast. With so few people, how many cities can we siege?" At this moment, another legendary general came up with an idea. "Fire attack doesn't work. How about water attack?" Lucifer shook his head again. "This place is close to the ocean, so we can certainly use a water attack to solve the problem, but if we penetrate deep into their abdomen, it will be useless. Let's just attack the city with legendary weapons." Does a small city need legends? When the war breaks out, every wingman will have to fight. Another legendary winged general said, "Commander, I have an idea. If we could get a few warriors to work together, lift a large rock, and drop it on them from high above, we'll definitely be able to break their city defenses." Lucifer smiled. "This is more feasible. The walls of small towns like this are small and not thick. If the tribesmen work hard, they can break through, but it won't completely offset their advantages. Commander, why don't we just attack with our entire army and overwhelm them with our numerical advantage? It's a waste. For such a small town, even 10,000 people would be too much. However, using force to suppress others does have its place." At this time, a legendary female winged general said, "Commander, at this moment, if some ground cannon fodder troops could cooperate with the attack on the ground and climb the city wall under our cover, we could attack from both the sky and the ground, combined with the boulders falling from the sky, and it might be effective. I just don't know where to find ground cannon fodder." Lucifer nodded slightly. "That's fine too. As for the cannon fodder troops on the ground, aren't they all there on the entire Gray continent? I don't believe that there are Orcs in this world who are not afraid of death." Then she shouted an order. "Pass on my military orders. Send 2 more 1,000-man teams to assist in breaking through the city. After breaking through, first destroy their temples and kill all their priests. Then, use various means to recruit the Orcs to surrender and form an auxiliary army. This battle may last longer than we thought. Guchina, you must return to Uriel City in person to seek supplies and support, and inform the deputy lord of the situation here." "Yes." After, 3,000 winged warriors first threw down huge rocks, then charged forward and captured the town at the cost of dozens of casualties. Dozens of Orc soldiers surrendered, and some Orc civilians in the city also surrendered to the winged people for fear of death. After the temple was smashed, the remaining Orcs attacked the winged people army. Some were killed, and the rest were captured. After Lucifer found out the location of the largest nearby city, Jacori City, he took the captives and surrendered Orcs to Jacori City. She divided the remaining winged people into dozens of large and small troops, which attacked the cities on the west coast of the Orc Empire. After March, Lucifer's expeditionary force occupied the entire Jacori region on the west coast, and some winged people were killed in the battle. But this area is only the northwestern corner of the entire Orc Empire. Lucifer, who was always proud and brave, also sighed as he looked at the vast territory of the Empire. It's another war that will take time. Fortunately, the winged people have no lack of experience in long-term combat. In this way, Lucifer slowly began to capture cities and territories on the continent of Greya, gradually eroding the territory of the Orc Empire. At the same time, she tried not to massacre the city in order to recruit surrendered orcs to join the cannon fodder army. She had also thought about leading the entire winged army to attack the capital of the Orc Empire and destroy their core. But in the Orc Empire, the great chiefs of the Orc tribes have great power and political rights, and each has a large army. Even if the Emperor dies, it doesn't mean the Orcs have been defeated. We still have to eliminate their forces one by one. The 443rd year of the Troll Empire calendar. In the north of Furland, on the battlefield between the Troll Alliance and the Elf Alliance, a Dragon Knight legion composed of giant metal dragons suddenly appeared on the side of the Troll Empire. They defeated the Elves on the front line and drove them to the city of Garth. But soon, on the Elves' side, there also emerged a corps of Elven Dragon Knights composed of 5-color dragons. The Elves won back a game, and the battlefield returned to the vicinity of Eid City. On the Garso battlefield between the Northern Kingdoms and the Troll Empire, the sudden appearance of the Metal Dragon Knights caused the coalition forces to panic, and then they retreated to Mohand. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Arthur Reinhardt leads Reinhardt's most beloved Griffin Knights into the battlefield, stabilized the situation. Year 485 of the Troll Empire calendar. After decades of expeditions, Lucifer has occupied 1/3 of the Orc Empire. They are almost approaching the capital of the Orc Empire. After years of fighting, many winged people died in battle to maintain rule and the morale of the frontline soldiers. Gradually, about 1 million families of the expeditionary force also moved to the continent of Greya. They have escaped the coverage of the Holy Pool's energy, and in the future the lifespan of the winged people on the Greya continent may be lower than that of the core area of the winged people kingdom. They only have a lifespan of 1,000 years or so. Although they all left voluntarily to reunite with their loved ones, I wonder what the descendants of these winged people will think when they see the lifespan of the winged people of Furland in the future. The other side, the continent of Fanatin, Nadrassil Elf Forest, Elf King's Court, the daughter of the Silva Moon Elves Supreme King Altace. The elf princess Monarl has spent many years finally opening up the first legendary path of magic and advanced to the Grand Mage. She passed on the first path of magician to the elves. That is, magic apprentice, formal level, magician, master level, mage, heroic level, grand mage, legendary level. Under her, in recent years, she has also specially trained a group of magicians, including those who have changed their professions. Year 486 of the Troll Empire calendar. This 10,000-strong elven magician group was deployed to the front battlefield. As the commander of this magician group, the elf princess Monarl stepped onto the stage of the continent for the first time. Chapter 145, The Oak Father's Ascension to God. When the Silver Moon Elf Princess led her army of magicians across the ocean to the frontline battlefield between the Troll Empire and the Silver Moon Elves, the god's attention is basically on the battlefield in the north of Furland. The appearance of the magician attracted the attention of all gods. At this critical time point, the gods of both camps stood high in the sky, their gazes cast down upon the earth, yet they were wary of each other. Just then, in the Edith Forest on the continent of Finorton, Father Oak Siravans looked at the oak forest around him, which had expanded a lot. Then he looked up at the platinum moon in the sky. Faintly, he saw the majestic and heroic master nodding at him. So he no longer hesitated. He had made all the preparations he could. He is about to begin his ascension to godhood. The entire oak forest was shining with a deep green light at this moment, as vibrant as the color of the forest. A forest kingdom appeared in the great forest of Edith, and Siliphancy completed the steps to become a god in a very short time. He began to slowly lift up his forest kingdom, heading towards the sky. In Edith Forest, countless tree people woke up from their slumber and sent their blessings to the forest god who was about to ascend to heaven. All kinds of intelligent monsters and small animals in Edith Forest bowed respectfully to the god of the forest. At the edge of the forest, there was a large group of green-haired elves displaying the statue of the forest god in the tribe, singing hymns to the rising forest god kingdom, and bowing down devoutly. And at this time, the gods in the sky also saw Sylvanus, the father of the oak, ascend to the gods. That great oak tree actually chose today to ascend to godhood. Hey, he actually converted a group of elves into his followers. Haha, so bold. I just don't know who is behind him, the Lord of Dawn or the Lord of Judgment. High in the sky, the silver moon goddess looked at the group of forest elves and then looked at the oak father who ascended to godhood through the ministry of forests, wilderness, and resurrection. A vigorous fire burned in her beautiful eyes. Sylphans, you are so brave. Along with her anger, the silver moon suddenly shone with dazzling brilliance. She was about to use thunder and lightning to destroy his kingdom of God, but at this moment she saw, high above the sky, the platinum moon shines brightly. The silver-haired and white-winged Lord of Judgment stepped out of the kingdom of God earlier than her and stood high in the sky with his sword in hand, standing beside the path of the Oak Father's ascension to godhood. He was majestic, and his power was as vast as the sea. A pair of purple eyes as bright as the sea of stars looked in her direction, as if they were real. Seeing this scene, the silver moon goddess laughed angrily. An ray of silver moon light flashed in her eyes, and the divine light was intimidating. She demanded loudly, "Are you protesting against me, Uriel?" In the vast sky, two moons shine, covering the sun's light. Jiangyu chuckled softly. "Acalia, all living things have their own will. Why, what you have done, others cannot do." After saying this, his expression became serious. "With me here today, you can't touch Siravansi." Then he looked at Erotas, the Lord of the Morning, who was watching the show. "Erotas, our alliance is still ongoing. I hope you will abide by it." Erotas heard this and said solemnly, "Uriel, the covenant is still there. I won't interfere." He would not break his promise. And what's more, he was recently planning the priesthood of the contract. At this time, the oak tree has lifted up the kingdom of God and reached the heavens, and is about to complete its ascension to God. Looking at a group of big guys standing high in the sky, especially the silver moon goddess and the Lord of Judgment who were on the verge of a fight, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and even the kingdom of God seemed a little crooked. Just at this moment, Jiang Yu's gentle voice came to my ears. "Keep going, don't stop. I'll hold them off." Chapter 146, Twins of Destiny. High in the sky, Sylvans, the oak father who was supporting the rise of the forest god kingdom, heard Jiang Yu's voice and looked at the sacred figure standing in front of him, blocking the silver moon goddess, and suddenly he made up his mind. He calmed his mind and continued to complete the last step of becoming a god. But the silver moon goddess obviously did not want him to ascend to godhood easily. She pursed her lips, her eyes darkened, and a vast silver moon shadow appeared behind her. Then a moonlight flywheel appeared in her hand, and she swung it towards the kingdom of the Oak Father. The silver moon was shining brightly, and the moonlight flywheel crossed the space and instantly arrived in front of the forest kingdom of the Oak Father. But before it could attack the kingdom of God, it was blocked by a purple gold sword. The silver moon goddess had anticipated this situation. She stepped into the air in an instant, with a silver moon divine spear in her hand, and rushed straight towards Jiang Yu. Above the silver moon divine spear, the exploding silver moon divine power froze time and space, tore open the sky, and turned into a silver light like a torrent in the ocean, with unparalleled sharpness, piercing towards Jiang Yu's body. At this moment, in the shot, she actually used all her strength. The light of the silver moon exploded in the sky, and Jiang Yu was locked firmly by the silver moon goddess's magic spear. His purple eyes narrowed, and he made the same choice in an instant. When it comes to fighting courage, Jiang Yu is not inferior to anyone. He slightly raised his sword and stepped into the void. The vast power of judgment enveloped his whole body. The supreme champion's will turned into an indomitable sword intent, lighting up an endless platinum glow. With a murderous intent that spanned the heavens and the earth, he rushed towards the silver moon goddess. He also tried his best. Seeing the two main gods fighting each other like this, the gods in the sky held their breath. What a domineering pair of gods, only attacking and not defending. Two lunatics. Even Erotas sighed deeply. Every time I see Acalia's fearless courage, it never surprises me that she has achieved what she has today. Those who are less fearless than her do not have her talent, ability, and strength. And those who are equally strong as her do not have her supreme courage. She has achieved her current status entirely through fighting with swords and guns. After Aloda's side, he looked at Jiangyu, who was fighting with the Silver Moon Goddess, refusing to give in and also attacking with all his strength. This latecomer seems to be the same. Outside the Forest God Kingdom, in the shining platinum sword light, Jiangyu looked up at the Silver Moon Goddess who was coming to kill him and saw unshakable self-confidence and indomitable courage in her eyes. It seems to be saying, "Come on, either we fall into the sky together or get out of my way." She had used this tactic before and was always successful. A burning desire to fight rose in Jiangyu's eyes. "Since you dare to come, let's see whose sword is sharper. I also have the ambition to win the championship, and I have never retreated even a little." In an instant, high in the sky, and even throughout the entire world, one could see the two bright moons in the sky colliding violently. A loud explosion resounded throughout the world, and high in the sky, the chaotic laws of the battlefield area were cleared in an instant, leaving only emptiness. In just a moment, the two gods fought fiercely. Half of the bodies of the Silver Moon Goddess and Jiangyu exploded. Because the two were so close to each other, the shattered flesh and blood of the gods instantly mixed together. At the same time, the power of the collision between the future great divine power Lord of Silver Moon and the Lord of Judgment who had never appeared in the long river of fate caused a force of destiny to be stirred out. The divinity of destiny that the Silver Moon Goddess had just obtained was pulled out and instantly split into two by the sword light of judgment and merged into the mixed shattered flesh and blood. The Lord of Dawn, who was watching the battle, suddenly had an idea and pointed at the pile of flesh and blood with the hope and creative authority he had just obtained. A miracle happens. Two cute and well-behaved baby girls were born instantly in this pile of flesh and blood. One is full of luck, the other is burdened with misfortune. Behind their backs, there's only one wing, one on the left and one on the right, one black and one white. And their aura is that of a demigod from the moment they are born. When these two baby girls were born high in the sky, even the usually calm Jiangyu and the usually aloof Silver Moon Goddess looked bewildered. At the same time, he stopped the attack that was about to be launched. They looked at the two adorable baby girls and murmured to each other, "What's going on?" Although Jiangyu is a player from the 5th chapter, how can he know everything? The Silver Moon Goddess was secretly tired. Fate is unpredictable. I wanted to control my destiny, but I lost it in this way. Only the Lord of Dawn, who was watching the show, had some understanding. It is said that when the world reaches a certain stage of development, certain elves will inevitably be born in the world in various ways. In the words of this era, they are natural demigods, the supplements of order. The elves created by Inu are nothing more than imitations of these heavenly and earthly elves. Just when everyone's eyes were fixed on the elf of heaven and earth that was born, high in the sky, the forest kingdom of the Oak Father was finally established successfully. From today on, I, Siravans, ascend to the throne of the god of forests, wilderness, and resurrection. The forest god's declaration was full of vigor and joy after successfully ascending to godhood. However, it didn't take long for him to discover. At this moment, the focus of the gods in the sky was not on him, but on the two exquisite and lovely baby girls between the Lord of Judgment and the Silver Moon Goddess. He looked up at the Silver Moon Goddess and Jiangyu with a look of disbelief on his face. Two children were killed in this battle. Center of the battlefield. The Silver Moon Goddess took action first. She released the light of the silver moon, grabbed the baby girl who possessed the divine power of luck, and tore her white wings. The baby girl cried out in pain, but the light of the silver moon quickly shone on her back, and the scars disappeared, leaving her back as good as new. Afterwards, the Silver Moon Goddess hesitated for a moment, but still did not take away the unfortunate baby girl with a black right wing. She turned and walked towards the silver moon, disappearing into the kingdom of God. Uriel, stop fighting today. Seeing that the Silver Moon Goddess chose the baby girl with the lucky divinity without hesitation, she tore her white wings. Jiangyu frowned and looked at the ill-fated baby girl who was still in the sky. The little baby girl seemed to know that she was abandoned and started crying loudly. So Jiangyu walked up to her, sighed softly, and then took her into his arms and spoke with pity. "Good boy, I'll take you away." Then, after thinking for a moment, he took the torn white wing away. After doing all this, Jiangyu looked at Silivans, who had just ascended to godhood in the forest god kingdom, and greeted him with a smile. Silivans, when you are ready, enter my heavenly mountain. Yes, Lord God. Chapter 147, Giving You Wings. After Jiangyu finished speaking, he took the child back to Tiantang Mountain first. Sitting on a platinum throne, Jiangyu looked at the little baby girl lying obediently in his arms. Seeing her holding her tiny fingers and looking at him with her beautiful big eyes without blinking, a feeling of blood connection surged into his heart. He smiled lovingly. My child, you were born a demigod. Can I give you a name? Yeah. The little baby girl waved her arms happily. Why don't you just call yourself Jiangli? In the language of the winged people, that's Livel. Dubra. Ha ha ha. It seems that you like this name, my Livrel. Then, Jiangyu lifted up the little baby girl, looked at the one wing on her back, and smiled. My child, how can you be a disabled person with only one wing? Today, I will give you another wing. Jiangyu's mind moved, and 6 bright wings suddenly opened behind him. Then, feathers of light flew up from each wing, and finally gathered on Liver's body, forming a wing made of light. This wing is very symmetrical with a black wing on her right. The little baby girl giggled and flapped her black and white wings behind her. She actually flew up and fluttered around Jiangyu's platinum throne. Looking at Liver flapping her wings happily, Jiangyu smiled knowingly. Then, he picked up the broken white wing, thought for a moment, and used the wings behind him to transform into an identical wing to form a pair with it. Finally, he placed a pair of wings on Mount Heaven. He looked up at the shining moon in the sky, speechless. Before, he was indeed in a trance when he saw the 2 little baby girls. At that time, an indescribable emotion emerged in her heart, which allowed the silver moon goddess to take the initiative and take away the other child. Above the silver moon goddess placed her hand on the baby girl's head. From now on, your name will be Sally. High in the sky, after Jiangyu turned and left, the god of the forest and the father of oak returned to his kingdom of God. He sat on the throne and without much hesitation, urged the forest kingdom to head towards the platinum moon. Perhaps in the future, the oak father will ascend to the throne of the Lord God under various coincidences and become a powerful god. Lord gods can be weak or strong. But now, he couldn't think that far into the future. In today's world, there are 3 main gods coexisting. He has offended the silver moon goddess. The Lord of Dawn is not of the same kind as him and belongs to the last era. Only Jiangyu is the most outstanding existence in this era. Following the right person is not an easy thing. The Oak Father was steadfast in his choice. The Forest God Kingdom pushed aside the chaotic laws on the road to the sky and finally arrived in front of the Platinum Moon. At this time, when he walked into the bright moon, he could carefully see the entire Platinum Moon and how vast and bright the entire Heaven Mountain was. Layer upon layer of heavenly mountains hold up the glorious throne at the highest point. A peerless God king sits on the throne, like the master of heaven and earth. Magnificent, glorious, and grand. Just when he was shocked, a brilliant projection appeared before his kingdom of God, and Jiang Yu's figure emerged. He looked at the Oak Father, and a smile spread across his face. Silifans, I was not wrong about you. Believe me, you will be proud of your choice today. Now come in. Jiang Yu pointed at the hazy fourth heaven mountain. The fourth heavenly mountain is big enough to accommodate your kingdom of God. Chapter 148, Burning Falling Star. When Zilliphans saw Jiang Yu appear, he walked out of the kingdom of God and listened respectfully to the instructions of the Lord God. Okay, Lord God, I will move the kingdom of God over there right now. He nodded, returned to the throne of the kingdom of God, entered the range of Heaven Mountain, and then entered the fourth level of Heaven Mountain, which was still in a hazy state of construction. As soon as his kingdom of God fell into the fourth level of Heaven Mountain, he suddenly felt a force of integration emerging, and a powerful and great will enveloped his kingdom of God. Suddenly, his forest, wilderness, and revival authority were connected to Jiang Yu's will of judgment, as if they were actively integrated, but also seemed to be passively suppressed. Anak, it's not right. This is not what I imagined, the integration of the subordinate God kingdom into the main God kingdom. Then, with his confused eyes all the way, his forest kingdom was deeply embedded in Mount Heaven, and a mark of Mount Heaven appeared within his throne. After all this is done, Father of Oak, Silivans had not yet felt the changes in himself, but he had felt the changes in the fourth level of Heaven Mountain. The outline of Mount Paradise, which was originally hazy and still under construction, suddenly became much clearer, as if the process had accelerated a lot. Obviously, the Lord of Judgment gained huge benefits. Why do I feel like I've sold myself out? On the first level of Heaven Mountain, sitting high on the platinum throne, Jiang Yu's face was filled with unspeakable joy. Siliphans, what a good man. Every time he entered the fourth level of the heavenly mountain after construction earlier, he would be able to enter the realm of powerful divine power faster and would not fall behind the gods who gradually became stronger as their faith spread. Thinking of the contribution of the Oak Father, Jiang Yu was extremely happy, and he said loudly, "Caravans, from now on, you can walk all over Mount Heaven." As the Battle of the Two Moons came to an end, the northern battlefield of Furland is now the focus of the gods. When the elf princess, the legendary Grand Mage Monarl, led her army of magicians into the battlefield of Eads. Immediately, a big blow was given to the Eads Legion of the Troll Empire. Under the command and leadership of Monarl, 10,000 magicians chanted together, and a super magic that was powerful enough to destroy the world was completed by them. In the sky, fire elements gathered madly, and then an extremely huge, blazing super fireball fell toward the city of Eads like a small sun. Forbidden magic, burning falling star. In fact, they originally wanted to name this forbidden magic the falling sun, but considering the face of their goddess, they named it the burning falling star. In the city of Eads, under the horrified gaze of the trolls, a huge fireball as big as the sun fell rapidly. Their demigod commander tried to stop it, but was knocked to the ground. Then, the little sun fell into the city of Eads. Almost instantly, a huge explosion sounded in the city of Eads, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The vast troll city suddenly turned into a sea of fire, and the tall city walls collapsed. Countless trolls screamed and howled in the flames, in agony. Even the gods in heaven were stunned by this attack. Magic is about to rise. Year 486 of the Troll Empire calendar. November. The elf princess Monarl led the magician army in their first battle, and the terrifying and powerful forbidden magic, burning falling star, appeared in the world. After, the northern troll city of Eads was broken, and the elven coalition forces rushed into the city. Except for some troll troops who broke through, nearly 1 million trolls were killed or captured. Monarl became famous in one battle. Chapter 149, The Frenzy of Magic. Year 487 of the Troll Empire calendar. When the Sun Elves of Sinethil heard that the trolls had been defeated on the front line, they moved their entire tribe south again. This time, the Troll Emperor Odin Bloodaxe directly allocated a piece of territory to them south of Furland, near the human kingdom of Dawn. Later this area was called Sun Valley. After the Sun Elves arrived in the south, the Lord of Dawn came down to earth again to ensure his rule. The royal family of the Sun Elves, the lineage of the Sun King, was born. Aids front. With the defeat of the Troll Empire, the Elf army sent a small force south to pursue the Sun Elves, but gave up because the Sun Elves had already left. The Elven army commander, Valia, personally led the troops westward across the central mountains and attacked the Garso defense line from the rear. That's it. The Troll army of the north was defeated on the front line. However, this time, because they received the news of the fall of Eads City in advance, Garso's troll army did not suffer much loss. Garso's dragon knights even destroyed an elven force that pursued them too deeply. With the fall of Garso, the Troll Empire lost all of its northern territories, and they were forced to build a defense line in the Falling Star Lake area at the junction of the central and northern regions. Speaking of the Falling Star Lake, it was hundreds of years ago when a divine kingdom in the sky fell and hit the earth, forming a lake at the junction of the central and northern borders. The elements here are in chaos, which weakens the elves' magic power to a certain extent. But because of the Battle of Eads, the horrific damage comparable to a natural disaster made the elves' forbidden magic famous. Then, today, all races in the world have begun to study and learn elven magic. But the Silver Moon elves kept their magic very tightly and were unwilling to give it up easily. The Orc Empire of Greya also requested magical assistance from the elves. In order to prevent the Orc Empire from being defeated too quickly, the elves sent a squadron of magicians to the Orc Empire to provide magical assistance. But the orcs' talents seem to be less effective in magic. After a few years of training, the orcs will be able to form a team of 100 magicians. However, An orc genius named Groll, although he did not learn magic, discovered the use of fighting spirit under the influence of magic. Not long after, he researched and created a profession suitable for some orcs to practice, the path of the Swordmaster. Year 488 of the Troll Empire calendar. In order to continue to maintain the alliance with the northern countries, the elves divided the Garsol region to the Reinhard Kingdom, the Eamon Kingdom, and the Orc Kingdom, which had fought against the Troll Empire in Garsol. They only occupied the Eads region and began to transform the land in this area, build new cities, and establish the Silver Moon Temple. Year 490 of the Troll Empire calendar. In order to deal with the magic army of the elves, the Lord of Dawn gathered the devout priests of the Empire's temple and created the priest profession for them. The priest has the ability to heal, defend, and fight. The most important thing is that when the priests gather together as a group, they can work together to release the divine barrier. If there are enough priests, sufficient mental strength, and fanatical faith, this divine barrier can effectively block most of the damage caused by forbidden magic. This army of priests was called the Temple Priest Corps. The High Priest of the Temple of Dawn therefore requested the Lord of Dawn to change the temple into a church so that he would have better organizational power to summon the Priest Corps. The Lord of Dawn agreed to make the Lord of Dawn the patriarch of the church. The Church of Dawn appears. Year 491 of the Troll Empire calendar. After the elves rested, Villia led the Elven army and the Magician army to attack the Falling Star Lake defense line. Here, for the first time, the Temple Priest Corps blocked the damage of the forbidden magic of the Magician Corps. However, many priests died of exhaustion during this resistance. Moreover, every fanatical priest is a treasure of the Lord of Dawn, and the death of one of them is extremely painful. Magicians only need to study systematically to get a job. The longer the time, the more beneficial it is for the elves. Fortunately, the Troll Empire finally has a means to fight back. The elf princess, Grand Mage Monoral, returned to the Nadrassil Forest of Fanatin after another mage in the Mage Legion advanced to the legendary level. It is not only for the purpose of opening a magic school and continuing to train magical talents for the elves, but also the requirement of the Elf Supreme King. He only has this one daughter, Monoral, who is both a princess and a crown prince. How could he possibly let her stay on the battlefield forever? The record he achieved in Eads was enough to qualify him to become the Elf King. But Monoral's pursuit is not to become the king of elves. She has higher aspirations. As for Monoral's decision to open a school in Nadrassil, the gods each had their own thoughts, and some even planned to secretly use their incarnations to go to the Elf King's city to learn from him in person. It's really that their believers are not very reliable. After so many years, they haven't learned any of the essence of magic. The gods are also troubled when believers are not supportive. We can't let the elves take advantage of this opportunity to dominate the world. Then an interesting scene appeared. When Monoral opened the first magic course at the Elf King's Magic Academy, the Silver Moon Goddess, who also transformed herself into a student and came down to Earth in person to test the Elf Princess's potential to become a god, discovered that these classmates of hers were truly shameless. Chapter 1, 50 Gods Magic Class. The Continent of Fanatin. The Great Forest of Nadrassil. Nadrassil, the Elven capital. The Royal School of Magic is located on the edge of the royal city. This place is shaded by green trees and is quiet and peaceful. The walls of the academy are made of huge stones, emitting a mysterious glow, and the gate is made of heavy oak. When you enter the college, the first thing that catches your eye is a spacious courtyard. The courtyard is filled with various exotic flowers and plants. Walking along the path in the courtyard, you will see an exquisite library. There's a wide square in front of the library. The square is surrounded by wooden towers, each of which contains a classroom. The Elf King Academy has just started. There are many elf students sitting in each classroom. And at the innermost part, there's a largest tower, and inside the tower, there's a bright and spacious classroom. This is the classroom where the Elf Princess Monoral teaches. The Elf Academy is trying out an elective system, where each classroom is assigned an elf magic teacher, and students choose the magic classes they want to take. The morning light was dim at this time. As the night faded away, the first rays of morning light shone into the princess's classroom. A bright and upright figure appeared in the corridor. He has an elf-like handsome face and golden eyes. His temperament is obviously extraordinary, and he has a kind of magnanimity and majesty that has a broad mind. He looked up and around, and seeing that there was no one around, he nodded secretly, then straightened his body, pushed open the door of the magic classroom, walked in openly, came to the last row of seats, and sat down upright. Not long after he sat down, a majestic elf with red eyes also pushed open the door and walked in. He was stunned when he saw the handsome elf sitting in the last row. "A Lord God, ahem, just call me Rodas." The red-eyed elf walked over and sat down next to the golden-eyed elf. As he sat down, another elf pushed the door open and walked in. This time, it was a female elf with long dark blue hair. Mother of the deep sea, Lord of the dawn, god of slaughter, haha, what a coincidence. Immediately following, the god of war, Favisk, the god of desert, Anramar, the god of savagery and violence, Brito, the wolf god, Lord's wind, the god of the north wind, Kamex, the god of roar and savagery, Siravans, the father of oaks, and so on. The incarnations of the gods appeared in the magic classroom and looked at each other in extreme embarrassment. What? You all want to be together, right? This magic classroom is very lively. Right at this moment, a beautiful elf girl with bright eyes, white teeth, and graceful figure walked into the classroom. As soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. Then, the expression on her face changed several times, becoming angry and amused. The dignified gods actually commit theft themselves. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So she stood on the podium angrily, looking at the elf students sitting in the classroom. How shameless of you! You, the dignified gods, want to come here and steal the priesthood. The gods in the seats all laughed awkwardly, except for a certain red-eyed elf who almost coughed on the spot and lowered his head slightly. Then, the beautiful female elf turned her gaze and looked at Erotas, who was sitting in the last row and had the most imposing aura among them, and said sarcastically, "Erotas, as the Lord God, you also did such a despicable thing. I always thought you were more upright than that platinum moon. I didn't expect that you were so much worse than him." Just then, the classroom door opened. A handsome elf with silver hair and purple eyes pushed open the door of the classroom and walked in, looking very stealthy. However, when he saw the room full of gods, he was slightly stunned and then smiled to himself. What a lively scene. What are you talking about, everyone? Chapter 151, Reserve Godhood. Seeing Jiangyu pushing the door open, the silver moon goddess Akalia's face suddenly darkened and her brows sank slightly. Before she could say anything, the last row of the classroom. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Dawn immediately stood up and laughed loudly. Uriel, you're late. Erotas, how could I be earlier than the dawn? Judgment always comes last. Jiangyu answered with a smile. On the podium, seeing Jiangyu and Erotas still chatting, a flash of depth appeared in the eyes of the silver moon goddess. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Well, since everyone is here today, I guess you are all here to learn the principles of magic." After hearing this, the gods remained motionless, but the divine light in their eyes lit up. In that case, I will take this opportunity to make a promise with everyone. She knew it very well. Even this time, she drove the gods away or prevented Monarl from teaching the principles of magic. However, if the gods have no shame, the principles of magic will sooner or later be revealed, so it is better to use them for exchange. The current gods are all in order, and they will still feel a little ashamed if they are caught on the spot. If this is proposed at this time, with all the gods present, I believe no one will object. She said, "I wish to share the principles of magic with the gods, but please do not compete with Monarl for the position of the goddess of magic. When she ascends to the throne, do not stand in her way." As soon as these words came out, the gods were silent for a moment. There was reluctance in the eyes of some gods, who knew the potential of magic. But the Lord of Dawn agreed first. "I will make this promise not to interfere with Monarl's ascension to the gods. He has no special pursuit of magic, and has recently been improving his priest system and exploring the principles of magic. He just wants to refer to it to better serve the priest system." But the gods were somewhat silent, as the magic priesthood was not something to be taken lightly. However, the words of the Lord of Dawn carried great weight. So Jiangyu continued speaking, but he added something. "I agree, but magic cannot be the private property of the elves. All living beings should have the right to use it. If the goddess of magic attempts to take magic for herself in the future, we gods will rise up and attack." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the gods and Akalia. In his impression, being the goddess of magic was not an easy job. After hearing this, the gods thought it was the best choice and nodded. On the podium, The Silver Moon Goddess also nodded. She was very satisfied with the effect. She felt that she should take back what she had said to Erotas, the Lord of the Morning. Okay, that's the deal. The three main gods nodded, and the matter was settled. Just then, there were brisk footsteps outside the classroom door. The Silver Moon Goddess Acalia quickly walked down from the podium and found a seat in the front row. Jiang Yu also walked to the front row window and sat down. He just sat down. The classroom door was gently pushed open. A stunningly beautiful female elf with a bookish temperament walked into the classroom holding a thick magic book and walked up to the podium. She put the magic book down on the podium and looked into the classroom. When she saw this, she was surprised. Only see below. Every elf student has outstanding temperament, nobleness, and is more majestic than her father. Among them, there are three most outstanding elves, like the kings of all living things, standing between heaven and earth. Who are these people? Doubts subconsciously arose in her mind. But the next moment, a voice appeared in her heart. Monarel just teaches normal. It is the divine voice of the Silver Moon Goddess. Monarel was so surprised that she looked around. The beautiful female elf, who was one of the three elves with the most powerful temperament, smiled at her, her eyes full of admiration. She was startled. Isn't this her goddess? At this moment, she looked at the room full of elegant and graceful students, and suddenly she felt a sense of unreality. It's unbelievable. She calmed herself down, nodded respectfully to the Silver Moon Goddess, then calmed down, faced the gods, and spoke the first words about the source of magic. As everyone knows, I founded the magician profession decades ago. It's rumored that I created this magic system by combining runes, enchantments, alchemy, and hymns from around the world. But what many people don't know is that the most crucial core, the very essence of magic, actually comes from the chanting method created by my main deity, the great Silver Moon Goddess. And the inspiration for the magical tool, the staff, also comes from the Silver Moon Staff of the Silver Moon Goddess I believe in. So, the origin of magic is actually the wisdom of the Silver Moon Goddess. Monarel said this and glanced at the Silver Moon Goddess secretly. I saw Acalia smiling with the corners of her mouth raised, and her pretty little face was extremely bright. So she continued preaching. Well, next, I will begin to explain in detail the principles of magic. Chapter 152, The Enemy, is at the gate. After that magic class, intelligent races around the world are beginning to truly embrace the magical profession, except for the first magical legendary path of the elf princess. Many years later, legendary paths of various systems of magic were born. Summoning, undead, shaping, demon, space, soul, astral, life, transfiguration, psionic, messenger, holy, and more. The elf princess's first legendary magician system was called the elemental system. The magic system presents a flourishing posture within a framework, and all of this originates from that great magic class. The record of the magic goddess Monarel's ascension to deity. 500 years of the Troll Empire. The god of wisdom and healing, who is active in the human area of Sancha River, requests to become a subordinate of the Lord of Dawn, and wants to exalt the kingdom of God and ascend to the throne of true God. Erotas hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. June, Gotagus, the god of wisdom and healing who has been hiding among the human race for many years and spreading faith, ignited the divine fire with the human race's faith in the Three Forks River area and upheld the kingdom of God. High in the sky, the moment when Gotagus, the goddess of wisdom and healing, lifted the kingdom of God to the sky. Jiang Yu, who was sitting on a platinum throne, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, and his purple eyes burst out with an extremely bright divine light. A vast divine majesty covered the entire heaven mountain and spread beyond the sky. The next moment, he rose from his throne, under the terrified gaze of Sylvanus, the father of oaks. He held the purple gold sword at his waist horizontally in his hand, took a step forward, and appeared before the kingdom of the god of wisdom and healing. A firm and decisive sword strike. Suddenly, an incomparably bright, pure, white sword light lit up between heaven and earth. The sword light whistled, and the meaning of judgment was like the Milky Way above the 9 heavens, falling on the kingdom of the god of wisdom and healing. In his terrified eyes, the kingdom of God, which he had not yet reached, along with the throne, was split in half by this sword, and his entire body was exposed in the empty sky. No, on the broken throne, The light in the eyes of the god of wisdom and healing disappeared the moment the kingdom of God was shattered. He did not look at Jiangyu, who controlled his life and death, but looked at the vast and bright sun in the sky with a look of despair on his face. Erotas, my lord god, I saw a bright silver moon blocking the sun. Get closer. You can see a cold and majestic goddess confronting a blonde and armored male god. Erotas, you have enough gods already. Acalia, get out of the way. Erotas, forget it. That ungrateful god of wisdom and healing is definitely dead. The priesthood of wisdom, the faith of the human race, the path to death. Erotas looked up at the distant sky, at the kingdom of wisdom and healing that was shattered by Jiangyu's sword, and then looked at the silver moon goddess who was blocking his way, and sighed softly. His wisdom ultimately failed to overcome his desire to become a god. With his wisdom, he even dares to guess the mind of the gods. The silver moon goddess added disdainfully, "Distance." In the broken kingdom of the god of wisdom and healing, Jiangyu walked slowly through the ruins of the kingdom of God and came to the presence of Gortagus, the god of wisdom and healing. If you had been hiding, I wouldn't have bothered looking for you. But you actually dared to ascend to godhood and challenge my bottom line. Then, no one could save you. On the throne, Gortagus, knowing that he was doomed, looked at Jiangyu with despair and resentment, and finally cursed. Oriel, your sword is stained with the blood of the gods. In the future, the gods will retaliate against you. However, before he could finish his words, Jiangyu chopped off his soul and body with a single sword, and his divine nature and deity were suppressed by the judgment throne. It's really too much to worry about. He felt funny in his heart. Whether the future is the shattering of heaven or the twilight of the gods is none of your business. After this battle, Jiangyu obtained the divine power of wisdom and healing, returned to the platinum throne, and the fourth level of Heaven Mountain became much clearer. Year 501 of the Troll Empire calendar. Arthur Reinhardt wiped out the believers of the god of wisdom and healing among the people of Three Forks with lightning speed, killed the governor of Three Forks who had long had independent ideas, re-established the faith in the Platinum Moon, and consolidated the royal rule of the kingdom of Reinhardt. At the same time, the Reinhardt human kingdom began to expand its territory near the west coast. For the first time, the kingdom's pioneering knights came into contact with the barbarian tribes active on the west coast. Because they share the same origin, the kingdom of Reinhardt wanted to bring them under its rule, so it sent envoys to contact the various barbarian tribes. The hardships of life and the common human blood made the barbarians want to surrender, but they were doubtful and hoped that the human king would personally make promises and conditions to them. Year 507 of the Troll Empire calendar. Arthur Reinhardt personally led the Knights of the Golden Lion and the Knights of the Griffin to the barbarian tribes in the northern west coast and held an alliance in a plain area at the mouth of the sea called Belafat. The strength of the powerful human kingdom's king and legion convinced them, and they signed a treaty of submission with Arthur Reinhardt. From then on, the barbarian tribes in the northern part of the west coast belonged to the kingdom of Reinhardt and were willing to fight for the kingdom of Reinhardt. Arthur Reinhardt also enfeoffed 17 barbarian noble lords in the northern part of the west coast and gave them the protection of the Reinhardt kingdom. At the same time, the kingdom of Reinhardt dispatched an elite army corps and summoned young and strong warriors from various barbarian tribes to attack the ogre tribe that had always been the enemy of the barbarians in the south. Year 512 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Lord of Dawn obtained the contracted priesthood, and his strength steadily advanced towards a powerful divine power. In fact, Erotas has already begun planning to hope for the priesthood, which can provide him with great help and even push him to a powerful divine power in one fell swoop. Year 523 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Silver Moon Goddess has obtained the priesthood of sleep and is planning the priesthood of dreams. This is an extremely powerful priesthood. If successful, one can advance to powerful divine power. Year 555 of the Troll Empire calendar. After years of fighting, Lucifer led the Winged Legion and marched to the city of Sarita, the capital of the Orc Empire. Chapter 153, His Highness asked, "Do you want to surrender?" The city of Sarita has high walls and thick cliffs and is separated by two rivers. It was once the most prosperous and essential area in the entire Tiamen Orc Empire. Throughout history, nearly 1 million orcs have been raised on this river plain. On this central city, the Orc Emperor could sit in the palace and overlook the vast mountains and rivers. the center of the capital. There used to be long queues in front of the temple of the orc god, just to admire the majesty of the god. Now it is bleak. Lucifer conquered cities and plundered territories along the way, recruited orcs to surrender, and trained cannon fodder troops. Although slow but steady, he finally reached the city of Sarita. At this time, from the northwest coastline to the imperial capital in the western hinterland of the continent, nearly half of the territory of the Orc Empire was conquered by the Winged People, and a large number of orc cities surrendered with their soldiers and civilians. Over the years, the orcs and the Winged People launched an extensive war of wits and courage. There was even a legendary orc general who had almost perfect military talent and once repelled the offensive of the Winged People. Tens of thousands of Winged People died on the battlefield. But in a war, he was killed by Lucifer in front of all the orcs. When she stood in the sky, holding the head of the genius orc General Brian. Brian's blood dripped, and he died with his eyes open. The morale of the orc army collapsed. After that, the war went much more smoothly. The army advanced all the way, constantly dividing its forces to occupy the surrounding cities, and constantly bringing in orc surrender troops to help them attack the cities. In fact, later on, many orc cities were fought in the sky by the high-end combat forces of both sides, with countless orc surrendered soldiers attacking the city like ants, and the winged army flying in the sky came to support and assist. The Winged People gradually suffered fewer casualties, and the surrendered orcs fought with their own kind even more ferociously than when they fought with the Winged People. The rewards given by the main wings are too generous. The first one to ascend to the undead realm will even be rewarded with a small piece of fiefdom. This is much more enjoyable than being a soldier in the Orc Empire. One of the reasons is that on the same land, the orcs' cannon fodder army eats better than when they were soldiers. Moreover, following this orc army, there are many goblin merchants who follow the winged army, carrying a series of supplies and doing business as they move. They bought the spoils of the army's siege and sold the food and weapons the army needed. The Winged People did not drive them away. These goblins had long lost the characteristics of the goblins of the Goblin Empire. They were just a group of greedy businessmen. Under the city of Sarita, Lucifer Void stood in midair, with a team of elite Radiant Regiment guards following behind her. A holy sword of light and dark with a faint divine light hung on her waist, making her look majestic. Nearly 200,000 Winged People were flying over Sarita, and nearly 1 million orc allies were lined up outside the city. When Lucifer brandished the holy sword of light and darkness in his hand, the world was suddenly divided into two perspectives: light and darkness. From the sky to the earth, millions of troops cheered loudly. Their morale was high, especially the orc army on the ground. Their cheers were no less than those of the winged army in the sky. The army's will. Lucifer heard the cheers of the army and looked at the magnificent capital of the Orc Empire before him, and a sense of excitement rose in his heart. She looked up at the bright platinum moon in the sky and muttered silently in her heart, "After all these years, I've finally come to this point. My lord, are you watching me?" She then called out to a female winged officer behind her. "Go ahead and ask them if they're willing to surrender." "Yes, Your Highness Lucifer." A heroic female winged officer immediately agreed, flapped her wings, and flew over the city of Sarita. She mobilized her aura, extraordinary power surged, and she shouted loudly. The commander-in-chief of the Losenda's Kingdom Expeditionary Force, the glorious Morning Star, the wielder of the Holy Sword, His Highness Lucifer, asks, "Do you surrender?" She yelled 3 times. In the sky and on the ground, millions of troops roared, "Do you surrender or not? Do you surrender or not?" The roar of millions of people shook the earth, and the countless orc defenders on the walls of Sarita felt that the ground was shaking. Before the battle even started, I was already halfway discouraged. Chapter 154, Give it a try. Inside the Sarita Palace. When the Orc Emperor heard the deafening calls for surrender from outside, he was so angry that he smashed the cup on the table in the hall. A bunch of idiots. A bunch of trash. And those traitors, have they forgotten who raised them? The Empire. After venting anger, he calmed down. The capital now houses the last and most powerful orc legions of the entire empire, as well as 3 demigods and dozens of legends. There's still a battle to be fought. Let me think about it again. I still have some combat power that can be mobilized. That's right. He called out to the eunuchs around him. Go find the elven magician teaching group that came to Sarita to support the teaching and ask them to help. Set any terms you want. As long as Sarita can be defended, any price is acceptable. The eunuch nodded and quickly ran out of the palace. Then, he shouted outside the hall again. Tolek, tell all the troops in the city to defend Sarita City at all costs. I'll go to the temple again and pray for God's help. The empire is about to fall, and God won't intervene. Yes, your majesty. Take my palace guards with you. Yes. Tolek nodded in agreement, ran out of the palace with a group of hundreds of palace guards, and read out the emperor's order. See everyone leave the palace. The emperor then spoke. Catholic, come out. A black-robed figure walked out from the emperor's throne behind him. His Majesty, take my personal guards and secretly protect Princess Essima and the 7th Prince Yerik, then bring them to the secret tunnel to wait for me. If the imperial city is conquered, we will head south to the city of Sama on the southern coast. Yes. Also, move all the treasures in the inner treasury away. This is the most important thing. Yes, your majesty. After the Orc Emperor finished his arrangements, he took a deep breath. All right, you can leave now. I'll go to the temple soon and pray to the Almighty Lord God. High in the sky, saw the winged army approaching the city of Sarita. Jiangyu did not close his eyes to practice, but held the long sword at his waist, his eyes falling on the kingdom of orcs and the god of strength. The capital of the Orc Empire is about to be destroyed. Can you still endure it? Ophites, the kingdom of the god of power. Ophitis sat on the throne, his eyes fixed on the temple of Sarita. He looked at a tall and strong middle-aged orc knelt in the temple and cried loudly. Great God, please use your divine power to save your poor people. If the imperial capital is conquered by the winged people, the orcs will be powerless to fight back. There will be no place left in the fertile land of Western Greya to enshrine your temple. Great God, please help. The god of strength, Ophitis, struggled with his expression, but finally gritted his teeth. I have to take action. In recent years, his faith has declined rapidly. If we continue to be cowards, my faith will probably be dispersed even further. Orcs value bravery, and his performance over the years is indeed difficult to evaluate. He planned to ask the Silver Moon Goddess to stop the Lord of Judgment, and then take action himself, cast divine magic, give it a try, and first resolve the crisis in the capital. He was still very confident that the old tree on Paradise Mountain could not stop him. As for the subsequent reckoning by the Lord of Judgment, if his kingdom of God really cannot withstand it, he will have to join the Silver Moon Kingdom of God and worship a main god for himself. It's so frustrating. I'm Sequence 0, the Master of Power. Damn Platinum Moon. Chapter 155 Sequence 0. The Lord of the Underworld ascends to godhood. Within the Silver Moon Divine Kingdom, bright light enveloped the Kingdom of God. The Silver Moon Goddess Acalia was not sitting on the throne, but in a garden in the Kingdom of God. Flowers are in full bloom in the garden, and a swing is hung on the lawn. Several beautiful female elves dressed in maid costumes stand respectfully behind the swing. In front of the swing, the little baby girl, Serial, has grown into a beautiful young lady. She has long silver hair, purple gold eyes, fair skin, and wears a white dress. She is tall and elegant, and looks absolutely stunning. But at this moment, she was lowering her head dejectedly, accepting the scolding of a beautiful goddess with silver hair and golden eyes, who was also tall and fair. Serial, how many times have I told you? Don't sneak out of the kingdom of God without my permission. Tell me, how many times have you run away this year? 1 time. Twice. The Silver Moon Goddess raised her hand. Okay, mother, it was 5 times. But 3 of them were caught by Uncle Bayphone. The girl in the white dress curled her lips. Serial, don't think that just because you have my blood, you can come and go as you please. You are the future goddess of luck. With a priesthood like this before you become a god, I wonder how many eyes are staring at you. Furthermore, your combat abilities are simply hard to describe. You haven't inherited any of my powerful combat talents. The Silver Moon Goddess laughed angrily, but she finally let go of her hand, unable to bear to hit the child who had grown up with her. But, mother, I want to see my sister. The girl in the white dress looked pitiful, blinked her eyes, and said aggrievedly, The elves of heaven and earth have memories from the moment they are born. After hearing this, a trace of guilt appeared on the face of the Silver Moon Goddess. She subconsciously rejected the bad luck back then, but now she regrets it. She should have taken both of them away. After a moment of silence, she asked, Did you see her? Of course, I can also enter and exit Paradise Hills at will. Besides, Livril is very powerful now. She said that she will protect me from now on. The girl in the white dress raised her head, put her hands on her hips, and said proudly, Livril is very powerful. The Silver Moon Goddess looked at her beloved daughter with some suspicion. They were all born from the same source, so she would rather believe that both of her daughters were useless in combat than to believe that only the daughter in front of her was a loser. This made her suspect that there was something wrong with her education. Of course, Livril is unrivaled in combat, claiming to have inherited all the true teachings from her father, the Lord of Judgment. I couldn't even withstand 3 moves from her. Serial, the girl in the white dress, had a look of pride on her face. Are you quite proud? Acalia was speechless. Seeing that the Silver Moon Goddess was no longer as angry as before, the girl in the white dress cautiously tested her. Mom, I think the pair of wings on Livril's back are so pretty, one black and one white, so cool. When the Silver Moon Goddess heard this, her expression immediately turned cold. Why do you need wings when you're a good person? Without wings, you can't fly. Seeing that his goddess mother was really angry, Serial's face turned bitter, and he was about to say something to coax his mother. Acalia's expression changed, and then she smiled. Ophites, you are finally willing to give up your former pride. Then she looked at Serial and warned, Stay in God's kingdom. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Before Serial could finish his words, the Silver Moon Goddess took a step forward, arrived outside the Platinum Moon, and stood high in the sky with a spear in her hand. On the Platinum Throne, Jiang Yu's gaze was on the kingdom of power of the Orc God. Seeing the Silver Moon Goddess appear and stand in front of Ophitis, he couldn't help but frown. He immediately walked out and asked, Acalia, what are you doing? Nothing, the Silver Moon Goddess said coldly. But her Silver Moon power surged up, blocking the space and blocking Jiang Yu's way, making it difficult for him to go out. He had to be alert and guard against the goddess in front of him. Just when Jiang Yu wanted to continue asking, his face suddenly turned cold, and then he was filled with anger. Ophites, you are seeking death. All I could see was the sky above Sarita, the capital of the Orc Empire. A giant golden hand covering the sky suddenly descended from the sky and pressed down toward Sarita. Suddenly, 1/3 of the winged people in the sky were crushed to pieces and blood rained down. Lucifer used all his strength to maximize the power of the holy sword of light and darkness. The mark of the 2nd level of Mount Heaven lit up instantly. The power of Mount Heaven suddenly appeared to protect her, and she was able to escape from the disaster. But he was seriously injured instantly. High in the sky, because the Silver Moon Goddess's divine power blocked the space, Jiang Yu was unable to stop the divine magic cast by Ophitis himself in the first place. Of course, the more important thing is that no one expected that Ophitis would directly take cruel action against so many mortals. The Silver Moon Goddess did not expect that the God of Strength would take action personally, ignoring the unspoken rules between gods and killing so many mortals. She was a little stunned. Almost at the same time, Jiang Yu drew his sword in an instant, and the vast and boundless sword intent of judgment hung upside down the heaven and earth, and boundless murderous intent rose up. He was extremely angry. The Silver Moon Goddess wanted to stop a little, but the next moment, the far north of the continent of Fenneton, dark jungle, an extremely deep and dark aura rose up. Immediately, a dark and muffled voice announced between heaven and earth, I, Sequence 0, and alas, Lord of the Netherworld, ascend today to the throne of the Netherworld, darkness and death. In the jungle, hundreds of thousands of dark elves, countless dark beasts, and shadow creatures sang hymns. At the same time, a vast, dark blue kingdom of God rises toward the sky. See this? The Silver Moon Goddess's face changed drastically. She no longer cared about stopping Jiang Yu and turned around to head north of Fenneton. And alas, you are seeking death. There is no silver moon blocking the way. Jiang Yu took a step forward, came to the kingdom of power, and swung the divine sword down. God's country. He was sitting on the throne, manipulating the divine power, preparing to strike again and kill Lucifer, when he saw a 6-winged, sacred and majestic God coming with boundless, murderous intent. Ophites, no one can save you today. Chapter 156, Lord of the Underworld. The sacred and majestic 6-winged God is like a king who judges heaven and earth, and his purple eyes are burning with eternal flames. The God of Strength on the throne suddenly stood up. How is that possible? Where is the silver moon goddess? He was shocked, angry, and a little unwilling. Before he could find out the reason, a vast and boundless pure white sword light that cut through the sky came straight towards his kingdom of God. The sky and the earth turned white. The kingdom of power was thrown into turmoil by a single sword strike. Within the kingdom of God, the souls of countless orc believers fell to the ground, and the god of strength, Ophitus, quickly stabilized the kingdom of God. I have to say, the god of strength is indeed much stronger than the god of killing back then. If Jiang Yu had the strength he has now back then, the entire kingdom of God would have been split in half with this sword. But Ophitus was once a sequence 0 being after all, and after ascending to godhood, he was at the lowest level of medium divine power. With the power of the kingdom of God, it would be difficult for ordinary gods of medium power to kill him in his kingdom of God, even if they were much stronger. But Jiang Yu is different. He is not a god in reality. Seeing that the first sword light was unable to break through the defense of the kingdom of God, Jiang Yu thought of a countermeasure almost immediately. High above the sky, the platinum moon that seemed to be hanging in the sky forever suddenly lit up with a brilliant and grand light. Then, in the shocked sight of all living beings in the world, the brilliant platinum moon, like a shining sun, crashed straight into the space, into the kingdom of God with star-like power. Rumble, rumble. The collision of the kingdoms of God is like using one's own foundation to damage the foundation of his God. Generally speaking, if you kill 10,000 enemies, you will lose 8,000 of your own. But there was only determination shining in Jiang Yu's eyes. The moment the platinum moon collided with the kingdom of power, he stood at the very edge of Mount Heaven, closest to the point of impact, raised the purple gold sword, and swung the sword of judgment. He is using himself as the spearhead to break through the defense of the kingdom of power. In the realm of the god of power, when Ophites saw Jiang Yu's resolute action, his face changed. Finally, his expression returned to normal, and his eyes were still filled with determination and fighting spirit. He faced the platinum moon opposite him, and a majestic male god standing on the platinum moon, and laughed. I too once defeated countless enemies before reaching the pinnacle of power. Now that I've become a god, have I lost that invincible spirit? Lord of Judgment, let's fight. Only pure power can conquer everything. He clenched his fists, and a pair of boxing gloves filled with golden divine light appeared on his fists. The enormous power increased exponentially with his breathing, and then he punched out. The pure power combined with the divine power formed a golden fish shadow, which shattered all the space in front of him, knocked down countless space fragments, and went towards Jiang Yu. In front of the platinum moon, Jiang Yu, who was opening the door to the kingdom of power, looked at the golden fish shadow coming towards him and the shattered space along the way, and also felt the incomparably domineering pure power. He did not retreat or dodge. Instead, his purple eyes lit up with a calm and composed light. The silver hair suddenly fluttered back. With a sword strike, the pure white and magnificent sword light split the space into two sides, hitting the oncoming golden fish shadow, and then, without stopping, stepped forward. He didn't care that the sword light could break the fish shadow of the god of strength. He turned his wrist, held the sword upside down, and his speed soared. Soon he came in front of Ophitus. Facing Ophitus and the throne behind him, he used several characteristics of the throne to bless him and slashed with his sword with all his strength. Ruling, the pure white sword light that had amazed the ages lit up, carrying with it a resolute killing intent to cut off his soul and everything. The eyes of Ophitus, the god of strength, narrowed, and behind him was his throne. Instead of retreating, he threw out 10 million punches in an instant. He did not defend himself, but instead unleashed 10 million punches at Jiang Yu's divine body. He tried his best. The power of strength and the power of judgment collided with a loud bang. A shocking explosion sounded in the kingdom of power. The space here was blown to pieces, a black hole was formed instantly, and the light was distorted and disappeared. All the gods who were peeping in between lost their sight. What happened? At the same time, the north of the continent of Phinodon, above the dark jungle, a dark kingdom of God is rising into the sky at extremely fast speed. And on its path of ascension, a goddess of unparalleled beauty and majesty held a spear and a flywheel in her hand. The light of the silver moon lit up, and the moon wheel fell like a meteor. The endless light of the silver moon broke through everything and was about to bring this kingdom of God down to dust. However, at this moment, a ray of morning light appeared in front of her, and a glorious god with golden armor and golden hair appeared. He stretched out his hand and threw a divine spear shining with golden glow, carrying the light of endless sun, and knocked open the moon wheel of the silver moon goddess. Then he just stood beside the dark kingdom of God, blocking her way. The silver moon goddess was furious. "Erotas, what are you doing?" And this is the god of the underworld, the god of death. He's the opposite of the sun. Are you going to stop me too? Since becoming a god, Acalia has been furious one after another. In front of a group of old hands, it is difficult for Acalia to gain an advantage. To be honest, deep in her soul, a godhead of anger was about to take shape. Upon hearing this, Erotas, the lord of the morning, stood still and remained steadfast. "Acalia, I'm here today. I won't let you stop Alas from ascending to godhood." As early as the years before the era, long before the rise of Acalia, Erotas and Alas were close friends. They supported each other on the road to progress, and eventually both reached the highest point. However, Alas gradually disappeared from the public eye, and everyone thought he was gone or dead. But only Erotas knew that Alas wanted to study the deeper underworld. High in the sky, as the vast and dark kingdom of God rose higher and higher, Acalia took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "In that case, let's fight." While talking, the silver moon in the sky emitted an incomparable silver glow. The silver moon goddess put away the moon flywheel and turned it into a scimitar. Then, holding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, she covered herself in silver armor and rushed towards the Lord of Dawn. Seeing that Inueji was serious, the Lord of Dawn did not dare to delay. He held his spear upright in the sky and transformed himself into the sun. The golden light illuminated the airspace like daylight, and he firmly blocked the killing attack of the silver moon goddess. Just when the two main gods were engaged in a fierce battle, the Lord of the Underworld finally lifted the kingdom of God high into the sky and embedded it at the edge of the world. An aura that was no less powerful than that of the Lord of Dawn, the silver moon goddess, and the Lord of Judgment burst out, mighty and powerful, spreading throughout the world. High in the sky, all the gods looked in awe. Then, a majestic god with black hair and golden eyes walked out of the kingdom of God. He looks like a tall, middle-aged man, but he has an unimaginable cold temperament. He ignored the battle between the Lord of Dawn and the silver moon goddess, and instead loudly declared to the world, "The world is imperfect. I, Alas, wish to transform the kingdom of God into the kingdom of the underworld and open up the underworld." As soon as these words came out, in an instant, the vast and boundless world will appeared, sweeping up the dark kingdom of the Lord of the Underworld and throwing it to the extreme north of the world. Then a new vast space appeared within the world, but also seemed outside the world, hidden in the void. And Alas continued to declare, "The underworld must be connected to the world." The river Styx appears. A faint river of Styx flowed out from the void, flowed through the edge of the world in the far north, and then flowed into the void. The underworld must have a symbol in the real world. Then the worlds will surge again, and a dark blue moon appeared in the sky. Same day in March, and Alas was in the illusory underworld and suddenly became a powerful god. Chapter 157, Kill the God. In the newly born underworld, the Lord of the Underworld walks on the desolate land. There is also a dark moon hanging high in the sky. This world has become even more enormous because it has been recognized by the world's will. But Alas discovered. However, the underworld only got one share of the authority over the souls it needed most, and the rest was divided among the gods and those who had not yet ascended to gods. Because of the emergence of the underworld, the feedback from the world brought him powerful divine power. But he still needs to digest this power. Moreover, the newly born underworld is currently very fragile, and he needs to consolidate the basic foundation of the underworld. If the underworld is damaged, Alas will be either dead or injured. This is also the exchange between him and the world for powerful divine power. If nothing unexpected happens, in the next period of time, he will only walk the world in his incarnation, which is also his promise to the Lord of Dawn. In fact, in the priesthood, the underworld and the dawn are actually opposites. The underworld is a place where the sun can never shine, and it is impossible for the sun's light to enter the underworld. The opposition between the underworld and the dawn may not be obvious in the sequence stage of the pre-era, but at the divine stage, the opposition of priesthood is absolute and beyond doubt. Perhaps they will become hostile to each other in the future because of this. The dark moon hangs high in the sky. The river Styx flows at the edge of the world. From then on, an Alas could enter and exit the underworld through the underworld moon and the underworld river. In Andalaz's opinion, all living things in the world usually go through the Styx to enter the underworld. Mingwei is his private land. This place holds great significance. In order to build the foundation of the underworld system, he needs to perfect these two areas first. So, first, he needed to find a ferryman of the river Styx and a gatekeeper of the moon of darkness. The gatekeeper of the dark moon needs to be a deity, and he is currently his own guardian. But for now, a demigod is enough to be the ferryman of the Styx. At this stage, he doesn't have such a person under his command, so he needs to wield his delicate little hoe. He already had a goal in mind. Recently, a legendary centaur named Chiron appeared in the Centaur Kingdom. He had reached the pinnacle of legend and was now worried about how to become a god. Recruiting this person over here can not only help the Lord of Dawn ease the offensive from the north, but also weaken the strength of the Silver Moon side. Kill two birds with one stone. High in the sky, on the battlefield between the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon Goddess, the outcome of the battle is a foregone conclusion. The dark moon hangs high in the sky. The Lord of Dawn didn't want to fight any further, and the Silver Moon Goddess was also afraid. The appearance of a powerful divine being made her feel more pressured. So the two main gods tacitly took a step back. In the future, they will focus on increasing their strength and reaching powerful divine power as soon as possible. Another high sky, the Kingdom of Power. The broken Kingdom of Power has been destroyed and shattered by the collapse of Mount Heaven. Most of the fragments of the Kingdom of God were absorbed by Mount Heaven and thrown into the fourth level of Mount Heaven. At the place where the Throne of Power was originally located, the shattered space and time gradually return to normal. The black hole disappears and the light reappears. The result of the battle between the two gods finally appeared. When the fog cleared, a heroic, glorious figure emerged from it, standing calmly on the ruins of the Kingdom of God. The god of strength who was fighting with his fists has disappeared. Jiang Yu was seen wearing white clothes as white as snow, holding a long sword that was still dripping with blood in one hand and a hideous head in the other. Drops of golden divine blood were dripping from his head, and he died with his eyes open. Below, across the entire continent of Gria, in all the temples of the god of power, statues of Ophidius shattered simultaneously. Countless orc priests were terrified and lost their voices. The statue of the god was broken, which would only happen if something serious happened to the god. And in the sky, the platinum moon worshipped by the winged people suddenly shone brightly, and then the statue of their own god shattered, which explained everything. The platinum light is still blooming in the sky, but the Kingdom of Power is silent, and it is probably dead. High in the sky, Jiang Yu slowly descended from the sky and step by step came to the sky above Sarita, the capital of the Orc Empire. In the eyes of countless creatures, the Lord of Judgment who captured and killed the Orc god appeared incomparably tall, and his endless majesty emanated wantonly across the land and sky. The winged army and the Orc Empire defenders who were in a state of war stopped and looked at the majestic gods in the sky. Jiang Yu first glanced at the Orc Empire defenders on the city wall and the winged army flying in the sky. He casually smashed Ophidius's head against the wall of Sarita. Rumble. The tall imperial city wall collapsed suddenly, and a big pit appeared where the city wall originally was, and a large number of orcs died. The remaining orc defenders had just come back to their senses from the dust and smoke when they saw the hideous head of the god of strength in the deep pit, and a deep chill penetrated their hearts. If the gods have their heads chopped off, what should we do? If God dies, can we still live? However, when the winged people saw Jiang Yu's appearance, their reactions were completely different. They swept away the grief and sadness just now and issued a deafening cry for revenge. King, please allow us to take revenge. King, revenge. Kill all the orcs and wash away the sins with blood. Let them know that if they worship the wrong god, they will be punished. Jiang Yu nodded silently, without stopping the winged people's desire for revenge. Go ahead. Then hundreds of thousands of winged troops and millions of orc servants rushed into the city of Sarita frantically, killing any orcs they saw and destroying any temples they encountered. The orcs in the city had no intention of resisting and could only flee. Even though some of their orc professionals were much stronger than the winged pursuers behind them, no one dared to look back. Joke! The god of the winged people is standing in the sky, and the god of the orcs is now on the earth. Seeing that the overall situation has been decided, Jiang Yu came to Lucifer's side. On the ground, the severely injured Lucifer propped himself up with the shattered holy sword of light and darkness and spoke in pain. King, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Tens of thousands of my compatriots died tragically before my eyes, and I was powerless to do anything. Jiang Yu sighed and helped him up, and a divine power of judgment injected into her body to heal her injuries. Lucifer, you've done a great job. You and your legion helped me defeat the Orc Empire on the continent of Goria, conquering a vast territory and laying a solid foundation for my future plans. The Gray continent is an important part of my plan. King, you are extremely talented. Even if you choose the path of becoming a legend in the human world, you will definitely not only be able to fight with the strength of a demigod, but will also be able to travel through the stars, traverse countless worlds, and become a being comparable to a true god. But in the future, there will be more and more gods in this world. The more gods there are, the more advantages and disadvantages there are for Jiang Yu. Every powerful god in the world would pose a threat to him. But every time he kills or subdues a god, he will become more powerful. This is the world factor. The potential of a world filled with gods is far different from that of a world with only a few gods. Just look at the big worlds in the star realm and you will know. In every big world, there are countless gods in the sky. The timid are afraid of difficulties, while the brave will only pursue the most difficult path. He hopes that there will be more and more gods in heaven, and that they can be conquered together in the future. Of course, there is the risk of failure, but he has the heart of a champion and will never back down. Just a little bit of effort and one battle at a time. On the earth, Jiang Yu used the power of judgment to repair the holy sword of light and darkness, while continuing to speak to Lucifer. I need someone to wield my power and rival the gods. Would you like to? I'm willing to be the vanguard for the king. Lucifer didn't hesitate. All right, after this battle, after beheading the god of strength, his divine kingdom, divine nature, and divine soul will become the nourishment of Heaven Mountain. The fourth level of Heaven Mountain will be completed soon. In a few hundred years, my strength will undergo a qualitative change. Lucifer, you must wait patiently and continue to seize the entire territory of the Orc Empire for me. Yes, my king. Lucifer answered firmly. Year 602 of the Troll Empire calendar. Lucifer led the Winged Legion to occupy the entire territory of the Orc Empire. A large number of orcs fled across the sea. The remaining orcs were ruled by the Winged People. The war between the Winged People and the orcs ended. Chapter 158, The Styx Ferryman. Year 623 of the Troll Empire calendar. Heracles Peninsula. In a centaur, noble territory in the northern part of the House Centaur Kingdom. A tall and strong centaur with gray hair was standing in front of the shooting range of the manor, drawing his bow and arrow. His upper body was naked, and the lines of his muscles were as clear as sculptures. Arrows shot towards the target 1,000 meters away. Without any extraordinary power, they could still smash the target 1,000 meters away from the manor into pieces. However, the gray-haired centaur warrior did not show any joy, but sighed heavily instead. Alas, I am old after all. He is the legendary centaur Chiron. Chiron is not a genius in cultivation, but he has extraordinary talent and skills. Therefore, when he used more than a dozen weapons to defeat all opponents in the army, he was only at the master stage. In his middle age, through life-and-death battles and efforts, he finally achieved the status of a hero. It was extremely difficult for him to achieve legend. If a strange, strong man had not helped him, he would even die of old age before becoming a legend. But even though it has achieved legend, in the intense war between elves and trolls, it has a heavier task as a legend. Several serious injuries over the years have exhausted his lifespan, and today, he is already very old. For example, this time, he had just retreated from the front line after being seriously injured and recuperating, which is why he appeared in the manor in his hometown. Chiron has great ambitions and wants to see the scenery at a higher level. Even if a legend is at the pinnacle of the human world, he will die, even if he is not a demigod. He doesn't want to die. Just as he was lamenting alone, a faint voice sounded in front of him. Chiron, follow me, and you will not grow old and die, but will reach a higher realm. Chiron was shocked. Being able to appear behind him silently, his strength was beyond his imagination. An unbelievable thought arose in his mind. He quickly turned around and saw a middle-aged man with black hair, golden eyes, and a dignified face appear in front of him. "Who are you?" Chiron asked. "I." The middle-aged man laughed and pointed to the dark blue moon in the sky. "I am it. He is the Lord of the Dark Moon, a powerful god who ascended to the throne in recent years." "Honorable god." Chiron quickly bowed his head. Maintaining respect for the gods was something that every living being had to do, even if he was a hostile god. "Well, what do you think of my suggestion?" The middle-aged god continued to ask. The centaur Chiron's face showed struggle. His years of faith prevented him from betraying others. Besides, he still had some years to live. After hesitating for a long time, Chiron shook his head with difficulty and refused. "Respected Lord of the Dark Moon, I'm sorry, I cannot abandon my faith, my country, and my family." He thought an Alas would be angry about this, but unexpectedly, the god of the underworld just smiled. "Okay, I respect your choice now, Chiron. But in 20 years, I will come back and ask you one last time if you will change your mind. Remember, this is your last chance." Year 640 of the Troll Empire calendar. The west coast of the continent of Furland. A group of strange-looking creatures came by boat. They have ant-like organs, but human-shaped bodies. They call themselves Ant-Man, and are from the Bonnies Peninsula on the Balod continent. Bring Bonnies' goods and specialties to explore the foreign continent. It just so happened that their boarding point was on the territory of the barbarian nobles on the west coast. After years of transformation, this group of barbarian nobles have acquired the cultivation and vision of aristocrats. Even if they still believe in the Valkyrie, it does not affect their membership in the Reinhard Kingdom. They brought Ant-Man to the new Polek royal city and started trading with Ant-Man and his Bonnies Peninsula. As a result, the Kingdom of Reinhard became wealthy through this trade and gradually became the strongest among the northern countries. Year 642 of the Troll Empire calendar. A demigod finally appeared among the long-deceased snake people. They established the first snake kingdom in the vast jungle near the sea in the southwest corner of the continent of Furland. On the first day of its establishment, the Snake Kingdom declared its submission to the Troll Empire and provided the Troll Empire with a team of tens of thousands of snake men archers to travel to Falling Star Lake to participate in the war. At the same time, the Eagle people, the snake people's sworn enemies, had already lost their royal court once again. A large number of Eaglemen are scattered in the wilderness, living with goblins and others. Year 643 of the Troll Empire calendar. Chiron, who had spent his whole life in war, returned to Chiron Manor in the north of the kingdom. This time, he looks older. One night, when he stood under the starry sky and looked up at the 3 bright moons in the sky, he could no longer hold back his sigh. Chiron, no matter how unparalleled your fighting skills are or how proud you are, after 100 years, you will still be reduced to a pile of bones." At this time, the majestic voice from 20 years ago sounded again behind him. "So, Chiron, you've made your decision?" Chiron turned around, looked at the great god of the underworld in front of him, knelt on all fours, and swore allegiance. "Great Lord of the Dark Moon, Chiron is willing to prostrate himself at your feet forever." The Lord of the Dark Moon nodded with satisfaction. "A wise decision, Chiron. You won't regret your choice. Then come with me." "Yes." Then, an illusory river appeared at the feet of Hades, with a small boat floating on it. The space they were in changed instantly, and they came to a deep and quiet place. "Chiron, come up and row the boat for me." "Yes." In the moment when the centaur legend Chiron boarded the boat, holding the pole, a powerful divinity penetrated into his body. Styx Fairy. Thus, he became a demigod. Chapter 159 Raphael's Sky City. The far north of Feanor. In that place where the sun never shines, there is a dark and deep river Styx. The river Styx was originally empty, but one day, a small boat suddenly appeared on the river. A centaur ferryman stood on it. He wears a cloak and stands on strong hooves, facing every creature that wants to cross the Styx. Year 656 of the Troll Empire calendar. The winged people build a tall tower on the continent of Graia, named the Tower of Babel. Year 658 of the Troll Empire calendar. The human kingdom of southern Furland. An astrologer who changed his job to become a magician discovered that if the astrology tower was used as a magic tower, it would be like giving the magician a layer of defense shell and enhancing the power of magic. So this human magician, named Cyril, began to specialize in the technology of magic towers. He taught himself a lot of alchemy and structural science, and finally, 100 years later, he built the world's first magic tower. But this wizard tower is very simple and is far less powerful than those wizard towers in the future. Year 659 of the Troll Empire calendar. Grand Mage Monaril created the magic circle and advanced to demigod in this way. Year 675 of the Troll Empire calendar. Some elven magicians used magic crystals as the source, magic as the foundation, and magic circles as the core to forge magic crystal cannons. The appearance of the magic crystal cannon, with its powerful force and long range, changed the situation on the battlefield for the first time. The magic crystal cannon, forged by the demigod Monaril herself, was particularly powerful. On the battlefield of Falling Star Lake, a single shot destroyed a section of the troll wall. The magic crystal cannon has gained the attention of the world, and the magic circle has become a magic technology that various races are competing to develop. Magic developed again, and a shallow belief in magic began to appear among magicians throughout the world. Monaril steadily advanced on the path to godhood. Year 689 of the Troll Empire calendar. The central prairie of the Phoenician continent. The golden lion, who had lived for who knows how long, ascended to the throne of God. When he ascended to godhood, it's not that there are no gods blocking it, but when the projection of an incomparably vast and magnificent world composed entirely of elements appeared in the sky above the continent of Phoenician, the gods allowed it to ascend to godhood. Because the emergence of the elemental world and the establishment of connections are the inevitable process of the world's rise, there is no need to stop it. And this elemental world that appeared was an endless world composed of earth elements, like the source of earth elements in the entire star realm. The golden lion was favored by the earth elemental realm and voluntarily became one of the links between the earth elemental realm and the world of Furland, thus ascending to the throne of the god of golden lion. After this scene, the existence of the elemental world became known to people. A large number of applications related to the elemental world will appear on the paths of various professions. Year 723 of the Troll Empire calendar. Raphael, a genius magician and alchemist of the winged people, finally built a small floating city using magic circles as the key technology after 50 years. This floating city was classified as a kingdom secret, and Raphael became a key protected person and was summoned by Jiangyu. Year 732 of the Troll Empire calendar. Under the bombardment of 10,000 magic crystal cannons, the Troll Empire retreated in a panic to Falling Star Lake. The elven army crossed the Falling Star Lake and entered the central part of the Furlan continent, using cannons to clear the way and successively destroyed the troll cities in the central part, all the way to the capital of the Troll Empire. Another way, the coalition forces of the northern nations marched south from western Garso and attacked the troll city west of central Furland. The troll Emperor Odin Bloodaxe made preparations to move the capital and sent people to ask for help from the winged people. East Coast. Uriel City, Castle of White Stone. The kingdom's vice-lord looked at the holy pool in the sky, then looked at the political aide beside him and asked, "Andorra, is the sky holy pool about to finish its operation?" "Yes, your highness, 3 more years." "How is the construction of our sky city going?" "His Highness Raphael has already completed the most important and basic design. In just 3 years, our sky city will be ready." Sophia heard this and made up her mind. The king has entered a critical period and cannot be disturbed. Let the troll empire fend for itself as they seek help. Chapter 160, Lake Fairy Meanie Annie. Year 733 of the Troll Empire calendar. As the elven army approached the central troll territory, Odin Bloodaxe mobilized the entire nation's forces, especially the troll berserkers, and assembled them in the capital, Max City. A group of human magicians led by Nick Arona, a royal member of the Southern Human Kingdom of Dawn, and a group of royal knights of the Southern Human Kingdom also came to the troll capital to provide support. The magician corps was brought to the eastern front, while the human knights were brought to the western front. What's interesting is, on the western front, the plains of Monk, the 2 human kingdoms of the north and the south met on the battlefield for the first time. One side held high the banner of the Platinum Moon, the other the banner of the dawning sun. Even their head coaches, one is of Reinhard royal blood, the other is of Arona royal blood. Both sides seemed to have a strange boost in morale. As their elite knights collided with each other, blood was dripping, and neither side gave in. When facing their fellow humans, they all believed that they were the rebels and would do their utmost to kill them. In the end, all the southern human knights who fought to the death were killed. Reinhardt's Golden Lion Knights suffered more than half their number of casualties and retreated to the kingdom to recuperate. The 734th year of the Troll Empire calendar. The elven army marched to Lake Proadas. Countless elves cheered when they arrived here. Proadas is of great significance to the continent of Philandy. This place was once the capital of the two continental overlords, the Titans and the Goblins, and the center of the continent of Furland. But now, what was once a vast plain, with Mount Proadas and the giant city standing tall, is now only a vast and tranquil lake. Hundreds of years ago, a fairy tribe moved to Lake Proadas to live, and gradually, they began to call themselves the fairies of the lake. However, the goblins did not like the ugly trolls and never showed up during the troll rule. When the elves arrived, the beautiful elves made these lake fairies very happy, and they presented their magical treasures to the elves. Also out of love and return of favor, the elves passed on magic and magic circles to these fairies who were close to elves and elements. In a lake spirit, a talented lake fairy named Nini and became a legend through this. The lake fairies join the elves, but they're not responsible for fighting. Some extremely curious goblins even traveled to Nodisur on the continent of Finadun and settled there. The Troll Empire built a large city in the south of Lake Proadas, named Labius. It means the beautiful city of lakes. Here, a fierce battle broke out again between the Elf Coalition and the Troll Coalition. Because of the lesson learned last time, when Falling Star Lake was bombarded by thousands of cannons. This time, the Elven army had just lined up along Lake Proadas and had just set up 10,000 magic crystal cannons when the Troll army launched an attack on the Elven army. Tens of thousands of troll berserkers hid in the army, specifically attacking the positions of the magic crystal cannons. They advanced under the bombardment of artillery fire. After a fierce battle, the trolls suffered heavy casualties. Most of the magic crystal cannons were smashed into pieces, and the elves lost their advantage for a while. The two tribes began a new round of confrontation in the city of Labius. But Max is in the city. Odin Bloodaxe and the palace did not stop preparing to move the capital. The trolls of central Furland were slowly relocated to the south and west. Some of the southern trolls began to cross the sea and head southwest towards the continent of Furland. They're also seeking a way out. Year 735 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Holy Sky Pool, which had been floating in the sky within the Winged Kingdom for hundreds of years, returned to its original starting point, above the city of Uriel. Finally, in the sight of all the winged people, it silently dissipated into platinum particles, scattered on the earth for the last time, and entered the bodies of all the winged people, no matter how far or near. Suddenly, throughout the world of Furland, all the winged people suddenly felt their bodies getting hot, and their bloodlines began their final transformation. Their skin is whiter, their faces are younger, their bodies are more energetic, and their wings are whiter and more powerful. At the same time, a soft voice echoed in their hearts. Chapter 161 Exclusive Race Advancement. Angel Path. The winged man's bloodline has completed its transformation, becoming the equivalent of the immortal species. After this, countless winged people who believed in the Platinum Moon and bathed in the energy of the Holy Pool felt that their bodies were full of vitality and vigor. A sense of improvement in their blood made them feel unsatisfied, as if there were still changes that had not been revealed by the divine voice. But this was enough to make them feel happy. However, before they could indulge in joy, above the sky, the silver moon, the sun, and the platinum moon burst out with intense light almost at the same time, and the endless three lights instantly enveloped the entire world. The first voice that rang out was that of a majestic and cold goddess. From today on, I will control the priesthood of dreams, establish the silver moon dream realm, and become the Lord of Dreams. As the silver moon goddess spoke, a hazy, illusory world formed between heaven and earth. Countless creatures only felt a moment of trance, but did not feel anything more. But a powerful aura of divine power that penetrated heaven and earth was revealed between heaven and earth. Whether it was Nadasur of Fanatin or Proadas of Furland, countless Silver Moon elves cheered loudly. Their main god has become a powerful god, and has once again become the most powerful god in the world. Follow closely behind. In the kingdom of the Dawn god above the sun, the Lord of Dawn, sitting on the throne of Dawn, suddenly opened his golden eyes and loudly declared to the heaven and earth, "From today on, I will control the priesthood of hope. I will use my ray of morning light to transform into a ray of hope for all things in heaven and earth, a ray of hope for life." As he spoke, he pulled and picked up a ray of morning light, and a more brilliant light filled with colorful colors appeared before him. This seven-color rainbow light should be integrated into the world's celestial phenomena. This celestial phenomenon will become a rainbow, the first symbol of hope. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, a beautiful rainbow spanning the world appeared in the sky of the world, so magnificent. On the earth, countless creatures who believe in the Lord of Dawn, including trolls, humans, lizardmen, dwarves, snakemen, sun elves, mermaids, and other races cheered loudly. At the same time, an equally powerful and majestic divine aura that dominated the heaven and earth appeared between heaven and earth, competing with the Silver Moon goddess and the god of the underworld. The Lord of the Dawn ascends to powerful divine power. But the splendor in heaven did not end there. When the Silver Moon goddess and the Lord of Dawn ascended to the powerful divine power. Platinum Moon. On Paradise Mountain, Jiangyu sat high on the platinum throne. As the platinum light shone across the sky and earth, his purple eyes suddenly opened, looking towards the fourth level of Heaven Mountain. Under his sight, the fourth level of Heaven Mountain, which has been under construction for many years, has finally taken shape. The vast and beautiful land and mountains appeared in the sky. At this moment, his Heaven Mountain is more vast than all the gods' kingdoms combined, and only slightly smaller than the underworld of Hades. And the moment his fourth level of Heaven Mountain was completed, a powerful blessing surged into the platinum throne beneath him. The throne of God suddenly began to transform. A breath that seemed to come from ancient times and crushed everything in heaven and earth rose from the throne. Spots of pure white light began to appear on the surface of the throne and then appeared above the entire throne. And wisps of golden light emerged from the bottom of the throne. A pattern of pure white suppressing gold formed above the throne. It means that the judgment will suppress the gods. As expected, the system prompt sounded after thousands of years of silence. You have been promoted from Sky Lord Divine Throne Realm to Sky Lord Holy Throne Realm. However, Jiangyu ignored this system. Instead, he focused on the drastic changes in his body. The pure white halo above his head became even brighter, and a platinum divine ring appeared behind his head, like a burning platinum flame. Then, a pair of white wings made of light grew from behind him, from 6 wings to 8 wings. Then, he transformed the authority of the sky that he had been quietly planning for many years into the rules of divinity. Under the convergence of the world's malice, it was thrown into the suppression of the fourth level of Heaven Mountain. Because of all the actions and the need to deal with the malicious intrusions from the world, his announcement was slower than that of the Lord of Silver Moon and the Lord of Dawn. But the verdict always comes in the end. His voice was sacred and majestic, like a celestial emperor making a declaration. From this day forward, I control the authority of the sky, and I will make my fourth Heaven Mountain the heavenly realm. As soon as he finished speaking, an aura that was much more powerful than the realm of powerful divine power rose up between heaven and earth. It was an aura that was unparalleled and invincible. The vast and boundless fourth level Heaven Mountain appeared in front of all living beings for the first time in the name of heaven. All the winged people, humans, and elves who believe in the platinum moon on the continents of Furland, Finaton, and Gray cheered. So far, with the birth of 3 powerful divine powers, coupled with the powerful divine power of Hades, the Age of Gods becomes more and more powerful. Above the sky, 3 moons and 1 sun are emitting brilliant light at the same time. And beyond that, all the winged people heard a divine voice from the depths of their blood that was even more majestic than before. The path to bloodline advancement is now open, and the exclusive race advancement. The angel path appears. An unprecedented path to promotion lies before them. We have a race-specific pathway. Angel Road. Anyway, praise the platinum moon. Right now, Every winged person in the legendary realm felt the call of the Heaven Mountain under the platinum moon in the sky. They have met the conditions to start the path of bloodline upgrading. All legendary winged people can ascend to the 4th level of Heaven Mountain, integrate into the mark of Heaven Mountain, and become messengers of heaven. That is, angel. Chapter 162. He and we are not on the same path. The Lord of Judgment, the Lord of Dawn, and the Silver Moon Goddess ascended to great power on the same day. The whole Furlan world was shaken. A large number of demigods who were still lurking and hiding looked at the 3 moons and 1 sun hanging high in the sky, thinking silently. In their eyes, the golden age of the gods has arrived. But at this time, among the several main gods, although the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon Goddess possessed powerful divine powers, their expressions were not good. Especially for Arodas, the Lord of the Dawn and a deity of the sun, this difference is more obvious to him. Because from the perspective of momentum, after they advanced to powerful divine powers, they were actually suppressed by Jiangyu, who also had powerful divine powers. If they were to fight, they would most likely be unable to defeat Jiangyu. This is not an illusion. The more powerful they are, the more accurate their feelings are. Within the Kingdom of Dawn, the Lord of Dawn was puzzled. He thought of his best friend. At that time, the 3 gods were promoted, and only the god of the underworld, with his powerful divine power, silently watched everything. Then a divine incarnation walked out of his divine body and headed towards Mingwe. Before arriving at the Dark Moon, the Lord of the Dark Moon had already sensed his arrival. An incarnation walked out of the Dark Moon, came before the Lord of the Dawn, and said with a smile, "Arodas, what happened? You just ascended to a powerful divine power, and you are so anxious to see me. And alas, how is the construction of your underworld going? I have a question that I want to analyze with you." The Lord of Dawn said immediately, "Construction in the underworld is progressing steadily. If you have any questions, please speak up, my friend." And alas smiled, "My dear friend, you can't imagine what I'm going to say. I have a vague feeling that Lord Judgment Uriel is not on the same path as us." The Lord of Dawn said slowly, "You noticed it too?" When the Lord of the Underworld heard this, he did not question the Lord of the Dawn's words, but asked in return, "Could my guess be correct? I think you might be right." When the Lord of Judgment ascended to great power, he didn't let the world reflect back to us the powerful power of order and authority, as we do. Instead, he aroused the world's intense malice. It's like they forcibly seized control of the world. The Lord of the Underworld said in a deep voice, "I'd like to ask, when this Lord of Judgment ascended to godhood, did this happen in the past? The world's malice." These words were like a flash of inspiration, instantly awakening the Lord of Dawn. Yes, hundreds of years ago, when Uriel ascended to godhood, he attracted the world's malice. Malachus also told me that when the Lord of Judgment became a demigod, the will of the world even led him there, attempting to wipe out the Lord of Judgment. One more thing. When facing the judgment, I feel uncomfortable. Before, I thought it was rejection between fellow Lord gods. Now it seems that this is rejection by the world's authority. And alas sighed, "That's right. It seems we've all underestimated the Lord of Judgment. He's taking a different path to godhood. And in terms of effectiveness and strength, he is even more powerful than us. But now that the opposition is confirmed, we need to plan carefully. Our first priority now is to test the Lord of Judgment's strength. If he truly is much stronger than us, and if we need the combined strength of both of us to barely defeat him, then we'll have to consider recruiting help. In the current world of Furland, many of our old friends are planning to ascend to godhood. Isn't there also the Silver Moon Goddess?" The Lord of Dawn wondered why Hades had not taken Acalia into account. Unexpectedly, the Lord of the Underworld looked at him speechlessly. These 2 people seem to have unclear relationships, and they even have 2 daughters alive. It's outrageous that a fight can result in 2 children. Well, the Lord of Dawn hesitated to speak. "What's wrong?" The Lord of the Underworld was puzzled. "Nothing, just keep talking." Well, and with Acalia's personality, how could she possibly believe what we say? Yes, she would definitely prefer to listen to her daughter. And the future goddess of luck, Serial, would definitely only speak for her father. The Lord of Dawn sighed. "So, how can we test Uriel? How can we find out his strength without actually engaging in a battle with him?" "It's simple. His daughter, the daughter of Doom, is about to ascend to godhood. We'll send our gods to stop him, and he'll definitely take action." "Good. By the way, If Uriel's strength is truly such that only we can contend with him together, which old friend should we help ascend to godhood first? Lord of the earth, Garia. Why her? Because she and Achalia are good friends. If she ascends to godhood first, Achalia will temporarily side with us. However, Arodas, after the Lord of the earth, Garia, ascended to godhood, there is one thing I need you to do. What's up? Go after Garia and bring her firmly to our side. Don't pretend. There were rumors about you and Garia in the previous era. In this era, doing this can not only realize your old dream, but also check and balance the enemy. Why not do it? Well, I didn't say I wouldn't do it. Chapter 163, The First Angels Are Born. High in the sky, inside the dark moon. After Alodas agreed, he suddenly remembered. By the way, what should we do before the daughter of Doom ascends to godhood? Achalia's elves have been attacking my followers, and the troll empire is about to collapse. Should we explain to her and call a truce first? And alas, shook his head. Now, there's no way she'll listen to us. And even if she believes what we say is true, she won't stop expanding her faith. The Lord of Silver Moon is gifted and talented, the most gifted in the previous era, and he has high ambitions. Besides, the trolls aren't actually the race you've truly dedicated your efforts to supporting. The human kingdom of Arona and the Sun Elf tribe in the south are where your main focus should be. Ha ha ha. And alas, you finally found me. Yes, although the trolls are physically strong, their talents are truly unimaginable, and there is always a hidden sense of bestiality and chaos. With the same number of people, they cannot provide as much power of faith as humans. Just look at their talent in magic, and you will understand. Only humans and elves are the most suitable races to carry our faith. Arodas explained with a laugh, but a slight sense of fear rose in his heart. Hades, so perceptive. Then let everything proceed at the original pace. Even if the elves temporarily rule the Furlan continent, what does it matter? I've studied the elves. Although they are immortal, their reproductive capacity is too poor. One day, they will fall from their dominant position. Besides, the winged people of the Lord of Judgment are also a powerful race. If the elves replace the troll empire, they will inevitably oppose the winged people. This will be beneficial to us. Please be patient for now. In the future, after all the gods have laid out their plans for the human race, it will definitely be the era of the human race. The continent of Furland. Losenda's winged kingdom. At the same time, under Jiang Yu's order, Sophia has notified all the winged legends to return to Uriel City in batches. According to the principle of proximity, half of the winged man legends of the Furlan continent have returned. The remaining hundreds of winged people legends entered the waiting sequence. September. The first batch of 100 winged legends are already waiting in Uriel City. Among them is the demigod-level Arietta, and Raphael is also among them. They will become the first group of winged legends to ascend to the heavens, receive baptism, and integrate into the mark of Heaven Mountain. In front of Whitestone Castle, when hundreds of winged legends, led by Arietta, stood respectfully in the square in front of the castle, a brilliant projection, accompanied by the platinum moonlight, came to the sky above the Whitestone Castle. It was the sacred figure of Jiang Yu wearing 8 wings. Looking at the 100 winged legends below, Jiang Yu nodded slightly to Sophia, then wrapped Arietta and the 100 winged legends with platinum light, turning into a pure white light and flying to the 4th level of Heaven Mountain. There, he especially divided an area and built a vast lake using the Sky Holy Pool as a template for upgrading, used to open the path of bloodline upgrading and integrate into the mark of Heaven Mountain. In his plan, each level of Heaven Mountain corresponds to a mark, representing the angel's path of advancement in different directions. Currently, only the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd levels of Heaven Mountain's marks can be integrated into the bloodline upgrade of ordinary angels. The stronger the strength, the higher the Heaven Mountain mark that is integrated into it. The first Heaven Mountain seal was specially prepared by him for future archangels such as Sophia. Of course, if there are outstanding angels among the lower levels, they can also upgrade their marks. This is actually the original design. As hundreds of winged legends entered the angels' advancement pool, pure white light illuminated their bodies. When they appear again, they will be the first group of angels. And on Jiang Yu's system panel, on the entry called Race, the words Winged Clan were also flashing continuously. Perhaps once this group of winged people have completed their upgrade, they will automatically be transformed successfully. Year 760 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Elven army broke through the defenses of Lake Proedas and captured the city of Labius. In order to buy time for the Troll army to retreat, the Berserker Legion fought to the death in the city for 3 days and was completely wiped out. Since then, it will be difficult for the Trolls to form an organized legion of Berserkers within a few decades. Year 801 of the Troll Empire calendar. The fourth Heaven Mountain. Angel ascended into the pool. Nearly 100 rays of holy light illuminated Mount Heaven. The first batch of angels were finally born. Chapter 164, The Initial Angelic Power. Although this initial batch of angels are still only at the legendary level, their strength has been improved a little, but not much. But the biggest benefit of becoming an angel is not the improvement of strength. At this stage, there are 3 benefits. First, it removes the restrictions on their promotion. That is, the weakest among them can reach the realm of demigod. With the blessing of the mark of Heaven Mountain, their future is smooth. You know, in today's world, it is not so easy to become a demigod. But once an angel accumulates enough, he will become a demigod, and his upper limit is extremely high. Their upper limit is the peak of intermediate divine power, which is only one major stage lower than Jianyu, the god. Of course, supporting angels of this level is related to the foundation of Mount Heaven. The more foundation you have, the more angels of various levels you can support. Second, even in the legendary stage, as long as you become an angel, you can be immortal and live forever. This is the advantage of longevity. Even the legendary elves will one day die of old age. However, at this stage, every legendary believer is a precious treasure of the gods, who will not abandon them easily, but will be well placed in the kingdom of God and become heroic spirits. The third and most important point, the imprint of their lives is forever left in the angel ascension pool on Mount Heaven. If you die in battle, your soul will be automatically pulled back to the angel pool for reincarnation. However, at this stage, the reincarnated angels are still in an energy state. Once Jianyu obtains some creative authority, he will be able to make them have flesh and blood. He is trying to master it. However, a large part of the power of creation seems to be in the hands of an unknown existence, and Jianyu can only get a small part. But that's enough. Of course, if the soul is destroyed, it cannot come back. As for the angels integrating into the marks of several other levels of Heaven Mountain besides the first level is actually not important. The angel that merges into the Heaven Mountain you are and becomes the subordinate angel or guardian angel of that Heaven Mountain. And there are certain differences in functions. The angels who are integrated into the second mark of the Heaven Mountain are more responsible for judgment. The angels who have integrated into the third level of Heaven Mountain Seal are more responsible for protection. The angels who have integrated into the fourth level of Heaven Mountain Seal are more responsible for conquests/wars. This is also distributed according to the inner wishes of the angels. For now, there are the least number of angels of judgment and the most number of angels of guardianship and war. And Arietta integrated the mark of the first mountain of heaven and became the first archangel. She will be responsible for leading the guardian angel corps. At the same time, the blessing of the Heaven Mountain mark allows every angel to have the power of healing and light. For many years, Jianyu has already controlled half of the world's power of light, while the other half is in the hands of Erotas, the Lord of Dawn. After this group of angels are successfully upgraded, Arietta will lead them back to the earth. This time, under the illumination of the platinum light. The mark of Mount Heaven allowed them to avoid the dangers set by the world's will in the sky, and they could fly smoothly to the earth. Afterwards, the second batch of legendary winged people began to ascend to space. Next, it's the third batch and the fourth batch. It will take a long time to transform and upgrade all winged legends and above into angels. So this period of time, the major forces in Furlan's world discovered that the winged kingdom was in a silent state. But they didn't care and just fought among themselves. For the elves, it would be better if the winged people didn't cause any trouble. Year 876 of the Troll Empire calendar. The elves overthrew the city of Labius built by the trolls in the south of Proedas and rebuilt a new city on the east side of the lake, named Proshul. It means the city of elves of Proedas. Year 878 of the Troll Empire calendar. Vostr, a talented magician of the southern human race, discovered a magic circle that could be used for defense and used it to break through the legend. At the same time, the current king of the southern human kingdom, Jobri Arona, has achieved demigod status. 900 years of the Troll Empire. The elven army arrived at the gates of Max, the capital of the Troll Empire. At this time, Max City has become extremely tall and heavy after years of continuous renovation and construction. On the city wall, there's a defensive magic circle created by the magic circle master Voster himself, which can avoid the power of some magic crystal cannons. With this, and the constant influx of reinforcements from the rear, the Troll Emperor Odin Bloodaxe personally led his army in a bloody battle in Max City for 100 years. Later generations called it Max's 100 Years' War. Year 1002 of the Troll Empire calendar. The elven army broke through Max City, and the Troll Emperor Odin Bloodaxe led the remaining troops to flee to the south. The elven army began to sweep across central Furland. Year 1045 of the Troll Empire calendar. Except for a few small towns on the eastern edge, which belong to the winged people, the entire central part of Furland is occupied by the elves. The elven army was stationed in the plains of Mon and the highlands of Ulgu on the edge of central and southern Furland. Prepare for the westward and southward expeditions. Chapter 165. The Elf Dynasty is established. Year 1067 of the Troll Empire calendar. The elves' westward expeditionary force and the coalition forces of the northern kingdoms broke through the city of Mon, which was guarded by dwarves and lizardmen. The army advanced westward. Year 1077 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Southern Elves' army captured the Olga Highlands, and the last of the Troll Wolf cavalry were killed here. After the war, because this place was suitable for raising horses and large deer, the Elf High King Altais granted a Silver Moon Elf, Lord of Fiefdom here. The army continued to move south. Year 1087 of the Troll Empire calendar. West of Philander. The elven army broke through the city of Philae, and some dwarves surrendered and were moved to the north by the elves. Troll Empire 1095. Southern Flanders. The Southern Elf army broke through the Troll Empire cities of Muvid, Marquez, and Pedro in the south of Furland and arrived at the Amber River. Year 1100 of the Troll Empire calendar. West of Philander. The elven army continued westward, penetrated deep into the western border, and captured the city of Roman. At this point, the two largest cities in the west were completely conquered by the elves. A large number of trolls fled into the deep mountains in the west, accompanying the goblins who had been driven to the western mountains by them thousands of years ago. Year 1120 of the Troll Empire calendar. The elves' army marched westward and swept through all the cities, big and small, in the west, driving the dwarves and lizardmen back to their mountains and swamps. Since then, the elves occupied the most fertile land in the west. Year 1139 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Southern Elf army broke through the Trolls' Amber River defense line, and a large number of trolls were killed in the battle. Emperor Odin Bloodaxe led the remaining troll troops south and gave up the city of New Baru. Year 1143 of the Troll Empire calendar. The Southern army of elves pursued the enemy northward, occupying the southern cities of Black Forest and Azeba, as well as various areas in the south. They walked down the mountains and hills. On the Eni River, they once again confronted the trolls and the coalition forces of the Southern Dawn Kingdom, the Sun Elf tribe, and the Serpent Kingdom. This battle, the southern human race built a large number of wizard towers on the banks of the Eni River, and King Yobri Arona of the Kingdom of Dawn led the royal knights to the front line. Finally, we resisted the aggressive offensive of the elf army. The combined forces of the two camps fought for 10 years on the Eni River. Year 1153 of the Troll Empire calendar. Seeing that it was difficult to break through further south in a short period of time, the Southern Alliance sent envoys to negotiate. This is mainly the main force of the Southern Alliance to resist the elves. The Southern Human Kingdom of Dawn does not want to continue to waste national strength, and they also want to continue to develop. After consulting the Silver Moon Goddess, the High King of the Elves agreed to peace talks with the coalition forces of the Southern tribes. After fighting for so many years, the elves have achieved most of their goals and basically occupied the northern part, most of the central part of Furland, most of the western part, and most of the southern part. The goal of attacking Furland was achieved, and the territory of the Silver Moon Elves reached its peak. But to do this, they put forward several conditions. The Troll Empire is now in name only, and they demand that Emperor Alden Bloodaxe personally go to the Elven court to apologize. But this obviously did not go down well with the trolls. So the elves took a step back, not wanting Alden Bloodaxe to lead the remaining trolls. The Confederacy agreed. Another point. The Elf King's court hoped that the Southern Alliance would hand over the Sun Elf tribe, but this was obviously rejected. The Sun Elves were an important force in the Southern Alliance, so the Elves took another step back, hoping that the Sun Elves would hand over all the branches of the Tree of Nature brought out from Yggdrasil. The Sun Elf agreed, but without the branches of the Tree of Nature, the Sun Elves' lifespan dropped again to only a little over 1,000 years. But in comparison, the survival of the race increases their reproductive capacity. After the peace talks were reached, the Troll Emperor Alden Bloodaxe announced his abdication, and the Troll Empire was completely destroyed. The remaining trolls did not rebuild their country in the Gank and Dumya regions, but instead restored the tribal alliance system. Because without the leadership of Odin Bloodaxe, no one has the prestige to unite the entire troll tribe again. North. After helping the elves conquer the land west of Central Furland and the coalition of trolls, dwarves, and lizardmen in the west, the northern kingdoms did not receive the territorial rewards they had imagined. The elves occupied all these lands. The northern countries were dissatisfied, but the powerful force of the elves made them dare not say much, and they had to retreat back to the north in disgrace. But the seeds of dissatisfaction were planted in their hearts from then on. 1 year after the fall of the Troll Empire, the Silver Moon Elves' High King Altais came to the continent of Furland. The second year, Altais prayed to the Silver Moon goddess in Prosur to perform a miracle. After, he announced the establishment of the Elven dynasty, with Proshul as the eastern capital and Nadrashil as the western capital. The Elven royal court was moved to the eastern capital of Proshul. He will rule here for at least 1,000 years to stabilize the Elven territory of Furland. Year 1 of the Elven dynasty. The platinum dragon god Bahamut and the five-color dragon Mother Tiamat ascended to godhood at the same time. Chapter 166 Lucifer becomes god. When the Elf dynasty expanded its territory in Furland, the Winged Kingdom was exceptionally quiet for hundreds of years. The continent of Graia. In the process of many angels' ascension, it is guarded by the first 100 angels who have completed their evolution, including Arietta. Although the Orc Empire in the territory has been destroyed, the remnants of the Orc Empire still launch rebellions from time to time, and strong people are needed to suppress them at all times. But fortunately, the Sky City built by the Winged People was completed, and this time was brought to the continent of Graia by Arietta. Angels live high above the city in the sky, ready to attack from the sky at any time to suppress any rebellion. The upper limit of these angels has naturally been raised. After thousands of years, they will naturally achieve the combat power of demigods and be able to sweep the world. As for Archangel Arietta, she had long been bound to Jiang Yu's holy throne. This time, after integrating the first level of the Mark of Mount Heaven, as long as her soul was completely transformed into a divine soul, she would be able to use the various divine powers suppressed by the holy throne of the sky, obtain some of the authority of Mount Heaven, and possess a weak divine power. In reality, she was essentially borrowing the power of Mount Heaven. If the Seven Heavens Mountain becomes bigger and stronger in the future, comparable to the combination of countless worlds, the angels will naturally be more powerful. Sophia is the second group of angels to be promoted. Like Erida, she was previously promoted to a demigod by Jiangyu by forcibly binding herself to the sky throne. Now that the first mark of Mount Heaven has been integrated, the soul has begun to transform. Once the transformation is complete, it will control the authority of Mount Heaven and possess a weak divine power. After Sophia completed her angelic promotion, she took the position of Archangel of Judgment and was in charge of judgment. She has enough prestige to bear the title of judge. After that, it was the third group of angels, and Lucifer is even in the fourth batch. This is Jiang Yu's request. Not only because Lucifer is the only Furland creature who has completed the legendary journey of the human world, and his strength is comparable to that of a demigod in his own right. He decided to baptize her personally and preserve the possibility of her continuing her path as a human legend while also possessing the power of an archangel. Therefore, Lucifer's baptism process took longer than that of any other angel. When she was in the baptism, on the first level of Heaven Mountain, the daughter of misfortune, Liv, or hug her sister, the daughter of luck, Serial, and sat on Jiang Yu's holy seat. Looking at the situation on the fourth level of Heaven Mountain, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Sister, look, Father cares much more about Lucifer than we do. That's the child he values most. Serial laughed. When we become gods, I will also help my father conquer a vast territory. Livril waved her little fist. You're awesome, Livril. It's a shame I'm not good at fighting, but I'll cheer you on. Sariel chuckled. By the way, sister, did Mother say anything to me about your coming out this time? Livril suddenly asked, pretending to be indifferent. Mother said she regretted abandoning you. Sariel lied without blinking. Oh, I knew Mother Kalia still thought of me. It's a pity that we can't leave now. I can't control the power of misfortune. My father strictly ordered me not to leave Heaven Mountain. Father is doing this for your own good. I will come to see you often. You're so nice, sister. Hee. Two beautiful girls were shaking their white legs on the throne, looking very happy. The angel ascended to the holy pool. After years of ascension and baptism, Lucifer's angel transformation is finally complete. And, as soon as she stood up from the angel pool, it was obvious that she was different. A faint divine majesty emanated from her, and even more holy radiance made her look more than just an ordinary person. The powerful aura spread throughout the entire Heaven Mountain, which is comparable to the power of the gods. She indeed possessed the power of a weak divine power. After years of baptism, relying on the powerful foundation of her own human legend, her soul has been forged. And at the moment when the soul is forged, it directly skips the weak divine power and reaches the weak divine power. This is determined by her powerful and extraordinary soul. In the sky-ascending pool, when Lucifer opened his eyes, the aura around him disappeared. She was looking for Jiangyu and saw him standing by the pool, looking at her with satisfaction in his eyes. She quickly flew out of the pool and came to Jiangyu. King, Lucifer has lived up to your trust. Today, he has achieved divine combat power and can serve you even better. Hearing this, Jiangyu helped her up and chuckled. Lucifer, you are truly amazing. Son of the morning, bright star, even that doesn't describe your excellence. Child, from today on, you are the archangel of war of Mount Heaven. From now on, you will lead the legion of war angels. Yes, King, Lucifer responded respectfully. Also, since you become a god, you must know the difference between gods and mortals. I'm your Lord God. From now on, you can call me Lorda. Jiangyu smiled and deliberately ignored the title of God. Yes, my lord. Then, she hesitated, as if she had something to say, but didn't know whether to say it or not. Jiangyu looked at it and laughed. Tell me, girl, what else do you want? Chapter 167, Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Angel Reincarnation Pool equals Angel Upgrade Pool. Both are used together. My lord, since we already have the Angel Reincarnation Pool, I would like to ask you, can you allow my father and mother to be reincarnated as ordinary angels, even in energy form? Lucifer raised his little face and spoke softly. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head, not daring to look up at Jiangyu's expression. I thought, this request would make Jiangyu furious. After all, her parents are both sinners of the winged people. But after a while, she felt a warmth on her head. It turned out that Jiangyu was touching her head again. Good boy. Even if you didn't tell me about this request, I already had it in mind. Jiangyu said this, turned around, and looked at the two pure souls on the mountain of the second heaven who were always singing hymns, and smiled. They have sung hymns for me for thousands of years. In fact, your parents' songs have been with me the longest. And every time their songs sound, I think of you. Since you asked for their release today, I agree to your request. But there is one more thing you need to know. Ludwig is a winged legend. It's no problem for his soul to transform into an angel in energy form. The problem is your mother. Is she really willing to become an angel? If she's unwilling and continues to maintain her identity as a mermaid, then the final step of the angel's reincarnation will never be completed. Even so, are you willing to let her reincarnate? I am willing. My lord, please let me be this selfish person. Lucifer never lacks the courage to take on everything. Good. Jiangyu nodded, then reached out his hand towards the second heaven mountain, and the souls of Ludwig and Anfil turned into a stream of light and sank into the angel reincarnation pool. Two rays of holy light enveloped them, transforming into two light cocoons that sank into the water. Watching my parents transform into light cocoons and enter the pool, Lucifer silently blessed in his heart. Father, mother, we will meet soon. At this moment, she no longer thought about her siren sisters. Just when everything was settled and Jiangyu was ready to return to his platinum throne, suddenly, two loud and majestic dragon roars were heard in the outside world. Immediately following, Two solemn voices rang out in succession. I, Bahamut, today hold high the kingdom of God and ascend to the throne of the good dragon and guardian god. I, Tiamat, today raise my kingdom high and ascend to the throne of the dragon and the god of plague. Two dragon gods from different camps actually ascended to the throne at the same time. In the world of Furland, the giant dragons that were now spread all over the mountains and rivers, and even on the glaciers and snowfields, all raised their heads and looked in the direction where the two ancient dragons were ascending to godhood. The metal dragons all gave their most sincere blessings to their future dragon gods. The five-colored evil dragons also ostensibly wished the five-colored dragon mother to ascend to godhood. In fact, they were secretly spitting in their hearts, hoping that these two old guys would not succeed. They don't want a light bulb in the sky monitoring their lives at all times. Inside Paradise Mountain, Jiangyu smiled lightly as he watched the two ancient dragons ascend to godhood. He thought of the ancient dragon's corpse buried under Mount Heaven, and looked at the dazzling ancient dragon that was emitting a platinum light, and said to Lucifer, "Lucifer, since you have also become a god, why don't you stop that five-colored dragon from ascending to godhood? And I will go and see the platinum dragon myself." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 168, By the Order of My Lord. High above the sky, the vast and boundless kingdom of dawn. The high throne of morning light sits in the center of the kingdom of God, like the sun. On the throne of God, the Lord of Dawn was speechless as he looked at the incarnation of the god of the underworld active in his own kingdom. Ever since one time, and alas, the Lord of the underworld incarnated and came to the kingdom of dawn and saw so many subordinate gods in the kingdom of dawn. Hades' eyes were wet at that time. Over the years, he has been running around looking for a subordinate of the god of the dark moon, but he has not found a subordinate god who meets his requirements. And in the kingdom of dawn, there are so many gods who can serve as gatekeepers of the dark moon, which makes him active. With so many gods, considering his relationship with the Lord of Dawn, it shouldn't be a big deal to kidnap one. So whenever he had free time, he would come to the kingdom of dawn under the pretext of discussing something. Fortunately, a lotus's charm is not something he can shake. The gods of the dawn wholeheartedly support Big Brother, but it's not a good thing to keep doing this. The Lord of Dawn on the throne touched his chin, wondering whether he should disguise himself as a god and reside in the underworld to help his old friend fulfill his wish. Don't always think about your own little piece of land. When thinking, the incarnation of Hades came to his side with a smile on his face. "Erotas, I have already confirmed with the Lord of the Earth, Garea, and he agrees with our plan. And alas, you are really efficient." The Lord of Dawn had a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, I'm a professional when it comes to finding people." And alas laughed. "By the way, where's Garea now?" "She is on the Balod continent and believes in the Ant-Man of the Bonnies Peninsula." "Ant-Man?" The Lord of Dawn frowned slightly. "No, just having the faith of Ant-Man isn't enough. I'll send her some Southern Terrans later." He remembered that the image of gods would be affected by the race of their faith. "Do you want me to bring some Silver Moon elves over to her?" Another elven tribe has recently left Nadrassil Forest. Analas suggested. Of course." Erotas felt a little sympathetic to the Silver Moon goddess. "By the way, there is one more thing, Analas. This is also the main reason why I called you here this time." "What's up?" "We may have to advance our plans. Perhaps we don't have to wait for the Daughter of Doom to ascend to godhood. We can start now." "What?" "The last of the ancient dragons, the Platinum Dragon Bahamut, came to see me a few days ago. He's about to ascend to godhood and hopes I'll give him my protection." "You are the one who provides protection. What does it have to do with our plan?" And Alas wondered. Of course there is a connection. The ancient dragons and Uriel have a grudge. Back then, when Uriel ascended to the demigod level, for ancient dragons tried to stop him, but they were all killed on the Platinum Moon. Was Uriel that powerful when he was a demigod? And alas, the god of the underworld frowned. That's not the point. Aroldas brought the topic back. The Platinum Dragon Bahamut is one of the ancient dragons. Uriel will not let him go. And Alas nodded after hearing this and raised another question. But how can the Silver Moon goddess join us in attacking? I've thought about this. Erotas, the Lord of the Dawn, laughed heartily. Bahamut said that the five-colored dragon mother Tiamat will also ascend to the gods this time. Tiamat is a subordinate of Silver Moon. If she ascends to the gods, Icalia will definitely provide her with protection. This way, the Silver Moon goddess will have a reason to take action. So that's how it is. Then, when will he ascend to godhood? Today, the Lord of Dawn said. He just finished speaking, Two passionate dragon roars resounded between heaven and earth. The two powerful gods looked at each other and nodded to each other. The incarnation of the god of the underworld dissipated immediately. Then, when Jiang Yu stepped out of Tianhang Mountain, almost at the same time, the two main gods walked out from the kingdom of dawn and the dark moon, one in front and one behind, within the silver moon. The silver moon goddess Acalia sits high on the silver moon throne. Tiamat frowned as she looked at the figure of an angel with weaker divine power that flew out from the heaven mountain. When did another god appear among the winged people? Could it be that what Arodas said is right? Uriel's path is different from ours. Attack her. Los Wind, the god of the north wind, stood beneath the throne and said, Lord God, I can confirm that this is an unfamiliar deity, and it does not exalt the kingdom of God. Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. This winged deity is clearly heading for Tiamat. Tiamat is one of ours, Los Wind. Go and stop her. Yes, Lord God. The god of the north wind responded and turned into a gust of north wind and left. For many years, he was also a god of weaker power. High in the sky, Tiamat stretched out her huge dragon body for hundreds of meters, her whole body shining with five-colored light, and she was trying her best to lift the kingdom of God up at a rapid speed. Right at this moment, a holy and beautiful figure holding a long sword of light and darkness came to the front of her kingdom of God. It was none other than the angel Lucifer, who was as heroic and perfect as the morning star. She pronounced in a cold voice, Tiamat, remnant of the ancient dragons, mother of evil dragons, dares you to raise the kingdom of God in the heavens? Now, by the command of my Lord, I will behead you in the sky and die. Chapter 169, I Surrender. After saying this, Lucifer didn't say any more nonsense. The angelic power in his body surged, and the holy sword of light and darkness burst out with a scorching black and white light. The strong murderous intent brought by the black and white sword light broke through the distance and space. The powerful energy exploded the surrounding laws and slashed directly towards Tiamat. Tiamat, who was holding up the kingdom of God in the sky, saw the sword light that was powerful enough to kill her coming towards her. Her eyelids twitched, and fear rose in her heart. Damn it, if I get hit by this sword, I'll never become a god in this lifetime. Goddess Silver Moon, are you protecting me? In panic, Tiamat looked around. The Silver Moon goddess did not disappoint Tiamat in the end. In front of her kingdom of God, a whistling north wind suddenly rose between heaven and earth, like countless sharp blades sweeping through this broken space. Endless cold and chill suddenly descended. Lucifer's black and white sword light was gradually worn away by the endless north wind and finally dissipated in front of Tiamat's kingdom. After this, a handsome figure walked out of the north wind, holding a longbow and carrying a quiver on his back. He was Los Wind, the god of the north wind. He looked at Lucifer's undisguised angelic power and the face he had never seen before, and couldn't help but ask, Who are you? Among all the gods who have ascended to the gods over the years, there is no winged person like you. Among the winged people, Jiang Yu is the only one known to everyone as a powerful divine being. Lucifer was not angry when he saw that his attack was blocked. Instead, he raised the holy sword of light and darkness in his hand, made an attacking gesture again, and declared loudly, I am Lucifer, the archangel of war, under the Lord of judgment. To those gods who stand in my way, there is no need to waste time. Either get out of the way or fight. After saying this, she leaped forward and charged towards Loswind's Borean arrow. Unfortunately, she had just been promoted to a weaker divine power and was not yet fully familiar with the angelic power. For a moment, she was blocked and could not move forward. She could only watch Tiamat's kingdom move towards the edge of the world above the sky. What annoyed her most was that the god of the north wind kept chattering while she was fighting, and his words never stopped, like the wind whistling in her ears. A strange goddess, why would you trouble a godlike being? The more gods there are, the stronger the world will be. I admire Lord of Judgment Uriel, but I will not give way. Lucifer, the other side. Although Lucifer flew out of Mount Heaven first, it was Jiang Yu who first arrived in front of the kingdom of Bahamut. At this time, the platinum dragon Bahamut had just raised the kingdom of God in the sky. Seeing that the peer he had visited before had not arrived yet, Jiang Yu, the slayer of ancient dragons and one of the most powerful gods in the world, arrived in front of his kingdom first, and he couldn't help but feel fear. This fear was far greater than what Tiamat felt at the sight of Lucifer. It was a shudder that penetrated deep into the soul, knowing that it was difficult to escape and that not even a corpse could be left behind. In the panic, even the kingdom of God that he had just raised began to shake. However, Jiangyu did not take action immediately after arriving. Instead, he looked at the platinum dragon Bahamut, who was covered in platinum light, touched his chin, and was somewhat tempted. He felt that Bahamut's characteristics were very suitable for the requirements of Heaven Mountain. As for the 4 ancient dragons he killed that year, he no longer cared about it. As long as he was strong enough, he was confident that he could suppress everything. Seeing Jiangyu coming, he did not take action immediately, nor did he speak, but just looked at him with an unclear look. Bahamut was so shocked that his heart trembled. He made the wisest decision of his life and shouted quickly, "Great Lord of Judgment, I am a good dragon, different from other ancient dragons. I surrender. I am willing to serve you as my lord and become your subordinate." He had just finished speaking. Before his good dragon and guardian kingdom, a ray of morning light and a ray of dark moonlight suddenly arrived, and also heard Bahamut's words. The Lord of Dawn had a gloomy expression on his face, and the god of the underworld also looked surprised. Jiangyu's purple eyes were smiling. Only Bahamut, the dragon heart that was already hanging in the air, was gently broken at this moment. He was screwed. Chapter 170 Platinum Light, spanning heaven and earth. In the sky, all around is quiet, but the awkward scene was soon broken by Hades. He looked at Bahamut, who was holding up the kingdom of God, with a cold look in his eyes, and asked Orotas with a smile, "Orotas, this traitor, do you want to take action?" His hand tightly grasped the sickle, with the dark moon hanging high behind him. If Orotas wanted to take action, he would not hesitate, even if it meant destroying his plan. Upon hearing this, Orotas, the Lord of the Dawn, glanced at Bahamut with neither sadness nor joy in his eyes. Finally said, "Forget it. After all, we are king and subject. Let's let him go for now." Then he looked at the dragon wings that stretched out for hundreds of meters, and Bahamut, the platinum dragon of the kingdom of God, was lifting up with all his strength. "Bahamut, you have served me before. I know all you desire is to ascend to godhood. Today, I will not stop you. Go ahead." In the sky, Bahamut looked at the Lord of Dawn, standing in the morning light in disbelief, and could hardly believe his ears. High above the sky, the subordinate gods of the Lord of Dawn stood on the clouds, looking at their main god with sincere smiles in their eyes. Seeing Bahamut standing there in a daze, Jiangyu also laughed. "Go ahead, Bahamut. No one can stop you from ascending to godhood. I have confidence in Orotas' character." His body shone with an even more powerful platinum light, like a ray of calmness, shining into Bahamut's heart. "After you ascend to godhood, move the kingdom of God to my heavenly mountain. Cephales, the father of oaks, will be waiting for you there." "Yes, Lord God," Bahamut responded, and then focused on ascending to godhood. Jiangyu stood where he was, looking at the Lord of Dawn not far away in the sky, and smiled. "Orotas, light of the morning, today, I see you differently." Then, without waiting for the Lord of Dawn to answer, he raised his eyes to the sky and saw Tiamat, another ancient dragon holding high the kingdom of God. He looked at the archangel Lucifer and the god of the north wind, Los Wind, who were fighting fiercely in the sky, then looked at the bright silver moon in the sky and smiled. In this world, having an ancient dragon that represents good is enough. A moment. He stepped across the sky and arrived above Tiamat's kingdom in one step. The long sword at his waist drooped slightly. The pure white light of judgment then rose up and penetrated the heaven and earth. "Evil dragon, do you deserve to live?" The long sword was unsheathed, and pure white light fell down with a bang, spanning the world. The sky and the earth suddenly became bright. Not far away, Lucifer and the god of the north wind stopped at the same time and looked at the light of judgment that penetrated the heavens and the earth. Lucifer finally smiled on his cold face. "My lord has come, and the evil dragon Tiamat you protect will fall from the sky." "Not necessarily, Lucifer. My lord God will not stand idly by." Although the silver moon goddess appears aloof on the surface, she has always been envious of the fact that the Lord of Dawn has so many subordinate gods. This time, Tiamat ascended to godhood, and she was looking forward to it far more than she had imagined. Really, as the god of the north wind said, when the pure white light of judgment was about to fall on the kingdom of God held by Tiamat, a huge silver moon suddenly appeared above it, shining brightly with silver light, blocking all the light of judgment. Within the silver moon, a beautiful goddess with a perfect figure appeared, looked up at the Lord of Judgment who was high above her, and frowned slightly. She used her divine power to redirect Tiamat's path to another place, avoiding this high place in the sky, and then spoke to Jiangyu. Uriel, Tiamat is my deity. So what? Jiangyu held the long sword at an angle, seemingly slow but actually fast. When the ancient dragon clan blocked my advancement, they should have understood that it was either submission or death in my hands. There was no other option. Ikalia, do you intend to protect her? You should know clearly that although we both possess powerful divine powers, you are no match for me now. Powerful divine power and great sensitivity. However, before the Silver Moon Goddess could speak, the Lord of Dawn and the God of Hades instantly came to the side of the Silver Moon Goddess. Well, Uriel, what about us? Chapter 171, I am God. High above the sky, the four gods confront each other. For powerful, majestic, and vast auras descended from the sky and the earth, shaking the entire world. At this moment, all living beings in the world and on all continents felt the greatness of the gods. They saw 3 moons and 1 sun shining together. However, what shocked them the most was the platinum moon that was not very conspicuous in the sky and was moving in the same orbit as the other 2 moons. This time, they actually discovered it. This platinum-colored moon was so high above the sky, as brilliant and glorious as the sun, dividing the sky and earth with the light of the original 2 moons and the sun. Under the light of the platinum moon, Jiangyu looked at the 3 powerful gods standing together. His purple eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he was full of powerful aura, the 3 main gods did not give in. How rare. You two actually stand together for a great ancient dragon. Uriel, this is by no means the whole reason. It's because we discovered that you and we gods are not of the same kind. Lord of the Dawn, Arodas shouted. Beside him, the god of the underworld, Andaras, looked approving. The Silver Moon Goddess seemed to be lost in thought. Lucifer retreated behind Jiangyu, holding a black and white sword, standing on guard, his pair of white wings vibrating slightly. The father of Oak also came to Lucifer, transforming into a handsome middle-aged man. He is now rooted in the 4th Heaven Mountain and shares the same honor and disgrace with Jiangyu. Farther away, the gods stood in the clouds, watching the tense situation between the 4 main gods, not daring to breathe. The entire sky echoed with the voice of the sun god. You grew so fast that even the world tried to hold you back. When we simultaneously became powerful gods, your strength surpassed ours. Or rather, the path you're on cannot be viewed from the perspective of a god. Uriel, what path of God are you following? Upon hearing this, Jiangyu suddenly looked up at the sun in the sky and sighed. The sun is indeed the place closest to the will of the world. Arodas, there's no point in saying more. Today, I will slay the dragon. If you try to stop me, be prepared to fight me. Then, he looked at the Lord of Dawn with a smile and admiration in his eyes. As for the path you mentioned, if you can agree to one of my requests in the future, I will tell you about it. As long as it's not excessive, doesn't harm others, and doesn't involve sentient beings, I can agree to it. Arodas was so curious that he nodded. After hearing this, Jiangyu finally smiled, and he had the idea of subduing the Lord of Dawn. This requirement should pave the way for the future. And at this moment, even if the 3 main gods joined forces, he would not be afraid. Then he looked around at the gods and said solemnly, "Since you want to know, then listen carefully. I am God, and I follow the path of the Supreme Being. My will shall be done in heaven. My name shall be spread among all living beings, and all gods shall worship me as their Lord." Even though Jiangyu's words did not fully describe the Sky Lord's journey, but when these words came out, all the gods were shocked. The god of the underworld widened his eyes. Uriel, you want to be the king of the gods. Within the silver moon, Livril, the daughter of misfortune, and Serial, the daughter of luck, who had secretly run to the silver moon divine kingdom, sat on the same swing, looking at Jiangyu who stood proudly between heaven and earth, both with admiration in their eyes. Father's really awesome. Chapter 172 Characteristics of the Holy Throne, the only divine authority. The war between gods and heaven is about to break out. Followed continent, Bonnie's Peninsula. Amy City, the capital of the Ant-Man Kingdom. In a hidden secret place. In a beautiful garden. A graceful and beautiful woman sat in front of a stone table, looking at the gods in the sky who were full of gunpowder, and sipped the honey tea in the cup in one gulp. Lisa, no more waiting. Let's start now. I've decided to ascend to godhood. In front of her was an Ant-Man woman with her head bowed low. When she heard God's words, she looked up in surprise. My God, are you not waiting for the notification from the Lord of Dawn and the God of the underworld? Hearing her high priest's doubts, the graceful woman smiled slightly. Lisa, why should we listen to them? Now, all the gods are focused on the impending divine war. This is the best time. Understand, goddess. I'll get ready now. Hurry up. Yes, great goddess. Almost at the same time, in the west of the Ballod continent, on a vast red plain. On the plains, countless fire mulberry wheat ears grow as high as 9 meters. Giants with red skin and more than 10 meters tall are working diligently in the fields of fire mulberry and wheat. Not far from them, there is an extremely tall city of giants, and the city gate is 50 meters high. In the center of the city, there is a tall temple built of red stone. Inside the temple, a tall giant statue sits on a high platform. A group of giant priests were crawling on the ground inside the temple. At this moment, the eyes of the statue suddenly opened. He looked at the fire giant crawling under him and sighed in his heart. Tens of thousands of years ago, he woke up from under the glacier in the extreme north of the Furlan continent. Because he woke up early, some of his memories had not yet fully awakened, so he fell into a state of confusion for a while. At that time, the whole world was in a desolate state, without any trace of civilization. At that time, the Titans and ancient dragons had just come down from the ice plateau and were not as powerful as they were later. When he was lost, he was taken in by a tribe of frost giants. Many years passed like this, and he finally remembered who he was. He is Flames, the Lord of Fire from the pre-era sequence 0. After knowing himself, the climate of the ice plateau became unbearable for him. Flames chose to leave, but he did not want to abandon the frost giant tribe with which he had lived for many years. So he led them down from the ice plateau. At this time, the continent of Furland has been ruled by the powerful Titans and ancient dragons, and all races are under their shadow. Flam led this group of frost giants across the ocean and landed on the Bonnies Peninsula. Here, he discovered the nascent Ant-Man tribe and the breath of Garia, the ruler of the earth. The Lord of the Earth is still asleep. He didn't disturb her and left quietly. In fact, in the previous era, he had a good relationship with Garia. Finally, he came to the Ferris Plain and settled there with the frost giants. Later, the frost giants were not adapted to the hot climate here, so he expended his energy to slowly transform them into fire giants that could adapt to the heat. However, he fell asleep again because of expending too much energy. When I woke up again, the world had changed. But the fire giant tribe has grown strong, occupied the entire Ferris Plain, and still believes in him. At the same time, Garia, the Lord of the Earth, also woke up almost at the same time, and the two agreed to form an alliance to ascend to the gods. And today is the best time for them to become gods. The memory quickly ended, and the Lord of Fire, Felamus, solemnly spoke to the fire giant high priest kneeling in the temple. Gulenis, start now and prepare to ascend to godhood. Yes, my God. At the same time, high above the sky, Jiangyu looked at the five-colored dragon and Mother Tiamat, who was about to successfully establish the kingdom of God and ascend to the throne of God, and then looked at the 3 gods who were still blocking his way, and no longer hesitated. He held the purple-gold sword horizontally and swung it forward. The champions will merged into a mighty sword intent, and the divine power of judgment surged like an ocean, transforming into a brilliant and peerless sword light, and went towards the 3 main gods to kill. The shadow of Mount Heaven expanded to the entire sky as the sword light extended. A suppressing divine power like that of the ruler of the world was about to bend the waist of the 3 main gods. I'm the only one in heaven and on earth, and all gods must submit to me. At this time, the Silver Moon Goddess felt the oppressive force of Jiangyu, which was like the whole world, and finally understood. He is indeed different from us. When the 4th Heaven Mountain was established, the vast heaven occupied a large part of the high sky, instead of squeezing them elsewhere like the kingdom of God, so Jiangyu gained a trace of the world authority. This is one of the characteristics he acquired in the Holy Sea realm. Its name, the only divine right. Chapter 173, Endless Abyss. Within the vast and boundless starry sky, there's a vast, Endless Abyss. No one knows the origin of the abyss, but all creatures in every world know that the abyss is the enemy of all intelligent creatures and worlds. The abyss will devour the world and continue to expand. Even now, the endless abyss is in a stage of crazy expansion endlessly and will not stop. The abyss does not have the world barriers like the real world, and the demons of the abyss do not care much about it. Perhaps in their view, it is good enough that the abyss does not invade others. How could there be any world or creature that would invade them? Except for the most mysterious first 9 layers of the abyss. Look from the outside in. Each layer of the abyss is ruled by at least one or more great demons with great divine power. Generally speaking, the fewer layers of the abyss, the stronger the demon god is. Because the larger the area of each layer of the abyss, the more worlds are dragged into this layer of the abyss, and the more souls are devoured. The deeper the abyss, the stronger the demon will naturally be. Great demons with supreme power above great divine power are not uncommon in the abyss. When the territories and worlds brought into the abyss meet the demands of the abyss's will, a new layer of the abyss is formed. Generally speaking, a new layer of the abyss will be composed of multiple fallen worlds that have been dragged into the abyss. The 997th level of the abyss. This is the area ruled by the silver-eyed great demon with great divine power. The 997th level of the abyss is in the endless abyss and belongs to the young abyss. There is only one great divine power in this level of the abyss, and the silver-eyed demon is still in the pioneering and enterprising stage. At every moment, he launches an abyssal war against other worlds. Current. The silver-eyed demon is invading a world of gods that also possesses great divine power. Most of the demon lords, or demons under his command, are helping him to attack this world. In the Silver-Eye Abyss, there are countless kinds of demons and a large number of abyss lords. One of them is the inferior demon Lord Azeba, who fell into this level of the abyss more than 1,000 years ago. As a newly promoted Lord of the Abyss, the territory he occupies in the Silver-Eye Abyss is extremely small. The millions of fallen goblins and inferior demons he brought into the abyss did not evolve as quickly as he had imagined and become a major force in this layer of the abyss. And every year, he also needs to pay enough souls to the silver-eyed demon as the price of staying in this level of the abyss. After falling into the abyss, his previous ambitions not only did not diminish, but grew stronger every day. However, these ambitions were suppressed in his heart. The Abyss Lord's territory needs to be conquered by oneself, and the Abyss Lord's demon subordinates also need to be transformed by oneself. According to the previous practice of the Abyss Lord's fall, every demon lord who falls into the abyss is often one of the strongest in the previous world. After their fall, the first place they attacked was their original world, and incorporate this world into the abyss, increasing the territory and the number of demons. So generally speaking, within the Silver-Eye Abyss, there is no Abyss Lord whose territory is smaller than Azeba's. But Azeba is different. He did not fall into the abyss after becoming the strongest. He knew that it would be difficult to bring down the Furland world with his current strength. In fact, this situation is very common. Often, a demon lord who discovers a powerful world will seek other demon lords to help him conquer the world because of his own lack of strength. In this case, although the returns are smaller, the risks are also smaller. But he has a special affection for the world of Furland. It is also a piece of fat meat that can be harvested once he becomes strong enough, and he does not want to share it with other demon lords. These years, he has also been attacking small worlds to improve his strength and manpower, barely achieving a balance between income and expenditure. But it was too difficult to find a world suitable for him to attack. Of course, Azeba had also participated in the corruption war led by the Silver-Eyed Demon to attack the world of Antokanas, thinking of giving it a try. Unfortunately, he was severely injured by a powerful god of fire there, suffered heavy casualties, and it took him many years to recover. It is also because of this reason that it is now becoming increasingly difficult for him to pay his rent. Azeba, Demon Leader. Azeba sat on his demon throne, looking at the hall below him where there were fewer high-level demons than before, and finally sighed. Never mind, never mind. I'm having a hard time right now. Although Furland is a good man, he's not something I can handle alone. Then he looked at the higher-level inferior demon below and said, Movis, go contact the nearby demon lords. Tell them I've discovered a suitable large world, and ask them to join me in conquering it. Yes, Lord. Moonves nodded respectfully and turned away. Azeba watched him go away. Furland, I'm coming back again. Winged people, trolls, behemoths, dwarves, lizardmen, humans, centaurs. Are you ready? Philander World. High above the sky, the silver moon goddess has a bright silver moon hanging on her back, and she holds a longbow, shooting silver arrows from a distance. The underworld god Anduras holds the scythe of the dark moon and transforms into thousands of incarnations, appearing around Jiangyu from time to time. The front. The Lord of Dawn wore a golden helmet and golden armor, and held a golden spear in his hand. The light of dawn shone all around him, and he pushed forward like a scorching sun. Facing the attacks of three powerful gods, Jiangyu's eyes were calm, and every movement and attack was perfect. This is determined by the unique fighting consciousness throughout the ages. When faced with the same realm and combat power, no one could be his match. The vast platinum light illuminated the heaven and earth. Ten Jiangyu held long swords, wielded endless sword light, and moved forward courageously. The four gods attacked each other, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. But Jiangyu was obviously more calm. While they were fighting, Chapter 174 Earth Goddess. Ballowed Continent. Bonnie's Peninsula. Countless Ant-Men knelt on the ground and praised in unison. Great Mother Earth, goddess of fertility and reproduction, creation and spring, great master of the Ant-Man, may you raise your kingdom high in the sky. May you will walk on the earth. May the mountains and rivers prostrate themselves in your broad bosom. With the Ant-Man's praises, countless faiths gathered at the place where the Lord of the Earth, Garia, was. She walked out of the secret realm, step by step, towards the sky, allowing Ant-Man and Ant-Man to see a graceful and elegant goddess standing there. Then, the entire secret realm of the earth and the surrounding temples were lifted up. Garia held high the kingdom of God and ascended to the heavens amid the songs of the believers. On the battlefield high in the sky, Jiangyu, who was fighting fiercely with the three main gods, felt that Garia, the Lord of the Western Earth, was beginning to ascend to godhood at this moment, and he couldn't help but sigh. You have so many people. He looked toward the edge of the world again. It happened that at this time, the Platinum Dragon Bahamut and the Five-Color Dragon Mother successfully ascended to gods at the same time. The actions of Bahamut and Tiamat after they ascended to godhood were surprisingly consistent. They dragged the kingdom of God and quickly moved towards the Platinum Moon. Finally, under the guidance of the Oak Father, they landed in the fourth heaven mountain. One of them also dragged the kingdom of God and came to the Silver Moon Kingdom in the howling north wind, becoming another star orbiting the Silver Moon. Both dragon gods successfully ascended to godhood amidst trepidation. Seeing that his target had already become a god and that nothing could be done, Jiangyu took the initiative to leave the battlefield of the war between gods. This battle between gods actually did not reach the intensity of a life-and-death fight. The Five-Color Dragon Mother Tiamat, Jiangyu, really didn't care whether to kill or not. He knew that Silver Moon would protect her, so he was more inclined to test his current strength. This is a guarantee of how he will act next. Before, he went to find the Platinum Dragon because he knew that the dragon was protected by the Lord of Dawn, and he wanted to use this opportunity to fight with the Lord of Dawn Erotas who had left the Kingdom of God. Fighting Erotas is actually fighting Erotas and Hades, which tests his fighting ability. Who knew that the Platinum Dragon Bahamut would surrender so quickly that he had to come to Tiamat in person. On the battlefield, the three main gods almost breathed a sigh of relief at the same time when they saw that Jiangyu was no longer fighting. Jiangyu's strength has increased so much that they are gradually feeling the pressure. But then, a smile appeared on the face of the Silver Moon Goddess. Tiamat successfully ascended to godhood, which meant that she finally had another subordinate god. The ascension of Garia, the Lord of the Earth, made her expression change from surprise to worry. The Lord of the Earth, Garia, was her good friend in the previous era. If she could successfully ascend to godhood, he would definitely be a great help to her. But she didn't know whether the three main gods in front of her would stop her. After all, this person is also a Sequence Zero being and will definitely become a powerful divine power in the future. At this time, the Silver Moon Goddess subconsciously flew out and kept a distance from the two main gods. The Lord of Dawn and the Lord of Dark Moon smiled helplessly upon seeing this. Don't worry, Acalia. We are willing to accept Garia's ascension to the throne of God. She will be our ally. After the two main gods finished speaking, Acalia nodded when she saw that their expressions were sincere and not fake. At this time, the three gods looked at Jiangyu, who was the strongest. If Jiangyu disagrees, another battle between the four main gods will be inevitable. Standing in the sky, seeing that the three main gods had reached an agreement, Jiangyu gave up the idea of stopping Garia from ascending to godhood. But in fact, he now clearly knows the limit of his strength. He was able to suppress three powerful gods, but not defeat them, and he was also able to fight against the combined forces of four powerful gods without being defeated by them. Within this range, the more gods there are, the stronger the world will be, and the faster his strength will increase in the future. Besides, what he said in front of him was the way of the king of gods. It would be best if he could conquer these main gods one by one as his strength gradually increases. Moreover, the relationships among these main gods are complicated. Without his strong suppression, they would probably be divided. So he said, I can't allow that deified Lord of the Earth to ascend to godhood, but I need half of the power of creation she holds. Otherwise, I will attack with all my strength, focusing on one of you, regardless of the consequences. Silver Moon frowned upon hearing this. The Lord of Dawn fell into deep thought, and only the god of the underworld spoke without even thinking. I think so. Jiangyu smiled when he heard that. Gods, they're so easy to deal with. Seeing that the god of the underworld had agreed, the Lord of Dawn and the goddess of Silver Moon could only nod helplessly. The four main gods reached a consensus, and Jiangyu walked towards the kingdom of Garia, the Lord of the Earth. The three main gods followed closely behind. Above the Ballowed continent, Garia, the Lord of the Earth, who was carrying the kingdom of God to ascend to God, was a little overwhelmed when he saw the four gods coming. But there was no conflict between these four gods, so they must have reached some kind of agreement. She saw Akalia smiling and nodding at her again, and then helplessly pointing to Jiangyu in the front. Knowing that Jiangyu was actually the leader, she immediately felt relieved. She was smart and understood what Akalia meant. There is an exchange, and a price must be paid, but one can successfully ascend to godhood. And right in front of her, Jiangyu was about to speak. Sudden, in the west of the Ballowed continent, a hot and strong aura of ascension to godhood rose again. This aura, a blazing fire that consumes everything, an endless flame that burns the sky. It's the sequence 0 Lord of Fire Flames. He also wants to become a god at this time. The Lord of Dawn frowned. He felt that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, the next second, Jiangyu said with a smile, Do you want to protect this one too? The three main gods fell silent at the same time. In the last era, the relationship between the Lord of Fire, Felamis, and the three of them was very unfamiliar. Only the Lord of the Earth, who held the kingdom of God, Hai, changed his expression and pleaded with Jiangyu. Great Lord of Judgment, please do not stop the god Felemsden. Although he is the god of fire, he is not a hot-tempered person. What is your relationship with him? He's my best friend. As soon as these words were spoken, the Lord of the Dawn, Arotas, had a slightly gloomy expression on his face, and the god of the underworld also had a gloomy look in his eyes. Only the Silver Moon goddess smiled happily. Jiangyu noticed a change in their expressions and laughed inwardly, finding it extremely amusing. He looked at the Lord of the Earth and said with a smile, How about this? As long as you give me all your creative priesthood and authority, I will let him ascend to godhood. The priesthood and authority of creation is also a priesthood with great potential. Without it, the time it takes for Garia to ascend to a powerful divine power will be prolonged. But Garia nodded without hesitation. Good. After saying this, she ruthlessly cut off the creative part from her newly born divine power, transformed into a brilliant stream of light, and sank into Jiangyu's arms. With the priesthood and authority of creation, Jiangyu will be able to further optimize the angel reincarnation pool. From then on, angel souls reincarnated from the angel reincarnation pond can possess physical bodies. Okay, Garia, you continue to ascend to the gods. I'll go see the future god of fire. After saying this, he didn't care about the reactions of the gods and went straight to the west. But in his heart, he felt extremely relaxed. You're constantly quarreling, but I'm getting stronger all the time, becoming stronger faster than you. In the future, you will all crawl at my feet. Chapter 175, Fire God Felemsden. Ferris Plains on the Ballowed continent. In the middle of an endless fiery red wheat field, countless fire giants knelt on the ground and praised loudly. Great Lord of Fire, God of agriculture and food, purification and summer, great master of the fire giants, may you exalt your kingdom in the heavens. May you will walk upon the earth. May your kind and ardent flames burn brightly and eternally, along with the fanatical faith and praises of the fire giants. At the huge temple in the fire giant city, a throne appeared above the temple, and a handsome god with fiery red hair sat on it. He was tall, several dozen meters tall, with a strong physique. His simple decorations, like those of a fire giant, made him look like a fire giant farmer working in the fields. But the burning, blazing intent and the majesty of the god who sits on the blazing fire of heaven and earth have already appeared. The fire god Philemus looked at the fire giants under the throne, and his heart was filled with excitement, relief, and happiness. He is about to become a god and bloom the light of his own flame in this new world. The fire giants under his command will also grow stronger and expand their territory. Just as he calmed down and prepared to lift the kingdom of fire up to the sky, suddenly I felt a palpitation. This made him pause his ascension to godhood and look diagonally upwards in the direction of his palpitations. Really, only in the air. A supremely glorious platinum throne suddenly appeared, and a powerful and majestic, handsome, silver-haired god sat on it, with 8 wings shining brightly, looking down at him. The purple eyes were majestic and deep, as if the smoke of eternal battle had settled in them. It's the Lord of Judgment. After waking up for many years, Phelms knew that this was a peerless genius rarely seen in the ages. As a creature of this era, he ascended to the throne of God and subdued all the gods with his own strength. The reputation is so great that no one can rival it. Looking at his deeds, Phelms always sighed in his heart. This is simply the natural king of gods. The God War is over. Were they unable to stop the Lord of Judgment? He was worried about the earth goddess Garia, so he looked up at the sky and saw that the earth kingdom was steadily rising to the sky. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and turned to look at the Lord of Judgment on the platinum throne. Phelms had just taken a deep breath and was brewing some words, but before he could speak, he saw Jiangyu in the sky speak first. He was just smiling. Why, at this time, are you still concerned about Garia's situation? On the earth, countless fire giants trembled under the majesty of the holy throne of judgment. They looked at the platinum god in the sky, overlooking them and their main god, in disbelief and fear in their hearts. And above the temple, the newly cast fire throne is located below the platinum throne. This scene, in the eyes of the fire giant, it's like the Lord of the world asking questions to the newborn gods. And in the world, many demigods who were paying attention to this matter had a feeling in their hearts. Is he the king of the gods? Does the ascension of the new god require his permission? Thus, in their minds, the plan of becoming a god was slightly adjusted, and the will of the Lord of Judgment was placed at the top. The sky above Ferris Plains. Facing Jiangyu, Phelms calmed down and answered Jiangyu's question seriously. He knew that when a god like Jiangyu appeared here, it meant that becoming a god might just be a will of the Lord of Judgment. Respected Lord of Judgment, Garia is my good friend. She is a gentle and kind goddess. If she were to ascend to godhood, it would be beneficial to the world. Chapter 176 today, I promise you to become a god. Jiangyu sighed when he heard this. Philemus, you are a good man. Actually, I've just been to the kingdom of the earth goddess Garia, Lord of the Dawn Orotas, god of the underworld and Alas, and Silver Moon goddess Acalia have joined forces to protect the earth goddess. Having said this, Jiangyu's purple eyes looked straight at him and spoke word by word. But they have no intention of joining forces again to protect you. The god of fire, Philemus, listened quietly, but his hand holding the handle of the throne gradually tightened. A feeling of powerlessness came over him. As a powerful being who has existed for countless years, he shouldn't show such obvious movements. But in front of Jiangyu, it's better to be real. Jiangyu didn't care whether his expression changed or not, and continued speaking. However, the earth goddess begged me to let you ascend to godhood. Garia, a glimmer flashed in Phelms' eyes. Jiangyu said slowly, for this, she gave me all her creative authority. So, Philemus, god of fire, what can you give me? On the throne of God. Upon hearing this, the god of fire, Philemus, who was sitting on it, slowly stood up from the throne and spoke solemnly to the Lord of Judgment who was sitting in the sky. Great Lord of Judgment, you stand high above heaven and earth, wielding the sword of judgment and administering justice. Although I am the god of fire, I am willing to add a touch of flame to your glory. If you don't mind, I am willing to hand over all the authority and priesthood of purification to you. From now on, I am willing to support you as the king of the gods and will never follow the same path as Erotas and others." After saying that, the god of fire stood quietly, waiting for Jiang Yu's reply. However, there was no affirmative voice from the sky, but a cold word. "Not enough." After that, there was a silence that seemed to last a long time, but was actually very short. Philemius was sweating profusely. The priesthood of purification is not a weak priesthood. If the faith is sufficient, it is enough to support a medium-level divine power. Just when he couldn't bear it anymore, the cold voice of the Lord of Judgment came again. "Philemius, after you ascend to godhood, you will be able to control most of the world's fire authority. This alone will be a powerful divine power in the future. Not to mention, both you and the Earth Goddess will be able to connect with the elemental realm and receive blessings when you ascend to godhood. I don't ask for much. I just want a portion of the authority of fire like the fire of purification. You must give it to me." Upon hearing this, Philemius did not show any embarrassment, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he cruelly separated the priesthood authority of purification and part of fire from his newly formed godhead, and his face turned pale in an instant. Two streams of light, one white and one red, sank into Jiang Yu's arms. After, the angel's swords can then burn with an eternal fire of purification. Jiang Yu admired in his heart again. "Philemius, good man." Then, with a smile on his face, he sat on the platinum throne, looked at the god of fire who had taken a deep breath below, and preached as if making a proclamation. "Remember your words, Philemius. Today, I grant you the right to become a god." After saying this, Jiang Yu's throne and his figure slowly disappeared. "Thank you for your mercy, Lord of Judgment." After saying this respectfully, Philemius suppressed all the thoughts in his mind, sat back on the fire throne, and began to exalt his kingdom of God. Below, on the red wheat field, seeing the Lord God continue to ascend to godhood, countless fire giants, led by the priests, cheered enthusiastically and offered their faith. Chapter 177 Fire Element King. The strong power of faith gathered on the god of fire, Philemius. Let him have the divine power to gradually raise the kingdom of fire to the sky. And above the sky, when the kingdom of earth was about to rise to success, the earth goddess Jiria released her mind and connected with the earth elemental realm in the astral realm. Suddenly, the vast and boundless shadow of the earth elemental world appeared again in the sky above the entire Furland world, dyeing the world into a yellowish-brown color. A large amount of earth elements came from the void and were mainly integrated into the kingdom of the earth goddess. Some of them poured into the world of Farrant. There are even some earth elemental creatures coming from the big world. Some went to the kingdom of the earth goddess, and some came to the area with the richest earth element in the land of Furland. This time, the commotion was far greater than when the golden lion ascended to godhood. The world will receive the gift from the earth elemental world and cheered, and the earth element between heaven and earth began to become active. During this period, magic constructed by the earth element is more powerful. Some earth elemental spells also appeared during this period. After, the earth goddess successfully raised the kingdom of God and achieved the peak of intermediate divine power in one fell swoop. During this period, the silver moon goddess, the Lord of Dawn, and the god of the underworld have always been by the side of the earth goddess. After her kingdom was built, the four gods talked together in the earth kingdom for a while before leaving. As for the god of fire, Philemius, after sensing that the goddess of earth had successfully ascended to godhood, the last bit of worry in his heart was gone, and he focused on becoming a god. Although Jiang Yu disappeared, the light of the platinum moon continued to illuminate the path of the god of fire's ascension to godhood. Like the earth goddess, at the moment of completing her ascension to godhood, Philemius used the will of fire to connect with the fire elemental realm in the astral realm. So after the earth elemental realm appeared in the world of Furland, the fire elemental realm also appeared in the sky of the entire world of Furland. The fire element between heaven and earth suddenly boiled. On the earth, countless volcanic magmas surged up, but fortunately, the earth element had just undergone a wave of strengthening, and it was considered to be strong enough to withstand the explosion of the fire element. Some fire elemental creatures also poured into the kingdom of flame and various volcanic magma, and other places where fire elements gathered. During this period, similarly, a large amount of fire magic power increased and affinity increased. As the god of fire, Felimus, successfully reached the peak of intermediate divine power, the shadow of the fire elemental world in the sky did not dissipate. A fire elemental king, as tall as a titan, suddenly appeared in the shadow of the fire elemental world. He looked down at the entire Farron world and suddenly laughed. "Flemus, can you just refuse my help?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and suddenly a vast and boundless rain of fire, like a sea of clouds composed of fire, collapsed from the fire elemental realm and landed in the west of the Balod continent, covering the entire Ferris plain. Countless red wheat fields were burned, and the entire earth turned into a fire area. Countless fire giants were bathed in flames, burned by the fierce fire, and screamed in pain. Inside the kingdom of the god of fire, the newly crowned god of fire, Felimus, was furious. "Manlades, you've gone too far." But he was not strong enough and did not dare to enter the fire element realm to attack and kill the powerful fire element king. He could only use his divine power to protect his flame giant clan. As the rain of fire grew heavier, the laughter of the fire elemental king Manrads became louder and louder, and the range of the rain of fire also expanded across the Balod continent. The wails of countless creatures rang out from forests, grasslands, rivers, lakes, hills, and swamps. Just when the entire Balod continent seemed to be under torture. Between heaven and earth, the platinum moon shone brightly, and a majestic, heroic, sacred, and majestic eight-winged figure stood between heaven and earth, separating the phantom of the fire elemental realm and the Balod continent. He looked at the fire elemental king who was laughing wildly, then glanced at the fire god Felons who looked ashamed, and then looked at the countless creatures on the Balod continent with panicked and desperate faces and laughed. Don't panic, don't panic. I'll just go and kill him. This fire element king should be able to bring a lot of benefits to my heaven mountain." After saying this, he used as part of the power of fire to open the space-time channel between the Furlan world and the fire elemental world with one hand, drew his sword and stepped forward, shining with light, and stepped into the fire elemental world in his true body. Chapter 178, Stepping into the World. The fire elemental realm is a super elemental world independent of the astral realm, composed entirely of fire elements. Boundless and endless. The four known elemental realms of earth, wind, water, and fire are all such powerful worlds. Because of the elements, it is easy for these big worlds to sign contracts with the creatures of various worlds. Later, the spells that summoned elemental creatures were like this. It was after the earth goddess and the fire god ascended to the throne that the summoning magician system began to rise. However, compared to the heavy, stable, and kind earth element, the fire element is much more violent. Similarly, the fire elemental creatures composed entirely of fire elements have inherited the characteristics of the fire element, being lawless, violent, and brutal. Just like the fire elemental king, Manrads, who also set fire in the world of Furland. Their temperaments are unpredictable. Sometimes, even if you stand him up, it's no big deal, as his interest may not be in that area. But sometimes, it's a complete natural disaster. Every fire elemental king is at least at the level of a god, and below him are fire elemental lords who are comparable to demigods or legendary ones. This fire elemental king, named Mandras, is actually a strong one among the kings, and is an existence comparable to powerful divine power. This is also the foreign aid that Flems deliberately sought out as a means of destroying both himself and the enemy. After all, in the current world of Furland, being weak won't protect him. Pity. In the end, Manlades didn't have the chance to take action, so he set fire to the world of Furland for fun. He didn't believe that there were powerful gods in the world of Furland who would have the courage to cause trouble for him. The fact that Felims could find him shows that the highest level in this world is powerful divine power. Moreover, in the vast and boundless world of fire elements, the fire element kings have no say in the kingdom of God. Their strength will be blessed here, and there will be a constant influx of energy at all times, so they don't have to worry about the problem of running out of divine power. But today is different. When Zhang Yu rises in the world of Furland, he will not allow any other existence to destroy this world. This is his future territory. Anyone who dares to invade will be punished no matter how far away they are. Fire elemental realm. Manlate's fire region. Jiang Yu stretched out time and space and came here in his true form. As soon as you come in, you can feel countless flames burning here. High temperature is the norm here, and the sea of fire everywhere is the foundation of this place. But his attention was not here, but on the fire element King Manrads, who was several hundred meters tall and not far away. Only by looking at him closely at this moment can one sense the terrifying oppressive force brought by this powerful fire element king. Majestic, fierce, domineering, violent, and magnificent. Like a violent giant god who has never changed, he rules his world. Opposite of Jiangyu, the fire elemental king was also looking at Jiangyu, who was entering the realm in his true form. He had never seen such a reckless god. After all, in his impression, gods rely on the world for eternal life. In their world, gods are extremely powerful, but once they leave the world and lose the world's blessing, they will gradually weaken. After being stunned for a moment, the fire elemental king laughed sarcastically as if he had seen something happy that he had never seen in his life. How dare you, spirit of Furland? But as he expected, the eight-winged god did not show any panic expression on his face. Instead, he chuckled at him. Yeah, I want to ask that too, manlades. How dare you? The next moment the words fell. Jiangyu's mind moved. The holy sea is me. A dazzling and brilliant platinum throne appeared in the sky of the fire elemental world, and the platinum light illuminated the world. Jiangyu stepped forward and stood in front of the platinum throne. The wings of light trembled, the glow of fire faded, and the flames grew. A moment later, 8 pure white wings suddenly burned with eternal flames, and suddenly opened wide, as if the flames had grown wings. Follow closely behind. Jiangyu attacked forward with a sword in hand. His champion's will and divine power all burst out in an instant. The sword of judgment roared with the song of victory, and endless flames randomly climbed on it. Clang, clang, clang. An unparalleled and endlessly suppressing sword light of judgment turned into a long river of flames, hanging high in the sky, and slashed towards the core of the fire element King Manrads. This was a move that Jiangyu used all his strength to make. His combat awareness was unmatched. The moment he stepped in here, he knew that he was fighting against the fire element king here and could not continue fighting with them. In order to achieve his goal, he has to give it his all and have one chance. The mighty sword light of judgment split the domain of fire element, turning the space of this fire element world into a vacuum. Then, a brilliant sword light like a long river directly split through all the resistance and defense of the fire elemental king Manrads, splitting his body and the heart of the fire elemental king into two. This was a horizontal cut across the waist, splitting the chest as well. How is that possible? Manlades was severely injured in an instant. He was shocked that Jiangyu's divine power still possessed such invincible combat power after leaving his original world. What he didn't know was that Jiangyu's strength had always come from himself. Chapter 179. Capture the king and return. As a last resort, Manrads had no choice but to transfer the heart of the fire elemental king, which had barely been put together, into his head. But the next moment, a pair of huge hands composed of the power of judgment suddenly descended and grabbed Manlade's huge head. Then, a purple gold sword with brilliant light anticipated his action and pierced into Manlade's head, hanging next to the fire elemental heart that was almost broken into two halves. Characteristics of the Holy Sea. The power of suppression. Suddenly, the power of judgment and suppression suppressed all of Manlade's firepower, and the chest and broken arms that were originally connected were reduced to only a big head. Just then, there was movement around. A powerful fire elemental king, also several hundred meters tall, stepped into Manlade's domain and roared loudly in dissatisfaction. Manlades, what are you doing this time? You're making such a big noise, and you want to fight me again. However, before he could finish his words, he saw a god with 8 wings burning eternally behind him, his purple eyes stern and murderous, standing proudly in the void, one hand calmly pressing on the only remaining head of Manlades, and the other hand holding up the space and time of the two worlds. Hearing this, the pair of majestic purple eyes suddenly looked at him. The divine power is like the sea. The divine power is like a prison. The new fire elemental king was suddenly choked on the spot. Fuck. He saw that Manlades was still struggling on the spot, cursing and begging for mercy, and he subconsciously felt fear. At the same time, Manlades also saw his neighbor coming. His eyes lit up as if he saw hope, and he shouted for help. Amank, save me. However, the fire element king, who also possessed powerful divine power, looked at Jiangyu's calm and composed demeanor and quickly turned around and headed in the direction of return. Only one sound remained. Just passing by. I'm really just passing by. Seeing him leave, Jiang Yu felt relieved. He was almost exhausted. Luckily, he had just shocked the new Fire Element King. At the same time, he was also puzzled as to how there could be two powerful Fire Element Kings in the same area. But he didn't think much about it. When he saw that the space-time channel was almost opened, he held up the huge head of Manlades and stepped back into the world. Philander World. The shadow of the fire elemental world remained in the sky of Furland and never disappeared from the time Jiang Yu set out to the time he returned. This is the effort of the Vulcan Philemius. So when Jiang Yu stepped into the realm, he raised his sword and suppressed the Fire Element King with force, and scared away another Fire Element King who came and calmly returned to the world of Furland. All the gods in the sky were stunned. All the gods, including the Lord of Dawn, could not help but admire. Unparalleled grace, what an invincible god of war. Not just gods. All creatures in the world were shocked by Jiang Yu's great achievement of crossing the world, capturing the enemy, and returning safely. Is that the king of gods? Especially every winged person and angel who believed in the Platinum Moon shouted excitedly. Those eternally burning wings are our undying faith. On the continent of Balod, all the creatures who escaped death from the heavenly fire were in tears. Praise you, great God. Within the silver moon, the two destined twins who were caught stood in front of the garden swing. They changed their previous dejected look and jumped excitedly in front of the silver moon goddess. Do you see that, Mother? That's our father. Father is really amazing. Upon hearing this, the silver moon goddess looked towards the burning sky with deep eyes and remained silent for a long time. Paradise Mountain, along with a strong flame light, came from the burning sky. Jiang Yu returned holding the huge flaming head of Manlades. He came to the mountain of the fourth heaven. The platinum dragon god and the oak father came behind him respectfully. Jiang Yu did not stop, but came to an open area in the fourth level of Heaven Mountain. He used his divine power to materialize an extremely tall volcano and threw Manlade's head into it. Manlades, since you like playing with fire, then play with fire here for eternity. As soon as Jiang Yu finished his words like a verdict, divine chains formed by the power of judgment locked Manlades and suppressed him deep in the volcano. Asshole, let me out, damned ES god. Soon, endless flames gushed out from here, burning the airspace of this heaven mountain into a fiery red. Then, Jiang Yu then said to the oak father, Silivans, who was standing behind him, Silivans, this guy will be under your care for the time being. Guarding a powerful divine power? Alas me, how can I be worthy of it? But he didn't dare to refute Jiang Yu's words and could only nod. Yes, Lord God. Chapter 180, I've been walking on thin ice this year. Jiang Yu saw that he looked a little bitter, smiled, and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, this guy can't escape. Do you really think his power to suppress is a joke? I plan to build a sword forging platform here and use his eternal flame to forge swords for the angels. Besides, keeping him will serve other purposes in the future. The oak father replied respectfully. Yes, Lord God. Jiang Yu nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the platinum dragon beside him. Well, Bahamut, how does it feel to take root in my fourth heaven mountain? Bahamut had already transformed into a human form, because he had heard that the Lord of Judgment once had a human offspring. Lord God, I feel so good. Here, the bright and holy atmosphere of heaven makes me feel like I'm home. Of course, he did not mention such a troublesome matter as the kingdom of God being integrated into the fourth level of Heaven Mountain. Well, Bahamut, you are a good dragon. Heaven's justice and holiness will require your contribution in the future. You should get used to it first. If you have any questions, just ask Savanris. Yes, Lord God. After Jiang Yu finished talking to his two subordinate gods, he suddenly remembered that Lucifer was not there, so he asked, By the way, where's Lucifer? Lord God, she went to the Silver Moon Divine Country to pick up Livell. Savanris quickly answered. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. How did this little guy sneak out? Lord God, before, we were not in Heaven Mountain. Miss Li Weier was left unattended, so she naturally ran away. Savanris smiled bitterly. Forget it. She's probably gone to find her sister, Serial. Anyway, in the Silver Moon Kingdom, Ikalia wouldn't do anything to her. At most, she'd just be annoyed by those wings. Jiang Yu smiled. Next, you guys go and do your thing. Yes, Lord God. The two gods nodded respectfully. Returning to the first level of Heaven Mountain, Jiang returned to his platinum throne and sat down. The gains from this battle were quite rich, and even with his powerful divine power, he still needed to digest it. High in the sky, the kingdom of the Earth God. The Earth Goddess sat on the throne and sighed sadly. I didn't expect that if I slowed down a step, I would be controlled by others at every step. She felt a headache when she thought of her subordinates in the previous era. It seems you still need to find an opportunity to ascend to the godhood. But there is still a chance. Gorilla looked down at the world and fell into thought. It's time to make some plans for the underground world. The kingdom of fire. The god of fire, Thelamus, did not sit on the throne, but instead sent out an incarnation to the lower world to join the tribe of fire giants. The fire set by the fire elemental king completely destroyed the fire giants' homes. They are now in a state of panic and have no hope for the future. The god of fire was worried and decided to lead them out of the predicament himself. As for the earth goddess, he was confident that the bond between them was not just a moment. Every detail of his ascension to godhood was imprinted in his mind. The continent of Furland, central, next to Lake Proedas, the eastern capital of the Silver Moon Elves, the royal city of Proshul. Ever since the elves conquered the Proedas Lake area, they have spread tree seeds all over the place, giving rise to forests. The most obvious thing is the Elf King's court in the city of Proshul, which has long been lush and green under the effect of magic. In the dark royal court, the extended branches formed the roof of the open-air royal court. Arts sat alone on the silver throne, holding the silver moon scepter representing the elven kingship, with his eyes closed in thought. The first year of the Elf dynasty was a year like a grand epic narrative. Godsvar in heaven. Several gods held high the kingdom of God and ascended to God. The most shocking thing was that the Lord of Judgment entered the realm and captured and killed the king of the elemental world and returned. This year is also a year when the gods are active. In addition to the major events initiated by several main gods, other gods also made many small moves. For example, the Mother of the Deep Sea began to plan the relevant priesthoods of the entire ocean. The god of the North Wind fought fiercely with the angel Lucifer. The god of battle transformed into a mortal and became an undefeated fighter. The son of the god of killing fanned the flames everywhere, and the god of speed brought the first long-distance running games into mortal society, and so on. Countless creatures sang the poems of the gods. Even mortal dynasties were eclipsed. The one most affected was Altaiz, the High King of the Elf dynasty. He had not yet enjoyed the power of being the king of the elves who occupied large tracts of land on 2 continents. Instead, he trembled in fear under the majesty of the gods and dared not be careless in the slightest. After a long time, he opened his eyes, looked up at the sky, and sighed softly. This year I've been walking on thin ice. Goddess, can I lead the Elf dynasty to the end? Just when he was worried about the future of the Elf dynasty. In the royal court, a beautiful female elf wearing a magic hood walked in and spoke to him respectfully. High King, Princess Monarel has decided to ascend to godhood. Is she ready? Yes, said the princess. She has complete faith. Altaiz was overjoyed. Great. This is the best news I've heard this year. Then he called the guards who were waiting outside the royal court. Send a message to the entire Silver Moon Elf clan to fully cooperate with Maniriel's ascension to the godhead. Yes. Chapter 181, The Magic Goddess Ascension and the Bard Appears. Nadrassil Forest. Monarel did not follow her father, the High King, to the continent of Furland, but remained in the royal city of Nadrassil in the west. Here, she trained batch after batch of elven wizards for the Elf dynasty. These magicians are all panfaithists of Monarel. Although widespread panfaith can make the priesthood powerful, it is far from enough to ascend to godhood. In order to become a god, with the permission of the Silver Moon Goddess, Manelli also developed some religious groups within the Silver Moon Elves. Year 2 of the Elf dynasty. Monarel established herself in a forest city in the Nadrassil Forest, upholding the kingdom of magic and becoming the goddess of magic. This time her ascension to the gods went extremely smoothly, thanks to the magic class she had taken before, and no gods tried to stop her. The kingdom of the magic goddess also transformed into a blue star during the ascension to the gods, orbiting the silver moon. Monarel became a subordinate deity of Acalia. The 10th year of the Elf dynasty. The angel Raphael volunteered to create an exclusive sword for the angels. Jiangyu knew that he was the one who created the first generation of Sky City and participated in the casting of the entire second generation of Sky City, and he possessed extremely strong inventive ability. He granted him authority over the fourth level of the great volcano of Heaven Mountain, allowing him to use the fire power of the Fire Elemental King without restriction. Since then, every once in a while, the curses of the Fire Elemental King manlades could be heard from the great volcano. From anger to grievance, there are many wonderful things. 34 years of the Elf Empire. Monarel perfected the magician system by connecting the two elemental planes and the world of Furland. And summoning fire and earth elements has become a magic that many magicians can use. Some fairies benefited from magician's system, and some fairies became believers of the magic goddess. The Elven dynasty lasted for 45 years. Because of the efforts of the High King of Elf and the tacit understanding between the gods, Altai signed a peace agreement with the various ethnic groups and nations of Philandy. After consulting with Jiangyu on the Platinum Moon, Sophia of the Winged Kingdom also joined the peace agreement. At present, the Winged people have occupied a large area of land and no longer need extra land for them to reproduce. Actually, at present, the focus of the Winged Kingdom is still on encouraging its people to have children and strengthen their strength. Every time a legend appears, there will be an angel on the Platinum Moon. When external resources are met, it is best to avoid war, as war always results in casualties. And because of Jiang Yu's deeds of crossing the world and killing gods, people of all races on the continent would always take a second look when they see people with wings. After the peace agreement was signed, from then on, all ethnic groups on the continent had precious time for development. It was also during this period that all ethnic groups began to send their children to travel around the mainland and other continents. The Elven dynasty lasted for 67 years. Uriel, a winged man born in the city of Uriel, grew up under the glow of the Platinum Moon. Because since I was a child, I have been listening to the elders telling the story of the Lord of the Winged People, Platinum Moon. He was full of admiration for the Platinum Moon in the sky. Because his parents were both professionals in the hymn system, Uriel was exposed to many hymns of the Winged People at an early age, and after he became an adult, he also became a professional in the hymn system. But he had some different ideas about the hymns praising the Lord that could only be spread among the Winged People. So, taking advantage of the signing of the peace agreement among all ethnic groups on the mainland, he took his beloved harp and headed to the mainland to start traveling. During his travels, he told stories through singing. He sang the great deeds of the Platinum Moon and made the Winged People more known to other races on the continent. Decades later, on the edge of the northern steppes of the continent of Furland, Uriel realized his own professional path and was promoted to a bard. He began to compile a large number of stories about Jiangyu into popular poems and spread them everywhere. Soon, all the major gods knew about the appearance of this winged bard and began to spread the news of Platinum Moon's great deeds, which attracted a large number of creatures of all races to worship Platinum Moon. The gods were all furious but did not dare to take action. As a last resort, a large number of bards from various ethnic groups were born. The god of the north wind even transformed himself into an elven bard and took action. High in the sky, Jiangyu looked at the bard of the Winged People and smiled at Lucifer beside him. Lucifer, I estimate that this Uriel will be promoted to legendary before he even returns to Los Sendas. When the time comes, you can go there in person and have him promoted to angel. Yes, my lord. At the same time, she was thinking in her heart, I need Uriel to write me a story about the great deeds of the war angel Lucifer. 179th year of the Elven dynasty. Uriel traveled to the northern part of the Balod continent. Chapter 182 Dionysus' Faith. After the elves signed a peace agreement with the various tribes of Furland. Within a few years, at the request of their respective gods, the Ant-Men and Fire Giants of the Balod continent also sent envoys to the Elf King's court of the Furland continent to sign a contract. After, a large number of adventurers from all races in Furland traveled to the Balod continent. More than 100 years later, some adventurers settled down in Balod for a long time. Therefore, on the current Balod continent, when approaching resource-rich areas, it is easy to find some ethnic hodgepodge towns composed of immigrants from various ethnic groups. This day, Uriel traveled to a small northern town called Elsa, which is close to the Elsa Ice Lake. Elsa Ice Lake is home to a supernatural creature called Madori Ice Fish, which is of great help to warriors, knights, and magicians in finding their careers. So a large number of adventurers from all races came here. This day, it is winter in Elsa Town. Outside, There was a mixture of wind and snow. The wind was biting cold, and heavy snow covered the entire small town in the north of Balod. In such cold winter weather, except for some hunters, no residents went out. However, an adventurer's tavern in the town was bustling with activity. Uriel was wearing a thick platinum robe, and one could tell at a glance that he was a believer in the platinum moon. When the northern and southern peoples meet on the Balod continent, they will fight because of the color of their robes. Because the human race who believe in the Lord of Dawn also like to wear white robes, after years of use, the robes turned yellow and were actually similar to the northern human race. Inside the tavern, the lights were dim and flickering, and the air was filled with smoke and intoxication. The crowd was bustling and the noise was constant. The laughter and loud noises of the drinkers mixed together, as if they were about to break through the low roof. The rude adventurers slammed the table and loudly recounted their thrilling adventures, with their faces beaming and saliva flying. In a corner, a group of magicians sat together. The elves proudly declared the greatness of the goddess of magic, but the human magicians did not buy it. They said that the Mage Tower was a masterpiece of the human race. At the bar, the raccoon bartender skillfully mixed all kinds of exotic drinks, and the fox girls shuttled between the tables. The drunken dwarf waved his thick arms and argued loudly with the elf beside him. The human warriors in the north and the human knights in the south were arguing fiercely over the orthodoxy of the human race. Different languages and accents mixed together, creating a chaotic and energetic sound that made the pub noisy. But at the same time, a strange feeling of joy drove everyone. Whenever they were arguing, someone would suddenly stand up loudly and raise their glass. Cheers to the wine. There are so many hardships in this world, but wine is the only thing that does not bring us suffering. Praise the wine, praise the gods. At this time, some dazed drunks began to shout, "If a god could give me good wine every day, I would be willing to die." Then a voice quickly echoed, with a strong hint of suggestion. "If there were a god of wine, wouldn't we have fine wine to drink every day?" In this rare era of peace, some strange beliefs have quietly emerged. In the north, the belief in Dionysus began to gradually emerge. Just as the pub was getting noisy, the door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open, and a figure holding a harp walked in. As the wind and snow drifted into the tavern, snowflakes landed on the table, and many drunken patrons shivered in surprise at the sudden cold. Who is it that opened such a big door? It's freezing. Only then did they raise their heads and look at the intruder. He was wearing an extremely large platinum robe, and his eyes were deep and full of stories. A fat man who believes in the platinum moon? A southern human knight frowned. "Harp, is this a bard?" A knowledgeable elf asked doubtfully. However, the next moment, the fat man in the platinum robe took off his robe, revealing his pair of white wings and his iconic golden braided long hair with artistic characteristics. "Haha, everyone, I'm not fat. It's the bard of the winged people." In the tavern, no matter if they were elves, dwarves, ant-men, orcs, or humans, everyone could not help but stand in awe. It's Uriel, the god-favored one of the platinum moon. Chapter 183, The Bard's Legendary Path Creation. Uriel closed the door of the tavern casually, then said with a smile, "I'm not one of the Lord's favored ones, but merely a devout subject. Bartender, give me a large glass of wine called Northern Wind and Frost." "Okay, Mr. Bard." Seeing Uriel's gentle attitude, the atmosphere was no longer as serious as before. A dwarf with an extremely long beard started to make a noise. "Do pious people also need a drink?" "Ha ha ha, of course. Isn't this something you dwarves understand best? A moment of pleasure doesn't affect my faith." Uriel asked back with a smile. "Well said, Bard." A lizard man wearing half a helmet and covered in scars stood up, raised a huge wine glass, and laughed. "God doesn't respond to everything, but wine does. Cheers." As he said this, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The other drinkers from various tribes laughed and drank their cups to the brim, but Uriel lowered his eyes and said nothing. "God won't respond to everything. That's because you're not devout enough." But he didn't want to spoil the fun, so he drank the Northern Wind and Frost, wine handed to him by the fox made in one gulp. After drinking, he looked at the drunken crowd and suddenly felt a comfortable joy overflowing his body and mind. He couldn't help but pick up the harp, looked around at everyone, and laughed. "Everyone, how about I sing a great poem for everyone at this moment?" Having said that, he did not wait for the adventurers of various races in the tavern to object, and started playing a passionate tune on his own. The king ascends to heaven and lifts the bright moon into the vast sky. The hymn of Mount Heaven is immortal, and its platinum light shines upon the world. You are invincible. You are majestic and glorious. Heaven and earth praise your great deeds, and the gods bow to you. Omit 1,000 words. Lord, you are the white moonlight in the hearts of every one of your people. After singing, Uriel ignored the expressions of the adventurers of various races and laughed out loud. A song of white moonlight for everyone. As he said this, he took another glass of wine and drank it all. And at the moment when the wine flowed down his throat, he suddenly felt his mind become clear. A feeling of spiritual enlightenment spread throughout my body. Light bands composed of musical notes and poems floated around him. This is a symbol of the surge of extraordinary power. It feels so good, so good. At this moment, Uriel's body and mind became one. The bard system that was independent of the hymn system was finally perfected, and the bard's legendary path was also successfully created. Singer, formal rank, same as the hymn system. Choir, master rank, same as the hymn system. Bard, heroic rank. Great performer, legendary. By the time he came back to his senses from the realization of his advancement, all the adventurers in the tavern had just come back to their senses from his singing. At this moment, everyone was envious of Uriel, who had advanced to the legendary level. Can one advance to legendary status by singing a hymn? In this era, gods don't step down, demigods don't emerge, and legends are the world's highest fighting force. Just then, everyone in the tavern suddenly heard sacred singing echoing in this world. The next moment, a beautiful and majestic female angel descended from the sky, her whole body shining with white holy light. She possessed the majesty of a god and unparalleled power, causing these lawless and daring adventurers in the tavern to subconsciously hold their breath. In the corner of the tavern, a figure in a black robe tried to shrink into the dark corner with a very low sense of presence. And in the envious eyes of all drinkers and adventurers, the holy and beautiful female angel walked to Uriel's side and smiled gently. Uriel, the Lord has heard of your work. You have done well. Today, you advance to legendary status. Follow me to heaven and become one of the angels. Uriel couldn't help but be delighted when he heard this. He had heard long ago that after a winged person achieved legendary status, he could go to the city of Uriel and be led to the heavens by the guardian angel Arietta or her angel lieutenant to transform into an angel. Unexpectedly, he had just become a legend today and was personally invited by His Highness Lucifer, the archangel of war who had already achieved godhood. It was such an honor. In this situation, he couldn't help but want to sing a psalm again. However, Lucifer seemed to see what he was thinking and laughed. Uriel, keep your creative talent. You will have dozens of poems to compose after you ascend to heaven. Dozens. Even Uriel, the master of creation, was confused. Does the Lord want me to go to heaven and write songs? Just when he was confused, Lucifer walked up to him, pulled him up, and holy light surrounded him, and they went to the sky together. He laughed as he flew. 10 songs for me, 10 for the eldest lady, 10 for the second lady, 10 for the master, 10 for the second master, and some angel sisters also need your help. That's just dozens of songs. Uriel, come on. I'm rooting for you. Your Highness, I feel. Urielton was dizzy, and the fame of God's deeds spread far and wide, which was why he wrote so many hymns. But some of you I haven't even heard of. However, Lucifer narrowed his eyes and turned around to ask, what do you think? It's all right, Your Highness. I will definitely finish it. Chapter 184. Vivian and Anastasia wake up. Uriel was taken to Mount Heaven and began to upgrade his angel bloodline. He will not return to the earth in the short term. But the bard's traces will not stop. They're all over the world. Troll Kingdom. Ever since Odin Bloodaxe abdicated, he has been preparing to ascend to godhood under the promise of the Lord of Dawn. The current Troll King is Benjen Bloodaxe, a descendant of Alden Bloodaxe. Benjen Bloodaxe was born during the Troll Empire and witnessed the greatness and glory of the empire. He worked hard to restore the glory of the trolls. Unfortunately, the era of the Troll Empire is gone forever. That year, the trolls were defeated and retreated to the areas of Gank and Dumya, but they soon re-established the Troll Kingdom. But some of the trolls left the kingdom and went west of Furland. Some of them crossed the ocean and went to the continent further south. Among the large troll clans, only the Bloodaxe clan and the Giant Wolf clan remain in the kingdom, supporting the declining country. In addition, ever since the Platinum Dragon god surrendered to the Lord of Judgment, The troll dragon rider army was almost disbanded. The impoverished troll kingdom could no longer afford the expenses of dragon riders. All the metallic dragons, except for a few brass dragons, remained in the troll kingdom. Some gold and silver dragons went to the tribe of the Sun Elves, while bronze and copper dragons returned to their respective dragon lairs. Although the Sun Elves are the religious race of the Lord of Dawn, the Platinum Dragon God does not interfere with the ownership of the metal dragons. So some gold dragons and silver dragons even went to join the Silver Moon Elves. Of course, the majority of people defected to the winged people at the beginning, but later they discovered that they were not as valued by the winged people as they were by other races. The elves' original dragon riders, composed of 5-color dragons, are on the verge of disbanding. It is really difficult for the proud dragon and the equally proud elf to develop a true understanding. Most of the 5-color dragons left the elves and either returned to their dragon nests or went to a remote place, gathering goblins, wild elves, and dog-headed people to establish themselves as kings. So up to now, the elves have metal dragon knights, but there are fewer 5-colored dragon knights. The Reinhardt Human Kingdom. Since the end of the war, the Kingdom of Reinhardt has been doing its utmost to develop the land on the west coast. They expanded trade with the Ant Kingdom of Bonnies on the Ballod continent. The magicians of the northern human race even worked together to build a miraculous navigation lighthouse on the west coast. Because of this building, the Northern Magician Organization, the Lighthouse Council, was established. Their original mission was actually to maintain and protect this navigation lighthouse. And further north, in the Monde region in the far north of the West, the human city-states have not all been confined to their own small plots of land in recent years. Some gods have already set their sights here. So there are hundreds of human city-states, large and small, and nearly 10 million human beings with hundreds of different beliefs. The original faith in a vampire ancestor has basically been lost. Currently, only the northernmost city-states in the Monde region still maintain Vivian's faith in a blood ancestor. In the vampire castle further north, some vampires continue to guard Vivian's sleeping place. Another part, unable to bear the lonely life, went south and hid in the human city-states and the northern countries. Among these vampires, in order to escape the punishment of the vampire ancestor in the future, vampires and dark creatures, such as werewolves, eaglemen, goblins, mud monsters, etc., began to believe in the Lord of Shadows. Year 201 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. Vivian, the ancestor of the vampire clan who had been sleeping for thousands of years, woke up from her coffin. The remaining vampires in the castle cheered. Vivian was also very happy. Her injuries had fully recovered over time, and she was now full of confidence. However, when she stepped into the outside world and looked at the gods in the sky that were like stars, she fell into silence for a long time. In just a few thousand years, the world has changed beyond recognition. Not only her, but another goddess who had just awakened from a deep sleep was also in a state of doubting her life. She had blonde hair, golden eyes, fair skin, and was stunningly beautiful. She wore a golden crown on her head, a golden belt around her waist, and held a shining gold coin in her hand. She stood in the wilderness, looking at the kingdom of the gods in the sky, and sighed deeply. Arodas ikalla andalas felems garia. You all have ascended to godhood. But soon, she looked at the world that had become prosperous again, adjusted her mentality, and her expression became lively. Prosperity brings trade brings wealth, and trade requires trust. Youth and liveliness are also indispensable to all living things. Having said that, she clapped her hands and said confidently with her hands on her hips, "So this world now needs a god of wealth and trade, trust, youth, and liveliness. I, Anastasia, will be such a god. Let's test it out first to see if these guys still remember my original investment. If that doesn't work, then I'll secretly plan something and find another opportunity to ascend to godhood." Chapter 185, Your Lost Wings. High in the sky, the main gods whose names were called out all sensed something, but when they looked in the direction of the sensation, they found nothing except a wisp of the scent of money. But the Lord of Dawn remembered something and smiled. "Lord of Wealth, Anatanya, are you awake too?" The Silver Moon Goddess, the Earth Goddess, and the God of Fire all smiled slightly, but the God of Hades sat on the throne of the underworld and gnashed his teeth. "Anatanya, you black-hearted businessman have finally woken up. It took me 300 years to pay back those 50,000 sequence coins. I still haven't paid it back even at the end of the era. This time, I'll see if you can still buy the position of God with money. He decided to keep an eye on the deification situation in the world. Just right. I'm still in need of a moon goddess. Creditor, right? Go and guard the door for me. But Anastasia is quite pretty. She could be my queen of the underworld. The god of the underworld, Enderas, stroked his chin and thought. Anatonia is also sequence 0 and has the potential for powerful divine power, so it would be even better if she could be brought to their side. After waking up, Anatonia transformed into a human noble girl named Anna. She resumed her old job while inquiring about the situation in this new world. When she heard that the most powerful god among all the gods was not her old acquaintances, but the Lord of Judgment born in the new era, she couldn't help but feel disappointed in them. Her investment was wasted. Even the young people of the new era couldn't do it. But Anna, with her unique vision, obviously found the most beneficial path for herself from this incident. She decided to go to the country of the winged people and win their favor first. If I could meet the Lord of Judgment, because of this, my path to becoming a god would be smooth. Platinum Moon, Heaven Mountain. This day, Livril, the daughter of misfortune, came to the Platinum Throne, looked at her father, and said excitedly, "Father, I am ready to ascend to godhood." Beside her, Serial, who was holding Livil's arm, also said with a proud look on his face, "Father, I feel the same way. I want to ascend to the gods with my sister." On the throne, Jiangyu stood up, walked to the two sisters, and gently stroked their heads with both hands. "My daughters, are you really ready? You're still too young. Should we wait a few more years to prepare?" "No, father, we are all ready," the two women said firmly. Okay. Did you tell Akalia too?" Jiangyu asked again. "Of course I did." Mother agreed. Livril said, "However, father, my kingdom of God must revolve around the silver moon and transform into stars." Serial blinked. Jiangyu smiled when he heard this. "It's okay, Serial. I just want you to come to Heaven Hill. I'm afraid you won't want to abandon your mother." "Ahem. However, Serial, before I ascend to godhood, I want to give you a gift." "What gift, father?" Serial asked doubtfully. "The wings you once lost." Jiangyu said this and took out a white wing. "Come, my child. You are about to ascend to godhood. Gods require perfection. I will return these wings to you today. I believe this is why Akalia was willing to let you come to me before ascending to godhood." "Thank you, father, but why is there only one?" Serial asked happily, then shook his head and explained to himself. "Oh, father, you mean that my sister is my other wing. You little girl, I don't believe you don't know that when you were born, you only had one wing." "Ha, just kidding." Jiangyu smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, I prepared the other one for you." Chapter 186, The Destined Twins Ascend to God. Jiangyu took out a wing that was even whiter, as if made of light. This is also composed of his own feathers of light. He has the same love for his two daughters. The feather of light on their bodies not only serves to coordinate, make them look good, and protect them, but can also convey it to their old father in time when the two daughters are in danger. Before the holy sea, Serial half knelt in front of Jiangyu, revealing his smooth back. Jiangyu raised his two wings with both hands and pressed them directly on Serial's back. Suddenly, the light came on. This pair of wings perfectly fit Serial's physique. The moment she stood up, just like a powerful angel. Year 204 of the Elven Dynasty. The twins of destiny, Livril and Serial, ascended to the throne under the gaze of the gods. During this period, no god came to stop them. On that day, the light of the platinum moon and the silver moon shone brightly, illuminating every corner of the world. In the end, the two goddesses successfully ascended to gods, and almost all the gods sent messengers to congratulate them. After ascending to godhood, the goddess of misfortune, Liv, moved the kingdom of God to the platinum moon and took root in the fourth heaven mountain. The goddess of luck, Serial, transformed the kingdom of God into a star outside the silver moon kingdom. However, there were some minor incidents. When the silver moon goddess Akalia saw the pair of angelic white wings on her daughter Serial's back, her face turned very dark. But in the end, she didn't say anything else, because she now understands that wings are treasures that her daughters are born with, and she has no right to take them away, although it is the fusion of the flesh and blood of the two main gods. But after ascending to deity, both goddesses only had weak divine power. But the amazing thing is that when the two work together, they can peek into the river of fate for a short period of time and have some means of taking advantage of fate. However, there's one thing. What they see in the long river of fate is not accurate. Or, when the future fate is seen, the future has already changed. But even so, they can influence future trends to a certain extent. This is the power of destiny. Year 213 of the Elven Dynasty. A human who has the talent for prophecy, has the blood of Reinhard, and is also a believer in the goddess of luck, created the prophet's career system after years of research, and for the first time included prophecy into the professional system. But unfortunately, this person who created the profession from prophet formal level to prophet master level eventually stopped at the master level and then died young due to too many predictions. Although the prophet system ends here, the two goddesses are very interested in this system. They took the soul of this half-founder of the prophet system to the kingdom of God in heaven. After careful understanding, they found that the prophet's career system was very interesting. So they searched the world for creatures with the gift of prophecy. After becoming a god, Jiang Yu and Goddess Silvermoon no longer had to keep an eye on their two daughters, and as long as they were together, they would have no shortage of powerful means of protecting their lives. What's more, there are few places in this world where the light of the platinum moon and the silver moon cannot shine. Year 227 of the Elven Dynasty. Spring. Anatanya, the Lord of Wealth who goes by the pseudonym Anna, brought a huge caravan to Uriel, the capital of the Winged Kingdom. She brought items from all over the world, many of which the Winged people had never seen before. This caused a sensation among the Winged people in the royal city. Anna's products were of high quality and low price, which made them extremely valuable to the Winged people. She could be considered a conscientious businessman. But this is actually not Anna's first time to come to the kingdom of the Winged people. More than 10 years ago, she also came here once as part of a northern human caravan. On that occasion, she learned about what the Winged people needed and thought about the items that the Winged people should need. So, this time, she came here fully prepared. And, this time, the Lord of Wealth Anastasia planned to stay in the Winged people's royal city of Uriel and not leave. Her current identity is a northern human. The Winged people, who have always been somewhat xenophobic, are not opposed to this human race that also believes in the platinum moon. In fact, there are a small number of northern people in the royal city of Uriel. But even so, it is not easy to stay in Uriel city. However, Anatanya was prepared. On the second day after selling the goods, she brought the prepared items into the White Stone Castle and met with the kingdom's Vice Lord Sophia. A month later, Anna's treasure shop officially opened in Uriel city. Many years later, a huge trade center was formed in the port city of Abdor near the city of Uriel. The Winged people can obtain resources from several continents without leaving their homes. Chapter 187 Anna's Bank Plan. Year 235 of the Elven Dynasty. After hundreds of years, the kingdom's Vice Lord Sophia finally transformed her soul into a divine soul, strong enough to withstand the power of Mount Heaven that rivals that of a god. So Sophia handed over the affairs of the kingdom to Arietta, climbed Mount Paradise, and accepted the power of the Archangel of Judgment from Mount Paradise. Year 256 of the Elven Dynasty. Sophia successfully obtained the power of the Archangel of Judgment and possessed power comparable to that of weaker gods. At the same time, during these years, Arietta's soul also transformed into a divine soul. Sophia returned to the earth, allowing Arietta to ascend to heaven and become a god. More than a decade later, the guardian angel finally lived up to his name. Year 259 of the Elven Dynasty. Sophia, who already possessed divine power, realized for the first time the difference between mortals and gods. As the staff in the White Stone Castle interacted with her, they were gradually influenced by the power of the gods. They lost their own will and only knew to obey her orders. Only legends are immune, but not all legends are talented in internal affairs. This would have been impossible before. Sophia thus began to think about abdicating, but such an idea was undoubtedly a retreat in her eyes. However, for the sake of the Winged Kingdom, she still told Jiang Yu about this idea. Unexpected, in front of the Platinum Throne, Jiang Yu did not blame her, but comforted her instead. Sophia, you've done well enough. For thousands of years, you've been taking care of the Winged Kingdom on my behalf. I've always seen your hard work. As you said, you should abdicate. But to me, the moment you become a god, your mission on Earth will be complete. Now, you're the Archangel of Judgment. Heaven Mountain needs you even more. As for the Winged Kingdom, let the young people take care of it. Therefore, my Archangel of Judgment, I command you to find a young heir capable of shouldering the weight of the kingdom and taking over your cause within a few decades. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Sophia knelt on one knee, tears in her eyes, and agreed loudly. Year 289 of the Elven dynasty. The goddesses of luck and bad luck were sought after and deliberately cultivated over decades. A silver moon elf named Fubo followed the prophet's career system under the guidance of the two goddesses and finally pushed the prophet system to the prophet heroic level. And because of the long lifespan of the silver moon elves, although pushing the prophet system to the heroic level consumed a lot of his energy and vitality, he still managed to hold on. Year 313 of the Elven dynasty. The northern human kingdom of Reinhardt. Arthur Reinhardt's direct descendant, Ponte Reinhardt, a member of the Reinhardt clan, was found to possess an outstanding gift as a prophet. The royal family reported it to Archangel Sophia through the Platinum Temple, and then let the two goddesses of fate know. Serial and Livel were very happy to hear this. They transformed themselves into the mortal world, entered the Platinum Temple, and guided this royal bloodline onto the career path of a prophet. And this royal bloodline thus entered the temple system. Year 314 of the Elven dynasty. Sophia officially handed over the affairs of the kingdom to her chosen successor, Michael Lemuel, the winged vice-king. Michael Lemire was born on the eve of the establishment of the Elven dynasty. He was gifted since childhood, especially good at fighting, and possessed great courage and keen insight. He is also quite intelligent, with unique insights into the continent's situation, races, and gods. Even more rare is that Michael is humble and has a sense of justice without being pedantic. As a result, he was appreciated and trusted by Sophia, and was entrusted with important tasks. Afterwards, 3 years before Sophia abdicated, Michael advanced to the legendary Swordsman of Light and was successfully promoted to an angel. In the selection of successors, Michael stood out and eventually became Sophia's most capable assistant during the last 100 years of Sophia's reign. In the later period, Sophia almost stopped handling government affairs, and Michael took over. Michael became the de facto vice prince of the kingdom. This day, inside the White Stone Castle, in the vice lord's office, Sophia finally let go of the last, knot in her heart, as she watched Michael handling the kingdom's affairs diligently and effortlessly. Michael, I have decided to ascend Mount Heaven today. From now on, the development of the Losinda's kingdom will be left to you. Upon hearing this, Michael immediately knelt on one knee and spoke firmly. Your Highness Sophia, I will definitely not let my lord and you down. Sophia nodded in satisfaction, then smiled and said, I will go to heaven, Michael. Is there anything you need me to tell the Lord? This time, I will convey it for you. Michael pondered for a moment and then spoke. Your Highness, there is actually a little bit. What? That Anna's treasure shop. I've always felt that their owner, the northerner named Anna, is a little strange. What's so strange? Almost all of the northerners in the Baibao store are Anna's fanatical admirers. Furthermore, the bank plan Miss Anna recently proposed is so amazing that I feel it's necessary to let my lord know. Anna? Okay, I get it. Sophia touched her chin and nodded seriously. Chapter 188, How Can the Sinners Look Forward? High above the sky, the first heaven mountain, before the platinum throne, Lucifer and Arietta stood on both sides. Sophia knelt on one knee before his throne. On the holy throne, Jianyu narrowed his eyes and repeated a few words softly. Northlanders? Zealots? Banks? Could this guy be another powerful sequencer left over from the previous era? However, by coming to my territory, isn't she walking into a trap? Or are you feeling confident? Interesting, Sophia. Tell Michael not to disturb her and to remain calm. I'll go down and take a look myself later. Year 367 of the Elf Empire calendar. The glorious platinum sacred mountain stands high in the sky, and its holy light is vast and boundless, illuminating every corner of the heavenly mountain. Countless angels fly above this great sacred mountain, guarding the outskirts of heaven. The highest level is Mount Heaven. Two obscure holy angels, led by a silver-haired female angel, brought a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, with messy hair and a disheveled look, past the steps where angels were standing and came to a sacred platinum throne. The silver-haired female angel knelt on one knee in front of the god on the throne and spoke loudly. My lord, the sinner Ponte Reinhardt has been brought before your throne. Behind her, the middle-aged man she had captured was extremely confused. He tried hard to look up, wanting to catch a glimpse of the true face of God. Just as he was about to raise his head, a sudden shout came from the side. "How dare you, a sinner, look upon the majesty and glory of Allah?" As soon as the words fell, a blonde female angel suddenly stepped forward and pressed his head to the ground again. "Sinners who have colluded with the abyss and fallen into the devil, what right do you have to raise your head? Kneel down. Your great sins can only be reduced to ashes by the purifying fire of heaven." No. The middle-aged man who was arrested was so frightened that his body trembled, and he suddenly woke up. However, before he could finish his words, the sky and the earth suddenly changed, heaven disappeared, and he appeared in front of a temple. This was a dream. Just as he was sweating profusely, a pair of winged twin gods walked up to him, and the goddess with a gentle face asked with a smile, "Little Ponte, with the blessing of our sisters of destiny, you are finally able to use the great prophecy. Tell me, what did you see this time?" Ponte Reinhardt touched his cheek, felt the youthful face, and breathed a sigh of relief. A glimpse of his fate had already changed the future. Thinking of this, and in front of the two goddesses, he did not dare to hide anything and answered truthfully. "Your Highnesses, I saw the glorious mount of heaven, the beautiful angels, and the holy throne of the Lord. And I, as a sinner, was captured. Abyss. Demon." The Gemini goddesses looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. Soon, Sister Serial looked at Ponte Reinhardt and said with relief, "Very good, little Ponte, you didn't hide anything from us. You also provided such crucial information. In the future, if a demon really appears to tempt you to fall, we will protect you." As he spoke, Serial looked at his sister Livel, and when she nodded, he stretched out his hand and pointed out a lucky divine power, which turned into a white light and sank into Ponte Reinhardt's body, and chuckled. "With my lucky blessing, you will be able to advance to legendary status through the great prophecy technique and open up a legendary path for the prophet." Upon hearing this, Ponte Reinhardt couldn't help but show surprise on his face. "Thank you, goddess, for your blessing. But we have to inform father and mother about this as soon as possible." Chapter 189, Golden Words. The Gemini goddesses returned to the heavens. They first went to the Platinum Moon and met Jiangyu on the Platinum Throne. Jiangyu frowned as he listened to the information the two goddesses said, pondered for a while, and gave instructions. "After you tell Akalia later, don't leave the kingdom of God in your true form anymore. For all earthly matters, you can use your avatar." "Okay, Dad. X2. The two goddesses nodded obediently. "It just so happens I'm going to go to the earth, so I'll go see this prophet on the way. As for the demons..." Jiangyu looked into the distance, gazing at the large lake in the center of the Prodas plain. Once upon a time, Azeba transformed into a demon lord and fell into the abyss, starting with Prodas. Now, as I recall, that place is the capital of the Elven dynasty. Remember to remind Akalia that even though demons may not appear from the coordinates where Azeba fell, you still need to be on guard." Serial and Livel's expressions changed when they heard this. They looked at each other and could see the heaviness in each other's eyes. "Yes, father." After saying that, Jiangyu nodded. The two goddesses flapped their wings, transformed into two streams of light, and flew towards the silver moon. Seeing the two women walking away, Jiangyu asked Lucifer, who was standing beside him, "Lucifer, where's Sophia?" "My lord, Master has been busy building the Holy Spirit Kingdom lately." Lucifer replied with a smile. "Well, she can't sit still. Come on, Lucifer, you accompany me and take a look down there." "Yes." Not long, Jiangyu and Lucifer transformed into two ordinary winged people and walked on the streets of Uriel City. The city of Uriel was very prosperous at this time, completely different from the simplicity of its early years. In addition to the winged people walking and trading on the streets, there are also many creatures from various races on the continent walking on the streets. Among them, humans are the largest, followed by dwarves and elves. There are also some goblins, gnomes, ants, and orcs, and there are also orcs from the continent of Gria, but they are basically slaves doing hard labor. There were quite a lot of trolls 1,000 years ago, but now there are very few. These are the efforts of Sophia and countless generations of winged people. On the streets, in order to maintain order, the winged people rarely fly in the sky and basically walk on the ground. This was a request made and emphasized by Sophia many years ago. Anyone entering the city is not allowed to fly unless it is necessary. From time to time, there would be several teams of patrolling winged guards in the sky, specifically to catch such violators. Generally speaking, most of the winged people they captured were children. However, Uriel is an ancient city, and there are still some buildings and roads without stairs. After all, at the beginning, the winged people had no need to set up stairs. Even if it was a high platform, they would just fly up directly. This has caused a lot of criticism from businessmen of all ethnic groups from all over the mainland. Even the owner of Anna's treasure shop, where Jiangyu and Lucifer were about to go, often complained. The two walked through the bustling crowd and came to Anna's treasure shop. As soon as I entered the door, I saw several human guys bargaining with the winged people. And at the innermost part, there's an exquisite exhibition-style counter. On the counter, there are a wide variety of treasures. A bright blonde girl was lying on her back in a rocking chair, her extremely slender thighs stretched out, and she was fanning herself with a golden fan in her hand. Except for her overly fair skin, her entire body was basically golden in color, shining brightly and catching everyone's attention. When Jiangyu and Lucifer walked into her counter, the golden girl realized their arrival and was shocked. Have I been too comfortable lately? I didn't even notice someone approaching quietly. She quickly stood up, put on a smiling face, and spoke in a clear and pleasant voice. Two distinguished guests, is there anything I can help you with? Upon hearing this, Jiangyu wanted to reveal his identity directly, but seeing a top-level powerhouse of Sequence Zero in the previous era now acting like a small businessman, he couldn't help but want to tease him. Give me the most expensive thing you have here. Hey, guest, you found a right person. The tall blonde girl put her hands on the counter, showing a beautiful posture and smiling brightly. In the entire city of Uriel, only my family has the most expensive things. As she spoke, she squatted down and took out an exquisite purple wooden box from underneath. Then, he opened the purple wooden box and took out a statue carved entirely from platinum. It is the statue of Uriel, Lord of Judgment, which is widely circulated among the people. After taking it out, he didn't even look at Jiangyu's expression. The blonde girl pointed at the purple eyes of the Uriel statue and said, "Look, this is carved from the most expensive Morris purple jade in Furland." Then she pointed at the statue's mouth and said, "This piece is made of magical adamantine that I personally found." After saying this, she looked up at Jiangyu and laughed. "Guest, this is what I think is the most expensive thing." Jiangyu found it interesting when he heard this and started laughing too. "Anna, did you recognize me? Your reputation, your appearance, your unique temperament. Who in this world doesn't know you?" Anna replied seriously. Jiangyu took over his own statue. "So, the most valuable thing is actually my golden words and jade eyes. I know your story. I think, in this world, nothing is more precious than your promise." Anna said solemnly. "So, what kind of promise do you want to get, and what do you want to pay? But before that, you have to tell me, who are you?" Jiangyu rubbed the golden statue in his hand and asked gently. Chapter 190, Awakening. I worked in the Platinum Moon for 10,000 years. Anastasia did not feel relieved by Jiangyu's gentle words, but became more focused on the conversation. This was the opportunity she had been planning for a long time. In response to Jiangyu's question, she said, "Lord of Judgment, as you said, I am indeed a sequencer from the last era." Having said this, her expression changed and became solemn. "I am Sequence Zero, Lord of Wealth, Anna. He's actually a Sequence Zero and a Master of Wealth." Jiangyu was a little surprised that Anastasia's actions and temperament made him think that she was just an ordinary high sequencer. It would be reasonable for the Lord of Wealth to be able to explain the entire bank. Anastasia saw Jiangyu's expression, guessed what he was thinking, snorted in her heart, and pouted quietly. "So, what promise do you want from me?" Jiangyu asked. "When I ascend to godhood, I will need your help, Lord of Judgment." Anna said directly. "This isn't difficult, but have you considered the price you'll have to pay?" Jiangyu asked with a smile. Anna spoke cautiously. "How about I help the winged people build a bank and lay out the entire world?" Jiangyu was speechless. "Do you think this is enough to help you ascend to godhood?" Hey, let me think about it again. Anna fell into deep thought. Jiangyu reminded him when he saw this. "When the earth goddess ascended to godhood, she bestowed upon me the power of creation. When the fire god ascended to godhood, he bestowed upon me the power of purification and a portion of fire. Anna, as the Lord of Wealth, you must also possess considerable power, right?" Unexpectedly, Anatonia screamed when she heard this. The power of creation, the power of purification, the power of fire. My God. Uriel, why don't you just grab it? Jiang Yu's face suddenly turned dark. This is an exchange of interest between gods. How can it be called robbery? Behind Jiang Yu, Lucifer suddenly glared with her beautiful eyes and stepped forward to warn her. Anatonia, how dare you slander my lord? Oh, sorry, I was wrong. When Anastasia saw Lucifer coming forward, she immediately gave in. But she was already beginning to feel distressed. Oh my God, if I have to give up my authority, I have to give up my wealth. If I have to give up my small amount of money, wouldn't that mean I have to die? As long as it becomes hers, she is not willing to give it up at all. She began to consider all possible alternatives. It was very interesting to see Anatonia's face change. Jiang Yu laughed. Anatonia, have you made up your mind? How about I give you the debt I have for an alas? Anatonia asked quietly. You still have this thing? Jiang Yu was surprised. Anatonia took out a card made of unknown material. Jiang Yu was convinced. That won't work. Is there any way to avoid giving up power, Uriel? It must be lonely up there in the sky. I want to be your friend. Anastasia said pitifully. Jiang Yu. Behind him, Lucifer couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. How can my lord be lonely when we are with him? Lord of wealth? Anatonia, please stop talking about such useless things. Anatonia groaned at this. Okay, how about this? I'll work for you for 5,000 years in exchange for your protection while I ascend to godhood. How's that? Work for me. Jiang Yu was a little surprised when he heard this, but he quickly suppressed his emotion. What can you do? Believe me, I know a lot. At the same time, I'm the only one who knows my abilities best. You won't suffer any loss. Anatonia said quickly. I really didn't suffer any loss. Jiang Yu said slowly. 10,000 years. However, while you're working for me, your kingdom of God will be moved to my fourth heaven mountain. Is that okay? Anatonia gritted her teeth and nodded. No problem. But the 10,000 years must start from now. Anna's little plan was in full swing. The followers of the god of the underworld were looking for her everywhere and reported her location to Annalise, asking her to be the queen of the underworld. As the boss, Jiang Yu can't just ignore it. Okay, but you have to become a god within 1,000 years. I can do it. That's good. In her opinion, temporarily becoming Jiang Yu's subordinate god can preserve her authority to reach powerful or even great divine power. This little loss of face doesn't matter. She cares more about practical interests. So far, she has always been a qualified businessman. Okay, that's all for today. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Anastasia, I'll come back to ask you something next time. Jiang Yu suppressed his surprise and walked out of Anna's treasure shop with Lucifer. Lucifer asked quietly, My lord, where's our next stop? Jiang Yu was in a good mood. Go and see the prophet. Yes. Chapter 191, The Church of Light. North of Philander, within the territory of the Reinhardt people. New Polak royal city. Jiang Yu and Lucifer transformed into human forms this time. As per past custom, Jiang Yu first went to the graves of Reinhardt and Fiona. Since the Reinhardt family recaptured the Polak territory, this place has been taken over by the royal family as a forbidden area of the royal court and has once again become the cemetery of successive kings. The Reinhardt family arranges guards to guard this place every day. At the moment, the kingdom of Reinhardt is not ruled by Arthur Reinhardt. Ever since the Elf dynasty signed a peace agreement, Arthur Reinhardt abdicated to his most talented descendant, living in seclusion behind the scenes, preparing for his ascension to godhood. This was also reported to Jiang Yu. The current King Reinhardt is a genius with both Reinhardt and Red Dragon blood, Edward Reinhardt. It is worth mentioning that his cousin Atoria Pendragon is more talented and has now signed a contract with a young Red Dragon. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be a legendary dragon knight in the future. The sun sets. Walking into the cemetery on the hill, Jiang Yu saw from afar the ancient tombstones of Reinhardt and Fiona in the center. But at this time, standing in front of Fiona's tombstone is a beautiful woman in red clothes and barefoot. This aura belonged to the demigod who fought Azeba to a draw thousands of years ago. How come it's still at this level now? Jiang Yu was confused but did not stop, but walked straight forward. Seeing this, the woman in front of Fiona's grave also turned around and looked at Jiang Yu and Lucifer. After seeing Jiang Yu's majestic purple eyes and feeling the sacred and great aura, she was stunned. Everyone knows it. The Lord of Judgment has a pair of unique purple eyes, like the embodiment of thunder. At the moment, there is no God with purple eyes. And the purple-eyed God in front of him who exudes divine majesty must be the Lord of Judgment. For a moment, she was too nervous to speak. But Lucifer spoke first. Who are you and why are you here? Great Lord of Judgment, my name is Vivian, and I'm here to see my sister. Your sister? Yes, Fiona, it's my sister. I see. Jiangyu immediately understood the reason for the demigod war in the goblin city of Proedas thousands of years ago and sighed. Vivian, you're about to ascend to godhood too. Prepare well, and the gods won't make things difficult for you. Thank you, Great Lord of Judgment. Vivian thanked him in surprise. In the dim sunlight, her rosy complexion looked even more alarming. Jiangyu and Lucifer stood in front of the two people's tombstones for a whole night. The next day, they went to the Platinum Temple in the royal city. Speaking of which, that prophet was actually a priest of the Platinum Temple. The two transformed into human believers and walked into the Platinum Temple. After carefully observing his own heroic statue in front of the temple, he walked into the temple. Along the way, the priests came and went, but none of them cared about the whereabouts of Jiangyu and the other man. Until I came to a sunny courtyard, before I even walked in, I heard a conversation. High Priest, please listen to me. I think it's imperative to establish the Holy See. The Lord of Dawn, the god of the underworld, and the goddess of the earth all founded churches. Facts have proven that churches possess superior organizational and communication capabilities. And I think the Holy See is better. You have a point. I can report all of this to my God. However, my God is the Lord of Judgment, Platinum Moon. Why is the name of the church you proposed called the Church of Light? Chapter 192, God's Arrival. In a courtyard, Ponte Reinhardt stood before the high priest, his face filled with reverence and fanaticism. High Priest, the Holy See of Light. The meaning is profound, yet simple and clear. In this world, only light is eternal. The divine light dispels all darkness, allowing the entire world to be enveloped in the glory of our Lord. Isn't that wonderful? Ponte, your idea is indeed good, but this kind of thing still needs to be reported to my God for his judgment. The high priest replied. Just then, a gentle yet majestic voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. The Holy See's idea is good. I agree. The high priest and Ponte Reinhardt immediately turned to look. Outside the courtyard, a handsome and dignified young man walked towards them with his hands behind his back. Behind him, there was a beautiful blonde woman, following closely behind him, also full of majesty. Such appearance and posture, such majesty and demeanor, are simply not like those of an ordinary person. Plus what Jiangyu said. You are. They were shocked and confused. Jiangyu smiled slightly, and the shadow of a platinum moon appeared behind him. It shines brightly and brightly, illuminating the entire courtyard into a white gold color. A heavy and floating feeling from the sky struck their hearts directly. The two human priests looked at each other and were suddenly shocked. They fell to their knees at the speed of light and shouted excitedly. Humble human believers, Mullik, Ponte, are worshiping the great Lord. How fortunate we are to be able to see the true face of God on earth. Jiangyu looked at the high priest of the Platinum Temple and Ponte Reinhardt, who were kneeling on the ground, and smiled gently. Get up. Wait until they stand up in fear and trepidation. Bow their heads respectfully and stand by. His gaze drifted leisurely into the distance as he spoke softly. Early when the Church of the Dawn in Erodas appeared, someone told me about the church's role. The church is more conducive to harvesting the power of faith. Temples do not organize people to worship gods regularly like churches do. But I'm different from them. He doesn't need the power of faith. But now that the threat of the abyss demons has emerged, the more organized church or even the Holy See is the right choice. At different times, the choices needed are different and the things to do are also different. But now, things are different. I allow you to establish the Holy See. Having said that, Jiangyu looked at Ponte Reinhardt and smiled. The name of the Holy See that Ponte mentioned is a good one. However, we need to add two more words in front of it. Let's call it the Holy Church of Light. Hearing the title of Holy Light Church, a look of confusion flashed across Ponte Reinhardt's face, but he quickly concealed it. He was hesitant in his heart. In that prophecy, I remember it was called the Holy See of Light. How could it be? There's an extra holy in the prophecy. Just then, Jiang Yu's voice suddenly resounded in the courtyard. Isn't it? It's different from the prophecy. Upon hearing this, Ponte Reinhardt raised his head, not daring to look directly into Jiang Yu's majestic purple eyes. He wanted to speak, but didn't dare to. But Jiang Yu smiled softly and said to him, Ponte, you see, from the name of the Holy See this time, we can know that prophecies cannot be fully trusted and cannot be relied upon. You have to make good use of it. Ponte Reinhardt quickly responded after hearing this. Yes, my God, Ponte Reinhardt will remember your teachings. The personal admonition from the great Lord of Judgment made him feel awed, and he never dared to rely too much on prophecies again. The sun is shining. The breeze rustled the grass and trees in the courtyard, bringing a touch of coolness to my skin. Jiang Yu looked at the two people standing in front of him and continued. The demonic calamity is approaching. Perhaps there are already traces of demonic activity in the world right now. I need you to establish the Holy See from now on. At the same time, select some people with strong faith from among believers in various places to become workers of the Holy See. You may name these positions yourselves. In short, the goal is to expand the organizational capacity of the Holy See. If necessary, you can organize some armed forces belonging to the Holy See to assist you in clearing out those bewitched by the devil. However, you must use this force with caution. I will obey your will. The two of them knelt down again. Jiang Yu nodded and thought of the priests of the Lord of Dawn. The priests are granted the divine magic of the Lord God and are also a powerful fighting force. However, Jiang Yu does not follow the system of gods and does not use the power of faith. But these beliefs will not disappear. He had some ideas and wanted to utilize the power of faith, but for now, he had not found a way. After all, he has no divinity, and divinity is the core connecting believers and gods. But from now on, he had to start thinking about this matter. Also, Ponte, even if you are establishing the Holy See, you cannot neglect your professional training. Jiang Yu reminded again. If he abandoned the prophet system because of this, his two daughters would blame him. Yes, do it well. I am watching you from heaven. After saying this, Jiang Yu revealed his true form. A radiant light rose up, and his 8 holy wings instantly illuminated the entire world, and then he rose into the sky. Lucifer followed closely behind, revealing a pair of white wings behind him, and followed Jiang Yu into the kingdom of heaven. Farewell, God. Farewell, God. Faced with the miracles that Jiang Yu deliberately displayed, the two of them and countless human believers in the city of New Polek fell to their knees. Year 356 of the Elven Dynasty. Neela Mason, a southern human who transformed from an astrologer into a magician and eventually became the legendary chief magician of the Kingdom of Dawn, accidentally discovered a space magic circle during a magic circle experiment. Chapter 193 Meeting of the Gods. Year 364 of the Elven Dynasty. The 50th year since the establishment of the Holy Light Church of the Northern Human Race. The basic system of the Holy See has been established, including the Central Holy See and the Regional Holy Sees. Bishops, priests, and deacons were assigned to various dioceses, forming a huge network. Organizational capabilities have been greatly improved. At the same time, because of the continued peace, the population continued to grow, and the lords and officials of the human race became richer and richer, while the common people became poorer and poorer. Some of them could no longer afford to eat or see a doctor. In order to rescue these low-level believers, the Holy See established a corps of rescue priests to help these low-level believers. These rescue priests are considered a rescue team under the Holy See and have no combat effectiveness. But the believers who join this team are all fanatics, with extremely devout faith and firm will. Year 367 of the Elven Dynasty. Southern Human Race, Kingdom of Dawn. The legendary Grand Mage Neela Mason found a magical and extraordinary metal, crystal skystone, which can carry the power of space. Therefore, Neela Mason used the space magic circle as the basis, the crystal stone as the carrier, and the magic crystal as the energy to create the first generation of space storage equipment, the space backpack. The space backpack can provide people with a larger space in a smaller volume. This magic item became popular across the continent within just 1 year after it was produced. Merchants of all races rushed to buy it. The Southern Human Kingdom made a fortune from this. The country's wealth increased, and Neela Mason became rich enough to rival a country. It was from this time that magicians began to study various magical items. Mages began to become synonymous with wealth, and the Mage Tower became the iconic building of famous magicians. Magic products such as magic scrolls, magic rings, magic necklaces, etc. were born one after another. The magic goddess Monarel therefore issued an oracle, requiring the elven magicians to also begin to study the application of magic circles. The elven dynasty lasted for 370 years. With years of support from the Lord of Dawn, the population of the Sun Elves has greatly increased. They established the elven kingdom of Senna on the southern coast of Furland. Upon hearing the news, the Elf King quickly reported it to the Silver Moon Goddess. The Silver Moon Goddess Acalia was furious. But soon, the wrathful divinity was acquired by her, and the wrathful divinity was integrated into the Silver Moon Kingdom. Silver Moon Goddess. But he also gave up the idea of settling accounts with the Sun Elf and the Lord of Dawn. Year 386 of the Elven Dynasty. A group of Silver Moon Elves crossed the ocean to the west and arrived at the Bonnies Peninsula, where they were received by the Ant-Man Kingdom. The Earth Goddess herself performed a miracle and provided them with a place to settle down. The second year, a group of poor civilians from the southern human race landed in Bonnies and were also valued by the Earth Goddess, who found a place for them to settle down. Year 389 of the Elven Dynasty. A group of fire giants returned to the Ferris Plains under the leadership of the legendary fire giant hero, Kael, the eldest son of the fire giant chief. After years of restoration, the ecology of the Ferris Plains, which was destroyed by the Fire Elemental King, has gradually recovered thanks to the efforts of the god of fire. Many years later, the kingdom of fire giants was re-established. Year 398 of the Elven Dynasty. The construction of the Winged People's second Sky City was completed. At the invitation and leadership of Jiangyu, the gods of Furland have prophesied about the invasion of demons from the abyss, and the avatars of various factions went to this new city in the sky to attend a meeting. This is the first meeting of gods in the history of Philandi. Chapter 194 Employment Point Plan. The second Sky City built by the Winged People. At this time, hundreds of angels wearing white helmets and armor, holding long swords burning with purifying flames, surrounded the Sky City on all four sides. Around Sky City, above, a huge, sacred platinum moon hangs in the sky, its brilliant light illuminating the entire Sky City. The west. The shadow of a morning sun half appeared next to the Sky City. The half-circular sun shone on the western part of the Sky City, and the half-circular sun shone on the base of the Sky City, which was like an inverted mountain. East. A huge full moon shining with silver light was also half floating above and below the Sky City, illuminating the East City district like the night sky. It is hard to imagine that a city can have day and night scenes on its east and west sides. North. A dark, eerie moon hangs far away in the night sky. South. The shadow of a mountain and a river and a sea of clouds like fire float quietly outside the fence of the Sky City. The center of Sky City. It is a huge temple of the gods. For tall thrones stand at the highest point. Among them, the Platinum Throne is the most conspicuous and noble. Below them, there are two smaller thrones that are slightly lower than the four major thrones. The thrones of the six main gods stand in six directions. Below them, dozens of gods sat quietly on their corresponding thrones according to their strength. They were still satisfied with the seats arranged for them by the angels. Jiangyu sat upright on the Platinum Throne. Seeing that almost all the gods were present, he nodded with satisfaction. Then, he looked at the Silver Moon Goddess Acalia opposite him and spoke first. My fellow gods, the news of the abyssal demon invasion was predicted by my subordinate prophets using the great prophecy technique under the combined power of the two goddesses of fate. Below, the Gemini goddesses stood up and worked together to mobilize the power of fate. The powerful aura of fate moved all the gods. Some simple revelations of fate are also revealed. Jiangyu and the other two goddesses finished their actions and said affirmatively, the power of destiny is truly miraculous. Therefore, even though that prophecy was spoken unintentionally by a mortal, it is true and trustworthy. He just finished speaking. The Silver Moon Goddess echoed. Indeed, Serial and Livel never lie. Their power of destiny can often reveal part of the future. This is something I have witnessed. With the endorsement of two powerful main gods, the gods were skeptical. At this time, Lord of the Dawn, Arodas, also spoke with a smile. I'm willing to believe it too. In Philander's history, The will of the abyss once appeared in Prodas. That goblin demigod who fell into the abyss must have the coordinates of Philander's world. If he gathers other demon lords in the abyss and attacks the world of Furland, the gods will truly need to work together to fight this great enemy. After Alodas expressed his position, the god of the underworld, Andaras, also immediately expressed his opinion, agreeing that the gods should cooperate to resist the invasion of the abyss. After all, for now, it is to their advantage that the gods cooperate. The elves and winged people are currently stronger than the races under their command. If there were no external enemies, they might be wiped out by these two tribes one day. The god of fire, Phalemus, and the goddess of earth, Jiria, agreed even more. They are still in the development stage and need time to grow into powerful divine powers, so of course I agree. When the gods saw that the 6 main gods nodded, they all expressed that they had no objection. That's it. The first council of the gods was a complete success as the gods reached a consensus. The end of the meeting of the gods. Jiangyu set the tone. We still don't know when the abyss will invade. But no matter where the abyss demons appear in the future, or which god's area of worship they belong to, all gods must unite and repel them. In the eyes of all gods, the great Lord of Platinum stands high above all the gods, commanding the country and looking like the king of gods. Year 402 of the Elven Dynasty. The Kingdom of Winged People. Uriel City. Anna's treasure shop. Anastasia stood on the rooftop of the treasure shop, looking at Jiangyu, who came down from the sky with an extraordinary temperament, with a slightly flattering smile on her face. Uriel, my suggestion last time to hold a meeting of the gods to subtly establish the status of the king of the gods was a good one, wasn't it? Jiangyu raised his eyelids when he heard this. It's okay. Anastasia didn't care about Jiangyu's attitude at all. She shamelessly approached him and laughed. Ha ha. Before, when we were chatting, I told you that I have a good way to help fight against the demon invasion. Do you still want to hear it? Why? Are you willing to tell me? Jiangyu said with a smile. Aren't you going to do this in exchange for reducing your working hours by 5,000 years? Haha, I think so too. 5,000 years is too much. How about 2,000 years? Anastasia opened her eyes wide and looked pitiful. Jiangyu smiled secretly in his heart and nodded reluctantly. Okay, I agree. Tell me, what do you think? What do you think of the job placement plan? Anatanya said with confidence. Chapter 195 Bank Job Transfer Hall. What? Employment point plan? Jiangyu was secretly shocked when he heard this. He looked at Anatanya, his mind full of thoughts. Chapter 5, or at the end of Chapter 4. The world of Furland has laid out countless employment points. The employment point can be a person, living being, a treasure, or even a soul, book, parchment scroll, ruins, relics, etc. There is no need for blood inheritance, as there are countless professional paths open to all living beings. The most common professional systems in the world today include warriors, knights, magicians, rangers, assassins, priests, singers, samurai, etc. Each career system has multiple corresponding legendary paths. Other niche occupations can also be found in some employment locations. The employment point plan is to reform the professional inheritance system and turn it into a system where everyone can find employment. This is the universal employment system. Back then, this was also one of the opportunities for the rise of the human race. Now Jiangyu finally knew one of the reasons. The first time Anastasia appeared, she was incarnated as a human, and her believers were also among the humans. She is naturally inclined towards the human race, so she has the most complete professional systems suitable for the human race. In the future, when players appear, the world will have mature employment points and a set of extraordinary employment processes, so they can become professionals directly. Because this system is extremely suitable for ordinary people. Many people who only have a little bit of extraordinary talent can also be employed as warriors who least need extraordinary talent. This is undoubtedly a kind of strengthening of the strength of the creatures in the world. It can indeed make a huge contribution to the resistance of the world of Furland against demons. When Jiangyu, who was still an Eagleman just after traveling through time, wondered who would come up with the job seeker system that would spread all over the world in the future. At that time, if there was such a salvation point in the world, he would not have to take the risk of bathing in the blood of titans and dragons. It turns out that the instigator is the tall blonde girl in front of him who looks playful. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. This guy is definitely a talent. Jiang Yu secretly decided in his heart that he must not let Anastasia escape. In the future, perhaps many of his plans and goals will require her help to accomplish. At this time, Jiang Yu wanted to hear Anatanya's specific plan. He was also curious about how Anna did it. After thinking for a while, he put on a curious look and asked, "Well, Miss Anatanya, please tell me in detail what the Employment Point program is." Ha ha ha, Uriel, let me tell you now. Firstly, the Employment Point plan aims to expand the number of professionals in the world of Ferrant. Now, our professionals either need to learn, inherit bloodlines, or develop on their own. These methods seem common, but they all overlook one problem. Learning isn't free, and it's too slow. Bloodline inheritance requires an exceptional ancestor, and there are too few people to inherit from. Those who possess the ability to develop themselves are mostly geniuses, and the vast majority of living beings in the world have no way of reaching the transcendental. And my plan is to allow this majority of living beings, including those with extraordinary talents, to have the opportunity to touch the extraordinary. The Employment Point plan has only 3 core elements: universal access, knowledge transfer to professionals, and support for extraordinary advancement. And knowledge and help are both tradable. The form of transaction can be money, goods, or commissions to be completed. First, use the means of trade to obtain the inherited knowledge of the professionals, and then use the means of trade to obtain the auxiliary extraordinary advancement. And I am the god who can manage transactions. Uriel, do you understand my importance now? Anastasia looked at Jiang Yu seriously. Help me succeed in becoming a god. It's urgent. Jiang Yu was stunned by her sudden change of scene and then became speechless. This guy really won't do anything without profit. No matter how brilliant her plans and ideas are, they can't change the profiteer nature in her heart. He smiled. Anatanya, you said it very well. This plan also amazes me. Your ingenious ideas make me ashamed of myself. Anatanya slowly raised her head, her eyes curved and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. But in this plan, apart from you, the god of trade, we still need a god of knowledge and inheritance, transforming knowledge into a means of direct transmission. We should also stipulate that the inheritance of any profession should be protected. In addition, we also need to open another type of bank to artificially cultivate some widely used spiritual objects. Transcendent awakening requires spiritual objects. If some professions are very weak at the beginning and cannot obtain spiritual objects at the employment point, or cannot obtain spiritual objects on their own and cannot directly become a transcendent, they can use this type of bank to complete it. You can pay it later, or do something else to complete it. This bank is called the Job Transfer Hall. What do you think? Anatanya heard this. Ha ha, I don't know where to find the god of knowledge and heritage, but I can handle everything else. After she finished speaking, she tilted her delicate fair face up to look at Jiang Yu expectantly. Uriel, how's it going? Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. He had never expected that a sequence 0 would be like this, but he still spoke gently. Well, you really should become a god. Yeah. Anatanya cheered and cried out in her heart after hearing this. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. It's all thanks to me that I was able to be thick-skinned and humbly ask for help. It was not easy. 8,000 years later, Uriel, he. Aside, Jiang Yu looked at her and sighed in his heart. What a naive guy. I don't know how he got a sequence 0. He must have suffered a lot. But it doesn't matter. After ascending to godhood, he will be mine. I just need to protect him. It's okay if he's a little naive. Both of them thought about it for a while. The setting sun in the sky gradually sets, casting a golden light on the roof. Looking down from here, you can see that the most prosperous areas of Uriel City are bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Standing in the light, Jiang Yu asked, So, Anatanya, are you ready to ascend to godhood? And when do you plan to ascend to godhood? Chapter 196, Building a Trading City. 100 years from now, Anatanya said affirmatively. So soon, Jiang Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Anastasia, who was born so late, could make plans so quickly. Don't underestimate the charm of money. Anatanya chuckled. Since the beginning of peace on the continent of Furland, exchanges between different regions have increased. The lives of people of all races have improved, and naturally, the number of caravans has increased. And businesses travel thousands of miles just to seek profit, so naturally, countless merchants have to pray to the god of wealth for blessings to help them make money. That's how quickly my faith spread. But the faith gained in this way is not firm. Be careful of backlash in the future, Anna. Jiang Yu reminded. Of course I know that businessmen are profit-oriented, and those who believe in me are mostly lay believers. So, I developed some believers among the northern people. Anna Tanya said, her expression suddenly becoming embarrassed. Speaking of which, Uriel, there's one more thing I need your help with. Jiang Yu was speechless. He knew that there must be something behind this woman's words. Stop pretending and tell me. Ha ha ha, just a small favor. Anastasia, the Lord of Wealth, walked up to Jiang Yu, leaned over, and asked in a low voice. Uriel, I want to build a trading city and a navigation port on the coast at the eastern mouth of the Three Forks River region, and move my believers there. I need the help of the humans in the Sancha River region to increase the population of the trade port city in the early stages and maintain its operation. Besides that, I would also like to ask some wingmen from Abdoport to help start the trade business of this trading port. Anatolia spoke bit by bit. It seemed that she also knew that her request was a bit too much. Seeing that Jiang Yu's facial expression had not changed and his purple eyes were staring at her, her voice became smaller and smaller. So in the end, she gritted her teeth and added, Of course, I'm willing to pay for all of this. Then he smiled ingratiatingly. Uriel, dear boss, is everything all right? Jiang Yu smiled faintly when he heard this. Okay, that's all fine, I agree. Yeah, so refreshing this time? Seeing that Jiang Yu agreed very readily this time, Anastasia subconsciously felt a little uncomfortable. Building a new city is actually not easy. She only has a few core believers, so if she wants to build a city, it will take who knows how long. So this time, although she seemed to be saying it easily, she was actually asking Jiang Yu to help her build a city. Could be that Jiang Yu has other requests. You won't ask me to add years of working experience, right? Thinking of this, she hugged her shoulders tightly with both hands and took a few steps away from Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu saw it and laughed. Don't worry, I won't ask you to work anymore. As you said, this aid is my advance investment in you. His smile was genuine and sincere. Now, Anatolia was rarely touched. Oh my God, there is such a good thing in the world that doesn't cost money. Uriel, you're a good man. She felt guilty, so she looked at Jiang Yu and spoke softly. Uriel, you are a good god, worthy of association. I have decided that while I work for you, you will be my boss in official matters, and I will be your good friend in personal matters. You're much easier to get along with than those guys. Even if our 8,000-year agreement expires in the future, I am willing to stand by your side. Jiang Yu. Chapter 197, The Underworld God Arrives Quietly. On the rooftop at sunset, Anatolia's confident statement does make sense. She was a Sequence Zero Lord of Wealth, possessing a deep and powerful foundation. After ascending to godhood, like the Lord of Dawn, she quickly ascended to a powerful divine power, becoming one of the main gods. Among all the gods, the one with great power is considered to be an extremely powerful god. The sun gradually sets below the earth. 3 bright moons of different colors rise high in the sky, illuminating the world. The two discussed the employment point plan again. Anatolia had unique insights and innovative ideas, and Jiang Yu liked talking to her very much. When the sun had completely set, Jiang Yu decided to leave. Anatolia, prepare to ascend to godhood. Leave the duties of knowledge and inheritance to me. Or, if you have any news about demigods or sequencers who carry knowledge and inheritance, please tell me. Okay. Go ahead, Uriel. Come back often. Anatolia said with a smile. She thought Jiang Yu would not reply to her, but Jiang Yu nodded lightly. Good. Anatolia was a little stunned when she heard this. I'm just being polite. In the sky, the light of the platinum moon shone for a while, and Jiang Yu turned into a platinum light and rose into the sky. Anna stood on the roof, looking up at his departing figure, her eyes filled with envy. But soon, she clenched her fists. Come on, Anna, you're going to become a god too. From being the strongest person in the world, Sequence Zero, to not even reaching godhood yet, the difference is huge. It's impossible to say that there is no disappointment in my heart. After Jiang Yu's figure completely disappeared, Anastasia prepared to go downstairs. Just then, above the sky, the dark blue moon suddenly flickered. The next moment, a noble and majestic figure in a black robe appeared on the roof. At this time, the night had already covered the sky, and the roof of the treasure shop seemed even darker after the arrival of the god of the underworld. Anna stood on the railing, looked down at Anatolia, standing on the rooftop of Chowli building, and smiled. In a long time no see. When Anastasia saw the appearance of Hades, she was shocked, but her expression did not show much emotion. She looked at Enelas, the god of the underworld, with a smile. Enelas, it's been a while since we last met. It seems you haven't forgotten my investment in your last era. Are you here to repay me now? The Hades' face darkened, and he was speechless. Anna, our era has ended. Do you still remember this? Ha ha ha, of course. Tell me how you want to pay it back. Anatonia laughed. It's impossible to pay back the money, you profiteer. According to the calculations of the last era, the interest would have compounded by now, and the figure would be astronomical. Besides, why should I pay you back? During those years at the end of the era, you kept asking for repayment, and the whole world knew about it, and I still haven't come to you to settle the score. The god of the underworld grew angrier as he spoke. Then why did you borrow the money in the first place? Isn't it normal to pay back a debt? Anatonia asked, pouting. Who knows how you, a profiteer, calculated this? As far as I understand it, I should have paid back the principal and interest long ago. And Enelas was speechless. But Anastasia remained unmoved and took out an exquisite card from her small waist bag with a smile. And Enelas, you don't want your reputation of not paying back debts to spread around the world again. When Hades saw the card appear, his eyes widened. It took him a long time to utter a word. 6. Anatonia hummed twice in faint happiness. And alas, if you don't have money to pay, leave now. She was very nervous and complaining inside. The underworld god, and alas, has appeared in the winged people's capital for so long. Why hasn't Uriel noticed it yet? Chapter 198, who are you going to take away? The moon in March hangs high in the sky, casting rays of light of different colors, illuminating the rooftop dimly. The god of the underworld lifted up his black robe, jumped down from the railing, walked straight to Anatonia's side, put away his depressed expression, and smiled meaningfully. Why are you sending me away? Times have changed, Miss Anna, who controls the code of wealth. Now, I have a better way. It can not only pay off the debt, but also eliminate the misunderstanding between us, and even make our relationship closer. What method? Anatonia became unusually nervous and slowly backed away. However, the god of the underworld, dressed in a black robe, pressed forward step by step, a confident smile on his handsome face. You must be aware that I sent my followers to look for you. I'll be frank. I hope you can marry me and become my queen of the underworld. From now on, we can support each other and make progress together. Ha ha ha. After I become a god, given our relationship, we will definitely help each other. Anatonia laughed. Humph, considering your temper, it's good enough that you don't ask me to pay you back. Hades also made a joke, but the next moment, he spoke very seriously. With you and I together, and with our help, you too can eventually ascend to the throne of God. Anatonia was puzzled when she heard this. But I heard that even the three of you, despite your powerful divine powers, were unable to defeat Uriel, the Lord of Judgment. The earth goddess Garia and the fire god Philemius were both stripped of their authority. At first, it was just a test. Besides, how could we possibly give our all for someone else? Also, the more main gods we have with whom we have an uneasy relationship, the better. He smiled, remembering the earth goddess who had made Erota's return empty-handed. If you are willing to become the queen of the underworld, we will share both our success and our failure. We will fully support your ascension to the gods. And Alas said solemnly, besides, aren't we, the acquaintances from the previous era, much better than Lord Judgment Uriel? Anna, you have to know that we're the same kind. We can even be husband and wife in name only. Anatonia looked at the expression of Enelas, the god of the underworld. She, who always had a good eye for people, put away her usual disguise and frowned. Are you serious? Of course, I can swear to the will of the world that if what I said is false in the slightest, my dark moon will fall from the sky. Enelas raised his hand and pointed to the sky. A long time. Anatonia sighed softly. Your offer is good, but I won't accept it. I don't want to be bound to anyone, nor do I want to be your queen of the underworld. Go away, Enelas. Seeing that Anastasia, the Lord of Wealth, refused, Hades could no longer hold back. Anastasia actually refused such favorable conditions. In his opinion, Anastasia must have promised Jianyu some kind of authority in exchange for Uriel's promise. Losing power and becoming a god, and becoming a complete god are two different prospects. Compared with the future prospects, becoming the queen of the underworld and gaining allies is not an excessive price, and it is even a very small price to pay. But Anastasia refused. How much does this mean that they look down on him as a person? Or, in other words, they're not optimistic about their alliance? The god of the underworld could no longer control his emotions. He quickly weighed the future of Anastasia after she became a god under Jiang Yu's protection, and immediately made up his mind. Anna, since our talks have broken down today, don't blame me for being rude. What are you going to do? Anna Tanya was a little panicked. We are all well-known figures in the world, so don't act rashly. I'll take you to the underworld, to the palace I prepared for you. The god of the underworld waved his black robe, and a netherworld chain emerged from the void, binding Anastasia and preparing to take her away by force. When he arrived in the underworld, he wanted to ask what conditions Jiang Yu gave her. It's outrageous that he doesn't even accept such conditions. Under the netherworld divine chain, even though Anna Tanya was terrified and struggled desperately, the divine chain did not move at all. Anna Tanya was scared. And alas, let me go, I won't go. You were given the choice, and you didn't do it, so I did it for you. And alas said indifferently. Holding the netherworld divine chain in one hand, he stepped into the sky, ready to take Anastasia to break through the space and return to the nether moon. But he found that the space above the roof was completely condensed. He thought to himself that something was wrong. All the power of the underworld emerged, and a huge shadow of the dark moon suddenly appeared in front of him. Really, the next moment, a pure white sword light carried with it a mighty sword intent that could break through the heavens and slash through the sky. It brought with it an unparalleled sharpness of judgment, breaking through the illusory dark moon, severing the netherworld divine chain, and repelling the god of the underworld. Immediately following, then a tall and heroic platinum figure came, stepping on the light of the platinum moon and breaking through the space. He stood in the void, holding a long sword in one hand and holding Anastasia, who was tied with the chains of the underworld, in his arms with the other hand, and spoke slowly to the god of the underworld. And alas, who are you taking away? Then he broke the netherworld divine chain that bound Anastasia, placed her behind him to protect her, and turned back to chuckle. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can take you away. Behind Jiang Yu. Even though she knew that Uriel might have arrived a long time ago, Anna Tanya still felt warm at heart when she heard these words after being rescued. She thought about it, then grabbed the hem of his clothes and whispered softly. Not far away, and alas, who was intercepted, saw this scene and his face turned green. Okay. Uriel, come out at this time. Then he looked at Anastasia behind Jiang Yu and persuaded her for the last time. Anna, I advise you not to trust Uriel. He's not that simple. Remember today's conditions. You can come find me anytime. I'm leaving now. Just as he was about to run away, a pure white sword light blocked his way. Jiang Yu's purple eyes emitted endless divine light, and the sacred light illuminated the heaven and earth. You are wrong, and alas, judgment always comes last. Also, here you can come and go as you please. Chapter 199 Apology. The underworld god and alas knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything and quickly escaped. Although this was just an incarnation, it still consumed a lot of his divine power. Of course, the most important thing is that his incarnation sneaked into someone else's territory and was eventually discovered and shot down, which was somewhat embarrassing. His Dark Moon Gatekeeper hasn't been found yet, so he still has to save face at this stage. However, Jiang Yu did not give him any chance at all. His supreme judgment will drove all the world powers that could be suppressed, weaving them into a colorful net that bound the incarnation of the god of the underworld in midair. Chains of judgment stretched out from the void, locking the god of the underworld, Andaras, in place. The light shines brightly and suppresses the underworld. Andalaz's expression changed immediately. Uriel, you actually want to capture me alive? So humiliating. So what if I capture you alive? I'll treat you the same way you treated Anna. Why are you so broken? Jiang Yu laughed, appearing overbearing and intimidating. Apologize, and don't even think about dispersing this incarnation of divine power. Otherwise, I will attack your kingdom tonight. His voice resounded through heaven and earth and spread throughout the world like a declaration from the King of Gods. At this time, the entire city of Uriel. Here, the majestic declaration of the Lord of Platinum. Countless people came out of their homes curiously and looked up at the sky. Winged people, humans, dwarves, trolls, gnomes, goblins, and elves. As the capital of the winged people, Uriel City has attracted an increasing number of caravans from various ethnic groups under the influence of Anatonia. They looked up at the sky and were surprised to find the great eight-winged god was high in the sky, protecting the tall, beautiful blonde girl behind him, and with one hand he suppressed the incarnation of manhwa, the lord of the underworld, in midair. The god of the underworld is bound by the chains of the god of judgment, like a prisoner. Seeing his embarrassing situation being seen by mortals, the eyes of the incarnation of the god of the underworld turned red. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Lord of judgment, you've gone too far. It's you who's going too far, not me. And alas, from a moment you sneaked into my royal city, threatened Anatonia, and even dared to forcibly abduct her, you should have understood the consequences of your actions. Jiang Yu's face gradually darkened, and he spoke coldly and ruthlessly. And alas, choose. Jiang Yu threw almost the same words in front of an alas. Either apologize to Anastasia, or I'll take my sword and go to your underworld and take a tour. The face of the incarnation of the god of the underworld, who is bound by the judgment divine chain, gradually darkened, and divine light kept flashing in his eyes. He was hesitating and struggling. At this moment, Anastasia's voice came from behind Jiang Yu. Uriel, there's no need to apologize. Anatonia also had her own considerations. When she was not strong enough, she was unwilling to push a main god too much. More profoundly, she is not bound to Jiang Yu. She has just been working for 8,000 years, and she does not want to completely deteriorate her relationship with the Hades family because of this. In the future, she also has the ambition to establish a huge wealth pantheon. Asking a high and mighty god to apologize in front of countless mortal races is a serious offense. However, Jiang Yu directly used his spiritual power to block her voice and prevent it from being transmitted out. His chuckle echoed in Anatonia's mind. Anna, believe me, the god of the underworld will not apologize. When the time comes, I will go to the underworld to collect your debt for you. After saying that, he looked straight at and alas without paying any attention to Anatonia's struggling expression. Seeing more and more mortals gathering to look up, the god of the underworld was silent for a long time. Looking at Jiang Yu and Anatonia in the sky, he finally smiled coldly. Uriel, if you dare to enter my underworld, then come. After saying this, it turned out to be just as Jiang Yu had expected. Andaliza's divine incarnation dissipated directly in midair. Chapter 200 Why Refuse? In the sky, seeing the god of the underworld disappear directly, the Lord of Wealth, Anastasia, stood in midair, muttering to herself. This time, the feud has become even bigger. She was a little sad. Beside her, Jiang Yu dispersed the colorful net of authority and the divine chain of judgment that hung in the vast sky, looked at the dark moon in the sky, and smiled. Then he turned to look at Anatonia and asked with a smile, Anna, to be honest, his conditions are good. Why did you refuse? Jiang Yu had indeed arrived early. Anna is still in a state of anxiety. She has not yet ascended to godhood and has not yet fully transformed into the mindset of a god. At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly asked a question, which brought her back to her senses. Anastasia didn't think too much and looked at Jiang Yu and said seriously, Uriel, the conditions are indeed very tempting, even easier than yours, which is working for 8,000 years. And all I have to pay is the title of Queen of the Underworld. Of course, I wonder if the titular Queen of the Underworld is just a decoy. But they're so eager to win me over. It must be because they can't do anything to you, so they want me as a strong support. Having said this, she smiled. Besides that, there's one more thing. Although I ascended the path to Sequence 0 Wealth Lord in the previous era, I'm also a businessman. To me, the cheaper something is, the less worthy it is. The low price is mostly because it can't be sold, or even because there are pitfalls. Having said that, Anastasia looked at Jiang Yu. Plus, I see that the Lord of the Underworld, who dominated the world in the previous era, has lost his former sharpness in this era. For someone as proud as him to become like this, there must be a more powerful being who forcefully suppressed everything. But you're different, Uriel. The confidence in your eyes is unparalleled. It is a demeanor that can rival the heavens and the earth, and is invincible. From ancient times to now, I have never seen such characteristics and aura in anyone's eyes. Standing with you, I feel a sense of security that is not afraid even if the sky falls. I think you can go further than I thought. This is a fantastic investment that I simply couldn't refuse. When she talked about her area of expertise, her face turned red with excitement. So, I rejected him and stuck to our agreement. Anatonia regained her previous composure and asked coquettishly with her hands on her hips. So, Uriel, you can definitely help me ascend to godhood, right? Of course, Anatonia, I will. Jiangyu smiled slightly and decided to be nicer to Anastasia after she entered Paradise Mountain. He felt a little embarrassed to be praised so highly. As for the possible reactions after Anatonia's kingdom of wealth settles in Heaven Mountain and discovers the truth, Jiangyu also has his own plans in mind. He decided that in the 100 years before Anastasia ascended to godhood, he would come down to earth more often to spend time with her, build relationships with her, and become what she called a good friend. This should make her feel better in the future, and she won't make too much of a fuss. After making up his mind, Jiangyu looked at the dark moon in the sky again and smiled at Anastasia beside him. Let's go, Anna. Hey, where are you going? Go to the underworld to collect your debt. Ah, are you really going? Anastasia is a bit timid. Of course. Didn't you hear that? And alas asked me to go to the underworld and beat him up. I've never seen such an outrageous request before. However, I decided to satisfy him and help you collect your debt at the same time. After Jiangyu finished speaking, he grabbed Anastasia's hand and flew straight up into the sky towards Mingwei. Chapter 2, A One-Half Moon. Inside the underworld. The underworld at this time is no longer a desolate place, but is filled with some ancient undead creatures and some magical beasts. Most of the undead creatures were created by the god of the underworld himself over the years. Among them, the most numerous are the skeletons scattered throughout the underworld. This was created by Enelas using part of his soul authority mixed with the power of death in the special environment of the underworld. As for the origin of these skull bones, over the years, he has been managing the underground world. The dry bones of various races buried underground have been turned into dark soil and sunk into the underworld by him with the authority of the underworld after a period of dark months. The monsters of the underworld are part of the dark monster group in the dark jungle, and they were moved to the underworld by him. After these monsters came to the underworld, they were infected by the breath of the underworld and underwent different changes. Among them, the one with the most obvious changes and the largest number is a kind of dark dog-like monster. Their form has changed here into a two-headed form. Some of the more powerful ones transformed into even stranger three-headed dog forms. Because of canine loyalty, the three-headed dogs were placed by Hades at the entrance to the underworld where the river Styx flows through to live with Chiron, the ferryman of the Styx, and to guard the entrance to the underworld. In addition, the souls of some believers of the god of the underworld are also in a pure land in the center of the underworld, becoming dark spirits under the protection of God. The strongest among them become servants of Hades, and the strongest and most trusted among them are appointed as ghost lords by Hades. This is the first undead lord in the underworld. His strength is not high, only at the demigod level. Most of the souls have no faith, are slightly powerful, and can enter the underworld after death, and are under the control of the ghost lord. The god of the underworld named the pure land the netherworld divine realm. The Dark Divine Realm is considered a country within the underworld, because at this time, the underworld transformed from his kingdom of God actually belongs to the world, and he only has the right to use it. But even so, in the future, after the growth and development of the underworld, it will be enough to push him into great divine power. At this time, on the throne of the underworld god Enelas, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up in anger and roared loudly. Uriel, Anastasia, you are really going too far. His face turned pale and blue, burning with pain. He felt as if his reputation as a god had been completely humiliated. In front of the vast majority of mortals, he was forced and suppressed by Uriel and Anatonia. Although it is just a clone of divine power, how would mortals know? He could already imagine what kind of stories those damn bards would make up to humiliate him after today. Especially in the city of Uriel, there are a lot of bards in this city. To be honest, when he thought about his reputation being damaged, he became a little emo. He needs faith too much, needs the worship of all living beings too much, and wants to make progress too much. He didn't apologize for the disappearance of his divine clone, as he thought there was nothing wrong with it. This saved his last bit of face. But I said those harsh words before I disappeared. Will Uriel really come to my door? This guy won't do anything without profit, very likely. Thinking of this, he became worried. Why, with the same powerful divine power, is Uriel so strong? Is that guy's path to becoming the king of the gods really that powerful? Forget it. The most urgent thing is to tell Herodes to help out. He urgently contacted Herodes. Just then, in the sky of the underworld, the dark moon that can illuminate the entire world suddenly shook. Immediately following, in the sky of the underworld, a platinum moon forcibly emerged from the dark moon, with half of it weaving its way in. What? The god of the underworld, and alas, had his eyes wide open and was filled with anger. At this moment, a ray of morning light fell beside his throne, pressed his shoulders, and shook his head. And alas, don't move. But what does it mean that he used the platinum moon card to enter my dark moon? And alas, the god of the underworld said angrily. This extreme anger was immediately sensed by Achalia, who possessed the godhood of anger in the silver moon. She lowered her gaze towards the underworld with an expression of watching a good show. On the platinum moon, Jiangyu stood at the edge of Mount Heaven, and Anastasia stood beside him. Anatanyani was also shocked by Jiangyu's actions. Oriel, wouldn't it be too much of an insult to God to do this? From the outside world's perspective, above a night sky, the platinum moon covered half of the dark moon. It's like a platinum moon connected to a crescent blue moon. This was the first time a crescent moon appeared above the world. Several continents, including the continent of Furland. On the Earth, countless astrologers of various races in the astrology towers shouted in shock. Hurry, the stars are changing, record it. Something big is going to happen in the underworld. Chapter 202, founder of the School of Undead. Above a night sky, in the eyes of astrologers, the platinum moon shines brightly and tyrannically, devouring the dark moon. This is an image I have never seen before. They had seen the sun and the moon shining together, the three moons running side by side, and the platinum moon competing with the silver moon, but they had never seen the battle between the platinum moon and the dark moon, and it was so fierce from the beginning. Platinum moon, on Heaven Mountain, Jiangyu called Lucifer. Lucifer, you will follow Anna and protect her. If anything unexpected happens, take her directly back to Heaven Mountain. Lucifer glanced at the tall, beautiful, and well-built blonde girl, and knowing her identity as the Lord of Wealth, he nodded. Yes, my lord. She cheered up. This was the biggest project of her lord recently. If the Lord of Wealth joined the Mountain of Heaven, the construction of the 5th level of the Mountain of Heaven might be accelerated. Moreover, she knew that this Lord of Wealth was a talented man. Seeing Lucifer nod seriously, Jiangyu was extremely satisfied. Such absolutely loyal and obedient subordinates are so rare. Let's go and meet that debtor, the god of the underworld. I've left enough time on purpose. I think the Lord of Dawn should be here by now. So, you're not planning on actually fighting the god of the underworld? Anatolia wondered. If, and alas, the god of the underworld understands, I certainly don't have this intention. The Abyss invasion is imminent, and I don't want to start another war within the world. Jiangyu smiled gently. Are you sure? If Anastasia hadn't known about Jiangyu's past domineering deeds, she would have really believed his gentle appearance. Don't worry, I will control the degree. I'm the Lord of Judgment. If you owe me money, you must pay it back. It is not a crime punishable by death. Jiangyu explained. All right. Then, the three of them jumped down from Mount Heaven together and landed directly on the sky of the underworld. As soon as he entered the realm of the underworld, Jiangyu stood under the dark blue moon, which was squeezed into a small part by the platinum moon. He looked towards the throne of Hades in the center of the underworld, his purple eyes gleaming with endless divine light, and spoke like a thunderbolt. And alas, come see me. The sound is like a huge bell, echoing for billions of miles. Just like a king summoning his subjects. All the creatures in the underworld were shocked by this majestic voice and looked up. I saw a majestic god with 4 pairs of wings on his back, shining brightly like clouds hanging from the sky, and a pure white halo on his head, reigning between heaven and earth, illuminating the entire dark underworld like daylight. Holy and glorious, magnificent and vast. This supreme light and majesty baptized all life in the underworld. It was like implanting a fear into their hearts. After this, all creatures in the underworld began to fear the light even more. On the river Styx, the ferryman Chiron had to raise a cloak of darkness over his boat to cover it. On the boat, a half-elf magician in a black robe looked out of the boat in surprise at the light that was blooming in the entire underworld. In the underworld ruled by the god of the underworld, are there any gods who dare to challenge his majesty? Chiron the centaur sighed. Of course not, but among all the gods, the Lord of Judgment is the only exception. The Lord of Judgment is so domineering. Is he really the king of gods? The half-elf magician exclaimed in admiration. Chiron's face darkened. Cadian, who told you that the Lord of Judgment is the king of gods? At least my god doesn't agree. Don't say that. But how do you explain this scene? The half-elf magician wondered. It's just that the Lord of Judgment is acting tyrannically. I, the god, don't want to dwell on it, so I'll just be patient for now. Chiron said, but the god of the underworld doesn't seem like a god who doesn't care about things. On the contrary, the Lord of Dawn is very generous. He recalled a story about Hades that once happened in the mortal world. Cadian, shut up. If you say another word, I'll throw you in. Swim back on your own in this Styx. Chiron was speechless. This is the underworld. Is this the place you talk nonsense about? Oh no, Grandpa Chiron. Cadian looked at the dark and deep water of the Styx, swallowed, and begged for mercy. Your grandfather was right about your habit of talking too much. If he hadn't saved my life on the battlefield back then, if you hadn't promised to believe in the underworld, I would never have taken you into the underworld and helped you study that school of necromancy. Believe me, Grandpa Chiron, my school of necromancy will definitely promote the belief in the god of the underworld. Just sit back in the boat and don't be curious at this moment. God is not something we can discuss. Good. Cadian nodded obediently, but his head involuntarily looked up at the sky, looking at the majestic figure who dominated the world, and his mind was full of thoughts. When will I be able to dominate the world like the gods above? He is an absolute non-believer. Chapter 203, Rights to Use the Underworld. In the underworld sky, Jiang Yu's sacred light was not allowed to continue to illuminate the underworld. An extremely deep darkness spread in the sky, and the thick darkness rose from the entire underworld, covering up the brilliant holy light that was shining from the sky. In the darkness, and alas, the god of the underworld appeared in the sky of the underworld. Appearing with him was Erotas, the Lord of the Dawn. And alas, said in a deep voice, Uriel, please go somewhere else, showing off your might. The creatures of the underworld cannot bear the light of your holy light. Ha ha, I know my limits and won't let them get away with it. Jiang Yu laughed, then looked at Erotas, who was next to the god of the underworld. Since Erotas is here, I will talk to you about reason. And alas sneaked into my territory without permission and attempted to kidnap Anatonia, whom I was sheltering. This was wrong of an alas. Erotas frowned upon hearing this, thought for a moment, and still did not go against his heart, and said, It's true that he was wrong to do this. But Uriel, you have already humiliated an alas in front of so many mortals and bards in the city of Uriel. This in itself is already a very severe punishment. No, that's not enough. Jiang Yu sneered. Entering my territory without permission is already a challenge to my authority, and kidnapping Anna is a disregard for my existence. When did I become so easy to talk to? If you dare to challenge my authority, be prepared for my counterattack. Tell me, what compensation do you want? Erotas sighed. I want the authority of Andala's spirit and soul. One for me and one for Anna. Absolutely not. When an alas heard this, he felt dizzy and denied it loudly. Originally, the power of souls was dispersed among the gods, and he only possessed a larger share of the power of souls because of the establishment of the underworld. Moreover, how can the god of the underworld manage the underworld if he does not have the authority over souls? Even Erotas was speechless, and he reminded, Uriel, the Abyss invasion is imminent. Please don't go too far. The Abyss invasion was your idea. The gods should be united and not start a war. It's not that I'm being overly harsh. Erotas, this is the debt, and alas, Hosanna. I'm showing consideration for him by asking him to repay it with his sole authority. What debt? Erotas was very confused. He turned to look at Anastasia, who was standing behind Jiang Yu. Nah. The sequence 0 Master of Wealth. Anatonia stood up and greeted them generously. It's me, Erotas, long time no see. So it's you. Why didn't you come to us, but chose Uriel instead? In the last era, Erotas and Anatonia had no enmity. He had borrowed money from her, but he always repaid it in time. Later, he even accepted investment from Anatonia, but he repaid it in other ways. Because I think Uriel is more worthy of investment. Anastasia stood behind Jiang Yu with a smile on her face. Well, what is Andala's debt? Erotas sighed. The next second, he saw her take out an exquisite card from her waist bag, floated in the air, and chuckled. Here's the money he hasn't paid off. Calculate how much you owe now. Erotas. Andalas. Orotas looked at Jiang Yu, who was standing with his sword in hand, fearless, then looked at Anastasia, who was leaning closely behind Jiang Yu and smiling, and then looked at the god of the underworld, who was standing beside him with a dark face. He took a deep breath and said, "Soul authority, absolutely impossible. Uriel, Anna, please switch." At the same time as saying this, he gently hinted to the god of the underworld beside him, and the two main gods prepared for battle at the same time. Without the authority of souls, the god of the underworld would never be able to sublimate his authority of death and achieve great divine power. For this, they would fight at all costs. Who knows, the next moment, Jiang Yu's answer was indeed something they didn't expect. In that case, let's forget about the soul authority. Well, after coming here, I discovered that the underworld actually belongs to the world. I think the gods should have some rights to use it too. Chapter 204. Listen to my verdict. Right to use the underworld? The underworld god Andaras choked when he heard this, and then firmly refused. That's absolutely impossible. Although the underworld is a subsidiary of the world, it is also part of my authority. After saying this, Jiang Yu's face turned cold. This won't work, and that won't work either. Do you think I'm joking with you? After saying that, he pressed the hilt of the sword at his waist and took a step forward. His divine power swayed, and the platinum light suddenly pressed forward. The space of the underworld was almost collapsed by his pressure. Like a sea tide, the overwhelming sacred aura crashed towards the direction of the god of the underworld and the Lord of Dawn. Seeing Jiang Yu's powerful aura, Arota's and Hades' eyelids jumped. Their emergency response came almost instantly. The light of dawn and the darkness of the underworld separated from each other, almost in that instant dividing the upper and lower world, splitting the space in front, stabilizing the collapsed underworld sky, and competing with the platinum light. But then, seeing that Jiang Yu was still holding the hilt of the sword, Arotas stopped wanting to take action. Uriel, dividing the control of the underworld, is undermining Andalaz's foundation. We will never agree to this. The god of the underworld, Andaras, drew out a dark sickle from the void. The black and gold long handle of the blade reflected the dark divine light. Uriel, your conditions are too extreme. Even if I die in battle today, I will never compromise. Really not compromising. Jiang Yu's eyes darkened slightly. Uriel, this time, we are in the wrong. Please change the conditions. As Arotas spoke, he not only looked at Jiang Yu, but also at Anatonia behind him. Anastasia stood behind Jiang Yu and was a little confused about what Jiang Yu really wanted. But the domineering and invincible posture of him single-handedly suppressing the two main gods was deeply imprinted in her heart. This made her feel even more that she had made the right choice. Therefore, she ignored Arotas's inquiring gaze, looked straight ahead, and let Jiang Yu make the decision. Jiang Yu pressed the hilt of the sword with his hand, stood in the air, and spoke leisurely. Well, let me put it another way. The underworld is so vast, I guess it would be okay to lend some of my authority. It could be considered as offsetting Andala's provocation to me and the debt I owe to Anna. Borrow. Upon hearing this, Arotas fell into deep thought. Andala's face turned pale, and he could no longer hold back. Uriel, you're dreaming of trying to seize control of my underworld. Along with his words rang out. The god of the underworld wielded the dark scythe and mobilized his divine power. The black robe suddenly expanded to the size of the sky, and the sky and the earth changed almost in an instant. The endless space suddenly became extremely dark, and the declaration of death was directed at Jiang Yu's soul. Dark generation. Death announcement. Seeing the god of the underworld taking action, Arotas was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. In the 10 directions of space and time around Jiang Yu, countless dark spots formed black holes, which were about to suck Jiang Yu in and split him into countless fragments. Threads of death entwined around his soul, transforming into heaven-reaching divine chains that connected the upper and lower worlds and severed everything. Then, the authority of the Lord of the Underworld was driven to the extreme by him. Expel. The entire underworld seemed to be lifted up from the world of Furlan by him, hanging upside down for eternity. Bloody rain and ghostly howls filled the sky and earth. Endless repulsive forces pulled Jiang Yu's body from countless directions. Above the dark moon, shadows of dark moons appeared one after another, working together to squeeze out the platinum moon. Facing the overwhelming attack from the god of the underworld, which was almost overwhelming, Jiang Yu did not get angry, but laughed instead. Absurd. And alas, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. The sound of heaven trembled as soon as it fell. The 4 pairs of wings behind him suddenly spread out, and the brilliant light stretched out 100,000 miles in an instant. The halo above his head rose into the sky at a rapid speed, breaking all the darkness. Then, above his soul, the champions will suddenly raise a bright moon, directly shattering the endless thread of death wrapped around it. Immediately afterwards, Jiangyu suppressed the endless force of repulsion and separation, integrated the divine power of judgment and the supreme will into one, and drew his sword fiercely. Zheng! Before the sword was drawn, the sound of thunder arose. When I looked up, a brilliant sword light instantly split the 10 directions of time and space. From heaven to earth, it rolled forward like the might of heaven and earth. Suppress! 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 The pure white sacred sword light turned into infinity, killing every bit of Hades' divine power in the void, and then turned into one, splitting the dark scythe of the underworld into pieces, and the remaining force did not change, piercing through the body of Hades. Ah! And alas screamed, his divine blood spilled, and his entire body fell towards the underworld. At this moment, Arodas could no longer bear it and wanted to lend a helping hand, but he saw Jiang Yu's cold purple eyes sweeping over him. Don't move. I'm just teaching him a lesson. If you move, you'll be starting a full-scale divine war with me. Arodas paused when he heard this, but it was true that Alas was only forcibly suppressed and his injuries were not serious. At this moment of stagnation, Jiang Yu stepped lightly. The entire underworld was pressed back to where it should have been, and a spear made of fragments of the nether scythe was delivered by Jiang Yu's will, nailing the god of the underworld to the ground. At the same time, he stretched out a hand, grasped the dark moon in the sky, and squeezed it gently. A feeling of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting suddenly arose, and every creature in the underworld was filled with extreme panic. All I can see is the sky high above, both inside and outside the underworld. 1/3 of the dark moon was shattered. Crash! Countless fragments of the dark moon fell, and were stopped by Jiang Yu's outstretched hand. They floated in his hand and condensed into broken spheres. Looking at the sphere, made up of fragments of the dark moon in his hand, Jiang Yu lowered his eyes slightly and uttered a mighty divine sound. Gods of the world, listen to my judgment. Chapter 205 Cemetery of the Gods. As the ruler of the underworld, the god of the underworld has sinned and must atone for his sins. Today, I will exercise this sacred judgment. After Jiang Yu said this, he looked at Arodas and smiled. Don't worry, I won't go too far. The invasion of the Abyss demons is imminent, and I won't destroy the Great Wall myself. Furlan certainly doesn't have a Great Wall, but that's what I mean, don't mind it. The Lord of Dawn had a complicated look in his eyes and remained silent. Seeing that he didn't react, Jiang Yu smiled slightly and continued to pronounce the verdict. For the next 10,000 years, during every 30 days, 1/3 of the underworld's usage rights belong to Anna and me during the first 5 days, and 1/3 of the underworld's usage rights belong to the gods during the last 5 days of each month. That is to say, during this time, the Pluto moon cycles from crescent to full moon and back to crescent again. As for whether the time of the crescent moon and the full moon will change in the future, we will talk about it later. After saying this sentence, Jiang Yu raised the fragment of the dark moon in his hand, took out half of it, and suddenly threw it towards the continents of the Furlan world outside the underworld. Upon seeing this, the gods in the sky no longer concealed their divine power, and the divine power descended from the major divine kingdoms in the sky. It wrapped around the fragments of the dark moon, turned into streams of light, and after falling into their respective faith areas or temples, it turned into cemeteries of the gods. From now on, every creature that the gods believe should not die yet and should be resurrected to continue walking the earth can be resurrected on the last 5 days of each month. These cemeteries of the gods are equivalent to a small underworld. Half left. Jiang Yu also threw some of it out, which turned into the cemetery behind the temple of his own believer's church. He refined the rest into a dark blue mirror and gave it to Anatonia. She has not yet ascended to godhood and cannot directly transform into the cemetery of the gods. She can only control these underworld powers in the form of divine artifacts. After Jiang Yu finished his verdict, he looked at the Lord of Dawn not far away and smiled. Well, my ruling isn't excessive, is it? The Lord of Dawn had a complicated look in his eyes. He clearly saw that there were still many fragments of the dark moon floating in the sky above his place of faith, waiting for his use. And his gods have already been using it. This is something that increases believers, and no one will refuse to become stronger. Seeing that the Lord of Dawn did not react, Jiangyu nodded secretly. He sighed in his heart. If he knew the strength of the invasion of the Abyss demons, he would not have let Hades go so easily. This is a great opportunity. I'm really too kind. Then, he looked at Enelas, who was nailed to the ground in the underworld, with a miserable expression and hatred in his eyes, and smiled. Enelas, as the chief god, you must lead by example. Bullying the weak is not what a god does. I hope you can remember today's lesson. Then he waved his hand, and the spear made from the fragments of the nether scythe broke into pieces again. The underworld god Enelas stood up, patted the blood-stained black robe on his body, glanced indifferently at the ray of morning light in the sky, and then, without looking back, he walked step by step towards his own underworld realm. After today, he became much less active in the world. The Lord of Dawn looked grim. What could he do? Finally, he sighed and turned into a ray of morning light and left. Seeing this, Jiangyu felt amused and said to the two goddesses behind him, "Come on, let's go back to." Anatonia and Lucifer nodded at the same time. The three of them walked away on the moon. The platinum moon no longer obscures the dark moon. Decades later, Ballowed Continent. Inside an adventurer's tavern, a human bard was talking at the wine table, and a large number of adventurers from various races were listening attentively to his poetry below. Decades ago, after that earth-shattering divine war, the moon began to wax and wane. This event, in which the god of the underworld was defeated and the gods gained control of the underworld cemetery, is also known as the Cemetery Incident. Well, for this story, buy me a drink isn't too much, is it? Chapter 206, the Goddess of Wealth ascends to the goddess. Year 438 of the Elven Dynasty. The northern human kingdom of Reinhardt. New Polek City, headquarters of the Holy Light Church, Platinum Grand Temple. This day, Ponte Reinhardt sat in the back garden of the temple. This garden was regarded as a holy place by the people of the church because the Lord of Judgment had visited there. Even the name was changed to God's Holy Court. Inside the courtyard, a group of priests wearing platinum robes looked expectantly at the center of the holy court, at the tall figure wearing the same platinum robe. What makes the tall figure different from other priests is that there's a pair of black and white wings on his platinum robe. This means that he is not only a believer in the Lord of Judgment, but also a believer in the twin goddesses of fate. The followers of the twins of fate are the most widespread faith in the world today. Their followers can be found from the Natashil Forest in the Fanatin continent in the east, to the west coast of the Furlan continent in the west, and to the Winged Coast City in the Gray continent in the south. Fate is unpredictable and obscure, but it always has revelations. In fact, some astrologers of the southern human race also secretly believe in the twins of fate. The Lord of Dawn didn't care, it was just a small group. Just like some people in the Lighthouse Council on the west coast secretly believe in the magic goddess, Jiangyu doesn't care. God is in the courtyard. The figure in the center suddenly emitted an obscure and inexplicable wave, and a powerful aura rose up. In the sea of spirituality, the power of destiny hits the legendary barrier. Amidst countless confusing directions, Ponte Reinhardt moved forward and finally opened a door to advancement. New legendary path. The great prophet advanced successfully. Ponte Reinhardt opened his eyes with joy. As soon as I looked up, I saw two beautiful girls suddenly descending from the sky. The goddess in the white dress spoke first with a smile. Ponte Reinhardt, congratulations on opening the legendary path to becoming a great prophet. After you advanced to legendary status, did any new prophecies appear? Ponte Reinhardt knelt down in a hurry, and all the priests in the holy scene knelt on the ground. The twin goddesses of fate are the daughters of the main god, so they must be worshipped. To your majesties, the two goddesses, according to my prophecy, the headquarters of the Holy See will not be in New Polek City, but in an independent city. He looked puzzled. After all, they were doing very well in Reinhardt Royal City. In the future, the top leaders of the Vatican will move the headquarters to another city. Cyril laughed when he heard this. Don't panic. When your predictions come true, there must be some truth to them. Bonchi nodded. He now has some understanding of the characteristics of prophecy. The goddess of misfortune, Liv, spoke at this time. By the way, Now that you've reached legendary status, try using your great prophecy to predict the time of the abyssal demon invasion. Yes, your highnesses. Ponte Reinhardt nodded and sat down on the spot. Activate the great prophecy. As the magic was activated, his lifespan began to decrease rapidly, and his hair turned white in a short period of time. But he didn't care. Dedicating oneself to the gods is the life principle he follows. Outside world. The two goddesses also work together to exert the power of destiny to help him make predictions more accurate. Just like this for an hour. Ponte Reinhardt opened his eyes wearily and spoke. When the blood moon appears, it will be the day of the abyss invasion. The blood moon prophecy spread throughout the world, and peoples all over the world began to prepare nervously. Because the gods often perform miracles, living beings are not very panicked. Year 456 of the Elven Dynasty. The Holy Light Church has found the location of the church's headquarters city as predicted by Ponte Reinhardt. This is the territory of a barbarian noble located on the west coast. The Holy See spent a lot of money to buy this piece of land consisting of a high mountain, a long river, and a valley, and started to build the city. Year 501 of the Elven Dynasty. Anatanya, the Lord of Wealth, is finally ready to begin her ascension to godhood. Chapter 207 Goddess of Wealth. The eastern estuary of Sanche area. A new port city has been built on the originally barren seashore. Gold coin flags are planted all over the city, representing that this is the place of faith of Anastasia, the Lord of Wealth. A magnificent and luxurious temple was built in the center of the city, and priests in golden robes were busy in the temple. At the harbor's dock, ships capable of long-distance voyages are parked on the sea. Merchant caravans of all races came and went. In this city, which is mainly populated by humans, there are also a large number of alien races. Neighbors are orcs and centaurs, elves, trolls, ants from afar, and winged officials who are temporarily serving as city managers. This port city was named Wells Port or Wells City by Anastasia. It means City of Wealth. Today, the Welsh port, which used to be a trading place, no longer has the prosperity and commercial atmosphere it once had, but is now filled with a solemn and serious atmosphere. Teams of city law enforcement teams from the Temple of Wealth shuttled between the east and west sides of the port, separating the believers inside the city from outsiders. Teams of elite winged troops are patrolling the sky, and an elite knight group from the Reinhardt Kingdom is also here to help isolate the inside and outside. Jiang Yu's followers all assisted the Goddess of Wealth in her ascension to the goddess today. Inside the Temple of Wealth, Anastasia was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a cool smile on her face, sitting quietly on a golden throne. She had mastered all the key points of becoming a god in her mind. Beside her, Lucifer, the Archangel of War, stood guard. Miss Anna, don't worry. Don't be nervous. Our Lord's gaze is sweeping across the heavens and earth, encompassing this city of wealth. He has already relocated Mount Heaven to a high place on your path to divine ascension. Once you succeed in raising the kingdom of God, you'll be able to enter the protective domain of Mount Heaven directly. This time, my ascension to the godhood will be incredibly smooth. The only Hades god who likes to wander around has been sitting deep in the netherworld for many years, and no one can stop him. Hearing Lucifer's words, Anatanya smiled gratefully. Thank you, Miss Lucifer. Don't thank me, Miss Anna. If you want to thank someone, thank my Lord Uriel. Lucifer smiled slightly. Anatanya nodded. Yes, I should thank Uriel more. So, are you ready to ascend to godhood? Of course, my body and mind are clear, waiting for this moment to achieve immortality. After saying that, Anatanya took a deep breath, her whole body aroused. Suddenly, the entire god of wealth was shrouded in brilliant golden light. Countless believers of the goddess of wealth in Port Wells knelt on the ground and shouted fanatically. All over the world, countless businessmen who believe in the goddess of wealth also pray respectfully to their respective statues of the goddess of wealth. On the golden throne, Anatanya ignited the divine fire, forged the godhead, held high the kingdom of God, and slowly ascended to the sky. Above the sky, the platinum moon shines brightly, as if reminding the gods of the world not to act rashly. Over the port of Wales, her golden kingdom broke through the 100,000-li sky in one fell swoop, under the gaze of the gods and under the light of the platinum moon. Anatanya successfully raised the kingdom of God to the edge of the world and ascended to godhood. Her light yet majestic voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire world. I, Anatonia, ascend today to the throne of wealth and trade, transactions, trust, youth, and liveliness. Thus, Anatonia successfully ascended to godhood, and once ascended to godhood, she reached the peak of intermediate divine power. Chapter 208 Uriel, you old man. High above the sky, the kingdom of wealth on the golden throne. Anatonia stood up from the throne with high spirits, put her hands on her hips and chest out as she looked at the vast kingdom of God that belonged to her, revealing her graceful figure, and years of depression and dullness were swept away. She laughed out loud. Ha ha! I, Anatonia, as a sequenced zero lord of wealth, have endured humiliation and heavy burdens. For years, I have diligently cultivated my faith, treading on thin ice. Today, I have finally reached the other side and ascended to the throne of God with my formidable strength. It was not easy. The steps around her throne are all made of golden bricks, which is very luxurious and wealthy. Anatonia was very fond of these riches and gold. She was immersed in them with a smile on her face for a while, then suddenly remembered something and sighed. It's a pity that I still need to work for Uriel for another 8,000 years. I don't know how much Uriel will offer me, but I can't afford less. She had no intention of regretting it. Firstly, her character was not like that. Paying back debts was a matter of course. She also had a trusted priesthood. In the last era, she was able to become big and powerful, not only because of her outstanding ability, but also because of her ability to keep her promises. Secondly, 100 years ago, Jiangyu took her deep into the underworld and forcefully suppressed the underworld god, and alas. Although it was to vent his anger and ask for benefits for her, on the other hand, Jiangyu never failed to show his strength in front of her for the purpose of deterrence. Thinking of this, the goddess of wealth, Anastasia, clenched her fists and encouraged herself. At this point, the hardest hurdle has been overcome. Anna, hold on for another 8,000 years, and you'll be your own boss. As her words fell, outside the kingdom of wealth, a glorious and sacred kingdom of heaven appeared beside her kingdom of wealth. Its vast and boundless territory was like a huge floating continent. The four mountains of heaven overlapped one after another until they reached the highest point, where a great and glorious throne stood in the center of heaven. A young god with an awe-inspiring and majestic appearance sat on the sacred throne, like the king of gods sitting on the clouds, and just looked down. His gaze passed over the kingdom of wealth and looked straight at Anastasia in front of the golden throne. His eyes were gentle and full of blessings as he spoke. Congratulations, Anna. You've finally ascended to the throne of God and become immortal. As he spoke, he opened the barrier of Heaven Mountain, and a platinum light instantly spread out outside the four-layer Heaven Mountain, revealing a gap that was large enough to accommodate the entire kingdom of wealth. Come on, the entire Heaven Mountain has opened its doors to you. Welcome to join us, goddess of wealth. Ah, then I'll move in temporarily, Uriel. Thank you for your guidance over the next 8,000 years. Said. The goddess of wealth giggled and sat back on her throne, then raised the kingdom of wealth again and entered the fourth level of Heaven Mountain. As the golden kingdom of God fell onto the land of the fourth Heaven Mountain, golden mines emerged everywhere. In a very short period of time, the kingdom of wealth and Heaven Mountain merged into one. At the same time, a large part of the prototype of the fifth level Heaven Mountain was completed in an instant, and the whole process was incredibly fast. Anastasia, who was happily sitting on the golden throne, suddenly woke up. She looked at the wisps of holy white light rising from the periphery of the kingdom of God. Her kingdom of God was completely merging with Mount Heaven, and they were no longer distinguishable from each other. And part of the authority of Mount Heaven was also integrated into her golden throne. This isn't right. After deeply feeling the changes in his own kingdom of God and authority, Anatonia immediately jumped up from the golden throne and cursed. Uriel, you old man, you lied to me. After saying this, a feeling of grievance and being deceived suddenly broke out. Anatonia fell onto the golden throne, hugging her knees and crying bitterly. Woo woo woo, I'm selling my hard work, not my body. Woo woo woo, you're going too far, Uriel. High up on the top of Mount Heaven, on the platinum throne, hear the whimpering cry of the goddess of wealth. Jiangyu sat on the throne awkwardly, asked the archangels standing on both sides. What should we do? The archangels beside him turned their heads to look outside the heaven mountain, as if there was some beautiful scenery at the edge of the world. Jianyu smiled bitterly. He did deceive Anastasia, but in fact, in the 5th chapter, Anastasia's experience was not good, and what he did was equivalent to protecting her. Of course, the most important thing is to strengthen one's own strength. On the platinum throne, Jianyu lowered his head and thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and stood up. "I'll go take a look." After saying this, he took a step out from the holy throne and disappeared in an instant, then appeared in the kingdom of wealth before the golden throne. Anastasia, with tears in her eyes, cried even louder when she saw Jianyu appear. Jianyu waited for a while and finally spoke. "Anna, stop crying. Uriel, you're a big liar." Anatonia stood up upon hearing the sound and said with a bitter look on her face, "Give me back my kingdom of God. I can't pay it back." Jianyu said honestly. "Woo." Anatonia continued to cry bitterly. Well, Jianyu, who really felt guilty, was at a loss for a moment. After crying for a while, Anastasia saw that Jianyu had no reaction. She also felt that things had come to this point, and she was already bound to Jianyu. Finally, she raised her little face and asked, "Jianyu, you have to compensate me. Go ahead." Jianyu nodded. "Before that, I need to ask, what exactly is your extraordinary path, and why do you do this? I absolutely do not believe that this is the path of the King of Gods." Chapter 209 Golden Wings. Anna's kingdom of wealth has been completely integrated into his heavenly mountain and is bound to it. Moreover, his current strength is already unrivaled among all gods, so he is not afraid of any impact in the future. Simply, Jianyu answered truthfully, "Anna, you guessed right. The path I'm taking is indeed not the path of the God King, nor the path of the God system, but the more domineering path of the Sky Lord." He gave Anatonia a brief explanation of the path of the Sky Lord. After hearing this, Anatonia sighed with tears still on her face. "To dominate the heavens and traverse the starry sky. This is your path to becoming the Lord of Heaven." She was moved by Jianyu's courage. This is a unique and invincible road that is hostile to everyone in the world. Without the courage to move forward without fear of life or death, without the ambition to rule over the world and regard all living beings as subjects, one cannot even take the first step on the path to God. She really couldn't imagine that an Eagleman from a small tribe in the new era could set such a lofty ambition at the time of the legend and embark on this life-threatening road. She even began to doubt Jianyu's identity. How could an Eagleman from ancient times know this path to supreme achievement? Uriel is no simple Eagleman. However, this kind of thing is definitely the deepest secret in Jianyu's heart. If he didn't tell, Anastasia wouldn't ask. Anatonia was still in shock. Jianyu stepped forward, approached the golden throne, looked down at Anastasia, who was sitting on the golden throne with her knees hugged and her face upturned, and spoke softly. "Anna, you already know that my goal is not limited to this world, but to the more distant stars and heavens. My heavenly mountain will eventually dominate the heavens and tower above all realms. Along the way, there will undoubtedly be numerous crises, but I am fearless and will forge ahead with unwavering determination to become the ultimate champion. Are you willing to help me?" When he said this, he looked at Anastasia's tearful face and felt guilty. Unlike the Oak Father Savanris and the Platinum Dragon God Bahamut, Anatonia has other options. She is even a Sequence Zero herself and will surely become a powerful main god in the future. But she has always firmly chosen herself. So, Jianyu thought about it and said, "Of course, if you don't want to, I'll set you free in 8,000 years. However, after this sentence, Anastasia, the goddess of wealth, finally replied. She wiped the tears from her face with her hands and smiled. "No, Uriel, I'm willing to help you. Being the Lord God of countless worlds is worse than being the Lord God of a single world. Now that I'm on your pirate ship, I won't get off." She jumped down from the throne, threw herself into Jianyu's arms, and spoke softly. "Uriel, please don't let me down. This is the biggest investment of my life. I'm pledging myself to you." After saying this, she broke away from Jianyu's arms. She still has the heart of a businessman. The returns from investing in a master overlord of the universe are much greater than becoming a master god yourself. Although the risk is huge, a 300 return is enough to make people take the risk. Investing in a paradise, the returns here are not just 300, but infinite. Seeing her agree and throw herself in and out of his arms, Jiang Yu felt a little surprised. But after hearing Anatanya's last words, he sighed and a smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Anatanya. Paradise Hills welcomes you. I'm even more powerful with your help. Then, what is the compensation you want? I can promise you now. No, I'll leave this compensation with you first. I'll come back to you to exchange it when I think of it in the future. How about that? Anatanya put her hands behind her back, blinked, and smiled. Sure, Jiang Yu has no objection. Then he asked with a smile, Anna, would you like to have a pair of wings like ours? One pair won't do. I want 3 pairs. Anatanya looked at the 4 pairs of wings of light behind Jiang Yu and smiled slightly. The divine power of wealth surged, and 3 pairs of golden wings extended from behind him. In essence, she is still a deity, and it is very simple for her to transform into 3 pairs of wings of light. 3 pairs of wings grew out, and she looked like a golden angel, extraordinarily beautiful. After flying around in the sky with her wings, she landed in front of Jiang Yu and said with a smile, Well, Uriel, I'm going to make my first suggestion about your Mount Paradise. Chapter 210 Angel Wing Levels. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was very satisfied with the goddess of wealth's quick dedication to work. He nodded and smiled. Please go ahead. Anatanya chuckled. I just flew around the sky above Mount Paradise and found an area that could be improved. She had high authority in Paradise Hills, so she saw more. That is the distinction between angel wings. I believe that as Heaven Mountain grows larger and more legends of the winged people appear, many angels will surely appear throughout Heaven Mountain. At that time, we definitely can't have a few archangels manage them one by one. That would be too simple. We need to plan ahead and classify the angels to a certain degree. It just so happens that every angel has a pair of beautiful wings. So I think we should use the angel's wings to distinguish the angel's level. Good idea. Anna, keep going. Jiang Yu smiled encouragingly upon hearing this. How about this? Let's make an angel rule about the number of angel wings. Under the gods, there are a pair of wings. Above the gods, weak divine power and weak divine power are 2 pairs of wings. The medium divine power is 3 pairs of wings. The powerful divine power is 4 pairs of wings. The great divine power is 5 pairs of wings. The supreme divine power is 6 pairs of wings. This is the number of angel wings I have divided based on the currently known realms of gods. Uriel, what do you think? After Anastasia finished speaking, she gathered her 3 pairs of golden wings behind her and looked expectantly at the angel king in front of her. Jiang Yu responded to her expectations. Great, I think that's feasible. Part of the angel's power comes from Mount Heaven. The higher the rank of the angel, the closer their connection to Mount Heaven, which is reflected in their wings. Later, I will engrave this rule into the rules of Mount Heaven. As he spoke, he looked at Anatanya's 3 pairs of golden wings and smiled. So this is why you want 3 pairs of wings. Of course, I never indulge in indiscriminate behavior. Anatanya waved her hands and smiled triumphantly. There's one more. I'm bringing this up first. It may not be completed at this stage, but I already have some ideas. Please go ahead. Currently, the angels of Mount Heaven mainly come from the winged people. This method of selecting angels is sufficient to meet the demand in the short term, or in other words, within the Furlan world. But I think, Uriel, since your gaze is fixed on the myriad worlds of the astral plane, you must have a broader source. It's not enough for the winged people to become angels. If every race that believes in you, those holy and powerful souls within them, have the opportunity to be reborn as angels, that would be an incomparable grand occasion. Just imagine, in the future, Heaven Mountain will be high above all the worlds, and countless races will believe in it, hoping to enter Heaven Mountain and become the Lord's messengers. How prosperous it will be. You fantasized about it before I did. Jiang Yu smiled. So what are your thoughts on this suggestion? It's faith. Uriel, you said you don't need faith, but I think that even if you don't need it, this faith shouldn't be wasted. Instead, it should be utilized. But I haven't found a solution to this yet. Anatanya frowned. To be honest, when Anastasia first heard Jiang Yu talk about the path to becoming the Sky Lord and how one could become stronger without faith, she was also shocked. In the previous era, they remained at Sequence 0 because they lacked a higher level energy like the power of faith to push them forward. However, Jiang Yu does not need these powers and can become the most powerful god, even more powerful than those who believe in gods. That's why she noticed the problem of the faith in Mount Paradise. As these huge powers of faith accumulated day by day, they would inevitably become a behemoth. It would be a pity not to utilize them. Just as she was lost in thought, Jiangyu comforted her. It's okay, Anna. Your suggestions are all great. From now on, you will be in charge of wisdom and wealth in my heavenly mountain. Said. He smiled and patted her shoulder, and a holy throne mark was carved into her back. Suddenly, 3 pairs of platinum wings of light covered Anatanya's golden wings. Let me give you these 3 pairs of platinum wings. Hey, thanks, Uriel. Chapter 211, Vivian's Ascension to God. Year 502 of the Elven Dynasty. Jiangyu engraved the angel rules formulated by the goddess of wealth into the rules of Heaven Mountain. From then on, the hierarchy of angels appeared. Not only did Lucifer, Sophia, and Arietta become 4-winged angels, but even the Oak Father and the Platinum Dragon God also gained 2 pairs of wings. The gods in the outside world did not care much about the changes in the appearance of several gods in Mount Heaven. They still believed that several gods of Tiantang Mountain belonged to Jiangyu's Judgment God system. It is normal for the main god to have wings and his subordinates to imitate him. Year 521 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. After Amidia, the legendary magician of the southern human kingdom of Dawn, advanced to the legendary level, she began to study the power of blood. Year 523 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. The northern part of Balod continent. A human magician named Madison and his fellow adventurers built a city in the snowy land of Laonchi. They annihilated the dangerous monsters in the Laonchi region and signed an alliance with the Ice and Snow Fairy tribe there. After, they moved in their own families and erected a statue of the Ice and Snow goddess in the center of the city. Decades later, the city of Laonchi became the northernmost city of ice and snow in the Balod continent. It was also a city where various races mixed together and was the preferred destination for adventurers heading north. Year 543 of the Elven Dynasty. This was discovered by Amidia, the legendary magician of the southern human kingdom of Dawn. The fighting spirit system of the declining orcs is also applicable to the human race, and those humans whose ancestors have extraordinary people or have powerful bloodlines can cultivate specific fighting spirit very quickly. Year 561 of the Elven Dynasty. The true ancestor of the vampires, Vivian, established the vampire city, Brand City, in the northern part of the Monged human city-state, with a vampire castle as its center. A year later, she established the kingdom of the vampires with Brandy City as its capital. She proclaimed herself the queen of the vampires and began her own journey to godhood. 576th year of the Elven Dynasty. Prodas Lake area. The royal city of Prashil, the eastern capital of the elves. The magicians of the Silver Moon elves cultivated a species of flying magical beast called the Silver Moon Giant Eagle. This giant eagle can carry 2 elves at the same time, and it has magical abilities and extraordinary power of wind. The Silver Moon Eagle Knights of the elves were born. Year 578 of the Elven Dynasty. The forest elves living in the Great Forest of Edith were inspired by the Oak Father. A forest elf genius named Michelle opened up a new career path, Druid, and used it to advance to the legendary level. The Druid class is a perfect fit for the forest elves, as they use it to transform into various large magical beasts, greatly increasing their strength. However, the Druid profession was not kept by the forest elves. Due to its extremely universal characteristics, it was stolen by other races. Many years later, a large number of Druids appeared in the world of Furland. Year 589 of the Elven Dynasty. Amidia, the legendary magician of the southern human kingdom of Dawn, began to study how to integrate the blood of some magical beasts into the human bloodline. He and his disciples traveled across 4 continents, collected more than 3,000 magical beast bloodlines, and implanted them into the bloodlines of some human beings. The blood of wind wolves, earth bears, moonlight wolves, flame tigers, golden lions, light tigers, snow cats, hardskin pigs, cold sharks, giant whales, thunder eagles, and even the blood of dragons were implanted into the blood of 3,000 human beings. In the end, hundreds of these bloodlines survived and became the ancestors of later generations of bloodline knights. As long as they awaken their bloodline, they will definitely awaken extraordinary powers. Some of the high-level bloodlines of magical beasts, which possess extremely powerful extraordinary abilities, will become one of the sources of warlocks in the future. Year 599 of the Elven Dynasty. Human adventurers from the southern kingdom of Dawn brought news of a new continent in the south of the Furlan continent. However, there are a large number of magical beasts living on this continent called Opler. Most of these monster populations live in tribes and are quite xenophobic. Many years ago, the goblins and trolls who came here to seek refuge had already been reduced to cave monsters under the attack of these monster groups. After the New World was discovered, the various races on the continent of Furland, including elves, humans, dwarves, lizardmen, trolls, centaurs, orcs, behemoths, bearmen, snakemen, and other kingdoms, have sent forces to develop the continent of Opler. Under the threat of the Abyss demons, all races are eager to possess more overseas territories. Year 623 of the Elven Dynasty. The true ancestor of the Blood Clan, Vivian, upholds the kingdom of blood and becomes a god with weak divine power. This time, no god could stop Vivian from ascending to godhood. The gods thought Jiangyu would appear to stop them, but they didn't expect him to let Vivian ascend to godhood. After Vivian ascended to godhood, she did not join the judgment god system of Mount Heaven, but quietly became a nobody in the neutral camp. This is an exciting signal to the many demigods in the world who are preparing to ascend to godhood. As long as their strength is low enough, no gods will stop them. They all began to prepare to ascend to godhood. Chapter 212, Exploring a Different World. Year 633 of the Elven Dynasty. The magical technology of the elves continues to develop. An elven magician uses space magic to advance to the legendary level. At the same time, the development of space arrays also unexpectedly ushered in a breakthrough. Year 643 of the Elven Dynasty. An expedition team composed of legendary elves opened a space gate to a small world attached to the world of Furland. This small world belongs to the low magic world, and there are also intelligent races in it. The main race among them is a race called Tree Monkeys, which is still in the tribal system. But the Silver Moon elves obviously didn't care. They sent out their elven army to conquer this world and migrated their tribesmen with low talents and qualifications to this world. And in this small world, a temple for the Silver Moon goddess and her subordinate gods was built. The discovery of this legendary Silver Moon elves was supported by the Elf High King arts. They also received recognition from the Silver Moon goddess Acalia, who encouraged them to continue their exploration. The elves' achievements have obviously also caught the eyes of all races in the world of Furland, and the world is boiling. All races sent their magicians who were good at space magic to explore the small world, and legendary teams from all races set out one after another. The whole world has entered a craze of exploring small worlds. The winged people were not willing to lag behind. The angels led their armies to descend into each of the subordinate small worlds, spreading the glory of the Lord. But the number of subsidiary small worlds is limited after all, and there are even fewer small worlds with living creatures and suitable for living. It is a great fortune for the elves to find a small world suitable for the survival of intelligent creatures for the first time. The gods obviously knew of the existence of these small worlds, but these things were nothing more than pieces of space fragments and were not worth their attention. There might be treasures among them, but most of them are ordinary things. But the gods, including Jiangyu, did not stop them. Instead, they encouraged them. This was like a practice for future exploration of the star realm. Really, after the small world was discovered by all races, the eyes of all races on the continent naturally turned to the vast starry sky outside the world. Year 654 of the Elven Dynasty. After discussion at the Council of Gods, the gods believed that Furland's mortal race already had the ability to explore other worlds, so they prepared to embark on a journey across the astral realm. This trip is to find a suitable big world in case of need. After all, no one knows how strong the invasion from the abyss will be. For this journey to the astral realm, as a joint action, the winged people will provide a sky city as a vehicle for astral travel. The gods sent an elite army to the sky city. This time, they sent out a mortal species and some legendary intelligent races. Therefore, winged people, elves, goblins, and some dwarves and mermaids became the main force. Each race has a legendary team of explorers on it, and there are also some demigods. Among them was Arthur Reinhard, the former king of the Reinhard Kingdom. The winged people are led by the angel Raphael, who is already a demigod, and his angel team to command the expeditionary winged forces. The leader of this trip was Raphael. Year 655 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. Explore the Sky City under the watchful eyes of the gods and the distant planetary world. The day before leaving, standing at the highest point of the Sky City, facing the wind, Jiangyu handed his purple-gold sword to Raphael and gave him instructions. Raphael, I give you this sword. It carries my divine power of judgment and my will. When you're in danger, you could draw it out. It is equivalent to my full-strength attack. When Raphael saw this, he quickly knelt down. My lord, how dare I defile your sword? It's okay, Raphael. With the sword, I feel more at ease. Remember, your mission this time is the most difficult, mainly for exploration. Whether or not we discover the big world, you must bring everyone back. Yes, my lord. Raphael bowed down solemnly, but he was furious in his heart. He will never return until he finds a suitable world. Chapter 213. Those who make great contributions to the world can ascend to the throne of God. The starry sky was vast and boundless. The Sky City, emitting holy white light, chose a direction and sailed away without hesitation. Along the way, the space magicians on the Sky City would leave some space beacons every few distances to prevent people from getting lost. After they left the astral plane, the connection between them and the gods became weaker and weaker, and when they went to faraway places, it became difficult to ask for their help. Therefore, except for Raphael, the leaders of the gods' believers all received divine artifacts bestowed by the gods. There is no need to worry about the energy of Sky City. This special energy is enough to support the travel between the two worlds of Sky City, and there will even be a little surplus. Find out the reason. The energy source of Sky City is actually the core of the kingdom of an unlucky god. After the ascension of Vivian, the god of blood, this unfortunate new god thought that the main gods in heaven had relaxed restrictions because of the impending invasion of the abyss demons, and he ascended to the throne of godhood on his own initiative. As a result, after he ascended to godhood, the judgment came at the last moment. However, in essence, this new god is just a weak god with no extra priesthood, so he has no authority in exchange for the price of becoming a god. It is not easy for Jiangyu to give such a weak god to him. So under Jiangyu's persuasion, the god of sea breeze volunteered to contribute to this plan for the distant planetary world. He handed over his kingdom of God as the energy core for Sky City's long journey, providing Sky City with a steady supply of energy. After the kingdom of God was temporarily lost, the god of sea breeze chose to seek refuge with the mother of the deep sea and become her subordinate god in order to obtain protection. He was not planning to reveal his true form until his kingdom of God returned. On Paradise Mountain, Jiangyu sat on the platinum throne, leaning his head on the tree and thinking. After this happened, he realized that his approach to these weak gods was actually somewhat inappropriate. Perhaps in the past, by doing this, he could curb his opponents in advance, but now he is superior to all gods, and he only needs to climb to the top step by step to naturally become the master of heaven and earth. Like boiling a frog in warm water. In fact, weak gods pose no threat to him. If he suppresses their ascension to gods, it will not be conducive to the development of this world. Think again and again. Jiangyu decided to take the opportunity of the abyss invasion to relax the restrictions. After he told Anastasia, who was standing beside him, about his decision, the goddess of wealth also agreed to the plan. But she proposed to hold another meeting of the gods to announce it to everyone. Moreover, becoming a god cannot be completely without restrictions. Uriel, you're right. I believe there can be more and more gods, but not every god-ascending being can ascend to the throne at will. We should make a rule. What rules? Jiangyu asked. Those who ascend to godhood must make contributions to the world before they can ascend to godhood. What do you think of this condition? Anastasia stroked her long golden hair and smiled. Yes, that's a good suggestion. Jiangyu's eyes lit up. Becoming a god after making contributions to the world can also make the world develop faster. And not to mention the other gods. Several main gods will also agree with this rule. They have many more subordinates who have awakened and can ascend to gods at any time. After establishing this charter, Jiangyu thought of Anatanya's employment point plan again. Anatanya is now in charge of this plan, and the gods and angels of Mount Paradise are providing assistance. Anna, how is the employment point plan going? Have you found a way to obtain the knowledge and authority to pass on the legacy? Anatanya smiled upon hearing this. I've asked Livel and Serial to help me use the power of destiny to search for them. The god of knowledge and the god of heritage are among these demigods who are about to ascend to godhood. As long as the Council of Gods establishes the rules for ascension, they will all be in the same group of ascensions after the meeting. Anna, it turns out you've already thought of this. That's why you mentioned this rule of ascension. Jiang Yu praised. In fact, he also thought of this. However, if your subordinates are capable, you should not be stingy with your praise. Ahihi, Anatolia chuckled. Year 656 of the Elven Dynasty. This year, Jiang Yu once again invited the gods to come to the second sky city to attend the second meeting of the gods. After the gods participated for unknown reasons, Jiang Yu proposed rules for new deities. He sat high on the throne of the Lord God and expressed his opinions seriously. Everyone, I believe that for the healthy development of the world, we should welcome all living beings to become gods. As soon as these words were spoken, the gods present looked at each other in bewilderment. You, Uriel, are the main culprit who prevents the increase in the number of gods. Next to Jiang Yu, a new throne representing the main god was erected. The goddess of wealth, Anastasia, also sat on it, explaining the specific rules with a smile. Uriel and I discussed this for a long time, but for the sake of the world's development, we decided to put aside our personal gains and losses and encourage the new gods to ascend to godhood. The Lord of Dawn, the goddess of earth, the god of fire, the god of the underworld, and the goddess of silver moon all brightened up when they heard this. Although they didn't know what kind of medicine Jiang Yu and Anastasia were selling, this rule was extremely beneficial to them. He immediately agreed. I, the god of the dawn, Erotas, agree with this rule of ascension. I, the god of the underworld, and alas, agree with this rule of ascension to godhood. I agree too. The voice of the silver moon goddess was as cold as ever. She had already learned this from the two goddesses of fate. Before coming, she had asked the demigods under her to prepare for their ascension to godhood. I, the earth god Garia, agree. I, Thelamus, am also willing to comply. The two main gods, the goddess of earth and the god of fire, were calm and not angry at all because they did not catch up with such rules for becoming a god. Wait until the gods express their opinions one by one. Jiang Yu stood up with satisfaction, his purple eyes shining brightly as he declared solemnly. From today on, I establish a rule with the gods and declare to the world. Anyone who wants to ascend to the throne of God must make contributions to the world before he can ascend to the throne of God. The gods cannot stop us, and those who violate the rules will be punished together. The awe-inspiring power of the divine voice spread across billions of miles of the earth, and countless lurking demigods heard this sacred and majestic declaration. They were both happy and confused. The era that truly belongs to the gods has arrived. Chapter 214, The Gods Are Like Stars. The second conference of the gods of the Philander world ended, and new rules for ascension to the gods were clarified. The whole world, the demigods were overjoyed and began to prepare. The second year, year 657 of the Elven Dynasty. In the northern icy and snowy city of Leonchi on the Balod continent, the demigoddess of ice and snow, Ives, transformed the 30,000 miles around the icy and snowy city of Leonchi into an area suitable for the habitation of intelligent races. A large number of humans and a small number of dwarves, trolls and elves have settled in this cold northern land. 100 years ago, the human magician established the kingdom of Laongchi on this land. The ice and snow goddess was verified by the judgment angel Sophia to have made great contributions to the world by improving the harsh environment of the bitter cold land. She was awarded the title of god of ice and snow by the goddess of ice and snow. Year 659 of the Elven Dynasty. The earth goddess quietly gave birth to a daughter who was quietly taken back to the kingdom of dawn by the Lord of Dawn. 660 years of the Elven Dynasty. Mongd region. More than a dozen gods simultaneously raised the kingdom of God and ascended to the throne. Their contributions were all tested and approved by Sophia. Year 661 of the Elven Dynasty. The troll Odin Bloodaxe, the dwarf Might Evert, the mermaid Millis, and the dawn human king Yobri Arona held high the kingdom of God and became the gods of throwing, training, water flow, and nobility. The contributions they make to the world are paid by the Lord of the Morning. Year 662 of the Elven Dynasty. With the support of the Silver Moon Goddess, the elf High King Altace ascended to the throne of the God of Kingship. Its world contribution was provided by Acalia, and this time the verified contribution was from the twin goddesses of destiny, and the test was correct. The Elf King and his daughter, Altace and Monarel, are two gods in one family, which makes many races envious. The third elf king was Avi-Mand, a disciple of Altes, and was given the title of Eternal King. Year 665 of the Elven Dynasty. The god of the underworld, and alas, invited the goddess of ice and snow, Ives, to join the underworld pantheon. Ives agreed and began serving as the goddess of the underworld. The Dark Moon Gatekeeper appears. Year 666 of the Elven Dynasty. With the support of the Silver Moon Goddess, Niniani, the Lake Fairy demigod of Proedas, successfully ascended to the throne of the Lake Goddess. This time, the world contribution was also provided by Acalia, and the contributions were verified by the two goddesses of fate. Year 667 of the Elven Dynasty. Anton, the god of food, Virga, the god of art, Tipto, the god of warmth, Lumen, the god of houses, Doas, the goddess of clothing, Mias, the god of travel, Amet, the god of bridges, Phoebus, the god of clouds, Peril, the goddess of rain, Myoa, the goddess of tides, and Libert, the god of sports, all made contributions to the world in the same year and were promoted to gods after being verified by Sophia. This year, all living beings in the world can see that every 10 days or so, a true god lifts up the kingdom of God in the sky, making it one of the stars in the sky. Of the Elven Dynasty. Brantz, the god of the mountains and forests, and Dalaska, the god of the grasslands, raised their kingdoms, ascended to the thrones, and joined the earth pantheon. The star god Sidavir held high the kingdom of God, ascended to the kingdom of God, and joined the dawn god system. Amental, the god of volcanoes, raised his kingdom, ascended to the throne, and joined the god of fire pantheon. From 671 to 689 AD in the Elven Dynasty. Every year, at least a few gods ascend to the gods, and the angel of judgment, Sophia, is about to be given the position of busy priest. 690th year of the Elven Dynasty. This year, Ojexi, the god of knowledge that Jiangyu and Anatonia have been thinking about, is finally going to become a god. Chapter 215, the god of knowledge and the god of inheritance. This is a multifaceted deity, the god of knowledge, invention, learning, and inspiration. Before he became a god, he was actually very worried about whether his contribution to the world was enough, because his priesthood is a little more than others. Of course, if one becomes a god, the weakest divine power is weak, which is much stronger than weak divine power. When the angel of judgment Sophia came to verify his contributions, she directly rejected his ascension to godhood. The contribution is indeed not enough. Just when Oxy was depressed, the golden goddess of wealth, Anastasia, appeared. Oxy, your contribution to the world is not enough, but if you want to become a god, there is another way. Oxy asked hurriedly, Dear goddess of wealth, is there any other solution? You're also an old man who's fallen asleep in the past era. How could you not have heard of banks? First join my wealth god system, and then I can lend you money to meet the contribution requirements for becoming a god. After you become a god, you can slowly repay me. Upon hearing this, Ojexi did not agree immediately, but fell into deep thought. He is the god of knowledge and very wise. He knew that a certain unlucky god who owed her money in the previous era had not paid it back in this era, and could only use 1/3 of the underworld as payment. Anatonia was stunned when she saw this, then seemed to understand something and became furious. What disrespectful thing are you thinking of? Ojexi smiled awkwardly and was about to reply. At this moment, a brilliant young god appeared before them, laughing loudly. Anna, what do you think? I told you your method wouldn't work. Anastasia's face darkened, and she turned away from Jiangyu. Jiangyu didn't care, smiled, looked at Ojexi, and said, Oxy, would you like to join my judgment pantheon? We need your priesthood to serve me. Upon hearing this, Oxy immediately bowed. Great Lord of Judgment, Oxy is willing to become a member of the judgment pantheon and serve you. Smart people never hesitate when faced with the right choice. Jiangyu was somewhat pleased to see that he answered so decisively, and his impression of this god of knowledge improved a lot. Welcome to you, Oxy. After, Oxy successfully ascended to the kingdom of God and became the god of knowledge and invention, learning and inspiration. Once you become a god, you will reach the peak of weak divine power. After the god of knowledge joined the judgment pantheon, he was assigned by Jiangyu to the goddess of wealth Anastasia because of the employment point plan. Anatonia, hey, Ogurk, year 702 of the Elven Dynasty. Over the years, there have been gods who have successfully ascended to the sky every year. Most gods automatically joined the neutral camp, and a small number were absorbed by several major pantheons. This year, Ingrid, the god of inheritance and storage, is finally ready and asks the angel of judgment, Sophia, to verify the world's contribution. This time, Anatonia also took part in the event personally, determined to recruit successfully. Really, this god of heritage and storage was indeed easier to fool than the god of knowledge. Of course, he was more shocked by the attitude of the angel of judgment Sophia towards Anatonia. Ingrid agreed to join the god of wealth and was ready to work for Anna to repay the contributions he owed. However, after he arrived at Mount Heaven, he realized that the so-called wealth god system was just a small temple opened by Anastasia, and the goddess of wealth herself was a member of the judgment god system. Fortunately, the honorable lord of judgment Uriel ignored the goddess of wealth's grin, forgave the debt of the god of inheritance Ingrid, and invited him to join the judgment pantheon to work with Anatonia on the employment point plan. That's all. Jiangyu took care of the three most important priestly duties related to employment points, namely trading, knowledge, and inheritance. Next step, it is to start the employment point plan. Chapter 216, Collecting Professional System. The first step of the employment point plan is not to set up employment points all over the world, but to first collect the career systems of the entire continent. There's only one, then there can be two. In Jiangyu and Anatonia's plan, they decided to collect only those valuable professional systems. From ancient times to the present, countless professions have been invented by intelligent creatures, with varying strengths and weaknesses, and varying advantages and disadvantages. The most important point about a valuable professional system is that it can be advanced to become a legend. After many years of development, each major career system has many legendary paths. Even though these legendary paths also have their strengths and weaknesses, they are all collected by Jiangyu. The specific executor is Oxy, the god of knowledge who has newly joined the Judgment Pantheon. After the Kingdom of God merged into Mount Heaven, Oxy did not have many regrets. Smart people can think of more. Collecting the career system was the first task Jiangyu gave him, and he had already decided to do it well. But before that, he still needs the permission of the gods. After all, in this era, the entire world belongs to the gods, and collecting the professional systems of other people's believers is tantamount to seizing their heritage and knowledge. These are the most precious treasures for every intelligent race. It is very difficult to convince others to invest their own property and lives in building a professional knowledge base for Akshi. So, after careful consideration, Ojexi raised this difficulty in advance and reported it to Jiangyu. Therefore, to ensure smooth implementation of the employment plan, Jiangyu decided to convene the third meeting of the gods. His goal is to spread employment points all over the world and strengthen the power of the entire world. The first step of collecting a system of professionals requires cooperation with the gods. Year 703 of the Elven Dynasty. On the Winged People's second sky city, Lord of Judgment Uriel convened the third meeting of the gods. During the meeting, he first proposed the plan for the inauguration site, and the goddess of wealth once again played the role of explainer. Once this plan was proposed, it received the support of the vast majority of gods, especially those neutral gods. The believers under their command are not like those intelligent clans that have developed for many years and have many complete professional systems. Not only are there few extraordinary professionals among them, but they also have a limit to their strength, and their future is bleak. Although the employment point at this time is a startup, according to Jiangyu's plan, it can save the two major steps of awakening the extraordinary to becoming an employed professional, which is enough to increase the number of professionals in the world. This is undoubtedly good news for those who will never have the opportunity to awaken their extraordinary abilities in their lifetime. In short, after this meeting of the gods, the inauguration plan was approved by the gods. Ojerxi began to formally organize the professional systems and various legendary paths around the world. Year 763 of the Elven Dynasty. The first sporadic demons appeared in the world of Furland. Although this group of advanced demons were quickly killed by the forces where they appeared, the appearance of the demons made everyone feel really anxious. 788th year of the Elven Dynasty. Many years ago, Anatonia liked to sit by the heavenly lake on the 4th level of Heaven Mountain, either working hard to achieve powerful divine power or thinking about the development of Heaven Mountain. This heavenly lake was created because she saw that the scenery of the 4th Heaven Mountain was too monotonous. So, After seeking Jiang Yu's consent, she moved a lake of water from the sky sea on the ice plateau and placed it near the kingdom of wealth. One day, when she was thinking about the role of the power of faith, she suddenly had an idea. Jiang Yu doesn't need the power of faith, but the power of faith is always there. She thought, why not build a faith conversion station on Mount Heaven to transform the power of faith into a source of divine power for believers to use? This now seemed feasible, and Anatanya believed it was essentially a transaction in which a priesthood of trade could play a role. If this is truly possible, the Lord of Judgment's disadvantage in spreading faith can be overcome. After all, as the most powerful God, the de facto king of gods, it is really embarrassing for him to have no divine powers to bestow upon his believers. And with the granting of divine magic, judgment priests can also appear. Anastasia immediately told Jiang Yu about this idea. After hearing this, Jiang Yu also supported her idea and proposed the most difficult step. The key to the faith transformation station is to forge it into a godlike creation. How to do this? It's impossible to let Jiang Yu ignite the divine fire and condense a divine nature, right? Chapter 217, Pure White Sun. High above the sky, before the platinum throne, Jiang Yu and Anatanya stood side by side at the highest point, feeling the gentle breeze from the top of Mount Paradise. When Jiang Yu heard Anatanya's suggestion, he immediately thought of the internet in his previous life. He can first build a main server on Mount Heaven. Then, each believer is given a client to connect to the server. Then, some of the bank's management methods are used to manage the power of faith. The power of faith is stored in a server like a bank. The return of the power of faith is managed by Anna and the archangels. Those priests are employees with internal authority and can use the divine arts converted from the power of faith, which is equivalent to paying them wages. The more devout their faith and the greater their contribution, the higher their salary. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, Anastasia was amazed. However, this does require your divine power to accomplish. Anna, once you build this faith power conversion station, you and I will be bound together forever. Of course. But what will you use as the server for the power of faith? Anatanya asked. The server is no simple matter. It is the key to the entire plan. It not only needs to be the destination of the power of faith, but also has the function of storing it. She was truly confused. There is no such divine object in the entire Heaven Mountain. The only new God who has the power to store divine objects can only store them. It is impossible for him to refine them into divine objects. That would be too disheartening for the gods of Mount Paradise. Jiang Yu smiled at her when he heard that. Anna, just watch what I do. As he spoke, a brilliant figure walked out from Jiang Yu's body. In the eyes of the goddess of wealth, the light faded, revealing a figure that looked exactly like Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu walked up to the glorious shadow, raised his head, lightly touched his brow, and spoke majestically. You should be my divinity and carry out my faith for me. Suddenly, a pure white light poured into the body of the shining shadow. Jiang Yu used the God part as a beacon of faith and transformed a part of his soul and will into a heart, which he transferred into the body of this figure. Every projection of glory is controlled by his own consciousness. After today, the separation of this brilliant projection meant that he would need to do two things at once from now on. However, in Anna's eyes, she saw the brilliant projection coming out of Jiang Yu's body, nodded at them, stepped onto the sky of Heaven Mountain, and walked to the edge of the Heaven Mountain barrier. The Holy Sea is me. The characteristics of the Holy Sea realm are activated. The projection of light suddenly transformed into an illusory holy throne, hanging high above. At last, Jiang Yu reached out to grab the halo above his head, and the originally pure white and shining halo suddenly split into two. He threw one of them into the sky. The aperture immediately merged into the virtual holy throne. In an instant, pure white light shone brightly, and the original shadow of the holy throne disappeared. A pure white sun appeared above Mount Heaven, emitting a dazzling pure white light. At this time, Jiang Yu pointed at Anna and several archangels again, and in an instant, they all grasped part of the power of the pure white sun at the same time. After all this is over, Jiang Yu then said to Anatanya with a smile, "Look, the server is ready." Anatanya felt the pure white sun above her through control. From the moment it took shape, she could clearly know that this pure white sun met all the conditions to become a converter of the power of faith and could even do more in the future. That's amazing, Uriel. I have to say your path to God is truly amazing. Anna's little face was full of admiration and full of emotional value. Then she asked again, "So, Uriel, how do we solve the problem of the client you mentioned?" "Client, I have prepared 2 plans to ensure that all believers can be covered." "Which 2 sets?" "The first set uses my statue in each temple as a large beacon point. It will cover believers in a large area. The gathering of faith power and the dissemination of divine arts within this area all revolve around this center. It also serves as the foundation for the second plan. I will have the priest place a pool beneath the statue, and holy water will be produced every day. This is the beginning of the second plan. I will use a method called baptism to forge small personal beacons. Everyone who is baptized with holy water will have this beacon. Moreover, under my will, as long as your strength does not reach that of a god, you will not be discovered. As for the gods, they had already entered the heaven mountain. This beacon also has the function of collecting the power of faith and distributing divine spells. Pure white sun, holy water baptism. Yes, the internet you mentioned was formed just like that." Anna praised. Chapter 2:18 Holy Water Baptism. Year 789 of the Elven Dynasty. The requirement for holy water baptism was issued through the oracle of the Lord of Judgment to the Holy Light Church that believed in Jiangyu and the Platinum Temple of the Winged People, and was then conveyed to every temple in the diocese through them. Every believer of the Lord of Judgment has the opportunity to be baptized with holy water. And they also discovered holy water baptism can not only improve the physical fitness of the recipient, but also eliminate some illnesses. It is like a good medicine. So people went to the church to be baptized. In the years before baptism, holy water was in short supply. Under this wave of holy water baptism, some families of believers also bring their newborn babies to the temple to be baptized with holy water, showing their extreme piety. This action was followed by many people and gradually became a tradition. At the same time, the priest system of the Lord of Judgment was also established during this period. Jiangyu, Anna, and the archangels each designed several divine arts and stored them in the pure white sun. For example, Jiangyu's light of judgment, Anna's healing light, Sophia's sword of judgment, Arietta's guardian light, Lucifer's aura of fanaticism, and so on. With the advent of divine magic, the priest profession also emerged. Priests are closer to the power of faith than priests, and they can use more divine spells. Not every temple priest can change his job to a cleric. One must have devout faith, noble character, and a holy soul to become a pastor. To put it bluntly, there are bad people among the masses. But the biggest shortcoming of a priest is that he cannot become a god through self-cultivation. The appearance of priests is not mentioned without mentioning the winged people who combine divine power and royal power. For the Holy Light Church, it greatly increases their strength. 800 years of the Elven Dynasty. An adult, legendary green dragon appeared in the northern mountains and forests of the Holy City of the West Coast with a dozen young dragons. Originally, the Holy See did not care about this legendary green dragon. However, this legendary green dragon actually gathered a large number of gnolls, goblins, eaglemen, goblins, ogres, and other races to serve her in the vast mountains and forests in the north. Her massive expansion has affected the security surrounding the Holy City of the Vatican. From time to time, some villagers were abducted. It was the Holy See that moved here with great difficulty to open up the wasteland. Year 801 the Elven Dynasty. The Vatican gathered some nobles and priests from the West Coast to fight against the legendary Green Dragon, but they didn't expect that the intelligence was wrong. There's not only a legendary green dragon in the dragon's nest, but also a legendary red dragon and a legendary blue dragon. The Vatican suffered a great defeat. Year 802 of the Elven Dynasty. The Holy Church of Light continued to seek help from the Reinhardt court, requesting the dispatch of legendary knights for support. However, the dragon saw that the situation was not good and simply ran away, leaving everyone returning empty-handed. Year 803 of the Elven Dynasty. The dragons returned to their homeland and intensified their attacks on the human villages around the Holy City. They didn't dare to attack the Holy City, but this was enough to make the Holy See upset. Because although their priests now have a certain strength, their combat effectiveness is not strong. Some priests began to look for ways to increase their combat effectiveness. A few months later, the dragons put forward conditions, demanding that the church compensate them with some money and resources and they promised not to attack human villages again. This was a very common request in the eyes of the dragons, but it made the top leaders of the Holy See feel like they were slapped in the face. Dare to collect protection money from the Holy See? But the Holy See was somewhat helpless at this time. The dragons could run and fight, and their focus was still on missionary work and the royal city of New Polek. It was impossible for them to deal with these dragons all the time. These dragons act with moderation. They don't kill people, they just seek wealth. It's not worth the church spending a huge price to eliminate them. Just at this moment when we're neither going up nor down. At this time, a great priest from the Holy City stood up before joining the church. He was a knight and later became a priest. When the church was defeated and many priests were looking for ways to increase their combat effectiveness, he proposed combining the knight and priest professions. Chapter 219 Priest. Fair and West Coast. Holy City. Inside the Vatican. Parliament Hall. Standing on the seat, Archpriest Arendt spoke loudly. The knight's powerful defense and fighting capabilities combined with the priest's powerful healing abilities will surely become an unbreakable monument and a torrent of steel on the battlefield. At this time, the bishop of the Holy City Church was Amit, a disciple of Ponte Reinhardt. He had always adhered to Ponte's principles and was encouraging of these novel ideas of the believers. Good idea, Arendt. I will tell the patriarch about your idea and ask him to use his great prophecy to point out the direction for this career system. However, the transformation and research of this profession will take time. I wonder if anyone has any other methods to drive away these legendary dragons. The hall suddenly fell silent. All their ideas take time. At this moment, a blond man and a silver-haired girl suddenly walked in from outside the door. The blond man spoke first. Praise the Platinum Moon. Praise the Platinum Dragon God. Who are you? Amit, who was sitting at the main seat, asked with a frown. The blond man was very polite. Please forgive us for coming here uninvited. Your Excellency, have you ever heard of the legendary golden and silver dragons that inhabit the island of Solaire in the West Sea? Why don't you ask them to help drive away these evil dragons? Amit wondered. Your Excellency? Aha, to be honest, we are the masters of Solaire Island. The blond man laughed. Are you sure? Of course. Followers of the Platinum Dragon, God never lie. A few days later, the legendary Golden Dragon, the legendary Silver Dragon, and the priests of the Holy City once again went to fight in the northern forest of the Holy City and finally drove away the three legendary evil dragons. The army of monsters under his command was also completely dispersed. A priest stood on the ruins of the battlefield, looking at the corpses of goblins holding stones and wooden spears as weapons, and sighed sincerely. I never thought that the goblins who dominated Furland in ancient times would be reduced to a monster-like state. The fall of Azeba and the enemies he made during the Goblin era were indeed the main reasons for the goblins' decline. A few months later, the great prophet Ponte Reinhardt of the New Polek Royal City predicted that the new career suggestion reported by the bishop of the Holy City would surely shine brightly on the demon battlefield in the future. Therefore, he arranged for many priests who had also changed their profession from knight to go to the Holy City to study new professions. A profession that combines the strengths of a priest and a knight. He named this emerging profession the priesthood. Year 824 of the Elven Dynasty. West Coast Holy City. After years of research and experiments, on the eastern outskirts of the Holy City, the first paladin was born. This is a heroic knight of light named Chris Wayne. He was originally a nobleman of the kingdom, but later voluntarily gave up his inheritance rights to the territory, joined the Holy See, and became a high priest. Later, he was sent by Ponte Reinhardt to the Holy City on the west coast to study the holy profession. In the end, he lived up to expectations and became the first to advance to the priesthood predicted by Ponte, the paladin. Furthermore, he discovered that there were two ways to become a paladin. One is a priest profession, and the other is a light knight profession. As a result, a large number of paladins who had changed their professions appeared in the Holy City. 830 years of the Elven Dynasty. Chris Wayne advanced to the legendary paladin and was ordered to form a knight order of the Vatican's armed forces. Year 832 of the Elven Dynasty. The first Holy Knights of the Vatican were established in the Holy City and were named the Knights of the Holy City. This order of knights is also the predecessor of all future orders of paladins. Year 859 of the Elven Dynasty. The continent of Opler, south of the continent of Furland. After more than 200 years of development and exploration, the monster populations on the Opler continent were driven to the south and elves, humans, dwarves, lizardmen, trolls, centaurs, orcs, behemoths, bearmen, snakemen, etc. occupied a piece of territory there. Among them, the southern human race and the Silver Moon Elves occupy the largest territory because of the management difficulties of overseas territories. The king of the Southern Dawn Kingdom sent his eldest son, Seatorona, to the Oplar continent to establish a new human kingdom, the Seat Kingdom. The Elven dynasty lasted for 900 years. The Silver Moon Elves also followed the example of the southern human race and established a Silver Moon Elf territory in the Moon Forest north of Oplar. The legendary elf Cariana is the lord of Murin territory, ruling the Murin Forest and the vast area around it. Of the Elven dynasty calendar, the current deputy king of the Winged tribe, Michael Lemuel, advanced to the demigod-level angel through his own strength. 956th year of the Elven dynasty. The earth goddess Garia controls the ministry of life and the environment. She expanded the underground world of the Furland world into a world where living things can survive, thus achieving powerful divine power. A large number of ant-men began to enter the underground world to survive. Some of the rat people and spider people who originally lived in the underground world began to believe in the earth goddess because of her great achievement in opening up a habitable place in the underground world. Some dark elves and some dwarves began to move into the underground world to reproduce. 967th year of the Elven dynasty. The god of fire, Phalemus, mastered the ministry of warmth and brought countless volcanoes and magma to the underground world, completely illuminating and warming this dark world, and also achieving powerful divine power. 988th year of the Elven dynasty. The god of fire, Phalemus, took a baby girl from the kingdom of earth and brought her back to the kingdom of God to raise her. The Elven dynasty lasted for 999 years. In the kingdom of Dawn, a goddess whose priesthood was harvest successfully ascended to godhood and entered the Dawn pantheon. She claimed that her mother was the earth goddess, but was denied by Garia. The Elven dynasty lasted for 1,000 years. The gods sitting high in the sky all felt an evil breath coming from the unknown void of time and space. Next second, a breath of decadent evil suddenly erupted in the center of the Furland continent. Immediately following, an extremely powerful and terrifying will tore open the barrier of Furland's world and broke this space and time. Rumble. A space was torn apart. A blood-red moon suddenly appeared in the sky. The blood moon is in the sky, and something ominous is happening. The demon from the abyss has arrived. Chapter 2:20 The first wave of abyss invasion. With the appearance of the blood moon, the 997th layer of the abyss was directly connected to the world of Furland. Across the entire Prodas plain, an extremely huge crimson space crack appeared between heaven and earth, like an inverted crimson sky curtain, covering the entire plain, and the space channel suddenly opened. Countless demons filed out from it. They had different shapes and were filled with the aura of corruption and evil. Some demons have sharp fangs and claws, flashing with cold light, as if they can tear the enemy apart at any time. Some demons have huge wings and long tails, flying freely in the air. Some demons are short but muscular, with powerful limbs and huge mouths and fangs. Some demons were engulfed in blazing flames, leaving charred remains wherever they passed. Some demons. Countless species of demons, such as inferior demons, fire demons, imps, cowards, quasars, succubi, demon-hunting spiders, flowed demons, berserkers, seducers, soul judges, six-armed snake demons, and balers have descended on the land of Furland. The demons wore ferocious smiles, their eyes flashing with greed and cruelty, bringing with them the murderous aura of the abyss. Looking down from the sky, under the deep red sky, black spots spread rapidly and slowly covered the entire plain. Large areas of green disappeared, replaced by charred ruins and land burned to ashes. On the plains of Prodas, countless Silver Moon Elf villages were destroyed in an instant, and a large number of Silver Moon Elves were killed. The Silver Moon Elves who escaped the disaster fled to the city of Proetus. As the demon army spread, almost all the elven cities were surrounded by them, including the elven capital. On the wall of Proshul, the eastern capital of the Elven dynasty, the eternal King Arvidman stood on a high place, overlooking the dense demon army below the city with an expressionless face. Countless elven soldiers stood behind him, wearing helmets and armor, holding bows and arrows. A large number of elven magicians raised their staffs, spiritual light spread, and a magic crystal cannon began to charge. As the demons approached, the elf king gave an order. Put! Suddenly thousands of arrows were fired, and the weaker demons fell down and stood up again. Thousands of spells bombarded the groups of demons, and flames, light, thunder, water, wind blades, and boulders scattered on the earth. In an instant, the brutal war began. High above the sky, the gods stand in the clouds. They looked at the blood moon that appeared in the sky, felt the breath of the will of the abyss, and dared not move. This blood moon is actually just a projection, indicating that the world of Furland has been marked by the will of the abyss. As long as it exists, the abyss passage connecting to the earth will always be open. Jiangyu stood at the front of the gods and, like several main gods, frowned and looked at the blood moon in the sky. Is there any way to get rid of this blood moon? I'm afraid there's no way. This is the will of the abyss. It's harmless, but it's a projection of the abyss's will. Unless you possess a will greater than its own, it's difficult to remove. Even the world's will has trouble rejecting it. So I guess we can't either. After carefully feeling it, Lord of the Dawn Arotas shook his head and replied. However, Jiang Yu's silver hair rose slightly, and his purple eyes burst out with a terrifying light of fighting spirit. I don't believe it. Finished. He took a step forward, came directly in front of the blood moon, drew his sword and slashed. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a brilliant and dazzling pure white sword light that spanned the sky and the earth tore apart the entire space and time where the blood moon was. The supreme will of judgment suddenly pressed forward, splitting the sky in two. All the spirits in the world heard the extremely exciting sword sound. In the largest space crack at the highest point on the Protoss plane, a huge head, as ferocious and scaled as black charcoal, stretched out. Just at the moment when Jiangyu drew his sword, he was frightened by the dazzling sword light that pierced the sky and the earth. King level. He quickly shrank back. There are actually king-level beings in this world. This guy Azeba is really good at deceiving people. Lord Askel must appear first. He's a monster, not a fool. Chapter 221 Demon King Askler. At the same time, the 997th level of the Abyss world. On a vast blood-red plain, a space gate opened across the entire bloody plain. On the other side of the time and space gate is a beautiful and endless green plain. Countless demons rushed into this huge space-time gate. And further away, on a tall altar built of bones and flesh, a huge ball of black and red flame rose above it. Enchanting succubi holding sacks of souls stood around the altar, adding the souls in the sacks like firewood to keep the black and red flames burning. As the souls howled, the flames grew higher. A demon king who was 100 meters tall and covered with flesh wings stood at the edge of the altar, emitting an aura slightly stronger than the powerful divine power. Behind him stood a dozen demon lords, including the powerful fire demon Lord Pyweckler, a medium-level demon lord with power comparable to that of a medium-level god. There are also weak demon lords, a cowardly demon lord, but with little power. The lesser demon lord Azeba is also among them, but his power is only at the level of weaker gods. Azeba has had a hard life these years, and being able to reach weak divine power is the result of his hard work. The demon king Askler watched the demon army on the bloody plains marching towards the world of Furland, and was extremely satisfied with the continuous flow of the army. He looked at Azeba, who had a hunched head and body among the demon lords, and laughed. Azeba, your main world is indeed full of living beings. Even through the gate of time and space, I can smell the endless and delicious breath of souls. Please enjoy your meal, Master Askler. Azeba immediately put on a smile and replied respectfully. The 100-meter-tall demon king laughed loudly. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Azeba, I'll eat the meat, and you all will have a mouthful of soup. But have you sent all your demon armies over? This is a big world. Send them all, Lord Askler. The demon lords nodded. That's good. Askel nodded in satisfaction. Among the demon lords, Azeba looked at the crimson space-time gate erected on the bloody plain, then looked at the black and red flames burning on the altar, and sighed in his heart. He feels very sad. Originally, he just wanted to call on a few demon lords of the same weak divine power to attack the world of Furland together and divide the souls obtained equally. Unfortunately, the news was accidentally spread by one of the demon lords with weaker divine power, and eventually spread throughout the area, reaching the Demon King Askler. Askler didn't care at first. He was seriously injured and suffered heavy losses in the invasion war launched by the Silver-Eyed Demon, so he returned to the Abyss to recuperate and has just recovered from his injuries in recent years. But a piece of news caught his attention. When Azeba fell, millions of creatures of his own race fell with him. This is a very luxurious foundation. When many demon lords just fell, they were followed by tens of thousands of fallen demons. Azeba's world must be a big world. So, he invited Azeba to his palace to find out the situation, and this is what happened now. However, he agreed with Azeba's estimate of the strength of this new world. As the representative of the peak combat power of the Furland world, Azeba's current strength also represents the strength of the Furland world to a certain extent. As for the demon lord who set out first, he was Askel's direct subordinate and went in to confirm. If the Furland world is really weak, then there's no need for Azeba and others to go in. Their legions can just go in. At this moment, the black and red flames rising from the altar suddenly seemed to be extinguished and suddenly dropped to freezing point. Chapter 222, are you all here? Seeing that the black and red flame on the altar was about to go out. The Demon King Askler was immediately furious. In this Furland world, someone actually dared to destroy the projection mark of our 997th layer of the Abyss. How audacious! As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the space-time gate. Onik, you didn't even stop him. You're such a loser. He simply reached out and grabbed a succubus holding a sack of souls beside the altar. Ignoring her pleas, he threw her and the sack into the black and red flames. Thunderbolt. As the succubus struggled and countless souls screamed and wailed, the black and red flames suddenly shot up into the sky and burned fiercely again. Just then, in the distant space-time gate, a demon lord of the same size exited the space-time channel, quickly came to Askler, and reported flatteringly. Lord Askler, there's a king-level existence in the Furland world. King-level, are you sure? Of course it is true, my lord. Onik was sweating profusely, his waist bent to the bottom. After hearing this, Askel looked at Azeba expressionlessly, which frightened him so much that he prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Lord Askler, when I left the Furland world, there really were no gods. It seems that your mother world is not simple. Askler sneered. However, as a large world, it is understandable that a powerful divine power would be born after your fall. I have encountered this once before. That was when he was still a demon lord, following a demon king with powerful divine power on an expedition to the home world of a fallen demon lord. The world will of that world seemed to know that after someone fell, he would inevitably be targeted by the Abyss. So within thousands of years, it catalyzed the emergence of a powerful divine power at the speed of light. Unfortunately, although the beautiful goddess who was born with powerful divine power resisted stubbornly, she was no match for the Demon King. After being forcibly captured, she became the Demon King's exclusive lover, and that world also became part of the Abyss. Askler did not continue to be angry. Then let's set out together, solve these stumbling blocks, and reap the world. Yes. All the demon lords present nodded. This Abyss is a bloody land covered with crimson magma. The Demon King Askler roared and led the demon lords through the gate of time and space quickly. Original place. The succubi worked diligently, continuing to add soul firewood to the altar. In the high heavens of Philander's world, the blood-red moon was instantly split into a mosaic-like illusory shadow by Jiang Yu's sword and almost disappeared. But the next moment, the blood-red moon seemed to have taken some tonic and became round and bright again. Jiang Yu stopped his sword and looked puzzled. Is there something to provide it with firewood? Just when he was thinking about striking again with the sword. On the continent of Furland, above the Prodas plain, a terrifying change suddenly occurred. The entire sky turned black and red. Black smoke rolled up, and the sounds of ghosts crying and gods howling resounded through the clouds. Immediately following, a gigantic demon that was 100 meters tall tore out from the sky, through a crack in space. An eternal black-red flame burned above his head. A pair of huge black flesh wings were flapping with rotten pustules. The muscles in his 6 arms were twisted together like steel, and each hand had a sharp claw. The laws of the world succumbed to him, and space was torn apart by his scales. From a moment he appeared in the sky of Furland, a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly emerged and swept across the entire world. Countless creatures felt this aura of fear and destruction and trembled. The silver moon, elves who were on defense, felt it the most. Under this powerful evil aura, they struggled to resist the attacks of countless demons below the city wall. The demons who were killing people wantonly on the plains of Proadas roared loudly, cheering the arrival of their great king. Their attack is more powerful and more reckless. The earth was trampled into a scorched earth by them, and the grasses and trees that the elves had worked so hard to plant were set on fire. When they think their camp is about to win, that's when the demons put in the most effort. After all, we have been fighting until now and haven't seen any gods from the local world appear. So what is there to be afraid of? In the sky. After Asgler entered the world of Furland, he first took a deep breath of the wonderful air of this world and laughed wildly. Furland world, welcome the destruction brought by Lord Asgler. Ha 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 ha. Behind him, one after another, demon lords walked out of time and space channels and space cracks. Every demon lord that appeared in this world looked at the world greedily and bloodthirstily, his eyes filled with the joy of the upcoming harvest. Among them, Azeba was full of hatred and joy. Furland, I told you I will come back and destroy everything. The blood moon still hung high in the sky, spreading the breath of the abyss across the earth and sky, plunging the entire world into a blood-red night. When the last demon lord walked out of the time and space channel, the hearts of all the demons were filled with the excitement of harvesting countless souls and the joy of killing. Asgler stretched out his 6 arms, made a hugging gesture, and then spoke coldly. There's one thing I want you to remember. Of all the souls you and your team have hunted in this world today, you must hand over 95 to me. The rest is yours. If I find anyone hiding any, you'll have to confess your sins in my belly. The demon lords present shuddered upon hearing this and nodded in agreement. Seeing that the demon lords were terrified, Asgler nodded with satisfaction. He felt that the harvest this time would definitely be significant. Just then, an untimely voice came from far away and echoed in their ears. Are you all here? Is there no one behind you? Who? That powerful indigenous god? Askel and the other demon lords looked towards the source of the sound. Only the next moment, a young god wearing 4 pairs of glorious wings, with a pure white halo on his head, with a heroic and majestic demeanor, sacred and majestic, descended from the sky. He stood above the sea of clouds, holding his sword with a relaxed expression, and smiled gently. Looks like everyone's here. It's time to get our lunch. Demon realm. Demon. High demon. Demon lord. Demon king. Powerful divine power. Abyss demon god. Above great divine power, including great divine power. Chapter 223 buried here. The glorious deity who spoke possessed a powerful aura of divine power, and was exactly the king-level indigenous deity that Onik had mentioned. However, the demon king Asgler frowned. He felt that things were a little complicated. Jiang Yu's relaxed attitude made him very unhappy, but he also felt a sense of fear in his heart. Does the other party have anything to rely on? This is an abyss invasion. I am the demon king. You are too confident. As the demon king, Asgler is not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have survived for so long in the abyss full of cunning and killing. He knew that he could not act rashly, so he secretly activated a means of saving his life. But we will know if the other party is just pretending to be arrogant after trying it. There is no way he could be scared away by such a delicious world. Then, he raised his claws, unleashing the power of the Demon King. An evil black mist suddenly erupted, and the black flames within the mist burned and filled the entire world. Large swathes of black mist and fire fell from the sky, landing on grasslands, forests, rivers, and mountains, forming patches of scorched earth. Then, he let out an earth-shaking roar. Damned native, put away your contemptuous attitude and offer your world immediately. Only then will the merciful Lord Asgler grant you the qualification to fall. Otherwise, sink into my deep fire fog. Rumble. The sky was shaking. The earth began to burn. The will of the world felt a strong burning sensation, and heavy rain fell immediately. However, his attack did not move the glorious god standing on the clouds with his sword in hand. He chuckled. Asgler, don't underestimate our world. Said. He waved his hand, and the sea of clouds behind him suddenly dissipated, and the hidden scene appeared in front of the demons. I saw the gods of Furland standing in the clouds, with brilliant light and magnificent momentum, as if bringing glory to the whole world. Endless hymns resounded between heaven and earth, and countless creatures were instantly excited. Hundreds of gods turned their eyes coldly as they looked at the invading demon lords and kings. The radiance of the gods instantly separated Askler's three fire mists, restoring the purity of heaven and earth. The demon kings and lords, including Askell, were all stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. Askler remained calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. Azeba, damn it! How dare you lie to me? This isn't some new world at all. It's clearly a world of gods that's rapidly developing. Thinking of this, he suddenly had another idea. Is this guy an undercover agent? The performance of the demon lords was even worse. Seeing so many gods appear, they were all quite powerful. This made them feel afraid. Azeba, in particular, was stunned. He couldn't believe that this was his original world. It wasn't like this when I left. However, Jiangyu and the gods did not give them time to think. Jiangyu took the lead and arrived above the Protoss plane. He drew out the long sword in his hand and slowly thrust it into the void. Suddenly, an extremely vast platinum moon covered the sky, and the spatial cracks on the entire plane were smoothed out by the platinum light. The blood moon in the sky was also covered by him, and then he stood motionless in the void, suppressing time and space. Askell and the demon lord panicked immediately when they saw their retreat was cut off. However, before they could react, the gods jumped down from the clouds and rushed towards the demons. Lord of the Dawn Arotas, Silver Moon Goddess Ikalia, God of the Underworld and Alas, Goddess of the Earth Jiria, and God of Fire Philums surrounded the demon king Askler. The rest of the gods besieged a dozen demon lords. As soon as the battle started, it became one-sided. And on the earth, the demon army that was fiercely attacking the elven city suddenly discovered. North, a coalition army composed of the human knights, Behemoth Legion, Grassland Legion, Centaur Cavalry, and Orc Warrior Legion came from the north in a mighty force. South, the elite knights of the southern human race and the coalition forces of Snake Man archers and Bear Man warriors also attacked northward at an extremely fast speed. The west, an army of lizard men and dwarves marched across the plains of Mon, slaying every demon they saw. Although these mortal legions are elite, they will not make the demons feel suppressed. The number of high-level demons in the demon army is no less than that of the coalition forces of various tribes in Furland. In terms of size and extraordinary abilities, they have thick skin and strong flesh, and high resistance to magic and physical attacks, which gives them an advantage. In particular, all the demons are extraordinary. However, a sky army coming from the east made them feel a sense of oppression and fear from the bottom of their hearts. That is a legion of extraordinary winged people led by angels. The winged army poured extraordinary arrows across the sky, while the angels brandished long swords burning with eternal flames, launching fearless charges against the high-level demons in the demon army. The glory of Mount Heaven and the evil abyss restrain each other. The angels and winged people also have high defense and high attack, causing huge damage to the demons. As soon as they entered the battlefield, the battle situation on Earth changed in an instant. And go up in the sky. The god siege caused more than a dozen demon lords to be wounded after a difficult resistance for a while, and they wanted to escape. Then no one escaped, and all died in a bloody massacre on the spot. In the last moment before his death, the inferior demon king Azeba looked towards his former hometown and died unwillingly. Among these demon lords, only the fire demon lord with medium divine power escaped with his soul in an unknown way. When the blood of the demon lord fell from the sky, the fighting spirit of countless demons collapsed again. The most powerful demon king, Askler, was in an even more miserable state. Even he could not withstand the siege of 5 powerful gods. What's more, there is still an 8-winged god with glowing light who has not taken any action yet. At the end of the battle, all the demon lords they brought were killed, and the demon army on the earth was in absolute defeat. Askler sighed inwardly. The losses this time were heavy, and what hurt him most was not the death of his men, but the fact that he had just recovered from his injuries and was afraid that he would be seriously injured again. Even in such a dire situation, he still didn't want to escape by means of saving his life. He wanted to fight for it. Then, Askler used all his strength for the last time, and the dark flames immediately exploded the endless black fog. The corrupt poison temporarily forced the 5 main gods away, and he himself turned into a dark stream of light, trying to break through Jiang Yu's blockade and return to the abyss through the time and space channel. However, just as he was about to approach the sky of the space-time channel, a brilliant, pure, white sword light, like the creation of the world, split apart all time and space, penetrated all his defenses, pierced through his huge body, and even almost tore his head apart, knocking him to the ground. What a powerful destructive force, what a vast will. When he came back to his senses briefly, he saw the glorious god clad in holy wings slowly sheathing his sword, his majestic purple eyes containing a coldness that froze time and space for eternity. You're here, and you still want to leave? Bury them all here, demons of the abyss. Chapter 2:24 Escape. The sun appeared in the sky, shedding light and warmth. But Jiang Yu's words were like the cold wind of judgment on the northern ice field, blowing across the entire Furlan continent. Countless demons fleeing on the continent felt their hands and feet go cold and their hearts tremble with fear. In the sky and on the earth. When the angel army heard the Lord of Judgment's pronouncement, they cheered loudly, and their fanatical shouts resounded throughout heaven and earth. The knights of the northern Reinhard tribe were even more excited, especially one of the paladins armed by the Holy Sea, who burst out with even more powerful fighting power under the majesty and glory of the Lord of Judgment. They rode forward, slaying demon after demon. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground, and their blood flowed like a river. The entire plain has become a graveyard for demons. Due to the pollution of a large amount of demon blood, this area will be barren for a long time in the future, where some monsters infected with demon blood will be born. On another land of Proedas, the body of the demon king, Askler, was sunk deep into the earth. He was covered in wounds. Most of the black scales on his body were shattered, his 6 steel-cast arms were broken and bruised, and the demon tail behind him was completely missing. Presumably it had been knocked off. There was a huge wound on the body that went straight through from front to back. Above it, the divine power of judgment and the demonic power were strangling each other. His injuries were too severe, and the demon's blood flowed out from his huge body, flowing all over the ground, instantly terminating the lives of all living creatures in the surrounding land. This is the blood of an extreme demon. It is almost impossible for ordinary creatures to survive under it. But there are exceptions to everything. When the holy white light shone down the next moment, there are still survivors beneath the earth. Some of these insects were infected by the devil's blood, and a very small number of them overcame death, transformed into several types of devil insects, and fled to the underworld. After bathing in the devil's blood, a very small number of insects were reborn into nirvana under the light, becoming spotless white and full of holy power, and they flew into the sky. But the gods and demons didn't care about it all. On the black earth that had been turned into scorched earth, black and red flames burned without any fuel. The seriously injured Askler raised his head with difficulty and looked at Jiang Yu, who was looking down at him in the sky. The glorious and holy wings made him feel dazzling and oppressive, and a sense of powerlessness that he had never felt before rose in his heart. For a moment, he felt that he could not beat Jiang Yu. He actually felt a kind of blood rejection suppression in that sword. But he was unaware of it and instead regretted his decision. I was careless. Greed made him careless, and the desire to monopolize the soul of a world made him lose his vigilance. This is a real big world, similar to the big world attacked by the master of the 997th floor, the silver-eyed demon. Even if it is a newborn, how can it not have a certain ability to protect itself? If he remained as cautious as before and joined forces with a few idle demon kings, he might be able to take over this thriving world. But it was too late to say anything now. He had to activate his own life-saving means. This powerful method also comes with a huge price. After using it, he will fall into an extremely weak state for a long time, becoming the weakest among the demon kings, and it will take a lot of souls to heal. These are all his precious treasures. The tragic loss made him feel breathless when he thought about it. When he raised his eyes again, they were filled with deep hatred for Jiang Yu and the gods of Furland. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret. In the sky, Jiang Yu walked down from the sky holding a pure white sword at an angle, and the gods followed closely behind him. The entire space and time of Proedas was blocked, and he didn't believe that the demon king could escape, unless the will of the abyss takes effect. Therefore, they decided to capture Askler alive and gain a deeper understanding of the abyss in order to prepare for defense. Looking at the demon king who was lying on the ground and could only look up, he was still taller than the trees, like a small mountain. Jiang Yu once again walked to the air in front of him, slightly taller than him, with divine light flashing in his purple eyes, and spoke to Askler. Askler, surrender. We will make your death a quick one. Askler had already secretly launched the last means of saving his life, and now he had accepted the heavy price. He sneered at Jiang Yu and other gods. You gods who claim to be the rulers of heaven and earth's order are nothing more than a group of prisoners of the world. Although Lord Askell has failed this time, I will come back next time. Just wait for me. After saying that, he raised his head and laughed at the blood moon in the sky. And then the next moment, his entire huge demonic body suddenly shrank and turned into a pure red blood light, breaking through the block space and coming into the shadow of the blood moon. Suddenly, the will of the abyss was touched, and the vast and terrifying will of the abyss descended upon this world again, taking away the blood moon and Askler. The gods were left in mid-air, looking at each other in bewilderment. Jiang Yu stood there with his sword in hand, looking at the original location of the blood moon in the sky, without saying a word. This is the abyss. At this time, Anastasia came to Jiang Yu and comforted him. As expected, these demon kings of the abyss have lived for countless thousands of years, so they must have some way to preserve their lives. Jiang Yu nodded silently after hearing this, then turned and spoke to the gods. The demon king Askler has fled. In the future, he will surely attack our world again. At this time, perhaps after he recovers from his injuries, we need to accelerate our development. But he was determined in his heart. In the future, I will place my heavenly mountain above the abyss. Right now, Anatanya said as she looked at the abandoned demons fleeing for their lives on the earth. All right, Jiang Yu, one more thing. Among these demon armies, I believe the high-level demons also know some information about the abyss. Let's capture some of them. Good. Jiang Yu nodded. Good idea. And the gods all agreed. Next, they transformed into streams of light. Some captured the enemies themselves, and some returned to the kingdom of God, waiting for their subordinates to take action. Recorded in the history books of the Silver Moon Elves. In the 1000th year of the Elven dynasty, the demon king Askler led the demon lords and a large demon army to descend on the world of Furland, attempting to occupy the entire world and kill all living beings. The Silver Moon Elves fought fiercely with them, and all the races on the continent came to support them. Proadas was reduced to ashes in the war. In the end, the gods suppressed the demon king and his men, and the demon army was basically wiped out. This is known in history as the First Demon Invasion. Chapter 225, Lucifer crosses the abyss. The 997th level of the abyss. The crimson light emanating from the void illuminated the entire abyss. In the sky, huge silver eyes hung high in the sky. Countless time and space gates connecting different worlds opened at the abyss level. There's the vast and boundless world of gods and spirits. And there is also the low-level demon world where only a little bit of supernatural power exists. The abyss is invading other worlds every moment, and endless abyss demons are coming in and out of the gates of time and space, filling the air with the atmosphere of cruel, bloodthirsty killing and destruction. Every moment, the world is being dragged into the abyss and becoming part of it. Every moment, a living being falls and becomes one of the endless demons. This is not only true for this layer of the abyss, but for every layer of the abyss. Only, after all, the 997th level of the abyss belongs to the younger level of the abyss, so the invasion will be more active. Askler territory. On the Crimson Earth, countless demonic buildings are built crookedly on the ground, and almost endless demons live in this vast territory. Some buildings seem to still retain traces of civilization. Even the territory of an ordinary demon king is formed by swallowing up many worlds. The area ruled by Askler was formed by the fragments of the world he conquered that merged into the abyss. In the center of this land that is like a chaotic country, there is a black and red hall standing on a concave surface, and the floor is made up of densely packed bones. Inside, a huge demon throne made of obsidian, 100 meters in length, stood in the hall, and several high-level demons stood respectfully outside the hall door. Just then, a blood-red light descended from the sky and sank into the black and red hall. After, on the obsidian throne, a weak demon king suddenly appeared. His face was pale, his body was thin and withered, and his scales were broken. It was obvious that he had exhausted all his blood and energy. After returning to his own abyssal territory, Askler finally breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly memorized the coordinates of Furlan's world in his mind, preparing to call on several demon kings to attack Furlan together in the future. But before that, he shouted to the door, "Copper Sea, bring me all the soul bags in the territory." A response soon came from outside the palace gate. Yes. After a while, a high-level demon in human form walked in timidly, holding a dozen bags in his hands. "Lord Askel, these are all that remain." "Huh? Why is this all you have? What are you doing? Why don't you save some money?" Askler was furious. "You used quite a bit of it earlier when you were healing your wounds and asking the abyss will to mark the world of Furland." Copperside said aggrievedly, "Waste. Who's got the most recently?" Askler retracted his anger upon hearing this, waved his hand, and asked, "Snake Demon Lord Skeedeler just captured a small world. Let him give me all his harvest." Askel said without even thinking, "Damn guy. He has no self-awareness at all. Yes, I will go and report it." Upon hearing this, the high-level demon immediately obeyed the order, secretly thinking that the Snake Demon Lord was unlucky. Generally speaking, if a nearby demon lord attacks a small world on his own, no demon king will look down on him. But it was different for Askler. When he was injured, he started to ask for everything. The demon lord living next to him was in great pain. He would intercept some of the energy every time, but most of it ended up in Askler's stomach. Philander World, inside the Second Sky City, in the middle of the open-air meeting hall of the gods. Hanging high above were the figures of a dozen high-level demons. Archangel Lucifer flew in the air, reporting the information obtained from the interrogation of these high-level demons. The Abyss, also known as the Endless Abyss. It is composed of a series of abyssal layers. The layer that attacked us belongs to the 997th layer, which is the youngest and weakest layer in the Abyss plane. But even so, this level not only has hundreds of demon kings, tens of thousands of demon lords, and endless demons, but also a most terrifying existence. That is the master who rules the entire 997th layer of the Abyss demon god Silver Eyes. The Silver-Eyed demon god is more powerful than hundreds of demon kings combined, although these high-level demons cannot describe it. If we estimate the power of the gods, the Silver-Eyed demon god should have the majestic power of great divine power. When the gods heard this, they discussed it for a while. This is because for them, powerful divine power is an unattainable realm, and great divine power is even more unimaginable. If such a being attacks Furland, they don't need to resist and can just surrender. Even the current Jiangyu is not his match. Lucifer saw that the gods were a little frightened and smiled slightly, comforting them. Fortunately, this powerful silver-eyed demon god is currently attacking a large world with a god of equally great power and has no time to care about us. We just need to be wary of Askler's revenge. After these words were spoken, the gods finally calmed down. Although Askler is equally strong, they have already defeated him once, so they are still confident. With Askler as the sword hanging by their necks, the cooperation among the gods became much more sincere after this meeting. The year after the demon invasion, Paradise Mountain, in front of the Platinum Throne, Jiangyu looked at Lucifer, who was kneeling in front of him and begging, and refused. "Lucifer, your strength is still too low. Even if you disguise yourself as a demon lord, I still don't trust you to travel through the abyss to that vast world. It's too dangerous." Several archangels and the goddess of wealth also looked worried. However, Lucifer smiled confidently. "My lord, with the corpses of those dozen demon lords, I will surely be able to successfully disguise myself. I will also bring a high-level demon to show the way. We will definitely reach that big world smoothly." "Lucifer, your plan is good, but if you leave the Platinum Moon, your strength will be greatly weakened." Jiangyu refused again. "You forgot that I came from a human legend. Even without the blessing of the Platinum Moon, my strength is now at the level of a weak god." Lucifer insisted again. "My lord, we cannot sit idly by and wait for death. If we let the silver-eyed demon god take over that big world, even if we defeat Askler's invasion next time, the silver-eyed demon god will not let us go. If we can establish contact with that great world, perhaps we can unite and fight against the 997th level of the abyss together." Hearing this, Jiangyu finally sighed. What she said makes a lot of sense. They really need to know the battle situation between the silver-eyed demon and that big world. So he walked down from the Platinum Throne, came to Lucifer, squatted down, and gently stroked her cheek. "Well, my Lucifer, you have always been my favorite child. I believe you. I hope you can return safely. My lord, Lucifer will not disappoint you." Finished. Lucifer bowed respectfully once more, then resolutely turned around and flew down Mount Heaven. Jiangyu stood on the top of the mountain, watching her go away, muttering to himself, "Lucifer, I'm worried about more than just your safety." Chapter 226, Platinum Sun. Year 1011 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. Among the dozen or so bodies of demon lords, several were sent to Mount Heaven. After another 10 years of research, Jiangyu and other gods of Mount Tianeng finally found a way to successfully disguise themselves as demons. There is also an interesting little episode. One of the demon lord corpses turned out to be an acquaintance, the former goblin sage, Azeba. This is the best material for the gods of Mount Heaven to accelerate their research. After all, he is a creature from Furland. After Lucifer disguised himself as a demon, he took the high-level demon and summoned the gate of time and space through the abyss altar to the abyss. In later generations, many legendary wizards and demigods who went to the abyss used this method. Before she left, some high-ranking angels who knew the inside story wanted to follow her, but were rejected by Lucifer. She's not going to compete for supremacy, so why would she bring so many people with her? Jiangyu personally saw her off, shielding her from the vision of heading into the abyss, and handed her a pure white ring containing his 3 full-strength attacks. That's it. Lucifer stepped into the abyss and headed for the unknown world to find allies for Farrand. Year 1013 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. Because the entire Prodas plain is polluted by the blood of demons, it is no longer suitable for living and planting. Only Lake Prodas was purified by the magical goddess Monoral and the lake goddess Niniani using their divine power. The Elven King's court then mobilized all the earth magicians in the dynasty to build an island in the vast Prodas Lake and move the eastern capital Proshal to the island, and changed its name to New Prosperity City. Every year, New Proser sends out priests to purify the land of the Prodas plain, slowly starting from the area around Prodas Lake. Year 1023 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. In order to gain powerful strength, some magicians who secretly captured high-level demons on the battlefield extracted the bloodline abilities of these high-level demons and injected them into themselves, and thus the demon warlocks were born. At the same time, among the Silvermoon elves, a new elven profession, the demon hunter, was born because a large number of creatures infected by the blood of demons appeared in Prodas. They were tasked with clearing the entire Prodas plain. Year 1054 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. As a trading city at the mouth of the Three Forks River, Port Wells has become one of the largest ports in Philandia. The population here is dense, and most people believe in Anatonia, the goddess of wealth. In order to protect the city's wealth, the Temple of Wealth imitated the Holy Light Church and established a Golden Leaf Knight Order. At the same time, they established a navy to fight pirates in nearby waters. Year 1059 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. The goddess of wealth Anastasia obtained the priesthood of happiness and wisdom, ascended to powerful divine power, and became the second 8-winged angel after Jiangyu in Mount Paradise. The good news that the goddess of wealth had become a powerful deity dispelled Jiangyu's worries about Lucifer's journey into the abyss. Paradise Mountain has become much stronger. Elven Dynasty 1067. The huge prototype of Jiangyu's 5th-level Heaven Mountain has already materialized, to everyone's surprise. The 5th level of Heaven Mountain is extremely vast, almost as big as the entire Furlan continent. The entire Heaven Mountain was suspended in the sky. The moment it took shape, a huge shadow covered the earth. In order not to block the sunlight of the world, Jiangyu continued to lift the entire Heaven Mountain. After careful consideration, he lifted the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd heavenly mountains into the astral plane and left the 4th and 5th heavenly mountains at the edge of the world. The radiance of Mount Paradise radiates layer by layer, like the brightest stars in the sky. At this moment, it is no longer accurate to describe it as a platinum moon. Mount Paradise is more like a platinum sun that hangs eternally in the sky. In order not to affect the normal operation of the world, Jiangyu hid the brilliance of the Heaven Mountain part within the world, but allowed the Heaven Mountain part outside the world to bloom with eternal brilliance. That's all. There is still a platinum moon inside the world, but outside the world, there is an extremely bright sun. From now on, countless powerful creatures that left Furland can always find their way home in the astral realm when they return to Furland. It's because the light of this platinum sun is so dazzling that it surpasses the world itself. 1,100 years of the Elven Dynasty. After 455 years of travel, the Furland Expeditionary Force finally found a suitable world. Of course, during these 400 years, the Expeditionary Force also discovered some small worlds. However, they did not stay in these small worlds. They left after spreading their faith, until I discovered this big world. This is a world that is still in its ancient and wild state. Although it is not as huge as Furland, the whole world is full of spiritual atmosphere. This is a truly new world where anything is possible. Chapter 227, Luanda World. Luanda World. This is a world that looks smaller, and so do the creatures within it. The forest is smaller, the grassland is smaller, and even the wild animals and intelligent creatures on it are smaller. There are three main intelligent races mentioned above. They are the dwarf tribe, the dinosaur tribe, and the giant beast tribe. The dwarfs have a similar body shape to humans and a large population. The dinosaurs were divided into many types and were equally numerous. Their sizes varied greatly, but the dominant species was a type of intelligent being called the dinosaur man, who was significantly taller than the dwarf man. The behemoths look like normal Furland monsters. They also possess considerable intelligence. But in this world where everything is small, they look like behemoths, and their numbers are the smallest. The footprints of these three races are spread throughout the world of Luanda, but the development of extraordinary barriers and knowledge takes time. The strongest among them is only a demigod. They haven't broken the boundaries of the gods yet. The three tribes were fighting for supremacy between heaven and earth. The dinosaur tribe had gained the upper hand at this time. They almost included the three branches of the army: sea, land, and air, and they defeated the dwarf tribe and the giant beast tribe. After thousands of years of war, the dwarfs and giant beasts have been forced into a corner of the world of Luanda. They are about to rule the world. In order to celebrate the upcoming victory, the king of the dinosaur people, Matomes, began to build a huge palace with the captured dwarfs and giant beasts. A huge stone dragon statue was erected by them. It looked like a creature similar to the giant dragon in the world of Furland, with wings on its back. It looked majestic, ferocious, and extremely terrifying. This is also the reason why the dinosaurs suddenly rose up thousands of years ago and began to gain the upper hand in the battle with the dwarfs and giant beasts. When the expeditionary force from the world of Furland arrived in this world, it was the final battle between the dinosaurs, the dwarfs, and the behemoths for world dominance. On the earth, the dinosaur people's dragoons trampled the grassland. In the sky, the pterosaur army of the dinosaur people roared across the sky. And opposite them, although the dwarfs and giant beasts had already united together, they could only barely resist by hiding in simple cities. Among the group of dwarf humans defending the city, there was a young dwarf boy wearing bronze armor who was looking blankly and hesitantly at the vast army of dinosaurs outside this last city. When did these dinosaurs become intelligent creatures? Then he quickly woke up and looked at the human soldiers defending the city around him with panic-stricken faces and clearly felt their determination to die. Damn it, I finally got a chance to live again, but I hope I'm going to die again. Soon, the battle broke out. The three tribes fought fiercely for this last city. Blood dyed every brick of the wall red. A large number of creatures from the three tribes died on the spot. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses were scattered everywhere. At the end of the fight, even the little human boy's hands and feet were cold. They were going to lose the battle, just when they were about to give up hope and accept their fate as slaves. Above the sky, suddenly, bursts of brilliant and shocking hymns rang out. Immediately following, a great and brilliant sky city appeared in the sky. A glorious angel with pure white wings and holding a purple gold sword walked out of this vast city of light. Behind him, except for Arthur Reinhardt, there were also angels and winged people with wings, flying elf legends and human legends, as well as legendary strongmen from various races in Furland, who all jumped out of the sky city. They were displayed in a mighty array in the sky, like the army of God in heaven, shining brightly, illuminating the heaven and earth. For a moment, the tragic battlefield came to a sudden halt. Soon, above the sky, as Raphael began to pronounce the verdict, "Kill those dragons," the expeditionary forces of Sky City roared down and fought with the dinosaur army. The battle became one-sided almost instantly. These small and weak dinosaur armies were quickly killed and fled in disarray. Just by looking at the pterosaurs, which were like little birds in front of the winged people, one could tell the outcome of the battle. On the Earth, every time Arthur Reinhardt swung his sword, a large number of dinosaur troops died. There is no need to say much about the legends of each ethnic group. Even those powerful ones among the dinosaur clan who were comparable to legends were too weak due to the huge size difference. In the ruins of the city wall, the injured boy who was half leaning against the wall looked at the appearance of Raphael and others with his eyes popped out. Is this the arrival of angels and gods? There will be another chapter later. Chapter 228, Olympus Protoss. The battle is over. The demigod angel Raphael summoned the human leader and the giant beast chief here. They were extremely fearful and respectful. In their opinion, the oppressive feeling given by these huge gods was too strong, even though they had just rescued them. Being in this magical world, they look at the small cities and miniature forests around them, the dwarfs who are only the size of their thumbs, and the giant beasts who are as big as domestic cats and mice. Everyone felt very surprised. Even Arthur Reinhardt, who is usually serious, couldn't help but smile at the tribesmen around him. I never thought that in this world, we would also become titans. After a conversation, despite the language difference, Raphael still understood the specific situation of this world. Indeed, at first, they chose to help the dwarfs because of their appearance and the difficult situation they were in. Giving timely assistance will be more conducive to their rule over the world. But now, after understanding the situation of the whole world, Raphael immediately decided to occupy this world. He said to the crowd, "Everyone, we have traveled for nearly 500 years before we encountered such a suitable world. I have decided to occupy this place and rule over all its inhabitants. This will be our first gift to the gods." Everyone cheered, and they agreed with Raphael's statement. What's more, astral travel is too boring, and they all hope to stay in this world for a while longer. That's all. Raphael led the expeditionary force of the Sky City and began to help the dwarfs and giants defeat the dinosaurs step by step, rescuing a large number of captured tribesmen. A few years later, when the king of the dinosaurs stood in front of his unfinished huge stone temple complex with a sword in his hand, he looked at his former defeated enemies who defeated his dinosaur dynasty with the help of a group of giant gods, and his face showed despair. All his troops had fallen, and many even surrendered. At the last moment, he looked towards the northernmost part of the world and cried loudly, "Great Dragon King, have you truly abandoned your people?" But from beginning to end, the owner of the giant dragonstone statue, worshipped by the dinosaur tribe, did not show up. Final. Mitomes committed suicide on the spot in front of everyone in the unfinished stone temple. The era of dinosaurs in the world of Luanda has ended. Under Raphael's arrangement, the dwarfs rule the plains and valleys, while the behemoths occupy the forests and mountains. And a temple of the gods was built in the center of the continent, on a high mountain called Olympus. After everything was settled, the Sky City Expeditionary Force decided to continue their journey. Before leaving, Raphael and Reinhardt looked at the legends of various races in the team, including the human legends. Apart from the immortal species, the legendary lifespan is 1,000 years. Looking at their increasingly aged faces, the two made a decision. "Everyone, we still need to continue our journey. But Arthur Reinhardt and I have discussed it with the others. Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, hundreds of people, and other legends like you will remain in this world. This world is full of spirituality. I hope you can achieve the demigod breakthrough here and keep this world safe for the gods." The legends who were not immortal species nodded after hearing this and decided to stay. Except for the elves and winged people, none of them are immortal. If they travel in the star realm for hundreds of years, they will probably die in the Sky City. Seeing the legends nodded, Raphael smiled with relief. "Well, then you will stay on Mount Olympus and guard the temples of the gods." "Yes, Master Raphael." The legends all fell to the ground in prostration. After, Raphael, Arthur Reinhardt, and the elven demigod returned to Sky City with a group of winged people and elves. At the foot of Mount Olympus, looking at the majestic sacred mountain towering into the clouds, a middle-aged man, standing at the foot of the mountain and leading the dwarf army sighed, sincerely, as if he had witnessed myths and legends. The angels left, but the giants stayed. So, have I entered myth? It turns out they're the Olympian gods. Chapter 229, one of the 9 sequence zeros, the Lord of Shadows. Year 1109 of the Elven dynasty calendar. Ballowed continent. Oxala, the god of wine, ascends to the throne of wine and pleasure. Oxra's followers also come from many races, and on several continents, there are countless taverns like Starry Sky that are his places of faith. But in the hot land west of Barad, adjacent to the kingdom of the fire giants, a group of pioneers consisting of humans and dwarves established a winemaking city here, also called Oxer City. This city is made up of a large number of wineries. It is more of a wine production base than a city. All the intelligent races living around here welcome these followers of Dionysus. After all, who doesn't like drinking? The fire giants, in particular, are extremely fond of fine wine. But in fact, Oxala, the god of wine, has a good relationship with many gods. Year 1156 of the Elven dynasty calendar. This year, in the vast areas to the north of Furland, as well as in the northwest of the Fina continent, the south of the Ballowed continent, the west of the Opler continent, and other areas, powerful figures from the previous era have settled for many years. The Shadow Lord, one of the 9 sequence zeros, Sisados, ascended Mount Heaven and met before the holy throne of Jiangyu. Great and honorable Lord of Judgment, King of the Gods, I am Sisados of Shadows. This time I come to your heavenly mountain, hoping to receive your protection when I ascend to godhood. On the platinum throne shining with a faint glow, Jiangyu sat upright on it. Beside him, Anatonia stood on his right. Down the stairs, 2 archangels stood on both sides, and more than a dozen demigod angels stood around the open-air temple, facing the void, guarding the sacred top of Mount Heaven. Inside and outside the hall, one can see the void starry sky above and deep space on both sides. In the middle, after Sisados finished speaking, he lowered his head and waited for Jiangyu's reply. At this time, the goddess of wealth, Anastasia, leaned close to Jiangyu's ear and whispered, Uriel, this is the Lord of Shadows, Sisados, one of the sequence zeros from the last era, one of the 9 sequence zeros like us. After hearing Anatania's explanation, Jiangyu was a little confused. He had never heard of a god like the Lord of Shadows in his previous life. So he asked, since you're sequence zero, why did you ascend to godhood only now? Anatonia thought for a moment and said, I suspect it's because in the last era, Sisados was not only the sworn enemy of Erotas, the Lord of the Dawn, but he also opposed the silver moon goddess Acalia. I even heard rumors that he and the god of fire, Philemus, were once sworn brothers, but they eventually turned against each other. Anyway, I'm not a serious person. Good fellow, you are the enemy of the whole world. Jiangyu looked at him with admiration. He finally understood why he had never heard of the God of Shadows in the game expansion packs of his previous life. How is it possible that he wants to become a god after offending so many people? Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled at Anastasia. By the way, does he owe you money? Anatonia rolled her eyes at him and said, Not really, but a lot of his money comes from unknown sources, and he always wants to deposit it in my bank. Well, since this is a lonely man, I will give him a hand. So Jiangyu lowered his sacred gaze, looked at Sisados, and smiled. Sisados, Master of Shadows, I can help you ascend to godhood. So what can you give me? Great Lord of Judgment, I am willing to hand over the priesthood of illusion to you. Illusory, all right. Go back and prepare to ascend to godhood. With me here, no one can stop you. Thank you for your kindness. Chapter 230 Not Now. Year 1112 of the Elven dynasty calendar. The south of the Ballowed continent. An immigrant city composed mainly of half-elves, as well as humans, elves, dwarves, and trolls. The Shadow Temple was built, and a large number of shadow priests appeared. The Lord of Shadows, Sisados, ignited the divine fire here, raised the kingdom of God, and prepared to become the true god in one fell swoop. The news of Sisados becoming a god was so loud that the shadowy aura immediately enveloped the entire continent of Barrow and made itself known to the gods in the sky. Some neutral gods looked in amazement at Sisados, who was holding high the kingdom of God. Who has become a god? What a commotion! Is it another main god? Some gods with profound background looked at the scene of shadows covering the earth and suddenly remembered. Sequence 0, Shadow Lord Sisados, after so many years of silence, finally dared to ascend to the throne of godhood. The Kingdom of Dawn. Erotas felt the breath of Sisados. His face changed drastically, and he suddenly stood up from the throne. Damned shadow, despicable Sasados, dares he deify himself in Philander? He took out his golden spear and stood in the kingdom of God, mobilizing the vast power of the sun like the ocean, heading towards the shadow kingdom of God that was rising into the sky. Just like the dawn, the morning sun shines through the shadows of the world. High above the sky, a golden spear of sunlight suddenly transformed into a golden beam of light that pierced through the sky and headed towards the kingdom of shadows. The Lord of Shadows, who was supporting the kingdom of God, saw the golden spear of light coming towards him. The unrivaled and powerful posture made his face pale, and he shouted loudly, "Lord of Judgment, I am willing to offer my divine power at this moment. Please protect me." However, before his words could be heard outside the kingdom of God, a glorious and holy great God King was seen standing outside his kingdom of God. He drew out a white sword, pointed it at the attacking golden divine spear, and knocked him away. Then he looked at Sasados in the kingdom of shadows and smiled. "Sasados, I kept my promise. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Sasados did not hesitate and directly severed his own priesthood, tore apart his godhead, took out the illusory authority and priesthood, turned them into an illusory brilliance, and threw them to Jiangyu. Jiangyu accepted it and nodded with satisfaction. "Go ahead, just focus on ascending to godhood, and I'll handle the rest of the trouble for you." Sasados, I have to say, you really made a lot of money this time. The Lord of Shadows quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help." After saying this, he ignored the pain of tearing his priesthood, used all his strength to lift the kingdom of God, and went to the edge of the world. Really, just as he was rising, a ray of silver light descended on his way to heaven, and was about to control the wheel of the silver moon and overthrow his kingdom of shadows. At this time, the platinum light stood on the surface of the silver moon goddess like a shadow, stopping her. Acalia, Furland was just attacked by the demons of the abyss, and their demon king escaped. Today, the Lord of Shadows has ascended to godhood, so why bother to kill again? The emergence of a Lord God will bring self-evident benefits to the world and to our resistance against the abyss. The silver moon goddess snorted coldly. "Uriel, what? He wants to become your god too. That won't happen." Jiangyu was stunned when he heard this. "Then why are you protecting him so much? I don't think someone like Sasados, who has been in the shadows for so many years, would dare to confront the abyss if he became a god." The silver moon goddess sneered. "I don't think so." Jiangyu shook his head decisively. He dared to offend so many people in the previous era without getting into trouble. He was worthy of being in existence in the shadows. But it would be a lie to say that I don't dare to fight the abyss. The abyss and the world are incompatible. Becoming a god means being bound to the world. As long as you are a true god, you have to fight to the death. At this moment, Erotas, the Lord of the Dawn, and Phalemus, the god of fire, also arrived here. Eloda spoke first. "Uriel, you must not allow the god of shadows to ascend to godhood. His character is despicable and detrimental to the development of the world." The god of fire, Phalemus, also nodded. "I was brothers with Sasados for 1,000 years, yet he still betrayed me in the end. I agree with Erotas. How can such a person, who lacks the qualities to become a god, become a god?" The silver moon goddess also sneered. "See, Uriel, everyone says this. Are you still so persistent?" Unexpectedly, Jiangyu shook his head and said firmly, "I have made a pact with the gods. Anyone who makes a great contribution to the world will ascend to godhood." The god of shadows accomplished this. He shared 13 methods for developing smaller, subordinate worlds with all living beings, and also incorporated the transformation of the underground world, allowing our world to have more resources and a larger population. Sophia has verified that this meets the requirements. I, Uriel, judge people by their deeds, not their hearts. If in the future he proves to be a despicable person and does something that harms the world and all the gods and living beings, I will personally slay him with my sword. But now it's not possible. After Jiangyu finished speaking, he stood proudly in the sky, exuding domineering aura. The three main gods fell silent after hearing this. It was Erotas, the Lord of the Dawn, who finally spoke. "Okay, Uriel, I believe in your promise and strength. This time, I will allow him to ascend to godhood." The god of fire, Phalemus, also nodded. Only the silver moon goddess snorted coldly and immediately turned into a silver moonlight and returned to the silver moon. And above the sky, without the obstruction of the gods, the Lord of Shadows was finally able to successfully raise the kingdom of God to the sky. The position of true God was immediately achieved, and even though the God of Shadows had lived for countless years, he couldn't help but burst into tears of excitement. It wasn't easy. I shouldn't have offended so many people back then, which is why I'm only now becoming a god. From now on, I have to clean up my bad behavior. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of the responsibility of a god? But at this moment, for me, the steps to becoming a god are not yet complete. He glanced at the underworld of the god of the underworld and the dream world of the silver moon goddess from afar and laughed out loud. Since the world already has the underworld and the dream world, there should also be a shadow world. His divine kingdom began to shine brightly, and the power of shadows from all over the world spread over. Right now, on the earth, countless creatures were surprised to find that their shadows were gone. Chapter 231: The Shadow Realm and the Rise of the Assassin Class. The shadows of all the people in the world disappeared. Such a strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of all living beings. Just then, between heaven and earth, above the sky, a vicissitudes and loud voice suddenly came. I, the Lord of Shadows, Sasados, will today use the Kingdom of Shadows as the foundation to open up the Shadow Realm. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately received a response from the Furland world. The Shadow Kingdom, which was originally on the edge of the sky, was suddenly transformed into a huge world composed of shadows under the influence of the vast shadow power in the sky. Gray, black, and white, and depth are the main colors of this newborn world. As the world shook, the shadow world began to gradually sink from the edge of the sky, and finally sank into the shadow of the entire world. Thus, the Shadow Realm was created. The Lord of Shadows, Sasados, sat in the depths of the Shadow Realm and declared loudly, "Today I, Sasados, open up the realm of shadows and darkness, and ascend to the throne of the god of disguise and secrets and fear." As soon as the words fell, the Lord of Shadows, Caesar Dostin, became a powerful god. The birth of the powerful god astonished all the gods and creatures. This is another underworld god. At this time, Sasados, sitting on the shadow throne, looked at the bare shadow realm, thought of his extremely scarce connections, hardened his heart, and declared again, "All living beings in the world can use the Shadow Realm." As soon as these words were spoken, the gods did not react, but some quick-thinking magicians and assassins were happy. Theoretically, as long as there is a shadow, you can enter the shadow world. Magicians can use this to develop some practical shadow magic, and the assassins are even more powerful. They are frequent visitors walking in the shadows, and the emergence of the Shadow Realm has greatly enhanced their strength. Some talented assassins began to study shadow techniques. Year 1135 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. Since the emergence of the Shadow Realm, after several decades of development, the assassin profession has reached a certain peak during this period. During this period, the assassin profession was popular and gave rise to a common basic profession for various assassin types called wanderers. They travel through the realm of shadows, wandering the shadowy layers of the world. At the same time, the first legendary assassin class, the Shadow Lord, appeared, and the Wanderer system was improved. A large amount of shadow magic also appeared during this period. Even among the giant dragons, a species of shadow dragon appeared. This inspired the god of the underworld, and he began to tinker in his own underworld. Finally, the skeleton dragon appeared. Year 1156 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. Cardine, the founder of the school of necromancer and the first necromancer, failed in his attempt to ascend to godhood and became a lich similar to a demigod. But although he failed, the school of undead he founded flourished after the appearance of the skeleton dragon. The undead wizard riding the legendary bone dragon roamed the world for a period of time, destroying many cities and farmlands. Finally, the Dawn Lords of the Lord of Dawn could no longer bear it and sent out a team to curb the actions of the necromancer. Some giant dragons also couldn't stand these guys riding on the corpses of their own kind and also attacked them. The school of undead was suddenly suppressed and began to hide in the dark. Year 1201 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. The mother of the deep sea, who has always been silent and has no presence among the gods, suddenly took action, causing huge waves in the ocean between Furland and Finet. The deep sea surged as if a battle was going on. Finally, Charybdis, the mother of the deep sea, jumped out of the sea and returned to the kingdom of God. Decades later, year 1257 of the Elven dynasty. Charybdis, the mother of the deep sea, has reached the peak of intermediate divine power and is only one step away from achieving powerful divine power. Anatonia discovered it after exploring the deep sea. It turns out that the mother of the deep sea actually devoured the lord of the ocean from the previous era sequence 0 decades ago. Year 1259 of the Elven dynasty. Ogoxi, the god of knowledge, returned with a full load. Chapter 232. Traveling Merchant Advancement, Krypton Gold Weapon Master. Platinum Moon. First floor. The top of Mount Paradise. The high platinum throne stands tall in the highest heaven. This time, Jiangyu did not sit on the holy throne, but stood on the edge of the first level of Heaven Mountain, standing side by side with Anastasia, looking into the distance at the boundless starry realm. The deep space is infinite, and the vast world within it emits dazzling light, like a sky full of stars, sprinkling starlight on the earth. Up and down Mount Heaven, angels with white wings holding burning swords surrounded Mount Heaven. After so many years of development, there are now more than 3,000 angels in Heaven Mountain, except for the necessary angels who guard the lower world and obey Michael's command. The rest are all in the mountains of heaven. Their mission is to guard Mount Heaven, patrol the small world belonging to the winged people, and serve as messengers between Jiangyu and the gods. When the god of knowledge, Oxy, walked up the first level of Heaven Mountain, Jiangyu turned around from the edge of the first Heaven Mountain and looked at the god of knowledge holding a hazy book with a smile on his face. Ojexi, I've been waiting for you on this Heaven Mountain for a long time. The god of knowledge jogged forward, came in front of Jiangyu, and bowed respectfully. Lord God, I have finally lived up to your and the goddess of wealth's trust. In the past few hundred years, I have collected most of the legendary paths in the human world. Not only that, I also divided these career systems into 9 major categories and experimented with the relationship between their advancement. Each major category can correspond to multiple legendary paths. Jiangyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He thought of his gaming career in his previous life and felt as if he were in another world. He asked, "What are the 9 categories?" Fighter, mage, knight, cleric, samurai, rogue, ranger, druid, and others. Jiangyu nodded and smiled when he heard this. Ogeshi, you did great. These 9 categories of basic occupations are very similar to those in the previous life. So Jiangyu gave the order. Anna, take Oxy with you and start setting up employment points around the world from today. As for the specific location, we will first choose temples in various places. Year 1266 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. Inspired by the Altar of the Abyss. The long-distance teleportation array was invented by the demigod Angel Michael, now the Deputy Lord of the Winged Kingdom. Jiangyu was overjoyed and summoned Michael to the first level of Mount Heaven. He personally granted him the title of Archangel before the Holy Throne. Michael, you are intelligent, wise, decisive, and brave. Of all the angels, you are the most like me. When you ascend to heaven and become a god, you will be my mighty archangel, representing my majesty. Upon hearing this, Michael suddenly knelt on the ground. My lord, the majesty and glory. How can Michael even touch the slightest bit? I only wish to look up to your holy throne and stand guard by your side forever. Good boy, get up. Year 1278 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. Anatonia felt that her followers were very capable of making money, but lacked the means to protect their lives. Most of the believers of the god of wealth were enriched by the enemies in a wave, which affected their faith in her. After all, businessmen's beliefs are not very devout. She made up her mind and decided to create a career as a businessman. After many years of research and experimentation, a talented girl named Jean Chris Manderling from a professional family loyal to the goddess of wealth for generations and the family of the mayor of the city of Wales, under the care of Anatonia, became the legend of the first merchant. That is, traveling merchant, raiders of the lost ark, master of weapons, king's treasury. This legendary path focuses on becoming stronger by spending money and eventually creating countless powerful weapons to cover the enemies like a storm. If you have a lot of money, you can even ask the goddess of wealth to bestow divine power and give your weapons powerful strength. Hey, based on the suggestion of book friends, the merchant profession has been added. The Mandarin family thus defeated the Grassland royal court ruled by the eastern grassland behemoths, which have been invading for years, and expanded their territory to the north for thousands of miles. The navy was also sent to occupy the islands in the surrounding sea, greatly increasing the area. From then on, they broke away from the Reinhard kingdom and established the Manland kingdom. Chapter 233, the first batch of employment points are established. East Coast, the bustling port of Abdo. This is one of the largest ports of the Winged Kingdom on the Furlan continent, known as the Pearl of the East China Sea of the Winged People. Ever since the gods, under the leadership of the Lord of Judgment, entrusted Anastasia to lead the god of knowledge and the god of inheritance to set up employment points next to temples in various places, the number of professionals on the continent of Furland has gradually increased. The first inaugurations established by the god of knowledge and heritage consisted of a set of statues. There are statues of 8 professions: warrior, mage, knight, priest, samurai, wanderer, ranger, and druid. The goddess of wealth, the god of knowledge, and the god of inheritance used extremely rare memory crystals and divine stones to create hundreds of sets of professional inheritance statues, distributed them to the gods, and placed them in important cities of their faiths. The other types include a large number of rare professions, which require a lot of materials and are very expensive. The goddess of wealth, the god of knowledge, and the god of inheritance discussed it and decided that while statues of these professionals were necessary, there didn't need to be too many of them. After all, most people probably wouldn't need them. Therefore, only 11 statues of the other professional system were created in the first batch. The 8 main gods' faith areas are located in the capital of the Fire Giant Kingdom, Taelaner, the western capital of the Silver Moon Elves, Abdo Port on the east coast of the Winged Kingdom, and the capital of Uriel City, as well as Sarita, the main city of the Winged People on the Gray Continent, the capital of the Dawn Kingdom, the capital of the Ant Kingdom, the depths of the Dark Forest Kingdom, Wells, port of the Goddess of Wealth, and the city of Shadows south of Balod. The last remaining one was placed on an island between the Balod continent and the Furlan continent. This is a neutral island that was discovered and developed by adventurers. There are temples of various neutral gods on it. The temple at Abdo Harbor is located in the coastal city area. The inauguration site is next to the temple, where a huge square has been opened up. 9 tall professional statues stand on the square. This day, the sun is shining. The winged boy Lakilo has reached the age and requirements to take up the position today. Led by his sister, who had already become a professional, he came to the employment square. Walking through the bustling crowd, the sister took Rakeluo's hand and came to the first statue representing the warrior profession. Rakeluo looked up at the tall statue. It was indeed an image of a heroic faceless warrior, holding a sword and a shield in an attacking posture. At this time, a large number of winged boys and girls surrounded the statue, pressing their hands on it and closing their eyes. Lakelo, come on your own and try out the warrior class system first. The winged sister pushed the winged boy onto the warrior profession statue. Put your hands on the statue, just like them. Rakeluo nodded, placed his hand on the statue, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a career system that could advance to become a legendary warrior appeared in his mind. Possessing warrior talent, there are 3 possible legendary warrior career paths. After carefully reading the introduction of the 3 legendary warrior professions and the money required to inherit these 3 legendary professional systems, Lakilo withdrew. It's amazing, sister. I see 3 paths to becoming a legendary warrior that suit me. The winged sister laughed and placed her hand on the boy's head. This is something the great Platinum Moon seeks for all living things. Of course, it's magical. Okay, now that we've finished looking at warriors, let's see if the mage profession is suitable for you. Can we continue to look at other professions? The winged boy asked in confusion. Certainly. The winged woman took his hand and came to a faceless statue of a wizard holding a staff and a book. Come on, give it a try, Lakilo. Back then, I possessed talents in 5 of these classes. You should also try them all, and be sure to choose the legendary class that you like best and that is most suitable for you. My sister paused and said solemnly, after all, this is a matter that concerns your entire life. It also determines whether you can ascend to Mount Heaven and become an angel in the future. Okay, sister. The winged boy nodded heavily. Not far from the edge of the square, a handsome winged man with silver hair and purple eyes and a beautiful female winged man with blonde hair, golden eyes, and glowing white skin stood in the corner, watching the winged people coming and going, and watching their different expressions after coming into contact with the professional statues, some happy, some frowning, some surprised, and some dejected. Chapter 234, Employment and Career Change Plaza. The handsome man with silver hair and purple eyes smiled with satisfaction. Good, good. Anna, you did a great job. The winged people who come and go here don't know that in the ancient and desolate times, 90 of the winged people couldn't even reach the level of transcendental. Now that we have the professional system, people with less talent can also achieve extraordinary things. Your contribution is enormous. I believe that all those professionals who have successfully reached the transcendental realm, thanks to you, should thank you. The beautiful female winged man with blonde hair and golden eyes had slightly red cheeks, lowered her head slightly, and smiled. Why should I thank you? Without your will, this situation would not have happened. They should thank their Lord God. Jiang Yu shook his head upon hearing this. I am just their main god, but you're the one who changes their destiny. While they were chatting and laughing, a temple priest who was responsible for maintaining order in the square came over and asked with a frown, Praise be to Platinum Moon. Are your two children also taking up positions in this square? Why not be by their side and help them make their decision? An extraordinary career choice is a lifelong choice that requires utmost caution. Anastasia blushed immediately when she heard this. But Jiang Yu smiled gently. Yes, I am watching my children change their destiny and achieve extraordinary things. However, this step requires their own choice. I cannot and do not want to interfere. Children, you two have more than one child? The temple priest followed up on the conversation. Jiang Yu looked at him with a smile. Yes, everywhere I look are my children. So fertile. The temple priest said it subconsciously. But soon, he found that the two winged men and women in front of him disappeared, as if they had never appeared in this square. At this moment, the platinum light left at the original place made him suddenly realize, and his mind was shocked. When he said children, he meant us. He immediately knelt down on the spot, holding up the remaining platinum light with both hands, and bowed loudly. Praise the platinum moon, the Lord of Judgment. Having said that, he hesitated for a moment, but still thought of what Jiang Yu had just said and added a sentence. Praise our great Father. Jiang Yu and Anatolia had already left Abdoport. Their next destination was the city of Wales, the place of worship of the goddess of wealth. They need to look at how humans and other races changed after the class system emerged. After so many years of strengthening, the winged people have long possessed a strong physique and extraordinary potential, and they're even more powerful after acquiring the professional system. In terms of individual combat capability, the winged people have surpassed the elves and giants. If the Winged Kingdom launched an expedition to conquer the continent at this time, it would surely be able to conquer the world. But the casualties may be a bit too high. As Jiang Yu, the source of the bloodline, continues to grow stronger, the bloodline and potential of the winged people are also rising. This was an effect caused consciously by Jiang Yu. He estimated that when his fifth-level heaven mountain was formed, all the winged people would be extraordinary. By then, he would have to find a more suitable place for his people, a place more suitable for cultivation and development, instead of crowding with mortals on the continent. Of course, these are all for the winged people with firm faith. The speed of the gods is naturally extremely fast, much more convenient and faster than the teleportation array developed by the Silver Moon Elf magician. This time, Jiang Yu and Anastasia transformed into a young human man with silver hair and purple eyes and a woman with blonde hair and golden eyes. They got off a big ship and walked directly to the dock on shore. On the dock, there were crowds of people coming and going, including humans, orcs, elves, dwarves, centaurs, giants, and other races. They work in different professions, contributing their own strength to the prosperity of this giant port in the East China Sea and also to earn enough money. After the emergence of employment points, the enthusiasm of various races to make money around the city of Wales increased several times. After all, this is the only employment square in the north that has 9 major career systems. And getting a job costs money. The idea of being a beast of burden first and then a superior person is prevalent among them, especially among the lower-class people of all races. Jiang Yu and Anna followed the crowd and walked towards the inauguration square. There are many shops along the way, and there are many passers-by. The sea breeze carries the smell of wealth. There are not only various shops for human beings, but also for various other races. The strong bear man worked as a waiter in the dessert shop. The elegant elves play musical instruments and sing in the music store. The dwarf opened a blacksmith shop right next to the dock, working busily and hammering weapons. A beautiful fairy was sleeping soundly in a jewelry store filled with spiritual light. The dwarf magician is making props on the spot in a magic prop shop. Everyone works hard for their dreams. When Jiang Yu and Anna slowly arrived at the inauguration square, the huge crowds of people immediately caught their attention. Because they were dressed gorgeously and had noble temperaments, a priest from the Temple of Wealth hurried over to greet them. "My lords, are you here to take up a new position or to change jobs?" Just when Jiang Yu was about to answer, not far away, a loud curse came from the room. "A poor boy like you is unworthy of being a professional. Do you have enough money?" Next to Jiang Yu, Anastasia's face suddenly darkened when she heard it. Chapter 235 Night Watchman. On the edge of the bustling inauguration square, Anastasia was about to walk over, but Jiang Yu stopped her. "Let's see first." Anatonia calmed down and followed Jiang Yu's gaze. "I saw a dirty young man standing in front of a fat priest of the Temple of Wealth. His eyes seemed to be spewing anger, and his thin body was barely standing straight. "I have money," he retorted loudly as he picked up a bag of coins. The fat pastor was also stunned when he saw the other party actually took out a bag of coins. Seeing that the number of onlookers was increasing, "Open it and let me see." The boy opened the purse, which was mostly filled with copper coins. The obese pastor chuckled and sighed. "That's not enough, poor boy. How could that be? This is the price in Sanchez City. This is Wales, the kingdom of Manderlin, not a poor place like Three Forks." The fat pastor chuckled. The money the boy brought was indeed enough, but in recent years, the city of Wales has a unique, other type, inaugural statue in its inaugural square. So the merchants in Wales saw a business opportunity. What is the most expensive thing in this world? The rarest things are the most expensive. The merchants invested money to decorate the area around the inauguration square very luxuriously, and also joined forces with the Mandarin royal family to raise the prices of employment points, especially the other types of employment points. Naturally, the dirty boy didn't have enough money. What's more, his beggar-like attire really affected the appearance of the inauguration square. The fat pastor said, "Go back, kid. I didn't lie to you. You can ask the people nearby if you don't have enough money." "How come?" The young man, who had been standing straight, suddenly became dejected. The crowd of onlookers slowly dispersed, and it seemed that the show was over. Beside him, an equally bedraggled half-elf girl came forward and offered comfort. "Monis, don't be discouraged. I heard that on the east coast of the south, in the winged people's Abdoport, there are also statues of the 9 professions. Rumor has it that there are fair angels patrolling that place constantly. We can continue south and take a look there." The half-elf girl said, "But we don't have enough money to go south." The boy lowered his head. "It doesn't matter. After we go back, we can all work together to make money." The half-elf girl giggled. "No, Tangoya, you have been doing so much for me, and you haven't even found a job yourself. I'm too selfish. Let's go back now, take this money, and find a job for you. Monis, don't give up. You've always been the smartest and most talented among us. We've saved so much money that we can help you become the most powerful professional." "No." Just as the 2 children were arguing about this, a gentle and noble voice came from beside them. "Son, tell me why you came all the way to Wales to choose a job." Monis and Tangoya looked up when they heard this. There was a handsome and elegant young man with silver hair and a very beautiful woman with blonde hair and golden eyes standing beside them. It was the beautiful woman who spoke. It seemed that her words were very convincing, and Monis answered honestly. "I heard there was a 9th profession to choose from, so I came here to work. The other 8 are also legendary paths. Wouldn't you like to choose one?" Anatonia asked. The dirty boy just shook his head. "None of the 8 professions is suitable for me." Anatonia used her divine power to sense the boy's situation. "I can sense the extraordinary power surging within you. It seems you are indeed suited for those rare professions. And the career that suits you is inside this 9th statue." The dirty boy was surprised at first when he heard this. "Really?" But he soon fell down. "Unfortunately, I don't have enough money. I have a way to get you a job." "What method?" "I'll lend you money and tell you which profession among the 9 statues is best for you." Anatonia laughed. "But how can I pay it back?" The dirty boy was mature enough to know that there is no free lunch in the world. Borrowing money and finding a job is enough. "That's not necessary, but I have one condition. In the future, if you achieve something, I want you to join the Temple of Wealth." "Temple of Wealth?" Because of what just happened, the boy subconsciously rejected it. "Listen to me. I need you to become the dark side of the Temple of Wealth and judge those priests who destroy the image of the goddess. Your future career is very suitable. Are you willing to do this? Judge them." Looking at the fat pastor walking away, the boy's heart was filled with passion, and he nodded. "Ido, ma'am. It's a deal then, hee. Uriel, give me the money." Anastasia, the goddess of wealth, chuckled. Jiangyu was stunned when he was suddenly ordered by Anna to give him money. In the end, he reluctantly took out some gold coins and gave them to the young moness. "Anna, you were so stingy." Anatonia laughed. "This is a child from your territory." Then she said to Manis, "Take this money, go to the 9th statue, and directly choose the Night Watcher path. This profession can also reach legendary status, and it's the best for you." Chapter 236 Investment. Night Watch. Monas nodded when he heard this. He was also a decisive person, and he took the half-elf girl with him and headed towards the 9th profession statue. Original place. Jiangyu asked, "Anna, it seems that you have decided to make a move on the interior of the Temple of Wealth?" "There's no other way. Businessmen are inherently profit-seeking. Even though I believe the vast majority of my followers and devotees are good people, I can't rule out the bad ones." Anatonia smiled helplessly. "You know, my temple followers are different from yours. It only takes a few bad apples to cause great damage. Bad guys always come in groups. I really need a sharp knife. Monas is just one of them. Well, Paradise Hills will always have you back." Jiangyu smiled slightly. "Thank you, Uriel." Anatonia replied. Inside the inauguration plaza, when Monas reached the 9th occupation statue, he was still blocked. It was still the fat priest of the Temple of Wealth. He was a little surprised when he saw the young man opening the bag in his hand, revealing a few gold coins. But then he seemed to have thought of something and shouted insults. "You damn poor boy. Are you going to steal other people's property just because you don't have enough money?" When Manis heard this, his face suddenly turned red. "I didn't steal. This money was given to me by 2 noble people." The half-elf girl also said hurriedly, "I can testify to that, Your Excellency." The fat pastor scoffed. "What noble person would support a dirty pauper like you? Quick, guards, take this lying kid away." As he finished speaking, 2 warrior guards quickly walked out from the surroundings and were about to capture Manis and the half-elf girl and take them away. Manis's face was gloomy, and the half-elf girl was so aggrieved that she almost cried. At this moment, a majestic and pleasant female voice suddenly sounded. "Stop!" The fat priest looked over when he heard this and saw a beautiful, noble-looking woman with blonde hair and golden eyes appear in front of him. Behind her stood a young man with silver hair and purple eyes, with an astonishing aura. It was obvious that the 2 men were from prominent backgrounds. The fat pastor didn't know their background and frowned. "My beautiful lady, please do not interfere in the affairs of the Temple of Wealth." "Beautiful lady?" Anastasia choked when she heard that. She always thought she was still a girl, and suddenly became angry. "You are blind. You are not a true believer." The fat man's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. "Madam, you can scold me, but you can't deny my faith. To bluntly tell someone that they're not a believer in God is the most severe accusation." The guards around slowly gathered around. The fat pastor usually took care of them a lot. Anatonia laughed angrily. "The city of Wales has disappointed me greatly." She couldn't hold it in any longer and performed a miracle. The sky full of golden light exploded, covering the entire world, illuminating the huge inauguration square with golden light. The powerful aura of the gods was activated, and the infinite majesty oppressed everyone present to the point of suffocation. Divine power is like the sea. Everyone in the inauguration square knelt on the ground, not daring to move. The fat priest and the guards even began to tremble and break out in cold sweats. Only Jiangyu smiled slightly. "I am Anastasia, the goddess of wealth. Jin, Chrissy Mandling, come and see me." The divine voice of Anatonia resounded throughout the port of Wales. Soon, a blonde woman covered in golden light came hurriedly to the inauguration square, knelt down in front of the goddess, and praised her. "Lord God, may your greatness descend upon the mountains, rivers, and seas, and may your wealth be able to purchase the stars in the sky. I'm not great right now. Gene Chris, take a good look at your city. When did the job site I designed become a tool for you to make money? Even driving away civilians?" After hearing this, Jean Chris cursed these greedy businessmen in her heart. "Don't you know what can be moved and what cannot be moved? Goddess, I will investigate and punish you severely." She looked at the fat pastor who was kneeling on the ground and shaking like a sieve, and she understood most of what was going on. Chapter 237, the second step of employment, people-oriented. Jinkles, I'll give you one more chance. Remember, you are first my believer, then the ruler of the Manderlin Kingdom in Wells City, and finally, a merchant. Remember the goddess's teachings. Seeing that everything that could be said had been said, Anastasia nodded, and after looking at Jiangyu, she turned into two divine lights, one golden and one white, and left. Leaving behind a terrified Jinkles, she stood up long after Anatonia left and angrily spoke to her subordinates. Call the Knights of the Golden Leaf immediately. Today, I will kill these greedy bastards. In the square, Moniz looked at his half-elf companion in shock. We've encountered a spirit. The half-elf girl was equally excited. Moniz, you have been blessed by God. Hundreds of years later, Monas indeed became a legendary night watchman and the secret sword-bearer of the Temple of Wealth. With the popularization of employment points, the era of universal professionals has arrived. Year 1308 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. We can see that the first batch of employment points have achieved excellent results. Anatonia was very happy. To her, it symbolized the perfect success of the first phase of the mission. Next, this is the second step in finding employment, which is to fully unfold it. There seem to be hundreds of sets of professional system statues, but in fact they are shared by all the gods. There's so many cities in the entire world of Furland, so a few hundred sets are naturally far from enough. Naturally, the gods would only place statues of professionals in large cities with dense populations. It is naturally impossible for those small towns, villages, and tribes to have such high-end things. Therefore, we need to think of other ways to spread the employment points to other places. Face this. Anatonia, the god of knowledge of Goxi, and the god of inheritance Ingrid decided to use people as mobile employment points. In order to make these people voluntarily become part of the professional system and inherit it, they naturally have to be promised benefits. I have decided to establish a professional inheritor union and set up branches in the areas of faith of the gods, without restricting beliefs. Everyone who voluntarily becomes a professional successor and is willing to go to a village or town will be given subsidies and a large number of benefits, including but not limited to money, extraordinary spiritual objects, etc. Also, these professional inheritors are divided into different levels. Low-level ones can only inherit basic professions, intermediate-level ones can inherit formal-level professions, and high-level ones can inherit master-level professions. As for the heroic and legendary levels, there is no need for inheritance. Since they have reached the master-level professionals, how could they not be able to go to the employment square in a big city? I believe that the professional inheritance system composed of these people will be able to cover every corner of the world. But is there really anyone willing to do that? To inherit a professional system, one needs at least a master-level professional. They can definitely obtain these things with their own strength. The god of inheritance raised a question. This is the second level of Heaven Mountain, where Anastasia and her temporary group have a meeting place. It is said to be a meeting place, but in fact Anna turned this place into her favorite scenery, an island in the lake. The three gods are now sitting on chairs by the lake, facing the questions of the god of inheritance. Anatonia laughed. Ingrid, don't think that all high-level professionals are just those who enjoy fighting and killing. There will always be high-level professionals who are tired of their adventurer life and return home. Of course, every place has some hometown treasures, and these are the candidates for us to set up employment points. Goddess, great advice. The god of inheritance, Ingrid, immediately expressed his admiration. As expected of Her Highness Anna, you are so far-sighted. To be able to become the Lord God's right-hand man is truly remarkable. The god of knowledge also clapped his hands lightly. That's it. Chapter 238, Ultra-Long Distance Star Teleportation Array. Over thousands of years, the elf tribe that believed in Jiangyu and traveled far to the southern coast of Finadun gradually prospered from one village. The Platinum Elves built a port city called Palladium in their promised land. They traded with the Winged Kingdom through sea routes, obtaining various resources, which became the foundation of their strength. Year 1389 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. The Platinum Elves announced the establishment of the Kingdom of Palladium on the southern coast of the Finnorton continent. Lord of Judgment Uriel sent down an oracle to bless this country. The Silver Moon Goddess turned a blind eye to this. She had acquired large territories of Finnoten and Furland, and in this world where the gods were growing stronger, she was no longer as easily angered as before. And, Although the Silver Moon Elves are the overlords of the continent of Fëanor, they only occupy 1/3 of the land of the entire continent. The rest of the land is occupied by various splintered elves and the original inhabitants of the continent of Fëanor. These intelligent races also gradually became stronger. Year 1390 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. The continent of Fëanor is located on the eastern coast near the south, in a coastal forest. A large tribe of gnolls declared the establishment of the Gnoll Kingdom, with the Gnoll Forest as its territory. Their belief is very strange. It is actually a little turtle. Year 1398 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. Hadri, a major city in the eastern part of the central region of Furland. This city has always belonged to the kingdom of the Winged People, where there are many hybrids of Silver Moon Elves and Winged People. This is not an isolated case. In the border area between the Elf Dynasty and the Winged Kingdom, there are a large number of mixed-race elves and Winged People. Elves and Winged People are both immortal species, and both are the dominant races in this world. They also have similar looks and body shapes, so it is normal for them to appreciate each other. Not to mention that the Winged People are now clearly superior to the elves. The proud elves naturally cannot be arrogant in front of the Winged People. It is worth mentioning that the hybrids of elves and Winged People have good magical talents. The city of Hadley has the largest magic academy in the western part of the Winged Kingdom. There's a legendary magician inside. She is a mixed race of Winged People and elves. Her father is a heroic magician of the Winged People, and her mother is a heroic magician of the elves. Therefore, this legendary magician, Carnell, possesses advantages that many magicians do not have. She is qualified to read the magic books of the elves and the Winged People, and has a strong talent for space. Then, standing on the shoulders of her predecessors, Carnell continued to study space teleportation magic and made a breakthrough in the 1398th year of the Elf Dynasty calendar. She used the laws of the star realm, the laws of time and space, and the laws of energy consumption to sense the time and space beacons left by the Furland Expeditionary Force, and actually achieve time and space transmission across the deep space of the star realm and ultra-long distances. When she teleported to the deep space of the starry sky outside the world and then teleported back, the whole world was boiling. Although the Expeditionary Force has not returned, the powerful gods can all sense in their own ways that the Expeditionary Force has actually been heading towards a more distant world. And they were not idle along the way. The space magicians of various races in the Expeditionary Force will leave time and space beacons in every meaningful place they pass by. This includes all the worlds, big and small, that we pass through. And Carnell travels back and forth to the star realm via the time and space beacons they left behind. Of course, the consumption is also very high, much higher than the long-distance teleportation arrays made by previous space magicians in the world of Furland. But even so, Carnell's achievements still shocked the world. The gods all lowered their gazes in concern. This was a rare talent. However, Carnell is a devout believer of the Lord of Judgment, and even though the gods are very envious, they dare not take any drastic action. Moreover, they actually have little interest in the astral realm. The foundation of God is in the world. If the threat of the abyss were not too great, they would not even send an expeditionary force. After Jiang Yu heard about this matter, he took it very seriously. He personally asked Archangel Arietta to lead Carnell to Mount Heaven. After verifying Carnell's ability, he was extremely happy. Such teleportation technology will undoubtedly bring huge benefits to Heaven Mountain. This benefit can even speed up his journey to become the Sky Lord, because it means that he can plan the star realm in advance and start the journey of conquering all worlds. To this end, Jiang Yu personally cleansed Carnell's blood and purified her bloodline, allowing her to be promoted to an angel in the angel promotion pool. This is the second angel promoted from a winged hybrid. All the winged hybrids were very excited when they heard about this. They saw the hope of becoming angels. Year 1423 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. This year is an extremely special year for Paradise Mountain. With the help of the gods of Mount Paradise, the angel Carnell found the coordinates of a small world in the star realm, and with the support of divine power, successfully opened a portal connecting the two worlds of time and space. As soon as the news came out, the Angel Legion was ready to fight, full of fighting spirit. Chapter 239, Conquering the Small World. The Third Heaven Mountain. The huge astral portal was opened here. Archangel Sophia and 1,000 angel warriors were wearing platinum armor, with wings fluttering behind them and high morale. This is an extremely powerful legion of angels. Even the weakest of them are legends, capable of dominating the world. The angel army set out, and Jiangyu led the gods of Mount Paradise to see them off. Sophia held a flaming sword and stood at the edge of a Sky City railing. The Sky City is most suitable for transporting the angel army. After saying goodbye to Jiangyu, she led the angel army into the star portal. Afterwards, Jiangyu used the power of Mount Heaven to stabilize the portal, allowing the angel army to successfully attack this small world. It was his first time attacking a world, even if it was just a small world, so Jiangyu was extremely cautious. When the angels came to that small world, they discovered this small world is just a low magic world, and the strongest people are just legends. That day, the majestic and glorious Sky City descended upon the earth, sweeping away everything in a very short time and directly conquering the indigenous races of this world. Archangel Sophia declared that this small world, called Dailawood from now on, belonged to the glory of platinum. Then, Jiangyu's will descended upon this small world, easily assimilated the world will of this world, and left behind the shadow of a platinum moon as a mark, making it a subsidiary of Mount Paradise. The power of Mount Heaven began to influence this world across the distant deep space, causing it to slowly move towards the world of Furland. Sophia left behind a team of angels to establish the Church of Light in the world of Dilu and spread the faith. They built temples to worship the gods of Mount Heaven and gather the power of faith. The main force of the Angel Legion returned to the world of Furland. Year 1478 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. The Angel Army followed the small world beacons left by the expeditionary force and conquered one small world after another. Nearly 30 small worlds became vassals of Mount Paradise, and the population of intelligent races that believed in God increased by hundreds of millions. The power of faith surged, and the platinum sun of Mount Heaven shone brightly. Even though there was some loss due to the deep space starry sky, it was still richer than the faith that Jiangyu originally obtained in Furland. Elf Dynasty 1489. After conquering more than a dozen small worlds, the Angel Legion finally arrived at the Olympus world. When Sophia led the brilliant army of angels to this world, she was immediately surprised by the rich spiritual light of this world. The legends who remained in the Olympus world broke through to the level of demigods. Since this world had been conquered by the expeditionary force, Sophia took no further action. Sophia asked the demigods of the expedition who remained in the Olympus world whether they would return to the Farron world. Those who remained in Olympus were unwilling to return. Said Zeus, the strongest among them, "Your Highness, Sophia, we are all willing to stay and protect this world for the gods. Please allow us." Sophia looked at them and smiled. In this world, even they have the opportunity to become gods. Knowing they were unwilling to give up this opportunity, Sophia nodded. "Okay, then you can stay. However, I will leave a team of angels to build churches and temples for our Lord in this world and spread his glory." Of course, year 1534 of the Elven Dynasty calendar. The Furland Expeditionary Force finally discovered a truly big world. Chapter 240 Nolan World. Our Nolan World is a world ruled by a great wizard civilization. Myvant Wizarding Academy, in a classroom in the Wizarding Tower. A third-level official wizard is explaining the history of wizard civilization to a group of wizard apprentices sitting in the classroom. Most of these wizard apprentices are children of nobles, with a small number of commoners. As you can see now, our civilization is powerful and glorious. We have just overthrown the rule of the gods and defeated all the alien races in the world. We drove the demons into the deep mountains of the north, slew the white dragons, and drove the dwarves into the mountains of the south. The entire world belongs to the wizard civilization. But it's worth mentioning that the wizards of this world were not the original rulers. In the beginning of the Nolan world, before the wizard civilization took over the world, it was actually a world ruled by gods. Upon hearing this, the wizard apprentices in the classroom exclaimed in surprise. But the third-level wizard didn't care. In his opinion, it would be good if 1/10 of these wizard apprentices could become official wizards in the future. The others would either leave or become materials. He continued speaking. The gods are indeed a group of powerful beings. Back then, they possessed despairing strength. But now, our rule wizards are comparable to the gods. Of course, at that time, the gods were extremely powerful. At that time, The original gods of the Nolan world were too controlling and aggressive, and there was no single strongest god who could dominate the world. Thus, the gods of the world are constantly fighting, and the kingdom of God in heaven is always emitting the glory of war. And on the earth, the mortal realms belonging to the gods are also at war with each other. So, thousands of years ago, when the struggle among the Norlan gods was at its most intense, the first wizard was born. Next, he tells the story of the first wizard. The first wizards were born in a war between the ancient kingdom of Notting and the ancient kingdom of Famlin. This was also the last battle before the capital of the ancient kingdom of Nottingham. As a large number of the kingdom's knights fell on the battlefield, family crests fell to the ground, and flags fell sideways, the brutal battle dyed the entire plain bright red. The sky was overcast and rainy, and the cold wind was blowing through the ruins. At this moment, a knight squire named Nolan stood up again from the ruins of the battlefield. The death of his comrades, the defeat of his kingdom, and the impending destruction of his hometown left him devastated. At this moment, when his emotions were fluctuating extremely violently, a flash of extraordinary inspiration emerged, and he finally touched the extraordinary. But at this time, even if he had touched the extraordinary, the destruction of the kingdom made him not know how to advance to a knight. Fortunately, he used to be a person who loved learning and reading. In the kingdom of Notting, apart from the knight's secret code and the divine scroll, which are the kingdom's secrets and precious treasures, he can browse other books. When Nolan was wandering around the countries as a man of a fallen country, he finally had an epiphany in his middle age and created the great wizard profession, becoming the source of the wizard profession. Because Nolan created the wizard system, our world was renamed Nolan World after defeating the gods. However, Nolan is not the wizard who truly made wizard civilization powerful. Teacher, who is the person who truly made wizard civilization flourish? A noble boy stood up and asked loudly, "Did I ask you to ask me?" When the third-level wizard saw an apprentice asking, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. He reached out his hand and slapped the noble boy, knocking out his teeth. "This is the first lesson I teach you. If I don't tell you to speak, you better shut up. This is just a warning." The Wizard Academy is not one of those lowly knight and warrior academies. After saying that, he continued to talk about the history of wizard civilization without any concern. All the wizard apprentices were suddenly silent. Nolan created the wizarding system, but unfortunately, he did not push the wizarding system to the highest level. After becoming a wizard, he could only hide in the world ruled by the gods. During this time, he met some people who were also dissatisfied with the gods and developed secretly. But just after he became the Morning Star Wizard, he was discovered and killed by the divine magicians of the Temple of the Sun. However, although Nolan died, his wizard heritage survived the temple's search. His disciples and their disciples protected the wizard's heritage and passed it down from generation to generation. Moreover, they have advanced the wizard system from Nolan's Morning Star Wizard to the Dawn Sun Wizard step by step. This is already the strongest power under the gods. But this is not the key point. The true glory of wizard civilization began with the emergence of a great wizard. Speaking of this, the third-level wizard showed reverence and admiration on his face. 1,300 years ago, the great wizard of truth, the undertaker of the gods, the peerless Lord Alanda, appeared. Wizard system levels. Wizard apprentice, first-level wizard, second-level wizard, third-level wizard. Morning Star Wizard legendary. Silver Moon Wizard legendary. Dawn Wizard demigod weak divine power. Rule Wizard weak divine power, medium divine power. Truth Wizard medium divine power, strong divine power. Eternal Wizard great divine power, supreme divine power. Chapter 241 in Jules arrive. The great Alanda created the glorious era of wizard civilization. 1,300 years ago, it was the age of the gods. Among the gods, the sun god Paliapus, two of the 5 main gods, and the goddess of darkness, Phryna, clashed with their kingdoms in a fierce battle. The gods, kingdoms, and believers under their command were also caught up in the fight. This divine war gradually involved the other 3 main gods, and eventually triggered a complete war among the gods. A large number of gods fell, countless kingdoms perished, large numbers of creatures died, the earth shattered, the sky decayed, and even the barriers of the world were shattered, losing their previous ability to protect the world from the invasion of powerful beings from outside the star realm. Speaking of this, The third-level wizards were filled with resentment. This was a huge pit left by the deceased gods for their wizard civilization. Among the 5 main gods, the god of thunder and the god of the ocean died in battle, and the god of the sun, the goddess of darkness, and the god of the sky were seriously injured. And just as the War of the Gods was about to end, the great wizard leader, Lord Alanda, the first wizard of truth, appeared. As a wizard, he led all the sunshade wizards of the time to attack the kingdom of the gods in heaven, setting off a massive war of wizards slaying gods. This battle lasted for 1,000 years. In the end, the wizards won. The goddess of darkness disappeared, the sun god was suppressed, and the god of the sky was killed. The rest of the gods were either killed, suppressed, or refined into magical weapons. The sky scepter in Lord Alanda's hand is made from the kingdom and body of the sky god. The wizard has now become the master of the world. Speaking of this, the third-level wizard chuckled. So, you must cherish the opportunity to become a wizard. It's not easy. He is very self-assured about his identity as a wizard. But only by becoming a formal wizard can he be regarded as a human. Except for a few of these wizard apprentices who can go ashore, most of the others are consumables. There is more than one such wizard class in the tower, but the wizard's lectures are all filled with mystery, and even this tower exudes the aura of magic. Just as they were immersed in the glorious history of the rise of wizard civilization. Suddenly, above the sky, the sound of a world barrier being broken suddenly resounded throughout the world. Immediately following, in the sight of all creatures in the wizarding world, a vast and glorious sky city broke through the boundary. Looking out the window of the tower, the apprentices were all surprised, while the third-level wizard walked to the window, looked at the city in the sky, and sneered. The Wizard Council was preparing to explore other worlds, but unexpectedly, someone came to our side. He is very confident. The center of Nolan's world, the Tower of Endless Truth, surrounded by an infinite sea of flowers, seems to connect the sky and the earth. On the top floor of the Tower of Truth, there is a spacious courtyard. A wizard in a simple white robe stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes closed. The founder of wizard civilization, the great truth wizard Alanda, opened his deep eyes when the Sky City appeared on the edge of the world. He looked up at the city in the sky and felt the breath of the god's kingdom, but he did not feel the presence of the gods. Moreover, there was a vague sense of threat towards him in Sky City, but he did not attack immediately. As someone who had struggled in the age of gods and quietly advanced to the level of a truth wizard, he was never lacking in caution. Just as he hesitated, this Sky City actually directly entered the Nolan world, which made him laugh. If you don't come in, I can treat you as passing by. You dare to come in, does that mean my witchcraft is not strong enough? So he called out softly to the door. Merlin, come with me and see what these creatures are that have broken into our world. A young and handsome rural wizard walked in and said respectfully, Yes, teacher. When the two wizards turned into two streams of light and flew into the sky, the edge of a broken world. Inside the Sky City, emitting pure white light. There was also a quarrel going on. The angel demigod Raphael looked at the elf demigod Carols angrily and questioned, Carols, how dare you give orders to break into this big world without permission? This is a world like Ference. There may be godlike beings in it. However, Carlos said calmly, Calm down, Raphael. We have all seen that the barriers of this world are shattered. There is not even a kingdom of God. How could there be gods? Raphael questioned with a frown. What if there are other powerful beings? Can you give examples of other beings? Carlos laughed softly. Raphael, we have been on this journey for so many years. Have you ever seen any powerful beings other than gods and demons? Having said that, he sighed. Raphael, our mission is to find a large world suitable for living. However, how many years have we been traveling? It's been 1,000 years. Raphael, we are not Iron Man. Soldiers, we all want to go home. Raphael looked at the leaders of various races, including the elves, angels, and demigods, and saw that their eyes were filled with deep fatigue. He finally took a deep breath and said, Even if the barriers of this world are broken and there are no traces of the gods and kingdoms, we should send people in to investigate before making a decision. Carlos, you are too reckless. I am sorry, Raphael. If I'm at fault, I'll take full responsibility. Carlos smiled bitterly. Bear! Raphael scoffed. Now that things have come to this, I won't say much more. I hope this world meets our requirements. All space magicians, leave a few more space-time beacons, and activate emergency signals. If we really encounter an irresistible force, we must at least let our families know. Yes, Master Raphael. Chapter 242, like a glimpse of the sun. When the expeditionary force arrived at the land of Sky City, they happened to see two people in white robes coming to the sky next to Sky City, looking at the Sky City with interest. They exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, and the powerful energy formed a sense of energy that made Raphael and others feel a chill in their hearts, as if they saw a sun hidden in their bodies. Such a vast and surging power, it's about to trigger the energy tide of the world. In the sky, after looking up and down the Sky City, the truth wizard Alanda did not find any powerful existence and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes looked at the inside and outside of the Sky City as if it were real, and he was surprised for a moment and said to the disciple beside him, "Merlin, the design of the Sky City is quite ingenious. It actually uses the kingdom of the gods as its energy core. Teacher, it's truly amazing. The races in the Sky City are also amazing. Besides humans like us, there are actually other intelligent races. However, they're clearly led by that strange race with wings. It seems that the human race in their world is not the dominant force." Merlin answered seriously, "Since they have fallen into our trap, if we, as the host, don't show some support, we will be laughed at by them." Alanda laughed. "Also, this Sky City and the strange races living there are extremely valuable for research. I will capture them all. Teacher, how can you, an old man, do this kind of thing yourself? Let me do it." Merlin volunteered. "No, I have to do this. I vaguely sense several forces among them that can threaten me. They might be their trump cards. Behind this Sky City, there must be a powerful civilization. They must also possess a trump card that can counter the power of the Truth Wizard. We cannot be careless. To be on the safe side, let me capture them first and then interrogate them." Alanda's robe fluttered as he smiled. On the white jade floor of the Sky City, a cool breeze blew across the battle robes of the expeditionary forces. At the front, Raphael tightly grasped the purple-gold sword at his waist, and the leaders of other tribes also tightly grasped the gift from their respective gods. Seeing that the two wizards were showing signs of taking action, Raphael spoke first. "Two respected masters, we have stumbled into this world unintentionally. Please forgive our recklessness. We will leave now." In the sky, Alanda, who was about to take action, chuckled and slowly took out his sky scepter and said with a smile, "We don't believe in accidental entry. Since you're here, how can we show our hospitality if we don't entertain you? Take your city and stay here." The Truth Wizard Alanda raised his scepter, his mind moved, and he whispered, "Truth Witchcraft, World Prison." Suddenly, the entire sky was blocked. A cage like a small world was generated around the Sky City. "It's over. They're going to capture us alive." The elf demigod Carlos had an ugly expression on his face. He was to blame for the way things turned out. "Everyone, please use your trump cards. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will be wiped out," said. He took out the moon-like artifact from his arms and threw it into the sky. In an instant, a silver full moon appeared in Nolan's sky, breaking the cage of the small world. Chapter 243, Draw the Sword Brazenly. Then, the silver full moon folded in half and turned into a silver scimitar, attacking Alanda. "Sun God? Interesting." Alanda smiled slightly when he saw this. Truth Witchcraft, reversing time and space. In an instant, the space and time of the entire sky shattered and reunited like glass, and then everything was turned upside down. The huge silver crescent scimitar suddenly turned around and slashed towards the people in the Sky City. "Damn it, Carlos, your trump card is back." A human demigod from the Kingdom of Dawn roared speechlessly and had to take out a golden spear and throw it into the sky. A dazzling golden sun appeared above the sky, and strands of brilliant morning light suddenly appeared, pulling like silk threads into a huge net of sunlight, protecting the entire Sky City. The attack of the silver moon scimitar hit the sunlight net, splashing golden light rhythms, swaying up and down, and then golden sunlight spears emerged one by one and headed towards Alanda. The distant sky. The Truth Wizard Alanda stood in the sky like a green pine, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Another sun god? But then he started laughing to himself. So what if it's a sun god? I'm most familiar with the sun god. The sun god of Nolan's world is still suppressed under the Tower of Truth, serving as the energy source and research object of the entire Tower of Truth. He stretched out the sky scepter, used the original authority of the god of sky, and pointed at the void of the morning sun net above the Sky City. Just a moment. The sky where the entire Sky City is located seems to be expanding countless times. The sun net was suddenly torn apart by the endless sky, and those golden sun spears were suddenly pulled into the vast sky that suddenly expanded, turning into little bits of sunlight and scattering away. At this moment, the faces of the expeditionary forces turned completely green. 2 main artifacts were destroyed, but the opponent was unharmed. At this time, a dark elf stood up, took out a ball as black as ink, and sighed. Everyone, that powerful being in the sky, must be a powerful god. This is a treasure given to me by the god of the underworld. The magic within can temporarily help us cover up everything. But escaping from this world is impossible. Deep space is vast and empty. Even if I escape, I will definitely be caught up. So, I suggest we escape to the land of this world and hide between heaven and earth. Okay, but we still need someone to cover us. Besides, the space around Sky City is blocked, so we may not be able to escape, said a dwarven legend. Ever since he saw the 2 powerful divine weapons return empty-handed, he was a little worried that the main divine weapon of Hades was unreliable. At this time, Raphael took the initiative to step forward and said, "Let me do it. My lord gave me the purple gold sword before he left. I think he anticipated this day. The mighty power of my lord's judgment will surely be able to break the surrounding space-time blockade and stop the one in the sky for a while. After I draw my sword against that being in the sky, Mon-Icon, you will use the artifact of Hades, blow up the core of Sky City, activate the teleportation array, and flee in all directions." Having said that, Raphael turned to look at Arthur Reinhardt. "Arthur, among us, you have the best chance of escaping. I see those 2 beings in the sky, and they both look like humans. If you escape to the mainland, you can hide in the crowd. Find an opportunity and contact our lord. Only he can bring us home." "Okay, Raphael." A look of determination flashed in Arthur Reinhardt's eyes. "Then let's get started." Finished. Raphael took a step forward, held the long sword at his waist, came to the edge of the Sky City, and drew his sword at the Wizard of Truth in the sky. In the sky, the Truth Wizard Alanda stood leisurely in the void. After receiving the attacking skills left in the artifact by the Silver Moon Goddess and the Lord of Dawn, he stood quietly in the sky waiting. He had already determined that the other party came from a world of gods, which was exactly what he wanted. He was fighting the gods. At the end of the 1,000-year war between gods, he led the wizards and broke into the kingdom of the gods. He expected that these outsiders in front of him could bring him more surprises. As for the discussions of the people in the Sky City, he didn't take them to heart. It's just a matter of how to escape. Outside the boundary is the boundless deep space, and inside the world is his territory. These people from outside the boundary cannot escape. At this time, he was already guessing that there were several powerful gods in the other party's world. Let's see what other tricks they have. If they are all at the same level as before, there will be 2 rule wizards in the Wizard Council who have broken through. They could be the first target of the expedition. Just when he was at ease, he saw the angel with white wings suddenly step forward on the white jade floor of the Sky City below, facing him, and boldly drew his sword. Chapter 244, Unparalleled and Unrivaled. As the long sword shining with purple gold divine light was pulled out of the scabbard, the Truth Wizard Alanda suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger surging in his heart. This was a terrifying intuition that had saved his life many times in the age of gods and the war against gods. In a thousandth of a breath, Alanda bestowed upon himself thousands of layers of truth witchcraft. The barrier of 0. This is the addition of endless rules, using the rules themselves to counter the attacks and damage from the gods. This is the most powerful protective witchcraft against gods that he invented during the 1,000-year war between gods. After all this was done, Alanda didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, an incomparably dazzling pure white sword light burst out from the purple gold sword. The mighty and invincible will was so magnificent that it stunned the heavens and the earth in an instant. Unparalleled and unmatched, invincible in the world. The extreme pure white instantly overshadowed the color of the sun in the sky, and the whole world was illuminated in snow white. At the same time, an aura of supreme vastness and majesty filled the entire heaven and earth in an instant, and awe surged in the hearts of all living beings in the world. Is this the arrival of an almighty king? In the wizarding world, on top of countless wizard towers, many high-level wizards couldn't help but think, what a horror! What a horrible attack! Even more terrifying than the gods of the past. On Earth, all mortals without extraordinary powers, whether nobles or commoners, were frightened by this tremendous power and fell to their knees. In the tall tower that teaches wizard apprentices, the third-level wizard standing in front of the window and looking up at the sky couldn't stop trembling in his heart when the pure white sword light illuminated the sky and the earth. He suppressed his inner emotions and muttered to himself, "Great Lord Alanda, such a powerful killing spree can surely be easily suppressed." In class, the wizard apprentices were also horrified by the terrifying will that made the world seem bright and clear, and were speechless. In the west of the Nolan continent, there is also a towering tower built on countless metal veins exposed on the earth. A truth wizard wearing a yellow robe and single-frame glasses sat at a desk. He suddenly looked up at the sky and put down the strange metal in his hand. This aura is divine, yet not divine. So powerful. Alanda, I'm sure you're very happy. The north of Nolan continent. The top floor of a snow-white tower built on a snowy plain with a pure sky. An equally majestic female wizard stood at the top of the tower, crushed the eternal ice in her hand, looked up at the sky, and muttered to herself, "What a brilliant sword light! What an invincible and domineering will, rising from the heavens to the 10 directions of time and space, encompassing everything, weighing down heaven and earth, and dominating the world." Alanda, what happened to you? A sky city from outside the star realm actually hides such a trump card. The star realm is truly vast and mysterious. High above the sky, facing this pure white sword light, Alanda suddenly felt both fear and excitement. He discovered new means of attack, new ways of cultivation, and new systems of power. Unheard of, never seen. The owner of this sword light is definitely not a god. He looked at the pure white sword light, which was like a spear piercing through the sky and earth. The pure white light shone brightly, forming a line from beginning to end, breaking through the defense barriers composed of endless rules layer by layer, as if they were being pierced through pieces of paper. Even though the pure white sword light was about to chop him down in the next moment, Alanda was still trying to comprehend the mystery. It's suppressing the rules. No, it's more than that. All the endless rules are vying to submit to me. No, are the rules also afraid? No, it's not the rules that are afraid, it's me. Ha ha, I get it. This is exactly the path to becoming an eternal wizard that I'm pursuing. Facing the ultimate killing, Alanda laughed out loud. Next second, the vast and invincible pure white sword light slashed into his body. Crash, clang, clang. Alanda's chest was suddenly pierced, and a large amount of blood splattered across the sky. He was knocked back 10,000 miles away. With just this one blow, he was seriously injured. High above the sky, Alanda's disciple Merlin's face suddenly changed. The moment the pure white sword light appeared, he had a premonition that something was wrong. That was not the power of the gods, but the power to suppress everything. The rules of the wizards were also included in this everything. Could it be that the power behind this sky city is the same as their wizarding world, suppressing all the gods in the world? But he didn't have time to think about it. His teacher, Alanda, the greatest wizard of truth in the wizarding world, was indeed swept away by this sword. Teacher. He quickly flew to Alanda's side and looked worriedly at the wizard of truth with a big hole in his chest and blood gushing out. No problem, Merlin. What he didn't expect was that at this moment, Alanda actually smiled from the bottom of his heart. He pointed in the direction of Sky City, which was now completely dark, and said, "This sword is their strongest weapon. Now the people in that Sky City are about to escape. You go and capture them. At the same time, protect that city. This will be our powerful weapon for conquering the Star Realm." "Yes, teacher." Merlin nodded in agreement, but a look of deep worry still crossed his face. "Teacher, aren't you worried about the world behind this Sky City?" "What are you worried about?" Alanda laughed. "That sword. I already have a way to break that sword. Don't worry. Even if that being descends upon the Nolan world, we still have 3 truth wizards. We won't lose. But how many powerful gods do they have?" "God," Alanda sneered. "The gods won't come. Outside of their own world, what are they?" Instead, I'm looking forward to the arrival of the owner of the pure white sword light into this world. Inside the Sky City, just after Raphael slashed out the pure white sword light, the dark elf demigod threw out the dark sphere. In an instant, an extremely vast dark sky that covered the sky and blocked out the sun appeared above the sky. Chapter 245, Let's Blow Up This City. It's getting dark. Nolan continent. Countless people looked up at the sky. The majestic dark aura turned the entire sky into night, as if covering the world with a black gauze. High above the sky, the originally brilliant and glorious Sky City lost its original luster in an instant. The edge of the Sky City, besides the angels, elves, dwarves, and 2 human demigods, all leaped down from the Sky City. They reached the bottom and left through random teleportation arrays. Only the angels in platinum armor stood on the white marble slabs of the Sky City, facing the wind, standing at the edge of the city to see them off. An elf who was about to leave couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you leaving?" The angel demigod Raphael, standing in the front, pulled down his platinum visor and answered firmly, "Someone has to cover the rear. Someone has to sacrifice. You guys should leave quickly." Behind him, hundreds of angels struck their breastplates with flaming swords, making crisp clang sounds. The Lord's majesty and glory are above us. Angels never retreat. We will live and die with this city. Take care. The elf was shocked and teleported away with mixed feelings. Arthur Reinhardt was also among the leaving crowd. He took a deep look at the Angel Expeditionary Force who were reluctant to leave, performed a platinum salute, and jumped into the teleportation array. As Raphael said, he is a human being and has a greater chance of surviving in this world, thereby contacting Farron's hometown and saving his fellow expeditionary forces. Not far away, the Rule Wizard Merlin stepped on the void, holding a tall and long blue staff in his hand. The witchcraft light kept flashing, and the dark sky was gradually dispelled, and he walked towards the Sky City. After all, it is a divine spell with powerful divine power. As a Rule Wizard, it is still difficult to break it completely. But that's all. After the expeditionary force, except the angels, left, the dark sky, which was powerless, was rejected by the Nolan world and gradually dissipated. When Merlin walked to the void in front of the sky above the Sky City, he saw angels with bright armor, shining platinum light, and white wings forming a formation in the sky above the center of the Sky City. They held high the flaming swords in their hands, and the blazing fire was like the fire of the stars. Each of them showed no fear, and their eyes were extremely clear, full of piety and fanaticism. Raphael, the leader of the angel army, looked at Merlin coming and shouted, "Sinners, stop!" Merlin didn't stop. He continued to stride forward, looking at this group of determined warriors, feeling the weak aura and firm belief emanating from them, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, such warriors do not exist in the wizard civilization. Hand over this city you are standing on, and I will spare your lives. Absolutely not. Raphael and a group of angel warriors said in unison. Seeing Merlin getting closer and closer, he had already entered the range of Sky City. Raphael pointed his sword forward. "Angels, charge!" Upon hearing this, hundreds of angels immediately picked up their flaming swords, flapped their wings, attacked, and let out earth-shaking roars. "Kill!" Raphael flew in the front, and before rushing out, he suddenly used all his strength and shouted loudly, "Themirs, blow up this city!" Inside the Sky City, a beautiful female angel stood in front of the core of the Sky City, holding a flaming sword. After hearing Raphael's order, she stabbed it into the core of the Sky City. "My lord is majestic and glorious." Rumble, rumble. As a little bit of fire appeared, the entire Sky City suddenly took on an unhealthy orange-red color. Chapter 246, Farmer Arthur. Ian Vang. Merlin in the Sky City shook his head slightly. Just when the Sky City was about to explode, a tremendous force surged from his body. He stretched out a hand and gently shook it toward the entire Sky City. Suddenly, at the core of the Sky City, the kingdom of God that was refined into an energy body was squeezed into a stable, luminous body. At the same time, facing the angel warriors who were charging towards him, he raised his staff and leaned it towards the void, making a slight sound as if leaning it on the ground. Rule witchcraft, soul and flesh binding. Hundreds of angels were subdued in an instant, their souls and bodies sealed in the void. A deep sense of powerlessness rose in the hearts of the angels, but they could do nothing. Looking at the sky city and the angels that were already in his pocket, Merlin smiled with satisfaction. You are lucky to have met me. I will not kill you, but your city and your memories will belong to the wizard civilization from now on. At this time, the pale-faced truth wizard Alanda came to Merlin with the sky scepter and spoke in praise. You did very well, Merlin. Then, he looked at the group of angels bound in the void, took a closer look at them, and smiled. This is truly a terrifyingly strong race. Their bodies and souls are above the same level. Wizards at the same level as them are probably no match for them. But it is also valuable. After searching their memories, we will hand it over to the bloodline wizards of the life department for research. Merlin frowned when he heard that. Teacher, wouldn't it be too cruel to hand them over to those bloodline wizards? After hearing this, Alanda scolded. Merlin, you are too kind. These are enemies. Technically, they are invaders. And he patted Merlin on the shoulder and said, if we could possess such a legion in the future, conquering the Star Realm would be much easier. This way, we would suffer fewer casualties. Merlin nodded helplessly. You are right, Sensei. Well, I'm glad you understand. Also, I discovered that these guys have set up a large number of space-time beacons in this space-time. You should make a great trip and wipe out all the space-time beacons inside and outside the Nolan world. Aren't ordered. Are teachers worried that they might come knocking on their door? Merlin asked doubtfully. Of course not. Arn explained. Erasing these space-time beacons will make the enemy think we're afraid and then dare to attack us. This is called showing weakness to the enemy. Besides, do you think they have no means to find us? Besides, didn't they have quite a few people escape? If we catch them and let them go, people will naturally come to us. Alanda smiled, and with a move in the air, he grabbed the purple-gold sword on Raphael's body. Of course, I also need time to heal my injuries and study the attack method of that sword. The teacher is wise. Philander World, Paradise Mountain, on the Platinum Throne. Jiang Yu, who was closing his eyes and immersed in the path of Sky Lord training, suddenly opened his pair of purple eyes that were as bright as stars. He stood up from the holy throne, walked to the first heaven mountain, looked up at the boundless starry sky, and whispered, The sword I left on the purple gold sword has been triggered. After a moment of silence, he gave instructions to the angel guards serving him. Notify Cannel and the gods of Mount Heaven to cancel the space-time beacon connections to the small worlds along the way and contact the space-time beacon where the expeditionary force is located as soon as possible. Our people may be in danger. Nolan's world, Nolan continent, Towin, Kingdom of Bisset, the barony of Choteo, in a village near the town of Camelot. A young farmer was working in his field. The sun is shining brightly and the farmer is sweating. After working hard for a long time, he stopped, walked to the edge of the field, picked up a wooden cup and drank a sip of water. Just then, in a haystack at the edge of the field, a middle-aged man with a dusty face stood up. Chapter 247, Knight Squire and the Eight Virtues. This scared the young farmer. He subconsciously raised his hoe and looked at the tall man vigilantly. Who are you and why are you in my haystack? However, the man did not speak, but looked at the sky in confusion. The young farmer approached cautiously. He found that the man was wearing a white and gold robe that looked very precious, which made him feel a little inferior. Are you a noble? The man still didn't answer him. After asking many times, the man's expression was always indifferent, and the young farmer was helpless. He looked up at the sky, and the sun was still shining brightly. So he took out his wooden water cup and handed it to the stranger. It's so hot, drink something. I originally thought that the man would do the same as before, but unexpectedly, he actually took the cup of water and drank it all. At least leave some for me. How am I going to work later? The young farmer was extremely helpless, but he didn't want to waste time, so he hurried to the field and continued working. Then the strange man also went down to the field and plowed the land directly with his feet. His speed was astonishingly fast. In less than a moment, he had plowed all his fields. This made the farmer stunned. Are you a Sir Knight? In his impression, only knights have such ability. As for wizards, I'm sorry, a commoner like him is not qualified to come into contact with wizards these days. Even if they are exposed, most of them can become materials. The man remained silent in response to the farmer's question. The young farmer sighed and glanced at the field. Anyway, I've finished what I need to do, so I should go home. By the way, do you want to go back with me? The man nodded this time. The next day, When the young farmer got up, he saw the middle-aged man he had brought home yesterday practicing with a sword in the yard. His golden hair was so thick that he looked like a lion rolling in the yard. See this? He immediately looked envious and longing. It really is Sir Knight. Although the knights in this world are nothing more than wizard bloodline experiments and attempts at other cultivation systems, their upper limit is very low. But for most ordinary people, it is still out of reach. Because no matter how weak a knight is, he is still extraordinary. He leaned against the gate and looked for a while, then felt that he had no chance of becoming a great man like a knight. So he went to fetch some water. At this time, the middle-aged man who had been silent yesterday suddenly spoke. Want to learn? What? Want to learn this way of chivalry? Would you like to teach me? The young farmer asked excitedly. Of course. Child, you raised your weapon and refused to retreat when you encountered a stranger on your own land. You shared your water with me, even though the sun was scorching. I had no home, yet you were willing to take me in. Of the virtues of chivalry, you possess 3: courage, compassion, and devotion. I am willing to pass on to you the path of chivalry I have pioneered. The middle-aged man laughed. He didn't speak yesterday because he didn't know the language of this world and could only roughly guess what it meant. So last night and this morning, he walked around the village and the nearby town of Camelot. His powerful demigod spirit and abilities allowed him to learn the language of this world in one night. Having said this, he shouted to the young farmer, "If you want to learn from me, come here." He was willing to teach the way of chivalry in this world. In addition to quietly carving a time and space beacon as a cover for himself, the most important thing was that he saw the opportunity to become a god here. In this world, besides wizards, there are knights. In the yard. Yes, sir. The young farmer approached with an excited look on his face. From now on, you are my knight squire. Kneel. Yes. The middle-aged man took out a long sword from somewhere and placed it on the young farmer's shoulder. If you want to believe in the way of chivalry, you must abide by these 8 virtues: courage, loyalty, honor, compassion, honesty, justice, humility, and selflessness. After speaking this long paragraph in anger, the middle-aged man looked at the young farmer, but saw that he had a confused look on his face and was trying hard to understand. He felt a little headache, but soon understood. You may not understand it now, but I want you to keep it in mind. Yes, sir. Get up, by the way, this sword is for you. The middle-aged man laughed. The young farmer took the sword with both hands with excitement. Thank you, sir. Now then, tell me your name, Squire. Sir, Gawain. My name is Gawain. Okay, Gawain. Chapter 248, The Beacon at the Round Table. Accepting Gawain as a knight's squire establishes a connection with the village, allowing Arthur Reinhardt to integrate into this world. After that, Arthur Reinhardt settled in this small village. He did not reveal his identity as a superhuman for fear of being found by the wizards. To the outside world, he claimed to be the hunter Gawain had rescued in the mountains. During the day, he taught Gawain the profession of knight. Gawain's talent is not strong, but Arthur Reinhardt, as a demigod, naturally has the ability to awaken his extraordinary abilities. At night, he would go outside the village and bury time and space beacons in small hills, rivers, valleys, and deep in the earth. In addition, he also built a huge round table in Gawain's yard and hid a time and space beacon inside the table. After the space-time beacon was prepared, several months passed like this. He originally wanted to wait for reinforcements from the main world. But soon, something happened that disrupted his plan of hiding and waiting for the Lord God to find him. One day, he disguised himself as a traveling merchant and came to the tavern in Camelot, where he heard the news brought by a merchant from the royal capital. A month ago, the royal patron saint of the kingdom of Beside, the Sky Knight who was equivalent to the Morning Star Wizard legend, captured a strange-looking humanoid alien with pointed ears. The kingdom directly declared her guilty, saying that it was a wanted order issued by the Wizard Council. In the end, this pointy-eared alien was burned to death in public. Arthur Reinhardt was shocked by the news. After he returned to the village, he pondered in his room for a night and decided not to wait for reinforcements from the main world, but to turn passivity into initiative. During these months of lurking, he got to know the general situation of the wizarding world. The world of wizards is actually separated from the world of mortals to a great extent, and even the environments they live in are 2 completely different worlds. Because the wizard civilization has just emerged, there are not many wizards. Nolan's wizards are actually basically located in 5 places: the far east, the far west, the far south, the far north, and the center of the continent. The rest of the place is actually the sphere of influence of mortals, which is composed of the subordinate forces of the Wizard Council and various secular kingdoms. There are very few wizards of the official rank in these kingdoms, but they are not without extraordinary powers. The knight system born from the early blood experiments of those wizards is the most powerful force in the world. At the top of this knight system, the strongest knight, the Sky Knight, has the power to rival the Morning Star Wizard legend. And each kingdom basically has one or two Sky Knights. Noble families are basically families that have produced knights and wizards. Of course, in the secular kingdom, there are also some wizard apprentices who are not talented and leave the wizard academy. Most of these people are not strong, but they can get the support of the nobles. These noble children can then identify and advance the children in their family who have wizarding talent and train them in advance. The Wizard Council will not interfere in the attacks and conflicts between secular kingdoms. In fact, wizards have long divided the entire continent into several regions. The secular kingdoms belonging to each region must provide the necessary resources and supplement a large number of wizard apprentices to the 5 major wizard forces on time every year. As long as you hand these things in on time, they don't care about the rise and fall of kingdoms or who overthrows and who becomes the ruler. It's like an observer from high above, watching ants fighting on Earth. For example, 200 years ago, the royal family of the Kingdom of Basit seized power from the former ducal family through a coup and became the new rulers of the kingdom. That's exactly why this is the case. Arthur Reinhard decided to take some risks and first conquer a kingdom to find his fellow expeditionaries and provide them with shelter. He didn't want the main gods of Furland to come here in the future and find that he was the only one left alive. Moreover, it would be more reasonable for this matter to be done by him, who is originally a human and another southern human demigod. But now, Arthur Reinhardt couldn't contact anyone and had to do it himself. Then, a few months after arriving in Nolan's world, Arthur Reinhardt founded the Knights of the Round Table. The initial members were only Arthur Reinhardt and his knight, Squire Gawain. Decades later, Chapter 249, The Kingdom of Camelot Knights. The Knights of the Round Table under Arthur Reinhardt have expanded into an elite knightly order of thousands of people, invincible on the continent, except for wizard forces. In addition to Gawain, he also accepted 11 other knights as squires and taught them to become virtuous knights. These people include orphans, wandering knights, refugees, farmers, and impoverished nobles. But without exception, even if they are in difficult circumstances and have been covered in dust for many years, it cannot conceal the virtues they possess. This knightly order of several thousand people was also selected from refugees, farmers, wandering knights, surrendered soldiers, and fallen nobles to form a powerful cavalry corps. When Arthur Reinhardt and Gawain decided to start an army, they first gathered some villagers to form a small army, and then led them to conquer the original town of Camelot. A group of wandering knights led a peasant uprising, which instantly made the nearby nobles uneasy. They sent knights and soldiers to quell the rebellion. But Arthur Reinhardt defeated them all. After restoring order in the small town of Camelot, it took a year to build an army of considerable size and decent combat effectiveness. So he began to attack everywhere, and soon he captured the noble territories in all directions and captured these noble lords. In order not to attract the attention of the wizards, he deliberately slowed down his pace. Even so, within a few years, he conquered and occupied the entire Tawan County. The Basit Kingdom could no longer sit still. Send the Sky Knights to lead the kingdom's most powerful knights to destroy them. But he was defeated by Arthur Reinhardt, and the Royal Sky Knight was killed on the spot. In this battle, he only showed the strength of a Sky Knight, except that his combat awareness was much stronger. After defeating the knights, Arthur Reinhardt pursued the victory. Using a series of methods that were no more than peak Sky Knights, he defeated the royal army of the Baset Kingdom, the coalition of nobles, and reinforcements from other countries one by one. In the end, after more than 10 years, Arthur Reinhardt captured the capital of the Kingdom of Basit and completely destroyed the kingdom. It is rare in the entire Nolan continent for a wandering knight to lead farmers to fight and establish a kingdom. Arthur Reinhardt's identity is also a source of much discussion. He is actually the orphan of a noble lord who was killed many years ago by the royal family of Basit using the Sky Knights. Arthur Reinhardt fabricated this. The story of a knight's revenge still has a market in this world. At least no one doubts his true origin. Anyway, all the descendants of that nobleman are dead, and there is no one to testify. After completely conquering the capital of the kingdom of Beside, Arthur Reinhard returned to Camelot with the population. At this time, after more than 10 years of operation, Camelot had become a city. Arthur Reinhard established the kingdom of Camelot Knights here, and replaced the kingdom of Bisset in paying tribute to the Wizarding Council every year. After establishing his kingdom, he began to secretly seek news of his fellow expeditionaries. He also secretly rescued several elves and had them disguise themselves as nobles. At the same time, he vigorously promoted the way of chivalry and a chivalrous ideology of the 8 virtues in the kingdom, and only appointed virtuous knights as noble lords. This kind of thinking made some wizards very fond of this new kingdom. After all, everyone likes good people. A few more years. Arthur Reinhard heard that there was a captured elf woman in the harem of the king of a neighboring country. It turned out that the king was greedy for the elf's beauty and did not hand it over to the Wizard Council. So Arthur Reinhard led an army to attack the neighboring kingdom of Bethsa. Under his personal leadership, the Knights of Camelot fought bravely and defeated the kingdom of Bysur in a few years, captured the capital, and rescued the female elf compatriot. That's all. If there is any sign of an expeditionary force somewhere, Arthur Reinhard will definitely send troops to conquer it. Within a few decades, he successively attacked the 9 kingdoms in the west and rescued and attracted dozens of fellow expeditionary compatriots scattered across the country. A vast knight empire stands in the east of the Nolan continent. Such behavior finally attracted the attention of the ruler, Wizard Merlin. He was curious about the appearance of a genius in his world. So he walked out of the central tower and headed to the western continent to explore. He originally thought that this place had been through war for a long time and must have suffered a lot. After arriving, he found that the people here lived and worked in peace and contentment, and he developed a liking and curiosity for King Arthur of this knight empire, until he quietly came to the royal court of the Kingdom of Knights and happened to meet Queen Arthur. He smiled. He and his teacher Alanda gained a lot of insights after that battle and learned about the existence of God Uriel from the memories of the captured angels. And Arthur Reinhardt's face certainly couldn't be missing. Merlin's knowledge brought them great benefits. In just a few decades, the truth wizard Alanda's strength has reached a new level, and he has found a way to restrain the god Uriel. He has full confidence in the arrival of reinforcements from the Merlin world. But after so many years, the Farron people they had been waiting for still had not arrived. Think of this. Merlin transformed himself into a wizard apprentice, entered the Camelot court, and recommended himself. This is to pave the way for the future, but the wizard plot will not be long, and it will end in these few chapters. Chapter 250 Blue Light Gate. After successfully graduating from the Wizard Academy and returning to the secular kingdom, wizard apprentices would generally seek official positions among the nobles and the royal court. Of course, there are also wizard apprentices who are children of nobles and come back to continue to be nobles. Although they are not as powerful as the great knights, their identity as wizards and the knowledge in their heads still make them very popular. The wizard apprentices who are able to successfully leave the Wizard Academy are all very capable. Merlin disguised himself as a wizard apprentice and came to the Camelot court to seek an official position. This not only shows that he is very meticulous, but also that he cares about the lives of the lower classes. That day, when Arthur Reinhardt saw a wizard apprentice seeking an official position, he gave Merlin a job as a court wizard in accordance with the management of the Nolan continent. He absolutely could not imagine that this guy who appeared to be a wizard apprentice was actually a rule wizard. After Merlin joined the court of Camelot, he discovered that there was a large-looking round table in Arthur Reinhardt's court. Arthur, his court nobles, and the Knights of the Round Table often held meetings at this round table. But Merlin saw at a glance that these court nobles were basically the elves of the expeditionary force, and the content of their discussion was how to take the initiative to contact Merlin's hometown. And that huge round table is actually a hidden time and space beacon. In order to comply with his teacher's request, Merlin began to deliberately contact Arthur and gain his trust. In fact, he also knew at this time that they had left time and space beacons in many places in the Nolan world. But I don't know how many years it will take to wait for the other party to arrive. So sometimes I would secretly study their time and space beacons and quietly give some hints. After all, he is a rule wizard and has done some research on the rules of time and space. Gradually, Merlin gained Arthur Reinhardt's trust and began to entrust him with more important positions. And when it comes to how to treat people and develop civilization, The two are surprisingly quite consistent. They all believe that even the most ordinary mortals have a huge role to play and should not be given up easily. Under the governance of these two, the kingdom of Camelot became increasingly powerful, and the people lived a happy and healthy life. The 39th year after the establishment of the kingdom of Camelot. This day, suddenly, an angel escaped from the eastern wizard forces and fled to the sky above the capital of the kingdom of Camelot. At this time, King Arthur was sitting at a round table with his compatriots. They looked up at the sky and saw the legendary angel with a broken body. Half of his flesh and blood disappeared, and his bones exposed on the surface. He no longer looked like an angel. They all looked indignant. They were their comrades and compatriots. Just when they wanted to take action, under the sky, a giant hand appeared from the clouds, holding the fleeing angel. A cold and ruthless voice seemed to come from the sky above. Escaping from the lab bench without permission is a capital offense. Then, the giant hand supporting the sky slowly clenched. The wailing sounds that everyone expected did not appear. Instead, a sad but strong female voice resounded in the sky. My Lord is majestic and glorious. You sinners will eventually perish. Wait for his judgment. As soon as her voice fell and reached the earth, it was crushed by the giant hand in the sky that was made up of witchcraft light. Crash! Flesh and blood were flying all over the sky, and a bit of spiritual light flew out from the flesh and blood, turning into a confused soul, floating between heaven and earth. Above the sky, another giant hand reached out and scooped up the soul. Vaguely, all living beings seemed to see a great figure filled with vast spiritual light standing between the vast space and time, layer upon layer, bizarre and magnificent. In the royal court on earth, the expeditionary force watched the angel fall, stopped, and their eyes were filled with tears. Arthur Reinhardt clenched his fists, his eyes wide open, staring at the giant hands in the sky. Merlin stood in front of the woods outside the palace, looking at the sky silently. He knew at this moment that his teacher, Alanda, was getting impatient. He had deliberately released an angel and then easily crushed it to warn Arthur Reinhardt and the others, and also to inform Merlin. We need to speed up. Otherwise, when his patience runs out, Arthur and others will die. After years of getting along, he also developed a friendship with Arthur Reinhardt and did not want him to die easily. Anyway, they're all human beings, so they can integrate more easily. After the wizard defeats his world, they can even help Merlin's teacher gather the humans in Merlin's world. But Arthur ignored his hints and remained loyal to his lord. Just as Merlin was thinking, just as the blood rain of the angel in the sky fell on the earth, it was like a desperate and heroic elegy. Suddenly, inside the Camelot royal court, an extremely powerful blue light suddenly lit up above the huge round table. Immediately afterwards, it turned into a blue beam of light and shot up into the sky. A mysterious and profound door of time and space suddenly opened in the sky.